Lu Chen traversed into a world of high martial arts, where his sister was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Great Xia, a beacon of hope for humankind. In stark contrast, he awakened the most abysmal first-tier talent, becoming the subject of ridicule. However, Lu Chen unexpectedly unlocked a simplification system, granting him the Nine Suns divine art, which, in its simplified form, required nothing more than basking in the sun to cultivate successfully. Furthermore, various martial arts techniques could be reduced to their bare essentials, allowing for effortless training. Basking in the sun. Nine Suns divine art proficiency 1. Throwing a punch. Thunder fist proficiency 1. While others toiled and strained in their pursuits, Lu Chen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds in a state of leisurely ease, effortlessly surpassing a multitude of prodigies and leaving many of them utterly demoralized. Chapter 1. Simplifying the Nine Suns divine art. Is that correct? School and work are so exhausting. Let's set our minds aside for a moment to let them rest. Place for mental storage. Jiangzhou, the premier high school of Qingcheng. 7 stars aligning. No way I've truly crossed over. Lu Chen stood on the schoolyard, a dazed expression upon his face as he gazed around, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Just moments ago, while stargazing atop the building, he had read online about the 7 stars aligning, only to find himself ensnared by a beam of white light that whisked him away. As his mind processed a myriad of incoming information, Lu Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Spiritual energy revival, invasion of demons and calamities? Must it be so? Clicked. Lu Chen murmured softly, a sense of exasperation washing over him. He was currently standing there because he had just completed his talent awakening. Indeed, he had awakened the most pitiful lowest grade first-tier talent. A catastrophic start, is it? Lu Chen mused inwardly, feeling somewhat disheartened. With the college entrance examination looming in 3 days, his talent would likely pigeonhole him into the humanities, a lifetime devoid of martial arts. Yet, in this world beset by demonic invasions and the revival of spiritual energy, survival and respect could only be attained through the martial path, becoming a formidable force to AS for the academic path. Lu Chen had endured enough of that in his past life, where every holiday's final day became a miraculous creation of a pen and a lamp, only to face punishment upon returning to school. Host has awakened, binding simplification system. Congratulations, Host has successfully bound the simplification system. Any martial arts or techniques can be simplified with simplification points. Current simplification points, 100. Newcomer gift pack issued. Congratulations. Host has obtained the Earth Tier 9 Suns divine art. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yet for someone well-versed in mindless fantasy novels, he quickly grasped that this was his boon. The simplification system could streamline any martial arts techniques. Earth Tier martial art. Truly a boon. Haha. Simplify. Lu Chen declared, for in this world, martial arts and techniques were classified by tiers, ranging from heaven to earth. Earth Tier techniques were not something that an ordinary person could hope to attain. It would not be an exaggeration to say that within his current academy, one might find a scroll or two of profound tier techniques, but Earth Tier was entirely beyond reach. Yet, Lu Chen had merely awakened the system and thereby acquired an Earth Tier martial art, simplified version, sunbathing. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Sunbathing? What on earth is this? Is this correct? After a brief moment of confusion, Lu Chen stepped out from beneath the shade of the tree, allowing the sunlight to cascade upon him. Skill level of sunlight technique 1. Skill level of sunlight technique 1. Instantly, Lu Chen felt a surge of pure solar energy within him, warming his body pleasantly. Goodness, this is astonishing, Lu Chen remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Under normal circumstances, mastering a profound martial technique would require at least a year or 2 of diligent practice, let alone a terrestrial-level skill. Yet now, congratulations, Host has achieved minor success in sunlight technique. Skill level of sunlight technique 1. The voice of the system resonated in his mind, and Lu Chen's smile widened uncontrollably. In less than a minute, he had cultivated a terrestrial-level technique to minor success. Then, he felt a wave of heat in his lower abdomen, and to his astonishment, his cultivation level actually broke through. Initially, he had merely reached the 3rd level, which was quite ordinary among the numerous students. Now, his cultivation had surged to the 4th level. Is this the incredible power of terrestrial techniques? Lu Chen mused, overwhelmed with joy. There was nothing to fear. The martial arts exam in 3 days would surely be his triumph. He was destined to carve out his place at the pinnacle of martial arts. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. Lu Chen. The awakening of your talent has concluded. As you know, I awakened a level 5 talent. If all goes well, I will surely gain admission to a prestigious university, and my achievements in martial arts will be noteworthy. While you... All right, let me be straightforward. We no longer inhabit the same world, so let's break up. Moreover, you still possess some cultivation resources, but with your talent, it would be a waste to keep them. Hand everything over to Wang Qing. He is the only awakened with a level 6 talent in our academy. Su Qingxue had appeared before Lu Chen, casting a glance at him before stating her intentions directly. Lu Chen was utterly bewildered. After rummaging through his memories for a while, he finally recalled who Su Qingxue was. Are you out of your mind? You need to get that checked. Lu Chen retorted, somewhat confused himself. What was this original self thinking? Even as an adult, he shouldn't be interested in such an insipid person. What? What? Could you repeat that? I said, get lost, you foolish idiot. Su Qingxue appeared dazed, thinking she had misheard him. But soon after, she heard Lu Chen hurling insults again, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, he retaliated with 2 swift slaps. At that moment, Su Qingxue's expression mirrored that of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. How dare you hit me? I hit you. Lu Chen remarked that after reviewing the memories of his predecessor, he became aware of their relationship, which was characterized as that of couple. However, in reality, the former self had not even held Su Qingxue's hand. He was undoubtedly a lovesick fool, while Su Qingxue, during her relationship with the former self, was also entangled with Wang Qing, frequently requesting the former's cultivation resources to bestow upon Wang Qing. How is it that I could not transmigrate into the body of someone with a sane mind? Damn it, what an idiot. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. He perceived the former self as a lunatic, and now that he had crossed over, he had no intention of remaining a lovesick fool. What was Su Qingxue worth anyway? Lu Chen, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? Do you comprehend the immense shadow these 2 slaps cast upon a young girl? To hell with you, you opportunistic girl. You merely wish to leech off me for some benefits. After all that I have given you, if I slap you twice, you should present your face willingly. Lu Chen retorted bluntly, delivering another 2 slaps that left Su Qingxue dazed. Am I wrong? Answer me. Around them, the other students turned their gazes in shock, astonished, thinking they must have misseen. Lu Chen was actually striking Su Qingxue. What had come over him today? Lu Chen, stop this. Bullying a girl is no display of skill if you have the capability that I am bullying you. What of it? At that moment, Wang Qing approached, his face contorted with anger as he glared at Lu Chen, but in the next instant he received 2 resounding slaps from Lu Chen. Chapter 2. You are merely wealthy and handsome. I am bullying you. What of it? Lu Chen retaliated with 2 forceful slaps, the crisp sound of his palms echoing in the sudden silence enveloping the surroundings. What are you pretending for? Lu Chen advanced, gripping Wang Qing's hair. Wang Qing felt an overwhelming wave of humiliation wash over him. He was thoroughly disgraced. Just as he attempted to voice a retort, Lu Chen's 2 slaps landed heavily on his face once more. You're nothing but a penniless wretch, barely scraping by. Were it not for that shameless Su Qingxue siphoning benefits from me to sustain you, do you think you would possess your current state? And now you dare to act superior in front of me? To put it bluntly, you are sustained by me. Am I incorrect? Answer me. Lu Chen's commanding voice resonated, leaving Wang Qing momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Do you still find it disgraceful to rely on the benefits siphoned from that shameless Su Qingxue? If it's so shameful, then why do you continue to accept it? You wretched soul? Lu Chen delivered another 2 slaps that rendered Wang Qing utterly speechless, rooted in place for an extended period. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue regained her composure and, witnessing Wang Qing being struck by Lu Chen, felt a surge of fury. Lu Chen, if you have the courage, come at me. Do not harm Wang Qing. Is it merely because you possess some dirty money and a talented sister? What about you yourself? You're nothing but a waste with the most pathetic first-level talent. You will inevitably end up at the bottom of society. What do you have to be arrogant about? I reckon, when you return home today, your genius sister will likely distance herself from you, embarrassed by your disgrace. Su Qingxue continued, her gaze filled with venom as she looked at Lu Chen. The type of rich second-generation individuals like Lu Chen were the ones she despised the most. Each time she spent Lu Chen's money, she felt it was a burden she had to bear with humiliation. Though she looked down upon the wealthy, her fondness for money was undeniable. Lu Chen fell silent. Memories flooding back, he indeed had a genius sister. Awakened with a 9th-level talent, she was unparalleled. And on the day of her awakening, a natural phenomenon occurred, leading to her immediate enrollment in the Great Xia Academy. She was even hailed as the foremost prodigy of Great Xia. With such an extraordinarily gifted sister, Lu Chen had hoped that he would at least possess a 6th or 8th level talent. But alas, he was cursed with a 1st level talent. Lu Chen himself found it hard to comprehend. Seeing Lu Chen's silence, Su Qingxue grew even more agitated, mistakenly believing she had struck a nerve. "Kneel and apologize to me and Wang Qing, and perhaps we can forgive you. Go to hell," Lu Chen retorted, kicking Su Qingxue away. This shameless girl just wouldn't give up. At that moment, Wang Qing had also regained his composure and immediately unleashed his 4th level cultivation. "Lu Chen, all you have is wealth and good looks. What else do you possess? If you dare to bully Qingxue, I will teach you a lesson today." With that, Wang Qing launched an attack against Lu Chen. Wang Qing had awakened a 6th level talent and practiced a low-level mystic technique, making his strength formidable. It's over. Wang Qing is at the 4th level. Lu Chen is going to suffer. Indeed, who would have imagined that while Lu Chen's sister is the greatest prodigy of Great Xia, he himself has awakened a 1st level talent? No matter how rich he is, it is futile in the face of absolute power. Sai Wang Qing and Su Qingxue are truly shameless. It's fortunate Lu Chen awakened, otherwise who knows what these 2 leeches would have drained him of. The surrounding students could not help but voice their thoughts, convinced that Lu Chen was doomed. I could see that moment. Lu Chen also made his move, delivering a powerful punch. The force of the sun erupted, sending Wang Qing flying, crashing heavily to the ground that a pin drop could be heard in the silence that followed. Everyone fell silent, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief, their minds reeling. 4th level? When did Lu Chen also reach the 4th level? What a powerful and fierce aura. After a while, someone finally reacted, astonished. They had initially thought Lu Chen was merely at the 3rd level and would be at a disadvantage against the 4th level Wang Qing, but unexpectedly, it was Wang Qing who was sent flying by Lu Chen's punch. Lu Chen then approached Wang Qing, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, mercilessly beating him. "Die, you dog." After a brief bout of violence, Lu Chen contemplated that, following the natural course of events, this young man would undoubtedly pose a future threat and must be eliminated without delay. With this thought taking root in his mind, Lu Chen's heart turned cold, and he swung a fist towards Wang Qing's head. "Stop!" At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, accompanied by an unseen force that halted Lu Chen's fist midair. A middle-aged man stepped forward, bearing an expression of authority and indignation. "What are you doing? Do you not know that fighting is prohibited within the academy? The dean, it's Lu Chen. He's bullying us and has beaten Wang Qing to this extent. I suggest expelling Lu Chen." Upon seeing the dean arrive, Su Qingxue seized the opportunity to shift blame and quickly spoke up. Upon hearing this, the dean turned his gaze towards Lu Chen, his expression tinged with surprise. This was not typical behavior for him. "Dean, Wang Qing has awakened a 6th tier talent. If Lu Chen causes him any harm, the college entrance examination is only 3 days away. What shall we do?" Su Qingxue fanned the flames further, prompting a flicker of anger in the dean's eyes. "Lu Chen, what are you intending? This is the academy, not your playground. What right do you have to remain here in such a manner?" "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Would you care to repeat yourself?" Lu Chen turned around, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the dean. In that instant, the dean felt an unsettling chill wash over him, his imposing demeanor faltering. "If you find this position uncomfortable, you are welcome to consider a change." Lu Chen spoke coldly, his words dripping with menace. The dean suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Had he lost his mind? Lu Chen had always been gracious, but that did not imply he was easily intimidated. Moreover, the academy was partly funded by Lu Chen's family conglomerate, and even the dean's position was reliant on that support. As this realization dawned on him, a cold sweat broke out along his back. "Wang Qing, Su Qingxue, what on earth are you 2 doing? Immediately vacate my office. I expect a 10,000-word reflection to be completed before your return. Should you fail to finish it, you may as well forego the college entrance examination." Upon hearing the dean's words, Su Qingxue and Wang Qing were momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with confusion. They thought they had misheard, but the next moment, they felt the sting of the dean's slap. Simultaneously, on the balcony of a teaching building adjacent to the playground, a young woman in her 20s stood observing Lu Chen with keen interest. So, this is Lu Xinyi's younger brother of 4th tier realm. Still quite impressive. Chapter 3, is this a first-level talent? Has there been a mistake? The young woman stood atop the teaching building, her gaze fixed upon Lu Chen. Upon her arrival, she had witnessed Lu Chen decisively defeat Wang Qing with a single punch. At such a tender age, possessing the cultivation of the 4th realm is indeed commendable. Contrary to what Xinyi had described as meekness and humility, she perceived the tenacity in Lu Chen. With her discerning eye, she quickly recognized that Lu Chen had aimed to eliminate Wang Qing outright. She did not view Lu Chen as cruel. Rather, she understood that this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, where strength dictates reality. Those with tender hearts seldom thrive. However, according to Lu Chen's sister, Lu Xinyi, her brother was somewhat timid, overly modest, and possessed of a kind-hearted innocence. Yet, what she observed firsthand contradicted that notion entirely. Professor Chen, you are here. At that moment, the principal and several high-ranking officials of the academy approached, smiles adorning their faces. They had just arrived, eager to scout for promising talents. Shen Zi remarked, being a renowned mentor of the Great Xia Academy. This time, out of sheer boredom, she had accompanied Lu Xinyi to Jiangzhou, fortuitously arriving during the talent awakening. Prompting her curiosity, it is rather embarrassing to admit, but among our academy, the highest talent awakened is merely at level 6, the principal said, somewhat sheepishly. He cunningly presented Wang Qing's information, hoping that if he could catch Shen Zi's eye, it would be a notable achievement. Wang Qing? Shen Zi glanced at the document before returning it to the principal. Do you have Lu Chen's information? Upon hearing this, the principal and others were momentarily taken aback. In the past, they would have unhesitatingly provided Lu Chen's details, but now, after a brief hesitation, the principal retrieved Lu Chen's information and presented it to her. Lu Chen, 18 years old, interests, singing, dancing, basketball. First-level talent? Shen Zi stared at the information regarding Lu Chen, utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. Have you made an error? Lu Chen possesses a first-level talent? At that moment, Shen Zi was genuinely flabbergasted, rooted to the spot. There is no mistake. We have conducted numerous tests. Lu Chen indeed has a first-level talent. This result was unexpected for us as well. It seems I must engage with him further, Shen Zi declared before departing. She found it hard to fathom that Lu Chen had awakened a first-level talent, yet here he was, at the 4th realm, capable of sending another of the same realm flying with a punch. Wang Qing, as per the records, was said to have a level 6 talent, yet he paled in comparison to Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already left the school, giving little thought to Wang Qing and Su Qingxue. Congratulations, host. You have perfected the 9 Suns divine art, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Lu Chen paused for a moment, feeling a surge of strength within him. A warmth radiated from his lower abdomen, signifying that his cultivation had ascended to the late stage of the 4th realm. At this pace, by the time of the college entrance examination, I could easily ascend to the 5th realm. Gaining admission to the prestigious Daxia Academy would be a trivial matter. Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement within him, for Daxia Academy stands as the pinnacle among numerous institutions. It is undoubtedly one of the foremost academies on the entire Blue Star, a place yearned for by countless individuals. System, what must I do to acquire simplification points? At that moment, Lu Chen realized a crucial issue. His simplification points had been entirely depleted. Any further attempts at simplification would be futile. The host need only slay demons or disasters to obtain corresponding simplification points. The system's cold, mechanical voice resonated. Lu Chen nodded, yet refrained from further comment. Soon, he found himself back at home. Upon his return to the villa, Lu Xinyi, seated in a chair, spoke as soon as she saw Lu Chen enter. Beside her, Shen Zi sat, watching Lu Chen with keen interest. I heard your awakened talent is at level 1. Indeed, I've tested it several times, and it remains at level 1. My life is essentially over, Lu Chen replied directly, casually picking up an apple from the table and taking a bite. However, his face bore no trace of concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyi fell silent, and after a long pause, she inquired, So, do you wish to pursue martial arts or academic studies? Of course, martial arts. As for academics, let those who desire it pursue it. My goal is to enter Daxia Academy, Lu Chen asserted, swallowing the morsel in his mouth. Lu Xinyi fell silent again. With a level 1 talent, entering Daxia Academy seemed a mere fantasy. Pursuing martial arts was an even greater challenge. Have you thought this through? Of course. I am determined to enter Daxia Academy, but I must not fall into the hands of that mentor. What's her name? Shinzigi. Yes, that ruthless teacher. Lu Chen declared, leaving both Shinzi and Lu Xinyi momentarily speechless. Shinzi regarded Lu Chen with an icy gaze. Where did you hear about mentor Shinzi? I've heard she has a fiery temperament, is quite vicious, and employs all manners of ruthless tactics against her students. It's said she hasn't had a boyfriend to this day. Perhaps she's even an ugly hag, Lu Chen continued, unabashed. Both Shenzi and Lu Sini remained silent. Lu Chun was still chattering on, and where he had gleaned such information was of little concern to him. By the way, who is this? Lu Chen finally noticed Shenzi beside him and asked. I am your sister's friend. You may call me Sister Shan, Shenzi interjected, emphasizing the word sister rather heavily. Upon realizing she was a friend of his sister, Lu Chen merely nodded, not thinking much of it. Lu Sini sensed the tension and, fearing that Lu Chun might provoke Shenzi, promptly said, Since you have decided to pursue martial arts and enter Daxia Academy, I will do everything in my power to assist you. This is an advanced martial technique of the mysterious tier. Take it for now. I shall provide you with some cultivation resources later tonight. During the remaining time, I will guide you in your training. Regardless of the circumstances, you are my brother, and I shall support any decision you make, dear sibling. Upon receiving the martial skill, Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Lu Sini might look down upon him, deeming him a disgrace, and even severing ties with him. Yet, to his surprise, she exclaimed, I thought you would despise me. What are you saying? I am your sister. How could I ever disdain you? With your elder sister around, no one can bully you. Hearing Lu Sini's words, Lu Chen nodded, his heart swelling with emotion. This is what a normal family is like. This is what it means to have kin. Subsequently, Lu Chen found a reason to excuse himself from the conversation. Meanwhile, Shunzi could no longer contain herself. Chapter 4. Simplified Thunder Fist, Solo Trial in the Arena. Calm down, Minershin. My brother must have been misled by others. He's still just a child. Lu Sini quickly intervened, astonished that Lu Chen would utter such words and provoke a confrontation. They had not even arrived at the Great Xia Academy yet, and he had already offended one of its esteemed mentors. The crux of the matter was that Lu Chun possessed only a first-level talent, making entry into the Great Xia Academy a daunting task. Merely contemplating the situation left her feeling weary. I can tell you unequivocally that Lu Chun has no hope of entering the Great Xia Academy, so do not plead with me. Shenzi was truly agitated. What did it mean to be ugly, to be a ruthless mentor, to be unable to find a partner? In that fleeting moment, she nearly lost control and struck Lu Chun. At that moment, Lu Chun remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently offended the esteemed mentor of the Great Xia Academy. As he continued to contemplate his aspirations of entering the institution, Thunder Fist, an advanced martial technique of the mysterious tier, gazing upon the skill in his hands, Lu Chun felt a surge of joy, yet it was soon eclipsed by discomfort. He realized he could barely comprehend the technique. Was this the terrifying nature of possessing first-level talent? He subsequently tucked the skill away and departed from home, determined to devise a plan to slay a few magical beasts and earn some simplification points. Without hesitation, Lu Chun made his way to the trial arena. This was a designated space for martial practitioners to hone their skills, teeming with magical beasts. Compared to hunting beasts outside the city, the arena was undoubtedly safer. Within the trial arena, after verifying his identity and cultivation level, Lu Chen successfully entered the first-level trial arena. This was the lowest tier of trial grounds, where the most formidable magical beasts were merely at the 5th-level realm. Lu Chen felt that this arena was more suited to his current abilities, though, of course, he could not access higher-level arenas at this moment. Upon entering the arena, Lu Chen quickly spotted a magical beast, a 4th-level creature. To his astonishment, the beast charged at him. Without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed a powerful punch, infused with the essence of pure yang, severely injuring the beast. He followed up with another punch, delivering the final blow that vanquished it. Upon detecting the demise of a 4th-level realm beast, the system's cold voice echoed, and a smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips. A single 4th-level beast was worth 40 points, prompting him to quicken his pace and resume his search. Within the trial grounds, teeming with beasts, Lu Chen swiftly encountered numerous creatures. After dispatching them, he successfully accumulated a significant number of simplification points. 500 points, that should suffice for now, Lu Chen murmured before accessing the system. Initiating simplification, Thunder Fist. Simplification complete. The system's voice resonated in his mind, and a grin spread across Lu Chen's face as he thrust his fist forward. Thunder Fist Proficiency Level 1. Soon after, the system's voice chimed again in his mind. Just as I thought. Ha! Lu Chen couldn't contain his excitement. While others toiled painstakingly to hone their skills, he could simply strike with his fist. Thunder Fist Proficiency Level 1. Thunder Fist Proficiency Level 1. Thunder Fist Proficiency Level 1. Without hesitation, Lu Chen continued to unleash his punches. The system's voice now sounded particularly melodious to his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated the mid-tier martial technique to a minor achievement. At that moment, the system's tone shifted, and Lu Chen's smile widened uncontrollably. Splendid. In just a few minutes, by casually throwing a few punches, I have already brought the Thunder Fist to a minor achievement. It is noteworthy that Lu Cini, in her attempts to master this technique, had expended over half a month just to achieve the same level. In comparison to Lu Chen, her efforts were hardly comparable. That should suffice, Lu Chen declared, aware that time remained to hunt more beasts and seize the opportunity to earn additional simplification points, uncertain of when they might be needed. He then departed, plunging deeper into the fray. With the Thunder Fist at a minor achievement, Lu Chen became an unstoppable force, swiftly arriving at the entrance of a valley. This valley marked the final significant location within the trial grounds, home to a Moonshadow wolf, at the pinnacle of the fifth realm. Surrounding it were several individuals, all wary of the wolf's prowess, hesitant to act. However, Lu Chen was undeterred, boldly stepping forward, leaving onlookers in astonishment, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Inside, the Moonshadow wolf charged at him upon noticing Lu Chen. Thunder Fist. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen executed the technique, empowered by the Nine Suns' divine art, causing radiant energy to envelop his fist. Thunderous sounds echoed as he struck. A heavy thud resonated as his fist connected, followed by a mournful howl. The Moonshadow wolf collapsed to the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing to its injuries, lifeless. Thus, Lu Chen had dispatched the beast with a single punch. He chuckled softly, expressing his conviction that if he failed to gain admission to the prestigious Daxia Academy in the upcoming college entrance examination, it would indeed be unjust. However, unbeknownst to him, even before the examination commenced, he had inadvertently offended a distinguished mentor from the academy. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen departed from the location, leaving onlookers bewildered by his swift exit. They speculated that he must have encountered the Songyue Yulang and retreated in fear. Yet, moments later, they witnessed the trial arena staff dragging out the corpse of the Songyue Yulang, accompanied by a new pinnacle-level beast of the fifth realm, which was unceremoniously tossed into the arena. Wasn't the Songyue Yulang slain? Had this young man truly vanquished it? In such a brief span of time, only a few minutes. How could this be? Wasn't he merely at the fourth realm? How could he single-handedly conquer such a formidable opponent so swiftly? The crowd remained in a state of shock, their astonishment palpable. They had been lying in wait for an extended period, hesitant to act, yet Lu Chen had entered the arena and effortlessly dispatched the Songyue Yulang. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Their extensive preparation had culminated in merely watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, muttering their admiration and disbelief. Chapter 5. Do you know what it means? Answer me. Outside the trial arena, Lu Chen had arrived, and his simplified points had reached 1230, which would suffice for a considerable duration. Lu Chen, what brings you here? At that moment, a few girls entered and were taken aback upon seeing him, seemingly surprised to encounter him in such a place. Just taking a stroll? Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. You don't actually intend to enter the trial arena, do you? One plump girl suddenly seemed to have a realization and exclaimed with a hint of amusement. Lu Chen, you can't be serious about wanting to enter the trial arena. Can you? The others burst into laughter upon hearing this, fully aware that Lu Chen had awakened only the most basic first-level talent, making it a rather futile endeavor to venture into the arena. In truth, after awakening their talents, many students opted to hunt beasts in the trial arena to prepare for the examination. However, those who chose to enter typically possessed talents of at least the third level. As individuals below that threshold generally pursued academic paths, eschewing martial pursuits. Thus, seeing Lu Chen here was nothing short of shocking. They perceived him as hopelessly stubborn and arrogant. Crazy, fat-headed. Lu Chen, upon hearing their remarks, chose not to engage in pointless banter. Instead, he raised his hand, summoning a radiant force that struck the girls, sending them flying. The impact of the plump girl hitting the ground caused the earth to tremble. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. What I do is none of your business. Why are you so keen on meddling? Lu Chen scolded, noting that these individuals were also from the academy and close friends with Su Qingxue, having departed shortly after their awakening. Only aware that Lu Chen had awakened a first-level talent, they were oblivious to his decisive handling of Wang Qing and Su Qingxue. Lu Chen, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike us? Do you believe I can ensure that Qingxue never speaks to you again? Fat Pig exclaimed furiously. In the past, whenever they uttered such threats, Lu Chen would promptly apologize, displaying utmost humility. Little did they know, the Lu Chen of today was no longer the same. This fellow must have been excessively servile before. As the pure love warrior fell to the ground in response, Lu Chen replied coolly, then approached Fat Pig and delivered 2 resounding slaps, leaving her utterly bewildered. Why don't you ask Su Qingxue if she still dares to bark loudly in our presence? Is your brain so muddled with grease that it can hardly function? Lu Chen retorted coldly, rising to his feet and meticulously wiping his palms with a damp tissue, seemingly disgusted. He then tossed the wet tissue onto Fat Pig's face. This humiliation nearly drove her to the brink of fury, yet the ferocity Lu Chun had just displayed left her too intimidated to speak out, fearing he might strike again. At that moment, a staff member from the trial arena hurried over, brandishing a golden trophy inscribed with Lu Chen's name. Mr. Lu Chun, congratulations on successfully soloing the first-level trial arena. This is your trophy, along with your reward of 100 spirit stones. According to the rules, those who solo the trial arena were entitled to rewards and trophies, and their names would be displayed in the center hall of the arena, a significant honor. Naturally, Lu Sunny's name was also inscribed there, albeit with a cultivation level marked as 5th realm, while Lu Chen's was 4th realm. The distinction and prestige was palpable. Upon receiving the trophy and spirit stones, Lu Chun graciously expressed his gratitude, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. 100 spirit stones constituted a substantial resource for cultivation, something he could hardly afford to dispense casually. Speak up, Fat Pig. Do you even know what it means to enter the trial arena? Answer me. Lu Chun berated, before departing with his trophy and rewards. The trio of fat pigs was left utterly dumbfounded, sprawled on the ground as if still processing the events. Echoes of Lu Chen's stern command to answer me reverberated in their ears. Did they dare respond? They were at a loss for words. Initially, they had thought Lu Chen's venture into the trial arena would result in his humiliation. Yet who could have anticipated that he would single-handedly conquer it in such a short span? Soloing the first-level trial arena might sound simple, but it housed a peak 5th realm beast. However, the entry requirement for the first-level trial arena stipulated that only those of 5th realm and below could enter. To this day, the number of individuals capable of soloing the trial arena could be counted on one hand, as it was only open during the day and closed at night, prohibiting anyone from remaining inside. In other words, when faced with a multitude of demonic beasts, an individual must eliminate the formidable foes within the trial grounds in no more than a day's time. Under such conditions, managing to solo the trial grounds becomes an exceedingly arduous task. Is he not endowed with a first-tier awakened talent? How could he possibly accomplish this feat alone? Surely, this cannot be a mere fabrication. The central area of the trial grounds even bestowed upon him a trophy, an accolade that cannot be procured with mere currency. A few portly figures exchanged bewildered glances, their minds rendered incapable of rational thought. At that moment, among the onlookers, a girl with an icy demeanor and fair complexion appeared seemingly out of nowhere, her gaze fixed upon Lu Chen's retreating silhouette, lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, Shunzi, wandering aimlessly, found herself in the vicinity. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's departure, curiosity piqued within her, prompting Shunzi to step into the heart of the trial grounds. There, in the hall, she beheld Lu Chen's name alongside a succinct introduction. Lu Chen, male, 4th-tier realm, soloing the first-tier trial grounds. Staring at this information, Shunzi stood frozen in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. After rubbing her eyes and reconfirming the details, she pondered the implications. While one might attribute the first-tier talent to monetary investment, such remarkable achievements could hardly be fabricated. This is extraordinary, Shunzi murmured, her brow furrowing, increasingly convinced of Lu Chen's exceptional nature. He possesses secrets. If I could nurture him, perhaps he could surpass Cinny, she mused internally. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to Lu Chen's earlier remarks, inciting a flicker of annoyance upon her features. That insolent boy dares to speak ill of me before even entering the Great Xia Academy. If I do not teach him a lesson, how can I maintain my status as a gold medal mentor? Chapter 6, Peak of the 5th Tier, Perfecting the Thunder Fist. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had returned home. The sky gradually darkened as he secluded himself in his room, producing a spirit stone. System, can this facilitate my cultivation? Lu Chen inquired, recognizing the difficulty of refining it given his first-tier talent. Affirmative, commencing simplification for the host. Commencing simplification, refining spirit stone while holding it. Subsequently, 200 simplification points vanished into thin air, the system's voice resonating in his mind. Lu Chun paused momentarily, surprised that this fee surpassed the cost of simplifying techniques. Yet the efficacy was undeniable. After all, he was not short on simplification points. 200 was a reasonable expenditure. He then grasped a spirit stone in his hand, immediately feeling a surge of pure energy coursing through his being. The 9-yang divine art activated effortlessly, an immensely pleasurable sensation enveloping him. This is delightful, Lu Chen exclaimed. Who said cultivation was difficult? This is remarkably simple. A smile crept upon his lips. Within 3 minutes, the spirit stone had lost its luster, its essence entirely absorbed by Lu Chen. Typically, refining a spirit stone would require at least over an hour, even for those of considerable talent. Yet Lu Chen accomplished this in a mere 3 minutes. He had effectively condensed the process by a factor of 20. It took Lu Chen, the foremost talent of the great Xia, half an hour to refine a spirit stone. Yet, Lu Chen surpassed her by a staggering tenfold. The joy of his achievement is beyond imagination. With a smirk gracing his lips, Lu Chen casually picked up another spirit stone, exuding an air of ease and contentment. While others toil in their cultivation, Lu Chen appeared utterly unperturbed. Meanwhile, within a grand edifice of Qiqing, Lu Xini had specifically invited Shenzi for a meal. Her demeanor imbued with humility. Minter Shun, I must implore your assistance regarding my brother's situation, Lu Xini stated. Upon learning of Lu Chen's aspirations in martial arts and his desire to enroll in the Great Xia Academy, she pondered how to help him fulfill his dreams. Yet, as you are aware, his innate talent is indeed lacking, she continued. However, he is my only brother, and I must support him in his endeavors. Even if he proves unsuitable for cultivation at the Great Xia Academy and cannot advance far in martial arts, at the very least, I will have helped him realize his dreams. With my presence, no one shall dare to bully him. Lu Xini's gaze was piercing, leaving Shenzi momentarily speechless. I shall not place you in a difficult position, Minershin. When I entered the Great Xia Academy, I was promised 2 opportunities to make requests of the institution. I have utilized one, and I shall now employ the second. At her words, Shenzi looked up in astonishment, taken aback. Do you comprehend how precious this condition is? Are you certain you wish to use it in this manner? Is it truly worth it? There is no question of worth, Lu Xini replied resolutely. He is my brother, the one who stood before me to protect me in our youth. It is now my turn to shield him. In her heart, there was no debate over the matter. Lu Chen was her beloved brother. Have you ever considered the possibility that Lu Chen might actually be capable of entering the Great Xia Academy on his own merit? Shenzi interjected, almost instinctively. During their time at the academy, in the trial grounds, everything she witnessed indicated that Lu Chen was indeed extraordinary. With the 4th level of cultivation, he single-handedly conquered a 1st-level trial ground, demonstrating prowess that would allow him to gain admission to the Great Xia Academy without issue. Yet, Shenzi found herself perplexed, as the records indicated that Lu Chen possessed only a 1st-level talent. How could he achieve such feats? Or was it merely a case of 2 individuals sharing the same name? Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained in his chamber, immersed in his cultivation to the point of oblivion. With the aid of the system, he swiftly refined 100 spirit stones, elevating his cultivation from the 4th level to the pinnacle of the 5th level. He was now but a step away from the 6th level. Typically, during the awakening of one's talent, individuals begin at the 3rd or 4th level, with the 5th level being an exceedingly rare occurrence. During the Gaokao, the 5th realm was exceedingly rare, and the 6th realm was virtually non-existent. Yet, within less than a day of awakening his innate talent, Lu Chen had ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th realm. He even believed that if he were to procure some spirit stones, he could directly enter the 6th realm by tonight. However, Lu Chen dismissed this notion, recognizing the necessity of rest. After all, he was human, not a beast of burden, and could not endlessly toil at his cultivation system. Will my rapid advancement in cultivation lead to an unstable foundation? Yes. Then how can I refine my foundation? Suddenly struck by this question, Lu Chen hurriedly inquired. As a well-versed transmigrator familiar with web literature, he understood all too well that swift ascension could indeed jeopardize one's foundation. Cultivation resembled constructing a building. Without a stable foundation, erecting towering structures would be futile. Initiating simplification for the host, refined foundation through meditation and sleep, the system's voice resonated in his mind, leaving Lu Chen momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Isn't this the way? Is this truly how one cultivates? He yearned to strive harder. Yet the harsh realities of life relentlessly battered his noble character. Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly, a grin stretching from ear to ear. This is indeed the essence of cultivation. No doubt about it. With that, Lu Chen reclined on his bed and succumbed to slumber. Foundation refining 1. Foundation refining 1. Foundation refining 1. While Lu Chen slumbered, his martial foundation underwent a profound transformation. After a night's rest, he awoke to a palpable change within his body. His cultivation had solidified to an astonishing degree. Good heavens, how marvelous! Lu Chen could not suppress his laughter. This was what true cultivation entailed. With only 2 days remaining, it was time to prepare. He mused, then stood beneath the sun, basking in its warmth while delivering punch after punch. Thunder Fist Proficiency 1. Thunder Fist Proficiency 1. Thunder Fist Mastery. Thunder Fist Perfection. Voices echoed in his mind, and as he soaked in the sunlight, his 9 sons' divine skill activated autonomously, facilitating his cultivation. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lu Xini was taken aback to see Lu Chen practicing so early. It seems Xiao Chun is truly eager to pursue the martial path, becoming so diligent in his training. As his elder sister, I must support him. Gazing down at Lu Chun, her resolve strengthened. She was determined to ensure he gained admission to the Daxia Academy. Chapter 7. The Gaokao begins. Someone has come to eliminate you. 2 days swiftly passed, and a day marked the beginning of the Gaokao. Lu Chun had long since chosen the martial path and successfully registered for it. Although he faced resistance and persuasion from the Academy's instructors, who deemed him to possess first-rate talent and believed he should enroll in the literary studies, Lu Chun remained resolute in his decision to pursue martial arts. Eventually, the teachers relented and permitted his enrollment. Sister Shin, are you also heading to the examination hall? Upon seeing Shinzi emerge, Lu Chun instinctively inquired. With nothing else to do, I thought I might as well join in the fun. Your sister had matters to attend to at the academy yesterday and returned early, so I took her place to observe your assessment. Shinzi casually remarked, feeling increasingly exasperated by Lu Chun's antics over the past few days. Whenever she recalled his taunt, calling her an ugly monster unable to find a boyfriend, she nearly lost her composure, contemplating retribution against him. Lu Chun nodded, and the two proceeded towards the examination venue. You little rascal, once today's test concludes, I shall thoroughly deal with you, Shinzi scribbled in her letter. After the college entrance examination, mentors from various institutes would come to recruit students, and she couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Lu Chun's expression upon discovering her identity as the formidable exterminator. Soon, they arrived at the examination site, a ruined city that had been transformed into a paradise for demonic beasts following their invasion. After extensive renovations, it became the designated location for Jiangzhou students to undertake their entrance examination. The rules of the examination were reiterated. Various demonic beasts and even disasters lurked within the venue, and participants were required to venture forth, slaying these beasts to accumulate points. The wristbands you currently wear will tally the points based on the beasts you defeat. A score above 400 grants you a chance to enter university, 600 for a prestigious institution, and a score exceeding 700 is necessary to gain admission to the Great Xia Academy. Furthermore, those who rank within the top 50 will receive rewards such as spirit stones, while the top 10 will be awarded a volume of yellow-grade martial skills. And the top 3 may acquire profound-grade martial techniques, with the title of Jiangzhou Champion offering a chance to obtain a volume of earth-grade martial skills. The Academy's mentor reiterated these points tirelessly, emphasizing the importance of this moment after 3 years of relentless effort. The examination spans 3 days, during which your safety will be ensured. However, should you be vanquished by a demonic beast or another contestant, your examination will conclude. Standing amidst the crowd, Lu Chun was already well acquainted with these details, finding them remarkably similar to his previous life, albeit with some alterations in the content of the assessment. Then, the gates of the city ahead swung open, revealing armored soldiers, and the roars of demonic beasts echoed forth. Lu Chun could even see the emergence of these creatures, with the contestants eagerly rushing inside. Once all participants had entered, the gates were closed once more. As Lu Chun traversed the desolate and crumbling streets, he observed that the city had long been overrun by demonic beasts, reduced to rubble. At that moment, a Tier 3 demonic beast appeared before him, its crimson eyes fixed on Lu Chun, letting out a roar as it charged towards him. Lu Chun remained unfazed. Only when the beast was upon him did he strike, delivering a powerful punch. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated, and the demonic beast was sent flying, rolling several times before crashing into a stone, ultimately ceasing all signs of life. Lu Chun stepped forward, directing his wristband towards the beast. With a crisp sound, a number 3 appeared on his device. A mere 3 points, accumulating over 700 would prove to be quite a formidable challenge. Lu Chun mused, continuing his advance. At that moment, a figure materialized before him. Lu Chun, what compels a mere first-level talent like you to participate in the martial arts examination? The figure sneered. Who the hell are you to concern yourself with my affairs? Lu Chun retorted, detecting the malice in the tone. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that someone has paid me to ensure you are expelled at the onset of the examination. The young man replied coldly, revealing his 4th-stage cultivation and a 5th-level talent. Upon learning that Lu Chun possessed only a 1st-level talent, he eagerly accepted the task. It must be Wang Qing who sent you, Lu Chun deduced, a cold smile forming on his lips. In the past, within the confines of the academy, he had spared Wang Qing due to the presence of teachers who would impose significant consequences for public acts of violence. However, the martial arts assessment was an entirely different matter. Lu Chun had no intention of allowing Wang Qing to leave unscathed. Yet he had not anticipated that this insufferable wretch would attempt to provoke him prematurely. How do you know? No, wait, what Wang Qing? I do not comprehend your words. The young man faltered, bewildered that Chen had accurately guessed his employer's identity, despite his own silence. As a competent assassin, he prided himself on maintaining discretion regarding his clients. You truly believe yourself clever, Chen remarked with a smile, then swiftly took action, for time was of the essence. And he had no desire to engage in idle banter with this self-proclaimed genius. Taken aback by Chen's boldness, the young man felt a surge of anger. You audacious brat! With your trifling first-level talent in third-stage cultivation, you dare to strike at me? You possess some gall. He charged forward, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, their fists collided with a resounding thud. The young man's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force coursing through his arm, causing excruciating pain. That very power surged towards his body, and within a heartbeat, he felt as if struck by a freight train, losing control and hurtling backward until he crashed heavily to the ground. After rolling several times, he finally came to a halt, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Terror filled his eyes, disbelief etched upon his features. As a competent assassin, do you not conduct due diligence on your targets while executing your tasks? Did your employer, Wang Qing, not inform you of my true strength? Are you unaware of how I reduced him to a mere wretch? Chen stated coolly, now standing before the young man. He removed the wristband from the boy's wrist and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Nonetheless, I still believe you deserve to perish, Chen declared, landing a powerful punch upon the young man's head. The immense force caused blood to erupt from his orifices, extinguishing his life in an instant. If I were to lack my current strength, I would surely be eliminated by you, and my life would be deemed ruined. You earned such ill-gotten gains, and you deserve it. Chapter 8. Encountering a stalemate. How to proceed. After slaying this young man, Chen muttered curses, yet he felt a twinge of discomfort. A slight urge to retch. After all, this was his first act of killing since his arrival in this world. It was unlike slaying a beast. However, Chen was acutely aware that he could not afford to leave himself vulnerable. Softness in this realm would lead to his demise. Once he adjusted his mindset, Chen swiftly departed from the scene. Shortly after his exit, enforcers of order arrived, contemplating the lifeless body before them. What to do? What shall we do? Let us handle it grandly, the leader commanded, instructing that the body be removed. There were indeed no regulations in this examination that forbade killing. Thus Chen's act did not violate any rules, though it was undeniably ruthless. Meanwhile, on one side of the examination grounds, Wang Qing and Su Qingxue walked together. Brother Wang, I heard Chen has entered as well. I know. I've already paid someone to deal with him. Of course, it may not guarantee his elimination, but I have contacted young Master Bai from the Bai family, who holds me in high regard and has promised to assist me in eliminating Chen. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing spoke directly, having already gauged Chen's strength after receiving a thrashing from him. He was uncertain if he could best Chen. It was merely an endeavor to annoy Chen. He had allied himself with the young master of the Bai family, which gave him the audacity to target Chen. In this examination, I am determined to eliminate that insufferable brat Chen, Wang Qing declared coldly, to which Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. These past 3 years alongside Chen have been filled with grievances. What is he, other than a little wealth and better looks than you? Besides that, what else does he possess? Each time I spend his money, I feel a sense of humiliation. I have long endured enough. It is only towards you that I am sincere. Hearing Su Qingxue's words, Wang Qing fell silent. Her words struck a chord, as Su Qingxue leaned closer to him. A look of disdain briefly crossed Wang Qing's face before vanishing. From the very beginning, he had merely been exploiting Su Qingxue. A shameless creature, he held her in contempt, only recognizing her as a means to secure benefits from Chen, which he would then claim entirely for himself. Otherwise, a person like Su Qingxue, no better than those standing at the alleyway or beneath the streetlights at night, was utterly cheap, yet she prided herself on her arrogance. He could not fathom her misplaced confidence, and merely the sight of her disgusted him. Yet he had no choice. He was truly bearing the humiliation. What surprised him further was that this foolish girl had directly ended her relationship with Chen. Did she not realize that Chen was her source of strength? All right. Let us leave quickly and find young Master Bai. Wang Qing suppressed his disdain and led Su Qingxue away. At this moment, Chen was already in search of beasts, and his score had soared to 97. How little time had passed since entering the examination grounds. At this pace, within a single day, Chen could amass over 200 points, perhaps even nearing 300. At that moment, a pack of black wolf demons, numbering around 20, emerged before him. Among them, the Wolf King possessed a formidable cultivation level of the 6th realm, a presence that could be considered a dominant force within the examination grounds. Most students would simply resign themselves to such an encounter. However, excitement flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. To him, this was not merely about points, but rather a chance to simplify his journey. His innate talent had allowed him to evolve to this stage in such a short time, a feat made possible by the system's assistance. With determination, Lu Chen clenched his fists, electric sparks crackling around him, radiating an immense power. Before the Black Wolves could make a move, he took the initiative, charging forward with resolve. Empowered by the 9-Yang divine art, his thunder fist unleashed tremendous force. With a single, devastating punch, he felled one of the wolf demons instantly. The remaining Black Wolves, taken aback by such audacity, rushed toward him, seemingly bewildered by his boldness, as if he were directly challenging them. A multitude of Black Wolves surged forward, but Lu Chen executed his thunder fist with exceptional fluidity. Having reached a consummate level of mastery, each punch resonated like thunder. One after another, Lu Chen struck with fervor, systematically annihilating the Black Wolf demons until only the Wolf King remained. At that moment, the Wolf King was left in a daze, its gaze becoming markedly clearer. Had it unwittingly reduced itself to a solitary figure? After painstakingly building its forces, it was effortlessly slaughtered by Lu Chen? Was he using cheats? The Wolf King was bewildered. Faced with such a formidable opponent, how could it possibly contend? Who could have foretold that a sixth realm beast would find itself overmatched by Lu Chen, a mere human? The Wolf King was incredulous. Who among the fifth realm possessed such strength, delivering one punch after another? Realizing the dire situation, the Wolf King turned to flee. With its subordinates defeated, it understood it could not withstand Lu Chen's might. Yet, Lu Chen would not grant it such an escape. Grasping the Wolf King's tail, he forcefully dragged it back. "Where do you think you're going, little treasure?" Lu Chen cackled, lifting the Wolf King and slamming it to the ground repeatedly, shattering its bones. On the brink of collapse, Lu Chen wasted no time and swiftly executed the Wolf King. He then collected his points, 75. The total contribution from the Black Wolf demons amounted to 75 points. Though not an excessive sum, it was still commendable. After all, even a sixth realm Wolf King contributed merely 6 points. While many were still languishing in the single digits, Lu Chen had surged ahead, accumulating points in the tens. The rate of his progress was truly terrifying, bringing his total score to 172. Simultaneously, Lu Chen received another 1,720 simplified points. At present, he has accumulated over 2,000 simplified points. In the examination center, a colossal screen displays a leaderboard, dynamically updating with the names of the candidates followed by their scores. The teachers from Qingqing First High School are intently gazing at the list, hoping to catch a glimpse of their school's name. Yet after a prolonged search, they fail to spot any. Shenzi is also on the lookout for Lu Chen's name, her curiosity about him piqued. Suddenly, a name surges onto the leaderboard, instantly securing a position within the top 50. Lu Chen, Qingqing First High School, score 172. The moment this name appears, the surrounding crowd falls silent. Chapter 9. Is spending money even this easy? Lu Chen. Upon seeing this name, the teachers from Qingqing First High School are taken aback, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They initially suspect they must be mistaken, but after a thorough examination, they confirm its authenticity. It is indeed Lu Chen from Qingqing First High School. Had it not been for the inclusion of these words, they would have thought it a mere coincidence of names. How could this be possible? Lu Chen is merely a person who has awakened a level 1 talent. How could he amass such a score in such a short time? They had considered the possibility of it being Wang Qing or someone else, but never anticipated it would be Lu Chen. This sensation resembles that of the student who typically ranks last in class suddenly ascending to the top of the grade. Were it not for the strict nature of the examination, they might even suspect Lu Chen had resorted to cheating or some form of monetary influence. Ah, Lu Chen, I am eager to see what remarkable surprises you will bring me. Shenzi stands on the podium, momentarily stunned upon seeing Lu Chen's name, before quietly murmuring. She begins to question Lu Chen's talent, wondering if it might not truly be level 1. After all, has there ever been anyone with a level 1 talent exhibiting such strength? Cinny, your brother certainly does not require your assistance in paving his path. Shenzi reflects inwardly, recognizing that with the power Lu Chen has displayed, he no longer needs Lu Curson to carve a way for him. Other university admissions officers also take note of Lu Chen's name, contemplating their strategies. To achieve such a score in such a brief period indicates an extraordinary talent and strength that must be secured for their institution. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, amidst the examination hall, after collecting the scores from the wolf demons, ventures deeper into the venue. However, he has not traversed far before encountering Wang Qing and his companions. Wang Qing, with a frosty demeanor, glares at Lu Chen, while Su Qingxue wears a look of resentment, seemingly regarding Lu Chen as an adversary. Two others stand beside them, both at the 5th level. Lu Chen, Finally found you. Are you seeking to claim me as your father? Chen retorts with an unrefined insult, prioritizing enjoyment over decorum. Finding a certain thrill in embracing a life devoid of scruples. Wang Qing is momentarily bewildered, having said nothing yet receiving a verbal onslaught. Chen, today shall be your demise. Upon realizing the situation, Wang Qing's anger intensified, and he exclaimed furiously, wishing he could tear Chen to shreds. However, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Chen. Enough already. Can you not be so predictable? I was just worried I wouldn't find you. But now that you're here, let's settle the score. Chen declared, tightening his fists. Who do you think you are? Just a first-tier awakened individual. So what if you're at the 4th realm? These two are at the 5th realm, can you withstand them? Wang Qing retorted, his eyes filled with malice. Chen was taken aback. 5th realm practitioners were rare in the examination arena, yet this despicable person had managed to find two to target him. Undoubtedly, at a considerable cost. Are you alright? Can you hold it together? Will it fall out? Chen asked seriously, gazing at Wang Qing. Wang Qing looked perplexed, failing to grasp Chen's meaning. What do you mean? Did you not offer up your own backside? Chen responded, leaving Wang Qing momentarily stunned. It didn't take long for Wang Qing to react, seething with rage. Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not that kind of person. His voice became shrill with indignation. Su Qingxue paused, her mind racing with questions. How could someone of Wang Qing's humble origins have caught Bai Xiao's attention and secured his assistance? The thought made her feel a wave of revulsion. The two 5th realm candidates fell silent, instinctively glancing at Wang Qing's posterior, which was, indeed, quite pronounced, having accompanied Bai Xiao for some time. They knew he was not one to pursue women. Could it be that Wang Qing was indeed the fabled big sister? They gasped at the realization. Had it not been for Chen's comment, they would never have considered such a possibility. Stop looking at me with those eyes. I am not a troublemaker. Quit staring and let me deal with Chen. Wang Qing was unsettled by their gazes, recalling the lengths he had gone to gain Bai Xiao's support that fateful night. He had not anticipated that Bai Xiao would genuinely back him. If he could, Wang Qing would have preferred to wield a knife that night. At this moment, he felt utterly exposed. Su Qingxue remained silent, finally understanding the foul taste she had detected. The two 5th realm candidates swiftly attacked, charging at Chen. How dare you offend our big sister? You're quite bold. Wang Qing yelled in fury. Who the hell is your big sister? I'll tear your mouth apart. The term big sister further unraveled Wang Qing's composure. Right, big sister. The two assailants quickly echoed. Chen, realizing something, was astonished. He had merely made a flippant remark, yet it had struck a chord. In an instant, Chen felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He had not expected Wang Qing to be so compromised. Thunderclap fist. While enjoying the spectacle, Chen knew he had to eliminate them first. He unleashed a powerful punch, channeling immense strength into it. The sound of thunder reverberated as a fist descended, sending a peak 5th realm cultivator flying. How could this be? The other 5th realm cultivator was equally bewildered, his face a mask of disbelief. Wasn't it said that Chen was merely a 4th realm cultivator? How had he suddenly ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th realm, mastering such formidable martial arts? Was this some kind of act? I wasn't even vying for favor. This fellow cursed in frustration, lamenting that Wang Qing was truly despicable. It was promised that Chen was a 4th realm cultivator, and now he had transformed into a 5th realm peak. And they called him a first-tier talent? What kind of first-tier talent could reach the pinnacle of the 5th realm in such a short time? Meanwhile, Chen remained unfazed, delivering another punch that sent this 5th realm cultivator away. Wang Qing stood in shock, rooted to the spot, his expression one of astonishment and incredulity. Just 3 days prior, Chen had been a mere 3rd realm cultivator, having awakened a first-tier talent, and now, inexplicably, he had become a 4th realm cultivator. As if that were not enough. In just 3 days, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th realm, mastering such a powerful martial art. This was beyond mere wealth. The expenditure of resources could not account for such rapid advancement. Chapter 10. I suspect this kid has a psychological disorder. Wang Qing was genuinely taken aback, filled with horror, and even a semblance of fear flickered in his eyes. When he felt Chen's gaze upon him, panic began to set in. Su Qingxue was also stunned, her face reflecting utter disbelief. How could this be? What on earth was happening? Chen, a mere first-tier talent awakened with the most inferior ability, had now reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm. Even with abundant cultivation resources, Chen's progress should not have been so swift. She possessed a 5th-tier talent, while Wang Qing had a 6th tier. Yet, despite 3 days having passed since their awakening, neither had made any breakthroughs. This was simply outrageous. Disregarding their astonished gazes, Chen approached Wang Qing, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Wang Qing attempted to resist, but his fourth realm cultivation was utterly insufficient against Lu Chen. Defeated with overwhelming force, he lay on the ground, his face swollen and bruised. Subsequently, Lu Chen struck again, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Wang Qing. Feeling the murderous intent from Lu Chen, Wang Qing panicked, scrambling to evade. Yet, he soon found himself on the receiving end of Lu Chen's kick. The tremendous force impacting his chest and sending him hurtling away. Behind him was a withered tree stump, no thicker than an infant's arm. By unfortunate coincidence, Wang Qing landed squarely upon it. In an instant, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, the familiar sensation triggering memories of past humiliations. What had yet to heal was now compounded with further injury. This was not merely a physical torment. It was a profound psychological anguish. Lu Chen, you scoundrel. How could you humiliate me so? At that moment, Wang Qing truly broke down, tears streaming down his face. I sincerely apologize. I had not anticipated that my actions would humiliate you. Lu Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness. He truly did not intend for this to happen. Nor could he have foreseen such a coincidence. He even noticed blood trickling down from the decaying stump. Without hesitation, Lu Chen acted again. I am a person under young Master Bai. If you kill me, he will not let you off. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused momentarily before responding. Who is this young Master Bai? I have never heard of him. In the next instant, Lu Chen's fist landed mercilessly on Wang Qing's head, extinguishing his life. Following Wang Qing's demise, the discomfort within Lu Chen lessened, as if he were beginning to accept and acclimatize to the situation. He then turned his gaze towards Su Qingxue, who stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless. Only now did she realize that Lu Chen was no longer the same person he once was. Chenggu, spare me. I will no longer engage with other men. I will faithfully remain by your side. You can do whatever you wish. I will belong to you from now on. I have always loved you. It was Wang Qing who coveted my beauty and coerced me. My heart has always been with you. Do you not possess a mirror? Lu Chen interrupted her, stating bluntly. Indeed, Su Qingxue's appearance was quite commendable, yet it did not reach the realm of breathtaking beauty. She could only be deemed average. Lu Chen himself was baffled as to why the original owner of this body would be infatuated with someone of her caliber. Su Qingxue remained stupefied for a while before grasping the meaning behind Lu Chen's words, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. In the past, she would have demanded an explanation from Lu Chen. However, now she dared not speak, hoping only that Lu Chen would spare her based on their past connection. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Chen's fist descended. Like a torrential downpour, the strikes rained down relentlessly. Even an elephant could not withstand such force. Once Su Qingxue lay lifeless, Lu Chen wiped his hands and exhaled a sigh of relief. Comforting, he murmured softly, then glanced at Wang Qing's corpse, making no effort to remove it. Consider yourself fortunate. You died in pleasure. With that, Lu Chen departed from the scene. Shortly after his departure, those tasked with maintaining order arrived, falling silent at the sight of such carnage. Boss, shall we make a grand report? What nonsense. Report it. This fellow is exceedingly ruthless. I question whether he harbors a twisted mind or some form of psychopathy. The captain spoke softly. Having maintained examination order for many years, he had never encountered someone so callous and ruthless. And yet he is just a student, striking with such ferocity. Indeed, this individual possessed an unsettling aura, exhibiting signs of a psychological imbalance. Others, upon witnessing Wang Qing's demise, expressed their discomfort, questioning what sort of deviant could commit such an act. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had long since vanished from sight. As for Wang Qing's mention of young Master Bai, he dismissed it entirely. After slaying numerous beasts, Lu Chen's score had risen to 239 points. At this moment, the sky gradually dimmed. Lu Chen found a house that appeared somewhat passable and entered, making his way directly to the basement where he sealed the entrance. Only then did he sit down to rest, taking out the provisions he had brought with him to nibble on. The examination spanned 3 days. And this was merely the first day. If he did not rest adequately, he would surely struggle in the subsequent days. System. Is there anything else I can simplify at this point? Lu Chen inquired, as both his cultivation techniques and martial skills had reached perfection. And he had no spiritual stones left for further cultivation, while his simplification points had approached 3,000. The host may choose to upgrade the cultivation technique at the cost of 2,500 simplification points, which would elevate the Nine Suns divine skill to a high tier of the earth grade. Upon hearing the cold, mechanical voice, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wait a minute, you're a simplification system, and yet you possess such capabilities? You've already gained an advantage. Why concern yourself with this? You can accept the existence of the system, yet not my capabilities? There was a certain logic to that. Lu Chen found it quite reasonable. Unable to discern any points of rebuttal. Then let's do it. Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded the Nine Suns Divine skill to a high tier of the Earth grade. Current proficiency has reverted to great success. Immediately, a voice echoed in his mind, and Lu Chen's proficiency in the Nine Suns Divine skill diminished to great success. However, he was willing to accept this change, as he could simply bask in the sun after its rise tomorrow. What Lu Chen failed to notice was that upon entering this place, a pair of eyes in the darkness were fixed intently upon him. Chapter 11. Does Calamity wear this too? Or lace? Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, in the depths of darkness, a pair of eyes was watching him intently. He remained immersed in the exhilaration of enhancing the Nine Suns Divine skill. A scroll of high-tier Earth-grade cultivation technique was exceedingly precious for his family. It is no exaggeration to say that the emergence of a high-tier Earth-grade technique would send shockwaves through the martial artists of Jiangzhou, inciting madness and competition. Yet, Lu Chen had acquired it, and the key was that his method of cultivation was astonishingly simple. While others toiled like beasts, Lu Chen merely sat under the sun. Something felt amiss. Why did he sense an unusual aura surrounding him? At that moment, Lu Chen's instincts heightened. Unsure if it was due to the enhancement of the Nine Suns Divine skill, he suddenly recognized the anomaly. This aura was extraordinarily sinister and contrary to his Nine Suns Divine skill. Could this aura be Calamity? The thought struck Lu Chen suddenly. This world harbored not only demons and monsters, but also calamities. This was the most terrifying existence of all. In an instant, Lu Chen's hair stood on end. His heart raced, and he clenched his fists, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared. Die! Lu Chen unleashed his attack. His fist imbued with the power of utmost yang, crackling with lightning. He poured all his strength into this strike, holding nothing back. The figure before him reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly attempting to defend, yet still could not withstand the terrifying force of Lu Chen's blow. He was sent flying by a single punch. In the depths of darkness, a figure crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Lu Chen was acutely aware that this calamity would not perish so easily. Without hesitation, he launched himself into action, attacking fiercely. In the shadows, Luo Fanning lay on the ground, her vitality surging tumultuously, feeling as though she might fall apart. She had sought refuge in this sanctuary. Yet who could have predicted that mere moments after resting, Lu Chen would arrive? Considering they were both candidates, and witnessing Lu Chen in the midst of his cultivation, she chose not to disturb him. It was only when Lu Chen concluded his practice and she sensed an unusual aura surrounding them, realizing that the calamity had emerged, that she intended to alert him and join forces to fend off the threat. However, before she could utter a word, she was struck by Lu Chen's fist. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she might have been dealt a fatal blow. Seeing Lu Chen advancing once more, Luo Fanning was about to speak. But the turmoil within her body left her breathless, rendering her voiceless. Lu Chen was already upon her. With no other option, she hastily defended herself, intercepting his attack. Yet, Lu Chen seemed to have gone into a frenzy, his strikes growing even more relentless, his fist crackling with electricity. I'll see if you survive this. With the intensity of his assault escalating, Luo Fanning doubted her ability to withstand it. Cursing under her breath, she swiftly turned to flee. With his attack missing its mark, Lu Chen decisively pursued, intent on capturing this calamity and obliterating it completely. In the darkness, the sound of fabric ripping echoed, accompanied by a girl's piercing scream. Tinged with a mix of indignation and fury, the shadow retaliated with a punch, forcing Lu Chen back, and then vanished from sight. Standing still, Lu Chen did not pursue. His expression was grave, tinged with confusion. Does even the calamity wear this? Is it lace? He murmured, sensing something amiss, though unable to pinpoint it. The fragrance wafted towards him, and instinctively, he brought it closer to his nose, quickly feeling a surge of guilt. I truly am a pervert, he thought, tossing it aside. Just as he settled down to rest, the malevolent aura re-emerged, stronger than before. Lu Chen abruptly looked up to see a shadow materializing in the corner. Aren't you supposed to have left? I just got here. The calamity, taken aback by Lu Chen's words, instinctively responded. Typically, when confronted by such a threat, individuals are engulfed by panic and fear, yet here was Lu Chen, posing a question. After the exchange, both fell into silence. The calamity pondered, why should I answer him? I'm here to eliminate this wretch. Lu Chen countered, you just arrived? Then who was that in the lace outfit earlier? Without further deliberation, Lu Chen charged forward. Enraged, the calamity felt insulted. This damned creature dares to humiliate me. As a calamity of the 6th level, it was fortunate that it could withstand the onslaught. Lu Chen quietly mused, having discerned that the calamity's cultivation was at the 6th level, which was not particularly formidable. Certainly, this is also due to Lu Chen's formidable strength. Had any other students encountered him, they would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed on the spot. Thunderous fist. Lu Chen bellowed, delivering a powerful punch infused with the indomitable force of the Nine Suns' divine skill, which naturally countered the Calamity. The Calamity surged forward, only to be met with an immense force crashing against its chest, as if it were about to be penetrated. Its own power dissipated instantaneously, sending its body spiraling out of control. Before it could catch its breath, Lu Chen had already lunged forward, striking its head with another devastating blow. In that instant, the Calamity was vanquished. A new number appeared on Lu Chen's wristband. However, he had no time to dwell on that. As he examined the Calamity's body, he discovered it was devoid of any possessions, not even clothing. Its appearance was peculiar, entirely different from the previous one. At this moment, Lu Chen fell into contemplation, reflecting on the object he had clutched moments ago. This meant that, in truth, Lu Chen dared not ponder further. Fortunately, in this pitch darkness, the other party should remain oblivious to his identity. Yet, he soon recalled something. Picking up the item he had torn away and hesitating for a moment before hanging it in a conspicuous spot. With 2 days left until the exam, it would indeed be uncomfortable not to wear it. Better to have it than to be without it, Lu Chen mused, convinced that the individual would surely return to seek it out. He placed it where it could be easily seen. Subsequently, Lu Chen took a deep breath, resolved to rest well and leave early the following morning to avoid any awkward encounters. Meanwhile, outside, in the darkness, Luo Fanning paused her steps, exhaling in relief only after confirming Lu Chen had not pursued her. However, the chill of the night air seeped through, igniting her with a sudden fury. Lu Chen, I shall remember you. This grudge will be repaid 100-fold, Luo Fanning declared coldly, the pale moonlight illuminating her exquisite face, which was undeniably marked by a mixture of shame and anger as she cast a lingering glance in Lu Chen's direction before vanishing into the night. Chapter 12. The Massacre of Beasts. What a nightmare. After a long night, Lu Chen awoke early, stealthily departing the area. He was genuinely concerned about the possibility of running into someone who might recognize him, which would undoubtedly lead to an embarrassing situation. If he were mistaken for a pervert, there would be no way to explain. It was only after Lu Chen had left that Luo Fanning made her appearance. Once she confirmed that he was far gone, she cautiously entered the space. However, the scene before her ignited a wildfire of rage in her heart, compelling her to wish to exact revenge on Lu Chen immediately. Gazing at the object prominently displayed in the open along with the message he had left, she nearly choked on her fury. Suggestion, by something of better quality. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Luo Fanning stepped forward, humiliated, and took it down, ensuring there was nothing inappropriate before she finally left the area. At this moment, Lu Chen had already ventured deep into the examination grounds. Having vanquished a 6-tier Calamity beast the previous night, he had amassed a commendable score of 245 points. While this was indeed impressive, it was far from satisfactory for Lu Chen. His ambition was to gain entry into the prestigious Great Xia Academy, an institution that required a score exceeding 700 for eligibility. Although he possessed the potential to achieve such a score, a critical factor loomed over him. His talent was rated at a mere level 1. This created an air of uncertainty. He could not ascertain whether the mentors of the Great Xia Academy would still consider him upon witnessing his lackluster talent rating. Thus, he resolved to accumulate as many points as possible. At that moment, a multitude of beasts materialized before Lu Chen, their numbers easily surpassing 30. Among them, the most formidable was a 7-tier beast, accompanied by 4 others of the 6-tier variety. Faced with such a daunting lineup, Lu Chen found himself momentarily stunned, uncertain whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, not far from his position, order maintainers had appeared, their gazes sharp and discerning. Boss, the higher-ups have mandated that we ensure Lu Chen's safety. Given the current situation, should we intervene or hold back? One of them inquired, hesitating. Let us observe for now. The directive is to safeguard Lu Chen, but it does not explicitly state that we must engage with the beasts. We are to protect him while he is taking the exam, the team leader replied, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen, yet already prepared for battle. He did not believe Lu Chen could withstand the onslaught of so many beasts. While he recognized Lu Chen's formidable strength, it was still limited to the 5th tier, and among the beasts were several of the 5th tier, along with 4 6-tier and 1 7-tier beast. For a typical candidate, this scenario would be tantamount to certain defeat. Survival would be their only option. The team leader's gaze was piercing, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. There existed an unwritten rule during examinations. When candidates approached the top 100 ranks, order maintainers would covertly protect them. Those who could attain such high scores on the first day were undoubtedly prodigies. Should they suffer a tragic misfortune and perish during the exam, it would constitute a significant loss. At that moment, The beasts began their assault, charging towards Lu Chen. He remained silent, meeting them head-on with a decisive punch. As the sun rose, its rays cascaded upon him. Proficiency in 9 Yang Divine Skill. Level 1. Proficiency in 9 Yang Divine Skill. Level 1. Proficiency in 9 Yang Divine Skill. Level 1. In an instant, a series of resonant sounds echoed in his mind. Lu Chen's proficiency in the 9 Yang Divine Skill had ascended to a high level within the Earth tier, a technique that was exceedingly rare and precious throughout the Great Xia. After all, ascending further leads to the Celestial tier, a level that perhaps only exists within the esteemed martial families or hidden sections. Thus, the high tier of the earthly realm can be regarded as the pinnacle accessible to the common individual, just embarking on the path of martial arts. One encounters a ceiling that others may spend their entire lives striving to reach, a disparity profound enough to induce a sense of despair among all the candidates in the examination hall. Without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed the thunderstorm fist, his fists radiating with brilliance, delivering powerful strikes one after another. The demonic beasts approaching him were scarcely able to reach him before being sent flying by his blows. Mastery of the thunderstorm fist had long been achieved, and Lu Chen wielded it with unparalleled finesse, reaching a level of consummate skill. Who on earth is this young man? What accounts for his terrifying prowess? The martial techniques he employed were undoubtedly at the profound tier, and from his execution, it was clear he had cultivated them to a stage of great accomplishment. Goodness, is he truly human? His sister, Lu Xini, is renowned as the foremost prodigy of the Great Xia, yet I cannot shake the feeling that this young man is even more formidable than she. The onlookers hidden in the shadows were utterly astonished, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. A multitude of demonic beasts failed to even approach Lu Chen, all falling victim to his relentless assault. With each punch, a thunderous sound erupted, showcasing his mastery of both offense and defense. Such power could not possibly emanate from one in the fifth realm. Soon, the ground around Lu Chen was strewn with the carcasses of beasts, leaving only a solitary seventh realm creature before him, its eyes betraying a hint of panic. Who wouldn't he be alarmed? Accompanied by a throng of lesser beasts, it had considered itself a dominant force within this examination hall. Encountering a lone opponent, merely at the fifth realm, it had anticipated an easy victory, a chance to enhance its meal. Yet, the reality was laughable, as the beasts found themselves in disbelief. How to combat this? How to engage? This was akin to facing an insurmountable wall. As Lu Chen advanced, an unsettling excitement glinted in his eyes, a look far removed from that of a typical individual. However, the demonic beast did not remain passive, it charged forward. Yet, its attacks were brutally countered by Lu Chen, whose overwhelming strength sent it hurtling away uncontrollably. Lying on the ground, the beast's eyes reflected a sense of resignation. It had exerted all its effort, sustaining grievous injuries with no means to retaliate. Lu Chen, of course, would not let it escape. He acted swiftly, extinguishing the beast's life. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have perfected the 9 Suns divine art. As the voice echoed, Lu Chen felt a surge of power erupting within him, a sensation of burgeoning strength. To his astonishment, he directly broke through to the 6th realm. How could this happen so swiftly? Why wasn't he even prepared for such a leap? Lu Chen spread his hands, indicating his utter lack of preparation. How could he possibly break through like this? Alas, they all say I possess a mere level 1 talent, yet here I stand, nearly invincible in the examination hall. Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, embodying the solitude of invincibility. At that moment, a crisp applause echoed, instantly alerting Lu Chen. It was truly unexpected. You single-handedly vanquished so many beastly creatures. Such prowess is indeed astonishing. A white-haired youth emerged, his skin pale and his demeanor lethargic. However, you may leave now. I shall claim these beasts for myself, the white-haired youth declared, as 6 figures stepped forth behind him, 4 of whom were at the 5th level. It is said that 5th-level practitioners are rare in examinations. Could it be that Lu Chen has encountered them all? A look of confusion crossed Lu Chen's face. Who is this person to carry such an air of arrogance? Lu Chen was acutely aware of the beast's strength. They were worth at least 100 points. If they were seized by the white-haired youth before he registered with his wristband, it would mean losing those points. What a nuisance, Lu Chen uttered coldly, as the 9 Suns divine art activated under the sun, allowing his spiritual energy to replenish rapidly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Miao. You may also call me Young Master Bai. Wang Qing is under my command. This name suits you well. Upon seeing them, Lu Chen had already surmised the identity of this individual, yet he truly did not regard him with any seriousness. Since you are reluctant, I shall have to resort to force, Bai Miao stated coldly, signaling his companions to attack Lu Chen. In an instant, Lu Chen erupted with the power of the 6th level, his fists glowing brilliantly as he unleashed a furious strike. He sent the nearby 5th level practitioner flying with a single blow. Is that all? You are far too weak, Lu Chen remarked indifferently. Even when he was at the 5th level, he could slay 7th level beasts. Now that he had ascended to the 6th level, his cultivation had significantly improved, and his strength soared. Dispatching a 5th level opponent was truly a trivial matter. In less than a minute, several corpses lay strewn upon the ground. As Lu Chen struck ruthlessly, showing no intention of leaving any survivors, Bai Miao stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief. He was merely at the 5th level himself. And while he had thought his cultivation was commendable in the examination hall, now, in comparison to Lu Chen, he felt like a mere waste. Damn Wang Qing. Wasn't it said that Lu Chen was only at the 4th level, with a level 1 talent? Damn it. Bai Miao's anger simmered, his gaze icy. Wishing he could eliminate Wang Qing on the spot. The information he received was utterly absurd. Lu Chen was actually at the 6th level. In this moment, he was truly dumbfounded. The appearance of a 6th level practitioner in the examination is indicative of extraordinary talent. No further explanation needed. Even the esteemed Lu Xini, during her examination, was merely at the peak of the 5th level, only breaking through to the 6th level after the tests. Yet now, Lu Chen had surpassed her achievement. And he had done so ahead of time. Wait a moment, Lu Xini, what is your relationship with Lu Chen? At that instant, Bai Miao suddenly pondered this question. Could it be that he and his sister share a connection? Lu Chen sneered and launched a punch. I was wrong. Before Lu Chen's fist could land, Bai Miao dropped to his knees. His earlier arrogance was now replaced with utter humiliation. He truly had no idea. He had assumed Lu Chen was merely a lowly figure, never realizing he was Lu Xini's brother. Had he known this connection earlier, he would not have dared to provoke Lu Chen, even if given 10 times the courage. The crux of the matter was that while standing up for Wang Qing, Bai Miao had foolishly dismissed Lu Chen as a mere waste with a low-level talent, failing to associate him with Lu Xini. After all, Lu Xini was renowned as the foremost genius of the Great Xia. How could her brother possibly be a low-level talent? It's all Wang Qing's fault. Lu Chen paused instinctively as Bai Miao, anguished, knelt before him, trembling and crying out. Damn it, why so many troubles? Don't I know this? Does this affect my ability to kill you? Lu Chen's fist fell again, extinguishing Bai Miao's life force immediately. Subsequently, Lu Chen searched through Bai Miao and his companions and unexpectedly discovered a storage device on him, an invaluable item. To his delight, he also found a thick tome within, Solar Finger, a low-level martial skill of the Xian tier. Lu Chen read the name aloud, his expression brightening. He had stumbled upon a low-level martial skill of the Xian tier from this wretch. This was indeed an unexpected boon. Initially, Lu Chen intended only to see if they had any cultivation resources. Considering that Bai Miao was known as the young master Bai, he shouldn't be so impoverished. However, what Lu Chen did not anticipate was not only finding some spirit stones, but also acquiring a low-level martial skill of the Xian tier. This was what truly exhilarated him. Afterward, Lu Chen proceeded to register the corpses of the demon beasts. 140 points. Good heavens. After registering these corpses, Lu Chen was astonished to discover that he had amassed 140 points. In just a few minutes, he had garnered the equivalent of an average person's score for an entire day. Simplified, that was directly 1,400. The system is operational. Lu Chen mused, leaving the system speechless. Detected low-level Xian tier martial skill, Solar Finger. Would you like to simplify it? Simplify. Simplification initiated. Solar Finger becomes Mountain Opening Finger, 1,000-year Piercing Finger. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Lu Chen wondered why this simplification was so meticulous this time. Fortunately, the final simplification ended up as Piercing Finger rather than 1,000-year Kill. Otherwise, the thought of cultivating this martial skill would be quite daunting. After all, practicing it might leave him with quite the sore backside during the examination. Lu Chen then extended his finger forward and poked. Solar Finger Proficiency 1. Instantly, a voice resonated in his mind, and Lu Chen felt he had begun to grasp the essence of the Solar Finger, albeit just a little. At this moment, the examination center was enveloped in silence, with everyone staring in shock at the name of Lu Chen displayed on the screen. In an instant, he surged up from below, breaking into the top 5. This left everyone in a state of astonishment. With a score of 385 points, he had suddenly soared by 140 points. How many beasts must he have slain to achieve this? Chapter 14, The Rigors of Cultivation. The top 10 was secured. 140 points. How many monsters had he defeated? An eerie silence fell over the room, eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. The teachers from Qingqing No. 1 High School were momentarily dumbfounded. Their gazes fixed on the name and the score on the screen, enveloped in a surreal sensation. A student awakened with a first-level talent had suddenly catapulted into the top 5? Was this even possible? Was it appropriate? It was important to note that the top 5 consisted of prodigies with awakened 8th-level talents, and the current top scorer, Luo Fanyin, possessed a 9th-level talent. Hailed as a genius capable of rivaling Lu Xinyi, Lu Chen, with his first-level talent, felt strikingly out of place among them. Could it be that our assessment of his talent was erroneous? One teacher voiced their doubts, pondering the situation. This shouldn't be the case. We were all incredulous at first, but after numerous retests, it was undeniably confirmed as a first-level talent. Another teacher exclaimed, disbelief etched across their face. The sensation was akin to witnessing the usual last-place student unexpectedly breaking into the top 5, even showing signs of potentially becoming the top scholar of Jiangzhou. The impact of this revelation was overwhelming, making their hearts struggle to cope. Shen Zi stood nearby, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. She knew Lu Chen was formidable, but had she ever imagined he could ascend to the top 5? Given the current trajectory, she believed Lu Chen might even have a chance to become the top scholar. The notion of a first-level talent achieving such heights was almost ludicrous. This individual had truly brought her an abundance of surprises. Shen Zi murmured softly, her gaze sharp as thoughts raced through her mind. She understood that Lu Chen had already captured the attention of admissions officers from various prestigious academies. Once the examination concluded, many would undoubtedly vie for Lu Chen's talents. At that moment, her phone buzzed. Instructor Shen, I have arranged a few things. Xiao Chen's performance in the exam will not be disappointing. It will not make things difficult for you. I have passed the selection of the Dragon Soul and will be away for some time. I entrust matters regarding my brother to you. Reading the message from Lu Xinyi, Shen Zi fell silent. Such dealings were typically conducted discreetly, not to be openly acknowledged, yet they undeniably existed. However, they were not excessive. Given Lu Xinyi's standing, many would likely extend her this courtesy, but it would only be to ensure Lu Chen achieved a score of around 300. Merely passing. It wouldn't be too outrageous. But did Lu Chen even require her assistance in this matter? Absolutely not. Shen Zi wished to inform Lu Xinyi about the matter, yet she hesitated upon realizing that Lu Xinyi was currently undergoing the crucial Dragon Soul selection. Fearing that such news might influence Lu Xinyi's performance, she ultimately decided against it. Ah, Xinyi, your younger brother is indeed far more formidable than you were back in the day. Simultaneously, the mentors at various college admissions offices had taken note of the name Lu Chen, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. Gather all available information about this Lu Chen. We must ensure that we secure such a promising talent, they muttered among themselves. Perplexed by the absence of Lu Chen's name in the source information provided by the martial arts department. Could he be an unexpected dark horse? This situation is rather alarming. The mentors exchanged worried glances, their demeanor shifting to one of astonishment. When Lu Chen's name entered the top 50, many had initially dismissed him, considering it merely the beginning. With scores still being uncertain and numerous individuals yet to encounter any magical beasts. However, a day had passed, and while further changes were possible, it was unlikely that any significant shifts would occur. It could be confidently stated that Lu Chen's position in the top 10 was secure. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, who was presently engrossed in his training of the solar finger technique, he was causing quite a stir outside. His practice involved merely poking with his fingers. Solar finger proficiency level 1. Congratulations, host. Solar finger has reached the minor completion stage. Congratulations, host. Solar finger has reached the major completion stage. Upon achieving major completion, Lu Chen finally ceased his movements, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Training is truly exhausting. I must be exceptionally diligent. If my talent is lacking, I can only rely on hard work, he murmured softly, ensuring no one was around to overhear him. Otherwise, they might compete furiously against him. Others were pushing themselves to the brink, enduring tremendous hardships during their training, particularly in mastering martial techniques. Yet, for Lu Chen, achieving mastery in a profound martial skill required nothing more than a few finger jabs? Had only a few minutes passed? To claim hardship, do you have no shame? After reaching major completion with the solar finger, Lu Chen halted his training, for an 8th-level magical beast had appeared before him. In front of this beast stood 3 or 5 familiar figures, students from Qingqing First High School. Clearly, they were experiencing a stroke of bad luck. Damn it. How could it be an 8th-level magical beast? This creature is likely the ruler of this examination arena. Why on earth did we have to encounter it? They lamented. Is there anyone who can assist us? I would even call for my father. These individuals were genuinely distraught, unable to fathom that their fortunes could be so dismal. They hoped for salvation, yet even they could hardly believe that help would arrive in their moment of need. The enforcers of order would terminate their examination upon intervening. But compared to their lives, an early termination was a trivial concern. As for calling for my father, you are far too inept. I cannot claim such incompetence as my own, Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly, contemplating using the magical beast to hone his skills. Having ascended to the sixth realm, with the 9 suns divine art perfected and the fiery sun finger reaching its zenith, he had yet to test his newfound abilities. Particularly the power of the fiery sun finger remained an enigma to him. Upon realizing it was Lu Chen, their excited hearts sank. Are you out of your mind? That is an 8th realm beast. You must leave at once. This is not a place for you to show off. Flee immediately. They urged him. Desperation evident in their voices. All right, fine. I'll call you father if you just hurry and go. In an instant of clarity, they hastily expressed their concerns. Fully aware that Lu Chen, with his mere first-level talent and unimpressive cultivation, could hardly contend with an 8th realm beast, they genuinely hoped he would retreat to another area, perhaps to find some lesser spoils. Lu Chen, somewhat taken aback, did not expect these individuals to exhibit such camaraderie. He fell silent, his attention shifting towards the 8th realm beast, which regarded him with a grave expression, sensing the aura of danger emanating from him. If it consumes them, it cannot feast upon me, he declared abruptly, as tensions escalated. Chapter 15. The first beast ever slain by 1,000-year kill. If it consumes them, it cannot feast upon me, Lu Chen stated nonchalantly, leaving the others speechless, their faces a mixture of confusion and disbelief. What on earth are you saying? How can you speak of being consumed as if it were a casual matter? Even the 8th realm beast paused, its crimson eyes reflecting bewilderment, as if it could not fathom the meaning behind his words. Was this individual so brazen as to emerge merely to utter such a statement? What was the purpose of his appearance? Without delay, the 8th realm beast charged forth, intent on obliterating Lu Chen. Get away. Stop showing off. One of the boys rushed forward, pushing Lu Chen aside, uncertain of his intentions. Yet Lu Chen pressed forward, his fist crackling with thunderous energy, delivering a powerful strike that seemed to carry the weight of the heavens. The resounding clash of their physical forms echoed, and while Lu Chen staggered back a step, the beast was forced to retreat several paces, overwhelmed by an immense force. They had anticipated Lu Chen would be crushed by the beast's attack, yet to their astonishment, he seemed to gain the upper hand. In that moment, they were all left dumbfounded, incredulity etched on their faces, convinced they must have misjudged the scene. Lu Chen advanced relentlessly, his strikes fierce and unyielding. Each blow resonated with the sound of thunder, and his expression grew serious as he acknowledged the beast's formidable nature. It was indeed resilient. Had it been any other creature, it would have perished under his barrage of strikes. Instead, this beast merely coughed up blood. You truly possess some skill. I concede that I underestimated you, Lu Chen remarked with gravity, yet to the ears of those nearby, his words sounded like empty bravado. What was happening? Wasn't Lu Chen supposed to be a first-level talent? Wasn't it said that his cultivation was lacking? Is this truly Lu Chen? Is there a possibility that the 8th-tier beast is not as formidable as we had imagined? Yet, I recall encountering a 5th-tier beast that nearly claimed my life. This is indeed an 8th-tier creature, one capable of dispatching us with a mere strike. It is not that the 8th-tier beast is weak, but rather that Lu Chen is extraordinarily powerful, employing at least profound-level martial arts. The others, equally solemn, gazed on in astonishment, unable to fathom the extent of Lu Chen's strength. It was as if he possessed some kind of cheat. At this moment, Lu Chen surged forward, his moves exuding remarkable ferocity. Surprisingly, the 8th-tier beast began to waver, unable to withstand the ferocity of Lu Chen's assault. It never anticipated that a mere 6th tier would wield such strength. However, in a fleeting instant, a fierce flame enveloped Lu Chen's fingertip, radiating an intense heat. The Sunfire Finger. Without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed this martial technique, eager to test its potency. Yet, he was taken aback when the beast attempted to flee. This strike landed squarely upon its mark. In an instant, Lu Chen felt a warm surge, while the beast emitted a heart-wrenching howl, its voice reverberating like thunder, shaking the very heavens. The sound was so profound that it seemed to echo throughout the examination grounds, causing every candidate and beast to instinctively look towards the source of the noise. Subsequently, the beast leaped, crashing heavily to the ground. Sunfire Finger Proficiency 2, the system's voice resonated in Lu Chen's mind, leaving him in silence. If a simple jab is rated 1, and a 1,000-year kill is rated 2, then perhaps this behavior is not so difficult to accept after all. After all, it is all for the sake of cultivation. Lu Chen then launched another attack, thrusting fiercely at the beast's vulnerable spot. Upon seeing Lu Chen's advance, the beast's eyes widened in disbelief as it turned to shield its rear. However, Lu Chen would not grant it such an opportunity. He immediately pursued and struck again with great force. This time, he exerted all his strength, flames swirling around his fingertip. The sensation was exhilarating. The beast once more emitted a heart-wrenching scream, flung far away. The agonizing pain robbed it of its reason, leaving it incapable of rising, utterly drained of strength. Observing this, Chen seized the opportunity, unleashing a maniacal laugh. Sunfire Finger Proficiency 2, Sunfire Finger Proficiency 2, Sunfire Finger Proficiency 2, the system's voice echoed in his mind, igniting a fervor within Chen as he emitted a laugh that bespoke his delight in this experience. The onlookers shivered, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They exchanged glances and silently sought a stone to shield themselves, fearing that Chen, insatiable in his fervor, might turn his attention towards them. This could very well be the first beast in history to perish in such a manner. Even a creature with a hide as tough as that beast could not withstand such an onslaught. Fortunately, it was merely the 1,000-year kill, a mere finger technique, rather than something more outrageous. Be cautious of the terrifying power of censorship. Several voices murmured, feeling an unsettling chill traverse their spines. Congratulations to the host for achieving mastery of the fiery sun finger, echoed the voice of the system within Chen's mind. At last, he ceased his exceedingly perverse actions. Retrieving a damp tissue to cleanse his fingers, turning to face the bewildered expressions of those nearby, he was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed with excitement, and momentarily oblivious to their presence. Please, do not misunderstand. This is merely for cultivation, Chen attempted to explain, though he himself found the rationale painfully inadequate. We understand. Cultivation is nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, in this vast world brimming with peculiarities, some phenomena are simply bizarre, and it is hardly surprising. Exactly. Cultivation is quite normal. The others hastily affirmed, adopting earnest expressions and striving to convey their belief in Chen. Yet, this scene left Chen in contemplative silence. He wished to clarify further, but the explanation was one he himself struggled to accept. What purpose is there in over-explaining? After registering this 8th-tier demon beast, I shall take my leave to search for more, he resolved. Brother Chen, may we accompany you? Another cautiously suggested. Having witnessed Chen's formidable prowess, they yearned to follow him. After all, he had already attained the 6th tier of cultivation. Chapter 16. What kind of abnormality is this? Truth be told, their hearts were profoundly shaken. Chen had astonishingly reached the 6th tier, while they remained at the 3rd. In this comparison, they suddenly felt like utter failures. Though they could not fathom how Chen, a mere 1st-tier awakened individual, managed to ascend to the 6th tier in such a brief period, they refrained from further speculation regarding his identity. Perhaps he had invested heavily in his cultivation. Accompany me? I have no interest in leading you. When confronted with demon beasts, I barely managed to fend for myself, Chen stated bluntly. His decisive victory over the 8th-tier demon beast was largely motivated by his desire to test the power of the fiery sun finger, as well as his recent breakthrough to the 6th tier. The fact that they were classmates held little weight in Chen's perspective. Life and death are matters of fate. Prosperity and adversity are dictated by the heavens. Those with ability survive, while the incapable perish. It was as simple as that. Moreover, this was a high martial world besieged by demonic forces. Compassion and softness would only lead to a tragic demise. Upon hearing Chen's words, the group fell into a brief silence before one ventured to inquire, Brother Chen, what is your current score? 385. No, wait. Including the previous tally, it's now 393. How pathetic. It's already the 2nd day, and I've achieved so little. How am I to gain admission to university? I envy you with your higher tier talents. Chen glanced at the score displayed on his wristband, his expression one of dismay as he lamented, this wretched 1st-tier talent. Despite his wealth and striking handsomeness, his innate talent is decidedly lackluster. Upon hearing Chen's words, the group fell into silence once more. It was only the 2nd midday of the examination, and typically, scoring 260 points at this juncture was considered average, while achieving 300 was commendable. Scores exceeding 350 were deemed extraordinary, capable of propelling one towards the prestigious Great Xia Academy. Yet, Chen was nearing an astounding 400 points. At this rate, surpassing 500 today seemed well within his grasp. Contemplating this, they were further engulfed in silence, uncertain whether Chen's complaints about his talent were genuine or merely a display of false modesty. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over them, leading them to the disheartening realization that their own scores paled in comparison. Finally, one of them snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. Let us not disturb you any longer. We shall take our leave, he suggested, as they hastily departed. Initially eager to align themselves with Chen, they now reconsidered. recognizing that associating with such a prodigy would only lead to relentless disappointment and despair. Particularly as they glanced at their own scores, just above 200, they felt utterly inadequate. By all that is holy, what manner of freak is he? Strike me down with lightning. What meaning does life hold? They cursed as they walked away, grappling with a sense of utter collapse. Meanwhile, Chen, puzzled, made his exit. Perfecting the practice of the fiery sun finger was a commendable achievement, and having slain an 8th-tier beast, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. After Chen's departure, the enforcers of order arrived. Confronted by the gruesome sight of the slain beast, "Boss, should we report this?" This 8th-tier beast was the true dominator of the examination grounds. With its demise, who knows what chaos might ensue among the other beasts? Report it. This young man is far too formidable. His prowess surpasses even that of Chen from years past. The captain replied gravely, his eyes filled with astonishment as he watched Chen's receding figure. Who could have imagined that even the tyrant of the examination grounds would meet such a gruesome fate at Chen's hands? At that moment, within the Martial Affairs Department, an elderly man with graying hair turned pale upon receiving the news. Retrieve all information regarding Chen from Qingqing First High School. As the head of the Martial Affairs Department, he held significant power, overseeing all academies in Jiazhou. This year, among the numerous institutions, only one talent, Luo Fanning, with a 9th-tier aptitude, had been granted direct admission to the Great Xia Academy. No other prodigies had emerged. Yet now, news from the examination grounds indicated that a certain Chen had not only reached the 6th tier, but had also vanquished the dominant 8th-tier beast. In an instant, the old man was taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he bellowed loudly. It is essential to recognize that, at the time of the examination, Chen had merely reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm, and now, Luo Fanning finds herself in a similar predicament. No candidate has ever achieved the 6th realm, nor has any contender ever slain the dominant beast of the examination venue. Soon, information regarding Chen was placed in his hands. Upon discovering that Chen was Chen's younger brother, the elder's furrowed brows relaxed, deeming it somewhat reasonable. However, his expression shifted dramatically upon seeing that Chen's talent was merely of the 1st rank. Instantly, his brow knitted in concern. Awakening one's talent at the 3rd realm, registering at the 4th realm, and now ascending to the 6th realm. Was this truly the mark of a 1st-rank talent awakening? After perusing Chen's details, the elder was rendered speechless. Glancing at the remains of the 8th realm beast, he was further engulfed in silence, contemplating whether this young man harbored some psychological aberration. Without delay, the elder commanded, "Prepare the carriage. I must visit the examination center." His eagerness to meet Chen was overwhelming, as the shock this young man had instilled in him was profound. Within the examination grounds, Chen continued his relentless slaughter of beasts, and his score began to escalate rapidly. As night fell, Chen finally ceased his carnage. Gazing at the score of 599 displayed on his wristband, he exhaled. This was a commendable score, especially with another day remaining. Surpassing 700 would not pose a significant challenge, and entering the Daxiao Academy remained within his grasp. Subsequently, Chen sought a secure refuge and nestled within. To avert the awkwardness of the previous night's events, he meticulously inspected the area upon entering. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Luo Fanning was utterly bewildered, beginning to suspect whether Chen's presence was intentional. Last night was tolerable, but now he returns? She remained silent, yet after some contemplation, she finally spoke. "There is someone here." Chapter 17. Frenzied Slaughter. Luo Fanning stunned. "There is someone," Luo Fanning stated coldly, her heart filled with genuine exasperation. She could not discern whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate act. Recalling the events of the previous night, she felt a surge of indignation, wishing to plunge her sword into Chen 18 times. Upon hearing her frosty tone, Chen was momentarily taken aback. It appeared there was a wild beauty present. No. He quickly shook his head, dismissing such chaotic thoughts. He then addressed her, "Classmate, it is rather unsafe outside at this hour. Let us share this refuge equally, maintaining our distance from one another, shall we?" Luo Fanning's anger intensified at his words. "Maintain our distance? You were the one who assaulted me last night and then cast me out." Yet, she restrained herself, opting not to escalate matters. The crucial point was that Chen seemed unaware of her identity. Confronting him now would only serve to acknowledge the events of the previous night. "Thank you," Chen remarked, subsequently seating himself nearby. In the darkness, the refuge felt exceptionally tranquil. Chen failed to recognize that Luo Fanning was the same individual from the previous night, instead silently resting in the corner. In the darkness outside, a multitude of monstrous beasts emerged, converging together, and began their frenzied search for human traces throughout the examination hall. With the demise of their leader, they sought vengeance. The roars of these beasts resonated, stirring Lu Chen from his slumber. His gaze sharpened as he sensed the overwhelming presence of these creatures surrounding him. Suddenly, several beasts charged in, detecting human scent, and launched an all-out assault. Damn it, have these beasts gone mad? Lu Chen cursed, striking out with a powerful punch that felled the approaching monstrosities. However, an overwhelming number of beasts had already invaded from outside. Numerous candidates were compelled to abandon their examinations, bewildered by the inexplicable frenzy of the beasts that night. In mere moments, Lu Chen was drenched in blood, all of it belonging to the beasts. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, and his expression grew gravely serious. Luo Fanning also emerged, bloodied from battle. "Classmate, let us fight our way out," Lu Chen urged. Remaining in place was evidently perilous. Only by breaking free could they grasp a sliver of hope. At that moment, Luo Fanning refrained from objections, realizing that joining forces with Lu Chen was indeed their best course of action. Together, they surged outward. At this juncture, Luo Fanning sensed Lu Chen's cultivation level. Her heart filled with astonishment. Just the previous night, he had been at the 5th level, yet today he had ascended to the 6th. Such talent was remarkable. Recalling their earlier encounter in the trial grounds, Luo Fanning fell into silence. Despite her own 9th level talent, she felt somewhat overshadowed by Lu Chen. Outside, a vast horde of beasts awaited. As Lu Chen and Luo Fanning charged forth, even more beasts lunged at them. Without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed the fiery sun finger. Perhaps due to overexerting his skills earlier, he found himself instinctively directing this technique towards the beasts with unerring precision. Such a ferocious attack, aimed at their weakest points, was beyond their capacity to withstand. Soon, the ground was littered with moaning beasts, curled up in helplessness, while the remaining creatures hesitated, unsure of how to approach. Lu Chen's strike was merciless, more agonizing than a swift death. It became clear that even these monstrous beasts harbored fears. "So they are afraid of this," Lu Chen remarked. As if he had uncovered their vulnerability, Luo Fanning stood by, her lips twitching, at a loss for words. She silently distanced herself from Lu Chen, struggling to comprehend how he could so accurately identify their weaknesses among the throng of beasts. In that moment, Luo Fanning was enveloped in silence, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief that Lu Chen hadn't employed such a technique against her the previous night. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Meanwhile, news of the beast uprising within the examination hall had begun to circulate among the candidates' center. The martial department promptly dispatched a multitude of warriors into the examination arena. Shunzi gazed at the screen, fixated on Lu Chen, who was currently in 1st place, and found herself lost in contemplation. She had speculated that Lu Chen might ascend to the top, but she had not anticipated such swiftness. What was more astonishing was that, even at this juncture, Lu Chen's score began to soar at an unprecedented rate, surging past 700 in a mere moment. Moreover, this escalation showed no signs of abating. Could something have transpired in the examination arena? Shunzi remarked, sensing an anomaly, her expression growing solemn. Upon witnessing the influx of warriors into the arena, her suspicions were solidified. Meanwhile, within the examination grounds, Lu Chen seemed to have succumbed to a frenzy, engaging in a relentless slaughter. His body was smeared with viscous blood, the pungent scent of carnage enveloping him, further igniting his exhilaration. Lu Chen had lost count of how many beasts he had slain. All he knew was the incessant voice of the system reverberating in his mind. The proficiency of his blaze palm and thunder fist was perpetually on the rise. Gradually, Lu Chen realized that his command of these 2 martial arts had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Concurrently, he began to experience new insights, as if he had attained a deeper comprehension of these techniques. This sensation was ineffable and remarkably unique, an experience Lu Chen had never encountered before. Instinctively, he sought to seize this elusive feeling, yet it remained intangible and elusive. Just a bit more, Lu Chen silently urged himself, exerting even greater effort. His strikes became increasingly fierce, and the 9 Suns' divine skill was pushed to its zenith, the ultimate force circulating within him. At that moment, the terrifying prowess of the high-tier Earth-level technique revealed itself, each cycle providing Lu Chen with a substantial influx of energy. Beside him, Luo Fanning stood in a daze, her gaze somewhat vacant as she observed Lu Chen's rampage. An inexplicable feeling welled up within her. She was the one with the 9th level talent. So why was he excelling now? Crucially, she noticed a peculiar force emanating from Lu Chen amidst the slaughter. He had entered a state of enlightenment, a condition that is rare and elusive. As Lu Chen continued his frenzied onslaught, the surrounding beasts began to retreat in fear. Unwilling to approach him further, Lu Chen ceased his actions, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Suddenly, a golden light ignited in his eyes. accompanied by the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Chapter 18. It is said that Lu Chen is psychologically unbalanced. The golden light in Lu Chen's eyes radiated an imposing aura. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice resounded in his consciousness. Thunder Fist Proficiency Level 1. The host has perfected the Thunder Fist to an unparalleled degree. As proficiency increases, the host gradually develops a new understanding of the technique. Recognizing its inherent flaws. Shall it be simplified? Simplify. Lu Chen declared without a moment's hesitation, his resolve unwavering. In the midst of a meditative trance, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice. He stared blankly ahead, observing the array of monstrous beasts, each more fearful than the last, unwilling to approach. In that moment, Lu Chen found himself at a loss. The system's methods were rather unconventional. Behind him, Luo Fanyin, intrigued by Lu Chen's immobility, pondered the peculiar situation. The beasts, too, dared not advance. At that juncture, the warriors from the martial department arrived, only to be struck dumb at the sight of the numerous beast carcasses strewn about. They gaped in astonishment at Lu Chen, who stood at the center, drenched in blood, exuding an aura so formidable that it seemed he could single-handedly repel any foe. Who is this individual? One of them exclaimed, visibly shaken. It is unclear who he is, but he appears to be in a state of epiphany that must not be disturbed. Where could Lu Chen possibly be? The master had specifically instructed them to ensure his safety, yet with so many candidates and under the cover of night, how could they locate him? It was said that Lu Chen possessed an extraordinary prowess, known for his ruthless attacks on the beasts. Thus, searching for him might not be too challenging, given that such peculiar habits are rare. As they deliberated, they positioned themselves before the beasts, which scattered upon the arrival of the martial department. Luo Fanyin, having overheard their conversation and casting her gaze upon the slain beasts, found their words to resonate with truth. Lu Chen was undeniably a psychologically complex individual, lecherous and perverse. Thoughts of the previous night flooded her mind, igniting feelings of anger and embarrassment, her ears flushing red. Was it normal for a person to request high-quality goods? Congratulations, host, for rectifying the flaws in the Thunder Fist technique, successfully elevating it to the advanced level of the Xian rank. The system's voice broke through Lu Chen's reverie, leaving him astonished. He had never anticipated that achieving a certain level of proficiency would yield such an effect. Each strike he delivered contributed to his mastery, suggesting that with continued practice, he could elevate the Thunder Fist to the Earth rank, or even the Heaven rank. System, I never imagined you possessed such capabilities. Lu Chen mused internally, filled with delight. Previously, he harbored a profound disdain for stagnation, yet now he found himself embracing it, transcending it, and reveling in the joy it brought. His resentment had been directed at others who remained stagnant. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen turned to see that the beasts had retreated, and the warriors from the martial department were now present. You, young man, are quite remarkable, one of them remarked, a hint of envy in their eyes, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity for enlightenment. It was astonishing for someone who had merely begun their martial journey to encounter such a moment. By the way, do you happen to know a person named Lu Chen? Can you tell me where he might be? The martial department inquired, unaware that Lu Chen was right before them. Firstly, they did not recognize him. They had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Lu Chen's photograph. Moreover, Lu Chen was covered in blood and filth, and it was nighttime, making it difficult for them to discern his identity. Rumor has it that this individual is a psychological deviant with a penchant for tormenting demonic beasts, and he seems to be the only one present in this examination hall. Lu Chen, perplexed, gazed at the person before him, genuinely wishing to inquire, where on earth did you hear such nonsense? The words uttered were nothing short of slanderous. What do you want with Lu Chen? I have never heard of him having such peculiar inclinations. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, bewildered as to why the martial department would specifically seek him out. The crux of the matter was that this remark left him uncertain whether to acknowledge his identity as Lu Chen. Perhaps the higher-ups were drawn to his capabilities. The personnel from the martial department suggested, finding no fault in their statement. However, the words twisted in Lu Chen's ears, leading him into silence. By no means do I possess such inclinations. It's utterly repulsive. Lu Chen thought to himself, a wave of revulsion washing over him. Unbeknownst to them, he had heard of Lu Chen's reputation, known for his striking handsomeness, upright character, and being the object of admiration for countless young women, with the campus belle infatuated with him. Yet, at this moment, he found himself at a loss regarding Lu Chen's whereabouts. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated on him in astonishment, particularly Luo Fanyin, who could not help but mutter under her breath, what a shameless person. Initially, she had thought well of Lu Chen when she witnessed him single-handedly conquering the trial ground, but now she was left wondering how someone could be so brazen. Please ensure your safety. The demonic beasts may return, and the examination is not yet concluded. Lu Chen nodded in response. The personnel from the marshal department then departed, scouring the examination hall for Lu Chen. As the marshal department personnel left, Lu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, surprised that his charm could compel even men to submit. He mused to himself, I am neither overweight nor sporting a scruffy beard. Do you truly not know where Lu Chen is? At that moment, Luo Fanning could not resist interjecting, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Lu Chen paused, realizing he had never mentioned his name, and promptly replied, I don't know. I am not acquainted with Lu Chen. Is that so? Luo Fanning inquired, following up with, do you believe Lu Chen to be a pervert and a lecher? Taken aback by her words, Lu Chen was bewildered as to how he had become associated with such a reputation. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Lu Chen fell silent, sensing that Luo Fanning's words carried a veiled hostility towards him. However, he pondered, but I do not even know this individual. Does a classmate harbor a grudge against Lu Chen? Lu Chen questioned, filled with curiosity and confusion. However, Lu Chen pondered for quite some time yet could not fathom where he had wronged Luo Fanning. To be precise, he did not even know her. Upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Luo Fanning found herself at a loss for words. After all, recounting the events of the previous night would be exceedingly awkward. Subsequently, Luo Fanning returned to the sanctuary, unwilling to engage with Lu Chen any further. Lu Chen, utterly bewildered, had no inkling of what had transpired. Soon after, he glanced at the bracelet on his wrist and was astonished to discover a score of 897. In that moment, Lu Chen was struck dumb, his gaze filled with disbelief. Historically, a score exceeding 700 would provide a chance of admission to the Daxia Academy. The highest score in recent years had merely been 799, achieved by Lu Xini 3 years prior. At that time, her score had shattered records and sent shockwaves throughout Jiangzhou. Now, Lu Chen had surpassed Lu Xini by 98 points, achieving 897, and there was still a day remaining until the exam concluded. Surely, with such a score, admission to the Daxia Academy was assured. Lu Chen murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips, only to then become acutely aware of the sticky sensation enveloping him. The blood of the magical beasts clung to his body, rendering him quite uncomfortable. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Chen sought out an old pool, thankfully containing some water that was relatively clean. He promptly jumped in to cleanse himself. Meanwhile, the examination center erupted in a frenzy. Countless individuals stared in astonishment at the names and scores displayed on the screen. Lu Chen had secured the top position, leaving the second-place Luo Fanning a staggering 200 points behind. What did it signify to be ahead of the second place by such a margin? In the past, this would have been unfathomable, yet it was now a vivid reality. The crucial detail was that this was only the second day. Another day remained for the examination. Could he possibly reach a score of 1,000? They could scarcely envision it. Lu Chen had already shattered the long-standing records of the college entrance examination. The following day arrived swiftly. Yet Lu Chen found little motivation to hunt magical beasts. With his current score, entry into the Daxia Academy was undoubtedly secure. He contemplated this and decided to recline on a large boulder, basking in the sun, and drifted into slumber. As he soaked in the sunlight, the Zhuyang Divine Skill began to operate autonomously, fortifying his foundation. Zhuyang Divine Skill Proficiency 1, Foundation Stabilized 1, though appearing to be asleep, for Lu Chen. This was indeed a form of cultivation. It was truly absurd yet heart-wrenching. While others labored tirelessly to enhance their scores, striving to surpass their peers and alter their destinies in the final day, Lu Chen was comfortably napping, even snoring. In the examination center's office, the head of the martial department arrived, troubled by the news that his personnel had been unable to locate Lu Chen the previous night. His concern began to mount until he beheld Lu Chen's explosive score. Deploying drones, he thought, I refuse to believe we cannot find Lu Chen. The person in charge expressed his profound curiosity about Lu Chen. According to his subordinates, they had encountered a lone figure last night who boldly approached the monstrous beasts, causing them to retreat, and even entered a state of enlightenment. Given Lu Chen's astonishing score increase, he surmised that this individual must indeed be Lu Chen. Soon, numerous drones began to scour the examination venue, pinpointing Lu Chen's location. The footage relayed from the surveillance showed Lu Chen reclining on a rock, basking in the sunlight, soundly asleep, with even the audible sounds of his snoring. A heavy silence fell over the office as everyone was plunged into contemplation, at a loss for words. The pivotal point was that, in contrast, the other drones transmitted images of the remaining candidates, who were exerting themselves to the utmost, struggling fiercely, their eyes bloodshot and appearing utterly disheveled. The stark contrast between these scenes left them speechless. While others were fighting with all their might, Lu Chen was peacefully asleep. He had undoubtedly claimed the title of the first to sleep during an examination. However, the crux of the matter was that he had every right to do so. Boasting a remarkable score of 897, this had shattered records, leaving the second-place candidate trailing by a staggering 200 points, thus solidifying Lu Chen's position at the top. While others were desperately striving for even a single additional point, Lu Chen merely awoke from his slumber to claim the top honors. It was undeniably disheartening. Each point was a fierce battle for countless individuals, yet Lu Chen seemed blissfully unaware of how many opponents he had effortlessly surpassed. Was he truly so nonchalant? After all, this was an examination. The head of the martial arts department remarked that he did not perceive Lu Chen as arrogant at such a young age. It would be abnormal not to exhibit a touch of arrogance. As time passed, Lu Chen remained in deeper slumber. It was not until dusk descended upon the examination grounds that a clear chime resonated, rousing Lu Chen from his dreams. Upon awakening, he immediately sensed something amiss. His cultivation had remarkably surged, reaching the pinnacle of the sixth realm, and his foundation had solidified to an astonishing degree. To have experienced such growth from merely sleeping? Who could he turn to for an explanation? Lu Chen calmly remarked, as if accustomed to it, that this was the life of one who was hanging on the wall. At that moment, his score was firmly locked in at 897, remaining unchanged. Subsequently, Lu Chen made his way outside. Those waiting nearby observed a drowsy individual emerging. Their expressions frozen in disbelief, followed by cold comments. Clearly, he was just loafing around inside. How could anyone sleep during such a critical examination? What future can he possibly have? The youth of today, they lamented, truly do not take their lives seriously. It is a lamentable sight. They wondered how Lu Chen's parents would react upon seeing their child so unfazed at such a critical moment. Perhaps his family had already secured him a factory job. Tightening screws for a living. The surrounding individuals began to murmur, casting disdainful glances at Lu Chen. What does my sleeping have to do with you? He retorted coolly. Is your home by the sea? Why are you so concerned? Instead of minding your own business, perhaps you should hurry off to serve your boss. Unfamiliar faces abound. Who has indulged you? It would have been fortunate for them had I delivered 1,000 years of punishment to each. The individuals who had just been confronted stood speechless, their mouths moving yet unable to utter a single word. After a prolonged silence, one finally managed to articulate, is he truly Lu Chen, the top scholar of Jiazhou? Not only were these few rendered speechless, but the others around them also fell into silence, their gazes vacant and bewildered. The disheveled figure before them, seemingly casual and half asleep, was indeed the illustrious Lu Chen. All eyes turned towards him, filled with astonishment and disbelief. None could have anticipated this. In previous years, top scholars or other candidates emerged from their examinations in a state of disarray, utterly exhausted. Yet, this year, with the exception of Lu Chen, the rest followed suit. In the office, the head of the examination center occupied the foremost seat, flanked by staff members and teachers from the first high school of Qingcheng, while mentors from various colleges sat on the opposite side. Among them was Shen Ziyi. Upon Lu Chen's entrance, every gaze converged upon him. The one who had shattered the examination score records. Lu Chen, you've arrived, the head remarked, his piercing eyes thoroughly assessing Lu Chen, naturally discerning that he had reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Remarkably, after just completing the examination, Lu Chen's cultivation had already ascended to the peak of the sixth realm, a mere step away from the seventh. The speed of such cultivation advancement left even the head in profound shock. We have summoned you today regarding a particular matter, the head continued, his astonishment giving way to seriousness. The records indicate that your talent level is grade 1. At this, Lu Chen paused, asking, is grade 1 insufficient for martial pursuits? Am I barred from the martial examination? Not quite, the head replied. But I find it curious how you have achieved such rapid cultivation and managed to secure the title of top scholar in Jiangzhou. From your current aura, you have attained the peak of the sixth realm, yet just 6 days prior, when you awakened your talent, you were merely at the third realm. Thus, I do not suspect wrongdoing on your part, but rather, the nature of this phenomenon is unprecedented within the Great Xia and indeed across the entire Blue Star, compelling me to address it with utmost seriousness. After a brief pause, the head continued gravely. Have you perhaps been afflicted by a calamity or engaged in some undisclosed pact with it? As the head's words echoed in the room, Lu Chen felt a palpable tension, as if terrifying presences were locking onto him from all directions. Their apprehension was not unwarranted, for such occurrences had indeed transpired in the past. Some individuals engage in a perilous pact, acquiring formidable power and experiencing a meteoric rise in their cultivation within a brief span of time. Even Shen Ziyi's expression shifted slightly as she regarded Lu Chen with a grave demeanor. She had harbored suspicions before, but having interacted with Lu Chen, she had not sensed any aura of calamity emanating from him. Coupled with her relationship with Lu Xini, she had not given it much thought. However, Now that the head of the Jiangzhou Martial Department had posed this question, she felt compelled to take it seriously. After all, Lu Chen's rate of cultivation was astonishingly more terrifying than that of Lu Xini in her prime. Prior to the examination, I had never encountered any calamity. But during the first night in the examination hall, I did confront a being of disaster, albeit one I vanquished. The notions of possession or trading were utterly ludicrous. Lu Chen stated directly, unperturbed, understanding that from another's perspective, such doubts were somewhat justifiable. Even he found the situation somewhat absurd. In the office, a palpable silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixed on Lu Chen, their brows furrowed in solemnity. Yet, how could one prove they were not a calamity or had not engaged in such a transaction? A middle-aged man interjected with a malevolent gaze. Lu Chen regarded him with a slight smile, retorting, "If I am not, then I am not. Why must I prove it? Without evidence to substantiate your claims, how can we trust your words to be true?" The man pressed, "Then please, demonstrate that you are a human and not a beast." At this, Lu Chen laughed, countering, "What sort of rational individual speaks such nonsense? It is either true or false. How does one provide proof of such a thing? You are out of line. This is not your domain to behave insolently. According to the rules, if you cannot prove you are not a calamity, we have the right to execute you. Execute your father. What preposterous nonsense is this?" Lu Chen shot back, "Who decreed that my inability to prove myself grants you the right to slay me? If that were the case, one could simply demand proof from anyone they wish to kill, and if they failed to provide it, they could be indiscriminately slain. Therefore, let me ask you to first prove you are a human and not a beast, for beasts certainly lack the right to occupy this space." All right, you foolish child. So audaciously naive. If I do not slay you, how can I maintain my standing in the martial department?" The man then lunged at Lu Chen, launching a lethal attack. Feeling the man's formidable presence, Lu Chen's expression turned grave. Above the 9th layer is where transformation occurs, and this man had already attained the 2nd tier of transformation. Instantly, Lu Chen activated the 9 Suns' divine art, unleashing a surge of pure, unyielding energy, transforming him into a blazing sphere of fire, radiating intense heat. With thunderous energy crackling at his fists, he struck out, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Observing Lu Chen's audacity to retaliate, the middle-aged man's gaze grew even colder. The others remained still, only Shenzi rose to intervene, but she was a beat too late, as she had not anticipated Lu Chen would choose to confront the attack head-on. As two individuals clashed, a thunderous sound resonated. Lu Chen staggered back 2 steps, his vital energy surging, while the middle-aged man retreated rapidly, colliding with a table. What formidable strength! What terrifying foundation! The man was astonished, never expecting that he, a practitioner of the 2nd level of transformation, would suffer at the hands of someone at the 6th level. His foundation was shaky, and his cultivation unstable. "I suspect that your power stems from a pact with Calamity rather than from diligent practice. Since you cannot prove otherwise, you shall perish," Lu Chen declared, echoing the man's earlier words, rendering him speechless. Without hesitation, Lu Chen launched a direct assault. "Stop! Get away!" the person in charge exclaimed hurriedly. However, Lu Chen showed no mercy, rebuking fiercely as his fist struck the man's head. Chapter 21. "So it was you, old fool, who sought to impose your will upon me," Lu Chen scolded, leaving no dignity for the person in charge. His fist descended with tremendous force, and the man's gaze instantaneously dulled, life extinguished. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in shock. Even Shenzi was dumbfounded, unable to fathom the ruthlessness of Lu Chen's actions. He was unwilling to concede even an inch. "You dare to kill here?" one shouted. "What of it? I killed him. So what?" Lu Chen retorted coldly. "According to your hypocritical standards, since he could not prove he was not a calamity, as a martial artist, I was justified in eliminating him." Lu Chen glared at the person in charge, his voice icy. When the man attacked him, no one, save for Shenzi, intervened. Now that he retaliated, these scoundrels suddenly appeared. Lu Chen understood their apprehensions and was cooperating fully. Yet this was no justification for their bullying him or spouting nonsensical demands that he prove he was not a calamity. It was akin to demanding proof that you are entitled to your own money, that you are indeed your father's biological son, that you are human and not a beast. The same absurdity, the same foolishness. If you wish to wield power over me and kill me, then you had better pray that you can truly vanquish me today. Lu Chen's tone grew even colder as he glared at the person in charge. The man was unnerved by Lu Chen's fierce gaze, feeling as if he were being targeted by some ancient beast. This level of ferocity. And you claim you are not a calamity? Even if you are not, what distinguishes you from one now? A man nearby slammed the table and angrily condemned Lu Chen. Yet Lu Chen remained silent, immediately launching a counterattack. One punch sent the man flying. Enough of this noise. Lu Chen, cease this at once. I invited you here merely to gain some understanding. Cooperate with me. The person in charge finally reacted, hastily speaking, realizing they had indeed been excessive in demanding proof without any evidence. Making Lu Chen prove himself was tantamount to placing him in a predicament. Cooperate? Have I not cooperated? Lu Chen slammed his hand on the table, his voice raised in anger, then turned to Shen Zi, saying, Sister Shen, have I not cooperated? Shen Zi was momentarily taken aback, surprised yet resolute. As she spoke, my cooperation with you does not imply that you can bully me at will or frame me. Can you not discern whether I am a harbinger of calamity or if I am possessed by it? Am I not devoid of any aura of disaster? Yet you dare to demand that I prove I am not a harbinger of misfortune? Have your cultivation efforts been wasted on frivolity? Lu Chen's furious rebuke rendered everyone present speechless. The more he pondered, the more his anger intensified, and the more he cursed. He addressed the ancestors of all present with increasingly vulgar language. What a disgrace to civility. How could someone so handsome utter such coarse and vulgar words? The obscenity of it all. Lu Chen's tirade grew increasingly profane, silencing the crowd entirely. All right, this has gone too far, Shen Zi finally interjected, her lips twitching in disbelief at Lu Chen's unexpected outburst. Yet, with each expletive he unleashed, Lu Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, abandoning personal decorum to revel in a life of audacity felt liberating. The office fell into a profound silence, with everyone remaining mute. After a considerable pause, the head of the martial department finally broke the silence. You should retake the assessment of your talent level to see if there has been an error. A testing stone was promptly produced, and Lu Chen placed his hand upon it, causing it to emit a brilliant glow. Still a level 1. The results indicated that Lu Chen's talent remained at level 1, leaving everyone utterly astonished. With such cultivation, and given Lu Chen's earlier display of prowess, his foundation appeared remarkably solid, devoid of any superficiality. Moreover, the technique he practiced was of utmost vigor, rendering him a natural nemesis to Calamity. Thus, the notion that Lu Chen could be possessed by misfortune or have dealings with it was utterly implausible. Yet, how had Lu Chen achieved such remarkable prowess with a mere level 1 talent? Who devised this talent assessment? Is it truly reliable? Does this testing possess any scientifically accurate basis? Who is responsible for categorizing individuals into hierarchies based on such nonsensical talent levels? The prejudice within hearts is akin to a towering mountain. Simply because I am an awakened level 1 talent, you perceive me as a worthless being. But who amongst you has witnessed my relentless efforts in cultivation? Every moment I dedicate to enhancing my strength, should I not deserve my current level of achievement? Answer me. I toil tirelessly, risking my life in training. Last night, when the beast rebelled, I stood at the forefront, absorbing the brunt of the damage, slaying countless monsters. Should I not be recognized as the top scholar of Jiangzhou? In the end, those who maintain order have thrived effortlessly while questioning my worth. Do you not find it shameful? Answer me. Lu Chen exclaimed furiously, his face etched with indignation. Those unaware might genuinely believe he had endured immense hardships for his cultivation. However, the truth of his struggles was known only to him. His words rendered the members of the martial arts department speechless, as they were certainly aware of the beastly upheaval that had transpired in the examination hall the previous night. I specifically instructed the martial department to locate you and ensure your safety, yet it seems they failed to find you, the head of the department murmured, his voice tinged with guilt. Lu Chen paused momentarily, then a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Ah, so it was you, you vile creature. You shameless troublemaker. You intended to manipulate me, didn't you? No wonder you targeted me today. It's because I thwarted your insidious plans. As these words left his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the office, all eyes turning towards the head of the martial department, their gazes laden with incredulity. The head, bewildered, sensed the weight of their stares and reacted with urgency. Who the hell is trying to manipulate you? We are both men. Then you are indeed the troublemaker. Lu Chen interjected. Had I not been quick-witted last night and concealed my identity, I would have surely fallen into your perverse hands. The martial department personnel had already spoken, and Lu Chen was not inclined to let the head continue his defense. In that instant, all eyes once again focused on the head, now understanding the implications of his role as the troublemaker. Chapter 22. This is martial art, not a tool for such vile deeds. Feeling the intensity of the scrutinizing gazes, the head turned crimson with embarrassment. His life had been characterized by integrity. How could he now be labeled a troublemaker by Lu Chen? If he did not clarify this matter today, he would indeed lose all credibility within the martial department, his reputation irrevocably tarnished. Who is trying to manipulate you? You must clarify this. Lu Chen shouted, his revulsion mounting. Old fool. I never expected you to appear so respectable while secretly engaging in such depravity. Who said that? I clearly instructed them to ensure your safety. Enough. You claim to guarantee my safety, yet you suspect I am a disaster? Would you truly send someone to protect me? This is merely an excuse I have exposed. Chen retorted sharply. The head was visibly flustered, his face flushed, entangled in his own contradictions. Who said that? Bring them here. We shall confront them directly. How could I possibly know who that person was? Who can discern faces at night? Chen concluded, further intensifying the already bizarre atmosphere in the office. The head was red-faced, gasping for breath, utterly exasperated, while Chen continued to hurl insults with fervor. The others present wore expressions of amusement or intrigue, keenly observing the head of the martial department. This visit had not been in vain. They had stumbled upon such a sensational spectacle. Summon all who entered the examination hall last night. We will confront them directly. I wish to uncover the identity of the one who slandered me. Enough. With your position, who would dare speak out? Once again, I must clarify that my fiery sun finger was cultivated for the purpose of vanquishing foes, not for inflicting harm upon your dermal afflictions. Chen reiterated vehemently. A profound silence enveloped the room, as everyone suddenly grasped the terrifying implications of Chen's logic. Soon, all those who had entered the examination hall the previous night were summoned. Observing the person in charge, flushed with indignation, they instantly sensed that something had gone awry. Who was the wretch that had slandered me with accusations of ulterior motives? The person in charge was seething with rage. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Perplexed as to which aspect of the process had faltered, this matter bore significant weight upon his reputation. Who among you encountered the fierce battle with the demon beasts and reported witnessing someone who could withstand the beasts and enter a state of enlightenment? Who was it? At that moment, a realization struck the person in charge, prompting him to speak urgently, connecting it with Chen's earlier remarks. He suddenly comprehended that the genius who had battled the demon beasts and achieved enlightenment was, in fact, Chen. Yet, none of the martial department members dared to step forward at that moment. All gazes were averted, and the expression on the person in charge's face revealed his overwhelming fury. Who would dare to expose themselves to such misfortune? If no one is willing to admit it, then all of you shall march to the battlefield and guard the contaminated zones. The person in charge bellowed in anger. And seeing no one step forward only intensified his ire. At last, someone mustered the courage to speak. My lord, we truly did not recognize that individual as Chen last night. Indeed, in the darkness, it was impossible to discern, and his body was drenched in blood and grime. When we inquired, he claimed to be unaware of Chen. They clearly did not understand the reason for the person in charge's fury, assuming it stemmed from their failure to recognize Chen and protect him, thus hastily justifying their actions. However, they soon recalled the earlier statements of the person in charge, falling into a state of confusion. What ulterior motives? I demand to know who accused me of harboring such intentions towards Chen? No one spoke up. Their faces reflected bewilderment, as they had never uttered such words. Meanwhile, others discreetly glanced over, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Chen, what precisely did they convey to you? The person in charge inquired again. Chen, momentarily silent, then stated directly, they slandered me, claiming I possessed twisted desires, taking pleasure in inflicting harm upon others, and alleged that higher authorities instructed them to locate me, emphasizing their interest in my abilities. I reiterate, my fiery sun finger is a martial technique. I have never harmed anyone intentionally. During a confrontation with an 8th-level demon beast, I inadvertently struck it. This is a martial skill, not a tool for inflicting dermal lesions. Chen asserted, feeling targeted and wronged. There were those who had defamed him. He refrained from mentioning the countless demon beasts that had met their demise at his hands. His well-honed fiery sun finger had been transformed into a weapon of death. Upon hearing this, the person in charge fell silent, as it seemed that, from this perspective, he indeed appeared to be the one harboring ulterior motives towards Chen. Who dares to speak such words? Come forward. Did I not instruct you to ensure the protection of Chen? It was mentioned by those in the examination hall that Chen might possess some psychological abnormalities. Who authorized such a statement? The supervisor, infuriated, finally grasped the sequence of events. It was indeed not Chen's misunderstanding that led to this situation. The others, too, experienced a moment of realization, uttering a profound "oh." Yet, it was clear that they preferred to believe another narrative, one that promised to be far more sensational. All of you, go and deduct half a year's salary. Retreat to confinement. The supervisor thundered, his frustration palpable. Ultimately, he could only express his sentiments in this manner, fully aware that the tale would likely be distorted beyond recognition. This incident was merely a misunderstanding, and it was best to let it pass and return to the main topic. The supervisor spoke softly, a deep sense of helplessness rising within him. Had he known the peril that awaited in the martial department, he would never have come here. Returning to the subject at hand, they had all forgotten their initial purpose for being here amidst the commotion. Meanwhile, the two individuals slain by Chen were carried away, with no one speaking on their behalf. Chen, as the top scholar of Jiangzhou, you are entitled to enter the Jiangzhou Martial Repository and select a volume of Earth-tier martial arts. At this moment, a member of the martial department stepped forward, affirming the long-standing tradition. Then another voice chimed in. Now that the examination has concluded, it is time to consider which university you wish to attend. As these words were spoken, the admissions tutors from various universities turned their gazes toward him, their eyes imbued with flattery. Chen, have you thought about which university you would like to attend? One admissions officer inquired, excessively obsequious in his demeanor. Chapter 23, The Pursuit of Talent and Terrifying Terms. One admissions officer, exceedingly sycophantic, directed his attention towards Chen, his eyes glinting with a desire to please. Setting aside Chen's extraordinary talent, he had already reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm, mere steps away from the seventh. Furthermore, based on recent events, it was evident that Chen's foundation was remarkably solid, coupled with his mastery of a formidable martial art. Such qualifications had reached an alarming level. Among all the examinees in Jiangzhou, who else could claim to be at the sixth realm? Apart from Chen, the strongest competitor was merely at the peak of the fifth realm, an insurmountable difference when compared to Chen. At this moment, all eyes were once again fixated on Chen, for he was indeed the protagonist here. Shenzi appeared relatively composed. Knowing that Chen's true ambition lay with the Daxia Academy, the most prestigious institution in Daxia. Chen, why not consider the Chang'an Military Academy? With your talents, you would surely thrive there. We are prepared to offer you double the cultivation resources each year, along with a dedicated mentor to guide you in your training. Choose the Central Plains Academy. Our Central Plains Academy is indeed among the most prestigious institutions. Should you choose to join us, we shall provide you with a dedicated mentor and grant you access to a volume of foundational martial arts techniques. In an instant, the instructors from various academies hastened to express their interest in winning over Chen. Although they remained perplexed as to how Chen, possessing only a first-tier talent, can cultivate to such an extraordinary level, his status as the top scholar of Jiangzhou is indisputable. Moreover, which household at the sixth level of cultivation can effortlessly vanquish a transformation-level martial artist? Such strength is surely something even the illustrious Lucini could not claim. As Chen aptly stated, the biases in people's hearts are akin to a towering mountain. He may possess first-tier talent, yet there is no rule dictating that such talent must lead to mediocrity. Now, Chen has further demonstrated through his own prowess that his abilities are not inferior to those of others. When we consider Lucini, we might think of Luo Fanning as well, who also possesses ninth-tier talent. Yet, in comparison to Chen, she does not seem to surpass him. Chen, give this careful thought. What they can offer you, our Zhulu Academy can match, and we can arrange for a martial king mentor to personally guide your cultivation. Furthermore, you may select from a set of corresponding foundational techniques and martial skills, along with triple the annual cultivation resources. At this juncture, an admissions officer from Zhulu Academy eagerly interjected, having already relayed Chen's information to the institution, which is determined to win him over at any cost. Among all the academies in the Great Xia, aside from the Great Xia Academy itself, Zhulu Academy is the most formidable. Zhulu Academy has long regarded the Great Xia Academy as its benchmark, striving to surpass it. Having previously lost to the Great Xia Academy in the competition for Luo Fanning, they cannot tolerate the prospect of losing Chen as well. Thus, they have laid forth such astonishing conditions. To be candid, these terms are nearly irresistible to anyone. A martial king mentor, what an honor that is. Above the transformation level lies the passage realm, followed by the noble rank, and then the martial king. A martial king, even in the vast expanse of the Great Xia, or on the Blue Star, ranks among the elite. How many can claim a mentor of such caliber? Coupled with foundational techniques, matching martial skills, and tripled cultivation resources, it is evident that Zhulu Academy is investing heavily in this endeavor. The other university admissions officers, upon hearing of Zhulu Academy's extraordinary offer, fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions grave, unsure of how to respond. They truly lacked the means to propose conditions that could surpass those of Zhulu Academy, even if they were to attempt to offer more. The cultivation resources of other students would surely suffer, rendering such an approach impractical. Is there anyone willing to bid even higher? This is Zhulu Academy's first offer. Chen cleared his throat softly and glanced at the remaining instructors, unsure if anyone else would dare to make a counteroffer. Why was there still no response from the Great Xia Academy? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, silence enveloped the room once more, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Was this fellow treating the admissions process as an auction? However, at this moment, with Lu Chen's remarkable abilities, it is no longer they who choose Lu Chen, but rather Lu Chen who selects them. With such an astonishing score, he is not merely the top scholar of Jiazhou, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He is destined to become the top scholar of the Great Xia. That mentor, Chen Ziyi, had stated that anyone who wishes to come may do so. Upon seeing Lu Chen gazing at them, the mentors from the Great Xia Academy's admissions office spoke up. They certainly wished to compete for Lu Chen. Yet Chen Ziyi had previously warned them, leaving them at a loss as to how to proceed. Now, with the conditions set forth by the Hunting Academy, their worries intensified. Fearing that Lu Chen might be snatched away. Damn that foolish Chen Ziyi. Does she hold a grudge against me? This wretched exterminator, this ugly creature. No wonder she cannot find a boyfriend. She deserves it. Ugh, is this exterminator going through menopause? Have I offended her in any way? Does she truly believe that the Great Xia Academy has only her as a mentor? Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen was immediately filled with rage. That damned Chen Ziyi. As Lu Chen spoke, silence fell over the office. All eyes widened in shock as they turned to Lu Chen, then to Chen Ziyi, leaving them utterly bewildered. How incredibly bold Lu Chen was. Among the various academies, who did not know of Chen Ziyi's infamous reputation, not only among the students, but also amongst the mentors. Chen Ziyi was known for her formidable presence. Given her background, no one dared to provoke her, yet here was Lu Chen, daring to speak so openly. That student Lu Chen, look at how things stand at the Great Xia Academy. Perhaps you should consider the Hunting Academy. We will certainly treat you as a treasure. Thought the Hunting Academy mentor, secretly delighted. How wonderful. This essentially pushed Lu Chen towards them. Lu Chen remained silent, as his aspirations still lay with the Great Xia Academy. After all, there were more mentors than just Chen Ziyi there, and considering his sister's status as the Academy's top talent, it was unlikely he would be targeted. As for the conditions offered by the Hunting Academy, which included Earth-level skills and techniques, Lu Chen did not regard them with much significance. His Nine-Yang divine art was already an advanced Earth-level technique, and while he lacked Earth-level martial arts, with the system's assistance, elevating his two martial techniques to Earth level was merely a matter of time. Moreover, being the top scholar of Jiangzhou entitled him to select an Earth-level martial technique. Thus, this condition, irresistible in the eyes of others, held little allure for Lu Chen. Mentor Chen Ziyi, here is the contract you requested. One of the mentors from the Great Xia Academy approached, holding out a contract to Chen Ziyi while Lu Chen was still pondering. Lu Chen. Chapter 24, New Number, Do Not Mess with the Rewards of the Great Xia Academy. Lu Chen? At this moment, Lu Chen believed he had misheard. Wearing a bewildered expression as he looked at Chen Ziyi, who calmly accepted the document, his mind went blank. At this moment, Lu Chen was genuinely taken aback. Frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Isn't your name quite unique, Sister Chen? Lu Chen remarked, unable to believe this was real. Reintroducing myself. I am the infamous Extinction Master and the so-called ugly monster, Chen Ziyi, remarked with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Lu Chen stood frozen, bewildered by his own words. At that moment, he found himself nervously digging his toes into the ground, feeling utterly disoriented. Having just started a new account 6 days ago, he was at a loss for how he had encountered such an awkward situation. This was indeed the epitome of irony. Speaking ill of someone in their presence was truly inappropriate. Shall we discuss the Deer Hunting Academy? Lu Chen suggested, feeling that perhaps he was destined to remain far from the esteemed Daxia Academy. No need for discussion. Chen Ziyi interjected, placing a contract before Lu Chen. Before your examination, your sister had already enrolled you. You are now officially a student of Daxia Academy. Your information has been recorded. Lu Chen's expression turned to one of utter confusion. What was happening? He was completely unaware of this development. He recalled having mentioned to Lu Xini, after awakening his talents, his desire to pursue martial arts and apply to Daxia Academy. Yet he had never anticipated that his sister would take such initiative and secure his place without his consent. Now, he found himself with no opportunity to retract his decision. Moreover, according to the contract, Chen Ziyi had become his mentor. Lu Chen twitched his mouth. All right, so this is how it's going to be. The other mentors from various academies fell silent, sighing in resignation, their hearts heavy with disappointment. They had not expected Daxia Academy to see such a promising talent before them. With someone so exceptional now attending Daxia Academy, their hopes of surpassing it seemed increasingly futile. The mentors from the Deer Hunting Academy sighed, believing they had found an opportunity, only to discover it had already been snatched away. The teachers from Qingxing First High School, meanwhile, felt as though they were in a dream. Previously, the strongest awakened talent in their academy barely reached the 6th realm. Based on their predictions, Even gaining admission to a top-tier university would have been an achievement. Yet, unexpectedly, the student they had least favored, Chen, had emerged as the top scholar, coveted by various academies, ultimately securing a place at Daxia Academy. This realization left them feeling as though they were lost in a dream, momentarily stunned. They had placed their hopes on Wang Qing, only to find that in the end, Chen had triumphed. Meanwhile, Chen, with a twitch of his mouth, spoke up, "Is it too late for me to withdraw?" He recalled his disparaging remarks about Shenzi and wondered how he would fare as her student at Daxia Academy. The thought left him utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Of course not. Shenzi retorted playfully. "You will obediently attend Daxia Academy. If I don't see you in 3 days, there will be consequences." With that, she tossed him a token representing Daxia Academy, the reverse side engraved with Chen's name. This signifies that Chen has officially become a disciple of the Daxia Academy. While others would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement and joy at such an achievement, Chen, in stark contrast, found himself devoid of any happiness. Observing the despondent expression on Chen's face, Shenzi could not help but chuckle inwardly. Before speaking up, "You have been accepted as a student of Daxia Academy, and we are not so stingy as to withhold a token of appreciation. Here are 300 spirit stones, along with a scroll containing the rudimentary earth-level martial art, the demon-slaying blade technique, and a spirit-tier weapon, the dragon-scale blade. As for additional rewards, we shall discuss them once you arrive at the academy. However, should your performance falter, I won't hesitate to withhold your rewards." Chen's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it was evident that Daxia Academy was not as exploitative as he had feared. A scroll of an earth-level martial technique and a spirit-tier dragon-scale blade. The classification of weapons varies in quality: mundane, spirit, precious, and sacred. The value of a spirit-tier weapon is indeed substantial, and the materials required for its forging are exceedingly rare. Typically, a martial artist without significant fortune would consider themselves fortunate to acquire a spirit-tier weapon. After all, such treasures cannot simply be purchased with wealth. It is no exaggeration to assert that this value surpasses that of the Zulv Academy. As Chen accepted the items, his gaze sharpened. Drawing the blade, he observed its surface, glimmering like the scales of a dragon, imbued with a certain vitality. Though he remained silent, a glimmer of joy illuminated his eyes. He had initially feared he would leave empty-handed, but to his surprise, Daxia Academy was quite generous. A spirit-tier weapon. The envy of countless individuals would undoubtedly be stirred by this revelation. What a delightful surprise. He had not anticipated such magnanimity from Daxia Academy. With renewed enthusiasm, Chen expressed his joy, the previous gloom dissipating entirely. Detected earth-level rudimentary martial art, demon-slaying blade technique. Would you like to simplify it? Simplify. Chen replied without hesitation, as he had no shortage of simplification points at this moment. Simplification in progress. Demon-slaying blade technique to slashing blade technique. Simplification complete. The system's voice resonated in his mind, indicating that some simplification points had vanished, and the martial technique was successfully simplified. This outcome was in line with Chen's expectations. The ability to increase proficiency merely by wielding the blade suggested that by the time he reached Daxia Academy, he would likely have mastered it to perfection. Contemplating this, Chen's lips curled into a smile. His spirits lifted further. He resolved to practice diligently. Should he fail to reach the entry level of mastery in 3 days upon arriving at Daxia Academy, he would face dire consequences. 3 days to cultivate an earth-level rudimentary martial technique to the entry level is no trivial task. Even the former Lu Xini could not achieve this. Shenzi remarked coldly, "If I fail to reach the minor success level, I shall return this martial technique and spirit weapon to you, and accept your judgment. However, if I succeed, I kindly request that you bestow upon me the remaining rewards." Upon hearing Chen's words, Shenzi was momentarily taken aback. Her initial intention was to reprimand him. Yet she never anticipated that Chen would dare to utter such audacious remarks. Completing a low-level earth-tier martial technique within 3 days to a minor accomplishment was something even Lu Xini could not achieve. A promise is a promise. Shenzi smiled and declared, "My current cultivation level is the result of my diligent efforts. However, I do not require your martial techniques or spiritual weapons. I merely ask for your assistance in one matter." Upon saying this, a wave of regret washed over her. She suddenly realized that since Chen possessed the audacity to make such claims, he must indeed have the confidence to back them up. She had unwittingly entangled herself in a predicament. Yet, having already made a commitment, it would be unwise to retract it now. Chen smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. Not only could he reach a minor accomplishment, but he could also attain perfection. The others, upon hearing his words, stared at Lu Chen in utter disbelief and shock. To cultivate a low-level Earth-tier martial technique to minor accomplishment in just 3 days was an explosive claim. Practically impossible to believe. Who could accept such a notion? Even Lu Xini from years past could not have managed it, could she? Though they were uncertain of Lu Chen's true intentions, they found themselves at a loss for words. According to the rules, tomorrow you may select an Earth-tier martial technique from the martial arts library, whether it be high, low, or intermediate level, depending solely on your capabilities. The head of the martial department stated, subsequently tossing 500 spiritual stones to Lu Chen. Furthermore, this is your reward. Train diligently and do not tarnish the reputation of Jiangzhou. After all, you are its top scholar, the official remarked before leaving without a moment's hesitation. What a dreadful day, truly terrible. Soon, those around began to disperse, rushing to seize opportunities, while Lu Chen seized the chance to slip away, wary of any repercussions. Outside, Lu Chen found a spot to sit, observing the students registering for their studies, feeling a twinge of envy. How fortunate they were to choose their own schools and experience the tension of awaiting acceptance, an experience I shall no longer partake in, Lu Chen lamented. At that moment, individuals from Qingqing First High School approached him, intrigued by his presence. Lu Chen, which academy did you apply to? Why the long face? They inquired, their curiosity piqued by his glum demeanor. Oh, don't even get me started. I was accepted by the Daxiao Academy, with no options given to me whatsoever. Lu Chen sighed. Duzhou Academy offered many incentives. You have no idea how torn I was, utterly clueless about how to decide. Ultimately, being accepted by Daxiao Academy isn't so bad, I suppose. It's quite decent, he said, still frowning as he sat there, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, inadvertently revealing the dragon scale blade. The others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They were at a loss for words. Was this truly something a person would say? Daxiao Academy is quite decent? At times, they harbored a desire to eliminate Lu Chen, if arrogance were a crime. Both Lu Chen and your esteemed companion would surely deserve execution. Their curiosity was piqued upon witnessing Lu Chen's dragon scale blade, which exuded an air of distinction, prompting an instinctive inquiry. This was bestowed upon me by the Daxiao Academy, but as you well know, I am not adept with blades. I harbor no affection for such implements. However, they did provide me with a scroll detailing the art of swordsmanship. This revelation rendered everyone present speechless, their mouths twitching in bewilderment, utterly at a loss for words, while Lu Chen reveled in their discomfort. They ought not to have come, nor should they have asked. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. If you find yourself unoccupied, perhaps you should consider your demise, one among them remarked, casting a glance at Lu Chen before turning away in exasperation. Lu Chen chuckled softly, his gaze falling upon Luo Fanyin in the distance. Yet, he remained unaware of her name. Recalling the events of the previous night, he muttered an expletive under his breath, then departed. Meanwhile, Luo Fanyin had also noticed Lu Chen. Her eyes were sharp, yet she chose to remain silent. What she did not anticipate was that Lu Chen would ultimately emerge as the top scholar in Jiangzhou, usurping the position that was rightfully hers. As memories of the previous night flooded her thoughts, Luo Fanyin felt a mix of shame and anger, yet found herself unable to express it. Once her words were concluded, she too vanished from the scene, while Lu Chen made his way home. After washing up, Lu Chen sent a message to Lu Xini. Sister, I have successfully gained admission to the Daxiao Academy. Upon receiving the message, Lu Xini smiled, relieved to have aided Lu Chen in his endeavor. However, she recognized that she owed a debt to the Daxiao Academy for facilitating the admission of a first-tier talent. A rare occurrence indeed. Focus on your cultivation. Do not be swayed by the opinions of others. Reading Lu Xini's reply, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. He dismissed his concerns, casting his phone aside, and unsheathed the dragon scale blade, commencing his practice. Fumo Blade Technique Proficiency Level 1. Fumo Blade Technique Proficiency Level 1. Fumo Blade Technique Proficiency Level 1. As Lu Chen wielded the dragon scale blade, his proficiency steadily increased, leading him to realize that his comprehension of the Fumo Blade Technique was deepening. Congratulations, host, on achieving the foundational level of the Fumo Blade Technique. Fumo Blade Technique Proficiency Level 1. Fumo Blade Technique Proficiency Level 1. Congratulations, host, on reaching the minor achievement in the Fumo Blade Technique. The system's notifications continued to resonate until Lu Chen finally ceased his practice. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, he reluctantly set the blade down. Cultivation is indeed arduous. My diligence has rightfully led me to this level of mastery. My own strength is the result of relentless effort, Lu Chen mused, feeling the weight of his hard work. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had been training for an entire hour. It was time to rest. With that, he retreated to his room, grasping a spirit stone in his hand, and felt the 9 yang divine art activate automatically. Soon, he would refine a spirit stone. Coupled with the spirit stones provided by the martial department, he now possessed a total of 800. Such a quantity was indeed considerable. As time passed, Chen's cultivation continued to ascend. After an hour and a half, he achieved a breakthrough, directly entering the 7th level of cultivation. Originally, he was at the pinnacle of the 6th level, so this advancement to the 7th level was quite reasonable. After an additional 2.5 hours of diligent practice, Chen found himself moved by his own industriousness and promptly fell into a deep slumber. During his sleep, his foundation gradually solidified. It was deep into the night when a shadow emerged from the corner outside the villa. Chapter 26. The reason is beneath your worthy comprehension. This shadow slithered forth, its gaze cold as it peered into the villa. Its visage was grotesque, resembling neither man nor beast, its entire form cloaked in a bluish-gray hue. Suddenly, it transformed into a puddle of liquid and vanished from sight. Inside the room, Chen remained in a state of slumber. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, sensing a peculiar aura surrounding him. This was the aura of Calamity. How could there be calamity here? Furrowing his brow, Chen stepped outside clad only in a pair of shorts, wielding his dragon scale blade. After a thorough search, he found nothing amiss, his heart filled with confusion. Could it be that he had misperceived the situation? As he pondered, Chen stepped outside, the night breeze bringing a refreshing chill. At that moment, he suddenly glanced towards a corner of the wall. In the darkness, a puddle of liquid materialized, transforming into a figure. Though this entity was no human, it was a calamity. Transforming energy? Chen was taken aback, not expecting this calamity to be at the 2nd level of transformation. Such calamities were exceedingly troublesome, and if one were to be inadvertently possessed, it would spell disaster. Are you the top scholar of Jiangzhou? I have a deal to propose. Deal? I think you're looking for a fight. Chen retorted sharply, his gaze fierce as he charged forward wielding his dragon scale blade. With a flash of the blade, Chen unleashed the demon-slaying blade technique. What was there to discuss when faced with calamity? It was time to act. Calamities deserved death. There was no room for idle chatter. The calamity was taken aback, bewildered by Chen's unorthodox approach. Wait, let me finish speaking. Go speak to the king of hell. I have no interest in your drivel. Chen struck again, letting out a maniacal laugh that felt curiously fitting. With each laugh, he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Then, Chen struck again, each blow more powerful than the last, forcing the calamity to retreat, sustaining injuries and visibly struggling to maintain its ground. Wait, this is utterly unfair. You possess a spiritual weapon while I stand here empty-handed. Fairness? Have you lost your mind? Do you even deserve to speak of fairness? I demand results. Chen surged forward, his strikes becoming increasingly ferocious, and his mastery of the demon-slaying blade technique was continually on the rise. Moreover, Chen yearned to ascertain the extent of his current combat prowess. At this moment, the calamity was truly alarmed and turned to flee. You lunatic! Your madness is more terrifying than the calamity itself. This calamity was indeed flustered. It had never encountered someone like Chen, who exuded a hint of malevolence. Before it could finish its words, Chen had already charged forward with his blade. To hell with it. I can't be bothered to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. Just die? Chen spoke coldly, fully channeling his energy into the demon-slaying blade technique. A flash of blade light suddenly swept through, piercing through the calamity's back. You scoundrel, at least let me finish my words. In an instant, the calamity collapsed to the ground, its body swiftly dissipating, utterly lifeless. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the demon-slaying blade technique to perfection. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling quite astonished. He had slain a calamity, and yet his mastery of the demon-slaying blade technique had reached perfection. At that moment, Chen also gained some insight into these simplifications. Simplified to its most basic form, each swing of the blade could increase his proficiency, but engaging in other actions could yield even greater mastery. For instance, the blaze finger, ultimately simplified to a finger jab, could grant 2 proficiency points through the 1,000-year kill technique. That night, he had already cultivated it to a basic level. And during his battle with the calamity, he had swung his blade countless times, ultimately slaying it and gaining a substantial boost in proficiency. Thus, he had cultivated it to perfection. He hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise. The effort of dispatching the calamity was not in vain. Chen chuckled and then returned indoors. After dawn, Chen changed into a fresh set of clothes and made his way to the martial department. According to the rules, He was entitled to receive a ground-level martial skill today. Martial department. By the time Lu Chen arrived, a crowd was already waiting. They were all examinees from Jiangzhou. According to the regulations, the top 10 could receive yellow-tier martial skills, while the top 3 were eligible for profound-tier skills. Do not underestimate the yellow-tier martial skills. Each scroll is incredibly precious and worth its weight in gold. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to acquire even a single scroll of martial skill. After all, not everyone possesses the same advantages as Lu Chen. Once again, Lu Chen spotted Luo Fanning. For some reason, he felt that her gaze held a subtle hint of animosity towards him. Once everyone had gathered, let us proceed. I will explain the rules. Upon entering the martial skill repository, you may select a scroll of martial skill to take with you, but this skill must not be disseminated. If discovered, severe penalties from the martial department will ensue. Moreover, anyone found to be dishonest will have their cultivation directly crippled. A staff member announced as they guided them into the martial skill repository. You few are at the Huang tier of martial skills. Here, choose for yourselves. Time is limited, and it is all about your own abilities. Upon witnessing that the martial skills here were enveloped in a radiant glow, Lu Chen realized that acquiring them would not be an effortless endeavor. No wonder it was said to rely on one's own merit. Subsequently, they advanced further and arrived at the Xian tier area. Luo Fanning and a young man came to a halt, while Lu Chen followed the staff into the depths. I want to ask you something. Who is that girl? What is her background? Lu Chen inquired, looking curiously at the staff member. Her name is Luo Fanning. She ranked second in this examination in Jiangzhou. To speak candidly, you have some connections with her. Originally, she was the only one in Jiangzhou this year with a 9th grade talent, exceptionally gifted. Everyone believed that barring any surprises, she would be the top scorer in Jiangzhou. However, who would have anticipated the emergence of a dark horse like you? The position that should have been hers ended up being claimed by you, remarked the staff member, already leading Lu Chen to the basement. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression turned grave as he realized why that girl always regarded him with a hint of hostility. It turned out to be for this reason. Chapter 27. I didn't touch it. He initiated the martial skill. Lu Chen nodded, and after listening to the staff's explanation, he began to comprehend why Luo Fanning looked at him with a subtle air of animosity each time. So it was. The title of Jiangzhou's top scorer had been snatched away by this unexpected dark horse, and more crucially, the first place would receive Earth-tier martial skills, while the second only received Xian tier. He would get a low-level Earth-tier martial skill, while Luo Fanning would obtain an advanced Xian tier. Although the difference might seem minimal, in reality, it was as vast as the heavens and the earth. If he were in her position, he would be disgruntled too. Perhaps he would even seek an opportunity to drag her into a dark room to let her experience the power of a 1,000-year kill. Here we are. This is the Earth-tier martial skill repository containing exceedingly precious Earth-tier martial skills. The surveillance is comprehensive and meticulous. You may enter on your own. After inputting the command, the staff opened the door and Lu Chen stepped inside. The interior was even more opulent and secure than the outside. Lu Chen began to search. It would be a shame to come all this way only to acquire a low-level Earth-tier martial skill. He ought to secure a high-level one. He mused. Yet Earth-tier martial skills were incredibly rare, and there were not many within. The high-level Earth-tier martial skills were limited to just one volume, the Celestial Stars Directive. Gazing upon this martial skill, Lu Chen pronounced its name and felt a genuine sense of awe. If he were to wield this skill in executing a 1,000-year kill, how terrifying would that be? Why was it specifically the 1,000-year kill? Lu Chen fell silent, discovering that he had developed an affinity for this feeling. What a twisted psyche. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Lu Chen attempted to retrieve the skill, but it seemed to possess a will of its own, preventing his touch. A formidable force stood in his way. No wonder it is said that each relies on their own abilities. It turns out to be this way, Lu Chen remarked, then summoned his inner strength and unleashed a powerful punch, aiming to seize this martial technique. In an instant, his fist seemed to be obstructed by a formidable force, resulting in a tremendous wave of energy. In the monitoring room, the heads of the martial arts department and other high-ranking officials observed Lu Chen in astonishment, surprised that he would resort to sheer brute force. This young man is indeed amusing. He believes he can breach this protective barrier with mere strength. One of them began to say, intending to express that such force could not possibly shatter it, but before he could finish his sentence, they witnessed the shield actually crack. Within the martial arts repository, Lu Chen heard a crisp sound, and then he saw the protective barrier before him develop fissures, which subsequently collapsed. It really works. I thought I was going to undergo some profound enlightenment or a spiritual communion, Lu Chen mused, a smile gracing his features, suddenly realizing that he needed to be more astute. just as he prepared to take action and retrieve this martial technique. A piece of paper without any protective covering caught his attention. In such a place, how could an unrelated sheet of paper appear? However, Chen did not act hastily. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the celestial star finger technique. Opportunities are often reserved for the protagonists. Absurdity only exists in novels. What if that rascal was up to something? Chen said lightly, choosing not to approach it further. For if it turned out to be nothing more than a worthless scrap of paper, he would be at a significant loss. Yet, as he turned to leave, the seemingly useless piece of paper suddenly trembled and transformed into a beam of light, rushing toward Chen. In an instant, he sensed the change and attempted to block it, but it was too late. The paper had already morphed into white light and entered his forehead. In a fleeting moment, Chen felt something new emerge in his mind. When he regained his composure, he discovered that the sheet of paper had materialized in his consciousness, floating within his spiritual realm. However, the characters inscribed upon it were entirely indecipherable to him. What the? Is this a setup? Chen's initial thought was of incredulity. And he exclaimed, looking at the nearby camera, I didn't touch it. I barely even brushed against it. This is a setup. In the monitoring room, the heads of the martial arts department were left stunned, gazing blankly at Chen, utterly bewildered. They had indeed witnessed everything that had transpired. Chen had not made contact, yet the paper had bizarrely entered his forehead. Wait for us in the martial arts repository. We shall be there momentarily, they instructed. And promptly, a group of high-ranking officials from the martial arts department hurried toward the repository. Inside the martial arts repository, Chen sat solemnly on the ground. What does the system say? The host has been automatically recorded. Would you like to simplify? Simplify. Chen responded, setting the celestial star finger technique aside. Simplification in progress. Celestial star finger, shattering star, shattering mountain, millennium kill, vertical middle finger, simplification complete. In that fleeting moment, Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a gesture akin to the previous fiery sun pointer, merely a pointed finger, but was instead confronted with a raised middle finger. This seemed rather impolite and morally questionable. However, it was fortunate that Chen himself held no such moral standards. Consequently, he raised his middle finger in kind. What is this piece of paper, Tongzi? Chen inquired directly. This is a martial technique, albeit only a fragmented page, rendering its level indiscernible, came the reply. Is it possible to cultivate it? Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Barely, but the system cannot ascertain its level, was the response. Upon hearing this, Chen fell into a brief silence before asserting, then simplify it, and begin cultivation. Since this entity has sought me out, it indicates a connection between us. If we are indeed fated, then let us try cultivating it. After all, there is nothing to lose. Simplifying. The system's voice echoed. Yet there was a marked delay in any further response. Several minutes later, the system's voice finally resounded once more. 9 Heaven's Thunder Control Technique, struck by lightning. Grasping high-voltage wires, playing with electric toys, singing thunder. As the system's voice reverberated in his mind, Chen was left utterly perplexed. What on earth was this? Singing thunder? Are you serious? And playing with electric toys? Is this for real? The notion of grasping high-voltage wires seemed reasonable to him, but at that moment, the door to the martial arts library swung open once again. Upon entering, the high-ranking officials of the martial department were greeted by the sight of Chen, defiantly raising his middle finger at them. The absurdity of the scene led them to wonder if Chen had lost his sanity. Hearing the door open, Chen halted, rigidly turning to face the bewildered crowd at the entrance. Actually, he stammered, unsure how to explain himself. He quickly added, I didn't touch it. It just somehow entered my body without my knowledge. Now you need to figure out a way to extract it. This constitutes a training accident, you know? Chen preemptively asserted. In response, the officials of the martial department fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for retorts. After a considerable pause, the person in charge finally spoke. You feel no sensations at all? Of course I do. I'm currently dizzy, my steps are unsteady, and my head feels as if it's about to explode. Once again, the officials fell silent. Unsteady on your feet? Dizziness? Yet you seem quite adept at raising that middle finger. Enough. What on earth is happening here? The person in charge interrupted Chen. Fully aware that he was not a source of amusement, Chen, no longer inclined to engage in banter, responded calmly. I truly have no idea how this happened. How did it even end up inside my body? Chen was not lying. He genuinely did not know. We endeavored through various means, employing every possible method. Yet we were unable to decipher it, not even eliciting the faintest response. Could it be that this is fate, that this is divine will? At that moment, the person in charge found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at Chen, before finally uttering, very well, take it. It's better than letting it gather dust here. Subsequently, the official picked up the celestial star guide that had been set aside, dusted it off, and handed it to Lu Chen. Take it as a gift, but remember, it must not be shared with others. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the martial department to bestow both items upon him. After a few more instructions, the official departed, leaving Lu Chen to exit with the imprinted book in hand. Could this be a reflection of my personal charisma? Standing outside, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, Lu Chen initially sought a martial technique, but unexpectedly acquired 2 scrolls. Although the Nine Heavens Thunder technique was merely a fragment, and Lu Chen was unaware of its rank, he could sense that even a single page of this fragment would not be inferior to Earth-tier martial skills. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed Luo Fanning emerging from within. After a brief hesitation, he approached her. When she observed Lu Chen approaching her, she paused, then spoke with a hint of indifference. Is there something you need? It's nothing significant. Just wanted to discuss the examination, he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Fanning halted, wondering if Lu Chen had recognized her as the person from that night. The examination was inherently a test of one's capabilities. Prior to the event, she had never anticipated becoming the top scholar of Jiangzhou. By chance, she had unwittingly taken the position that rightfully belonged to him. Yet was that not also a testament to her own abilities? There was no need for her to harbor resentment over this. Luo Fanning listened, her expression one of confusion, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "It's just a title of top scholar. I have never placed such significance on it. If you have come to confront me over this matter, there is truly no need." Lu Chen fell silent upon hearing her words. If it was not about this incident, then what was it about? Prior to this, he had not even known Luo Fanning. Well, we are all students of the Great Xia Academy now. All pupils of Master Shen Zi. Perhaps this is an opportunity to forge a friendship in advance. Luo Fanning extended her slender, pale hand. Lu Chen hesitated briefly, then gently grasped her hand before releasing it. After casting a glance at him, Luo Fanning turned and departed. Lu Chen then regained his composure and pondered a question. How did she know he was also a student of Shen Zi? However, Luo Fanning was already far away, and he dismissed the thought. The day after tomorrow, he was to set off for the Great Xia Academy, so he needed to return home and prepare. Upon returning, Lu Chen chose to continue his training. With his middle finger raised, he sang in thunderous tones. The robust sound, comparable to that of an old workhorse, echoed continuously. Were it not for the fact that he resided in a standalone villa, he surely would have attracted complaints. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the celestial star to a minor completion. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the Nine Heavens Thunder control technique, fragment, to a minor completion at this moment. The system's voice resounded. Lu Chen ceased his efforts, realizing the extent of his diligence. He had remarkably advanced both martial arts techniques to a minor completion. With such industriousness, who could rival him? In such a brief span, achieving minor completion in 2 martial arts at such a terrifying pace was truly unparalleled. After all, while others were still grappling with the comprehension of Xian level or Huang level martial arts, he had already mastered a high-level earth-tier technique. Subsequently, Lu Chen began to pack his belongings. The next day, he set off towards the Daxia Academy. Daxia Academy. In the office, Shen Zi stood, surrounded by senior officials from the academy. At this moment, everyone bore a solemn expression. How could a first-level talent, the top scholar of Jiangzhou, be intertwined with such extraordinary circumstances? An elderly man, perplexed, set down the information he was holding, furrowing his brow, expressing that despite his years, he had never encountered such an outrageous situation. Although he was the top scholar of Jiangzhou and now at the 6th level, it was generally understood that a lower talent level typically resulted in a diminished probability of becoming a powerful figure. The ceiling was simply too low. For the sake of the academy's reputation, I believe it would be prudent to expel Lu Chen from Daxia Academy. Another voice chimed in. However, we have already admitted him, and even recorded his identity information. To expel him now on such grounds seems utterly unreasonable, another retorted, leading to a silence among them. A first-level awakened talent, who independently ascended to the 6th level in a short time and secured the position of top scholar in Jiangzhou. Does this not attest to his capabilities? Is a so-called talent level truly that significant? If it were, why have those with higher talent levels failed to achieve the same honor? Prejudice is a formidable mountain. Who decreed that individuals with a first-level talent are destined to be inept? At this juncture, Shen Zi spoke up, suddenly comprehending the profound implications of Lu Chen's accomplishments. A first-level talent, relying solely on personal effort to reach this level, must have endured immense hardship. She could hardly fathom the struggles he faced. Yet he ultimately achieved such results. Very well, let us wait until the new students arrive tomorrow. We shall personally meet this Lu Chen. At this moment, the dean, sitting nearby, also expressed interest in Lu Chen. Chapter 29. Is this not cheating? By dusk, Lu Chen had arrived at Daxiao Academy. Tomorrow marked the new students' enrollment day, and it was customary for many to arrive a day early. After announcing his name, he was temporarily settled within the academy. He had intended to seek out his sister. But to his surprise, Lu Xini was nowhere to be found in the academy. After placing his luggage in the dormitory, Lu Chen began to wander through Daxiao Academy, eager to familiarize himself with the institution. At that moment, Lu Chen spotted a familiar figure. Was it Luo Fanning? Not far ahead, in a small pavilion, Luo Fanning sat, accompanied by a young girl, suggesting they had come together. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated encountering his first acquaintance in the Great Xia Academy to be Luo Fanning. At this juncture, Luo Fanning also noticed Lu Chen, and their eyes met, revealing her own astonishment. Lu Chen called out Luo Fanning, prompting him to step forward and greet her. It would have been inappropriate to walk past without acknowledgement. Do you know each other? Inquired Tang Xinxin, her curiosity directed at Luo Fanning. He's also a candidate from Jiangzhou and the top scholar this time. Luo Fanning replied. Tang Xinxin's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. You are the top scholar of Jiangzhou, Lu Chen. Merely a title, just a title, Lu Chen feigned modesty, though he instinctively straightened his posture. This is my cousin, who has accompanied me to the Great Xia Academy, Luo Fanning introduced, facilitating their acquaintance. Tang Xinxin was quite appealing in appearance, sporting twin ponytails that lent her a somewhat youthful charm. Were it not for Luo Fanning's introduction, Lu Chen might have mistaken her for a younger sister. The term youthful visage suddenly crossed Lu Chen's mind. Tomorrow at noon marks the official new student entrance assessment. It is my first time, and I must admit, I am somewhat anxious, Tang Xinxin remarked cheerfully, glancing at the proctor's badge in her hand before carefully putting it away. Were it not for the extra credits and the instructor's requirements, I would not have returned. Indeed, the new student assessments at the Great Xia Academy are exceedingly rigorous, Luo Fanning concurred, though she refrained from elaborating further. It's really just a matter of getting through. At this point, Lu Chen spoke softly, causing Tang Xinxin to look over. However, considering that Lu Chen was the top scholar of Jiangzhou, she refrained from commenting, recognizing that such an individual would likely find it manageable. Essentially, there were 3 assessments: the aptitude test, the practical examination, and finally, the new student competition. The aptitude test merely evaluated talent and provided a cultivation visualization chart for practice. The chart was relatively straightforward to follow. The second assessment, the practical examination, involved sparring with a second-year student to assess one's combat capabilities. Generally, upperclassmen would not be overly difficult, as they would inevitably encounter one another in the future. However, if one were to meet a particularly arrogant upperclassman, it could present some challenges. Nonetheless, it was merely a matter of a few spirit stones. It was not a significant issue. As for the final new student competition, that was purely based on individual merit. According to the rules of the Great Xia Academy, the higher one ranked, the greater the resources one could access. Lu Chen spoke nonchalantly, having inquired about these matters beforehand. Out of consideration for having taken Luo Fanning's top scholar title, he was willing to share this information with her. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, both Luo Fanning and Tang Xinxin appeared utterly bewildered. Especially Tang Xinxin appeared utterly astonished, suddenly feeling as if she had been insulted. After all, she was one of the invigilators for the examination tomorrow. Would it not be somewhat inappropriate to say such things in her presence? Is this not akin to cheating? Tang Xinxin couldn't help but exclaim. There is indeed a hint of suspicion regarding that, yet it cannot be entirely classified as such. Moreover, this has been the norm for years. Did not the previous cohort of newcomers behave similarly? Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Cultivation is not something to be ashamed of. Although it may seem somewhat unethical, he, in essence, possesses no moral compass. Wouldn't this be somewhat inappropriate? Luo Fanning also interjected, unable to restrain herself. At this moment, she felt a twinge of schadenfreude, imagining the expression on Lu Chen's face when he discovers that his invigilator tomorrow is her cousin. You cheat, and not only that, but you also brazenly disclose your cheating plans in front of the invigilator. What is inappropriate about that? It's all for the sake of cultivation, after all, Lu Chen replied dismissively before departing. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, Tang Xinxin was taken aback, and after a moment, she remarked, your friend is rather arrogant, yet he speaks of last year's examination. Does he not realize that this year's assessment has changed? Luo Fanning chuckled again but said nothing more, for she too was curious about Lu Chen's expression tomorrow. Nevertheless, even if the examination has altered, with Lu Chen's abilities, passing it should pose no challenge for him. After Lu Chen's departure, Shunzi also appeared on the scene. Elder sister, Luo Fanning and Tang Xinxin called out. Tomorrow marks the new student's assessment, and this time, all the school leaders will be present, with even members of the Dragon Soul making an appearance. Make sure to perform well. By the way, has that fellow Lu Chen arrived yet? Yes, he just left here, Luo Fanning replied, then curiously asked, Elder sister, I heard that Lu Chen made a bet with you. If he cannot cultivate a terrestrial-grade martial skill to minor success by the time the new students enroll, he must return both the spiritual weapon and the martial skill to you. Conversely, if he succeeds, you must grant him all his rewards. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Shenzi shook her head and said, It is indeed true, but accomplishing minor success in a terrestrial-grade martial skill within 3 days is utterly impossible. Even his sister, Lu Xini, would find it unfeasible. I am quite eager to see how this young man intends to explain himself to me tomorrow. Shenzi laughed, then added, Also, within the academy, please address me by my title. Understood, Director Shen. Luo Fanning replied with utmost seriousness. Shenzi chuckled, playfully flicking her fair forehead. Then continued, By the way, one more thing, Lu Chen is not a straightforward individual, nor is he easy to handle. From now on, report any of his actions to me at the earliest opportunity, especially if this lad dares to speak ill of me. Inform me immediately, and I shall make sure he regrets it, Shenzi stated before leaving the scene. Luo Fanning nodded, a smile dancing in her eyes, imbued with significance. Chapter 30. Very well, you think of me as a plaything, do you? At this moment, Lu Chen had returned to his residence and commenced his cultivation. As time gradually passed, it was not until 2.5 hours later that Lu Chen concluded his practice. Remarkably, he had mastered the celestial star finger technique, achieving a significant level of proficiency. Furthermore, Lu Chen's cultivation had progressed to the mid-stage of the 7th realm. Feeling that he had worked diligently, he decided to reward himself with some well-deserved rest and fell into a deep slumber, unaware that he had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups at the Great Xia Academy upon his arrival. The following day, by midday, Lu Chen had already awakened and stood in the plaza of the Great Xia Academy, where all the students had gathered. After a few courteous remarks from the dean, it was time to commence the assessment. Are you nervous? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback when Luo Fanning asked him this, but he calmly replied, Why would I be nervous? I'm a man with a cheat. Luo Fanning merely smiled knowingly and chose not to comment further. As the assessment began, time steadily passed. Luo Fanning entered the first stage before Lu Chen, but when Lu Chen finally appeared, all the senior officials of the academy turned their attention towards him, their expressions grave. Whether he could remain at the academy depended on his own abilities. In that moment, Shenzi inexplicably began to feel anxious. Subsequently, Lu Chen entered the first assessment venue. There were only a few visualization images, and he had already ascertained which image would be used for the assessment, having memorized it thoroughly. Thus, he was not worried in the least. However, upon stepping inside, he was taken aback the very next moment. What are you doing here? The sight of Tang Xinxin left Lu Chen genuinely stunned, his expression one of astonishment. He then noticed the proctor badge hanging from Tang Xinxin's neck, leaving his mind in a state of confusion. Moments later, Lu Chen saw Tang Xinxin put away one visualization image and retrieve a new piece of paper, on which a cultivation technique was boldly inscribed. Please master this within 10 minutes and demonstrate it. Upon hearing Tang Xinxin's words, Lu Chen finally snapped back to reality. All right. So you want to play me like a cherry blossom, huh? Very well. This is truly outrageous. Lu Chen felt utterly speechless, for the first time realizing the depths of a woman's vindictiveness. How could Luo Fanning be so vengeful? But upon reflection, he realized that Luo Fanning hadn't actually said anything to provoke him. It seemed unfair to place the blame on her. Casting a deep glance at Tang Xinxin, Lu Chen then focused on the cultivation technique before him. In that moment, Tang Xinxin struggled to suppress the grin threatening to break across her face, her lips nearly forming a comical pout. System simplify. Simplification begins. Fire control technique. Focus on the flames in your heart. This fire control technique could hardly be classified as a martial skill. It was merely a mantra, not particularly difficult to practice and lacking any offensive capabilities. Lu Chen chose to simplify it without hesitation. There is no way. He possesses a first-rate talent, yet truly lacks the ability to cultivate. Fire Control Proficiency Level 1. Fire Control Proficiency Level 1. Fire Control Minor Achievement. Fire Control Major Achievement. Fire Control Perfection, as Lu Chen contemplated. A cascade of sounds echoed in his mind. In less than a minute, he had achieved perfection in fire control. At this moment, not only was Tang Xinxin watching Lu Chen, but a host of senior officials from the Great Xia Academy were also paying close attention to him. Deep down, they were somewhat reluctant to accept Lu Chen. There was a sense of resistance, for such a level of talent, if made public, would be quite hard to swallow. In the next moment, Chen raised his hand, and a flame erupted abruptly, reaching a height of a foot. The vivid yellow flame surged, causing the onlookers to gaze in astonishment. Had Chen truly succeeded in his cultivation in less than a minute? Moreover, judging by the height of the flame, it had already reached perfection. How terrifying must such talent be? Just moments ago, Luo Fanning had taken a full minute to condense flames, 3 minutes to achieve minor success, 5 minutes for major success, and 8 minutes for perfection. It is worth noting that Luo Fanning possessed a 9th-level talent. The requirement for passing was to condense the fire seed and achieve minor success. Anything beyond that garnered different scores. Is that sufficient? Chen remarked nonchalantly. Sufficient indeed. Tang Xinxin exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. To achieve perfection in less than a minute was unfathomably frightening. She was aware that Chen was the top scholar from Jiangzhou and understood that this challenge would pose no difficulty for him. Yet she had never anticipated his prowess would be so extraordinary. Could it be that Chen had resorted to cheating? But that was entirely implausible. Chen cast one more glance at Tang Xinxin before departing, entering the second assessment venue. Outside, the senior officials of the Great Xia Academy were wide-eyed. Unable to believe their own eyes, they had not expected anyone to progress so swiftly. Was it possible he had prior knowledge of this? Was this truly a first-rate talent? It took Luo Fanning, with her 9th-level talent, a full 8 minutes to reach perfection. This was utterly unreasonable. This particular incantation was penned by me, known only to me. How could he possibly have learned it in advance? As this thought reverberated, silence enveloped the crowd, leaving only shock in their gazes. Meanwhile, Chen had arrived at the site of the second challenge. As expected, this was not a test with senior students, but rather a series of battle puppets, each possessing the strength of the 9th tier. The requirement was to defeat them within half an hour. So they think I can be toyed with like a cherry blossom. Do they? Chen grumbled. These battle puppets were uniformly powerful and devoid of emotion, rendering any notion of leniency moot. For an ordinary student, passing within half an hour would present considerable difficulty. With a serious expression, Chen stepped forward, his gaze fixated on a battle puppet that approached him. Please, make your move. A mechanical voice intoned. Chen was inexplicably filled with a surge of anger. Without hesitation, he summoned the Heavenly Star's Finger, a high-tier Earth-grade martial technique that he had perfected but never employed until now. The combat puppet had already launched an attack, closing in to strike. Observing this, Chen's figure flickered like a wraith, evading the assault. Drawing upon his experience of utilizing the fierce sun finger to vanquish beasts in the examination arena, he seized the moment and struck decisively. A torrent of ferocious energy erupted as his finger pierced through. In that instant, as Chen's finger penetrated, the combat puppet halted, its crimson eyes losing their luster in a heartbeat. The next moment, with a forceful thrust, the puppet shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The 9th level, indeed. I have severed the essence before. Chen kicked the remnants aside and departed. The supervising elder stood astounded, utterly bewildered, convinced he must have misjudged the scene. A 9th level puppet had been effortlessly obliterated. Was this truly a newcomer? Whose newcomer was so brutal? The critical aspect was that Chen's technique displayed remarkable finesse, betraying the skill of a seasoned practitioner who frequently engaged in such feats. Gazing at the debris, the elder felt an involuntary shiver. This combat puppet was forged from special materials, possessing a hardness several times greater than that of a human. Yet, it had been dismantled by Chen with a single move, targeting a crucial location. Merely contemplating it sent chills down his spine. This individual did not appear to be a benevolent soul. Outside, the esteemed officials of the Great Xia Academy were equally dumbfounded. Witnessing the spectacle, their eyes reflected sheer astonishment. A 9th-level combat puppet, crafted to mirror the strength of 9th-level warriors, had been shattered by Chen's precise and ruthless strike. This suggested that had it been a 9th-level warrior, they would have met a similar fate at Chen's hands, even if they survived. A blow of such severity at that location would have been preferable to death. What was the nature of Chen? Why was his strike so ferocious, so expertly executed? This young man had indeed delivered a tremendous surprise. After a moment of silence, the dean spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed an indescribable thrill and astonishment. He had never anticipated that a martial artist with a first-level talent could evoke such marvel. The others were left speechless. These 2 assessments alone sufficed to illustrate Chen's extraordinary aptitude. Furthermore, the fluctuations generated when Chen acted indicated that he had undoubtedly executed an Earth-grade martial technique. Given the level of his proficiency, it was apparent he had cultivated it to a significant degree. A newly enrolled student, having awakened his talent only days prior, had already managed to master an Earth-grade technique to such an extent. Such innate talent was beyond what a first-level martial artist could possibly achieve. However, the reason behind Lu Chen's first-level detection talent remained a mystery to them. The dean pondered whether Lu Chen could be retained. At this moment, a nearby instructor inquired with a grave expression. They had found no justification to expel Lu Chen from the Great Xia Academy. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Chen's displayed abilities could easily surpass all the new students. To dismiss such a prodigy would indeed be a display of their ignorance. Who knows, when Lu Chen returns in 3 years, it may well be the Academy's misfortune. The thought of Lu Chen from the Lu family sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, Lu Chen had a formidable sister, which only intensified their apprehension. If they could not retain him, who else could possibly remain at the Great Xia Academy? The dean stated calmly, his gaze reflecting seriousness. Previously, he had doubted Lu Chen's abilities, but now he realized that the true fool was himself. With the prowess Lu Chen had showcased, he was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with among this year's newcomers, boasting a cultivation level of the 7th realm. In contrast, Luo Fanyin, a martial artist with a 9th-level talent, was merely at the 6th realm, illustrating a significant gap between them. Let us observe further. I have suddenly developed an interest in this lad. I am curious to see what other surprises he will bring, the dean remarked with a smile, noting that the first 2 assessments had been altered this year, with few aware of the changes. Thus, the notion of cheating was entirely unfounded. Lu Chen's capabilities were solely his own. Arrange for 2 seasoned students at the transformation stage to enter the next round. I wish to gauge the true extent of this boy's strength. The dean halted after taking a few steps, his expression tinged with anticipation. Would employing seasoned students be unfair to the other newcomers? He mused. Let them only engage with Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, the dean was momentarily taken aback before responding. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained oblivious to the unfolding events as he approached the 3rd round. Upon gazing at the forest ahead, Lu Chen was taken aback. What was the meaning of this so-called newcomer competition? At that moment, he spotted Luo Fanyin standing not far away. Sensing his presence, she glanced over, a knowing smile playing on her lips. This only fueled Lu Chen's irritation. What, do you think I'm some sort of fool? He exclaimed, his tone laced with displeasure. Luo Fanyin merely looked at him with a puzzled expression. Your cousin is clearly an examiner. Why didn't you tell me? You never asked. Lu Chen retorted, now wearing a bewildered expression himself. But didn't you say she came with you? She did come with me, and my elder sister is with us too. Your elder sister can't possibly be the examiner, right? Certainly not. Upon hearing Luo Fanyin's firm response, Lu Chen finally exhaled in relief. The identity of her elder sister being irrelevant to him. To my surprise, this year's assessment criteria have changed, Lu Chen remarked, his gaze falling upon Shen Zi in the distance. Look over there. That is our upcoming mentor, Shen Zi, known as the Ruthless Mistress. In any case, be cautious from now on. Falling into her hands is no easy feat. Lu Chen spoke softly, reminiscent of a new student sharing whispered rumors about an overly strict teacher. Where did you hear all this? And who coined the name Ruthless Mistress? Luo Fanyin inquired curiously, intrigued to learn of her sister's rather formidable moniker. You need not concern yourself with that. You won't be reporting me to the Ruthless Mistress, will you? Lu Chen suddenly pondered. Of course not. But I could have a word with my sister, right? As long as it doesn't reach the Ruthless Mistress. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Just as all the new students had gathered, the 3rd assessment was about to commence. Chapter 32. I am merely the director of the gastroenterology department in the Beast Realm. As the other newcomers arrived, the final assessment began. Unlike previous years, this time the new recruits were required to traverse the jungle and reach the arena before stepping onto the stage. Within the jungle, there would be various obstacles, and the newcomers would be allowed to engage in combat with one another. Clearly, the rules of the assessment had changed significantly. Lu Chen was taken aback but accepted the new conditions, recognizing that the first 2 assessments had already deviated from the norm. Soon after, the 3rd assessment commenced. All the newcomers entered the jungle together, with Lu Chen following suit. Unbeknownst to them, he and Luo Fanyin silently formed a team to advance. Meanwhile, outside the competition arena, 2 experts at the transformation stage appeared. Lu Chen, is this kid truly that formidable? They're sending us in to deal with him? Why concern ourselves with that? It's the Academy's directive. We simply follow orders. We can beat him up and earn credits. What a rare opportunity. Indeed. Let us proceed. The 2 discussed, ultimately deeming it worthwhile to confront Lu Chen and earn credits in the process. At that moment, Lu Chen had already entered the jungle, where he encountered a 7th-level beast, glaring menacingly at him. A 7th-level beast? Lu Chen paused momentarily, then chuckled. He swiftly delivered a punch, and the beast was sent flying, lifeless by the time it hit the ground. That was too easy, Lu Chen exclaimed, feeling no sense of challenge whatsoever. Luo Fanyin remained silent, yet her gaze towards Lu Chen brimmed with astonishment. Goodness, has Lu Chen truly grown to this extent? To effortlessly vanquish a 7th-level beast with a single punch? Observing Lu Chen's silhouette, Luo Fannin's eyes reflected a mix of surprise and awe. Indeed, she had underestimated Lu Chen. Immediately, the two continued their advance. While the number of ferocious beasts surrounding them increased, their strength escalating as well, with even the emergence of 9th-level beasts. At this moment, Lu Chen fell into silence. Drenched in blood, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the creatures he had slain, with the guidance of the celestial constellations, Lu Chen unleashed his 1,000-year kill to an insurmountable degree. Nothing could withstand it. Even the toughest of beings would succumb. Crucially, each time he executed this technique, he also had to employ a fire control spell, flames swirling around his fingertips, preventing direct contact. However, the spiritual energy enveloping his fingers merely served to intensify the excruciating agony experienced by the beasts. Something felt profoundly amiss. Indeed, it was exceedingly strange. Lu Chen voiced his thoughts. Why are there so many beasts in this vicinity? This is illogical. Luo Fanning remained silent. It was evident that following Lu Chen invariably led to trouble. Meanwhile, the dean and others observed in silence, taken aback by the sheer number of creatures that had perished, their bodies ruptured. They were once again astonished by Lu Chen's prowess, but simultaneously began to question whether his psyche was somewhat disturbed. It was unprecedented to witness someone with such a penchant for targeting the vulnerable. Even merely gazing upon these beasts sent chills down their spines and tightened their cores. They resolved that henceforth, any interaction with Lu Chen would necessitate the use of a protective iron pad. Yet, considering Lu Chen's methods, even iron might falter under his relentless assault. Why are there so many beasts appearing? We must disperse some, the dean urged, recognizing the extraordinary and somewhat absurd quantity of beasts present. No need. They've all been frightened away by Lu Chen, one instructor replied, astonished. At that moment, within the arena, the beasts fled, each one faster than the last. In a frantic dash, all exhibiting an oddly similar trait, their bodies tensed in fear. Lu Chen, however, emitted a chilling cackle, pursuing them relentlessly. Thus, the arena witnessed a figure, cackling maniacally, chasing after the beasts. Who is this individual? Why is he pursuing the beasts? I don't know. There's something unsettling about him. Best to keep our distance. As their words faded, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, accompanied by a searing pain that propelled two individuals skyward. Speaking ill of others is not a commendable habit. Moreover, I am merely the proctologist of the beast realm. Should you fancy a checkup, I would be more than willing, Lu Chen declared, continuing his relentless pursuit. Throughout the arena, the roars and howls of the beasts resonated, shaking the very mountains. Near the central platform, Shunzi heard the cacophony and felt a weight in her heart. She realized that the academy had intentionally heightened the difficulty for Lu Chen's test, and upon hearing the multitude of roars, her concern deepened. Although Lu Chen is formidable, facing such a multitude of demonic beasts alone is no easy feat. She could even hear the cacophony of their footsteps, dense and overwhelming. Lu Chen, do not let me down, Shunzi thought, deeply concerned for him at that moment. Yet, as the referee of the arena, she could only wait here, unable to intervene. The arena was in chaos. Lu Chen finally came to a halt, each execution of the 1,000-year kill enhancing his proficiency in the celestial star finger. And he was almost lost in the exhilarating sensation of his power's ascension. However, his path was soon obstructed by two individuals. Are you Lu Chen? Zhao Feng inquired nonchalantly. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's frenzied demeanor, an inexplicable trepidation gripped his heart. I am, Lu Chen replied. Then it's true. Someone has paid credits for us to make you suffer, so you're out of luck, Sun Liang added, immediately launching an attack towards Lu Chen. For reasons unknown, Lu Chen emanated a sense of danger, prompting him to strike first. Although Lu Chen was merely at the 7th level, they dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Isn't it the 3rd level of transformation chi that seeks to make me suffer? Lu Chen retreated to evade the assault. I cannot say whether I will suffer, but you will undoubtedly experience my 1,000-year kill, Lu Chen retorted coldly. He began to speculate about who was orchestrating this against him. Once he identified the culprit, he would ensure they regretted their actions. Chapter 33, Stubborn Words. Another 1,000-year kill. Lu Chen cursed internally, having sensed something amiss earlier. In such a vast arena filled with numerous newcomers, it was peculiar that he would encounter so many demonic beasts. Now, hearing the words of these two, he suddenly understood everything. Indeed, someone was covertly targeting him, intent on his downfall. But who could it be? This question perplexed Lu Chen, as he had only recently arrived at the Great Xia Academy and had not offended anyone. However, the ability to influence the arena and openly arrange for someone to target him indicated that this individual must possess significant stature. Lu Chen's thoughts turned icy as he pondered this, and he unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with terrifying force. This strike sent Zhao Feng hurtling away, the sheer might of Lu Chen's blow overwhelming him. The moment contact was made, Zhao Feng felt an immense force surging through his fist, pain radiating from it, while a brutal energy coursed down his arm. Subsequently, Zhao Feng lost control of his body, instinctively retreating. Yet he did not take a single step back before being propelled into the air. As he landed on the ground, Zhao Feng was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Sun Liang was momentarily stunned, preparing to retaliate, but the next instant, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his back, an icy dread enveloping him before he could react. The searing, heart-wrenching agony had already spread throughout his being. "Damn it!" Sun Liang exclaimed, his face flushed with rage, leaping 3 meters into the air before crashing back down. He attempted to struggle, but the excruciating pain coursed through every part of him. Even the slightest movement felt like a monumental torment. Lying on the ground, Sun Liang twisted in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would endure such suffering. All for the sake of cultivation, Lu Chen murmured softly to himself, finding solace in the fact that his proficiency had increased once again. It was not his desire to become the head of proctology, but rather the system had bestowed upon him too many rewards. Soon after, the 2 unfortunate souls found themselves suspended, as Lu Chen procured a vine and struck them mercilessly. The pain inflicted was no less severe than that of a whip. Shall I say it again? Your stubbornness will only earn you another dose of punishment. A heart-rending scream pierced the air, a sound so tragic it was beyond comprehension. Blood dripped ominously to the ground. Zhao Feng and Sun Liang had long since regretted their decision to accept this task, bewildered by their naivety. They had thought it would be a simple endeavor, but instead, they encountered a living nightmare. Luo Fanyin arrived shortly thereafter, her lips twitching upon witnessing the scene, unable to fathom the inhumane treatment they had endured. "Why don't you just ask?" Sun Liang could no longer bear the torment. The secondary trauma was unbearable. "Who sent you here?" Lu Chen inquired, momentarily taken aback, desperately trying to mask his embarrassment. "It was Vice-Dean Wang," Sun Liang confessed, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. "Vice-Dean Wang? What is his full name?" Lu Chen asked, surprised, as he pondered where he might have offended this Vice-Dean. Surely, this man could not be connected to Wang Qing in any significant way? Wang Qing, that pathetic loser, would not have such powerful backing if he were truly that formidable. "Wang Fugui," Sun Liang replied. "What a clever name," Lu Chen remarked, committing the name to memory before departing, not even bothering to lower them back down. Meanwhile, the dean and others remained silent, their expressions rich with complexity. Yet no one dared to speak. At this moment, they were truly at a loss. The 7th level of cultivation had effortlessly defeated 2 individuals at the 3rd level of transformation. This young man's prowess exceeded their expectations by far. He was indeed peculiar. Possessing a 1st-level talent, he had ascended to the 7th level in such a brief time. His cultivation method was exceedingly potent, likely of the Earth tier, and he had even mastered 1 Earth tier and 1 mystical tier martial technique. Even the formidable Lu Cini had not been so terrifying. Indeed, mastering such techniques and methods is an extraordinarily challenging feat for the average individual, yet this young man had achieved an astonishing level of proficiency. Once the assessment concludes, "I believe we must meet this young man in person," the dean stated, his curiosity about Lu Chen intensifying. It was truly difficult to fathom how extraordinary Lu Chen had become. "Please bring these 2 down and take them to the school doctor. Additionally, provide them with some compensation. These children have truly suffered," the dean remarked upon noticing Zhao Feng and Sun Liang still dangling from the tree. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already exited the thicket with Luo Fanyin, arriving at the arena. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Shenzi's worry finally dissipated. Indeed, this young man had not brought her shame. Despite being besieged by numerous ferocious beasts, he had managed to carve his way out. Surely, the academy had nothing to say this time. Shenzi thought to herself, feeling a sense of relief, yet she felt compelled to find an opportunity to admonish Lu Chen, fearing he might become overly arrogant. At this moment, the dean and several high-ranking officials, along with members of the Dragon Soul, appeared. It was time for the final segment of this year's freshman assessment, the selection of the top freshmen. According to tradition, the strongest freshmen would be chosen to lead their peers, enjoying various privileges. Just the cultivation resources alone would be doubled, along with numerous benefits. Most significantly, becoming the top student would grant priority in mate selection over the next 4 years, an irresistible prospect for countless spirited young men. After all, who could refuse the allure of having the school beauty pursue them, with numerous girls swooning? "All present, we can commence," someone addressed an elderly gentleman with thinning hair. This voice immediately captured Lu Chen's attention, and he regarded the balding old man with trepidation. Was this the individual who bore a grudge against him? Lu Chen pondered, yet could not recall where he might have offended him. Well, regardless of whether I have wronged you, you have certainly made an enemy of me, Lu Chen muttered softly, his gaze sharpening as he contemplated how to deliver a fitting retaliation. He could not swallow this slight. Chapter 34, A Matter of Personal Preference. Unrelated to the Great Summer Academy, Lu Chen's demeanor grew increasingly hostile as he fixed his gaze on Wang Fugui. Conversely, Wang Fugui found himself restlessly agitated, sensing an unshakable unease, though he could not articulate the cause. As one of the foremost powerhouses of the Great Summer, he had not felt such trepidation in many years. What troubles you? The dean inquired, noticing Wang Fugui's disquiet. I do not know. There is a persistent feeling of unease within me, and I cannot discern the reason. Wang Fugui replied candidly, admitting that it had been a long time since he had experienced such a sensation. Upon hearing this, the dean paused, intrigued. Might something significant be on the horizon? Meanwhile, the competition in the arena had commenced, intensifying into a fierce clash. Lu Chen's name was called, and he ascended to the stage. However, none of his opponents posed a challenge. He effortlessly sent them tumbling off the platform. Some even recognized Lu Chen as the one who had relentlessly pursued the beast in the previous matches, opting to forfeit the bout outright. This scene left the dean and others astonished, as Shunzi could hardly believe that someone dared not to step onto the stage to face Lu Chen. The young lad was indeed remarkable. At such a tender age, he had already attained the 7th tier of cultivation, a prowess sufficient to intimidate other students. His aura was truly exceptional. It seemed that the Great Xia Academy had once again welcomed a prodigious talent. A strong figure from the Dragon Soul remarked, having also taken note of the unfolding events, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. He subsequently expressed his admiration. The dean fell into a brief silence, reflecting on the earlier scene, rendered momentarily speechless. Aura? Did this fellow possess any? Chasing after demon beasts for 1,000 years and calling that charisma? Yet, upon further inspection, it appeared that as long as Lu Chen did not pursue a career in proctology, he was indeed quite impressive. This young man was undeniably formidable, displaying unparalleled abilities and commendable character in all respects. The dean felt it somewhat audacious to voice such sentiments, especially in the presence of the Dragon Soul representatives. But he could hardly declare Lu Chen a proctologist with peculiar interests. At that moment, a confident young man strode forward, his gaze defiantly fixed on Lu Chen. You are quite impressive. I wish to test my mettle against you, Lin Tao declared, having scrutinized Lu Chen with a serious demeanor. As a 6th-tier cultivator who had previously triumphed over 7th-tier warriors, he felt assured that he would not be outmatched by Lu Chen. From the outset, he had set his sights on the position of chief. However, upon witnessing Lu Chen's formidable strength, his interest was piqued. Come forth, Lu Chen replied casually, not regarding Lin Tao as a threat. A flicker of anger ignited in Lin Tao's eyes, feeling somewhat belittled by Lu Chen's nonchalance. How arrogant! I have never encountered anyone so conceited. He then launched an attack, his fists glinting with cold light, his moves fierce and ruthless, employing martial techniques right from the outset. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen sent him flying, nearly toppling him off the stage. At that moment, Lin Tao's expression shifted. Surprise washed over him as he realized Lu Chen's true strength. He had indeed found himself confronted by a formidable opponent. Iron Mountain Strike. Lin Tao bellowed as he executed another martial technique aimed at Lu Chen. But once again, Lu Chen countered with a powerful kick, sending Lin Tao crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Chen paused momentarily, recognizing it as a blatant provocation. By heavens! He would not let such an opportunity slip away, launching himself into action without hesitation. A piercing scream echoed as Lin Tao leaped 3 meters into the air before plummeting off the stage. This Lu Chen is undeniably a promising talent, a member of the Dragon Soul remarked, contemplating how he could be nurtured. However, the next moment, they were left speechless, utterly stunned by the unfolding chaos. The dean, too, felt darkness enveloping him, as if the sky itself had fallen. The reputation of the Great Xia Academy has been tarnished. But this is merely a matter of personal preference and has nothing to do with us. The dean, feeling utterly helpless, softly uttered a few words. At that moment, all his explanations seemed utterly feeble. Was this not against the rules? It seemed not. Yet employing such despicable and shameless tactics in front of so many spectators during a competition was indeed questionable. Although it is often said that the process is unimportant as long as the outcome is favorable, one cannot disregard the vulgarity of such an approach. Setting aside the matter of skin ailments, Lu Chen was not without merit. Unaware of the dean and others' disconcerted expressions, Lu Chen continued to ponder how to deal with Wang Fugui, seemingly dismissive of the competition itself. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. for successfully cultivating the celestial stars to perfection. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept onto his lips. It was worth the suffering he had inflicted upon so many demon beasts. Yet, he felt a sense of grievance within. Was it truly the case that he relished such a brutal pursuit? No, certainly not. Everything he did was for the sake of cultivation. From a young age, he understood that those without innate talent must exert themselves more diligently in their training. For the sake of his cultivation, he even began to doubt his own efforts. The competition continued, but Lu Chen's recent actions instilled a sense of fear in many, causing them to hesitate in confronting him or even challenging him. A few petite celestial maidens, however, were intrigued by Lu Chen's prowess and, upon taking to the stage, even cast him flirtatious glances. Ultimately, they found themselves on the receiving end of Lu Chen's lethal 18 punches. Had it not been for Shen Zi's intervention, they might have faced dire consequences. Yet, after enduring those punishing blows, they surprisingly found themselves looking somewhat more appealing than before. As dusk fell and night gradually enveloped the surroundings, the freshman competition reached its conclusion. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chen secured the coveted position of first place. He felt no astonishment at this outcome. It would have been absurd had he not claimed the top spot. I am honored to be the top freshman. While I am surprised and delighted by this result, everyone knows my talent level is exceptionally low. To gain admission to the Great Xia Academy, I have dedicated 2.5 hours to training each day. From my youth, I have been aware that children lacking in talent must strive even harder in their cultivation. Standing on the platform, Lu Chen grasped the microphone and began his textbook-level performance. But what did he mean by training for merely 2.5 hours each day? What then could be said of their relentless efforts from dawn till dusk? Extending into the night? Was this a jest? Had they lost their minds? For a moment, they were at a loss as to whether Lu Chen was lamenting his plight or exhibiting a form of ostentation. In any case, they felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, yet were apprehensive about their own well-being. Luo Fanning twitched her lips. At times, she found it rather embarrassing to be associated with Lu Chen. However, if Lu Chen's claims were indeed true, and he truly trained for only 2.5 hours daily, then his innate talent would be even more astonishing. At that moment, Wang Fuguei ascended the stage, ready to deliver his signature speech. In summary, the same words were reiterated repeatedly to the extent that even Lu Chen's toes could predict the next phrase. Once he finished speaking, Wang Fuguei bowed deeply towards the school leaders and the formidable Dragon Soul warriors. Although Lu Chen did not comprehend the reason behind the bow, it felt quite inappropriate for such a large figure to present himself in that manner. Just as he lamented the lack of opportunity for revenge, it seemed that fate had delivered one right to his doorstep. Chapter 35. Wang Fuguei. Speak up for me. Speak up for me. Just when he thought there was no chance for retribution, an opportunity had indeed presented itself. Lu Chen found himself in a quandary. There were still many people around, and this man was the vice president of the academy. However, if he refrained from taking action, such a chance might never come again. The thought of not avenging himself kept him awake at night. Thus, Lu Chen made his move. The celestial star finger had reached a level of perfection, its power far surpassing what it had been previously. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the night, reverberating throughout the entire Great Xia Academy. Wang Fuguei leaped up, only to crash back down onto the arena. Despite being a top-tier powerhouse of Great Xia, no one could train against such treachery. He never anticipated that he would fall victim to a sneak attack. A profound silence engulfed the surroundings. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. They instantly recognized him as a formidable individual, daring even to challenge the vice president. Luo Fanning's lips twitched, leaving her at a loss for words. Shen Zi felt her vision darken, her heart sinking to the depths. She had previously worried that Lu Chen would fail the assessment and not meet the leader's expectations, thereby jeopardizing his enrollment. After witnessing him fight his way to the top of the new students, how could he now confront the vice president in such a manner? At that moment, Shen Zi was truly stunned. You little brat, what are you doing? Wang Fuguei curled up on the ground, the sensation overwhelming him, igniting a surge of anger within. The principal and others swiftly appeared, their gazes sharp as they focused on Lu Chen. What are you doing? Lu Chen retorted, his expression icy. I wanted to ask you, old man, what you were planning. From the very beginning of the assessment, something felt amiss. I accepted the first 2 evaluations. But what about the third one on the arena? Damn it. Others had to contend with a beast they couldn't see, while I was directly surrounded by one. What is this? Am I just unlucky enough to stumble upon a beast's den? Fine, I'll accept that as bad luck. But what about those 2 fools? Those 2 fools who were at the 3rd level of strength had the audacity to openly say they were sent to target me. I thought to myself, I've just arrived at the academy and haven't offended anyone. If I hadn't worked hard on my cultivation and had something to rely on, I might have ended up dead on the arena. I want to know, how have I offended you? Lu Chen said coldly, his heart aflame with indignation. It was merely a standard new student assessment, yet he found himself the target of such blatant hostility, although he ultimately claimed the title of chief. The journey was fraught with twists and turns. For a moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. The expressions of the numerous freshmen subtly shifted, as they indeed witnessed Lu Chen besieged by the monstrous beasts, while they themselves encountered only a few. But then, was it not Lu Chen who pursued the beasts in combat? The academy leaders suddenly grasped Lu Chen's intentions and found themselves at a loss for words. These incidents were indeed orchestrated by them, yet not aimed specifically at Lu Chen. However, from Lu Chen's perspective, it certainly appeared suspect. What was happening at this moment? Shenzi also came to her senses, realizing that while Lu Chen may not be a virtuous individual and could be quite brazen, he was not so reckless or immature. Director Shen, this is not my doing. I was besieged by numerous beasts on the arena just now, barely managing to break free, only to encounter two formidable opponents who explicitly stated that someone had sent them to make me suffer. These were the very words of those two fools. And the mastermind behind this was none other than Vice Dean Wang Fuguwei. I find it puzzling. If the Great Xia Academy held me in disdain and could not accommodate me, they should say so outright. I, Lu Chen, would not cling to this place, nor would I resort to such petty schemes. How undignified. Lu Chen continued, his voice turning noticeably cold. The dean and others fell silent, rendered speechless, having been so astonished by Lu Chen's prowess that they overlooked this critical matter. How were they to explain this? If things went awry, and Lu Chen withdrew from the academy, the reputation of the Great Xia Academy would be irrevocably tarnished. And they would also offend a prodigy destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Enough. This is a hidden assessment. Why did you not inform Lu Chen in advance? This is your oversight, your dereliction of duty. Wang Fuguwei finally grasped the situation, about to offer an explanation when the dean interrupted him. Bewildered, Wang Fuguwei looked at the dean. Inform? How could I inform him? This was your harebrained idea that you concocted at the last minute. How was I to notify him? The dean then turned to Lu Chen, a smile gracing his face, and said, Lu Chen, you have misunderstood. This is the hidden assessment of the third test. Not everyone has the opportunity to encounter it, but those who succeed can earn additional credits. Are there additional rewards then? Lu Chen inquired earnestly. In truth, when the dean appeared and began speaking, he had already understood the situation. However, he was not inclined to suffer any disadvantage. Yes, there are indeed rewards, the dean hastily affirmed. But before he could finish his sentence, he realized he had been ensnared by Lu Chen's words. After a brief pause, the look in his eyes towards Lu Chen shifted. Having lived for decades, he had unwittingly been outmaneuvered by a mere freshman. What a clever lad. He hardly seems virtuous, the dean mused internally, then spoke. The reward lies with Vice Dean Wang. Vice Dean Wang, where is the reward? What reward? Wang Fuguwei was still writhing on the ground, momentarily stunned by the words he heard, his face adorned with a myriad of questions, almost bursting forth with curses. Oh, is this how we play? Tomorrow, it will be imperative that I poison your cup. The so-called reward had genuinely left Wang Fuguwei in a state of utter despair, wanting to weep without tears. As he fumbled about for quite some time before finally producing a scroll of martial arts techniques to present. This is the reward, sob. Lu Chen accepted it, casting a glance at the scroll. Indestructible golden body, a low-tier earth-level martial art. Such techniques were indeed rare, bringing joy to Lu Chen's heart. Yet another earth-level martial art in his possession, who claimed they were scarce. He had already acquired several. Hey, give me peanuts, give me peanuts. Wang Fuguwei lay on the ground, his eyes devoid of luster, truly feeling at a loss for words. To be humiliated while still having to present martial techniques. Oh dear, it seems there was a misunderstanding, Lu Chen said with a cheerful smile. Vice Dean Wang, I sincerely apologize. It is all due to those two fools. An assessment is merely an assessment. Why must they insinuate that you spent credits to have me suffer? At that moment, the dean and others fell silent, still grappling with the realization that the lad had been waiting here all along. Chapter 36, Mastery of the Demon-Slaying Blade Technique. Shenzi was bewildered, and the dean and others were also silent, their thoughts filled with expletives. After all, it had become apparent that this young man had known everything all along. He had been waiting here on purpose. Suddenly, they perceived Lu Chen in a less favorable light. Yet, how could it be that his sister, Lu Xinyi, was such an exemplary student, while Lu Chen was someone a dog would shake its head at? They could only resign themselves to their misfortune, from Lu Chen's perspective. It was indeed plausible that they had been targeting him. This scroll of martial art techniques would serve as compensation for Lu Chen. However, to their dismay, This rascal had suffered no injuries, while a multitude of demonic beasts lay lifeless, a scene of utter devastation. As for those two older students, they began to fret about whether they would be left with psychological scars. Compensation? What a joke. The new student president's symbol of identity, along with the reward of training resources, would be arranged by others. The dean handed Lu Chen a token, which he casually examined before claiming all the training resources associated with the reward. Subsequently, the dean and others departed, fearing that if they lingered, they might be unable to resist the urge to give Lu Chen a beating. Haha, little fellow, you are quite impressive. It is my first time witnessing these old geezers being taken down a peg. Do well in your training. I have high hopes for you. A powerful figure from the Dragon Soul approached, sizing up Lu Chen with a look of approval. Though Lu Chen's tactics were somewhat despicable, setting that aside, he was indeed quite capable. At this moment, the surrounding new students were left dumbfounded, their gazes towards Lu Chen now tinged with newfound respect. At this juncture, they could not deny Lu Chen's status as the top student. To put it bluntly, Lu Chen would henceforth be their leader. The crux of the matter is that Lu Chen possesses a remarkable prowess that far surpasses their capabilities. As some girls glanced at Lu Chen, their eyes reflected a newfound sentiment. You better temper your demeanor at the Daxia Academy. Do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the right to be arrogant. This place is rife with prodigies. It is not unheard of for the top student to be bested by newcomers. In any case, the upcoming training demands diligence. I will hold you to stringent standards, and should you fail to meet them, you shall face dire consequences. At this juncture, Shenzi spoke, her gaze icy. Having just overheard Luo Fanning remarking that this lad had insulted her. Is this a personal vendetta, mentorship? And what if it is? Shenzi replied coldly, leaving Lu Chen momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. Tomorrow, our training officially commences. I will lead you on your first task as freshmen, so prepare accordingly. By the way, someone mentioned that it is impossible to master the demon subjugation blade technique in 3 days. What was that about? At this moment, Shenzi recalled the wager with Lu Chen, casting a significant glance in his direction. Deep down, she was reluctant to believe that he could indeed master a terrestrial tier martial art in just 3 days. Moreover, during this period, Lu Chen had chosen techniques from the martial arts department and hurried to the Daxia Academy, leaving him with little time for actual practice. While she did not deny his extraordinary talent, 3 days to achieve mastery seemed implausible. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't suppress a grin. He had been eagerly awaiting Shenzi to broach the subject. Perhaps it would be better to let it go? Let it go? A man of honor keeps his word. Once spoken, it cannot be dismissed. Noticing Lu Chen's demeanor, Shenzi felt a surge of confidence, but then sensed something amiss. Something was off. This boy was certainly hiding something. Go fetch a combat automaton at the 3rd level of Qi transformation. No, bring one at the 5th level, Shenzi commanded. Eager to ascertain the extent of Lu Chen's mastery of the demon subjugation blade technique. Before long, a combat automaton of the 5th level of Qi transformation appeared, its crimson eyes fixated on Lu Chen. Come, let us see your blade technique. If it breaks, will I be liable for damages? Not at all, Shenzi assured. Her curiosity piqued regarding the level Lu Chen had attained with the demon subjugation blade technique. Was Lu Chen truly daring to challenge a 5th level combat automaton? How ridiculous. This automaton, constructed from special materials, was impervious to harm and devoid of sensation. There was no way his 1,000-year kill could affect it. Such was the reasoning among the new students lingering nearby, who, upon witnessing this scene, grew intrigued and began to murmur amongst themselves. They did not doubt Lu Chen's abilities. On the contrary, they recognized his strength. However, this was a 5th-level combat automaton, fundamentally different from a human as it lacked the capacity for pain. At least the 1,000-year kill technique would be ineffective. At that moment, Lu Chen brandished a blade, not the dragon scale, but merely an ordinary knife. The battle puppet charged towards him with ferocity. Lu Chen's gaze became piercing, his smile fading, replaced by a newfound gravity. This shift in demeanor brought about a dramatic transformation in his aura, catching Shenzi by surprise. When Lu Chen was serious, he truly embodied sincerity. In an instant, he drew his blade. The blade's gleam flickered, unleashing an extraordinarily fearsome force. The battle puppet halted, its crimson eyes flickering twice before dimming entirely. It collapsed. Its waist severed cleanly, the surface as smooth as a mirror. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stared at Lu Chen in bewilderment. One strike, and a battle puppet at the 5th level of transformation was vanquished? The ferocity of that blade light was terrifying. This was a 5th level transformation battle puppet. They were capable of engaging in battles beyond their level. During the 2nd round, they had faced 9th level puppets and emerged victorious. Their innate talents were commendable, after all. They were individuals who qualified for the Great Xia Academy. Yet, in comparison to Lu Chen, they felt utterly inadequate. Defeating a 5th-level transformation was beyond their capabilities, let alone achieving a single-strike kill like Lu Chen did. Aside from the 1,000-year kill, they had never anticipated Lu Chen's swordsmanship to be so formidable. Meanwhile, Shenzi stood beside him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Mastery. Lu Chen had not merely cultivated the demon-subduing sword technique to a minor success. He had achieved complete mastery. This was an Earth-grade martial skill, one she had also practiced, and she was acutely aware of its rigorous training demands. Yet, within such a brief span of time, mastery of the demon-subduing sword technique, Shenzi struggled to articulate her astonishment, gazing at Lu Chen in sheer shock. Chapter 37. Replenishing what was exhausted. Mastery of the demon-subduing sword technique. Shenzi looked at Lu Chen with incredulity, her eyes wide in horror. As she uttered these words, her voice trembled with disbelief. She had also trained in this technique, an Earth-grade low-tier martial skill. She knew all too well how arduous it was to cultivate. It had taken her an entire month to reach minor success, dedicating nearly all that time to training. That alone had earned her the title of genius, astonishing countless others. Now, Lu Chen had accomplished mastery in merely 3 days. At this moment, Shenzi was genuinely astounded. The pivotal point was that during these 3 days, Lu Chen had not devoted all his time solely to cultivation. The very thought left Shenzi incredulous. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she might have been reluctant to believe it herself. How is it, Mentor Chen? Lu Chen's voice pulled Shenzi back to reality, and as she looked at him, only profound astonishment remained in her gaze. Well, I suppose it's acceptable, Shenzi replied, her voice trembling, reflecting her unease. Fearing that Lu Chen might become arrogant, she could only say it was acceptable. But how could it be merely acceptable? It was nothing short of extraordinary. Then my reward, Lu Chen said with a cheerful smile, having already mastered the demon-slaying blade technique to a significant degree. Surely. Shenzi wouldn't go back on her word. Shenzi paused momentarily, then produced a handful of spirit stones and handed them to Lu Chen. Here are 300 spirit stones, along with a Xianyang pill. Consuming it when you reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer will enable you to directly break through to the transformation stage, Shenzi declared, though in truth, only the 300 spirit stones were a reward from the academy. The Xianyang pill was her own. Its value far surpassed that of the spirit stones. Thank you, Mentor Chen. Lu Chen accepted the items and left with a grin. The new students looked on, their eyes filled with awe and envy, their hearts swelling with respect. Previously, they had harbored some resentment, considering Lu Chen's tactics to be despicable for targeting others' weaknesses, deeming them unworthy of respect. But now, they were utterly convinced. Lu Chen's blade technique was indeed formidable. Against it, they would stand no chance. In comparison to this technique, they would prefer to endure the 1,000-year kill. One resulted in death, while the other merely brought temporary suffering. They could discern which was the lesser evil. Yet, they were unaware that Lu Chen's 1,000-year kill could also easily obliterate them. Who said Lu Chen was incapable? He was truly exceptional. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at his dormitory. As the top student, his accommodation was a luxurious villa, a stark contrast to others who were cramped together. After tidying up his room, it soon became deep into the night. Lu Chen, however, felt no inclination to sleep. Instead, he took out the resources and martial techniques he had acquired that day. After a moment of contemplation, he set aside all the cultivation resources, leaving only the final martial technique. This was something he had cleverly obtained from Wang Fugui. Just when he was in need of a defensive technique, he discovered it was actually a method for refining the body. Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. While defensive martial techniques were relatively common, those focused on refining the body were exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. I've struck gold, truly struck gold. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, a smile gracing his features. Of course, he was utterly unable to comprehend the cultivation method of this technique. Simplification. Simplification start. Indestructible golden body, copper head, iron arms, iron bones, body refinement walking. Simplification complete. The system's voice resonated in his mind, causing Lu Chen to momentarily freeze. He had thought of body refinement, but he hadn't expected the final simplification to be walking. What a joke. Walking could make one stronger. Who could be invincible with that? Lu Chen laughed to himself, then began to pace within the villa. Indestructible golden body proficiency 1. Indestructible golden body proficiency 1. Indestructible golden body proficiency 1. The system's voice echoed repeatedly, and Lu Chen felt a surge of power coursing through his body. This newfound strength was enhancing his physical prowess continuously. Indeed, it is quite terrifying, Lu Chen remarked gravely. Acutely aware of the formidable nature of this technique, his physical strength was surging at an astonishing rate, even restoring all that he had previously overdrawn. A wave of heat coursed through his body. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated the indestructible golden body to the minor completion stage. The system's voice echoed once more, prompting Lu Chen to finally come to a halt. Strangely, he felt no fatigue whatsoever, not even a trace of weariness. Promptly, Lu Chen activated the indestructible golden body, and a faint golden sheen enveloped his skin, rendering his physique as resilient as metal. Remarkable, the strength of my body. Lu Chen chuckled lightly before dissipating the aura. The following morning, Lu Chen awoke refreshed. According to the customary schedule, it was the day for new students to be assigned to their classes. However, Lu Chen was exempt from this process, having already become a student of Shenzi. Upon locating Shenzi, he found Luo Fanning had also arrived. As a 9th-level gifted martial artist, Luo Fanning had been granted admission directly and was likewise a student of Shenzi. Come along. Today it will just be the two of you as you embark on your freshman task, Shenzi announced. The freshman task was a rite of passage for all newcomers, and Shenzi was merely expediting their timeline. What exactly is the freshman task? Lu Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. Pass through the black mud marsh, Shenzi replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. There exists not only demonic beasts but also calamities. Furthermore, you will encounter students from other academies. With that, Shenzi led Lu Chen and Luo Fanning away. The black mud marsh was not far from the Great Xia Academy. Soon, the trio arrived at their destination. The dark, murky expanse was permeated by a foul stench of decay. By the way, where is my sister? I'm eager to share the news of my becoming the top student. Lu Chen interjected, nearly speaking out of turn. Shenzi shot him a fierce glare, finding the boy's rebellious nature quite vexing. In a week or two. You needn't worry about that. Just focus on your own affairs. Chapter 38. I demand a change of mentor. Hearing Shenzi's words, Lu Chen nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments. He had attempted to contact his sister, Lu Xini, but received no response. He only knew she was participating in the Dragon Soul selection without any updates. Additionally, there was another stipulation for traversing the Black Mud Marsh. One must slay a transformation-level demonic beast and return with its essence. Shenzi reiterated. This is the standard for the freshman task. There's no getting around it. Then, she turned her gaze toward Lu Chen and stated, you need to slay a transformation-level beast of the 8th rank to be deemed qualified. Lu Chen wore a puzzled expression, questioning whether it was truly permissible to indulge in such blatant personal vendettas. What justified the demand for him to slay a beast of the 8th tier of the transformation realm? It seemed utterly unfair. Lu Chen voiced his dissent. For dispatching ordinary beasts of the transformation realm was a mere trifle, whereas tackling one of the 8th tier presented an entirely different challenge. Did he not understand his own capabilities? Would it be appropriate for him to confront a first-tier beast? This is discrimination, Mentor Chen. Do you not realize that? He exclaimed. What is wrong with first-tier beasts? Have they not worked tirelessly to cultivate their strength? Shenzi, rendered speechless, snapped back, casting Lu Chen into the black mire. I shall await your return in 2 days. If you cannot succeed by then, do not bother coming back, she proclaimed, before turning her gaze to Luo Fanning and advising. Be cautious. Lu Chen, bewildered by the double standards, resolved that upon returning, he would seek the Dean's counsel. He would not hesitate to request a change of mentors. This oppressive Shenzi was truly intolerable. Let us go, Luo Fanning remarked nonchalantly, and the two proceeded onward. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings became shrouded in miasma, the air thick with a putrid stench. The treacherous black mire concealed numerous venomous insects, and lurking within the waters and mud were perilous beasts. What a formidable challenge, indeed. Lu Chen mused, but then a troubling thought crossed his mind. Had he once again been ensnared in a trap? A grimace involuntarily formed on his lips. Shenzi was decidedly no ally. He must change mentors, without question. Yet the black mire would not ensnare him. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps drew Lu Chen's attention. He soon spotted a gaunt young man, bloodied and fleeing. Upon noticing Lu Chen and his companion, the young man's initial joy swiftly morphed into dismay as he recognized their insufficient strength. You two should leave quickly. The Sakura scum is on your tail. Don't let them drag you down with them, he urged, veering in another direction to escape. Lu Chen and Luo Fanning exchanged a glance, perplexed. Sakura people? What does that mean? Are there indeed Sakura individuals here? Shortly thereafter, 3 or 5 figures emerged, radiating murderous intent as they pursued the fleeing boy. Lu Chen fell into silence. Under different circumstances, he might have ignored the unfolding drama. But was this truly a different scenario? The Sakura riffraff dared to bully those of the Great Xia in their own territory? This was intolerable. Before Lu Chen could voice his thoughts, one of the Sakura boys halted, casting a lewd gaze upon Luo Fanning, his expression grotesque. "You, come here," he beckoned, speaking in a clumsy dialect of Great Xia. Leering as he approached, the chill in Lu Chen's eyes deepened. Suddenly drawing his sword, Luo Fanning was poised to strike when he felt a formidable blade aura sweep past. "For such worthless beings, a direct decapitation suffices," Lu Chen stated coldly, harboring no goodwill towards the Sakura clan, only a murderous intent. He often critiqued their actions in short videos at night. Subsequently, Lu Chen approached and, upon searching the wretch, discovered approximately 100 spirit stones. Additionally, a map caught his attention. This map depicted the Black Mire Swamp, yet it bore various notations. What does this signify? Lu Chen pondered gravely, an ominous feeling rising within him. It was well known that the hybrids of Sakura rarely engaged in honorable deeds. "Should we capture one of the Sakura clan to inquire?" Luo Fanning remarked, feeling an unsettling sense of disquiet. These detestable Sakura hybrids were inherently repulsive. Who could fathom what schemes they were concocting now? "Let us proceed," Lu Chen declared, stabbing the wretch 18 times to ensure his demise before pursuing Luo Fanning. Soon, the sounds of conflict echoed ahead. "Wang Gang, surrender the formation plate, or I shall rend your body to pieces today." The poor Daxiao language rang out, as 4 members of the Sakura clan surrounded the individual Lu Chen had previously observed. The man bore fresh wounds, blood oozing relentlessly. "To hell with you scoundrels. I will not allow your schemes to succeed," Wang Gang weakly retorted. But the Sakura clan had already launched their assault, employing lethal strikes without mercy. The 4 Sakura hybrids were at the 4th tier of martial mastery, possessing formidable strength, while Wang Gang, although at the 5th tier, could not withstand their combined onslaught, especially while already injured. A blade flashed, severing Wang Gang's left arm at the root, sending it flying. He was struck twice in the chest, coughing up blood. Collapsing to the ground, Wang Gang found himself devoid of strength. "Die, you cursed wretches. The most detestable are those who presume righteousness in the name of their so-called nation. To us, this is the height of foolishness." With that, the Sakura hybrid swung his sword down, intent on executing Wang Gang. At that moment, a blade soared through the air, precisely deflecting the Sakura hybrid's attack. The dragon-scaled sword embedded itself in the ground, its cold light shimmering along the blade. Wang Gang lay on the ground, astonished, gazing at the sword, which reflected 2 figures rushing towards him. He attempted to turn and see who it was, but in the next instant, the dragon-scaled sword was drawn, and an overwhelmingly fierce blade aura surged forth, forcefully sending the Sakura hybrid flying. "How dare you attempt to harm a citizen of Daxiao within our territory? Have you no shame?" Chapter 39, Left 0, Right Fire, Thunder God aid me. "Have you no shame?" Lu Chen spoke coldly, his eyes sharp and piercing. The 4 Sakura hybrids immediately assumed defensive postures, regarding Lu Chen with trepidation. 7th tier? Upon realizing Lu Chen's formidable strength, the group of cherry blossom ruffians displayed astonishment, their expressions marred by surprise. They had not anticipated that the assailant would be a mere 7th-tier martial artist, and not even one who had mastered the transformation of energy. "You are playing with fire," one of the ruffians, propelled backward, exclaimed furiously, a grotesque wound gaping on his chest, blood oozing profusely. Lu Chen, too, felt a twinge of surprise that his strike had not claimed the ruffian's life. However, upon observing the soft armor beneath the ruffian's attire, he understood. This is too ambiguous. I would prefer to hear such words from a sultry beauty in black stockings. Your remarks are utterly revolting. Lu Chen's gaze turned steely as he gripped his dragon scale blade. Wang Gang, visibly horrified, questioned why he had not urged these 2 to flee sooner. "Thank you for your timely assistance, but you should leave at once. You are no match for them. Return to your instructor and inform them that the cherry blossom ruffians are laying traps in the Black Marsh," he said weakly. A student from Qingshan University, he had come here for training but unexpectedly stumbled upon the ruffian's scheming, ultimately leading to him being pursued to this very spot. Knowing our secret and thinking you can escape? Dream on. Attack. Kill them. Capture the woman first. It has been ages since I beheld such beauty. One of the ruffians declared, his gaze cold and lewd as it fell upon Luo Fanning. "This cannot be. I'm not of your kind. I am human." Luo Fanning retorted coldly, a shimmering silver longsword appearing in her hand, imbued with spirit. "This is also a spiritual weapon." Lu Chen marveled, surprised at Luo Fanning's eloquence. "Be cautious and guard this place. I can handle these ruffians," Lu Chen quickly asserted, not underestimating Luo Fanning, but recognizing Wang Gang's need for protection, as well as the undeniable strength of these ruffians. What if they took advantage of Luo Fanning during the fray? Then, without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed the demonic blade technique and charged forward. The 4 cherry blossom ruffians attacked in unison. Although Lu Chen was merely at the 7th tier, they dared not belittle him, knowing they were on a mission and could not afford to be careless. The demonic blade technique intensified in ferocity, severing one ruffian's head from his shoulders, yet 3 remained. Witnessing one of their own felled by Chen, the remaining ruffians were consumed by extreme rage, their caution heightened. Indeed, Chen was no ordinary foe. At that moment, Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. They had exchanged blows over 100 times. Most would have succumbed to Chen's onslaught by now, yet the talent of these ruffians was astonishingly high, allowing them to contend with him for so long. Suddenly, Chen retreated a step, seizing the opportunity to strike fiercely, the dragon scale blade piercing one ruffian's chest. Yet, the ruffian astonishingly grasped Chen's blade tightly with his hand. Quickly, damn it, Chen decisively abandoned the dragon scale blade, invoking the undying golden body, a radiant layer of golden light enveloping him. A chaotic assault had descended, and when it encountered Chen's body, it emitted a sound akin to the clash of fine iron. Left 0, right fire, thunder god assist me, Chen roared, invoking the never-before-used 9 heavens thunder technique. Though merely a fragment, its potency rivaled that of Earth-grade martial arts. A bolt of thunder suddenly coalesced in Chen's palm. As the arc of lightning struck down, it sent the assailant hurtling away, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. Just as the remaining attack landed, Chen clapped his hands together, audaciously shattering the weapon in the assailant's grasp. In the next moment, Chen directed the lightning arc onto the man's head. Simultaneously, a sword, glistening with silver light, pierced through his back, its tip emerging from his chest, blood cascading down onto the ground. The man was beyond salvation. Luo Fanning withdrew her longsword, a droplet of blood splattering onto her face, which only added a striking charm to her demeanor. "I didn't expect you to strike with such ferocity," Chen remarked, somewhat surprised. "It's merely the elimination of a beast," Luo Fanning replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by the matter. However, Chen's mastery of lightning intrigued her. Subsequently, with lightning in hand, Chen struck down fiercely upon the corpses of the 4 beasts, causing them to emit smoke. "Damn it, you wretched creatures, attempting to harm me. If it weren't for my late-night training in the indestructible golden body, I might have sustained injuries today," Chen remarked coolly, noticing a tear in his clothing. Yet fortunately, the indestructible golden body had shielded him from significant harm. He then commenced a search, uncovering several spirit stones and herbs, along with a map identical to the previous one. "What exactly is this?" Chen pondered aloud, while Wang Gang, having regained his composure from the shock, was struck by realization. At first glance of Chen and Luo Fanning, he had sought assistance, only to discover they were merely at the 7th and 6th realms respectively. He did not wish to implicate them. Yet, unexpectedly, in the moment of peril, it was Chen who had rescued him, effortlessly dispatching the cherry blossom thugs. How had a 7th realm cultivator attained such strength? Wang Gang mused, hastily declaring, "This indicates the location of their formation eye. These thugs intend to set a killing array in the Blackmire Marsh, to alter its fortune and harm the students of the Great Xia. Should they succeed in completing this formation, any students entering the marsh thereafter would face a near-certain death. Their fortunes siphoned to empower these miscreants." Wang Gang spoke weakly, revealing that upon discovering this plot, he had seized the opportunity to destroy one of the formation eyes and brought forth a formation disc to report the matter. However, he had anticipated being discovered and chased to this juncture. Fortunate to be alive, yet he was now utterly drained, on the brink of collapse. "This is the formation disc I retrieved. It is imperative to report this matter," he stated before succumbing. Chen accepted the disc, an indescribable emotion welling within him. It seemed as if a certain bloodline within him had awakened, intensifying the murderous intent that enveloped him. "The individuals associated with the cherry blossoms are truly insufferable. If I do not eliminate them, how can I possibly cultivate?" Chen proclaimed with a tone imbued with determination. "His grievances with those cherry blossom miscreants extend far beyond this matter. It also involves his elder sister's predicament." Chapter 40. Who Understands Family? Encountering the inferior man, Chen's gaze turned exceedingly icy, as if recollecting certain events. After his sister arrived at the Great Xia Academy, she had led the academy students in an inter-academic competition, dominating the arena. Yet, in the end, she was grievously injured due to a scheme orchestrated by the Cherry Blossom ruffians. This incident has remained etched in Chen's memory, and his disdain for the cherry blossoms has reached unprecedented depths. Had his sister Lucini mocked or belittled him upon learning of his awakened first-tier talent, he would have dismissed it. However, the reality was that upon discovering his awakening, Lucini had continued to support him. Subsequently, Chen glanced at Luo Fanning and said, "You should complete the freshman task. I have other matters to attend to. Although I cannot confront those brutes from before, I must at least collect some interest." With that, Lu Chen proceeded directly to the location indicated on the map. After a brief pause, Luo Fanning chose to follow him. What are you doing? The freshman task only has a 2-day time frame. If you exceed it, one team master extermination have your head. Let her do what she likes. I prefer slaying beasts over dealing with scoundrels. Luo Fanning replied with a light laugh. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment before chuckling as well, refraining from dissuading her from following. I never expected you to be rather agreeable. I like that. Luo Fanning was left puzzled, her heart fluttering as she pondered Lu Chen's directness towards a girl. How could he utter such words? I have resolved that upon our return, even if master extermination punishes me, I shall form a brotherhood with you. From henceforth, I shall be the elder brother, and you shall be my younger brother. Within the Great Xia Academy, I shall protect you. When master extermination dares to discipline you, I will take revenge once my prowess surpasses hers. Lu Chen spoke earnestly, casting a glance at Luo Fanning. Luo Fanning remained bewildered, realizing that he was making such declarations. Very well. Remarkable. Who pulls a girl into a brotherhood? She understood his peculiar nature, acknowledging that he was indeed unconventional. Before long, they arrived at a location marked on the map. It was a ravine, with a stream running through it, surrounded by muck that emitted an indescribable foul odor. This is the place. According to the map, the formation's core has been completed. Lu Chen said gravely, a hint of cold murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The cherry blossom beasts are truly despicable. They even have the audacity to produce unhealthy videos that tarnish his pure thoughts, even if he rather enjoys watching them. At that moment, an aura emerged, though extremely subtle. Lu Chen instantly perceived it. A flash of blade light swept over the muck not far ahead. Mud splattered everywhere as a surge of crimson light shot forth. From the depths of the sludge, a colossal beast, towering 3 zhang, suddenly emerged. Its body was encrusted with muck, yet dark scales glimmered like armor upon its form. Those eyes, a vivid scarlet, radiated a fierce malevolence. 5th level of transformation? Lu Chen discerned the creature's strength, reminiscent of a crocodile, and remarked with a hint of disappointment, it falls somewhat short. According to Shenzi's requirements, he needed to slay a beast of the 8th level of transformation to successfully complete this initiation task. This 5th level truly lagged behind. At that moment, the giant crocodile charged forward, its massive body moving effortlessly across the mire. From its gaping maw, a noxious breath escaped, reeking of putridness, clearly infused with deadly poison. Lu Chen immediately swung his dragon scale blade, striking down upon it, yet the blade merely sparked against the crocodile's scales, unleashing a spray of blood. Such formidable scales. Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The dragon scale blade was a spiritual weapon, and the demon-slaying technique he wielded was a martial art of the earth tier. Yet it could not pierce the crocodile's armor. This creature bore the bloodline of an ancient dragon crocodile, its scales as hard as spiritual artifacts. Although it was merely at the level of transformation, even a practitioner of the Meridian realm would find it exceedingly challenging. However, its scales were also prime materials for forging spiritual weapons, and its essence blood could be invaluable for body refinement practitioners. If one could procure its essence blood, I believe your physical prowess could see a significant enhancement. Luo Fanning remarked, having just observed Lu Chen's indestructible golden body technique. Should the essence blood of this giant crocodile be used for body refinement, it would serve as an exceptional elixir. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a stir of surprise. He had been unaware of such matters. Though his cultivation had often skirted the line of cheating, who could truly refuse such treasures? So, it seems this beast must die today, Lu Chen declared solemnly, then surged forth once more. His formidable martial techniques flowed in rapid succession, the demon-slaying technique reaching its zenith, and his proficiency steadily increased. Although he could not breach the crocodile's scales, he drove it back with relentless ferocity. Damn this beast. Do you not realize that you are a spawn of the demon beast Sakura dispatched to the Great Xia? You ought to perish. Do you understand what it means to be patriotic? You wretched creature, even among demon beasts, you would be met with disdain. We may battle amongst ourselves, but when confronting Sakura's spawn, should we not set aside our grievances and first eliminate this abomination? Lu Chen's vitriol intensified, leaving Luo Fanning utterly bewildered. This fellow was actually berating a demon beast? It is a demon beast, a creature of the wild. At this moment, the giant crocodile was utterly perplexed. What the hell? Who understands? I've encountered a deluded human. The demon beast lamented internally, wishing it could articulate its thoughts. It truly desired to lean close to Lu Chen and whisper, I am a demon beast. At that moment, a sudden shift occurred within Lu Chen. Congratulations, host, your demon-slaying technique has reached perfection. The system's voice resonated, and Lu Chen's aura transformed drastically as he swung his blade with renewed vigor. The blade glimmered like lightning, swiftly slicing through the brow of the colossal crocodile. A crisp sound echoed, followed by the cracking of scales atop the creature's head, blood gushing forth, utterly enraging the beast. As the monstrous creature charged forward, Lu Chen's expression grew grave, while Luo Fanyin, wielding her sword, retreated with urgency. "Be careful, Lu Chen," she shouted, yet he remained resolute, advancing with his blade once more. The sharp sound resounded again as Lu Chen's knife pierced the crocodile's back. The intense pain caused the beast to thrash violently, and with a tremendous force. It hurled Lu Chen away. The giant opened its maw wide, preparing to bite down. Celestial Star Finger. Lu Chen suddenly unleashed this technique. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, causing the crocodile to halt in its tracks. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, and Lu Chen's finger had already penetrated its brow. In that moment, the immense power he wielded shattered the creature's skull, blood pouring from its mouth and dripping onto the ground. "Surely, no one believes my Celestial Star Finger is merely a technique for a 1,000-year kill," Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly. Retracting his finger, a droplet of blood splattered on his face, lending him an air of murderous intent, mingled with an eerie quality. Luo Fanyin, who had rushed forward to assist him, halted, her face a mask of astonishment. How could this crocodile, a creature of the 5th level of energy transformation, be slain so easily by Lu Chen? Although she recognized Lu Chen's formidable strength, this crocodile bore the ancient bloodline of the dragon crocodile and was clad in impenetrable scales. A daunting challenge even for those at the Pulse realm. Yet it lay dead at Lu Chen's hands. And he was merely at the 7th level. This was an astonishing violation of expectations. Lu Chen wiped the blood from his hands, revealing a gaping hole where the crocodile's brain had been shattered. "Come help me skin it," he cackled maniacally, drawing forth the dragon scale blade to commence the removal of its scales. Soon, a complete set of scales was peeled away, fine materials suitable for crafting spiritual weapons. This large piece could even forge 2 complete sets of protective armor. Next, Lu Chen began to extract the crocodile's essence blood. Vivid, sinister drops of blood were drawn forth, exuding a potent scent of blood and an overwhelming ferocity. The crocodile's corpse appeared to wither away. "How do we use this essence blood?" Lu Chen inquired, genuinely curious. "Simply apply it to your skin for absorption and refinement, or you could choose to ingest it directly." Luo Fanyin, still in shock, maintained a serious demeanor. Without further ado, Lu Chen shed his shirt and began to smear the essence blood all over his body. "Aren't you a bit shameless?" Luo Fanyin exclaimed, taken aback by Lu Chen's audacity. Though his 8-pack abs and physique were impressive, she couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Luo Fanyin turned around, her ears already flushed with embarrassment. "You and I are brothers. Why bother with such trivial matters? I do not mind you taking advantage of me. However, if you truly feel guilty and wish to repay me, silence." Luo Fanyin interrupted Lu Chen, unable to bear listening any longer, fearing that if she continued, she might be tempted to stab him. Lu Chen chuckled, activating his indestructible golden body. "System, I implore you to assist me in my cultivation," he called out in his heart, and at that moment, a wave of searing pain coursed through his body. This was the essence of the beast beginning to permeate within him. Meanwhile, the pain began to dissipate, leaving him feeling surprisingly cool and comfortable, even as his physical strength steadily increased. "Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the essence of the demon beast, elevating the indestructible golden body to perfection." The system's voice resonated in his mind. So swift? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze filled with astonishment. Luo Fanyin, equally bewildered, pondered how Lu Chen could endure such agony without uttering a sound of suffering, instead exuding a sense of comfort. At that moment, she truly wished to strike him down. How could he produce such a forbidden sound with such skill? Soon after, Lu Chen donned his attire, feeling invigorated. The demon-slaying blade technique had reached completion, and his indestructible golden body was perfected. What a fortunate outcome. Plus, he had acquired a massive crocodile-scale armor. "Let us proceed," Lu Chen declared, moving forward. And Luo Fanyin followed closely behind. They soon entered a mountain gorge where chilling winds swept through, bringing a palpable coldness. Not far ahead, they spotted a modest formation emitting a faint glow. "Is this the formation?" Lu Chen murmured, refraining from rash actions. How could such a formation be unguarded? "Get out. This is my territory." A figure emerged, a scion of the cherry blossoms, casting a shadowy glare. "Your territory? Have you looked in the mirror lately? Assess whether you are worthy to claim such a thing," Lu Chen replied coolly. "Although we are your ancestors, you ungrateful descendants have been cast out. Now you are nothing but a wildling. Do you understand?" Luo Fanyin observed that this individual was merely at the 6th level of refinement and did not regard him as a threat. "You seek death," the cherry blossom scion retorted coldly, astonished by Lu Chen's audacity. But in the next moment, Lu Chen lunged forward with his blade, without a hint of hesitation. In a panic, the The scion attempted to defend himself, yet the blade's light swiftly pierced through all his defenses. "Spare me, even if you beg. I shall not grant you mercy," Chen replied coldly. Another strike fell, and he disdainfully kicked the scion's lifeless body away. "Actually, you could have let me have a go. I am quite capable myself," Fanning remarked, feeling as though she could not contribute while following Chen. In the midst of a chaotic confrontation, it is often the underlings who engage in battle while their leaders observe from the sidelines. Be more aware next time. I am not your subordinate. Fanning thought to herself, feeling a profound sense of exasperation that she had never experienced before. She had contemplated ending Chen's life more than once. Having encountered straightforward men before, she had never met one as unwaveringly direct as Chen, whose demeanor resembled that of iron. Something was amiss. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped them. Chen ignored Fanning's remarks, having sensed a subtle yet distinct shift in their surroundings. "There is a calamity nearby," he stated gravely, and Fanning too felt the tension rising in her gaze. Generally speaking, calamities are exceedingly rare, especially in areas distant from polluted zones. Suddenly, Chen spotted a figure emerging from the depths of the ravine. Its face bore dark, sinister markings resembling demonic runes. Its eyes had turned pitch black and hollow, devoid of any white, and a golden circular pattern adorned its forehead. "A puppet," Fanning exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of concern. This creature had been possessed by a calamity, its consciousness consumed, reducing it to a mere plaything of disaster. "Why dwell on such matters? Let us eliminate it," Chen declared decisively, drawing his blade with unwavering resolve. A flash of his sword cleaved through the puppet, dispatching it with swift efficiency. Fanning was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Why was Chen always so quick and resolute in his actions? Lacking even a hint of hesitation? At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed around them, and a multitude of puppets emerged from the shadows. Chapter 42. I shall not disdain you for being a woman. As countless puppets materialized around them, Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. He had not anticipated encountering such a horde of puppets within the Black Mire. How many calamities must have possessed these beings? How could there be so many puppets? Fanning gasped, her tone heavy with concern. "Perhaps they are convening a meeting, and we have stumbled upon it," she suggested. "Now is the time for you to prove yourself, my little brother." At this, Fanning turned to Chen, her face a picture of disbelief, and replied, "Aren't we friends? Isn't friendship about betrayal?" Chen responded earnestly, leaving Fanning unable to counter his point, finding it to be remarkably true. Meanwhile, the puppets charged at them with alarming speed, their demeanor ferocious and devoid of any rationality, consumed by a singular desire for bloodshed. Chen moved swiftly, severing the head of the nearest puppet with a single stroke. In his eyes, there was no distinction between these puppets and the calamity itself. In contrast, Fanning hesitated, seemingly reluctant to strike, for they had once been students of various academies in the Great Xia. "If you show mercy, I shall strike first," Chen exclaimed fiercely. Noticing her reluctance, "Open your eyes and see whether these creatures are still human. Even if they were, they now seek to kill us. And we have no choice but to fight. This is not the time for compassion, for these puppets are far from human." The demon-slaying blade technique. The immutable golden body. The celestial star finger. In Chen's eyes, only a chilling intent to kill remained. His strikes were executed without mercy, directly invoking these martial techniques. The strength of these puppets varied. The most formidable among them barely reached the 3rd level of transformation, while the weakest were at the 5th level. Although they outnumbered him with over 30, they posed little threat to Chen at this moment. Upon hearing Chen's words, Fanning also altered her mindset, her attacks growing increasingly ruthless. Crucially, she understood that Chen would not come to her aid if she showed any sign of weakness. She feared he might truly turn against her. Soon, the ravine was strewn with corpses. All the puppets had been annihilated by Chen and Fanning. Wiping the blood from her face, Fanning felt an indescribable sensation within her. She turned to Chen and could not help but ask, "Do you not feel any emotion at all?" "Of course I do. I'm nearly frantic. What if those beasts injure me?" Chen replied nonchalantly, revealing his genuine concern about the puppet's potential to harm. Fanning fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. However, in such matters, Chen could not be blamed, for he had done nothing wrong. If anyone were at fault, it would be her for her momentary softness. Chen had indeed spoken the truth earlier. "I know what you're thinking, but they are no longer human. They have been possessed by calamity, their minds consumed and transformed into monsters. If you do not kill them, they will kill you. What does it matter if they were once students? They are monsters now." His gaze was grave as he surveyed the surroundings, sensing that something was amiss. Why were there so many puppets in this ravine? Could it be related to the formation? Furrowing his brow, Chen stepped forward, leaving it to Luo Fanning to decide whether or not to heed his words. If she could not, it mattered little. It would simply mean they were not of the same world, and Lu Chen would certainly keep his distance from her in the future. Cherish life. Steer clear of the sanctimonious. Luo Fanning fell into a moment of contemplation, then shook her head in resignation, seemingly coming to terms with the disparity between herself and Lu Chen. Previously, she had struggled to comprehend where Lu Chen surpassed her. She was a 9th-level talent awakener, celebrated for her unparalleled aptitude, often hailed as the second Lu Cini, destined for the prestigious Daxia Academy. During examinations, she believed she would undoubtedly emerge as the top scholar, dismissing her peers with ease. Yet, in the end, she had not foreseen that the ultimate top scholar would be Lu Chen, a name scarcely recognized. Arriving at the Daxia Academy, she was taken aback to discover Lu Chen effortlessly claiming the title of the top student. She could not fathom how he, with his first-level talent, had achieved such feats. But now, it seemed she understood. The gap between her and Lu Chen was not merely in cultivation level, but in mindset as well. In terms of mentality, Lu Chen had utterly eclipsed her. Upon reflecting on this, Luo Fanning felt a sense of relief, her heart no longer burdened by distress. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I acknowledge you as my elder brother. Indeed, I cannot compare to you. But must I always be your subordinate? After all, I am a woman, Luo Fanning stated earnestly, her eyes sincerely fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen paused, casting a glance at Luo Fanning, and replied, It matters not to me that you are a woman. I would never disdain you for that. Luo Fanning was momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching, leaving her at a loss for words. Suddenly, she seemed to understand why her elder sister, Shenzi, felt both love and resentment towards Lu Chen. In terms of talent, Lu Chen was indeed extraordinarily gifted, surpassing even Lu Cini. However, his words could make one wish to silence him forever. After observing the formation for a moment, Lu Chen admitted his inability to comprehend it. Without hesitation, he struck it with his blade, shattering it instantly. The erase stones on the ground trembled and then fractured, revealing a formation disc that emerged at the center, which bore a crack. The brilliance faded, and as Lu Chen made another move, the entire formation was obliterated, leaving no possibility for restoration. Well, now it's time to deal with the mess, Luo Fanning remarked, her mouth twitching in exasperation. She genuinely felt speechless, suddenly realizing how exhausting it was to be with Lu Chen. Why had she uttered such words earlier? The thought of being seen with him in public was indeed quite embarrassing. Just the mere idea left her feeling drained. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, recognizing that such distasteful matters did not align with his character, and subsequently decided against furthering the topic. Let us venture inside. I sense something amiss within this ravine, Lu Chen stated, striding briskly towards the gorge. Luo Fanning nodded and followed suit. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the black mire, a diminutive figure with a dark complexion, resembling a cherry blossom, halted. A formation disc appeared in their hand, their gaze profound. Our formation has been breached, the cherry blossom figure spoke coldly, their expression turning grave as they directed their attention towards a specific direction. At this moment, uncertainty loomed. Was the formation damaged by an intruder? Or had their plans been uncovered? Send 2 individuals to investigate the situation. Remember, should it be confirmed that someone acted with intent, do not engage. Return promptly to report to me. The figure commanded coldly, and immediately, 2 lesser figures emerged, departing from the scene. It is likely an accidental intrusion. After all, our plans are flawless, and no one should be aware of them. It might even be a beast that wandered in. The figure mused. Better safe than sorry. This matter is of grave importance and must be thoroughly investigated. The figure spoke resolutely, hoping it was merely an unintentional breach. But what if the information had indeed leaked? Meanwhile, deep within the ravine, Lu Chen and Luo Fanning advanced side by side, their expressions vigilant, when an indescribable aura grew increasingly intense. There is something ahead, Luo Fanning said gravely. Lu Chen turned his head and followed her gaze, soon spotting a small cave nestled deep within the ravine. The area surrounding the cave was shrouded in darkness, showing signs of collapse. It was evident that the cave had formed as a result of the surrounding terrain giving way. The ominous aura emanated from within this very cave. Let us take a look, Lu Chen said solemnly, his feet remaining firmly planted. Luo Fanning stepped forward a couple of paces, sensing something amiss, and retreated, looking at Lu Chen. Why aren't you moving? I'm worried there might be danger. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Fanning was momentarily taken aback, feeling utterly disheartened. Worried about danger? You want me to go? Though he referred to her as a sister, it seemed he did not regard her as a person. Luo Fanning thought to herself, her lips twitching in frustration, unable to find the right words. I'll go back and inform Mentor Shun. Go ahead, who is afraid of that tyrant? Once we return, I'll request a different mentor. Isn't it reasonable for the top student to ask for a change? She pondered. But she knew that Mentor Chen had a good relationship with her older sister. And she asked my sister. Would she forsake me for that tyrant? When she was at our home, she even made me call her sister Shun. Good heavens, I can't imagine how thick-skinned she must be. Lu Chen continued, his demeanor nonchalant. Luo Fanyin fell silent, contemplating the implications if Lu Chen truly did switch mentors. Should she speak to Shen Ziyi and plead for leniency towards Lu Chen? Nevertheless, wouldn't that amount to betraying her sister? It was only the first time she had accompanied Lu Chen, and she was already considering betraying Shen Ziyi. Lu Chen remained quiet as the dog cautiously approached the cave. After ensuring it was safe, he ventured inside. The cave was enveloped in darkness, and Lu Chen retrieved a flashlight to illuminate the interior, revealing a pitch-black stone coffin positioned before them. The coffin was tightly sealed, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. What are you doing? Why light a candle? This is a rule passed down from our ancestors. It must not be broken. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Luo Fanyin found herself at a loss for words, taking a moment to comprehend his meaning. Your family doesn't make a living doing this, do they? Speak carelessly again, and I'll stab you. Lu Chen glanced at Luo Fanyin and then exerted force to push open the coffin's lid. A unique aura emerged as an endless stream of black mist was released from within the coffin. Lu Chen stepped back, his expression growing grave as he gripped the dragon scale blade tightly. At that moment, the black mist dissipated, yet the coffin remained eerily silent. Even the surrounding peculiar energy had vanished. After a considerable time had passed, Lu Chen cautiously approached, revealing a stunning woman clad in a long robe. Lying peacefully inside the coffin, as if in slumber. Her skin was fair and flawless, seemingly delicate enough to break with a touch. Her brows were painted like a delicate work of art, resembling a celestial being that had stepped forth from a painting. Luo Xiaodi, please step outside. I have some matters to attend to, Lu Chen said, his expression grave. Luo Fanyin stood in a daze, staring blankly at Lu Chen until she suddenly snapped back to reality after taking a few steps out. In an instant, she drew her sword, pointing it menacingly at Lu Chen. If you dare to do such a thing, I will surely kill you. Well then, why don't you come at me first? Lu Chen retorted, taking a step back. Luo Fanyin paused for a moment, then angrily shouted, Lu Chen, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? What on earth do you intend to do? You seem to be out of your mind. If you want to go first, nor will I. How about we do this together? Lu Chen cursed directly, then sent a surge of spiritual light from his fingertip, striking Luo Fanyin's long sword and forcing it back. He then stepped into the stone coffin and retrieved a gray object resembling stone, imbued with formidable power. Just as Luo Fanyin was about to speak, she swallowed her words. Lu Chen swiftly cleaved the object in two, tossing one half to her. Take your half. It is sufficient for your breakthrough. And if you keep talking nonsense, I swear I will end you. Luo Fanyin looked utterly perplexed, her toes nervously digging into the ground. You mean this? Is there any other? Have you not noticed this large piece of Xianling jade? I saw it, but I thought you meant something else. What? What do you think it is? Lu Chen asked, his expression earnest and innocent, causing Luo Fanyin's face to flush crimson. She stammered, unable to articulate half a sentence. Lu Chen, realizing her meaning, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. My friend, how could you harbor such sordid thoughts? I, Lu Chen, am pure and upright, and you would sully my reputation as a brother. I shall inform Master Miaju that one of her disciples is, do not say it. Luo Fanyin interrupted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily cut him off. Just say it. Do not say it. Luo Fanyin was truly flustered, stamping her foot in agitation. She had not anticipated that Lu Chen was referring to this. This fellow could hardly tear his gaze away, yet he uttered such words, leading her to misinterpret his intentions. She even suspected that this was Lu Chen's deliberate ploy. What must I do to ensure you remain silent? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen grinned mischievously. I could remain silent. But his perverse laughter echoed as he scrutinized Luo Fanyin. Chapter 44, The Eighth Layer, 18 Stabs. Hearing Lu Chen's unsettling laughter, Luo Fanyin's face reddened further, tinged with annoyance. It cannot be that sort of thing. That sort of thing? Lu Chen feigned ignorance, furthering her embarrassment and anger. Above all, it must not violate moral standards, nor surpass my limits. Luo Fanyin declared indignantly, though her heart raced with anxiety. After a brief glance at Luo Fanyin, Lu Chen chuckled softly, saying, I, Lu Chen, adhere to two principles in life. First, one must act with integrity and never engage in deceitful acts. Second, the first principle is merely to deceive the gullible. Luo Fanyin wore a puzzled expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her demeanor, Lu Chen chuckled lightly and said, Well, with your rather mundane disposition, I have no interest. You need not disclose anything, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Luo Fanyin. Disregarding Lu Chen's remark about her plain nature, hurriedly inquired, "I haven't quite determined what that entails yet. I shall inform you once I have." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "But rest assured, it will not pose any difficulty for you." He then commenced the refinement of the Xianling jade in his possession, a rare and high-grade cultivation resource. This substantial piece was sufficient to facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation level. "System, assist me in my practice," Lu Chen declared, activating the Jiuyang divine art. Unfortunately, his innate talent was considerably lacking, and should he rely solely on himself for the refinement, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. After some time had elapsed, Lu Chen grasped the Xianling jade firmly, his expression becoming grave as pure energy coursed within him, aligning with the operational pathways of the Jiuyang divine art. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across them. Astonishingly, he had already reached the 8th level of cultivation. Meanwhile, Luo Fanning was still in the midst of her own practice, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level. I truly envy those with exceptional talents. It is quite frustrating. Without any external aid, I find myself utterly outmatched. Lu Chen mused internally, gaining a profound understanding of the significance of innate talent, which he could not deny. Subsequently, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the coffin but discerned no abnormalities. Furthermore, he could not detect any unusual aura emanating from her. Were it not for the absence of her breath, he might have assumed that this beauty was merely asleep. "How peculiar," Lu Chen remarked, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. He then drew his blade and, with lightning speed, struck 18 times, each thrust aimed at a vital point. Remarkably, not a single drop of blood was shed after the flurry of strikes. Could it truly be devoid of issues? Lu Chen pondered softly, when suddenly, a low growl reminiscent of a wild beast echoed forth, accompanied by an intensely chilling aura that enveloped the space. Lu Chen swiftly turned around, only to behold a shadowy figure resembling a human at the entrance of the cave. To his astonishment, this figure bore 2 golden stripes upon its forehead. "Shall we strike a deal?" The figure proposed, its voice oddly articulate, possessing a cultivation level equivalent to the 6th stage of transformation, yet emanating an aura so frigid it sent shivers down Lu Chen's spine. "Second-grade Calamity," Lu Chen noted to himself, as at that moment, Luo Fanning had successfully broken through, her eyes opening to reveal the very Calamity standing at the cave's entrance. The calamities encountered in daily life are merely of the 1st tier, existing as rather ordinary entities amidst the chaos. However, this creature, adorned with 2 horizontal stripes upon its cranium, represents a 2nd-tier calamity. This classification is not determined by their strength, but rather by the potency of their bloodline. The higher the tier of the calamity, the greater its power. This marks the first encounter for Luo Fanning with a 2nd-tier calamity, leaving her profoundly astonished and even somewhat taken aback. At that moment, the 2nd-tier calamity advanced menacingly. "What an ugly beast! How dare you!" Lu Chen exclaimed, launching a powerful punch that resonated like thunder, striking terror into the air. "If you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for taking control of you and turning you into my puppet." The 2nd-tier calamity charged forth, delivering a punch that collided with Lu Chen's attack in an instant. Remarkably, Lu Chen managed to send the 2nd-tier calamity flying with a single blow. Simultaneously, Luo Fanning seized the opportunity, channeling a fierce blade of light from her longsword, landing a decisive strike on the calamity. Dark, inky liquid oozed from its back as a consequence. To dare injure me is tantamount to seeking death. The 2nd-tier calamity seethed with rage and immediately retaliated, aiming to slay Luo Fanning. After delivering her strike, she prudently retreated, while Lu Chen approached from behind, delivering a swift cut to the creature's rear. "You scoundrel!" The 2nd-tier calamity, infuriated, turned to pursue Lu Chen, but he had already retreated with determination. As it attempted to follow, it was met with another strike from Luo Fanning's sword. "Have you no shame?" The calamity's defenses were clearly breached, yet it seemed to be treated like a mere cherry blossom spirit. Lu Chen remained silent, and Luo Fanning, too, was quiet, her expression grave as she regarded the calamity. Suddenly, they witnessed the creature biting its fingertip, with the 2 horizontal stripes on its forehead shimmering with a resplendent glow. Demon-slaying blade technique. Lu Chen sprang into action, channeling the full force of the technique. The ultimate power surged forth, instantly piercing the center of the calamity's brow. "Curse it! I was only halfway through my ultimate move." The 2nd-tier calamity emitted a cry before collapsing to the ground, its form dissipating into nothingness. Lu Chen exhaled, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, and remarked, "What a thrilling battle that was." Although Luo Fanning was baffled, she had grown accustomed to Lu Chen's style and was no longer as surprised as before. She had not anticipated that he would interrupt the calamity's attack so decisively. The creature had barely begun to unleash its ultimate technique when Lu Chen had struck it down. Yet, Upon reflection, that approach seemed quite judicious. Why wait for the opponent to unleash their full power? Another lesson learned. Luo Fanning mused. While Chen noticed that in the spot where the second-tier Calamity had fallen, a small, pitch-black orb, the size of a fingernail, had appeared. What is this? He wondered with curiosity. Luo Fanning also looked over, and upon closer inspection, astonishment flickered across her face. Calamity meteorite. Luo Fanning instinctively called out the name of the object. What is a Calamity meteorite? Chen genuinely did not know and looked at Luo Fanning with curiosity. After slightly calming her emotions, Luo Fanning explained. A Calamity meteorite is an entity born from the descent of a disaster. However, under normal circumstances, only disasters of level 5 or above have a chance to produce such a thing, and it is a precious treasure used for forging weapons. In fact, it is even utilized in the creation of treasured artifacts and sacred items. Of course, the required level of the Calamity meteorite is also quite high, but this particular meteorite is certainly sufficient for forging ordinary spiritual weapons. Upon hearing this, Chen was exceedingly surprised. He had not anticipated that the Calamity meteorite held such significance. A smile of delight emerged on his face, with the scales of the giant crocodile in his possession. He could forge a protective battle armor, and if he were to incorporate this Calamity meteorite. Thinking of this, Chen's heart swelled with joy. Let us depart. There is nothing unusual here. These numerous puppets must have been caused by that wretched thing, Chen said calmly as he glanced at the stone coffin. He then approached it, closed the coffin lid, and remarked, I apologize for the inadvertent injury. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards those cursed calamities. With that, Chen led Luo Fanning away from the area. After their departure, the woman within the stone coffin suddenly opened her eyes. Outside, in the mountain gorge, Chen and his companion walked cautiously, vigilant of their surroundings, yet they did not detect anything amiss. At that moment, two figures stealthily appeared in the shadows of the gorge, their sinister gazes fixed upon Chen and Luo Qingxue. One was at the 7th level, the other at the 8th. These two were, of course, the minions of Sakura, and upon seeing Chen and Luo Fanning, they paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback. Such strength would make it nearly impossible to disrupt the formation. They had station guards at every formation. However, one of them said, let us report to the captain. Why bother? Two insignificant ants like them do not warrant a report, just eliminate them. The other interjected hastily, dismissing Chen and Luo Fanning with contempt. In his eyes, their strength was utterly negligible. Yet, the first one countered, there should be no yet, just kill them. How can we be certain they're the ones disrupting the formation? The one wishing to report asked, puzzled. Must we not kill them? They are merely two unfortunate souls, their deaths do not compare to our esteemed Sakura lineage. The brash individual then stepped forward, drawing a katana that gleamed ominously in the light. The other minion, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit. Stop. You two unfortunate souls. Upon hearing this, Chen halted, turning to face the two minions behind them. Are you minions of Sakura? Chen coldly inquired, revealing the dragon scale blade in his hand. Impudent. How dare you speak so? You deserve to die. Sakura's minions immediately unleashed their fury. Yet Chen had already discerned their affiliation. A chilling intent to kill flickered in his gaze. Just right, one for each of you with the second tier of transformation. Can you withstand it? Chen paid no heed to the two dying men, and instead turned his attention to Luo Fanning, inquiring, 3 minutes to eliminate him. Luo Fanning paused for a brief moment before responding. 3 seconds should suffice for me. Chen's assertion incited immediate rage from Sakura's minions, as they felt utterly disregarded. You seek death, one of them shouted, charging forward. Chen, without uttering a word, raised his hand and swung his blade with precision. The blade's radiance surged forth, imbued with terrifying force. As their attacks collided, the minion strike shattered into nothingness, while Chen's assault remained unabated. Striking down one of Sakura's lackeys, the blade pierced through, sending the minion hurtling backward, lifeless upon impact. 3 seconds was indeed excessive, Chen remarked nonchalantly, striking a pose he deemed impressive. Meanwhile, Luo Fanning was engaged in combat with the remaining minions of Sakura, unable to match Chen's extraordinary prowess. Upon hearing his remark, her lips twitched, and she retorted, indeed, 3 seconds is far too long for you. Chen was perplexed, questioning the meaning behind her words. Did we not agree this was a shared endeavor? At that moment, Luo Fanning seized the opportunity to drive her sword through the forehead of another minion, extinguishing its life. Chen began to scavenge the bodies, discovering nothing more than a map akin to what he had found previously, along with a mobile phone. At that instant, the phone lit up with a message, which Chen opened. How is the situation? After a brief hesitation, he composed a reply. They departed peacefully. What are our next steps? On the other end, The leader of Sakura's minions revealed a faint smile upon receiving the message. It seems they have dealt with the intruder disrupting the formation. He murmured, swiftly sending another message. Meet at the cliff and gather information on a certain Lu Chen. If the opportunity arises, ensure his demise. Lu Chen's expression shifted to one of confusion upon reading the latest message. What the hell does that mean? Why does everyone wish to kill him? Why is there a need to eliminate Lu Chen? This is an order from above. It is said that Lu Chen is the brother of Lu Cini, possessing talents that surpass even hers. He must not be spared. And your chatter is excessive. Reading the reply, Lu Chen's gaze turned grave, though he chose not to respond. You have become quite the target. Everyone wants you dead, Luo Fanning remarked, her heart heavy with the realization that this situation was far from simple. Lu Chen had only recently entered the examination, yet he was already being hunted by Sakura. If this was not troubling, who would believe it? They were even aware of their entry into the Black Mire. If all goes as suspected. There must be a traitor among us, Lu Chen stated calmly, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. What shall we do now? Let us first investigate the cliff and ascertain the situation, Lu Chen stated, casting a grave glance at Luo Fanning. Before that, I must conduct a thorough examination to ensure you are not a traitor. Luo Fanning looked perplexed. An examination? A full-body one. Chapter 46. The thrill of reaping benefits as twilight descended. Lu Chen and Luo Fanning traversed the murky swamp, heading towards the cliff as indicated on the map. Ultimately, Lu Chen was unable to perform the comprehensive examination he had intended for Luo Fanning. Soon, they arrived near the cliff. This is the place. The Sakura thugs should be waiting here, Lu Chen said with a serious expression, scanning the surroundings but finding no one in sight. We have arrived. Where are you? Lu Chen messaged the Sakura thugs using his phone. In the cave behind the cliff. Before long, Lu Chen received a reply, followed by a cold smirk. If only he had bombs in hand, he would have thrown a few inside to obliterate them all. What shall we do now? Should we charge in? Luo Fanning inquired, uncertain of the number of Sakura members present. Rushing in might not yield favorable outcomes. Certainly not. Follow me. Lu Chen replied with a sinister laugh, leading Luo Fanning away. However, they soon found themselves back in a rather disheveled state, but Lu Chen now possessed several snake eggs. You are truly wicked, Luo Fanning remarked, having grasped Lu Chen's intentions, yet she nodded in agreement. We must hurry. If their mothers catch up, we will be in real trouble, Lu Chen said gravely. Quickly locating the cave mentioned by the Yinhua thugs, and hurled all the snake eggs inside before swiftly turning to leave. Inside the cave, the Sakura thugs were resting, with a guard on watch. As soon as they caught sight of Lu Chen and Luo Fanning, they barely had time to react before something came flying towards them. The snake egg shattered, scattering their contents everywhere. What is this? The Sakura members were bewildered as the viscous substance splattered across their faces, accompanied by a foul odor. Something's off. Retreat. The thug quickly realized the danger and stood up, urging his companions to exit the cave hastily. At that moment, Lu Chen and his companion had already concealed themselves in a secure location. A chilling hiss echoed, and in the darkness, the bushes trembled violently, exuding an overpowering stench of blood and ferocity. Suddenly, Lu Chen beheld a massive python emerging from the shadows, its body entirely black, with two crimson eyes glowing like lanterns in the night. A Yomi python? The Sakura thugs are in for a treat. Lu Chen chuckled slyly. The Yomi python possessed an ancient lineage, though diluted, it remained immensely powerful. Among beasts of the same rank, it was a dominant entity. This particular Yomi python boasted a formidable cultivation level of the 9th stage, making it exceptionally strong. Within the cavern, the cherry blossom fragments surged forth, inadvertently colliding with the infernal python. After a brief pause, the python caught the scent of the fragments and erupted into a furious rage, charging forward with tremendous force. The colossal body writhed, embodying an overwhelming might. Cursed be the treachery. The leader of the fragments comprehended the predicament, yet the enraged python was beyond reason. There was nothing to do but defend themselves urgently. The other cherry blossom fragments, recognizing the peril, also prepared to fight back. Their cultivation had reached the level of transformation. Yet the infernal python was at the 9th level of transformation, a formidable foe, and now in a state of fury, it was nearly deranged. Its combat prowess soared to unprecedented heights, swiftly eliminating one of the fragments in a single strike. Retreat. The leader was genuinely alarmed. He was merely at the 8th level of transformation, and against the wrathful infernal python, his chances of survival were grim. The night had fallen, further hampering their abilities. And such a fierce battle could potentially attract other powerful beasts. Thus, confronting the python head-on was decidedly unwise. However, as they attempted to flee, the infernal python pursued relentlessly. I expected at least half of these cherry blossom fragments to fall to the python's assault. The remaining few would pose no threat, Chen remarked softly, observing from the shadows. They were unable to ascertain the number and strength of the cherry blossom individuals, which deterred them from acting recklessly, leading to the python's emergence. They have scattered. We can move now and take them down one by one. Luo Fanyin concurred, reluctantly acknowledging that Chen was indeed cunning. Let us go. Chen declared decisively, brandishing his dragon-scale blade as the two became phantoms in the night, appearing and vanishing in an instant. With each emergence, they claimed a life of a cherry blossom fragment. Soon, only 2 or 3 remained, desperately fleeing alongside the leader, while the infernal python pursued them relentlessly. Meanwhile, outside the black mire, Shunzi gazed with a cold demeanor into the depths of the swamp. Her expression grew tense as she glanced towards the cliff. Sensing the wrathful aura of the infernal python, which caused her to frown slightly. This python was formidable. Could it truly be that Chen had provoked it? Despite his unreliability, surely he could not be so foolish? Shunzi pondered, yet an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart. At that moment, near the cliff, 3 fragments found themselves cornered with no options left. They turned and fought desperately, employing various tactics. Ultimately, they managed to injure the infernal python, albeit at the cost of their own significant wounds. Damn beast, we did not steal your egg. We were framed. The leader's frantic explanation caused the infernal python to halt, its gaze shifting to one of grave intensity, as if it comprehended the leader's words, though disbelief lingered in its eyes. In the depths of his heart, the ruffian was cursing, while a talisman emerged on the palm of his hand, igniting in an instant with a brilliant glow, transforming into a pure force that surged into his body. Subsequently, he forcefully elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. In the next moment, he launched his most formidable strike. The spectral python, incensed, retaliated with ferocity. The 2 terrifying attacks collided, generating tremendous waves of energy. Meanwhile, Chen quietly observed from the shadows, savoring the thrill of opportunism. What a delightful feeling, he remarked, letting out a sinister chuckle. Luo Fanyin remained silent. An uneasy sensation lingering. She felt that Chen was far from a benevolent figure, who among the virtuous would laugh in such a manner. With a resounding explosion, the colossal form of the spectral python was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. A massive wound appeared, blood gushing forth and instantly staining the earth crimson. The ruffians were also gravely injured, lying on the ground, blood flowing from their mouths. Now it is my turn to make an appearance, Chen stated coolly as he stepped forward, gripping the dragon-scale blade tightly. Suddenly, a blade of light swept through the air, creating a ripple of energy. Sensing imminent danger, the spectral python attempted to evade but was a fraction too late, the blade slicing effortlessly through a vital point. Its immense body was severed, blood erupting like a fountain. Yet, the python continued to thrash violently on the ground, its head turning towards Chen, seemingly intent on devouring him. But before it could reach him, it was already bereft of life. At that moment, Chen extracted the python's essence blood, the blood of a 9th-tier beast. My new mission is complete. Those ancient threats have nothing left to say, he chuckled lightly, stowing the essence away and directing his gaze towards the ruffians. Luo Fanyin followed closely behind Chen, considering the number and strength of these miscreants. Had they recklessly engaged earlier, even if they had succeeded in slaying them, it would have come at a considerable cost. However, their battle with the spectral python had resulted in mutual devastation, allowing them to reap the benefits. The ruffians sensed an approach and felt a flicker of hope. Please, save us. We are students from Luha University, beset by the attack of beasts. Upon hearing their feeble and shaky pleas, Chen emitted a sinister laugh as he approached them. At that moment, moonlight illuminated his face, and the ruffians finally discerned his features, their expressions shifting dramatically. You are Chen. They were taken aback, never expecting to encounter him in such dire circumstances. Fortunately, Chen was likely unaware of their schemes. Please, save us. Here is a spirit herb that can enhance your cultivation. If you are willing to save me, it is yours. Upon hearing this, Chen frowned and replied, Foolish. Kill you? These possessions are mine. With that, Chen decisively struck, eliminating them all. He then began to rummage through their belongings, seizing all the cultivation resources and spiritual herbs. Luo Fanyin remained silent, feeling that Chen's thought process was indeed somewhat unconventional, though she could not articulate why. After dispatching the trio of Sakura ruffians, a smile crept onto Chen's lips. Let us go. If we cannot escape the Black Mud Marsh by tomorrow, I can only imagine how old extinction will target me, Chen said nonchalantly, though he could not conceal the joy in his heart. Luo Fanyin nodded, realizing she needed to promptly report the Sakura array arrangements upon their exit. At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness, instantly capturing Chen's attention. Who goes there? He demanded, swiftly unleashing a surge of spiritual energy from his fingertips. The figure evaded in an instant, exclaiming, "Do not attack. I am from Luoha University." Upon recognizing the voice belonged to a girl, Lu Chen refrained from striking again. "I apologize, but what brings you out here at such a late hour?" he inquired. "What I do is none of your concern," the girl retorted coldly. Casting a glance at Lu Chen, upon noticing the bodies on the ground, she froze momentarily, then hurried over. "Matsushita-kun, who did this?" she gasped, her expression shifting to one of shock as she beheld the corpses of the ruffians. After a brief pause, she glared angrily at Lu Chen and his companion. "Did you kill them?" "It was I who did," Lu Chen replied boldly, unflinching. "You vile wretch, how dare you? How could you kill him?" The girl interrupted him, her voice brimming with fury, as if Lu Chen had slain her own father. Both Lu Chen and Luo Fanning were taken aback. Was she also affiliated with Sakura? "Are you from Sakura or from the Great Xia?" Lu Chen asked, his expression growing serious, his dragon scale blade now drawn. "I am from Great Xia, but I have already made arrangements with Matsushita to follow him to Sakura and settle there. Who would want to remain a citizen of Great Xia?" the girl declared, her words igniting a spark of anger within Lu Chen. Luo Fanning frowned and countered, "What of the cultivation resources Great Xia has provided you over the years? What do you say to the benefits you have enjoyed?" "That was not my doing. Besides, they merely desired to exploit my talent, using those resources to ensnare me into serving them," she replied dismissively, her disdain apparent. However, before she could finish her sentence, blood began to flow from her mouth, dripping onto the ground. Her face was etched with disbelief as she slowly lowered her gaze, discovering a shimmering silver sword piercing through her body. "Though you share my gender, I find your kind utterly repulsive. Your existence only brings shame to Great Xia, a sycophant, more loathsome than the Sakura ruffians themselves." Luo Fanning spoke, her voice chillingly cold as she drew her long sword, striking 18 lethal blows in quick succession, extinguishing the life of the girl before her. Lu Chen, who had been poised to act, halted, staring at Luo Fanning in astonishment. He had never anticipated her to act with such decisiveness. Furthermore, her words took him by surprise, prompting a shift in his perception. "No wonder you are my little brother. Though your thoughts may sometimes be impure, putting that aside, you are quite commendable," Lu Chen remarked, sheathing his dragon scale blade. "I may not be your equal, but I am not lacking either," Luo Fanning replied, no longer wishing to engage in debate. In truth, she felt herself overshadowed by Lu Chen's prowess. At this, Lu Chen smiled. He never considered Luo Fanning inferior, a martial artist with a 9th-tier talent. Had he not been exceptionally fortunate, she would have undoubtedly been the top scholar of Jiangzhou, a remarkably accomplished individual. Just as Lu Chen turned to leave, an inexplicable tremor gripped his heart. Uncertain of the reason, he suddenly looked back, drawn by an unseen force. The moonlight cascaded down, revealing a figure cloaked in black, which stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Yet, his heart seemed to halt, and breath escaped him as the figure slowly turned, unveiling a breathtaking visage akin to that of a celestial being. Instantly, every hair on Lu Chen's body stood on end. Chapter 48. What the hell? Am I being stalked by a ghost? Upon recognizing the face, a chilling dread coursed through Lu Chen, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. This figure in black was none other than the woman from the stone coffin in the cave. Observing Lu Chen's peculiar demeanor, Luo Fanning grew curious, suspecting he was up to something again, but soon noticed beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sensing the unease, she followed his gaze, yet saw nothing amiss. "Lu Chen, what are you doing?" she called out softly, a sense of trepidation creeping into her heart. Lu Chen offered no reply. He could only watch as the enchanting woman smiled at him. Her eyes, reminiscent of a crystalline spring, held profound significance, and suddenly a force surged from her gaze, penetrating Lu Chen's mind. He attempted to resist, but was overwhelmed, his consciousness sinking into a gray, desolate realm devoid of life. An indescribable terror descended upon him as the sky tore open, revealing the cosmos beyond. "Lu Chen, I have remembered your name. You possess remarkable audacity. I will return to seek you." An ethereal voice resonated, striking deep within his soul. Lu Chen sought to discern the source of this voice, yet found no trace of any presence. "Hey, my name is not Lu Chen. I am Wang Qing." "I am Wang Qing," Lu Chen shouted, but the air around him was devoid of any response. The scene abruptly vanished, and his consciousness returned to his true self. The enchanting woman had also disappeared, yet the fluttering sensation in Lu Chen's heart lingered. At that moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through his left arm. Hastily, Lu Chen rolled up his sleeve and was astonished to find a blue flame tattoo emblazoned upon his arm. "What on earth? Am I being haunted?" Lu Chen finally spoke, his gaze somewhat dazed, pondering why no one had mentioned the existence of ghosts in this world. Luo Fanning also beheld the sudden appearance of the flame tattoo on Lu Chen's arm, her eyes wide with shock. What on earth just happened? Her voice broke the spell, pulling Lu Chen back to reality. Why did you absorb the Xianling Jade too? You're fine. While I seem to be the only one troubled by this cursed entity, Lu Chen recounted the events he had witnessed, leaving Luo Fanning utterly speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally replied, perhaps I didn't jump into their coffin. Lu Chen was left bewildered by her words. What does that even mean? With such a large piece of Xianling Jade, how could one not dive in? You need not worry excessively. After all, she never indicated any intention to return to seek you out. Who knows? She might even have taken a liking to you, Luo Fanning remarked, which only deepened Lu Chen's discomfort. All right, let us return and inquire with Master Chen. I am equally perplexed by the meaning of this tattoo. Perhaps they will know. Luo Fanning added, almost revealing more than she intended. Lu Chen paid little heed to her slip, his heart feeling heavy. For now, this is all we can do. Luo shouted, if something were to happen to me, would you accompany me in death? Let us continue to be brothers on the road to the underworld. Enough of your nonsense. If you persist, I shall fight you right here. Luo Fanning retorted coldly, unable to tolerate Lu Chen any longer. Subsequently, the duo sought a safe haven, resuming their journey only after dawn. Today marked the deadline for traversing the Black Mud Swamp. Lu Chen already possessed the blood essence of a 9th-tier demon beast, yet Luo Fanning had not acquired one. After slaying a demon beast of the 8th tier, they pressed onward. Strangely, they encountered no further demon beasts along their path, which astonished Luo Fanning. By dusk, the pair emerged from the Black Mud Swamp, where Shen Zi awaited, her expression tinged with concern. Upon seeing Lu Chen and Luo Fanning emerge, she exhaled in relief, regaining her authoritative demeanor. Why have you only now emerged? This delay has far exceeded my expectations. Shen Zi reprimanded, then cleared her throat and inquired, did you manage to bring back the demon beast's blood essence? In response, Luo Fanning handed over the blood essence of a 3rd-tier demon beast. Noticing this, a hint of approval flickered in Shen Zi's eyes, yet she soon detected an unusual expression on Lu Chen's face. Just as she was about to speak, a rough voice echoed nearby. Haha, Shen Zi, I have heard that you have taken on a student of exceptional talent. I am eager to witness what remarkable qualities this prodigious student possesses that have captured your attention. A burly man stepped forward, his gaze scrutinizing Lu Chen from top to bottom. Kong Qing, what kind of students I choose is of no concern to you, Shen Zi retorted. But Kong Qing ignored her words, shaking his head after observing Lu Chen for a few moments. He looks lackadaisical and troubled, not particularly impressive. Apart from being somewhat handsome, he lacks any other noteworthy attributes. I suppose you must be indulging in youthful folly, enamored with this pretty boy? His physique pales in comparison to mine. Kong Qing spoke dismissively, turning his gaze towards Shen Zi. Kong Qing, you are courting death. Shen Zi's fury ignited, her martial prowess surging forth, unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down upon him. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was lost in contemplation over the tattoo on his arm, feeling agitated when he overheard their conversation. He slowly raised his head, his expression impassive as he approached. In an instant, he unleashed the heavenly constellation finger with all his might, striking with unreserved force. Kong Qing, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to defend himself, but it was too late. Lu Chen's attack struck true. By the heavens, Kong Qing leaped 3 meters into the air, the excruciating pain overwhelming him. He truly did not anticipate that Lu Chen would launch a surprise attack. Devil Subduing Blade Technique. 9 Heavens Thunder Control. Lu Chen, already on edge, was further incensed. Following the execution of the 1,000-year kill, he swiftly employed the Devil Subduing Blade Technique, the blade's aura slicing through the air, imbued with a terrifying murderous intent. Immediately after, he activated the 9 Heavens Thunder Control, as if the fury within him summoned crackling lightning around him. Another strike followed. Upon witnessing these assaults, Kong Qing panicked, disregarding the pain and channeling all his strength to defend himself. You seek death, boy? He bellowed, taking a step forward, only to be halted by a surge of agony that forced him to collapse, his face contorted in anguish. Curse it! Someone help me up. I'm in agony. Chapter 49. Wound Lu Chen a fraction, and I shall not rest until one of us is dead. Kong Qing writhed on the ground, emitting pain sounds akin to a wriggling maggot. Even a martial king could not endure such heart-wrenching torment. Shen Zi, who had been poised to counter Kong Qing's attack, was momentarily stunned, her expression blank as she suppressed a laugh. Previously, she had considered Lu Chen's tactics despicable, yet now she believed that as long as one could subdue the enemy, the means were inconsequential. After all, what other method could possibly allow a practitioner at the 7th level to overcome a martial king? As those around them witnessed this scene, their faces were etched with shock and concern as they regarded Lu Chen. It was not merely Kong Qing's fall that astonished them, but the sheer power behind Lu Chen's earlier attacks. They understood all too well that such strength could not emanate from a mere 7th-level practitioner. At this moment, Lu Chen wore a frosty expression, gripping the dragon scale blade as he advanced. With a swift motion, he swung the blade down. A crisp sound echoed as a man, embodying the 8th level of transformation, stood before Lu Chen. My friend, your actions are rather ruthless, are they not? My mentor merely spoke a few words about you. How can you be so merciless? The man spoke coldly, brandishing a long knife to block Lu Chen's assault. Who allowed him to speak ill of me? What does it mean to merely say a few words? Has he been so gluttonous that he spews nonsense here? Lu Chen retorted vehemently. And you, foolish one. This is none of your concern. Why do you meddle? Lu Chen's impeccable demeanor had always been a source of admiration, yet he exploded in a tirade. The expressions of the boy and Kong Qing soured, astonished by Lu Chen's venomous tongue. What a sharp tongue you possess. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your mentor. The boy declared coldly, channeling his power as he charged at Lu Chen. Teach me? What are you even worth? Lu Chen replied icily, causing Shenzi, who was poised to intervene, to instinctively halt. She had tasked Lu Chen with slaying beasts of the 8th level or above, but uncertainty lingered in her heart regarding his capability to fulfill such a daunting task. Facing a genuine 8th level opponent, her concern deepened, yet she also yearned to witness Lu Chen's true prowess. Fueled by anger, Lu Chen prepared to strike. No one had provoked him, yet an imbecile had emerged, labeling him a pretty boy. Who could endure such insolence? And then another fool appeared, claiming he had merely spoken a couple of words. Was this not the epitome of madness? Devil-slaying blade technique. Perish! Lu Chen roared, unleashing the technique with a fierce energy. 8th level? At that moment, Shenzi suddenly realized that Lu Chen had attained the 8th level of cultivation. When he entered the Black Marsh, he had just broken through the 7th level. In such a brief span, he had achieved yet another breakthrough. This pace of cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. The intensity of Lu Chen's strike sent chills down the boy's spine, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from Lu Chen. Be careful, Kong Qing, still on the ground, warned as he witnessed the terrifying attack from Lu Chen. Immediately, he summoned a powerful force to retaliate. It is improper for juniors to engage. Your interference violates the rules. Shenzi had been vigilant towards Kong Qing and, upon seeing him act, promptly took action to counter his attack. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's blade aura swept through, shattering the boy's counterattack, sending him hurtling backward. A wound appeared on his chest, blood flowing freely, and the excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching cry. Who on earth is this guy? How could the cultivation of the 8-fold realm unleash such terrifying attacks? Such an extraordinary talent. Did Kong Qing not just claim that this individual possessed only a first-tier talent? Whose first-tier talent is this formidable? Perhaps Kong Qing is merely fabricating stories. I refuse to believe that this person is merely a first-tier talent. In fact, I even suspect that he might be more fearsome than Lu Cini of the past. In a moment, various voices erupted around, and all gazes turned towards them, faces filled with horror. Yet, Lu Chen paid no heed to these sounds and approached the boy. You should know better than to flaunt your prowess. With that, bolts of lightning erupted from Lu Chen's palm, instantly causing the boy's body to tremble, his hair standing on end. Lu Chen had no intention of sparing his life. His actions were ruthless, determined to end this life. Stop! Kong Qing was genuinely alarmed, his heart racing. If his student were to be killed by Lu Chen, he would not escape the consequences. The crux of the matter was that he had instigated this situation. If it were to be scrutinized, it would ultimately reflect poorly on him. Yet, he truly did not anticipate that Lu Chen would be this formidable. How could a mere 8-fold realm achieve such prowess? Lu Chen spared him for the time being. This place was not the Blackmire Swamp, and killing him would lead to considerable trouble. Shenzi conveyed her thoughts telepathically. Worried that Lu Chen might indeed slay the boy, she was unafraid, but what of Lu Chen? He would undoubtedly face Kong Qing's retaliation, and attracting the attention of a martial king was no trivial matter. After all, Lu Chen had yet to fully mature. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen fell into momentary silence, then relented slightly, easing his force. Seeing Lu Chen diminish his intensity, both Shenzi and Kong Qing sighed in relief. However, in the next moment, the boy, harboring a murderous intent, attempted a sneak attack on Lu Chen. Lu Chen instantly reacted, launching a counterstrike. Lightning surged through the boy's body, and with a heart-wrenching scream, he was completely extinguished. Such a shameless wretch. Given a chance, you prove useless, Lu Chen remarked coldly, causing the surrounding onlookers to fall into silence, their expressions stunned. Lu Chen had indeed killed the boy. You seek your own demise. Kong Qing was the first to recover, his voice icy as he struck out again, intent on eliminating Lu Chen. Kong Qing, should you dare to harm Lu Chen in any way, I shall not rest until you are dead. Shenzi suddenly intervened, blocking Kong Qing's attack and positioning herself protectively behind Lu Chen. Did you not witness him murder my student? You are shielding him. Kong Qing retorted, his anger palpable. Any transgressions by Lu Chen should be addressed by the Great Xia Academy. It is not for you to dictate. Furthermore, I do not believe Lu Chen has committed any wrongdoing, Shenzi asserted coldly, standing resolutely in front of Lu Chen, her gaze icy and fierce as she confronted Kong Qing. Even my father has never struck me so. Moreover, I do not believe Lu Chen has erred. Shenzi's stance remained firm, her expression resolute as she faced Kong Qing. Although she was concerned that Lu Chen's actions might lead to significant troubles, it did not imply that she was intimidated. Moreover, she allowed Lu Chen to live. Yet he failed to appreciate her mercy and audaciously attempted to launch a sneak attack on him. What difference does that make from seeking one's own demise? Ultimately, this predicament is of his own making. Upon hearing Shenzi's words, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to resolutely position herself in front of him at such a moment and utter such statements. On the other hand, Kong Qing's expression darkened. The excruciating pain emanating from his lower regions was nearly unbearable, and Shenzi's words only ignited his fury further. Although our Tianqi Academy may not rival the Great Xia Academy, it is still a prestigious institution, not one to be bullied by anyone. The fact remains that Lu Chen committed murder in public, and you must provide me with an explanation for this matter. Let Lu Chen pay with his life. Kong Qing spoke coldly, his heart brimming with murderous intent towards Lu Chen. Initially, he merely intended to mock Shenzi, but he had not anticipated that this so-called prodigy Lu Chen would prove to be so formidable, so much so that it left him utterly speechless. The tension between Tianqi Academy and Great Xia Academy was already palpable, and now Kong Qing was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away, clinging tenaciously to Lu Chen's crime of murder. Pay with his life? Do you even deserve to utter such words? Shenzi's voice rang out with a chilling tone as a long sword appeared in her hand, its blade radiating fierce energy. You insolent cur. It was your provocation that set this in motion, and this scoundrel struck first. According to the rules of martial artists, since he attacked me, my victory over him merely reflects his inadequacies. You cling to this point stubbornly, unafraid of becoming a laughingstock. Lu Chen replied coldly, lamenting that his earlier strike had not eliminated this pest. Utter nonsense. It was merely a sparring match, and you resorted to such ruthless measures. Your vicious nature is alarming. Should you grow stronger, who knows how many lives would be lost? Kong Qing retorted coldly, acutely aware that the issue stemmed from him. Yet he could not afford to retreat now, lest he lose face in front of everyone. Old scoundrel, you truly deserve to die? Lu Chen's voice was icy, showing no regard for Kong Qing's pride. Kong Qing was infuriated by Lu Chen's insult and immediately charged at him. In an instant, Shenzi met his attack head-on. Shenzi, are you truly going to shield this pretty boy? Murder demands retribution. It is only just. I shall reiterate, Lu Chen is a member of Great Xia Academy, and anyone who dares to harm him today will be opposing Great Xia Academy. Shenzi responded with unwavering authority, her sword emanating thousands of sword energies as she advanced. Lu Chen was genuinely surprised that Shenzi would protect him so fiercely at this moment. A peculiar sensation welled up within him. He found himself unexpectedly admiring this formidable woman. Let me witness the true prowess of this so-called gold medal winner from Great Xia Academy. With that, Kong Qing charged forward without hesitation. The clash between the two martial kings immediately captured the attention of all those present. No one could have anticipated that Shenzi would engage in a confrontation with Kong Qing for the sake of Lu Chen. Furthermore, they certainly did not foresee the ruthless nature of Lu Chen. He was indeed capable of taking lives. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, knowing full well that Kong Qing was as good as dead, although he did not possess the ability to kill a martial king at this moment. His gaze shifted towards a group of younger individuals not far off, clad in the attire of the Tianqi Academy. Damn it, if I can't defeat the older ones, can I not handle a few of these youngsters? Lu Chen thought to himself as he strode forward. The students of Tianqi Academy were taken aback upon his approach, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Hey man, don't do anything rash. One of them seemed to sense the impending danger and hurriedly spoke up. However, Lu Chen paid no heed, launching an immediate attack with a swift blade. Kong Qing, you old bastard, if I can't defeat you, do you think I can't deal with these punks? Lu Chen shouted angrily, unleashing his full combat prowess, effortlessly overpowering these warriors of the transformation realm. The key was that Lu Chen's strikes were merciless. These individuals stood no chance against him. Luo Fanyin was momentarily stunned, then quietly drew her sword and moved forward. Although it seemed that this matter did not concern them directly, standing idly by while Shenzi was embroiled in a fight felt inappropriate. Lu Chen, you little bastard. You dare harm my son? I will kill you. Kong Qing was genuinely alarmed, shocked by Lu Chen's audacity. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. And then his strikes grew even fiercer. Before long, the 5 or 6 students from Tianqi Academy lay battered like pigs, sprawled on the ground. Who among you is this old bastard-s little bastard? Step forward, or I won't hesitate to stuff your heads into the latrine, Lu Chen said coldly. Fully capable of such a threat. The group fell silent, none daring to speak. This scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. An 8th-tier warrior treating transformation realm practitioners like dogs? What kind of freak is this? Noticing their silence, Lu Chen hesitated not a moment longer. He grabbed one person and headed towards the restroom. I'll speak. I'll speak. One individual, unable to withstand the pressure, shouted, fearing that if Lu Chen truly stuffed his head into the latrine, he would rather die. It's him. He asked the little bastard. This person cried, pointing at a small, slender boy beside him. Kong Hao was stunned, feeling utterly betrayed. Lu Chen, silent, glanced at the imposing figure of Kong Qing, then at the diminutive stature of the boy before him, and in that moment, everything clicked into place. Beat him. Lu Chen commanded, grabbing Kong Hao and unleashing a flurry of blows. Kong Qing was incensed, nearly driven to murder Lu Chen on the spot. Witnessing his beloved son being treated like a dog inflicted deep pain within him. He had never struck his son in such a manner. Kong Qing cried out in despair. He has never beaten me like this. Get down and wail for your father, or I swear I'll end you right now. Lu Chen's blade was poised against Kong Hao's neck, a malevolent intent etched across his face. This declaration left Luo Fanning momentarily stunned. Could a person truly conceive such malevolence? Wasn't this a tad unethical? Unethical? I possess no moral compass whatsoever. Upon hearing Luo Fanning's words, Lu Chen retorted directly, rendering her speechless. Lu Chen, do not overstep your bounds. Even if you were to kill me, I would never commit such an act of treachery, Kong Hao asserted with unwavering resolve. Seemingly unperturbed by Lu Chen's threats. Without further ado, Lu Chen applied pressure, the razor-sharp edge of the knife effortlessly slicing through Kong Hao's skin. Blood flowed forth, accompanied by a surge of pain. Father, your death is so tragic. How shall I survive in this world without you? Before Lu Chen could apply more force, Kong Hao's heart-wrenching wail echoed through the air. His expression of profound sorrow, coupled with his anguished cries, made it seem as though he had truly lost a beloved father. Good heavens, you have truly engaged in this line of work. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The other students stood frozen, eyes glued to Kong Hao. Who was it that had boldly proclaimed they would never stoop to such treachery? The onlookers' lips twitched, their silence heavy with disbelief. This was indeed an unprecedented display of callousness. Kong Qing, still engaged in a scuffle nearby, found his son battered and forced to mourn before his very eyes. Was this not a curse upon him? Despite having lived for decades, they had never encountered such shamelessness and malevolence. Upon hearing his son's cries, Kong Qing's anger surged, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Stop crying. I am not dead yet. Kong Qing bellowed in rage, yet in his fury, he lost his composure and was struck by Shen Zi's sword energy. Collapsing to the ground and coughing up more blood, Shen Zi glanced over, her lip curling in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Lu Xini had once been an exemplary student. How had her brother ended up like this? Shen Zi turned away, recognizing that the ease with which she had defeated Kong Qing was largely attributed to Lu Chen's influence. Curse you, you beast! Kong Qing yelled in fury, while Lu Chen relentlessly pummeled Kong Hao's head with fists the size of a cooking pot. Kong Hao's cries grew louder, and Kong Qing's curses grew more vile, while Lu Chen's blows intensified, spiraling into a vicious cycle. Yet, why was it that only Kong Hao bore the brunt of the injuries? Nine Heavens Thunder Technique. At this moment, Lu Chen abandoned his assault on Kong Hao, realizing that any further violence would render him a fool. He then gathered lightning energy in his palm and unleashed it toward Kong Qing. Lu Chen had no intention of leaving any potential threats behind. Devil Subduing Sword Technique. Celestial Star Finger. Lu Chen suddenly unleashed his martial prowess, charging forward. Stop. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed, and an immense force descended, abruptly shattering all of Lu Chen's attacks and charging towards him. Sensing imminent danger, Lu Chen swiftly grasped Kong Hao and shielded him in front of himself, momentarily halting the onslaught. Suddenly, Shen Zi took action, breaking through the assault, her expression turning grave. Shen Zi, is this the student you have nurtured? It seems today I must take it upon myself to teach this little brat a lesson, and you as well. The scornful voice resounded once more, and a dark figure materialized. With a single palm strike, it landed on Shen Zi's shoulder, causing her to stagger back, blood trickling from her mouth, clearly suffering significant injuries. Minershin, Old Extinction. Both Luo Fanning and Lu Chen exclaimed simultaneously. The shadow halted before Kong Qing, tossing him a pill. Old Bai, the old man disregarded Kong Qing, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen, cruel and treacherous, wild and unruly. not exhibiting the slightest semblance of a student. What kind of trash is being admitted into the Great Summer Academy these days? How dare you, you old bastard? Chen blurted out, momentarily taken aback before hurling insults. Shunzi quickly intervened, cautioning Chen. Old Bai's strength had reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm, and provoking him could jeopardize Chen's safety. Old Bai, it was Kong Qing who instigated this matter first, and it was the students of the Tianqi Academy who acted provocatively. Chen was merely enough. Shunzi, as a mentor of the Great Summer Academy. How can you utter such words to protect your student? Have you no shame? Old Bai retorted furiously. Students of the Tianqi Academy are rigorously selected, excelling in both character and academics. Perhaps their talents do not match those from your Great Summer Academy, but in terms of integrity, they surpass your kind. Old Bai coldly declared, unwilling to believe that his students had instigated the incident. His icy gaze then shifted to Chen. I deem this matter to have arisen from Chen. Today, I shall strip him of his cultivation to teach him a lesson. With that, Old Bai took action. Charging towards Chen. Chen attempted to resist, but a mountain-like aura pressed down upon him, rendering even his breath a struggle. Strip my student's cultivation? You white-haired old thief, you dare to show such audacity. A furious voice erupted, and an even more terrifying force descended, shattering Old Bai's attack. In the next moment, a figure stood protectively before Chen. Wang Fuguei? Chen instinctively called out. Wang Fuguei, his lips twitching, replied, call me vice president. He then turned his icy gaze toward Old Bai. You think you can bully our Great Summer Academy students? Seeing Wang Fuguei's unexpected appearance, a flicker of fear crossed Old Bai's eyes. He was merely at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, while Wang Fuguei was a true martial sovereign. A genuine powerhouse standing at the apex of the Great Summer hierarchy. Vice President Wang, what is this and that? Old Bai sneered. I simply ask you, did you intend to cripple the cultivation of our Great Summer Academy's top freshmen? Wang Fuguei interrupted the old man Bai, demanding an answer with a voice laced with fury. Respond to me. Upon hearing Wang's words, the old man was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, just as he was about to speak, a stinging pain erupted across his face, accompanied by the sharp sound of a slap. Wang stood before him, fierce and menacing, delivering another resounding strike with the back of his hand. How dare you challenge the prestige of our Great Xia Academy? Who gave you the audacity? A foolish student from the Enlightenment Academy constantly seeks to provoke us, and while we have chosen to refrain from stooping to your level, do you truly think you can ascend beyond your means? If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I will mobilize my allies to your Enlightenment Academy. By heaven, I will not hesitate to bring it to its knees. Chapter 52. Understanding the Unreasonable. I too am familiar with the art of combat. Wang Fuguei declared coldly, his gaze sharp, emanating a terrifying aura. The energy of a martial sovereign erupted, enveloping the surroundings and causing many to feel a weight in their hearts, some unable to bear it. Hearing Wang's words, Kong Qing and the old man Bai stood frozen, utterly unprepared for the sheer audacity of the Great Xia Academy. They had never witnessed such boldness before. Even Chen was taken aback, surprised that after he had inadvertently provoked Wang Fuguei, the latter not only did not hold it against him but was now fiercely defending him. Whether Wang's intentions were sincere or merely for show, it stirred an unexpected sense of admiration within Chen. Vice President Wang, how can you be so unreasonable? After a considerable pause, the old man Bai finally spoke. Reasonable? What nonsense? Wang retorted, showing no regard for the old man's dignity. I want to ask, how is it that our Great Xia Academy students are deemed lacking in character? What makes the rascals from your Enlightenment Academy any more cultured than ours? Are you insinuating that our mentors lack integrity and refinement? If that is the case, why should I grant you any respect? Let us consider the absurdity of engaging in a civilized discussion with a beast. Wang's verbal prowess left the old man Bai speechless. You initiated the provocation and struck first, yet when we respond, you suddenly wish to reason with us. Do you not see the absurdity in this? Chen, step forward and give him a couple of slaps. If you do not, I shall take it upon myself. With each word, Wang's anger intensified. Vice President Wang, you have gone too far. If we are in the wrong, I can apologize, the old man Bai offered. And what good would an apology do? Why should I train if apologies are sufficient? You, old beast, do not comprehend reason, yet I am well versed in the art of combat. At Wang's declaration, Chen stood dumbfounded, astonished by the turn of events. Indeed, he realized that his choice to attend the Great Xia Academy was not in vain. With newfound confidence, Chen strode forward, his demeanor defiant. With a sharp crack, two resounding slaps struck the old man's face, the crisp sound echoing through the air, leaving everyone around in stunned silence. Their expressions reflected shock. A mere young man had dared to strike a peak martial king from the 8th layer realm. Such a tale would undoubtedly be recounted for a lifetime. Simultaneously, they grasped the protective nature of the Daxia Academy and understood Lu Chen's esteemed position within its ranks, filling them with a sense of reverence, leaving no room for disdain. In trivial matters, the Daxia Academy might overlook grievances, but in serious situations, once the Academy decided to act, the consequences would be beyond the capacity of these institutions to bear. Wang Fugui's assertion of sinking the Tianqi Academy was no idle boast. The Daxia Academy possessed the true capability to enforce its will. Unhappy? Then do something about it. I might just seize this opportunity to rid myself of you. Wang Fugui exclaimed, noticing the old man's displeasure. After a moment of silence, the old man conceded, acknowledging Wang Fugui's daring nature. No? Well then, let us discuss your abhorrent assault on our Academy's mentor, injuring him and attempting to cripple the top freshman of Daxia Academy. How do you propose we address that? The old man was taken aback. He had already endured a beating, losing face in the process, and now they were calculating the repercussions? Was this punishment merely a consequence he deserved? All right, old Wang, let's consider this as a favor to me. We shall let it go at that. Just have them compensate your mentor, suggested a middle-aged man clad in combat attire, accompanied by a team. He bore a slight smile, appearing to be in his 40s, though his true age was far greater. Mind your own business. Do you think you are fit to play peacemaker? Wang Fugui retorted, casting a dispassionate glance at the speaker. Unfazed, the middle-aged man chuckled. Let us treat this as a favor to me. Prolonging this dispute serves no one. Wang Fugui remained silent, while Lu Chen recognized the man as a member of the military, sensing a presence that rivaled Wang Fugui's strength. You are from the military? There is something I must discuss with you, Lu Chen interjected. What is it? Speak. The man turned, intrigued by Lu Chen's words. While in the Blackmire swamp, Lu Chen did not hesitate to recount the incident involving the Sakura's formation, presenting both the map and the formation plate he had acquired. As he finished speaking, the expressions of those present shifted abruptly, disbelief etched on their faces, including Wang Fugui and Chen Zi, whose reactions mirrored the gravity of the revelation. Are you telling the truth? The man inquired, examining the formation plate and map closely. Absolutely. I disrupted one of the formation's nodes. It is incomplete and should not be able to function. I also eliminated some of the Sakura individuals, but I cannot ascertain if any remain in the Blackmire swamp. Lu Chen clarified. In summary, I have conveyed this matter to you. Whether you choose to believe it or take action is entirely up to you, Lu Chen remarked indifferently. If the military chooses to ignore it, why should he concern himself with trifles? The man could clearly see that this was an exceedingly perilous formation. Young man, do you realize you have made a significant contribution? He finally spoke, recognizing that the news brought forth by Lu Chen was no trivial matter. Coupled with the destruction of the formation's core and the slaying of the Cherry Blossom members, they had indeed accomplished something of great merit. Suddenly, the man had a thought and turned to the elderly white-haired man attempting to sneak away. Old man, come here. We need to have a serious discussion about how you have bullied my brother. The old man's expression was one of utter disbelief, shock evident on his face. Lu Chen, go on and give him a few slaps to teach him a lesson. How dare a peak martial king bully someone at the 8th level? Is there no shame? If this were in the military, I would have already had him executed. Rest assured, if this old fool dares to retaliate, I shall exterminate his entire lineage and have him buried alive. Lu Chen paused momentarily, feeling a tad embarrassed. Is that really appropriate? He chuckled, the sound ringing with a certain charm. He stepped forward and delivered several resounding slaps, the crisp sound echoing in the air, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. The sensation is rather pleasant. Instructor Chen, would you care for a few slaps as well? Considering this scoundrel has harmed you? Lu Chen even extended an invitation to Chen Zi. Chen Zi's lips twitched, but she remained silent. To publicly slap a peak martial king was a profound humiliation for one of such stature. If you want to do it, I'll take it upon myself, Lu Chen declared, his palm crackling with lightning as it descended, followed by another sharp slap. The elderly man spat out blood, accompanied by a few bloodied teeth. Throughout the ordeal, he dared not utter another word. Kong Qing opted to play dead, hoping Lu Chen wouldn't notice him. Yet, how could Lu Chen let this opportunity slip? He proceeded to administer a thorough beating. Then, he took out his phone and began a live broadcast. Dear viewers, we are now live streaming how an 8th level warrior thoroughly thrashes a peak martial king. Brothers, tap that follow button and send some small gifts my way. Each gift earns a slap. The harm inflicted was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. At that moment, Wang Fugui's face darkened as he rushed over to snatch Lu Chen's phone and terminate the broadcast. That's enough. Killing a martial king is no trivial matter. Wang Fugui had not anticipated Lu Chen would engage in such a disgraceful act. The harm may have been slight, yet the insult was undeniably severe. Lu Chen wished to say more, but ultimately refrained. Shen Ziyi remained silent, unwilling to speak, while Luo Fanyin was hardly surprised. He had grown accustomed to Lu Chen's outrageous actions. Now, let us discuss how we shall address the issue of you bullying my brother. The man reiterated, and the atmosphere grew thick with silence among those present. How utterly disgraceful. I had anticipated that you would act as a mediator, yet at this moment. The old man is rendered speechless, his countenance resembling that of someone who has ingested something foul. Commander Zhou, you have crossed the line. Crossed the line? How dare anyone claim I have overstepped? The man cursed vehemently, and in an instant, he unleashed his formidable martial prowess. Relay my orders, mobilize the Third Army, encircle the Tianqi Academy, and arrest everyone associated with that old codger Bai Qing. Any resistance shall be met with execution. Commander Zhou's voice was frigid. A stark reminder that it was the first time he had ever been accused of excess. Upon hearing this, the old man's lips twitched involuntarily as he hastily interjected, "Wait. Everything can be negotiated." Negotiated? What nonsense. Where was your willingness to negotiate when I sought your counsel earlier? Now that I am prepared to act, you wish to negotiate? Spare me your empty words. Such familiar rhetoric, such well-known phrases. The old man stood frozen, then implored, "Commander Zhou, you are abusing your power." Abusing my power? What a farce. The information brought back by Lu Chen has greatly benefited the military, while you, an old relic, dare to bully a distinguished contributor. I could justly execute you on the spot. Commander Zhou's icy tone conveyed his seriousness, devoid of any jest. At that moment, the old man realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Who could have anticipated that merely exerting pressure on an eightfold realm would lead to such grave repercussions? Even inciting the ire of two martial masters? His attitude towards Lu Chen had shifted drastically. At this juncture, he was utterly at a loss. I was wrong. I am willing to apologize and make amends. The old man finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his voice trembling with resignation. He understood that after today, he would be reduced to a mere laughingstock. Subsequently, he produced a healing elixir and a box crafted from white jade, presenting them respectfully to Shen Ziyi. Instructor Shun, I sincerely apologize for my earlier blindness. This is a 6th grade healing pill and a vial of jade marrow essence. Please accept it as my compensation. Shen Ziyi paused briefly before accepting the offerings, but chose not to comment further. Meanwhile, Wang Fuguwei coldly remarked, "You should consider yourself fortunate that it is I who has come, rather than someone from Instructor Shen's family. Otherwise," his unspoken implication hung heavily in the air. This piqued Lu Chen's curiosity. What formidable background did Instructor Shen possess to warrant such caution from Wang Fuguwei? The old man merely nodded in response, then approached Lu Chen. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespect. Please accept this 1,000 spirit stones and the vial of purple thunder dragon saliva. Let us treat this matter as resolved." The old man knew that securing Lu Chen's forgiveness was crucial for moving forward. Lu Chen hesitated. 1,000 spirit stones were no trifling amount. And the purple thunder dragon saliva was an exceptionally rare and precious refining agent, nearly impossible to acquire. Today, this old scoundrel had truly suffered a significant loss. Having endured a beating, lost face, and still offering compensation, what a tragic turn of events. Lu Chen remained silent, only storing away the item after Wang Fuguwei's gesture. Since Vice Dean Wang had spoken, "I shall grant you this favor," Lu Chen said lightly, his heart brimming with joy. With the purple thunder dragon's essence to refine his body, he could likely perfect his undying golden body. Although the cultivation method for the undying golden body had been greatly simplified by the system, requiring merely walking, the addition of superior spiritual herbs would yield different effects. Coupled with the 1,000 spirit stones, it was possible that his cultivation could break through to the 9th level. With this thought, Lu Chen felt elated. Old Bai said nothing further, appearing as though he had aged several decades, sitting on the ground with a vacant expression. "Lu Chen, you have significantly aided our military. I will report this matter, and the military will reward you, which will be sent to the Great Xia Academy," he declared. "This is not solely my achievement. My younger brother Luo Fanyin contributed as well and deserves recognition." Lu Chen smiled, not claiming all the credit, as Luo Fanyin had indeed played a part. Luo Fanyin was somewhat taken aback by Lu Chen's acknowledgement. She had not anticipated being mentioned. Although she participated, she felt she had not contributed much. In that moment, her regard for Lu Chen grew. "This is the blood of the ninefold transformation nether python. My new mission is complete." Lu Chen then recalled the crucial matter and handed the nether python's blood to Shen Ziyi. The blood of the ninefold transformation nether python? At that moment, not only Shen Ziyi, but also Wang Fuguwei and Commander Zhou were stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment as they looked at Lu Chen. Chapter 54, Quality? You just cursed worse than me. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, those around him were momentarily dazed, staring blankly at him. Even formidable martial artists like Wang Fuguwei and Commander Zhou looked over in shock. Killing a creature of the ninefold transformation is not remarkable. However, slaying one at the 8th level is a different matter altogether. Even Lu Xinyi could not accomplish such a feat. The key was that the beast's blood Lu Chun presented was indeed from the ninefold transformation nether python. Instantly, they were so astonished that words escaped them. Old Bai had taken only a few steps when he heard the commotion and quickly halted, turning abruptly with a look of horror mixed with fear. This kind of talent, just the thought of it was terrifying and absurd. How unfortunate he was to have offended Lu Chen. If Lu Chen held a grudge, it would be wise for him to seek an opportunity to personally visit and offer a proper apology. Old Bai mused, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Shenzi received the blood from Lu Chen's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. She understood that Lu Chen's talent was formidable, and his strength was by no means weak. Thus, it was imperative for Lu Chen to slay the 8th-tier demonic beast. However, she was aware of the ferocity of these creatures, and even if Lu Chen ultimately failed, it would not have been surprising. Her true intention was to awaken Lu Chen's latent potential while simultaneously gauging the extent of his abilities. Yet now, Lu Chen had astonishingly produced the blood of a 9th-tier demonic beast, leaving her utterly bewildered. Indeed, this was a feat accomplished by Lu Chen, who had also vanquished a 2nd-tier calamity. At this moment, Luo Fanning spoke up, had she not witnessed it with her own eyes. She would have found it hard to believe, as it sounded utterly preposterous. A 2nd-tier calamity? How could such a creature exist in the Black Mire? Upon hearing Luo Fanning's words, Wang Fuguwei was the first to react, quickly exclaiming. The crowd fell into silence, while Lu Chen pondered something, then gravely turned to Shenzi, stating, "In the vicinity of the 2nd-tier calamity we encountered, there lay a stone coffin." Lu Chen recounted his own experiences, including the sighting of a stunningly beautiful woman. To Shenzi, Wang Fuguwei hastened to Lu Chen's side, grasping his hand with a serious expression as he scrutinized the fiery tattoo on Lu Chen's arm. "Am I being targeted by a ghost? Is there any hope for salvation?" Seeing Wang Fuguwei's grave demeanor sent chills down Lu Chen's spine, making him wonder if his days were numbered. Hadn't he only just arrived in this world a few days prior? Would he soon have to change his identity again? It seemed hopeless. He should prepare for his final affairs. Hearing this, Lu Chen appeared puzzled and subsequently approached Kong Qing, who was attempting to sneak away. "What are you doing?" "I am going to deal with this scoundrel," Lu Chen replied, leaving Wang Fuguwei momentarily speechless. He quickly added, "Do you not understand the grave consequences of killing a martial king?" "Consequences? I am already facing death. I care not for the consequences." Wang Fuguwei's lips twitched. Then he remarked, "Must you not be more civilized? Cease using such foul language. It has an adverse effect." "Foul language? Adverse effect? Spare me. Your earlier curses were far worse than mine." Lu Chen shot Wang Fuguwei a sidelong glance before continuing. "Moreover, uttering such curses merely sullies them. If I keep them bottled inside, does that not dirty my own soul?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Fuguwei fell silent, finding profound sense in Lu Chen's argument. Henceforth, he would no longer feel ashamed for his own curses. Yet, was this the crux of the matter? Realizing this, Wang Fuguwei quickly detained Lu Chen, saying, "All right. I was merely jesting. This is known as the Calamity's remnant. Only the royal family within the Calamities possesses the ability to wield it. Your luck is truly remarkable." At this, Wang Fuguwei fell into contemplation, and after a brief pause, he continued, "Let us return for now. Eradicating this entity is no simple task." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and let out a resigned sigh. Subsequently, they followed Wang Fuguwei towards the Great Summer Academy. Within the Great Summer Academy, in an office, Lu Chen sat off to the side, while Shenzi and several senior figures of the academy were gathered there. "Lu Chen, your new student task has indeed set a record at the Great Xia Academy. Even your sister, Lu Xinyi, during her freshman task, only managed to slay a beast of the 5th transformation. According to the regulations, breaking a record comes with generous rewards, such as spirit stones, elixirs, martial arts techniques, and combat skills, from which you may choose one. Should you desire martial arts or techniques, you may visit the martial arts library tomorrow to select at your leisure. Regardless of the skill, as long as you possess the capability, you may take it." The dean, seated at the head of the table, spoke with a smile. Upon learning that Lu Chen had vanquished a beast of the 9th transformation, the dean leapt up in astonishment, his expression one of sheer shock. The others present also wore expressions of delight. Lu Chen fell into a brief silence. He found himself lacking for spirit stones and saw little need to choose them. After all, spirit stones are ultimately finite. However, mastering a formidable martial skill could yield an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. "I choose martial skills," Lu Chen declared. To which the dean nodded approvingly. "Very well. With this decree, you may select tomorrow." However, I must make something clear. The martial skills in the library possess sentience. To acquire one, you must gain its recognition. In the end, you might only obtain a mere yellow tier skill, the dean cautioned. Upon hearing the dean's words, Chen paused momentarily before nodding. He did not believe his luck would be so dismal. All right, follow me, the dean said as he rose, leaving Chen momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Yet, he refrained from questioning further and followed the dean. As they approached Shenzi, she grasped Chen's arm, her expression hesitant. Wait, don't act recklessly, she warned. Chen was taken aback once more. What was this? Half-finished sentences? So, this is how we're playing it, he thought. Dean, where are we headed? To meet an elder. The calamity afflicting you may only be resolved by him. The dean replied solemnly, casting a glance at Chen before continuing. However, this elder is known for his peculiar temperament and reclusive nature. He generally avoids interaction with others. The dean paused, looking at Chen. I will speak on your behalf, requesting his assistance. Given your talent and abilities, along with your connection as Lucini's brother, he is likely to show you some consideration. Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow, finally grasping the meaning behind Shenzi's earlier warning. This elder was the supreme elder of the Great Xia Academy, a veteran from the military who had once ventured into a contaminated zone and slain a royal calamity beast, earning fame across the land. Yet, since that time, he had chosen to retreat from the world. Over the years, many strong individuals had sought out his presence, some wishing to become his disciples, but he had only met a select few, and none had succeeded in becoming his apprentice. To be honest, I once aspired to be his disciple, but he promptly expelled me and even gave me a beating. The dean chuckled. At this revelation, Chen's brow furrowed even deeper as he turned to look at the dean again. Will he not beat me up as well? The principal appeared perplexed, unsure of how to respond. Subsequently, the two ventured deeper into the mountains, quickly arriving at the entrance of a valley. To Chen's astonishment, within the Grand Academy of the Great Xia, such a place existed. Be cautious and speak little. Do not offend him. Chen nodded in agreement, then added, after he strikes you, he won't strike me, will he? The principal's lips twitched, but he refrained from replying and led Chen inside. Chen followed closely behind, entering the valley, which was far more expansive than he had anticipated. Before them lay a crystal-clear lake, beside which stood a house constructed entirely of wood, exuding an ancient charm. On the other side, a small plot of land was tended by an elderly man with one arm, donning a straw hat, diligently wielding a hoe. From a distance, he resembled a rustic farmer laboring in the fields. Old Jiang, I must apologize for my impudent visit the other day. I hope you can forgive me, the principal said respectfully, bowing slightly. The old man in the field seemed oblivious to the greeting, continuing his toil. The principal, seemingly accustomed to this, cleared his throat and spoke again. Old Jiang, a student from the academy, has encountered some health issues, and I hope you can take a look. This is this year's top freshman, and also the younger brother of Lucini. In the next moment, the principal was hurled backward, crashing violently against the stone wall, which cracked under the impact, with him becoming embedded within it. Chen's eyes widened. He had only ever witnessed such a scene in animated tales. He hadn't even perceived when old Jiang had made his move. In the blink of an eye, old Jiang had appeared before him, his aged face bearing the marks of time, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing. A mere glance from him instilled a profound sense of dread within Chen, as if everything about him had been laid bare before old Jiang. If he strikes you, he cannot strike me again, Chen murmured, realizing that old Jiang's prowess likely surpassed that of a martial sovereign. Ah, the calamity of fate. You, too, are a short-lived wretch. Prepare for your affairs, old Jiang remarked. At this, Chen furrowed his brow slightly, but turned to leave. The principal, having extricated himself from the stone wall, dusted himself off. With his strength, he had sustained no real harm, merely a loss of face. Upon hearing old Jiang's comment, the principal intended to speak, only to notice that Chen had indeed walked away. Old Jiang was taken aback. This lad was unconventional. In the past, who had not approached him with utmost reverence and humility. Yet here stood Chen, his gaze filled with nothing but curiosity. He actually left when permitted to. Well, I could assist you after all. Please, senior, take action, old Jiang began, but before he could finish, Chen had already positioned himself before him, clasping his hands in respect and saying, please, senior, lend me your aid. Old Jiang's expression was one of confusion, his lips twitching slightly. Elder Jiang, this child is astonishing. The dean, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and opened his mouth to speak, but in the next moment, he found himself embedded in the stone wall again. I can assist you, but I have a stipulation. You must remain by my side for the next 10 or 20 years without stepping outside this valley. Elder Jiang said to Chen, only to witness Lu Chen turn and walk away without a hint of hesitation. At that moment, Elder Jiang was utterly bewildered. He hadn't even finished his sentence. Is this how the youth of today behave? Lu Chen, stop right there. This is an immense fortune that others can only dream of. The dean exclaimed urgently, breaking free from the stone wall, realizing that to remain beside Elder Jiang for 20 years was a rare opportunity beyond measure. Yet, he was once again ensnared by the stone wall. For Lu Chen, spending 20 years here was tantamount to a death sentence. What did that even mean? What was he supposed to do here? To accompany this old fellow, who might possess peculiar habits. Moreover, he was a man of significance, not necessarily in need of Elder Jiang's assistance. Seeing Lu Chen truly walk away without looking back and step outside the valley, Elder Jiang felt a pang of awkwardness but called out, "Young man, can we negotiate? Please don't leave." The dean had already given up, no longer wishing to break free from the stone wall, when he suddenly heard Elder Jiang's voice. In an instant, the dean's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Is this truly the Elder Jiang he knew? This cannot be right. It must be a dream, a mere figment of his imagination. But soon, tears of frustration streamed down his face. What is this? How does Lu Chen have the audacity? He was utterly envious. Outside, Elder Jiang had surprisingly caught up with Lu Chen, and his demeanor had shifted slightly. Grasping Lu Chen's arm, he said, "Young man, don't be so hasty. We can discuss matters together." "I refuse to be treated," Lu Chen stated, continuing to walk forward. Elder Jiang followed closely behind. 20 years is excessive. 10 years will suffice. Or even 5 or 3 years. Surely 1 year is acceptable? Wait, don't walk so fast. How about this? You can take me as your master. You don't even have to stay in the valley. Just say something. Consider it a plea from me. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt that this old man was indeed peculiar. According to the dean's words, this was entirely two different individuals. There could only be one explanation. This old fellow is psychologically unbalanced. Lu Chen quickened his pace, and Elder Jiang hastened after him. Within the Great Summer Academy, the senior officials were still pondering the situation when they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Chapter 56, If All Else Fails. I shall bow down before you. The higher-ups of the Great Summer Academy were well aware of Elder Jiang's existence, and they knew of his strength and temperament. They had visited Elder Jiang on numerous occasions, but none had ever received a warm reception. In fact, some had been expelled within a minute of entering. Over the years, Elder Jiang had lived in solitude within the valley, never venturing outside. Now, unexpectedly, an elderly figure pursued Lu Chen, seemingly imploring him. This scene undoubtedly struck them with immense shock, instilling an almost surreal sensation, as if they were caught in a dream. Lu Chen paid him no heed, continuing forward. While the more persistent the old man became, the more Lu Chen sensed something amiss, convinced that the elder harbored ulterior motives. "Old man, I have already declared my intention to cease treatment. Do not follow me," Lu Chen exclaimed, quickening his pace to obstruct the elder's path. "My dear boy, you must understand that I, even in the great Xia, possess a formidable reputation. Countless individuals have knelt before me, yearning to become my disciples. I perceive your extraordinary potential." The elder insisted. "I acknowledge your prowess, but I shall not take you as my master, nor do I desire your healing." "Is it not permissible for me to refuse treatment?" Lu Chen retorted. At that moment, the senior officials of the Great Xia Academy had approached, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment upon hearing Lu Chen's words. They were left believing they had misheard. Even Shinzi was rendered speechless, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. She had specifically instructed him, yet he seemed to disregard her counsel. "Young man, the calamities afflicting you can only be resolved by me. You must deliberate carefully before rejecting my mentorship," the elder continued, a hint of awkwardness in his gaze. Given his stature and strength, he could easily attract innumerable seekers from across the Great Xia, and even the entire Blue Star. It was unfathomable that Lu Chen, this young prodigy, appeared to dismiss it all. Yet, he could not bear to let such a talent slip away. From the very first glimpse of Lu Chen, he had discerned the young man's extraordinary abilities. At such a tender age, his strength spoke volumes of his remarkable talent. Most crucially, he perceived something unique within Lu Chen, a reflection of his own past. "Become my disciple, and I shall protect you in the Great Xia," the elder reiterated, desiring to keep Lu Chen safe within the valley for 2 decades, merely to ensure his steady and secure growth. "I have no interest," Lu Chen replied, having never contemplated the notion of apprenticeship. "What need does a man with a burden have for a master? Does this elder truly believe he can make my cultivation as effortless as drinking water? Are you out of your mind, Lu Chen? Do you even realize who this venerable elder is?" Quickly apologize to him. "Lu Chen, do not act foolishly. This is Elder Jiang, one of the 9 guardians of the Great Xia. Others would give anything to gain his favor, Do not take this opportunity for granted. The senior officials were utterly astounded, their hearts heavy with genuine shock. They had sought Elder Zhang's mentorship without success, often receiving disdainful treatment, and some had even endured a beating embedded against the stone walls. It was widely known that Elder Zhang was reclusive and capricious. Some speculated that he had suffered some mental strain, yet here he was, pursuing Lu Chen in a bid to take him as a disciple. And yet, this audacious young man dared to refuse him? At that moment, they truly understood the adage that comparison breeds envy. The dean emerged from the valley, witnessing this spectacle, and fell into a contemplative silence. He has become numb. And although it seems he has done nothing, he has not emerged unscathed, having been embedded in the stone wall thrice. Thankfully, his physique remains robust, otherwise, he would truly struggle to endure this ordeal. Silence. Who permitted you to trouble my disciple? What grants you such audacity? Elder Jiang suddenly spoke in a cold tone. An overwhelming pressure descending upon the area. The atmosphere bore a resemblance to that of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing Wang Fugue and the others to pale under its weight. All the students within the academy cast astonished glances in this direction, yet dared not approach. Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Elder Jiang's formidable power to be so terrifying. Then, Elder Jiang turned his gaze towards Lu Chen, a gentler expression gracing his features as he endeavored to appear kind and amiable. You are Lu Chen, correct? Consider this carefully. Grant this old man an opportunity and become my disciple, will you? I truly yearn to take you under my wing. If it comes to it, I could even bow before you. Elder Jiang's words rendered the academy head and others speechless. They had never felt such envy towards Lu Chen. What divine treatment was this? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Elder Jiang's prowess was indisputable. Becoming his disciple would essentially provide him with an extraordinary support system. Although Elder Jiang may not impart much in terms of skills, the wisdom he could share would be invaluable, especially considering Lu Chen's current state of immaturity. Before one has matured, everything else is but a mirage. In this world, one must acknowledge the significance of influence and connections. He had no desire to be a mere nobody. Although his family possessed wealth, they lacked a solid foundation in the martial arts domain. Moreover, with Elder Jiang's esteemed status and strength, should he refuse at this juncture, it would indeed reflect poorly on his discernment. Having clarified his thoughts, Lu Chen finally spoke. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept you as my master, if only to grant you this favor. Thank you, Elder Jiang exclaimed, his face breaking into a broad smile. He then began to rummage through his belongings, only to awkwardly realize he had brought nothing with him. You lot, quickly gather some gifts for my precious disciple. Wang Fugue and the others fell silent, their lips twitching, yet they dared not refuse. Hastily pooling together some training resources to present to Lu Chen. Headmaster, did you not say my master has a solitary disposition? Why do I find him rather agreeable? Lu Chen earnestly inquired of the headmaster. The headmaster was taken aback. After all, Lu Chen had reaped all the benefits while he bore the burdens. I have a solitary disposition? Look at yourselves. Can you even compare to my precious disciple? Elder Jiang shot a glance at the headmaster, his voice cold, compelling the headmaster to lower his head almost to the ground. The surrounding crowd remained silent. At that moment, Elder Jiang turned his attention back to Lu Chen, grasping his arm with one hand and examining the calamity mark upon it, his expression grave. Master, please help me rid myself of this affliction. The sensation of being targeted by a vengeful spirit is utterly intolerable, Lu Chen remarked, and then he beheld Elder Jiang lower his hand and produce a gleaming great sword. Very well, I shall sever your arm, he declared with grave intensity, his gaze profound. Lu Chen stood frozen, convinced he had misheard. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Though I find such a statement somewhat inappropriate and unethical, I must inquire, where lies your ancestral grave? I wish to unearth it. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang, far from incensed, merely chuckled and sheathed his great sword. He then extended his aged finger. Spiritual energy suddenly coalesced, sketching a rune that descended upon the azure tattoo adorning Lu Chen's arm. A wave of warmth enveloped him, yet Elder Jiang's expression grew even more solemn. After a considerable pause, he ceased his actions, but the tattoo upon Lu Chen's arm remained. Why does it persist? Lu Chen asked, his face a mask of bewilderment. Elder Jiang, visibly embarrassed, hesitated before responding. What caliber of calamity have you entangled yourself with? Such a degree of misfortune is beyond what a royal can wield. At these words, the dean and others appeared equally astonished, their shock palpable, wishing to voice their thoughts yet wary of repercussions. There exists a remedy, albeit requiring a specific item, Elder Jiang continued. What item? Lu Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. The 7-star lantern, came the response. Where might one procure this? Lu Chen pressed further, genuinely unaware. It was then that the dean spoke up. During the prior international competition before the cherry blossoms, led by your sister, your team was originally set to dominate all nations. Yet, just as victory was imminent, the cherry blossom faction employed treachery to grievously injure your sister and seize the seven-star lantern. Her wounds remain unhealed even to this day. Chen fell silent, aware of his sister's plight, yet shocked to learn that Cinny's condition had not fully recovered. It is not merely a matter of unhealed wounds. Her foundation has been compromised and remains unrepaired, the dean added. Had her foundation not been damaged, Cinny would likely have ascended to the rank of Martial King by now. Master, you will retrieve the seven-star lantern from Cherry Blossom, will you not? That accursed place ought to be submerged, am I right, Master? Chen then turned to Elder Jiang, his demeanor earnest and grave. That matter. Elder Jiang understood Chen's intent, yet such actions were fraught with peril. Though he himself harbored a desire to proceed, the reality was stark. Do not act recklessly. The seven-star lantern is a treasure bestowed by the Great Xia as a reward for the international competition. The only means to reclaim it is through the tournament itself. As for your proposed method, while it is feasible if we disregard other considerations, the consequences render it impractical at this juncture. When does the competition commence? And is killing permissible within the tournament? Chen then queried. There are still 3 months remaining, the dean replied. Can I endure for 3 months? Chen asked, turning his gaze to Elder Jiang. I have established a seal that can endure for 6 months. However, once that period elapses, the seal will shatter. Should this calamity remain unvanquished, you shall be assimilated, transformed into a harbinger of disaster, becoming a servant to the one who wrought this misfortune upon you, Elder Jiang remarked. Understood, Chen replied, feeling a twinge of caution arise within him. Initially, he had intended to partake in the grand competition to vanquish those cherry blossom miscreants and avenge his elder sister. Now, with this new development, it seemed attending the tournament was imperative. For now, focus on cultivating diligently within the academy. At least your current strength is somewhat inadequate, Elder Jiang advised. Chen nodded, inquiring about a few more matters before taking his leave. Within the confines of his room, Chen extracted the purple thunder dragon saliva and consumed it directly. System, I beseech you to assist me in my cultivation. Shortly thereafter, the simplified interface vanished, and Chen sensed a transformation occurring within his body as he activated the indestructible golden body. A tingling sensation coursed through him. Normally, refining one's body with the purple thunder dragon saliva is an excruciating process. However, with the system's aid, Chen merely felt a delightful numbness. Congratulations to the host for achieving the perfection of the indestructible golden body. The system's cold voice resonated in his mind. Suddenly, Chen felt an overwhelming power enveloping him. His skin became resilient, surpassing that of even demonic beasts. 8 well-defined abdominal muscles emerged, and the contours of his physique were strikingly pronounced, each muscle brimming with tremendous explosive potential, rivaling that of the most esteemed masters. A smile broke across Chen's face as he produced a plethora of spirit stones. Stacking them upon his bed, he reclined amidst them, and the simplified interface vanished as he began to absorb the spirit stones. Chen distinctly felt pure energy flowing into his being. Ah, my tireless efforts have brought me to this moment of cultivation and capability. All of this is the fruit of my relentless training, he murmured softly, pondering why one must personally cultivate their techniques. His dedication was indeed formidable. As time slipped by, nightfall approached, and Chen abruptly opened his eyes. The spirit stones upon his bed had dimmed significantly. At that moment, his cultivation level surged, propelling him directly into the 9th layer of the realm. The breakthrough in his cultivation, along with the perfection of the indestructible golden body, seemed rather commendable. After a moment's reflection, he decided it was time to rest. Having trained extensively today had left him utterly fatigued. One should not be overly competitive. He glanced at the brightly lit cultivation room across the way and shook his head in resignation. The current atmosphere within the martial artist community was excessively competitive, a result of those unscrupulous individuals. Yet, he felt powerless to change it. In this world, from the moment one is born, there are voices urging them not to aspire to be a martial artist, not to become strong, but to accept the fate of being looked down upon as a failure, even struggling to survive. Only by gaining admission to a martial arts university can one hope for a better future. Yet, each year, the number of spots is limited, with countless aspirants vying for a single opportunity. Can one afford not to be competitive? Chen held a different perspective on this matter. Subsequently, he prepared for slumber. Knowing that rest would solidify his foundation, what was the point of excessive competition? At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Chen descended the stairs and opened the door to find Luo Fanyin standing at the threshold. Dressed in a white dress, her fair legs glimmered in the light, almost radiant. What a pity it would be if her beauty were to go unappreciated. Hearing Lu Chen's murmurs, Luo Fanning instinctively inquired, puzzled by his meaning. It's nothing. What brings you here at this late hour? Lu Chen finally asked. Chapter 58, The Student Council Invitation, Martial Arts Repository. Why are you looking for me so late? Lu Chen reiterated. Luo Fanning, not dwelling on Lu Chen's earlier words, chuckled lightly and replied, Of course, I've come to express my gratitude. Although I did not contribute much during the incident in the Blackmire Marsh, I managed to gain credit by accompanying you and received a reward from the military. Naturally, I must thank you, otherwise, it would seem I lack appreciation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled, but soon adopted a serious tone, saying, Gratitude is appreciated. But you truly need not go to such lengths. Although I am aware of my own excellence, could this not be a bit premature? Besides, I am not one to seek praise. However, with her alluring attire so provocative, Lu Chen's thoughts began to stray, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Could the events of his dreams be manifesting into reality? Lu Chen endeavored to mask his turmoil, attempting to appear composed, like a seasoned veteran, yet his tone betrayed him, revealing his inexperience. Stop. I have important matters to discuss with you. Don't overthink. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Fanning paused, suddenly realizing, and quickly responded. Lu Chen, taken aback, recognized his misunderstanding and hastily clarified, I understand. You're here for something serious. Please don't misconstrue my words. I did not mean it in that way. I am not that kind of person. Then why are you undressing? Luo Fanning gazed earnestly at Lu Chen's face, causing him to feel a tinge of embarrassment. I just finished practicing and felt a bit warm, you know. My technique is extremely vigorous, which tends to generate heat. It's due to the nature of the technique. Luo Fanning gave Lu Chen a knowing glance, then shifted the topic, saying, There is another matter. The student council and various clubs within the academy have approached us, hoping to invite us to join the student council. I came to seek your opinion. Typically, as the top student of the freshman class, you could directly enter the student council, and as for the clubs, that is entirely up to you. Lu Chen, having been brought directly to the office, was unaware of these developments. What is the purpose of joining the student council? What benefits does it entail? He inquired with a slight frown. If there were no real advantages, he would be mad to consider joining. If it merely served as a facade, a means of showcasing oneself, what value would that hold? Merely a member of a student council, yet some take themselves far too seriously as leaders. In such a case, he might as well focus on his cultivation. In this world, it is always the one with the strongest fist who is in the right. Upon joining the student council, one can earn additional credits, along with rewards for various tasks executed on behalf of the college. It could be said that half of the credits within the institution flow into the student council and its affiliated societies, with the remainder allocated to each individual monthly. Moreover, the student council and clubs receive institutional support, gradually evolving into entities akin to various factions. Thus, once one becomes involved, it is tantamount to possessing one's own influence, rendering tasks and activities significantly more convenient. By the way, your sister is the senior class president and also the chairperson of the student council. However, she has applied to the Dragon Soul Academy, leaving the current presidency to Ma Chao. Hearing Luo Fanning's words, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, not having anticipated the complexity of the Daxia Academy. Indeed, entering university is akin to stepping into society. Wherever there are people, such intricacies abound. Come in and let us discuss this in detail. I need to contemplate my options, Lu Chen remarked, yet Luo Fanning eyed him warily. Perhaps it's best I refrain. I fear I might need to lean against the wall to exit in the morning, she replied, subsequently adding, that's about it. Consider your choices and provide your response to the student council tomorrow afternoon. After saying this, Luo Fanning discreetly glanced at Lu Chen's abdominal muscles before forcefully averting her gaze and departing. Lu Chen said nothing further and retired to his room to sleep. The next morning, Lu Chen headed towards the martial arts library, where he could claim a volume of martial techniques. This opportunity was not to be squandered. He wondered if there existed any celestial tier martial arts within the Daxia Academy. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the martial arts library, and after announcing his name, the elder in charge granted him entry. Lu Chen, a word of caution, this is a critical area of the martial arts library. Do not act recklessly. Violating the rules here could lead to severe repercussions, even instant annihilation. Thank you for the warning, Lu Chen replied before stepping into the library. Surrounding him were numerous students, their eyes filled with astonishment upon hearing the elder's words. Although they had never seen Lu Chen before, everyone knew that the top freshman this year was named Lu Chen. Is that the freshman leader? He appears quite dashing. Indeed, I heard he injured 2 seniors during the assessment. His talent and strength are remarkable. I wonder if he has a partner. With my looks, I should be able to attract him. Do you not have a mirror? Take a look at yourself. Why do you presume you stand a chance? Do you think your flirtatious nature suffices? I can't even reflect clearly. Several girls whispered among themselves, filled with curiosity about Lu Chen. What girl does not harbor youthful infatuations, often developing a sense of attachment towards the strong? Meanwhile, a nearby boy, overhearing their conversation, felt a pang of jealousy. Why was it that despite his own handsomeness, no one seemed to take an interest in him? His abilities were not lacking either. Yet, why did no one wish to spare him even a glance? Unperturbed by these musings, Lu Chen ventured deeper into the library, arriving at the core area where an array of martial techniques and skills floated in the air. As the dean remarked, there exists a certain spirituality. Lu Chen extended his hand, yearning to make contact, yet these martial techniques inexplicably retreated on their own, which was indeed quite intriguing. After expressing his thoughts, Lu Chen began to search within, selecting from the array of techniques, among which were numerous high-level Earth-tier martial arts, though he found himself unable to acquire any. After a considerable time, Lu Chen stood still, a grave expression etched upon his face, followed by a string of curses. Are you all truly fools, specifically targeting me? He was genuinely perplexed. To his astonishment, not a single martial art acknowledged his presence. Lu Chen was utterly bewildered and, after a brief pause, attempted once more, yet still yielded no results. At that moment, a peculiar force seemed to resonate within his mind, igniting a sensation of anticipation. The fragment of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control technique subtly trembled, emanating a power from his brow. Subsequently, a page of the fragment gently floated out from a corner, landing in Lu Chen's palm. Upon seeing this page, Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and his emotions surged with excitement. In that instant, the martial arts repository experienced a slight tremor, and all the surrounding martial techniques gravitated towards Lu Chen. Chapter 59, You Wretched Martial Techniques Spa. Within the martial arts repository, at that moment, all the techniques converged upon Lu Chen. Instantly, they manifested before him, quivering slightly, as if filled with exhilaration. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched, and he spoke. You wretched martial techniques, once you ignored me, and now you dare to aspire to me? In the control room, the elders overseeing the martial techniques widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer shock. Quickly, summoned the esteemed dean. This scene had surpassed the realm of their comprehension. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in their decades of existence, leaving them at a loss as to how to proceed. Meanwhile, in the martial arts repository, Lu Chen held the page fragment in his hand, disregarding the other techniques. He felt assured that this was indeed another fragment of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control technique. Previously, he had acquired the first page from the martial arts repository in Jiaozhou, mastering the ways of thunder and lightning with notable prowess. Now, encountering this second fragment here, was it an opportunity or mere coincidence? In comparison, Lu Chen was far more inclined to embrace this fragment. The other techniques no longer piqued his interest as they had become inconsequential. At present, he had already mastered several Earth-tier techniques, although those were precious. They held little allure in Lu Chen's eyes. If it were heavenly-tier techniques, he would have felt excitement and conflict. Having resolved to take this page fragment with him, Lu Chen departed directly. The surrounding martial techniques seemed to exhibit a hint of reluctance. You wretched martial techniques, spa, Lu Chen remarked as he left, dismissively releasing a contemptuous scoff. In the monitoring room, the assembly of elders was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the scene, suddenly realizing that Lu Chen was somewhat extraordinary. Outside the martial arts repository, Lu Chen had emerged, drawing the attention of curious onlookers eager to discern the martial skill he had acquired. Was it merely a sheet of discarded paper? One individual, upon recognizing the fragment in Lu Chen's grasp, exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, with some recalling that this very sheet of tattered paper had been languishing in the corner of the martial arts repository. Yet, could it truly be just refused if it was housed within the esteemed Daxia Academy's collection? They were not naive. In the past, many had sought the approval of this forsaken page, but none succeeded, leading it to be forgotten over time. However, some were aware of its significance, never anticipating that what countless individuals and generations of students had failed to attain would now be in Lu Chen's possession. Curiosity swelled within them. At that moment, the tattered page had entered Lu Chen's mind, lying quietly in conjunction with his thoughts. He yearned to cultivate, yet with so many witnesses present, he found it impossible to proceed. Ha ha ha, is this truly this year's top freshman? How pitiful. Has he resorted to retrieving a discarded page from the corner due to an inability to gain recognition for martial skills? Rumors had circulated about the prowess of this year's top freshman, yet they now seemed exaggerated. It was said that his sister, Lu Xinyi, was a prodigy, leaving one to ponder how someone so talented could have such a shameful sibling. The previously unnoticed individual stepped forward, harboring no personal grievances against Chen, yet seizing the opportunity to ridicule him and showcase his own superiority. Why was it that he garnered no affection, while Chen drew attention wherever he went? Envy and jealousy coursed through him, and upon witnessing Chen merely emerge with a sheet of discarded paper, he felt an opportunity to belittle him further. He could not contend with the upperclassmen, nor dared to speak against them. But could he not confront a mere freshman? Hearing the man's words, the crowd turned their gaze toward him, expressions laden with incredulity. After all, such occurrences were exceedingly rare at Daxia Academy. The crux of the matter was that the object in Chen's hand was something many students and even instructors had been unable to obtain. To step forward and declare it as mere refuse while mocking him? Did he truly not realize that the fool was himself? Noticing the multitude's attention fixated on him, the insipid male stood tall, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar glances, relishing the moment. Chen frowned, casting a glance at the man, then summoned lightning within his palm. Without warning, he unleashed a fierce assault. The insipid male, caught off guard by Chen's sudden aggression, hurriedly attempted to defend himself. Yet in the next heartbeat, he found a figure appearing before him like a bolt of lightning, delivering a punch imbued with overwhelming force. The impact shattered his defenses, the fist landing solidly against his chest. In an instant, he felt as though his breath had been stolen, a formidable force coursing through his entire being, rendering him utterly powerless. His body was propelled outward, crashing heavily to the ground, skidding along the surface for quite a distance. You insufferable fool! Who bestowed upon you this misplaced sense of superiority? Do you revel in your own absurdity? Are you so insecure that the slightest misstep of another incites you to trample upon them, as if that would elevate your own stature? What darkness must reside within your soul? Moreover, does my mere act of picking up a piece of scrap paper bear any relevance to you? Since you derive such pleasure from belittling others, allow me to grant you a taste of that very sensation, as if I were stuffing your mouth with my foot. Lest you mistake this for a delightful feast. Chen's feet, encased in size 40 shoes, landed repeatedly upon the face of the average man. His spirits had been high. Yet upon venturing out, he encountered this lunatic, who had the audacity to mention his elder sister. As Chen unleashed his strike, the onlookers were rendered silent, none daring to intervene. Just moments prior, Chen's casual manipulation of lightning had proven sufficient to effortlessly obliterate an opponent at the transformation stage. The remarkable aspect was that Chen had only just entered the Daxia Academy a few days prior. How long had it been since he awakened his innate talent? The 9th level. Astonishingly, Chen had ascended to the 9th level. Furthermore, it was evident to all that his foundation was exceptionally solid, unyielding beyond belief. Additionally, the martial skills he had just demonstrated were undoubtedly of a high caliber. In such a brief period, achieving such cultivation and prowess surely one would not opt for mere scrap paper. A modicum of intelligence would lead one to that conclusion. Yet, the unfortunate reality is that this world harbors far too many devoid of common sense. It is also lamentable that the protectors of the weak are in abundance. Make way. Make way. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the academy. At that moment, a 10-man squad clad in armor emerged, the enforcement team tasked with maintaining order within the academy. Fighting is permissible, but only within the arena, not in public spaces. Wait a moment, you are Chen? Indeed, Chen replied candidly, without reservation. Upon hearing this, the enforcement team fell into a brief silence, casting their gaze upon the average man sprawled on the ground. Arrest this troublemaker, commanded the leader. Chapter 60, our enforcement team upholds fairness and justice. Seize this instigator and hand him over to the enforcement hall, the leader hastily instructed. The average man, bewildered, could hardly believe his ears, staring blankly at the enforcement team. Aren't you going to inquire about what transpired? You are condemning me without understanding the situation, he exclaimed. According to standard procedure, the enforcement team was supposed to first ascertain the details of the incident, document it, and bring both parties to the enforcement hall. If there were any injuries, they should have been taken to the infirmary first. Yet, the enforcement team seemed uninterested in asking questions or considering his injuries, opting instead to escort him directly to the enforcement hall. The leader nearly overlooked this crucial step. Clearing his throat, he produced pen and paper, stating, Chen, please recount the events that transpired. How did this fool, Erguzi, manage to stir up trouble? Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily taken aback, standing there in utter astonishment. The surrounding crowd fell silent, at a loss for words. The truth was, it was indeed Erguzi who instigated this conflict. Rest assured, Chen, our law enforcement hall has always upheld fairness and justice. We will certainly provide you with a just resolution. Speak freely, for no one would dare retaliate against you afterward. Feng Biao added. At this moment, Chen regained his composure and hurriedly replied, it's this Erguzi. I don't even know him. I came to select martial skills according to the Academy's regulations, yet he approached me with insults, calling me useless. After berating me, he even insulted my sister. How could I endure that? Did my sister provoke him? He further claimed that all of us new students are worthless, boasting that he alone could take on 10 of us, demanding that we refer to him as Dogmaster and that we must bow to him 3 times. The more Lu Chen spoke, the more outrageous his claims became, causing Feng Biao to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! You truly dare to say such things, he exclaimed. How dare he threaten the victim right in front of me? This scoundrel's behavior is utterly intolerable, disregarding school rules, showing no respect for the Academy, and certainly no regard for Sister Lu. Beat him up, make it count. Guzi sensed something was amiss. Lu Chen's initial statements were reasonable, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal, but as the conversation progressed, the absurdity escalated. What he could never have anticipated was Feng Biao's commitment to fairness. His sense of justice was remarkably steadfast. At that moment, an elder from the martial arts library overheard the commotion and peeked out, promptly closing the window, adopting an expression that suggested he neither saw nor heard anything. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, their gazes filled with shock. The new students may have been unaware, but the veterans understood all too well. Back when Lu Xini attended the academy, she had dominated the entire institution. With her amiable nature and as the student council president, she was highly respected among the students. Lu Chen, rest assured, we will provide you with a fair resolution. You must trust that we always operate with fairness and justice, Feng Biao said earnestly. Gazing at Lu Chen extended his hand, grasping Feng Biao's with sincerity, declaring, I trust you. You are undoubtedly the most fair and just. You will certainly ensure my rightful justice. After saying this, Lu Chen released his grip, but as he did, 20 spirit stones appeared in Feng Biao's hand, swiftly tucked into his pocket. No, you are the senior, and I am me, while my sister is my sister. Lu Chen pressed down on Feng Biao's hand, fully aware of the reason behind Feng Biao's assistance. Although he bore no fault in this matter, the fact remained that he had resorted to violence. Ah, my brother. You've truly caused quite a stir. Henceforth, your affairs shall be my affairs. Should you need anything, just come to me. I am a captain in the law enforcement team, and I can be of assistance. Moreover, the captains of the enforcement team are all former subordinates of your elder sister. Who would dare to show them disrespect? Feng Biao remarked with a grin. Although 20 spirit stones may not be a substantial amount, it is certainly enough to make refusal difficult. He skillfully gauged the situation. Haha, from now on, I shall rely on you, my brother. Lu Chen chuckled. Brother, you're truly making a fool of me. At your age, you have already reached the 9th layer. Defeating someone like Guzi is as simple as dispatching a dog. It won't be long before you surpass me. I am well aware of that. However, I must caution you. Do not be misled by Guzi's lewd demeanor. He has a sister who is genuinely formidable. As fate would have it, she recently became a captain at the enforcement hall, and she happens to harbor jealousy towards your sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen grasped the underlying meaning, his heart enlightened. Yet, there is no need for concern. All 10 captains of the enforcement team were nurtured by your sister, and one of the 2 chief captains, named Tang Xinxin, is an admirer of your sister, having once received her favor. If that foolish woman dares to target you, we brothers will unite to expel her from the enforcement hall. Feng Biao continued, laughing heartily, treating the matter with utmost levity. Lu Chen chuckled softly in response but chose not to comment further. Little did he expect that. Although his sister was not present at the Great Xia Academy, she had left behind such an enduring legacy. How could he know that upon learning of his successful admission to the academy, Lu Xini had mobilized all her connections? Fearing that Lu Chen might face ridicule and bullying due to his talent, she had even made several inquiries regarding the enforcement hall. Yet, how could she know that her dear brother, whom she worried about, was currently bullying others? Brother Lu Chen, according to protocol, you must accompany me to the enforcement hall, though it is merely a formality and no one will make things difficult for you, Feng Biao added. Lu Chen nodded and subsequently followed Feng Biao away. Meanwhile, the severely beaten Guzi, having coughed up blood, was being dragged by members of the enforcement team towards the hall. At that very moment, in the training room of the Great Xia Academy, Tang Xinxin was still immersed in her practice when she received the news that Lu Chen had been brought to the enforcement hall. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly rose to her feet. What is going on? Why was even Lu Chen captured? The enforcement hall's methods were notorious, and Lu Chen's frail physique would hardly withstand it. Chapter 61. Life and death treated lightly, fight if unwilling. Tang Xinxin hurriedly made her way to the enforcement hall, her anxiety escalating upon learning the reason for Lu Chen's apprehension, even bordering on panic. She was all too familiar with Wan Rushuan and how she might protect her brother or, worse, torment Lu Chen. although she was aware of Lu Chen's capabilities. She also knew that Wan Rushuan was no weakling, already a third-year student, far beyond Lu Chen's current ability to contend with. Upon realizing this, Tang Xinxin hastily contacted Ma Chao. Meanwhile, in the law enforcement hall, Lu Chen reclined on the sofa, sipping tea with an air of nonchalance, while Feng Biao busily took notes beside him. There was no need for frivolous scribbling, as the surveillance cameras would reveal the truth. What was, simply was. Shenzhen fears not the shadows, Lu Chen remarked, noting that the area was under surveillance, thus rendering any unnecessary embellishment moot. However, he genuinely believed there was no need for such exaggeration, as the matter at hand was trivial. Feng Biao nodded, feeling an increasing admiration for Lu Chen, and proceeded to document the events accurately. Not far away, Guzi wore a perplexed expression, wondering what this all meant. What was he supposed to make of this situation? Was he to consider himself unlucky? Just then, a woman clad in form-fitting attire entered, her gaze sharp and her lips thin. Upon her arrival, it seemed as though the temperature around her dropped, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Sister, save me. They are bullying me," Guzi exclaimed, finally able to voice his grievances upon seeing Wan Rushuan enter. Upon witnessing her brother's state, Wan Rushuan was filled with fury and immediately approached him, producing a medicinal pill for Guzi to consume. "Who did this to you?" Wan Rushuan demanded, her voice turning icy with rage. "It was him, our hero, Lu Chen," Guzi instinctively blurted out, but before he could finish, he felt a powerful aura locking onto him. "Who are you to dare harm others within the Great Xia Academy? Do you not acknowledge the law enforcement hall, nor the rules and laws of the school?" Wan Rushuan stood up, advancing step by step towards Lu Chen until she stood less than a meter away, her piercing eyes fixed intently upon him. "You cannot blame me. It was your dear brother who instigated this," Lu Chen retorted fearlessly. "What is there to fear? We have chosen the path of martial arts. Those who cower are nothing but cowards. It is merely a matter of either defeating others or being defeated ourselves. If one fears death on the path of martial arts, then what is the purpose of cultivation? To endure humiliation in the face of injustice is akin to returning to a life of servitude." He added that the incident was not his fault, the records were accurate, and the surveillance would provide clear evidence. Life and death are trivial if one is dissatisfied. "Let them act," Feng Biao interjected, presenting his notes. "The surveillance footage is available for review, Captain Wan." Upon receiving the records, Wan Rushuan's fury intensified, her knuckles turning white. In a fit of anger, she tore the documents apart and discarded them into the trash. "I question the authenticity of this record. A re-examination is necessary," she declared. Hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he replied, "Very well, the surveillance is here, and there are eyewitnesses present. Do as you wish. I now have grounds to suspect that you have tampered with the surveillance and intimidated the witnesses." Wan Rushuan coldly glared at Lu Chen once more. Lu Chen paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Captain Wan truly holds me in high regard. As a newcomer, I lack such remarkable abilities. Indeed, you possess no such prowess, but your sister, Lu Xini, certainly does." Wan Rushuan coldly regarded Lu Chen. Behind her stood the enforcement hall emblazoned with the motto "insightful and just." Yet, where can one find absolute fairness? The world itself is inherently unjust. Thus, what does Captain Wan imply? Lu Chen replied with a calm demeanor, unhurried and composed. "You take advantage of your status as Lu Xini's brother to publicly assault my sibling, bribe members of the Academy's enforcement team, intimidate witnesses, fabricate evidence, and coerce me into a confession. Am I correct?" Wan Rushuan stated coldly, placing a heavy accusation upon Lu Chen. If Wan Rushuan's claims were to be believed, Lu Chen would face expulsion. "Ah, yes, say whatever you wish. Truly, genetics are inherited." Upon concluding his remarks, Lu Chen had no intention of cooperating further. He might have considered compliance, but they clearly dismissed his presence. A metaphorical bucket of filth had been unceremoniously dumped upon him. "Stop. Until you confess, you are not permitted to leave the enforcement hall. Seize him. I dare anyone to try." As Wan Rushuan's voice fell, Feng Biao stepped forward, his voice laced with fury. "Wan Rushuan, I deign to address you as captain out of respect, yet you truly believe yourself to be of significance? Who do you think you are? If it weren't for that rascal Huming, would you even be in a position to lead the enforcement hall? You have been thoroughly deluded," Feng Biao stated coldly, clearly infuriating Wan Rushuan. The others seemed to turn a blind eye, remaining silent and motionless. "Feng Biao, you overstep your bounds. My position as captain is earned through merit. Unrelated to Huming, but I shall remember your words and report them to the Academy. If you have the ability, then do so now. In terms of qualifications and capabilities, who do you think you are? Among us, who is not superior to you? If you have the courage, go ahead and report." Feng Biao was not intimidated by her words. Their impression of Wan Rushuan was already quite unfavorable, and now she sought to assert dominance over them. Wan Rushuan, rendered speechless by anger, declared, "If you will not act, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, she made to strike. But Feng Biao once again intervened to stop her. "Everyone, stand down." At that moment, Tang Xinxin finally arrived, out of breath. She intervened to prevent the impending conflict between Feng Biao and Wan Rushuan, then turned her attention to Lu Chen, only to find him preparing a cunning maneuver. Caught in the act, Lu Chen felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat. "Is everything all right?" "All is well." Upon hearing Lu Chen's reassurances, Tang Xinxin finally sighed in relief, then looked at Guzi, who was seated on the ground. "So, you had a conflict with him and were brought here?" "Yes. I have no idea why he decided to collide his body with my fist, or even use his face to strike my foot," Lu Chen replied indifferently, leaving Tang Xinxin momentarily speechless. She had worried that Lu Chen might suffer harm, yet unexpectedly, then, Tang Xinxin turned her gaze toward Wan Rushuan. However, before she could utter a word, Wan Rushuan bellowed, "Tang Xinxin, are you also going to shield Lu Chen?" Tang Xinxin was taken aback. Chapter 62, Brothers. Take action and expel her. Wan Rushuan was truly enraged at this moment, her entire demeanor radiating fury as she glared at Tang Xinxin. She was well aware of the relationship between Tang Xinxin and Lu Xini, so it seemed that in this law enforcement hall, she was the only outsider, correct? Tang Xinxin paused momentarily, then replied, "What do you mean by shielding? The situation is as it stands. When has the law enforcement hall ever shielded anyone?" Uncertain of the complete circumstances, Tang Xinxin could only respond in this manner. It would not do to overtly protect Lu Chen, as such a commotion would be detrimental to everyone involved. The fact remains that Lu Chen, relying on his status as Lu Xini's brother, assaulted my brother, leaving him gravely injured. What else do you have to say? If it weren't for Lu Xini, how could someone of Lu Chen's mediocre talent gain admission to the Daxia Academy, let alone injure my brother? Wan Rushuan reprimanded fiercely, her gaze fixed on Lu Chen with a look of unrestrained hatred, as if she wished to devour him whole. "It's not that we didn't arrive in time. By the moment we got here, Lu Chen had already beaten this fellow into a fool. I must admit I gave him a beating too. But that was because he insulted Sister Lu," Feng Biao quickly clarified as he noticed Tang Xinxin's gaze. "With Lu Chen's level of talent and strength, if he cannot enter the Daxia Academy, then I believe we should all leave," Feng Biao continued, though uncertain of Lu Chen's exact talent level. He knew that with Lu Chen's current prowess, even Lu Xini could not compare. "You're just a fool. If your brain is faulty, I suggest you seek help rather than spewing nonsense. I gained admission to the Daxia Academy through my own merit. After all, I am the top scholar of Jiangzhou." "What are you?" Lu Chen retorted, feeling a surge of anger within. This sensation felt akin to having his efforts dismissed, as if every ounce of his hard work was negated. "Do you think you amount to anything? Do you believe I am unaware of your background? I have reviewed your records. You possess merely a level 1 talent. I have yet to hear of any Tom, Dick, or Harry gaining entry to the Daxia Academy. Do you dare claim you did not rely on your sister's connections? While it may not matter that you entered through her influence, you ought to keep a low profile rather than flaunting your sister's name while acting recklessly. Do you truly believe that having a formidable sister grants you the right to ascend to greatness? The Daxia Academy is not your family's property." Wan Rushuan grew increasingly fervent in her denunciation, convinced that Lu Chen had gained admission through nepotism, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Daxia Academy. Lu Chen fell silent, and the entire law enforcement hall became quiet, all eyes fixated on him. Tang Xinxin was acutely aware that Lu Chen had indeed earned his place through his own abilities, independent of Lu Xini. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lu Chen draw forth the dragon scale blade. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Chen suddenly drew the dragon scale blade, and in that instant, his entire demeanor transformed. With a sweeping strike, he unleashed a formidable force. At this moment, Lu Chen had already perfected the demon-slaying blade technique, and the power behind this strike was truly terrifying. Feng Biao and his companions, upon perceiving the impending blade aura, were struck with astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. Despite being practitioners of the 9th layer of transformation, they believed they could not withstand Lu Chen's blow. Even Tang Xinxin, a martial artist of the Meridian realm, was taken aback, unable to fathom how a 9th layer cultivator could wield such a fearsome attack. Wait, when did Lu Chen become a 9th layer practitioner? His speed of cultivation was astonishing. Wan Rushuan's expression changed drastically, while her strength in the Meridian realm instilled confidence. Lu Chen's displayed prowess spoke volumes. He had truly advanced through his own efforts. The Xuanjia shield. Wan Rushuan swiftly activated her defensive technique, managing to block Lu Chen's attack. Arrogance. The law enforcement hall is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you dare to lay a hand on the captain of the enforcement team, I have the authority to detain you for judgment. Wan Rushuan reprimanded, though a sense of elation surged within her, providing her with ample justification to target Lu Chen. Heavenly Star Finger. Lu Chen suddenly unleashed his martial technique, releasing an overwhelming surge of power. In an instant, he was enveloped by a terrifying tempest of lightning crackling ominously. Feng Biao instinctively took a step back. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's furious visage, his eyes shimmered with a silvery hue, and torrents of lightning energy swirled around him. Left 0. Right fire. Thunder God aid me. Thunderous roar. At that moment, Lu Chen disregarded any notions of shame and shouted loudly. Mastery of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique. Level 1. Mastery of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique. Level 1. Mastery of the Nine Heavens Thunder Technique. Level 1. A continuous echo rang within Lu Chen's mind, amplifying his already fearsome presence. The lightning energy, as thick as his arm, surged forward with tremendous force. You guys, let's take action. Teach her a lesson. At this juncture, Feng Biao snapped to his senses, shouting as he charged forward decisively. The others followed suit without hesitation. Tang Xinxin stood frozen, questioning whether it was inappropriate for her to intervene. Stop. Please, you mustn't continue. The surveillance in the law enforcement hall is malfunctioning. We won't be able to gather evidence later. Please, cease your actions. The elder of the enforcement team is not present. Who will resolve this chaos? Tang Xinxin exclaimed, her urgency revealing hints of information that made it difficult for others not to suspect her intentions. Wan Rushuan's expression was particularly grim. While she might have dismissed Lu Chen alone, the addition of Feng Biao and his companions changed the dynamics entirely. Soon, she found herself overwhelmed and was sent flying. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The captain of the law enforcement hall had been blasted out of her own domain. The news of this would be utterly humiliating. You all, Wan Rushuan had never anticipated that Feng Biao and the others would unite against her. How dare you think that being the captain of the enforcement team elevates you above everyone else? In an academy, what captain do you think you are? Do you really consider yourself of great importance? You have truly taken this seriously, Haven to you? If you were to become the president of the student council, would even the trash bins dare to hold refuse, and would there be no one left on the beds? Foolish imbecile, I spit on you. Lu Chen has always adhered to the principle that cursing liberates oneself, unleashing his words with little regard for others. This left Feng Biao and the others in stunned silence. Such a sharp tongue. What are you all doing here in broad daylight? Disperse at once. At that moment, a rotund figure approached, with a round face and small eyes squinting into slits, immediately rebuking the group. Be careful, Hu Ming is coming. Feng Biao, noticing the situation, hurriedly leaned in and whispered. Indeed, this little chubby fellow was Hu Ming, the boyfriend of Wan Rushuan. He was also involved with the student council, possessing some influence and connections, which is how he facilitated Wan Rushuan's position as the captain of the enforcement hall. Essentially, he was merely coasting through his credits. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly but paid him no mind, dismissing him as inconsequential. Brother Ming, upon seeing Hu Ming arrive, Wan Rushuan instantly adopted a demeanor of feigned vulnerability, as if she had found her protector. Sister Rushuan, Hu Ming jogged over, his bulk jiggling. The onlookers fell silent. Wan Rushuan certainly had the fortitude to endure humiliation, Lu Chen thought instinctively. He suddenly realized that Wan Rushuan was not as simple as she appeared. Everyone was striving to survive. Following this, Hu Ming turned his gaze toward Lu Chen, a glint of malice gleaming in his small eyes. You are Lu Chen, aren't you? The brother of Lu Xini? Without responding, Lu Chen remained silent, while Hu Ming continued, seemingly oblivious, before you arrived. Your sister specifically instructed us to look after you. Speaking of which, I have known your sister for quite some time. What on earth is happening here? This is a mess, isn't it? A flicker of malice crossed Hu Ming's eyes, but he quickly donned a jovial expression. Yet, those words sent a chill down Lu Chen's spine, filling him with an icy dread. This wretched individual was clearly no good. He was sinister. Subsequently, Tang Xinxin stepped forward, having inquired about the events inside and grasping the general situation. Upon hearing Hu Ming's question, she recounted the sequence of events. This is the surveillance footage. If you don't believe it, you may check here. No need to check. I trust Captain Tang's integrity. Hu Ming replied, maintaining a smile. Yet anyone acquainted with him within the academy understood that he was exceedingly treacherous. He appeared friendly on the surface, but behind the facade, he was someone no one wished to provoke. Soon after, Hu Ming ordered for Guzi to be brought forth. In front of everyone, he raised his hand and struck him across the face twice. Who allowed you to act recklessly within the academy? Have I not instructed you to diligently cultivate within the academy, steering clear of trivial matters? You truly do not take my words to heart, do you? And now, you have recklessly provoked Lu Xinyi's brother. Apologize immediately. Wan Rushuan tugged at Hu Ming's sleeve, perplexed by Hu Ming's actions. Yet, Hu Ming appeared oblivious, offering no response. Erguzi's tears of grievance fell, but he hastily offered an apology. In that moment, silence enveloped the group, all left in confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was acutely aware of the situation and chose to evade it. An apology was unnecessary. He was insulted first and retaliated accordingly, call it even. Lu Chen stated plainly, causing Hu Ming to squint in surprise at Lu Chen's swift reaction. However, Hu Ming soon replied, since brother Lu Chen has said so, let this matter rest. However, the incident involving so many of you jointly injuring Sister Xian cannot simply be overlooked. Hu Ming added, his small eyes glinting with coldness as he fixed a chilling gaze upon Lu Chen. What do you intend to do? Speak plainly. Lu Chen understood that this matter would not be dismissed so easily. This is merely a misunderstanding. Since you are Lu Xinyi's brother, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply apologize to Sister Xian, and all will be well. Hu Ming regarded Lu Chen, inadvertently revealing his peak cultivation level. A mere step away from official recognition. Hu Ming, if this is indeed a misunderstanding, why must Lu Chen apologize? Moreover, it was Wan Rushuan who instigated the conflict. And there is recorded evidence to support Lu Chen's innocence. Tang Xinxin interjected, eager to avoid a deeper rift with Hu Ming. Captain Tang, did I inquire about your opinion? Do you have the right to speak? Hu Ming retorted sharply, turning his head with a fierce tone. An icy aura surged toward Tang Xinxin, causing her expression to shift slightly under the weight of his formidable power. What if I refuse to apologize? Lu Chen's voice rang out, his gaze cold as he regarded Hu Ming. Was he in the wrong? After being provoked, he retaliated, and in the presence of undeniable evidence, he was slandered. Was his response erroneous? Relay his fault. Why should he apologize? Just because Hu Ming was a member of the student council, he was expected to submit? To suffer injustice? Is such reasoning valid? If he were to accept this humiliation today and submit, what would be the purpose of his martial cultivation? Arrogance? Hubris? Perhaps. But for Lu Chen, the essence of his martial journey was to live with dignity in this world, to become strong and not be bullied, to prove himself to all, demonstrating that he was no less than Lu Xinyi. He wished for everyone to know the name Lu Chen, not merely as Lu Xinyi's brother. While some may consider him arrogant, in Lu Chen's eyes, he was merely defending his dignity. Upon hearing Lu Chen's resolute words, Hu Ming was taken aback, astonished that Lu Chen was so steadfast, unwilling to apologize. This matter is not about offering an apology, but rather about showing respect. Clearly, Lu Chen shows no regard for such courtesies. Lu Chen, I advise you to reconsider. Sometimes, being excessively obstinate is not a virtue. The world is not merely about conflict and violence, but rather about human sentiments and social intricacies. Hu Ming remarked softly, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, the cold glint of murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Were it not for his apprehension towards Lu Chen's sister, he would have felt no need to show Lu Chen any respect. What fault have I committed? Why should I apologize? Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on Hu Ming, unflinching. Are you certain? Hu Ming's smile faded, his expression darkening. The surrounding students were well aware that Hu Ming was genuinely enraged, and they silently expressed their concern for Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained silent, calmly observing Hu Ming, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Very well. Then let us escalate this matter to the student council, allowing the president to intervene. Or perhaps we should await the return of the law elder and allow him to address it directly. The two remained locked in a standoff until, after a brief moment, Hu Ming suddenly spoke, choosing not to resort to violence. Tang Xinxin let out a slight sigh of relief. What a trivial matter, must I be the one to intervene? At that moment, a languid voice broke through, as a young man donned in a white shirt approached. After a cursory glance, he remarked, what a trivial issue. Life and death should be taken lightly, and if one is not satisfied, then why not settle it in the arena? The Academy's platform is meant for such purposes. We are all warriors, so why the incessant bickering? Is there anything that cannot be resolved with a good fight? Ma Chao approached, a hint of nonchalance on his handsome face. His appearance elicited a wave of astonishment from those around him. As the president of the student council, a top contender on the Daxiao Academy's elite list, and the founder of the Knight Society, he seldom made public appearances. For the average person, merely encountering him was a formidable challenge. Yet, he had come forth for this very incident. President Tang Xinxin and the others hurriedly greeted him. But Ma Chao appeared quite casual, casting a glance at Lu Chen. Not bad, indeed, at the 9th layer of cultivation, such talent. No wonder you easily secured the top position. When I entered the academy, I was far inferior to you. Ma Chao smiled faintly before turning his attention to Hu Ming and Wan Rushuan. Wan Rushuan's expression soured, taken aback by Ma Chao's unexpected arrival, which clearly indicated his allegiance to Lu Chen. President, I demand an explanation regarding this matter. Anyone who dares to protect Lu Chen should face severe consequences, Wan Rushuan coldly asserted, and although Hu Ming attempted to intervene, it was too late. At these words, Ma Chao paused momentarily, furrowing his brow. Before responding, who dares to challenge me? Speak up. Chapter 64, Ma Chao's Invitation. Breakthrough to Transformation. Who dares to challenge me? Ma Chao, upon hearing this, was briefly taken aback, but then spoke directly. His voice resonated, and Wan Rushuan stood frozen, believing she had misheard, staring blankly at Ma Chao. Hu Ming remained silent. Had he known Ma Chao would arrive, he would never have dared to make things difficult for Lu Chen, at least not overtly. Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Ma Chao to express such sentiments, considering he was the president of the student council. Setting aside your position as president, Wan Rushuan, you are an upperclassman. Is it appropriate for you to create difficulties for a freshman, especially in front of so many people? Furthermore, you are targeting the top freshman, which means you are essentially imposing on all newcomers. Ma Chao interjected calmly, leaving Wan Rushuan speechless, unable to utter a single word. The thought of challenging all freshmen was something she would never dare to attempt, even with the utmost courage. All right, there is no need to discuss this further. Before arriving, I consulted several witnesses and reviewed the surveillance footage. It turns out this fellow was merely boasting and made a couple of remarks about Sister Lucini, which led to the altercation. It was a trivial matter. He was just showing off and got beaten up. In my opinion, we should let this go, as prolonging it benefits no one. Moreover, I have heard that Sister Lucini has successfully entered the Dragon Soul and will return in a few days. If this reaches her ears, none of us will fare well. After a brief pause, Ma Chao articulated the latter part of his statement, which visibly changed Hu Ming's expression. Given this context, let us consider this matter settled. It was merely a misunderstanding. Brother Lu Chen, please do not take it to heart. Hu Ming's demeanor shifted back to a cheerful one as he addressed Lu Chen. Wan Rushuan wished to voice her thoughts, but ultimately swallowed her words, reluctant to speak out. Subsequently, Hu Ming escorted Wan Rushuan away from the scene, while the surrounding crowd dispersed under Feng Biao's direction. Shall we go inside and talk? Ma Chao proposed, his handsome face adorned with a smile as he turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, and the group proceeded into the law enforcement hall. At your age, possessing a 9th-tier cultivation level, I can tell you are on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. Your talent is remarkable. Your sister certainly did not possess such abilities. Ma Chao lounged in his chair, observing Lu Chen. According to the rules, as you are the top freshman, you are now part of the student council. Here is your student council badge. Accept it. Ma Chao extended the badge, which Lu Chen accepted after a brief glance. By the way, there is another matter. My Knight Society is recruiting members. Would you be interested in joining the Knight Society? Lu Chen inquired with curiosity, as he was not familiar with it. Tang Xinxin, surprised by Lu Chen's lack of knowledge, explained, the Knight Society is one of the most prestigious clubs in the academy, boasting many formidable members, with 4 of the top 10 on the talent rankings alone. For most, gaining entry into the Knight Society is no easy feat. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of astonishment. The Great Xia Academy's talent rankings comprised only 50 slots, irrespective of grade, and those who secured a position were the cream of the crop. Lucini was hailed as the foremost talent of Great Xia precisely because she held the top position on the talent rankings. Furthermore, she had previously challenged the top talents of various academies and emerged victorious without a single defeat. Upon entering, there was not much to be done. It was merely a matter of forming a team to venture out during missions, which were entirely voluntary. If one was unwilling, no one would impose, Ma Chao remarked. However, Tang Xinxin fell silent. Although she was not a member of the Dark Knight Society, she was well aware of its regulations. One must undertake 3 missions each month. Ma Chao had certainly afforded Lu Chen a significant reprieve. After a brief contemplation, Lu Chen acquiesced, rationalizing that there was no harm in it. Moreover, Ma Chao had indeed assisted him today. Ha ha ha. This symbolizes your identity within the Dark Knight Society. From now on, you are one of us. Anyone who dares to bully you will have to think twice. Ma Chao expressed his excitement at Lu Chen's joining. The group conversed for a while longer, with Lu Chen inquiring about matters concerning the academy before taking his leave. In the room, gazing at the fragmented 9 Heavens Thunder technique in his possession, Lu Chen smiled. While cultivation was relatively straightforward, he was not inclined to practice the 9 Heavens Thunder technique at this moment. Having reached the 9th level of mastery, it was time to prepare for a breakthrough into the transformation stage. Subsequently, a multitude of spirit stones appeared before him. As Lu Chen grasped these stones, the 9-Yang Divine Art commenced its automatic operation. He swiftly absorbed the first spirit stone, followed closely by the second and third. Lu Chen currently possessed a considerable number of spirit stones, alleviating any immediate concerns. After 2.5 hours, Lu Chen opened his eyes. After absorbing several hundred spirit stones, he had finally reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. At this juncture, he paused to rest briefly. As he contemplated the upcoming international competition, he cursed the troublesome cherry blossoms. His gaze fell upon the Calamity mark on his arm, prompting thoughts of the 7-star lamp spoken of by Elder Jiang. Only the 7-star lamp could unravel this affliction, and he wished to avoid being ensnared by disaster. Securing victory in the international competition would undoubtedly be no simple feat. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen retrieved a small box and opened it. A pill appeared in his hand. This was the Xianyang pill that Shen Zi had given him, which could aid in his breakthrough to the transformation stage. Without hesitation, Lu Chen swallowed the Xianyang pill. It melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into pure, searing energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. What terrifying potency! Lu Chen exclaimed, already sensing the changes within him. The energy inside him was coalescing into a forceful vigor. System, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Lu Chen implored in his mind. Not so fast. You must rely on me even when consuming pills, the system retorted. Otherwise, what use are you to me? Lu Chen was immediately displeased by the system's response. That is a valid point. The system was momentarily at a loss for words, then began to simplify the initial consumption process. In an instant, Lu Chen's cultivation advanced to the transformation stage. A surge of energy suddenly coalesced in his palm, extending to about a foot in length, emanating a milky hue that imparted a somewhat sacred aura. This was the essence of the transformation stage. Lu Chen opened his eyes, a spark of joy illuminating his gaze as he sensed the changes coursing through his body. At that moment, the headmaster of the academy suddenly turned his attention towards the dormitory, his expression filled with astonishment. Truly, this was someone whom Elder Jiang sought to apprentice. His talent far surpassed even that of Lu Xini. Chapter 65, Confrontation. Lu Chen takes action. The headmaster spoke gravely, his cultivation allowing him to easily perceive that Lu Chen had already reached the transformation stage. Such speed was indeed more terrifying than that of Lu Xini in her prime. Back then, she shattered numerous records at the Great Xia Academy, and one could only wonder what surprises Lu Chen might unveil. Yet, what was the nature of this young man's talent? Why did it only manifest as first tier? Could it be that some hidden potential had gone undetected? The headmaster pondered, feeling a sense of intrigue. Initially, when Lu Xini approached him, hoping to enroll Lu Chen at the academy, he had been somewhat resistant. However, upon hearing the news from Shen Zi that Lu Chen had become the top scholar of Jiangzhou, his doubts began to dissipate. Regardless, he was now a student of the Great Xia Academy. The headmaster mused, curiosity piqued. Would Lu Chen surpass Lu Xini? Inside his room, after his breakthrough, Lu Chen chose to cease his cultivation. Having reached the transformation stage, it was time to balance work with rest and take a well-deserved break. At that moment, Luo Fanning sought him out, her expression marked by seriousness. Is something the matter? Lu Chen inquired upon seeing her demeanor. You broken through to the transformation stage? Luo Fanning was taken aback as she sensed Lu Chen's aura, and after a moment, she asked. It was merely by chance, Lu Chen replied, then inquired. What brings you here? Upon hearing his words, Luo Fanning regained her composure and replied, There is an issue. Some upperclassmen have begun targeting the freshmen. Many have faced insults and even physical confrontations while training in the practice room. Why should I care? Lu Chen responded instinctively. This world operated on the principle that might makes right. Those without strength were destined to be bullied. This does concern you, Luo Fanning insisted urgently. These upperclassmen, in their targeting of the freshmen, have been implicating your name, suggesting that your presence is the reason for their mistreatment. You have been focused on your training, but now discontent is brewing against you, especially since you are the top freshman. If this continues, Luo Fanning paused, her words hanging in the air. It's not as if I'm the one attacking them. What do they have to be dissatisfied about? Lu Chen retorted. While he articulated this, he understood that the freshmen were powerless against the upperclassmen, and thus they would inevitably direct their frustrations towards him. Coupled with his status as the top freshman, it was clear that this was a concerted effort to undermine his reputation among the newcomers. Luo Fanning's insight struck true, and Lu Chen fell silent, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. This was a deliberate scheme targeting him. Hu Ming and Wan Rushuan immediately came to Lu Chen's mind. To speak of offending others, he had certainly made enemies with these two since his entrance into the academy, especially Hu Ming, who struck him as a particularly insidious character. However, Lu Chen did not anticipate that after offending them at noon, these rascals would cause trouble by nightfall. He resolved to investigate. Rising to his feet, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. What was there to fear? It could only end in a brawl. If he couldn't win, he would simply call for reinforcements. Soon, under the guidance of Luo Fanying, Lu Chen arrived at the martial arts arena. On the platform ahead, a freshman was engaged in combat with an upperclassman. It was evident that the freshman was no match for the seasoned student, being thoroughly dominated and ridiculed. "Hey, aren't you freshmen also arrogant? Is this the extent of your abilities?" One upperclassman sneered. "Just a bunch of self-important kids, thinking that gaining admission to the Great Xia Academy makes you invincible. You strut around as if you're above everyone else. Indeed, in a place like the Great Xia Academy, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. This is a piece of wisdom from your seniors, and I suggest you write it down and keep it by your bedside. Reading it several times a day. Don't forget your place, and stop looking down on your seniors." Around them, some second-year students mocked the newcomers, unleashing a torrent of derisive remarks. The freshmen below wore expressions of dismay, feeling humiliated yet powerless to retaliate. "Damn it, why are these upperclassmen so shameless? Is it fun to bully freshmen?" they exclaimed. "It's all Lu Chen's fault. I've heard he offended the student council. He has a good older sister who protects him, leaving us to bear the brunt of their anger. Damn that Lu Chen, the so-called top student, hiding like a turtle when trouble arises." Some freshmen voiced their frustration, directing their ire towards Lu Chen. Meanwhile, on the platform, the freshman could no longer endure and was sent flying by a kick. "Who else is left? If you freshmen have no one else, then you better learn to be humble. When you see us upperclassmen, show us some respect and call us senior." "Call you senior? You think you're worthy?" Lu Chen caught the fallen freshman, his eyes icy as he glared at the upperclassman on the platform. The moment Lu Chen's voice rang out, the entire martial arts arena fell silent, all eyes converging upon him. "Go take a rest. I shall handle the rest." Lu Chen gently set the freshman down, patting his shoulder before leaping onto the platform. "So eager to provoke me? If I hadn't shown up, I would have been branded a coward, and all freshmen would suffer alongside me. Now, confronting these upperclassmen presents a perfect opportunity for that rascal to exact his revenge. What a cunning scheme indeed." Lu Chen remarked casually as he stretched his limbs, then turned his gaze to a corner of the arena, declaring, "If this is all the skill you possess, then I must conclude you are nothing more than a foolish pig. Such vile and despicable tactics are truly detestable. By heaven, I shall unearth your entire ancestral grave and see what sort of creature brought forth such filth." The arena fell into a profound silence, for none could have anticipated that Lu Chen's first act upon taking the stage would be to unleash a torrent of vulgarity. Such language is a blatant affront to decency. In a corner stood Hu Ming, his countenance darkening considerably. Yet, he refrained from departing. To leave would imply to all that he lacked the courage to confront Lu Chen, instead targeting the freshman, an act that would bring him great shame. Thus, he begrudgingly accepted Lu Chen's tirade. Once Lu Chen had vented his frustrations, a sense of relief washed over him as he turned his gaze towards the upperclassman on the platform. Suddenly, he struck out with a powerful punch. The upperclassman, caught off guard, attempted to defend himself, but Lu Chen's overwhelming strength shattered his defenses in an instant. A blow landed squarely on his chest, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. Yet, within the blink of an eye, Lu Chen seized his arm, lifting him high before slamming him down onto the ground. Like a rag doll, he was repeatedly smashed against the earth until he was rendered unconscious, and then discarded from the platform as if he were mere refuse. "Anyone dissatisfied? Come forth," Lu Chen declared from the stage, his gaze icy and imbued with a terrifying murderous intent. A formidable aura erupted from him, a manifestation of his strength. As this energy radiated, every individual present in the martial arts arena turned their attention towards him, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Here was a freshman, scarcely days into his enrollment, who had already attained a level of transformation. Particularly astonished were the senior students in their fourth year, who had merely come to witness the spectacle. They had not anticipated such an event. They were contemporaries of Lu Cini and understood her formidable prowess well. Yet, even Lu Cini had taken a month to break through to this level. But Lu Chen had achieved it in less than a week. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation was truly astonishing. Was this to suggest that Lu Chen was merely a beneficiary of nepotism, whose connections were so formidable? It was infuriating to hear the naysayers claim Lu Chen possessed no talent. If he were truly talentless, then what did that make them? The upperclassmen muttered their grievances, feeling thoroughly deceived. Which fool had spread such rumors? They had been led to believe that Lu Chen's admission was solely due to Lu Cini's influence. But now, the tables had turned. "Whoever dares to challenge me, step forward," Lu Chen proclaimed with brazen arrogance, his eyes fierce. He was aware that Hu Ming was orchestrating this chaos, yet he knew the latter would not dare approach him. The freshman, upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, felt a surge of enthusiasm. The sight of a newcomer so effortlessly overpowering an upperclassman was beyond their wildest imaginations. Having just endured the derision and bullying from these upperclassmen, the pent-up frustration they had felt was palpable. Yet Lu Chen's intervention had decisively turned the tide, vanquishing the arrogant bully and delivering them a much-needed catharsis. In that moment, their resentment towards Lu Chen began to dissipate, especially the exquisite national essence of Lu Chen, although it may tarnish the elegance of culture, evokes an indescribable sense of comfort within them. Haha, delightful. Let me give them a thorough beating. Lu Chen, the troubles you have stirred must be borne by you. Deal with them decisively and let us vent our frustrations. Indeed, give them a good thrashing, and let this matter be forgotten. I shall still regard you as the chief. Should you choose to remain in your shell, I will hold you in disdain for eternity, yet now I must concede my respect for you. In that moment, the newcomers erupted in cheers. The pent-up fury within their hearts was unleashed, igniting their excitement. Meanwhile, the seniors fell into silence. What to do? If Lu Chen cannot be subdued, it would be a disgrace to all of us seniors. Now you realize the embarrassment? I warned you this would make Hu Ming a pawn, yet you refuse to listen. This is not the moment to dwell on that. It is not a trivial matter. For our Tsang-ing society to thrive, we must secure Hu Ming's support. Now that such a situation has arisen, none of us wished for this, and crucially, no one anticipated Lu Chen's formidable strength. I shall give it a try. Whether the seniors feel ashamed is uncertain, but our Tsang-ing society will certainly be humiliated. At this juncture, Zhang Chang spoke, exuding an aura of the 8th level of transformation qi. Though it is transformation qi, as students of the Great Xia Academy, who cannot engage in combat beyond their level. Zhang Chang has even defeated practitioners of the Meridian Opening Realm. His strength must not be underestimated. Be cautious. This fellow seems rather sinister, remarked one by his side. At this moment, the conflict transcended Lu Chen and Hu Ming, becoming a matter for the newcomers in the Tsang-ing society. If not handled properly, the embarrassment would fall upon them and could even provoke the ire of all the seniors, as they would be the ones who lost face. Ultimately, they found themselves in a precarious situation. Initially, they understood this was not a favorable undertaking, yet they felt they had no choice. Zhang Chang was acutely aware of this. It was now imperative to take action. I will give it a try. Zhang Chang's voice rang out, imbued with a certain sharpness. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards him, observing Zhang Chang ascend the arena. All the newcomers also turned their attention, their expressions growing serious. Zhang Chang was indeed stronger than the previous opponent. Could Lu Chen prevail? This opponent exudes an impressive strength. Uncertain, but Lu Chen is formidable as well, nonetheless. His emergence alone suffices. He may be the chief, yet he faces seniors who have trained at the Great Xia Academy for a year. This is the reality. Losing would not be shameful. The newcomers remarked, their grievances towards Lu Chen dissipating. What they saw was merely a display of attitude. In a corner, Hu Ming and Wan Rushuan stood, their expressions growing exceedingly cold and grim. Damn it, what on earth is happening? This morning he was only at the 9th level. And now he has achieved transformation qi. Wan Rushuan was genuinely taken aback. Having seen Lu Chen earlier, he was merely at the 9th level. Yet now, he has transcended to transformation qi. They are individuals who have endured much and are acutely aware of the challenges inherent in breaking through to higher levels of mastery. Yet, is it not said that this wretched fellow has connections? How could he possess such terrifying talent, a prowess that seemingly surpasses even Lu Xini? Hu Ming's face bore a hint of anger, his fist clenched tightly. He understood that today he had already lost, however, time was on his side. And he would have ample opportunity to deal with him later. Hu Ming declared, and then he departed with Wan Rushuan. Despite her reluctance, Wan Rushuan recognized that it was not the right moment to confront Lu Chen. On the arena, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Zhang Chang, scrutinizing him carefully and perceiving the depth of his strength. 8th level of transformation. Yet, his combat prowess was undeniably beyond mere 8th level. Come forth, he beckoned. Pausing momentarily before adding, I have a question to pose first. Are you here on Hu Ming's behalf or for some other reason? At this, Zhang Chang was momentarily taken aback before responding. What leads you to such a conclusion? Enough with the pretense. Do you think I would believe you without Hu Ming's instruction? Of course, if your motive stems solely from personal reasons, then this duel shall be a mere exchange of skills. But if it is indeed for Hu Ming, then I shall not hold back. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhang Chang appeared quite surprised. He had not expected such a declaration from Lu Chen. Was there truly a difference between such words and a provocation or threat? Does the reason really matter? Zhang Chang replied with a smile, evading a direct answer. Realizing this, Lu Chen understood the situation clearly. The Ninth Sky Thunder Technique, Chapter 67. Was Lu Chen truly one to grow stronger in the face of adversity? Lu Chen's voice resonated. and he dispensed with any further trivialities. Additional words were futile. Since Zhang Chang had spoken, there was nothing more to discuss. Without hesitation, Lu Chen launched his attack. Zhang Chang quickly retaliated, unleashing a formidable aura that surged toward Lu Chen. The clash of their powers erupted in a dazzling display of light, followed by a resounding explosion. Ha ha ha. No wonder you are Lu Xinyi's brother. Such talent is indeed awe-inspiring. Zhang Chang laughed, though internally he was profoundly shaken, realizing just how formidable Lu Chen truly was. Lu Chen's combat ability exceeded his expectations, bordering on the extraordinary. I fail to comprehend why you insist on associating me with my sister. Is it because you feel overshadowed by her, and now seek validation through me? If that is the case, I find it rather pitiable. For reasons unknown, Lu Chen felt a surge of resistance within. He could not fathom why every achievement he made was invariably linked to his sister, Lu Xinyi. What was the connection? It perplexed him greatly. With that, Lu Chen drew his dragon scale blade and charged forward with lethal intent. At that moment, a fierce fire ignited within him. The sharp blade's radiance flickered, causing Zhang Chang to feel a surge of anxiety. Uncertain of the circumstances, Lu Chen appeared genuinely enraged. As he blocked Lu Chen's relentless assault, Zhang Chang's expression turned increasingly frantic. Confronted with Lu Chen's unyielding series of fierce strikes, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Each blow from Lu Chen seemed mightier than the last, resembling a furious beast unleashed. Such terrifying force. Could it be that Lu Chen thrived under pressure? To be candid, if I were faced with such intensity, I would likely falter under a single strike. I concede, I am utterly defeated. I had hoped to diligently cultivate my skills upon entering the academy, seeking an opportunity to challenge Lu Chen and vie for the esteemed position of chief. However, it now seems an unattainable dream for a lifetime. You, aspiring to be chief? Such delusions are unfathomable. Observing Lu Chen's unleashed power, the new students could not help but voice their disbelief. During the competition for chief, many had never directly engaged with Lu Chen. They were aware of his prowess, yet had no true grasp of its magnitude. Some even believed, with enough effort, they might surpass him and claim the chief position. But now, witnessing Lu Chen's might, their hearts were filled only with astonishment. A sense of despair enveloped them. Was it a blessing or a curse to be in the same cohort as Lu Chen? One thing was certain. Surpassing him was no longer a possibility. To share a cohort with Lu Chen was their misfortune. They would forever be overshadowed by his brilliance. At that moment, every new student shared this sentiment. Meanwhile, atop the arena, Lu Chen's attacks grew increasingly rapid and ferocious. Zhang Chang found himself retreating step by step, unable to withstand the onslaught. Celestial Star Technique. Advanced Earth-level martial skill? What on earth? Upon realizing that Lu Chen's martial skill was of advanced Earth level, his mind went blank. How many martial skills did he possess? And all at the Earth level? The weakest of all, the Thunder Fist, was already at the profound level. Now, another advanced Earth-level skill emerged, leaving him in a state of shock. Was this reasonable? Was this appropriate? Do not blame me. I cannot afford to lose. The Kanjing Society cannot bear this humiliation, Zhang Chang muttered, desperation gripping him. This was not merely about his pride. It was about the reputation of the Kanjing Society and the esteem of the senior students. In a swift motion, a blood-red pill appeared in Zhang Chang's hand, which he consumed without hesitation. Instantly, an overwhelming, violent aura erupted from him, and his eyes were bloodshot. Blood God 9 techniques. Zhang Chang bellowed, surrounded by a crimson light as he charged forward. Taking drugs? Lu Chen discerned the underlying issue at a glance and coldly remarked. He could hardly believe that. In front of so many witnesses, Zhang Chang chose to resort to such measures. Had he no sense of dignity? Is there no shame? A senior battling a newcomer. And he resorts to drugs. Luo Fanning was the first to notice, immediately voicing her outrage. The other new students stood stunned, puzzled by the sudden surge of Zhang Chang's aura. Upon hearing Luo Fan's voice, a sudden realization struck. This scoundrel has resorted to drug use. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. The senior students, too, appeared at a loss, their expressions reflecting their dismay. None had anticipated such an occurrence. Regardless of victory or defeat, their reputations have been thoroughly tarnished. Some seniors have already begun to hurl insults, accusing Zhang Chang of being unable to accept defeat, exhibiting a shameless demeanor. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lu Chen was forced back, his countenance shifting. So, you wish to abandon all semblance of decency? Indeed, while the entrance examination may filter out those lacking talent, it does not eliminate the scum. Individuals like you are a blight upon this academy. Lu Chen remarked coldly, prompting Zhang Chang to become even angrier, choosing to recklessly retaliate. After all, his transgressions had already been exposed. The victor and the vanquished, what significance does the process hold? Zhang Chang retorted icily, launching himself forward once more. He unleashed the technique. Celestial Starfinger. Lu Chen shouted in fury, begrudgingly acknowledging Zhang Chang's perspective. Since this rascal has forsaken his humanity, he should not be spared. As the attack approached, Lu Chen did not confront Zhang Chang head-on. At the last moment, he abruptly restrained his force, pivoting aside to evade the assault. Realizing the peril, Zhang Chang turned to evade, yet Lu Chen had already amassed power in his other hand. He thrust forward with great force, directly hitting the mark. After countless hours of practice, Lu Chen had long mastered the art of precision strikes. Instantly, a searing pain radiated throughout Zhang Chang's body. He leaped nearly 3 meters into the air. When he landed, he could scarcely maintain his balance, collapsing to the ground. His body curled in agony, emitting sounds of distress. Even though he had indeed taken drugs, he could not withstand such a terrifying attack to his most vulnerable area. By the heavens, if I do not deal with you now, I will not be able to swallow my indignation, Lu Chen declared coldly, approaching Zhang Chang and delivering a flurry of blows, only to discover blood saturating Zhang Chang's rear. Stop this at once. At that moment, the members of the Zhongying society could no longer contain themselves, shouting in outrage. Is this what you call a brawl? Cease this immediately. They surged forward, positioning themselves in front of Zhang Chang. In truth, they were uncertain how to proceed. Witnessing a senior being so thoroughly defeated by a freshman. What a disgrace, especially after resorting to drugs. Yet if Lu Chen were to truly pummel Zhang Chang, their humiliation would only deepen. Standing upon the stage, they found themselves regretting their decisions, caught in a dilemma. It seemed that no matter their actions, they had already lost face. Zhang Chang writhed on the ground, bloodied and in excruciating pain, a torment almost unbearable. Lu Chen halted, his gaze growing ever colder. These seniors truly have become increasingly shameless. Unable to win a fair fight, they now seek to gang up? Lu Chen mocked, further embarrassing the seniors. You're talking nonsense. It was merely a sparring session. However, I did not anticipate that you, as the top freshman, would resort to such despicable and underhanded tactics to ambush Zhang Chang. At that moment, a diminutive boy with a somewhat disreputable appearance stepped forward to speak. Yet, the more he spoke, the less conviction he exhibited, his voice dwindling to silence. Despicable indeed, but I did not launch a surprise attack, nor did I resort to any illicit substances. Furthermore, is it truly a vile tactic to counter your shameless kind? Lu Chen retorted, leaving the members of the Zhongying society at a loss for words, their faces reddening with embarrassment. What of you, the shameless ones? The arena is a place for sparring, and the outcome remains undetermined. Why rush and uninvited? Are you so incapable of playing the game that you must retreat into your shells like turtles, hiding away? No one would reproach you for that. Yet, you insist on emerging to flaunt your bravado. What are you truly thinking? Do you believe that because you are now sophomores, you possess the right to assert your presence and display your authority? Or perhaps, having been humiliated by upperclassmen during your own entrance, you seek to exact revenge upon us? But let me be frank, you are still but pawns in this game, Lu Chen remarked coldly. His words compelled the upperclassmen to lower their heads, their embarrassment palpable. How humiliating, truly humiliating. Well said. It ought to be like this. What of the upperclassmen? Is it merely because I entered a year earlier? Given equal training time, I would not necessarily be inferior. Indeed, what is so remarkable about being an upperclassman? I am stronger, and I have never sought out those weaker than myself to bolster my ego. Bullying the weak and preying on freshmen is no true skill. If I cannot best you with equal training time, that is my shortcoming. Yet, your current actions are intolerable. Support Lu Chen. Support Brother Chen. By heaven, should you dare to strike today, we freshmen shall unite and take on the Daxiao Academy. Rally the troops. Summon all freshmen. Those who can breathe, get here immediately. If you do not come, do not dare to call yourselves part of our freshman collective. Below the arena, the freshmen, witnessing this scene, were equally vocal. They had not anticipated such shamelessness from the upperclassmen. A fair sparring match had turned into a test of their competence. The audacity to resort to drugs was one thing. But now, with so many upperclassmen on stage, what was their intention? Did they truly believe that freshmen were easy prey? This conflict had transcended Lu Chen and Hu Ming's quarrel. From the moment Zhang Chang took the stage, the nature of the contest had shifted. By heaven, let us fight. Whoever flinches is a coward. At that moment, a voice erupted from among the freshmen, prompting an increasing number to gather, the message seemingly spreading like wildfire. The newcomers arrived with fury etched on their faces. Upon hearing this call, a courageous soul surged forward, followed by a growing multitude of freshmen. The personnel tasked with maintaining order were now bewildered, unable to contain the swelling tide, even if it was merely due to raising their voice a bit. They received several slaps in return. The individual at the forefront suddenly turned and concealed himself among the crowd. This maneuver left Lu Chen utterly bewildered. The members of the Kanjiing Society were equally astonished. They had not anticipated such consequences, no matter how formidable they considered themselves. They could not withstand the sheer number of freshmen. Moreover, they were not particularly formidable at all. Stop. Everyone, cease this. This is sparring. They implored. You are still young. Consider your future. Think of your parents. And do not tread the path of crime. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, do not come any closer. The members of the Kanjiing Society stomped their feet in urgency, shouting in desperation. Sparring? No, strike them. Someone yelled. Already charging onto the stage to engage in combat. Various attacks rained down, leaving the senior members of the Kanjiing Society scrambling for defense. Yet, against such a torrent of aggression, their defenses proved utterly futile. Before long, it devolved into a one-sided thrashing. Even Lu Chen found himself pushed aside, unable to enter the fray. The onlooking seniors, initially entertained, began to panic as they realized that after assaulting the Kanjiing Society members, the freshmen seemed unsatisfied and were now advancing towards them. Damn it, those pesky Kanjiing Society members are truly bothersome. At that moment, the student council received word and rushed over with members of the enforcement hall. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of freshmen, they fell silent. Captain Tang, I'm not feeling well. I need to take a leave, Feng Biao stated plainly. Was this what one called a brawl? Those unaware might think a rebellion was brewing. Intent on overthrowing the Daxia Academy. Who would dare approach? The only outcome would be a severe beating, with nothing to gain. Ma Chao, standing not far away, observed the chaotic scene erupting from the training grounds and fell silent as well. Why do I feel that my presidency has reached its end? He mused, already contemplating how to draft his resignation letter. What should we do about this, President? Should we rally the seniors and deploy the full force of the enforcement hall to suppress them? Someone suggested. Ma Chao frowned and replied, I don't know. I haven't seen anything and haven't received any messages. As everyone knows, I've been in seclusion. But, for heaven's sake, open your eyes and look. These are all freshmen, members of Daxia Academy. You want to suppress them with force? That is akin to having our own people turn against each other. Ma Chao stated directly, fully aware of the situation. As the president, how could he not know about the seniors targeting the freshmen in the training grounds tonight? To put it bluntly, someone had deliberately set a trap for Lu Chen, yet no one had anticipated it escalating to this extent. Chapter 69. Dean, run. The freshmen have invaded. Upon hearing Ma Chao's words, the individual fell silent, realizing the validity of his reasoning. Enough. Whoever caused this mess should bear the consequences. It's not our heads on the block. With these freshmen around, you dare approach? They might just tear you apart. Ma Chao spoke candidly before promptly leaving. He decisively chose to flee. Since the establishment of the Great Xia Academy, such a situation has never occurred. Tang Xinxin, accompanied by the enforcers, arrived at the scene, took a glance, and promptly turned away. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Great Xia Academy. Inside the office, the dean and other senior officials were engaged in a meeting, only to be interrupted by the cacophony outside. What on earth is happening? Wang Fugue inquired, furrowing his brow. Dean, you should run. The freshmen have revolted and stormed in. A frantic student rushed in to announce. However, his words left the dean and the others momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with confusion. They understood each word, yet could not comprehend the collective meaning. Dean, the freshmen's momentum is overwhelming. You must retreat from their fury. Retreat from their fury? The dean, both exasperated and amused, gave the student a light rap on the head before stepping outside. Goodness. I can't shake the feeling that my tenure as dean is coming to an end. Upon witnessing the throng of newcomers, the dean was left speechless. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, Lu Chen, after delivering another thrashing to the senior members of the Kanjiing Society, finally ceased his onslaught. To be honest, he had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. I can't shake the feeling that I will be blamed for this, Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly. Blamed. This uproar has drawn the attention of the enforcers and the student council. Such a commotion will surely reach the academy's ears. But fret not. The law does not penalize the masses. Furthermore, this incident is not solely your fault. It was instigated by those seniors, Luo Fanning replied, clearly taken aback by how things had unfolded. I just fear that when the academy intervenes, these fellows will turn traitor and sell me out, Lu Chen expressed. However, it matters little. If the situation worsens, the dean can always speak to his incompetent master. After all, he is just a child and knows nothing of these affairs. That is unlikely. Not all freshmen can be traitors. Even if they were, I, Luo Fanning, would stand behind you in support, she stated resolutely, her admiration for Lu Chen evident. Yet, Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen paused momentarily, his expression somewhat peculiar. He then replied, Luo Xiaodi, I never anticipated your kindness towards me. However, if possible, I would prefer to be the one supporting you. Luo Fanning looked at him with a puzzled expression, but soon appeared to grasp his meaning, her face flushing with embarrassment and a hint of indignation. You. Before she could finish, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended upon the academy. This was the presence of a martial sovereign. A powerful figure from the academy had intervened. If they did not act soon, the freshmen would surely cause further upheaval. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Fuguei took action, and under his formidable aura, the freshmen finally ceased their uproar. What on earth are you all doing? Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? You have only just entered the academy, and what is all this ruckus about? Do you not wish to stay here? Wang Fuguei's voice resonated with palpable anger. Such an unprecedented occurrence had never transpired since the establishment of the Daxia Academy. If word of this spread, it would tarnish the institution's esteemed reputation. Director, it's not that we seek to incite trouble, but the senior students have been exceedingly oppressive. Indeed, we have diligently focused on our training and have never provoked anyone. Yet these seniors have taken to shamelessly humiliating us. Are we not human beings? Why must we endure their scorn? Had I known that Daxia Academy was like this, I would never have enrolled. With my talent, how could I not thrive in this academy? Instead, I am subjected to this indignity. Yes, I refuse to remain here. I am at my wit's end. This place is unbearable. Upon hearing Wang Fuguei's outburst, others among the newcomers echoed his sentiments, equally filled with indignation. The director and his colleagues were left bewildered by the situation. If they could not resolve this, it seemed half of the new students might abandon their studies. An unacceptable scenario for Daxia Academy. What on earth is happening? Where is Ma Chao? As the student council president, what is he doing? He needs to come forth. Ma Chao. Finally, amidst the director's furious reprimand, Ma Chao hurriedly emerged. Director, I have just come out of seclusion and was unaware of the situation. Allow me to inquire and investigate. Investigate? Inquire? Now that matters have escalated, you decide to investigate? Where have you been all this time? What kind of president are you? The director unleashed his frustration, struggling to contain his ire. I'm in my 4th year, soon to graduate, and I'm genuinely concerned. Finding a job today is exceedingly difficult, and gaining admission to the Dragon Soul program is extremely competitive. I was merely trying to focus on my training. Ma Chao justified himself, leaving the director momentarily speechless. I will inquire and gather information, Ma Chao asserted, stepping forward. He cleared his throat and addressed the newcomers. Please, everyone, calm down and be patient. I am Ma Chao, the president of the Daxia Academy Student Council. I have been in seclusion and regret not being aware of your circumstances upon entering the academy. I sincerely apologize for my negligence. The director and others are here. So if you have any grievances, feel free to voice them or relay them to me, and I will address each one. Alternatively, you may compile your grievances and concerns for your representative, Lu Chen, to convey to us. Speaking of which, where is Lu Chen? As Ma Chao spoke, he recognized that he too would be subject to the ensuing reprimand. Fortunately, the newcomers began to calm down, starting to search for Lu Chen, only to discover that he was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from behind. I am here. The voice came from the back, prompting the newcomers to part and reveal a staggering sight. 2 students carried a stretcher, upon which lay Lu Chen, tightly wrapped in bandages, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. Ma Chao, what the hell? Don't mess with my dear father. Chapter 70, I merely uttered a word. And the dean is in a frenzy. Upon witnessing Lu Chen in such a state, Ma Chao was immediately taken aback, his composure shattered. The critical factor was that he had no understanding of what had transpired in the martial arts arena, nor was he aware if Lu Chen had truly sustained any injuries. However, he was acutely aware that regardless of Lu Chen's actual condition, the mere sight of him in such a predicament signified victory. Let us not forget that he was the top student of his freshman year. Considering his current appearance, one could only speculate how the academy would respond. Simply the thought of Lu Chen's sister, Lu Xini, discovering that her brother had been bullied within the Great Xia Academy was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. She would undoubtedly return to confront all the upperclassmen single-handedly. I am here, Lu Chen uttered weakly, striving for authenticity, to enhance the believability of his act. He even prompted Luo Fanning to discreetly shed tears at his side. Of course, Luo Fanning was unable to produce tears, so Lu Chen thoughtfully prepared eye drops for her. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes were fixated on Lu Chen, enveloped in a blanket of silence. The freshmen wore puzzled expressions, recalling only moments ago when Lu Chen had decisively defeated an upperclassman. What had changed? Yet, Some individuals, upon observing Lu Chen's demeanor, quickly grasped his intentions and chose to play along. Ma Chao, so you are the student council president, are you? Is this what you meant when you asked me to voice my grievances and opinions to the chief? Look at how your upperclassmen have bullied our chief. This is outrageous. You dare to bully us freshmen, and now our chief has been treated like a non-entity by you upperclassmen, and you still say if there are issues, inform the chief for him to relay it to you? Are you expecting our chief to be carried on a stretcher to deliver messages? Speak up, Heisey, if you're capable. Let us sign a life-and-death contract and enter the arena. In the same realm, if I cannot defeat you, then I am unworthy. One by one, the freshmen began to react, cursing their president internally while vocally expressing their displeasure towards Ma Chao. Beads of cold sweat visibly formed on Ma Chao's forehead, the situation clearly exceeding his expectations. Lu Chen was truly cunning. What on earth was happening? At this moment, the dean was genuinely flustered. If this commotion continued, the reputation of the Great Xia Academy would be irreparably tarnished. Subsequently, he approached Lu Chen to assess his injuries. Yet, in the next instant, the dean was left speechless. Injuries? Where were the injuries? Lu Chen appeared to be in excellent condition. However, the dean refrained from erupting in anger, suppressing the fury within him. He believed that Lu Chen must have had his reasons for such behavior, undoubtedly having endured some form of injustice. The primary concern, of course, was the potential trouble that Lu Chen's master, Elder Jiang, might bring upon him. Now speak up. What transpired? Who was responsible for this? The dean inquired. At last, Lu Chen spoke. I am utterly bewildered. They attacked me without any reason, and I have no idea what transpired. Can they truly assault you without justification? Among so many. Why did they choose to target you? Have you considered the possibility that the fault may lie within yourself? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the director could no longer contain the fury that had been simmering within him, and he erupted in anger. How dare you utter such shameless words? Do you think I have gone mad in my role as director? When Lu Chen heard this, he could not restrain himself any longer. He stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at the director and retorting, consider my own faults? You, who have yet to surpass my master, should reflect on your own shortcomings. At your age, you still approach my master with trepidation, only to be easily cast aside by a mere slap embedded against the stone wall. Shouldn't you be examining your own reasons? Do you think we, the freshmen, are easy prey? It is disgraceful that the upperclassmen bully us, and you, as the director, would utter such words. Are we truly so easy to intimidate, or have we simply given you too much face? While walking down the street, I am accosted by barking dogs, and after that, their masters come forth to continue the ruckus. Those foolish curs cannot even contend with me, yet they resort to taking drugs in public. Shouldn't you also reflect on your own reasons? This is the disgraceful behavior of the upperclassmen at the Daxia Academy. Answer me. Lu Chen tore off the bandages from his face, glaring at the director with an unwavering intensity, showing not an ounce of deference. The director was momentarily rendered speechless by the outburst. I merely uttered a single curse, the director managed to stammer, his lips twitching as he spoke after what seemed an eternity. In his frustration, he had said something impulsive, but Lu Chen's retorts came forth like a rapid-fire cannon, leaving him at a loss for words. The academy fell into a profound silence, with both freshmen and upperclassmen, as well as the higher-ups of the institution, staring at Lu Chen in awe, having never witnessed such audacity. What is this nonsense about a few words? I ask you, can you manage this situation today? If not, I shall simply seek out my incompetent master. What does a child like me know? Lu Chen continued, rendering the director speechless once more. Now, tell me what exactly occurred. The director said, his lips twitching as he found himself at a complete loss against Lu Chen's boldness. According to the rules, Lu Chen was indeed their student. Yet from Elder Jiang's perspective, Lu Chen stood on equal footing with them. Subsequently, Lu Chen recounted the events of the day, from selecting martial techniques at the martial arts library, to confronting the bully Guzi, visiting the law enforcement hall, and the emergence of Hu Ming, culminating in the arena. He detailed every instance of the upperclassmen's insults and provocations, to illustrate his point more vividly. Lu Chen even enlisted a few freshmen to reenact the scenes. After hearing the account, the director had already grasped the essence of what had transpired. Suppressing his ire, he coldly turned his gaze towards Ma Chao. Bring Hu Ming here. Yes, Ma Chao replied, promptly taking a group to locate him. Seated calmly, Lu Chen recounted the events of the day without embellishment. The dean, however, was no fool. After hearing these accounts, he could not remain oblivious to the fact that Hu Ming had orchestrated a scheme to ensnare Lu Chen. Little did Hu Ming realize that the senior students he had enlisted were no match for Lu Chen. Ultimately, this situation escalated far beyond his expectations. The surrounding freshmen now regarded Lu Chen with transformed eyes. From the moment he stood up to vanquish the seniors, their grievances against him had significantly diminished. Now, witnessing his actions ignited a fervor within them, and they found themselves harboring a sense of admiration for him. Indeed, admiration. They had never anticipated that Chen could exhibit such fortitude in the presence of the dean, particularly when he vehemently chastised the seniors from the perspective of the newcomers. He articulated sentiments that resonated deeply within their hearts. In that instant, a profound shift occurred within them. Previously, they perceived Chen merely as the top student, someone they could surpass with effort. Though they acknowledged his prowess, they now felt a sense of reverence and authentic respect. It could be said that at this moment, Chen, the so-called top student, truly earned the recognition of the freshmen. Soon, Hu Ming was brought forward by Ma Chao, accompanied by Wan Rushuan. The two had been engaged in a philosophical discussion about the essence of life in a small grove when they were apprehended. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Hu Ming understood that a serious matter had arisen. Subsequently, members of the student council in the enforcement hall sought out the members of the Canjing Society. After a prolonged search, they finally located them hanging from a tree near the training grounds, battered and resembling lifeless sacks, their mouths gagged with foul socks. Wu Chen, that scoundrel, he is inhuman, lamented a member of the Canjing Society, tears streaming down his face as he yearned to voice his grievances against Chen. However, before he could finish, he was swiftly apprehended by the enforcement hall and transported to the administrative building of the Daxiao Academy. Faced with this spectacle, they chose silence, realizing that the matter had escalated to the attention of the Academy's leadership. You are the members of the Canjing Society? Speak up. Why did you bully the freshmen? Wang Fuguwei stepped forward, addressing the Canjing Society instead of Hu Ming. What gives you the right to speak, you insignificant wretch? Hu Ming, feeling the weight of anxiety, attempted to speak, but his words were drowned out by Wang Fuguwei's furious rebuke, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that descended upon the scene. Speak. Wang Fuguwei barked at the members of the Canjing Society, then proceeded to seal their ears, leaving only one individual. You begin. If you are unwilling to speak, I will compel each of you to share your account one by one. Under the intensity of Wang Fuguwei's fury, the chosen member of the Canjing Society was utterly terrified. I truly do not comprehend why they summoned me, claiming that our club was tasked with disciplining the freshmen and teaching Chen a lesson. I am merely a minor character in this unfolding drama. Having uttered these words, the individual in question was already reduced to a kneeling position in sheer terror. Subsequently, Wang Fuguwei covered his ears and proceeded to interrogate the next person. The individuals behind could hardly hear what was being said in front of them, and upon witnessing their peers cowering in fear, their own anxiety escalated. Meanwhile, Hu Ming's countenance grew increasingly grim. He realized he had been betrayed. Observing the current predicament, it was clear that he was destined to face severe consequences. Once all had been questioned, Wang Fuguwei turned his gaze towards Hu Ming, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. Is there anything left for you to say? Wang Fuguwei inquired, astonished that such an incident could occur among the students of the Great Xia Academy. It was truly disgraceful, utterly humiliating. This had escalated beyond a trivial matter, transforming into a conflict between the senior and junior students. How to address this dilemma had become their most pressing concern. Should they mismanage the situation and fail to provide a satisfactory resolution for the freshmen, they might genuinely consider withdrawing from the academy. 1 or 2 students leaving would be inconsequential, but under the current circumstances, at least 2/3 might depart. A fracture in the cohort would render it exceedingly challenging to rebuild in the future. Furthermore, should this incident become public knowledge, it would inflict a grievous blow to the academy's reputation, a damage that would be irreparable. I realize my mistakes. Realize your mistakes? What do you truly understand? Damn it. The Great Xia Academy has given rise to such a fool as you. With a swift kick, Wang Fuguwei sent Hu Ming's 300-pound frame hurtling across the ground, before proceeding to deliver a brutal beating. Those surrounding them watched in trepidation, fearing they too might be implicated. Wan Rushuan felt utterly desolate in that moment, truly stunned, unable to fathom how the situation had deteriorated to such an extent. Apologize. Apologize to all the freshmen. Apologize to Chen. As a senior and a member of the student council, with such a narrow mind, abusing your authority to bully newcomers, have you forgotten the pledge you made upon joining the student council? You have betrayed your own beliefs. Listening to Wang Fuguwei's furious rebuke, Hu Ming felt a surge of anger within, but dared not voice it. I sincerely apologize to all my junior peers. This is my fault. I stand here to extend my apologies. Chen, I acted impulsively and committed a grave error. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Furthermore, I am willing to transfer all the credits on my student card as compensation. With that, Hu Ming produced his student card and presented it to Chen, revealing a staggering 6,000 credits, a considerable sum indeed. It was truly difficult to decline such an offering. Lu Chen accepted it directly and subsequently redistributed the credits to the freshmen who had been assaulted by the seniors, retaining merely 2,000 credits for himself. This act further garnered the respect of the freshmen towards Lu Chen, instilling in them a newfound reverence. Even those freshmen who had initially harbored resentment now felt a twinge of embarrassment. At this moment, Lu Chen's prestige and status among the freshmen soared to unprecedented heights. Hu Ming felt more miserable than if he had consumed something repugnant. In front of Lu Chen, he had to use his credits to curry favor. Enough. It's late. Everyone should return to rest. What purpose is served by gathering here? Only those concerned should remain. We will discuss how to handle this and announce it to the entire school tomorrow. Now, everyone disperse. The dean spoke at this juncture. Why were thousands gathered here at such an hour? Merely watching Lu Chen was enough to give him a headache. What if an unhappy incident occurred, resulting in a riot? However, to the dean's astonishment, once he finished speaking, no one paid him any mind, as if they had not heard him at all. I said to return to rest. Did you not hear me? Why are you all congregated here at night? The dean reiterated. Yet still, not a single freshman stirred. Observing this, Lu Chen cleared his throat and declared, since the dean has spoken, let us all return to rest. Only those concerned should remain. Yes. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the freshmen finally responded, and one by one, they began to leave. Chapter 72. Dean, I implore you, expel me. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the freshmen gradually departed. Soon, the area in front of the office building became desolate, leaving only those directly involved in the matter or a few injured by the upperclassmen. A faint smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips, but he soon sensed something amiss. This scene felt eerily familiar. Why did he feel a chill creeping down his back? The dean and the high-ranking officials all turned their peculiar gazes toward Lu Chen. Goodness, had this occurred elsewhere, they would have been executed without hesitation. Lu Chen, you truly live up to your title as the chief. Your words hold more weight than even those of the dean remarked coldly, his steady gaze sending shivers down Lu Chen's spine. He felt something was off but could not quite place it. It was as if he were in a peculiar situation. Lu Chen hastily continued, we are all freshmen, having just arrived at the academy and having seen the dean only a few times. We are inexperienced and only know that I am the chief. At this point, Lu Chen paused, sensing that the more he spoke, the more he strayed from the point. The dean, amused yet exasperated, chose not to reprimand Lu Chen. Come inside. This matter is no trivial affair. We need to discuss how to handle it together. You all may come in and listen, the dean stated gravely as he entered the office. Once the higher-ups were inside, Lu Chen followed the freshmen in. Lu Chen, do not act recklessly. This issue transcends the conflict between you and Hu Ming. It has escalated into a matter between freshmen and upperclassmen. You must speak truthfully regarding the academy's reputation, and the institution will provide you with a resolution. Just as Lu Chen approached the door, Ma Chao caught hold of him and said earnestly, this is not about letting you suffer a loss. I simply worry that you might cause further trouble inside. Heavens! One can only imagine the panic he felt upon seeing Lu Chen wrapped in bandages just moments ago. His mind had already conjured up countless scenarios where he was mercilessly beaten by Lu Xini. Fortunately, Lu Chen was unscathed. All right, I understand, he said, nodding. And let's keep our language civil. We are all cultured individuals here. No need for vulgarity, Ma Chao added, recalling the moment when Lu Chen boldly confronted the dean. Rest assured, I, Lu Chen, am a person of decorum, he assured, though Ma Chao felt an inexplicable anxiety creeping in. Decorum seemed rather disconnected from Lu Chen's persona. In the office, the dean occupied the principal seat, flanked by the academy's senior officials, while the remaining students sat against the walls. Hu Ming, are you aware of your transgressions? I acknowledge my wrongdoing and am willing to accept the academy's punishment, Hu Ming replied, standing in the center, feeling like a condemned criminal. The dean fell into a brief silence. Hu Ming's talent was indeed commendable. However, given the gravity of his offense, how could the academy proceed without ensuring the comfort of the new students? Since you admit your guilt, the academy has decided to expel you in accordance with the school regulations. Do you accept this? Upon hearing the dean's words, Hu Ming was momentarily stunned, his complexion paling as if all his strength had been drained. I accept. Expelling him? How will I have the chance to exact my revenge? Lu Chen interjected, almost revealing his true feelings. Whether Hu Ming was expelled or not was inconsequential to him. What truly mattered was that if Hu Ming were gone, he would lose the opportunity to settle the score. As long as Hu Ming remained at the academy, there would always be a chance to deal with this rascal. The dean and others initially felt a sense of relief at Lu Chen's apparent magnanimity, but soon realized the underlying concern. This lad was worried that Hu Ming might flee, thus evading retribution. Silence enveloped the room, and the glances directed at Lu Chen shifted perceptibly. The consensus among all present was clear: do not provoke Lu Chen. I accept all penalties from the academy. I shall gather my belongings and leave at once. Hu Ming quickly responded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Given Lu Chen's cunning nature, remaining at the academy could indeed prove perilous. The dean nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of expelling Hu Ming. The consequences of allowing him to remain could lead to further chaos, potentially jeopardizing the very foundation of the academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen wore an expression of regret. Ma Chao, too, felt a pang of remorse for having welcomed Lu Chen into his club. Subsequently, Ma Chao pulled out his phone, reviewing the message Lu Cini had previously sent him, claiming that Lu Chen was shy, introverted, and fearful of campus violence. Was he truly scared of violence? Or was it that he was simply not violent enough? The terms shy and introverted seemed utterly disconnected from Lu Chen's character. Very well, you once portrayed me. And now you wish for your brother to do the same? The dean then turned his gaze towards the members of the Kanjing Society. What do you have to say for yourselves? Dean, we acknowledge our mistakes, they said, trembling with fear as they knelt before him. We are willing to apologize to Lu Chen, to all the new students, and we accept any punishment the academy deems fit. We only ask that you do not expel us. The older members of the Kanjing Society wept pitifully, with some even crawling on their knees to grasp Lu Chen's pant leg, tears and snot streaming down their faces, nearly soiling him in the process. There's no need for that. I have forgiven you, Lu Chen replied with a gentle demeanor. I have always been kind-hearted and understanding. You must strive to remain in the academy and dedicate yourselves to your cultivation. One older member fell silent, gazing at Lu Chen, only to suddenly recoil as if struck by a revelation. He then turned to the dean and declared, Dean, I feel unworthy to remain in this academy. I have brought shame upon it. I beg you, expel me. I do not deserve to be here. I wish to leave at once. Just moments ago. They had begged the dean not to expel them, yet now they were all kneeling before him, pleading to be cast out. The dean fell silent. His words caught in his throat. Lu Chen appeared perplexed and spoke up. This makes it seem as though I have coerced you. I offered my forgiveness and encouraged you to stay and cultivate. You are making me look foolish. No, that is not our intention. We are leaving of our own volition, they hastily clarified. Indeed, we truly wish to depart, and it has nothing to do with Junior Lu Chen. We have brought shame upon the academy. We genuinely do not deserve to remain here. Dean, I implore you, expel me. In the office, the members of the Kanjing Society cried out, their voices filled with despair and urgency. They certainly did not wish to leave the esteemed Daxia Academy. Yet the presence of Lu Chen instilled a genuine fear that he might inadvertently bring about their demise. Previously, they had regarded Lu Chen as merely a freshman, insignificant and unworthy of concern. However, the more they reflected, the more they perceived him as a sinister force, a formidable adversary they could not contend with. They genuinely feared that if they remained in the academy, Lu Chen would ultimately lead to their downfall. They had overheard his near slip of the tongue, which only intensified their anxiety. Witnessing this scene, the dean felt a great deal of frustration. Very well, do as you please. Is there anything else you wish to convey? After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Despite his desire to retain them, it was evident they were unwilling. Then let them be expelled. It would provide an explanation for all the new students and, in a certain sense, elevate the reputation of the University of Daxia. Deep down, they fear that Lu Chen might one day find an opportunity to eliminate these senior students. After all, based on their current understanding of Lu Chen, he is not one to suffer in silence. Thank you, Dean. We have some credits here that we would like to bestow upon Junior Lu Chen as a gesture of apology, hoping he will not harbor any resentment. The last 4 words were pronounced with great emphasis. You all, oh dear, what am I to do with you? Lu Chen remarked, though without a hint of hesitation. He collected their student cards and transferred the credits onto his own card. 3,000 credits? Lu Chen exclaimed instinctively, noting that Hu Ming alone had amassed 6,000. With so many of them, they could only muster 3,000. The senior students were rendered speechless, while Lu Chen chuckled softly. His card now boasting over 5,000 credits, a substantial sum indeed. Since you seniors insist on departing and are generously offering me your credits, I find it difficult to object. So, please provide me with your home addresses and the number of family members. I shall make it a point to visit each household when I have the time. Lu Chen stated earnestly. However, what resonated in the ears of the senior students was entirely different. They interpreted his words as a threat that he would pursue revenge against their families. Please, I beg you, I realize my mistakes. Spare me. I have an elderly mother and younger siblings to care for. One senior nearly broke into tears, kneeling on the ground, his desperation evident. Enough. This matter should be considered resolved. They have apologized and accepted their punishment. Do not press them further. The dean could no longer bear to watch, his frustration mounting. These spineless wretches should just leave. They lack any dignity or spirit. Lu Chen hasn't even said much, yet they are already terrified. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen looked up at the dean, who suddenly appeared flustered and quickly added, "Let us avoid any further conflict. I merely wish to offer you a suggestion. I, Lu Chen, have always been known for my integrity and honesty. I would never bully others or make their lives difficult. With so many witnesses present, when have I ever said I would not let them off the hook?" Lu Chen stated, a shift evident in his gaze. The dean fell silent, recognizing that Lu Chen had indeed not threatened them. "All right, I see no further purpose in prolonging this discussion. Let it be settled. If Hu Ming and his companions wish to leave, let them depart. Tomorrow morning, a meeting will be held for all faculty and students to publicly reflect on their errors and apologize to the new students, particularly to Lu Chen. This matter shall be considered closed, and no one is to mention it again," Wang Fugui declared, bringing finality to the situation. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Continuing this altercation would serve no benefit to him, nor was it necessary. However, he had never truly intended to see the members of the Tsang-ing society expelled. He felt he had said nothing of consequence. What on earth was wrong with those individuals? The only thing that weighed on Lu Chen's mind was Hu Ming. That scoundrel was utterly shameless, and his continued existence left Lu Chen feeling quite unsettled. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen and his companions departed. The following day, in the early morning, during the school-wide faculty and student assembly, Hu Ming and the other seniors stood at the forefront, sincerely apologizing to Lu Chen and all the new students in front of everyone. Their demeanor was quite earnest. The academy then announced the expulsion of all these seniors. Wan Rushuan, however, was not expelled but lost her position as the captain of the enforcement hall, relegated to that of an ordinary student. At this moment, she lurked in the shadows, casting a malevolent glare at Lu Chen. Upon hearing this news, the new students erupted in cheers, filled with uncontainable excitement. They had never anticipated that the academy would expel Hu Ming and the other seniors, which significantly enhanced their admiration for the great Xia Academy. Simultaneously, their respect for Lu Chen soared. They suddenly realized that their top student was indeed formidable, daring to confront the dean directly and now forcing the expulsion of these seniors, including even Hu Ming, a member of the student council. Their reverence for Lu Chen reached its zenith. Lu Chen, however, did not linger there for long. After Hu Ming's apology, he took his leave, not to ambush Hu Ming, for he was not that foolish, but to make his way to the back mountain. Having successfully acknowledged his master, he thought it only fitting to receive something in return. As he contemplated this, Lu Chen soon arrived in the valley of the back mountain. Elder Jiang, sitting by the lake fishing, sensed Lu Chen's arrival and finally stirred. "You actually know to come and see me," Elder Jiang remarked, feeling quite helpless. With his strength, countless individuals would vie for the opportunity to become his disciple, eagerly wishing to stay by his side day and night. Yet here was Lu Chen, making him plead, and often not even appearing for days on end. Truly a reversal of fortune. "Well, aren't you busy? You are my master after all. Shouldn't you provide me with some cultivation resources? Perhaps some spirit stones, a few tens of thousands would suffice. And maybe a few thousand spirit herbs to get me started?" Elder Jiang looked utterly bewildered. "You casually request such vast resources? Am I supposed to be inconvenienced by this?" "I haven't," Lu Chen replied, skepticism clear in his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. "You wouldn't consider robbing them, would you?" Elder Jiang was taken aback, completely at a loss. How could Lu Chen utter such things with such nonchalance? At this juncture, Lu Chen proposed, "I actually have a grand scheme for us to profit together. How about we join forces to execute a clever ploy?" Elder Jiang was momentarily stunned. "A scheme? Join forces? What do you mean by that? It sounds rather dubious." He gazed at Lu Chen with a look of confusion. "In Tianyuan City, is there indeed a prominent family known as the Hu clan? What significance does this hold?" Elder Jiang, upon hearing this, found himself increasingly perplexed, momentarily unable to discern the intent behind Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen, however, responded with a mischievous grin, leaning in closer and inquiring, "Do you see what this is?" He produced 2 masks, designed to conceal everything but the eyes and mouth. "Once we don these, we shall boldly raid the Hu family. The wealth we acquire shall be split 50-50, and as for the cultivation resources, given your status as my master, you shall take the larger share, for they will ultimately be mine." Lu Chen spoke with palpable excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "By the way, isn't there a fellow in our academy named Hu Ming? That scoundrel is indeed a member of the Hu family. We can capture him and compel the Hu clan to pay a ransom. If the Hu family dares to act foolishly, we shall not hesitate to obliterate them. What do you think?" As Lu Chen's enthusiasm grew, his ideas seemed ever more enticing. Elder Jiang, however, wore a dark expression, his lips twitching as he pushed Lu Chen away. To hell with you. I have lived my life with integrity. How did I end up with such a brigand as an apprentice? Elder Jiang was genuinely at a loss, exasperated by Lu Chen's brazen suggestions. Unfazed, Lu Chen expressed a tinge of regret, thinking that if he could deceive Elder Jiang into joining him, capturing Hu Ming would be trivial. With Elder Jiang's strength, a mere exhalation could likely obliterate him. How about a split of 80-20? Lu Chen jested. To hell with you. I care not for your grievances with the Hu family or your disputes with Hu Ming. You shall handle that yourself. I shall not bear the brunt of your misdeeds. Elder Jiang's face darkened as he felt a pang of regret, having initially focused solely on Lu Chen's remarkable talent while neglecting to consider his character. This ruffian, if word got out, would surely tarnish his reputation. But what if the Hu family truly sought to harm me? How should I respond? Seeing Lu Chen's earnest demeanor, Elder Jiang hastily inquired. Lu Chen succinctly recounted the situation with Hu Ming, expressing his belief that such a devious and duplicitous character would not let him off easily. Upon returning, Hu Ming would undoubtedly mobilize the power of his family against him. Hearing this, Elder Jiang furrowed his brow slightly before replying. If the Hu family truly intends to act against you, I shall take my leave. No, I shall intervene. At these words, Lu Chen abruptly turned to Elder Jiang, a sudden realization dawning upon him that this old fellow was not quite the virtuous person he seemed. Enough, enough. What is the Hu family to us? Even if their patriarch or elders were to mobilize, what of it? Let them come. If they manage to enter the Great Xia Academy, then I shall concede they are formidable. Elder Jiang continued, and Lu Chen nodded in agreement, but soon posed another question. But what if I am outside? Why do you have to ask so many pointless questions? Elder Jiang, growing increasingly exasperated, produced a small object, palm-sized and composed of an unknown material, resembling a notebook. A surge of power enveloped it as he began to write something with a gesture akin to wielding a pen. Take this. Should anyone dare to harm you, display this. Lu Chen took it and, upon seeing the words inscribed, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You dare to touch my disciple, you wretch? I will come out of retirement and obliterate you. I'll dig up your ancestors' bones and ask them, who is Jiang Haoyan? Is he truly so audacious as to not fear retribution? TCH. The one capable of ending my life has yet to be born. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent, putting it away, though he truly felt apprehensive about using it, fearing that revealing it would lead to his own demise even sooner. Soon after, Elder Jiang scrutinized Lu Chen from head to toe, his gaze piercing. Remarkable. In such a short span, he has achieved the transformation stage. His talent is commendable. Since you are here, I shall guide you in your cultivation. Elder Jiang expressed his astonishment at Lu Chen's rapid advancement to the transformation stage. Indeed, though he is aged, his perceptiveness remains sharp, especially in discerning talent. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He realized that he did not face any significant issues in his cultivation. What problems could arise for someone like him? Even the gravest challenges seem trivial once the system simplifies them. The only concern was the simplified Nine Heavens Thunder technique. Singing the thunder was something Lu Chen never anticipated. For someone tone-deaf, this was a daunting prospect. Yet, with Lu Chen's audacity, it did not appear to be a major hurdle. Moreover, the system still lacked comprehensiveness. Why couldn't it simplify the adversaries as well? If only they could be reduced to mere tadpoles when encountered. But of course, such thoughts must remain unspoken. It seems I have yet to encounter any significant issues, just a slight scarcity of cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang decided against further trivialities, realizing that this young rascal had not come for guidance, but rather to take advantage. Very well, I will seal your powers for now and assess your foundational skills. Cultivating at such a rapid pace can easily destabilize your foundation. You shall stay here for a few days to solidify it. Cultivation is akin to constructing a towering edifice. If your foundation is unstable, no matter how grand your structure, it will succumb to the slightest gust. Lu Chen found this reasoning quite sound. However, for him, solidifying his foundation merely required sleep, nothing more. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Elder Jiang's forehead. By heavens, in all his years, he had never witnessed such absurdity. The speed of cultivation was astonishing, and yet the foundation remained remarkably stable. Is this even right? Master, how is it? Does my foundation still require refinement? As a young disciple, I am rather inexperienced. Observing Lu Chen's earnest expression, Elder Jiang fell silent. After a long pause, he grasped Lu Chen's hand. Do not call me master. You are truly my teacher. Teach me your ways. How did you cultivate to such an extent? I implore you. For goodness sake, in all my years, I have never seen someone cultivate so swiftly with such stability. I beg you, if all else fails, I shall bow before you. Chapter 75, Celestial Rank Martial Arts? Are you jesting with me? If all else fails, I shall bow to you. Elder Jiang held on to Lu Chen with a seriousness that was almost palpable. At this moment, Elder Jiang was genuinely taken aback, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The foundation of Lu Chen was astonishingly solid, almost defying belief. It was so stable that it seemed to verge on the absurd. He truly could not fathom how Lu Chen achieved this. It was utterly mind-boggling. To attain such mastery in such a brief period and with a foundation so remarkably steady. To describe Lu Chen as a prodigy would be an insult to him. That term simply did not do him justice. Under normal circumstances, after a breakthrough, one must solidify their realm, refine their foundation, and only then can they continue their cultivation to accumulate strength for the next level. Yet, despite Elder Jiang's extensive years, he had never witnessed such an outrageous talent. Was this divine favor? Was there truly such a thing as a child of destiny? In that moment, Elder Jiang fell silent, genuinely astounded. He had never believed in such fantastical notions, yet now he felt his conviction waver. This cannot be good. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. And then, realizing the absurdity of the situation, he replied, "Are you serious? You really want me to bow to you?" Elder Jiang, looking bewildered, stared at Lu Chen, realizing that this young rascal was truly contemplating something outrageous. Lu Chen chuckled, "It's not necessary." After a considerable pause, Elder Jiang retreated into his small room, rummaging through his belongings. After a while, he emerged holding a yellowed notebook. "Guess what this is?" he asked. "The new edition of the Nether Blood Sea Sutra." "How did you know?" Elder Jiang looked at Lu Chen in shock, his expression dazed. "I can read," Lu Chen replied, a smirk forming on his lips, suddenly feeling that this old fellow was rather unreliable. Elder Jiang fell silent, realizing he had been holding it upside down, inadvertently directing the title toward Lu Chen. "What does new edition mean?" Lu Chen inquired with curiosity. "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. This is a martial technique I created myself, capable of swallowing the heavens and seizing the essence of life in a most tyrannical manner. After extensive research, revisions, and improvements, I have achieved this current version. According to my understanding, it is at least a heavenly grade martial skill." Elder Jiang spoke earnestly, gazing intently at Lu Chen. Heavenly grade martial skill? Lu Chen felt a surge of surprise, his interest piqued. However, no matter how he viewed it, something felt amiss. Had this old man perhaps become obsessed with his own creation? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chen began to hesitate. After a significant pause, he finally said, "Perhaps you should keep it. Such a high-level martial technique is beyond my capacity." "Not at all. Since you are already my disciple, it is only natural that I pass my martial techniques on to you. Take it." Elder Jiang laughed heartily, handing it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen accepted it, but not out of genuine desire to cultivate it. Rather, it was because Elder Jiang had conjured a series of light blades aimed at him. "You shall cultivate here for the next few days. You may leave only when you have grasped the basics," Elder Jiang declared, eliciting a twitch from the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. This old fellow truly harbors ill intentions. However, at this moment, Lu Chen found it unwise to voice his concerns. Surely, General Jiang would not wish him harm. The system? Is it truly capable of facilitating cultivation? Indeed. In theory, it is possible. What do you mean by in theory? Are you mocking me? Please, host, decide whether to cultivate. The system inquired, and while Lu Chen hesitated momentarily, he ultimately declared, "Cultivate, simplify." Detected that the host has acquired an unknown level martial technique. Simplification has commenced. The Dark Blood Sea Scripture, the Devouring Technique. The soul-devouring art, the plundering of the academy. The brigands sing as the rain continues to fall. Simplification complete. This time, the simplification process was unexpectedly lengthy, leaving Lu Chen somewhat astonished. His points for simplification were utterly depleted. Good heavens, system, you are becoming increasingly abstract. Please refrain from cursing, if you must. Direct your ire at the one who programmed me. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Indeed, this system had grown quite abstract. It seemed that this world was nothing more than a grand farce. Fortunately, his simplification points had sufficed to simplify this martial technique. Otherwise, it would have been truly arduous. Had he attempted to cultivate on his own, he would have been unable to even get started. Very well, let us proceed with cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire, General Jiang stated, barely suppressing a grin. This martial technique was of his own creation, and he was acutely aware of its formidable difficulty. Even some old masters had previously observed it, only to recognize its terror without being able to cultivate it. Originally, he had intended to impart it to Lu Chen upon reaching the martial king level, but now he found it necessary to present it early, to temper Lu Chen's enthusiasm. Otherwise, it could lead to significant issues in the future. He could almost envision Lu Chen pulling at his hair in frustration. Yet Lu Chen said nothing, seeking a quiet spot. Outside the window, the sound of rain fell steadily for 3 days and nights. Lu Chen felt a touch of embarrassment. This system was indeed quite abstract. Dark Blood Sea Scripture Proficiency Level 1. Dark Blood Sea Scripture Proficiency Level 1. Dark Blood Sea Scripture Proficiency Level 1. However, for some inexplicable reason, the more he sang, the more exhilarated he felt. His blood seemed to boil. This was not due to the martial technique or the increase in proficiency. Rather, it felt as though the dormant bloodline within him had been awakened, igniting a fervor within him, stirring a desire to rush forth and vanquish the cherry blossoms. By the lakeside, General Jiang initially thought he had misheard. But the sound grew increasingly louder, resembling a mournful wail. Lu Chen, do you believe I will not destroy you? What are you doing here, hindering your own cultivation? Upon realizing the source of the noise, Jiang crushed the fishing rod in his hand, casting it aside as he went to find Lu Chen. You old codger. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Otherwise, I shall surely desecrate your grave. The two exchanged heated words, their voices echoing through the valley. Meanwhile, outside the valley, an elderly man stood, accompanied by a young man who, despite his youth, exuded an air of distinction, his presence commanding attention. Grandfather. Is it true that Grandpa Jiang has a rather irritable temper? Perhaps we should return another day. The young man seemed to have heard the murmurs from within the valley and remarked. The elder fell silent for a moment, then replied, It's nothing. Old Jiang's temperament is quite the opposite of mine. As you know, I possess a gentle disposition. I will have a word with him. With that, the elder led the young man inside. However, as soon as they stepped into the valley, a foul, dark substance struck him squarely in the face. Using cow dung to hit me, Jiang Haoyan, you rascal. Chapter 76. What kind of road is this? Jiang Haoyan exclaimed in frustration. The elder paused, wiping his face with his hand and bringing it to his nose for a whiff, which instantly ignited his fury. A stream of curses erupted as he stormed inside. The young man remained rooted to the spot, enveloped in silence. Such a good temper and gentle nature, he thought, sighing deeply. He couldn't fathom why they had to seek out old Jiang. With these two old fellows together, it would be a miracle if they didn't end up in a quarrel. Pondering this, he nonetheless followed closely behind. Within the valley, Lu Chen was still running, with old Jiang in hot pursuit, hurling curses in exasperation. You little rascal, I've instructed you to cultivate, and what are you doing instead? Do you think your talent is so remarkable? Just because you possess talent, you can afford to be lax? Even those who can swim can drown. How do you expect to fare in your prime cultivation period behaving like this? If I don't discipline you today, I won't bear the surname Jiang. Old Jiang was genuinely furious. This impudent brat had gone too far. This was a heavenly martial technique, something others would have eagerly delved into. Yet Lu Chen appeared utterly indifferent. He seemed to think it was within easy reach. Such a mindset is exceedingly dangerous and must be corrected. How do you know I haven't been cultivating? I simply enjoy singing while I practice. Is there a law against singing during cultivation? Lu Chen retorted, feeling quite helpless about the situation. Curse this absurd system. Who even devised this nonsense? Hearing Lu Chen's response, old Jiang was both furious and amused. Tossing aside the cow dung he had picked up. All right then, tell me what you have managed to cultivate. Old Jiang inquired, having resolved that if Lu Chen could not produce any results, he would certainly give him a sound thrashing. Just then, the cow dung he carelessly tossed fell squarely on the elder's head. Lu Chen remained silent, raising his hand to reveal a surge of crimson light that coalesced in his palm, forming an indescribable, bizarre rune. A terrifying aura of devouring power gradually emanated from it. However, it soon shattered. It was still too forced. Lu Chen sighed softly, glancing up at old Jiang. But at that moment, old Jiang was frozen in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. His body was completely petrified. This was indeed the blood sea of the netherworld scripture. As the creator of this martial art, he was intimately familiar with it. But how could this be achieved in mere minutes? How much time had truly passed? Although not yet a novice, one has undoubtedly taken the most crucial and significant first step. It is worth noting how many individuals struggle to even take that initial step. Lao biting. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, just wait and see if I resort to betraying my master and ancestors. Lu Chen stated directly, somewhat exasperated. He had been diligently cultivating when this old fool biting suddenly attacked him, even resorting to hurling cow dung from the nearby flower bed at him. Though it did not hit, it was still quite revolting. I admit my voice was a tad raised just now, Elder Jiang remarked, his lips quivering as he extended a trembling hand, attempting to grasp Lu Chen. I must inquire how Lu Chen achieved such rapid progress. This is simply unprecedented. How can one cultivate so swiftly? Yet, Lu Chen quickly sidestepped, for the old man's hand had just grasped cow dung. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, an elderly man with a dark expression entered the scene. Jiang Haotian, you old fool. Elder Jiang, upon hearing someone dare to call his name, turned around to curse, only to be taken aback momentarily. Old Lu. Is that truly you? Elder Jiang expressed disbelief, then added, are you really that hungry? This remark was a direct hit. Old Lu trembled in anger. Fine, old codger. Come on, let us settle this. Whoever backs down is a coward. Enough, Grandpa, we are here to discuss matters regarding the war god camp with Elder Jiang. You always say that a calm heart leads to harmonious energy, and one should cultivate oneself and win others over with virtue, right? At that moment, Lu Qifeng stepped forward, looking quite helpless. Win others over with virtue? Does this old fool biting deserve such respect? He is merely a rude, unrefined, and stubborn old mule, incapable of understanding reason. I possess some martial skills myself. Old Lu was genuinely furious. Upon arriving, he was struck in the face by a lump of cow dung. Who could endure that? Lu Chen could relate, as he had once set off firecrackers during the new year and ended up getting dung exploded on his father, resulting in a severe scolding. Old Lu, did I give you face? I didn't say anything when you stole the cow dung I used for planting flowers, yet you still dared to bark. Elder Jiang could no longer restrain himself and was about to take action. Enough, enough, please give me some face. Let it go, don't fight. Lu Chen intervened to hold back Elder Jiang, while Lu Qingfeng restrained old Lu. The two elderly men glared at each other. Is this your grandson? Elder Jiang inquired. Glancing at Lu Qingfeng quickly responded with a respectful bow, demonstrating great politeness, exuding warmth. Old Lu then looked at Lu Chen and asked, is this your disciple? In response, Lu Chen also bowed and said, Junior Lu Chen, paying respects to the esteemed elder. That is enough. You two are of similar age. Go and fight in our stead. Upon hearing Elder Jiang's words, both Lu Chen and Lu Qingfeng were taken aback. What was he saying? If you two are to fight, how can it become a matter of them substituting for us? There is even a notion of substitution? Go on. Give that old fool's disciple a good thrashing. Consider it vengeance for me. Old Lu added. Humph. If you don't turn his grandson into a pig's head, I'll expel you from the sect. Elder Jiang declared with a fierce glare. Lu Chen and LV Qingfeng fell silent, at a loss for words. Suddenly, it struck them that these two old fellows might be doing this on purpose, as if they genuinely expected them to engage in a duel. Subsequently, Lu Chen spoke up. Come on, my dear nephew, let us consider this a chance to alleviate the frustrations of these two old geezers. We wouldn't want them to be driven to their graves. LV Qingfeng, bewildered, questioned how he had suddenly become Lu Chen's nephew. Isn't your grandfather of the same generation as my master? If you call my master grandfather, then what does that make me? I am his disciple. So there is a generational gap between us, isn't there? Upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation, LV Qingfeng fell into a deeper silence, left utterly speechless. Yet, moments later, the two commenced their confrontation. Outside, the rain pattered rhythmically. Ghostly Blood Sea Sutra Proficiency Level 1. Lu Chen felt there was no need to squander time during battle. He could fully utilize it while employing his somewhat irritating singing to distract his opponent. Truly a twofold advantage. As for the quality of his singing, please. He was a martial artist, not a celebrity. Why should he concern himself with being melodious? A powerful punch was unleashed, and LV Qingfeng's expression turned to one of shock, utterly bewildered. What was this peculiar approach? Chapter 77. The beads of calculation smacked against my face. When had LV Qingfeng ever witnessed such a scenario? Who on earth fights while singing? This was an unorthodox method. The critical point was that the singing was hardly pleasant to the ears. Was it specifically designed to disrupt him? Well, he had to admit it had indeed affected him. Had it not been for his rigorous training alongside terrifying geniuses in the war god camp since childhood, he might have been sent flying by Lu Chen right from the outset. At this moment, LV Qingfeng quickly regained his composure and approached the situation with caution. Lu Chen appeared to be of a similar age, perhaps even a year younger, yet he had already attained a level of transformation. Such talent was undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, after washing his face, the old man LV finally suppressed the flames of anger within him and gazed at Lu Chen in astonishment. He was well aware of Jiang Haotian's character and had not anticipated him taking on a disciple. Anyone deemed worthy by Jiang Haotian must possess extraordinary talent. Thus, when he heard Jiang Haotian suggest a duel between the two youngsters, he had readily agreed. He understood that Jiang was merely eager to assess his grandson's capabilities, and likewise, he was keen to witness Lu Chen's prowess. Given their comparable strengths, it was only fitting they should compete as disciples. However, upon witnessing Lu Chen's displayed strength, he was genuinely taken aback. To have reached such a level at this age, with such a solid foundation, was nothing short of terrifying. At that moment, Elder Jiang was also observing LV Chi Feng, his gaze shifting with a newfound appreciation. This fellow's abilities were indeed impressive. Your disciple is quite passable, I suppose. Here's the deal. I'll take a bit of a loss and allow him to join the war god camp. I won't hold it against you for throwing dirt on my head. The more Elder LV observed, the more astonished he became. And he could not suppress his desire to recruit Lu Chen into the war god camp. In response, Elder Jiang scoffed, not even bothering to cast a glance at Elder LV. Ah, you old fellow, after all these years, you remain unchanged, after relieving yourself. All that est left in your belly is foul water. You're practically striking me in the face with your abacus, and you expect me to suffer a loss. As for the war god camp, to hell with that. Who would care? However, old Master L did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled. Don't underestimate my war god camp. It is a place specifically designed to cultivate talent for the military. Those who can enter the war god camp are not merely required to possess formidable cultivation talent, but also a certain degree of military aptitude. Both are indispensable. Countless individuals dream of squeezing their way in. Anyone who emerges from the war god camp is bound to become a formidable presence. In the current military, 2/3 of the strong have come from the war god camp. Old Master Jiang chuckled softly. So, what do you think of this lad's talent? His cultivation talent might be passable, but I fail to see any military aptitude. Perhaps he possesses none, so I admit I may be at a disadvantage. Is that all you can muster up? After years apart, you've certainly put on quite the act. At your age, you were merely deceiving girls with tales of your cat doing backflips. Old Master Jiang spared no mercy, leaving Old Master L somewhat embarrassed. All right, I concede. Where on earth did you find this disciple? His talent is astonishing. Old Master L could no longer pretend, his astonishment evident. Yet Old Master Jiang merely smiled and remained silent. This treasured disciple had been one he had humbly sought to accept. Nevertheless, it now seemed quite worth it. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was still engaged in combat with El Qing Feng, his voice hoarse from shouting. Finally, they came to a halt, while El Qing Feng had reached his limit of torment. Having been called a genius since childhood, he was witnessing a truly formidable opponent for the first time. From the moment they clashed, he had been almost entirely suppressed. The mental strain was equally burdensome. Congratulations, host, for reaching the entry level of the Nether Bloodsea scripture. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Lu Chen smirked, curious if this so-called Nether Bloodsea scripture was indeed as powerful as rumored. With that, he concentrated, summoning blood light in his palm, instantly sketching out runes. These runes radiated an indescribable force, and the moment they appeared, they began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. In mere moments, 10 runes coalesced, swiftly intertwining as if forming a formation that enveloped El Qi Feng within. Aware of the impending danger, El Qi Feng unleashed his strongest move. However, the moment his attack materialized, it was devoured outright, his strength rapidly dissipating. His vitality began to boil, slipping from his control. In the blink of an eye, El Qing Feng's complexion flushed red. He attempted to resist, but the more he struggled, the faster his power drained away. At this rate, within 3 minutes, all his vitality would be extracted. Stop. At that moment, Old Master L sensed something amiss and urgently called out. Indeed, the instant he spoke, Lu Chen had already ceased his actions. He had merely intended to test the waters, never expecting Old Master Jiang had spoken the truth. The martial skill is utterly terrifying, overwhelmingly domineering beyond belief. As the introductory phase of the Nether Bloodsea technique unfolded, Elder Jiang stood frozen in place, finally managing to utter a few words after a considerable pause. In that moment, he was genuinely taken aback, even beginning to doubt himself. Something felt amiss, yet he could not articulate what it was. He had never witnessed Lu Chen practicing, and yet he had already mastered the basics. Wasn't he aware of the difficulty inherent in the martial skill he himself had created? Moreover, this technique was capable of rivaling those of the heavenly tier. Surely, even a low-tier yellow-rank martial skill should not be mastered so swiftly. Meanwhile, Elder Lu had approached Lu Qingfeng. After confirming that Lu Qingfeng was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, sporting a hint of embarrassment, had intended for this to be merely a sparring session. Yet he was completely unaware of the extraordinary prowess of the martial skill bestowed upon him by Elder Jiang. You've landed yourself in quite a predicament. A serious one at that, Elder Lu remarked gravely, his countenance darkened. Lu Qingfeng attempted to speak up, insisting he was fine, but was swiftly silenced by Elder Lu. Now, I present you with 2 choices. Either return with me to the God of War camp to face judgment and serve a 4-year term, or I shall bind you and take you back myself. Choose wisely, Elder Lu stated, his expression stern as he regarded Lu Chen. Fully aware that the martial skill he had just witnessed was indeed Elder Jiang's Nether Bloodsea technique. He was all too familiar with the terrifying nature of this skill, and he knew full well that its cultivation was more arduous than that of the heavenly tier. He had observed it in the past, but had never grasped its complexities. Now, seeing it manifested in Lu Chen was nothing short of astonishing. In that instant, myriad thoughts surged through his mind, considering various means to persuade Lu Chen to join him. Such a remarkable individual must be retained within the God of War camp. Elder Lu feigned a grim demeanor, his expression frigid, while an invisible yet powerful aura began to press down upon Lu Chen. This force was beyond anything Lu Chen could withstand. "Master, this old fool is bullying me. Let us join forces to deal with him," Lu Chen exclaimed, momentarily startled, before glancing at Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang, equally taken aback, soon regained his composure, unleashing a vast aura that instantly shattered Elder Lu's oppressive force. "Elder Lu, it seems you're growing weary of life, daring to lay a hand on my precious disciple. Let us engage in a life-or-death contest," Elder Jiang declared, as bloodlight coalesced in his palm, summoning a torrent of crimson runes. As these abundant blood-red symbols converged, it felt as though the very forces of heaven and earth were being devoured in that moment, utterly terrifying and domineering. "Good heavens, you truly possess remarkable power. While others merely rob for wealth and resources, you seize the very essence of the world," Lu Chen could not help but exclaim, now acutely aware of the horror of the Nether Bloodsea technique, far surpassing his imagination. Elder Jiang, however, paid no heed to Lu Chen's words and instead focused on Elder Lu, stepping forward to release an invisible wave that sent ripples through the very fabric of space. A powerful force surged forth, causing both Lu Chen and El Qingfeng to instinctively retreat, overwhelmed by its terrifying presence. The eruption of this formidable aura drew the attention of everyone within the Daxia Academy, their expressions marked by shock. What was happening? It seemed to emanate from Elder Jiang. The dean and others appeared instantaneously, their faces a mix of astonishment and fear. This power had surpassed their comprehension. Had Lu Chen gone to seek out Elder Jiang? At that moment, Wang Fuguei suddenly recalled something, his lips twitching in response. Wherever this rascal went, chaos seemed to follow. They hastily made their way toward the rear mountain. Meanwhile, in the valley, Elder Elf furrowed his brow, unleashing an exceptionally terrifying force to counteract the overwhelming aura. "Elder Jiang, are you truly serious? If you dare to bully my precious disciple, you will pay dearly." Elder Jiang, undeterred, charged forward, prompting Lu Chen's lips to twitch in disbelief. What could he say? It was evident that Elder Jiang was genuinely involved when matters escalated. Suddenly, an immensely powerful force erupted, soaring into the sky. The clash of these two terrifying powers sent their figures soaring into the air. Is this really a fight? Lu Chen was taken aback, genuinely surprised that they had resorted to actual combat. "You'll get used to it. Don't they always end up in a brawl when they meet?" El Qingfeng remarked nonchalantly, indicating that such skirmishes had become routine for him. El Qingfeng then turned to Lu Chen, his eyes reflecting genuine astonishment. "Brother Lu, I never anticipated that someone of your age would possess such remarkable abilities. It truly makes me envious." El Qingfeng's words were heartfelt. Though he had already reached the second level of mastery, he had still been bested by Lu Chen. "You flatter me, Brother El. Your skills rank among the elite of your peers. I merely took advantage of this old fellow's expertise to learn a formidable martial technique," Lu Chen replied with a smile, his gaze now more serious as he assessed El Qingfeng. This individual was undoubtedly the strongest he had encountered among his contemporaries, not only in talent, but also in innate strength. At that moment, El Qingfeng smiled and seemed to recall something. "By the way, the renowned prodigy of Daxia, Lu Xini, is your sister." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "What of it?" "Haha, I never expected that the sister of Lu would actually be you. You two siblings are both exceptionally gifted," El Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise before leaning closer to Lu Chen's ear. "Brother Lu, does your sister have a boyfriend? What do you think of me?" Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, pointing an accusatory finger at El Qingfeng. "You scoundrel. Hey, don't go overboard." Above them, the two elderly men were engaged in fierce combat, while below in the valley, Lu Chen was chasing El Qingfeng, delivering several kicks to his behind. When the dean and others arrived, they were left utterly stunned, unsure of how to react to the scene unfolding before them. It seems that this matter is beyond their intervention. After a considerable duration, the battle above in the skies finally concluded. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, having thoroughly defeated El Qingfeng, extorted 500 spirit stones from him before releasing him. For El Qingfeng, 500 spirit stones were not a significant amount. He regarded it as a means to establish a favorable connection with Lu Chen. "Old Jiang, Old El, you should leave," Old Jiang declared, and the dean dared not utter a word in response. Very well. He hastily led his companions away. They had no authority to meddle in such affairs. The two elderly men, clad in tattered garments and with disheveled hair, stood there ignoring one another. I don't care. Lu Chen must join the war god camp. At this moment, Old L spoke coldly, increasingly convinced of Lu Chen's extraordinary talent, feeling a strong urge to recruit him into the war god camp. He believed that place would be far more suitable for Lu Chen. Given the urgent state of their defenses, they desperately needed capable individuals. Why should he? Why should I relinquish my disciple to you? Am I not as good as your war god camp? Old Jiang shot a sharp glare at Old L. Unwilling to allow Lu Chen to go to the war god camp, fully aware of the nature of that place. Did he really believe he was inferior to a mere war god camp? With his capabilities, he could offer Lu Chen everything that the war god camp could provide, and more. Upon hearing this, Old L fell silent for a moment before responding. Do you think that by not mentioning you, you are exempt? You too must accompany me to the war god camp as an instructor. Old Jiang was taken aback, his lips moving without sound for quite some time. That old man was indeed cunning to the core, harboring intentions towards him. Goodness, are you trying to take everything? Was your initial aim to target Old Jiang all along? Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, finally piecing things together. Indeed, Old L had come to recruit Old Jiang to the war god camp, only to unexpectedly discover Lu Chen, whose talent was truly formidable and must be brought into the war god camp. Old L's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Yet he directed his gaze at Old Jiang and said, You must agree this time, or don't blame me. Chapter 79, Codename, Bandit, a fine name indeed. Or don't blame me. Old L coldly reiterated, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Old Jiang. Compared to Lu Chen, he was more eager to have Old Jiang accompany him to the war god camp. Once Old Jiang was there, he had no doubt Lu Chen would follow. What if I refuse? Old Jiang finally lifted his head to look at Old L, displaying a hint of displeasure. If your purpose here is solely this, you may as well leave now. With that, Old Jiang prepared to retreat indoors, unwilling to engage further in conversation. Old L was not surprised by this. It was not his first invitation to Old Jiang, who had always been quite stubborn and reluctant to acquiesce. Jiang Haotian, can you perish by going to the war god camp? Are you not aware of the current state of the Great Xia? Is it not shameful for you to hide away in such a place? Old Lu scolded directly and then pulled Old Jiang aside. I have expressed my desire for peace. Your war god camp is not suitable for me. What does suitability even matter? I never insisted that you must constantly instruct those young rascals. All I require is your presence as an honorary instructor, to offer guidance when you have the time. At other times, no one will force you to do anything. Moreover, this arrangement would still allow you to mentor Lu Chen without conflict. What exactly are you so worried about? Old Lu stated emphatically, having offered various conditions without prompting any change in Old Jiang's stance. At that moment, his frustration was palpable. This was not the first time he had sought out Old Jiang. Furthermore, he discerned that the young lad bore the marks of calamity. Given your prowess, it is perplexing that you have been unable to dispel this affliction. Its origin must be intricate, and you are in need of the 7-star lantern. Additionally, our war god camp will select individuals to participate in the upcoming great battle. If you can help those youngsters grow even a fraction stronger, it would increase our chances of victory. Do you wish to witness a repetition of past tragedies? Old Lu's words rendered both Lu Chen and Old Jiang silent. Particularly Lu Chen, for the calamity weighed heavily upon his heart. Should he fail to acquire the 7-star lantern during the competition, he would indeed drag Old Jiang to confront the cherry blossoms. Not for yourself, at least do it for your disciple, he thought. Yet Old Jiang remained silent. His brow furrowed as he pondered something unknown. Observing this, Old Lu turned his gaze to Lu Chen and spoke directly. Lu Chen, would you be willing to join the war god camp? Our camp is dedicated to cultivating talent for the military. Many prodigies have emerged from our ranks, becoming formidable guardians in their respective domains, holding significant positions within the military. Countless individuals yearn to enter the war god camp but lack the qualifications. Yet you have now been granted this opportunity. Should you choose to accept, I can promise you double the training resources and a variety of martial arts techniques to select from. Old Lu regarded Lu Chen with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng stood by, astonished, for he was well aware of the stringent admission criteria for the war god camp. Only the most exceptional individuals qualify, and those with slightly lesser talents must pay substantial fees to gain entry. Moreover, those with greater potential can enjoy double the training resources once admitted. He never anticipated that his grandfather would hold Lu Chen in such high esteem. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into a brief silence, uncertain about how to proceed. Very well. I can agree to attend the war god camp, but not at this moment. Furthermore, Lu Chen was unable to depart from the Great Xia Academy immediately. At this juncture, Old Jiang interjected, surprising Lu Chen. Before he could respond, Old Jiang had already provided an answer. This is certainly feasible. I understand that the Great Xia Academy would not permit his departure. How about this? Allow him to attend the war god camp 4 times a year, each period lasting 1 month. Does that sound acceptable? Old Lu smiled, confident that once this agreement was reached, everything would be manageable. Once a month. If the Academy does not agree, I shall personally speak with your dean. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Elder Lu quickly replied, chuckling inwardly. This was not an unacceptable situation. After all, even those within the war god camp do not remain there at all times. There are individuals who frequently venture out on missions, sometimes not returning for several months, which is quite commonplace. With Elder Lu's assurance, Lu Chen felt no need to argue further. At that moment, Elder Lu produced a dark golden token and handed it to Lu Chen. This token symbolizes membership in the war god camp. Within the camp, one does not have a name, only a code. Come up with one, and I shall record your information. Subsequently, Elder Lu presented his phone to Lu Chen. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. It was indeed a challenge to conjure a fitting code on the spot. After all, this would reflect his standing in the war god camp. And it had to evoke a sense of awe. After a moment of contemplation, he decided on the code Brute Bandit. He input the 2 characters. Uncertain if he could think of anything better, but it could be changed later, right? He then clicked confirm. Elder Lu, may I alter this code in the future? Lu Chen inquired as he returned the phone to Elder Lu. Receiving it back, Elder Lu began to operate the device and replied, no, the code is fixed, once recorded. It cannot be altered. What? Lu Chen was taken aback, eager to stop the process, but Elder Lu had already completed the input. Upon seeing Lu Chen's chosen code, he could hardly contain his amusement. Excellent. This code is truly distinctive. Haha. Elder Lu exclaimed. Brute Bandit? What a genius. Lu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Lu Qifeng and Elder Jiang exchanged glances, perplexed at how Lu Chen could come up with such an outrageous code. This is your cultivation resource for the month, which normally amounts to 3,000 spirit stones. But since you are receiving double resources, here are 6,000 spirit stones. This is for your first month. You will receive the remainder once you arrive at the war god camp next month, Elder Lu explained. Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. To have 6,000 spirit stones at once, how affluent was the war god camp? He felt it was indeed worth it to receive such an abundance of cultivation resources. Thank you, Elder Lu. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude, realizing that this was no small fortune. 6,000 for a month translates to 72,000 for a year. Such a staggering figure. He had never seen so many spirit stones before. The most he had encountered previously were the various rewards received upon becoming the top scholar, which amounted to just a few thousand, far less than this sum. He truly felt he had struck gold. Chapter 80. The conditions set by the dean. Something felt amiss looking at the spirit stones in his hand. Lu Chen smiled. This was indeed the first time he had ever seen such a vast quantity of spirit stones. Upon calculating his total for the year, he could hardly contain his excitement. 72,000 spirit stones, a truly terrifying figure. Remember to report to the war god camp next month, Elder Lu remarked, concluding the conversation. This visit had certainly not been in vain. Not only did he discover such a prodigy as Lu Chen, but he also successfully persuaded Elder Jiang. Subsequently, Elder Lu remarked, Qifeng, you shall remain at the Great Xia Academy for the next month to diligently study the skills of this esteemed institution. Yes, Qifeng promptly responded, albeit uncertain as to why he was being retained at the academy. However, it soon dawned on him. Was it possible that his grandfather feared Lu Chen might abscond? Was he instructed to keep a watchful eye on Lu Chen? But surely, that could not be the case. All right, you two may leave. There is nothing further for you here, Elder Jiang stated, prompting Lu Chen to escort Qifeng away from the scene. Beyond the valley, the principal and others awaited, their expressions tinged with urgency, uncertain of the unfolding events. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Lu Chen emerged. Wang Fugui was the first to spot Lu Chen and hurriedly approached, followed closely by the others. Lu Chen, what on earth transpired in there? Wang Fugui inquired, concern evident on his face. Sighing, Lu Chen refrained from offering a direct reply, his hesitation only serving to heighten Wang Fugui's anxiety, their expressions shifting dramatically. Speak up. Why the sigh? You are driving me mad, the principal exclaimed, pacing restlessly. Lu Chen cast a glance at them and sighed once more, a look of helplessness etched on his features. This left Qifeng perplexed. Was there a secret that could not be divulged? At that moment, Lu Chen settled onto a nearby stone, his gaze imbued with resignation. Those 2 old codgers fought tooth and nail for my sake. I truly, Lu Chen said languidly, portraying an air of exasperation that made Qifeng's lips twitch. Upon reflection, Lu Chen's sentiments appeared justified. I cannot fathom why Elder Lu insists I join his so-called war god camp. As you all know, I am a student of the Great Xia Academy and the chief among the new students. How could I abandon the academy for that war god camp? Thus, my master and Elder Lu came to blows. At this moment, I genuinely do not know what course of action to take, Lu Chen confessed, leaving the principal and others momentarily speechless, their minds seemingly frozen. Given their standing, they were certainly aware of the war god camp and the stringent conditions for entry. Yet, they had not anticipated that Elder Lu would take such an immediate interest in Lu Chen. But if Lu Chen were to depart, what would become of the Great Xia Academy? Surely, the academy held its own merit, rivaling the war god camp. So, what will you choose? The principal ventured cautiously, aware that Lu Chen's departure would spell disaster for them. I do not know. I am torn. Elder Lu is willing to offer me double the cultivation resources, and I can select any martial arts techniques I desire. How could I possibly refuse? Lu Chen expressed his dilemma, leaving Qing Feng astonished. At the same time, Qi Feng began to surmise Lu Chen's intentions. Good heavens, he is leading the academy into a predicament. Suddenly, he perceived that Lu Chen was not as virtuous as he had initially believed. Although the God of War camp is commendable, it primarily focuses on cultivating military talents, and its stringent conditions may not necessarily suit you. In contrast, our Daxia Academy, a prestigious institution with a legacy spanning centuries, offers specialized mentorship for your training. When it comes to foundational resources, we are certainly not inferior to the God of War camp. As for resources, it's merely double the cultivation materials. However, our Daxia Academy can provide you with triple that amount, along with a doubling of the additional resource rewards for being the top student. While we cannot allow you to choose from an array of martial arts techniques, should you express any needs, I will personally make the necessary arrangements for you. Furthermore, I am willing to grant you a condition, provided it is reasonable. I can accommodate your request. The dean spoke fervently, feeling somewhat anxious. He feared that Lu Chen might indeed leave. This young man possesses an unparalleled aptitude for cultivation, a talent that even an esteemed figure like Elder Jiang would covet as a disciple. Does this not signify something? If Lu Chen were to graduate from Daxia Academy, he could potentially elevate the institution to unprecedented heights. This is something they cannot afford to relinquish. Hence, the dean proffered various conditions. They simply could not allow Lu Chen to depart. If Daxia Academy were truly inferior to the God of War camp, and the disparity was too vast, they would undoubtedly not hinder Lu Chen's progress. Yet, they are indeed competitive, each with its own strengths. The God of War camp also seems quite impressive. Lu Chen appeared to be in a state of inner turmoil. At that moment, the dean produced 5,000 spirit stones and a vibrant spirit herb, placing it in Lu Chen's hands. Consider this an additional reward, the dean stated. The God of War camp is indeed formidable, but Daxia Academy is equally capable. If you wish to enter the military, you can certainly do so after graduating from Daxia Academy. Applying to the Dragon Soul is equally feasible. As for the God of War camp, should you wish to further your studies there after graduation, that option remains open. There is no need to rush into a decision. After hearing the dean's words, Lu Chen accepted the spirit stones and herb with sincerity, grasping the dean's hand earnestly. Dean, you know that I, Lu Chen, have always been unwaveringly loyal to you and to Daxia Academy. I would not abandon this esteemed institution for the sake of mere double resources. However, since you have put forth such an offer, I fear that refusing it would leave you with a sense of guilt, so I shall graciously accept. Moreover, I have a small request. I may need to take a month off each semester to train externally and refine my skills. I hope the dean can accommodate this. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the dean felt a sense of unease, yet could not quite pinpoint the reason. Taking leave is quite normal. Sometimes, external tasks require several weeks, and such occurrences are common within the academy. Thus, the dean agreed. Once the dean had consented, Lu Chen promptly expressed his gratitude and, without looking back, hurriedly left with Lu Qifeng. Why does this all feel somewhat off? The dean pondered, furrowing his brow. Chapter 81. Society Missions, Second Level of Transformation. The dean felt a sense of unease, yet could not articulate why. At this moment, Elder Jiang emerged, and upon seeing the principal and others standing there, he spoke up. Lu Chen had already joined the War God camp and would depart from the academy in a month for training, which would last for a month. Subsequently, each year, Lu Chen would need to visit the War God camp, amounting to roughly once per semester, with each session lasting a month. Prepare yourselves. As Elder Jiang's words fell, the principal and others were left in a stupor, momentarily dumbfounded. Observing their petrified expressions, Elder Jiang slightly furrowed his brow and continued. Now, I did not say that Lu Chen would completely leave the Great Xia Academy. He remains your student. He will merely dedicate 1 month each semester to the War God camp. Furthermore, I will also be heading there. Should you encounter any urgent matters, feel free to seek me out at the War God camp or contact me beforehand, as I will not be present there at all times. With that, Elder Jiang returned to his valley. The principal and others remained frozen in place, taking a considerable amount of time to regain their senses. This lad had already joined the war god camp. Suddenly, Wang Fuguei felt a surge of blood pressure rising, realizing that they had been caught in a predicament. The principal's expression grew even more troubled, more unbearable than a bitter experience. It dawned on him that the fool had always been himself. Reflecting on the promises made to Lu Chen and the spirit stones bestowed upon him, he felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already brought LV Qingfeng into the academy, his face radiant with joy. He was now in possession of 11,000 spirit stones, feeling extraordinarily affluent. Lu Chen, aren't you afraid of burdening the academy? LV Qingfeng frowned, unable to restrain himself from speaking. However, Lu Chen appeared indifferent. What do I need these resources for? Naturally, they are for cultivation. And what is the purpose of my cultivation? Isn't it to enhance my strength? But how does this relate to the academy? LV Qingfeng still failed to grasp Lu Chen's meaning. In response, Lu Chen shook his head. I am the top student of the first year. The face of the first year. Isn't my strength enhancement a source of pride for the academy? He questioned. In the entire Great Xia Academy, which new student has already reached the transformation stage? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, LV Qingfeng experienced an epiphany and instantly understood Lu Chen's intention, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, he began to doubt whether Lu Chen truly possessed the esteem to be considered the so-called face among the new students. Brother Chen, hello. While LV Qingfeng was engulfed in doubt, he followed closely behind Lu Chen, at which point several students approached. Upon seeing Lu Chen, they proactively greeted him. And from their expressions and tones, it was evident that they sincerely called him Brother Chen. In that moment, LV Qingfeng was even more perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Luo Fanning appeared before him. Oh, you've joined the Knight Society as well, Lu Chen remarked with a smile, noticing the emblem of the Knight Society in Luo Fanning's hand. What, do you look down on me? Luo Fanning chuckled. And upon learning that Lu Chen had chosen the Dark Knight Society, she also enrolled and successfully gained entry. Lu Chen smiled but refrained from commenting, as he was well aware of Luo Fanning's remarkable talent. Without the system, it was likely that the top scholar of Jiangzhou and the first in the freshman class would have been hers. By the way, the society has accepted a mission and is currently recruiting members. Are you interested? Luo Fanning inquired. What mission? To slay a calamity at the Meridian Realm and seek out life essence, Luo Fanning replied, which took Lu Chen by surprise. This mission is quite audacious, isn't it? Slaying a calamity at the Meridian Realm is no trivial matter. Besides, I'm merely at the refinement stage. It's unwise for me to get involved. Ma Chao and the others will lead the team. We are merely going to observe and gain experience. Who knows? We might even partake in the spoils. In any case, I've heard that the rewards for this mission are quite generous. Luo Fanning continued, and at that moment, Lu Chen realized that her cultivation had already reached the 9th level. Her talent was indeed formidable. All right then, let us go and witness it. Lu Chen replied with a smile, asking Luo Fanning to register him while he returned to his quarters. His interest in the mission was not particularly strong. Rather, he was confronted with an awkward predicament. He had depleted his simplification points and needed to venture out to acquire more. Soon, Luo Fanning sent him a message, confirming that the mission would commence in 3 days. However, Lu Chen could not afford to wait that long. After ensuring that Lu Qingfeng was settled, he departed the academy alone, determined to gather some simplification points for his training over the next few days. Otherwise, it would be a daunting challenge for him, a novice with merely basic talent. Lost in thought, Lu Chen soon found himself in a dense forest. This area, close to the academy, was home to various demon beasts that occasionally ventured out, attracting students who hunted them. Lu Chen began his search within the woods and quickly discovered a 9th-level demon beast, which he dispatched without hesitation. The 9th-level beast was no match for him in a single strike, yielding him 90 simplification points. As time passed, Lu Chen continued to hunt several demon beasts, amassing over 700 simplification points. As dusk descended, he returned to the academy, satisfied that he had gathered enough points for his training. In his chamber, Lu Chen took out some spiritual stones and piled them up. He placed his hands upon them and began the refining process, watching as his simplification points diminished while his cultivation soared. As moments ticked away, Lu Chen's strength gradually increased until he reached the pinnacle of the first level of refinement. This growth did not halt. Rather, it propelled him toward the 2nd level. After a short while, Lu Chen's cultivation had ascended to the 2nd level of refinement. Sensing the flow of power within him, a smile graced his lips. This pace is quite satisfactory. Just then, he received a message from Lu Cini. Next week, I shall return to the esteemed Daxia Academy. How have things been during my absence? It has been quite well, Lu Chen replied, a hint of joy in his heart. The senior students have taken great care of me, and the dean seems quite fond of my presence. Just today, he bestowed upon me some spirit stones for my cultivation, and my classmates treat me with great respect. He pondered how Lu Xini would react upon witnessing his transformation. This thought invigorated him, compelling him to utilize the evening hours wisely. While others were diligently practicing and striving for improvement, he felt no justification for idleness. Thus, Lu Chen resolved to continue his cultivation, enhancing his martial prowess. As the torrential rain poured down, Lu Chen's voice, raspy like that of a bull, echoed through the room. Beside him, Lu Qifeng, who was just preparing to sleep, sprang up in terror, his face a mask of horror. 3 days later, at the entrance of Daxia Academy, Lu Chen and his companions gathered, with Ma Chao naturally leading the group. Lu Qifeng followed closely behind, though his complexion was far from healthy. The days spent with Lu Chen had begun to drive him to madness. He could scarcely comprehend Lu Chen's unique approach to cultivation. Each time Lu Chen announced his intention to practice, the sounds of his bull-like roars reverberated from his room, a heart-wrenching symphony that left Lu Qifeng feeling as if he were seated upon thorns, plagued by discomfort. Yet, after each of Lu Chen's training sessions, he would insist on sparring, and each time, Lu Qifeng could distinctly sense Lu Chen's burgeoning strength, an unmistakable growth that filled him with anxiety. In the God of War camp, his age and cultivation level had once made him a figure of considerable admiration, the envy of many. However, he now truly grasped the chasm that lay between himself and Lu Chen. What was most alarming was not merely Lu Chen's superior talent, but the fact that he exerted far greater effort than Lu Qifeng, even with that talent. Each time Lu Chen concluded his training, his power surged in a markedly frightening manner. "Old Lu, why do you appear so unwell? Should you not return to rest? We can forego this mission." Lu Chen finally noticed the unnatural pallor on Lu Qingfeng's face. At this, Lu Qifeng lifted his head, dark circles under his eyes, and glared at Lu Chen. "What do you mean I look unwell? Are you entirely oblivious? It's the dead of night, and after your cacophony, you summon me to join your practice. And then you dare question why I'm still awake. What a fine companion you are." Hearing Lu Qingfeng's outburst, Lu Chen fell silent, while the others around them cast curious glances, sensing the tension. "We are all friends here. Such remarks seem out of place. I shall provide you with some resources to invigorate you," he offered, though the absurdity of the situation was not lost on him. "I, El Qingfeng, have been well versed in literature since my youth, embodying integrity, and having devoted myself to the teachings of sages. How could I possibly engage in such behavior?" El Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor resolute and just. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, he retrieved his phone to send a message to Lu Chen. "I only want domestically produced." Lu Chen's lips twitched, rendering him momentarily speechless. At this juncture, the group had gathered in its entirety. Allow me to briefly reiterate, the destination for this mission is the Bailing Pool, with the objective of locating the elixir of life and eliminating a calamity at the Tongmai level. The task is somewhat arduous, yet not insurmountable. However, our primary concern should not be the calamity at the Tongmai level, but rather the presence of individuals from other academies. This mission is not solely ours. Participants from other institutions will also be involved, which can be understood as a minor confrontation among the academies. Should we falter against another academy, I would be too ashamed to return, Ma Chao stated. Having previously shared this information with them, he merely aimed to reiterate the point. Lu Chen remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. The journey to the Bailing Pool was considerably lengthy. Even at their pace, they would not arrive until evening, traversing through dense forests. It was only by dusk that Lu Chen and his companions reached the vicinity of the Bailing Pool. "We shall rest here for the night and commence our actions at dawn," Ma Chao declared, selecting a safe spot for them to settle. The night was the most perilous time, and even he dared not act rashly. At that moment, a roar from a beast echoed, followed by the sound of footsteps in the underbrush. Soon, 6 or 7 formidable black wolves emerged, their presence fearsome, each measuring over 3 meters in length. "Transforming black wolves," Ma Chao remarked, somewhat astonished, yet he did not regard them as a threat. Upon noticing the group, the wolves exhibited signs of excitement. "Allow me to handle this. I've just reached a breakthrough and need to test my skills." Lu Chen stepped forward, his eyes alight with exhilaration. "This is a black wolf at the 5th level of transformation," Ma Chao instinctively cautioned, yet Lu Chen seemed oblivious, advancing boldly. Luo Fanyin observed Lu Chen's retreating figure, her expression growing grave, imbued with an indescribable sentiment. Lu Chen's prowess had surged far beyond her expectations. It had only been a short while since his breakthrough, and he had already attained the 2nd level of transformation. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation evoked a profound sense of despair within Luo Fanyin. Despite possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, She felt insignificant in comparison to Lu Chen. As these thoughts consumed her, Lu Chen had already approached, his gaze sharpening with intensity. In an instant, he unleashed a terrifying force, crackling with lightning and surging arcs of electricity. In the palm of his hand, he gathered an immensely powerful bolt of lightning, which flashed forth in a sudden assault. The black wolves lunged at that moment, the weakest among them already at the second level of transformation. And now a mere second-level transforming expert dared to stand against them. Such audacity, in their eyes, was tantamount to courting death. This undoubtedly serves as a provocation they cannot tolerate. As the black wolves lunged forward, Lu Chen remained unfazed, summoning lightning from his palm to strike with ferocity. In an instant, he sent 2 of the wolves flying. Yet, he did not cease his assault. He launched another strike. However, this time the lightning had vanished, replaced by crimson runes. The moment these sanguine symbols emerged, the surrounding spiritual energy was voraciously consumed. El Qingfeng's face displayed a look of terror, instinctively taking a step back. Ma Chao and the others, poised to react, were momentarily frozen in shock, their expressions bespeaking the horrors of such a formidable martial skill. The mere aura emanating from Lu Chen was terrifying. The remaining black wolves sensed an impending danger, and at that moment, Lu Chen's gaze turned frigid. He unleashed his attack, enveloping the wolves within. A terrifying force of absorption erupted, and the blood-red runes penetrated the bodies of the wolves, accelerating their blood flow to an unbearable rate, culminating in the catastrophic rupture of their heart vessels. Their vitality, their strength, seemed to be devoured by an unfathomable power. Lu Chen's complexion flushed red as he felt the immense power coalescing within him. It converged in his palm and surged forth as he struck. Chapter 83. You should feel ashamed of such actions. This terrifying vitality, unleashed by Lu Chen, coalesced into an exceptionally formidable palm imprint, crashing upward. When the blood-red imprint appeared, the air was thick with an intense scent of blood. Simultaneously, a wave of horrific energy surged forth, inducing a palpable sense of crisis among Ma Chao and his companions. The black wolves, in their panic, found themselves devoid of the strength to flee or resist. As the blood-red palm imprint descended, the wolves' bodies crumbled like decaying wood, unable to withstand the force, collapsing instantaneously. A resounding boom reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Dust and debris clouded the scene, obscuring the aftermath. Lu Chen swiftly retreated, ensuring his attire remained unblemished. What a formidable power the Blood Sea Sutra possesses. Old Jiang did not deceive me. Excitement gleamed in Lu Chen's eyes. That day when he clashed with El Qifeng, he had barely begun to unleash this technique before being interrupted. During their subsequent sparring, he recognized the skill's strength, but refrained from employing it again. Now, he finally unleashed it fully, unencumbered by restraint, and its might was indeed astonishing. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the devastation before them. The ground had been leveled, a massive palm imprint deeply embedded within. The bodies of the black wolves had been reduced to mere sludge, indistinguishable, save for the bloodied remnants. Apologies for not holding back at once. Lu Chen smiled gently, and only then did Ma Chao and the others regain their composure from the shock, stepping forward. As they gazed at the massive pit, their eyes reflected a mix of astonishment and disbelief. It was utterly absurd. A mere practitioner at the second level of transformation could unleash such terrifying martial prowess. What kind of martial art is this? One of the senior students bore a look of profound amazement. Oh, it's just a product of my inept master's wild imagination. Lu Chen casually replied, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, difficult to suppress. Luo Fanyin remained silent, her expression grave and awestruck. The power displayed was at least of the heavenly tier. The difficulty of mastering a heavenly martial art is immense. Brother Chen, let's be honest, does our master still need disciples? I could serve him tea and water. Someone exclaimed. Have you looked at yourselves? Hurry and let go of my senior brother. Don't hurt him. Do you have no shame? You're all seniors, yet you turn around to call a freshman senior brother. Aren't you embarrassed? Ma Chao's voice turned cold. As students of the Great Xia Academy, as members of the student council, as seniors, you should feel ashamed of your current behavior. Upon hearing Ma Chao's reprimand, everyone fell silent, reflecting on their actions, realizing they should not behave in such a manner. They were ambitious and capable individuals. How could they stoop so low? This truly warranted introspection. Ma Chao's words stirred a sense of guilt within them. El Qingfeng lifted his head to look at Ma Chao. Indeed, he was worthy of being the student council president, for his level of awareness was commendable. Ma Chao then turned his gaze to Lu Chen, the darkness on his face dissipating, replaced by a warm smile. Am I right, master? Ma Chao grinned at Lu Chen, personally approaching him to offer support. The onlookers were left in confusion, thinking they had misheard. Just moments ago, Ma Chao had been chastising them for their behavior, yet now, The seniors realized they had directed all their cunning and schemes against their own. Are you serious? The seniors pointed accusingly at Ma Chao. However, Lu Chun remained silent. After slaying those wolf demons, he had successfully earned 800 simplified points. While it wasn't an enormous sum, it was certainly commendable. Besides, this was merely the beginning. All right. Enough of this. The sky is darkening. We need to rest, Lu Chun declared. Such martial arts should not be imparted carelessly to others, especially since it had been taught to him by Elder Jiang. Ma Chao and the others chuckled, fully aware of this, merely jesting with Lu Chun. If Lu Chun truly intended to teach them, they wouldn't dare accept. Yet, it must be said that the shock Lu Chun imparted to them was indeed significant. The first time they encountered Lu Chun, he was merely at the 9th level. By the time they met him again in the evening, he had already achieved transformation, causing the expulsion of Hu Ming. And now, just 3 days later, Lu Chun had reached the 2nd level of transformation. The speed of their cultivation was unparalleled, akin to riding a rocket. Talent, at times, is truly ineffable. In that moment, they seemed to grasp the helplessness that those struggling students in their class must have felt when confronted by them, just as they were immersed in their arrangements. A new set of footsteps approached, followed by a man's voice. Would you allow us, a few brothers, to rest here for the night? We shall not disturb you. Lu Chun and his companions looked up in the direction of the voice and beheld a robust man accompanied by about 10 others. To their astonishment, the man's cultivation level had already reached the channeling realm. Ma Chao furrowed his brow and stepped forward. This young man, we are members of the Cold Night Mercenary Corps. We survive by hunting monsters and often spend the night in the wilderness, so we possess some experience. Therefore, we can take on the responsibility of keeping watch for you. After all, this location is the most suitable for resting. I hope you can show us some consideration. As he spoke, the man presented a spirit herb. Ma Chao frowned and did not accept it. The space is ample enough for you to rest. As for keeping watch, we will manage that ourselves, he stated, neither outright rejecting nor agreeing. When venturing into the wilderness, it is wise to exercise caution. However, it is also unnecessary to offend others. It would be utterly unworthy to provoke a conflict over a mere resting place. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on these individuals, sensing an unsettling disquiet. What a remarkable coincidence. At that moment, El Qingfeng seemed to recall something and leaned closer to Lu Chen's ear. They are from the Hu family. Are you certain? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat as he whispered back urgently. I have been to the Hu family before. I have seen their leader among them. And I also recognize Hu Ming, who holds a grudge against you. The appearance of these individuals cannot be mere coincidence. El Qingfeng responded in a tone only the two of them could hear, pulling his hat down to conceal his identity. Lu Chen outwardly feigned indifference, appearing oblivious. Yet internally, he began to contemplate the implications. Chapter 84. You truly are devious. After hearing El Qingfeng's words, Lu Chen's expression grew markedly grave. His mind raced as he pondered the sudden appearance of the Hu family, masquerading as mercenaries. It was inconceivable that there was no ulterior motive behind their presence. What are you planning to do? El Qingfeng inquired softly. Lu Chen fell silent, contemplating for a while before responding. These individuals possess strength primarily in the channeling realm. Engaging them directly would surely be futile. It seems we have no choice, he quietly declared, retrieving a small white vial from his storage device. You intend to poison them? Upon seeing Lu Chen produce the vial, El Qingfeng was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a notion. But how will you successfully administer the poison? While traveling, one must always be equipped with effective remedies. Lu Chen spoke softly before stepping aside, where lay 2 black wolves he had slain, their bodies relatively intact. He proceeded to detach a leg from one of the wolves and set it upon the fire to roast. Soon, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Lu Chen began to indulge, inviting Ma Chao and the others to partake as well. It must be said, the flavor was exquisite. Meanwhile, the members of the Cold Night Mercenary Corps observed him coldly, their eyes fixed on his every move, salivating at the delectable scent of the roasted meat. Once satiated, Lu Chen tore off a generous piece of meat and approached them. If you don't mind, please have some. When out in the world, we should look out for one another. No, thank you. The leader replied curtly, despite feeling quite hungry. They were summoned for this task by that scoundrel Hu Ming without any travel expenses provided. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen did not press the matter further. He simply set the meat aside and took a seat. Brother, could you tell me about your mercenary group? I've always wanted to join one since I was young, but I was too small and lacked the strength. No mercenary group would take me seriously. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the leader hesitated for a moment before beginning to speak. However, he himself was not part of any mercenary group and was wary of Lu Chen discovering the truth. So he resorted to weaving tales, mostly fabricated or gleaned from hearsay. Lu Chun feigned a serious demeanor, listening with rapt enthusiasm. Ma Chao and the others were taken aback, increasingly unable to decipher Lu Chen's intentions. What on earth was he trying to accomplish? How could he so quickly blend in with these individuals? Yet, they chose to remain silent, attributing it to Lu Chen's penchant for making friends. El Qingfeng, well aware of Lu Chen's motives, couldn't help but twitch his lips, realizing that Lu Chun was not to be underestimated. In fact, Lu Chun had never been a paragon of virtue. At that moment, Lu Chun successfully integrated himself into their midst, offering them ample emotional value through his admiration, appearing every bit the Na'vi newcomer. This demeanor gradually relaxed the vigilance of the Cold Night members, who eventually seized the roasted meat Lu Chun had set aside, devouring it heartily. "Boss, save some for me. Let us have a bite too. This is absolutely delicious. I'm starving," they exclaimed, relishing the meal. Observing this, Lu Chun allowed a smile to curve his lips. Finally, he had managed to get them to eat. However, to avoid appearing too overt, he lingered to engage in idle chatter with them for a considerable time before planning to retire for rest. "Boss, I think this could isn't half bad." "Shut up. Don't forget the mission we are on. Remember who you're working for." "But I'm still hungry," someone muttered under their breath. Yet, they had no choice but to follow orders. Their task was to eliminate Lu Chun at all costs. Surely, they couldn't let him off simply because they had exchanged a few words with him? At this moment, Lu Chun had found a spot to recline. "You truly are cunning," Lu Qingfeng murmured, yet he couldn't help but admire Lu Chun. Though this method lacked propriety, it was undeniably effective. They wouldn't be able to withstand this. I specifically prepared it for them. Not only the Qi realm, but even the martial king would find themselves incapacitated. Lu Chun could no longer contain his gleeful cackle. Ma Chao stared in bewilderment at Lu Chun lying on the ground, emitting such bizarre laughter, leaving him momentarily speechless. At times, he genuinely wished to inquire of Lu Cini, "Is this truly the introverted, socially anxious younger brother you speak of? You play the role of an elder, and now your brother plays the same." As time passed, the people of the Cold Night gradually sensed something amiss. "Boss, my stomach hurts. What on earth is happening?" "I've already dealt with it. How would I know? I told you not to eat garbage food from the roadside, but you wouldn't listen. Now look where we are." Upon hearing these voices, Lu Chun flipped over and vanished into the thicket. A few individuals were in distress, their predicament overwhelmingly pungent. "Lu Chun, what are you doing?" one of them inquired curiously upon noticing his presence. "Of course, I'm heading towards oblivion." Lu Chun's foot, with a forceful kick, struck their faces. The unprepared men were immediately knocked to the ground, unable to react. As they felt the warmth, they were momentarily stunned. A piercing scream erupted, more agonizing than death itself. The onlookers outside, hearing the commotion, sensed the precariousness of the situation and attempted to rush in for a closer look. Yet their bodies felt powerless and weak. Lu Chen's concoction was not merely designed to induce diarrhea. Damn it, we've been poisoned. At this moment, even the dim-witted among them realized their plight. They never anticipated they would fall at the hands of a youth. By now, Lu Chun had bound the few individuals inside and hung them from a tree. "You little rascal actually dared to deceive us." Upon seeing Lu Chun emerge, the leader finally shouted in anger, but was soon seized by a sharp abdominal cramp, clenching tightly, nearly losing control of himself. "You think I don't know you're sent by Hu Ming, you brat? You are just a tadpole pretending to be a frog," Lu Chun retorted, wearing a mask not to conceal his identity, but rather due to the unbearable stench. The group was taken aback. How did Lu Chun know their identities? "How do you know?" they instinctively questioned. The ruckus had naturally awakened Ma Chao and the others, who hurriedly approached. "What is going on, Lu Chun?" "These are members of the Hu family, sent by that rascal Hu Ming," Lu Chun explained, leaving Ma Chao utterly astonished. "Fine. If we are to meet our demise at your hands today, do as you please. You're not really going to kill me, are you?" Upon seeing Lu Chun produce a dagger, the previously defiant individual instantly lost his bravado. He merely sought to feign loyalty and integrity, unaware that Lu Chun was impervious to such theatrics. The dragon scale blade pierced through flesh, producing a faint sound of corporeal penetration. A chilling sensation enveloped his chest, swiftly followed by excruciating pain. He opened his mouth to utter a word, yet the influx of blood obstructed his throat, rendering him voiceless. Did he truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? Lu Chun withdrew the dragon scale blade, the man's heart having been pierced, extinguishing any semblance of life within him. Turning his gaze to the others nearby, he inquired, "Was it Hu Ming who sent you to kill me?" The man barely began to respond before a cold, sharp object punctured his neck. Warm liquid flowed forth as his vitality quietly ebbed away. "A mere few coins a month. And you gamble with your life," Lu Chun remarked coldly, kicking the corpse away with such force that it exploded mid-air, blood showering down upon the faces of the onlookers. Bathed in the pallid moonlight, Chen gripped the dragon scale blade, blood still trickling from its blade. A few droplets splattered onto his visage, rendering him a fearsome sight. In that moment, he appeared more terrifying than a demon in their eyes. Even Ma Chao felt his throat constrict, momentarily rendered speechless. All eyes from the Great Xia Academy were fixed upon Chen, with Luo Fannin's expression grave and Lu Qingfeng silent. Even within the war god camp, he had never witnessed such ruthlessness. "I shall ask once more," Chen stated, fixing his gaze upon the next individual. "Is it truly so difficult to provide me with an answer? I confess. It was Hu Ming who ordered us to kill you and commanded we bring your head back to him." The man was genuinely terrified. His countenance pale and his gaze trembling. It was clear he was in a state of panic. "Where is he?" Chen pressed further. Recalling that when the academy sought to expel Hu Ming, he knew this scoundrel would not relent easily. It was unexpected how soon the rascal had acted. "He is at the Hu residence, but he did not come along," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Chen's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating the need to eliminate that scoundrel. It seemed that would no longer be possible. How did he learn of my departure? Chen mused, although his intuition had already begun to form a hypothesis. This scoundrel was a member of the student council while at the Great Xia Academy, making it plausible he had acquaintances there. Furthermore, that wretched Wan Rushuan was still around. "I do not know," the man stammered, sincerity apparent in his eyes. Yet Chen wasted no time. The dragon scale blade plunged through his body. "Who can enlighten me?" Under Chen's frigid gaze, the men began to tremble. Despite all being in the Meridian realm, they found themselves gripped by an overwhelming fear in the presence of Chen, who had attained the second stage of Qi transformation. Had they known, they would have preferred to face death at the Hu residence than undertake this mission. This had become a death sentence. As silence enveloped the scene, Chen's blade descended once more. It was Wan Rushuan who had informed Hu Ming. "During my stay at the Hu residence, I overheard their conversation." At this moment, the leader hastily interjected. He could hardly fathom that the very person who had been engaging in jovial discourse moments ago could turn so ruthlessly, slaying so many without a flicker of hesitation. Such ferocity was not something one would expect from a freshman. It was beyond the realm of what they could achieve. I mentioned, "Might we be spared now?" "It is not impossible to spare you, but a price must be paid in resources," Chen replied nonchalantly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, though it sent chills down their spines. 10,000 spirit stones per person. Why don't you just rob someone?" The leader retorted, incredulous. Even selling them wouldn't yield such a sum. Chen fell silent for a moment before responding. "Am I not, in fact, robbing you?" Upon hearing his words, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, they were being robbed. Yet the crux of the matter was that they simply did not possess such an amount of spirit stones. In truth, Chen had never contemplated sparing them. With a swift motion, his blade fell, and soon, they were all dispatched. Chen wasted no more words, promptly ransacking their cultivation resources. Subsequently, he retrieved the leader's phone and sent a message to Hu Ming. Chen has been severely injured and trapped in the valley. Shall young master Hu come and deal with him personally? Witnessing Chen's actions, Ma Chao stood frozen, a wave of fear rising within him. Was this truly something a freshman could accomplish? The very thought sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Hu Ming initiated a video call. After a brief hesitation, Chen accepted the call. "Where's Chen? Where are you now?" Hu Ming's cold voice resonated, tinged with impatience. "Hu Ming, you scoundrel!" Chen exhaled sharply, unleashing a torrent of curses, his words firing off like a machine gun. Hu Ming on the other end was momentarily taken aback. It took a while for him to realize this was indeed Chen. Anger surged through him, causing his body to tremble. "Chen," he managed to utter. But before he could say more, Chen abruptly ended the call. Stunned, Hu Ming gripped his phone, his frustration boiling over to the point where he crushed it in his hand. Just as he was about to respond, the call was terminated, leaving him feeling more aggrieved than if he had been killed. Meanwhile, Chen tossed the broken phone aside, a look of ease upon his face. It was fortunate that this fool had not shown up, otherwise he would have surely devised a way to eliminate him directly. "How did you know they were from the Hu family?" Ma Chao finally reacted, instinctively inquiring. He increasingly felt that Chen was no ordinary individual. The sheer brutality of his methods was unparalleled among all students of Daxia Academy. The secrets of fate must remain undisclosed. I am unaware of other matters. But upon my return, Wan Rushuan shall undoubtedly face dire consequences, Chen remarked, fully aware that this rascal was behind the turmoil. If Chen could swallow his pride, he would cease to be Chen. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell into a profound silence, at a loss for words. "Let us tidy this place," Ma Chao could only suggest, feeling an overwhelming sense of difficulty. Bringing Lu Chen along this time seemed to him a grievous error. Not only Ma Chao, but the other senior students also remained silent, uncertain of how to proceed in this situation. However, did they believe Lu Chen was at fault? They could not assert that he had done anything wrong. Yet, undeniably, the matter had grown rather complicated. At this moment, Luo Fanning spoke up. Lu Chen, are you not afraid of retaliation from the Hu family? She shared his sentiments regarding his actions, yet recognized the formidable influence of the Hu family. If they were intent on vengeance, the situation could become quite precarious. She had already begun to contemplate how to assist Lu Chen in navigating this issue. Retaliation? If I were to fear their vengeance while at the academy, I would have chosen to live as a coward. Lu Chen replied directly, unperturbed. As he often stated, his cultivation was for the sake of clarity and living with dignity. If, after cultivating, he still had to act like a coward, what would be the purpose of his cultivation? If I do not eliminate them, my thoughts cannot achieve clarity, which adversely affects my path. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ma Chao and the others found them rather compelling. However, one voiced a concern. Yet, by doing so, you have irrevocably offended the Hu family. While they may not act against you within the academy, you will eventually leave its confines. Others echoed this sentiment, suggesting that Lu Chen's actions were excessively ruthless, even somewhat arrogant. It feels satisfying now, but what comes next? If I do not eliminate them, will the Hu family simply let me be? Will Hu Ming refrain from taking action? Lu Chen countered, rendering them momentarily speechless, realizing the validity of his argument. I pursue cultivation solely for peace of mind. If I am to live in fear, then what is the purpose of embarking on the martial path? From the moment I chose this path, I understood that my life was at stake. Lu Chen did not elaborate further, feeling no need to justify himself. Each individual's martial beliefs differ, and there is no necessity for others to comprehend his perspective. Likewise, he need not grasp theirs. Perhaps to others, his current behavior seemed foolish, but to Lu Chen, that mattered little. Ultimately, if he did not eliminate them, his thoughts could not achieve clarity, thereby impacting his path. Very well, should you require assistance, I am willing to help. At that moment, Luo Fanning spoke earnestly. Though her strength paled in comparison to Lu Chen's, she was no weakling herself. Moreover, she possessed status and connections. If she were to wield her influence, what was the Hu family in comparison? Who would have thought that you, little sister Luo, would treat me so well? Lu Chen remarked with a smile. Lu Qifeng also approached and said, it's merely a Hu family, no need for concern. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to lay a finger on anyone from the War God camp. War God camp? Ma Chao exclaimed, a look of confusion on his face. What is this War God camp? Is Lu Chen a member? When did this happen? How so sudden? A smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he replied, I joined the War God camp just a couple of days ago. I had no choice. The founder, Elder Lu, personally extended an invitation and offered generous terms. I simply couldn't refuse. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ma Chao fell silent. Many aspired to join the Dragon Soul, yet some set their sights on entering the military. For those who wish to join the military, the War God camp is a coveted place. In many respects, it rivals the Dragon Soul. While some might be selected during their university years, the majority can only apply after graduation. Yet here was Lu Chen, merely a freshman, who had barely arrived, and he had already become a member of the War God camp. The key point was that he had been personally invited by Elder Lu. The significance of this cannot be overstated. Brother Chen was once just a naive junior. Please do not hold any grievances against me. In the future, should anything arise within the academy, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am Bai Lian. In the 3rd stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, my strength is passable. While I cannot make promises beyond that, rest assured that if you require assistance within the academy, I will handle it for you without fail. What is all this fuss about? Is it merely because he is a member of the War God camp? Why speak to my foster father with such reverence? Step aside and do not tire him. At this moment, Zhou Yi said, hastily moving to support Lu Chen. Goodness, this is truly unplayable. In the presence of Lu Chen, these upperclassmen felt a sense of inferiority. If they were in the same cohort as Lu Chen, they feared they would not measure up even to a single hair of his. Once self-proclaimed geniuses, they now realized that true genius simply meant meeting the threshold to stand beside Lu Chen. Enough. It's late. Hurry and rest. Tomorrow we have a mission to carry out. Everyone, be fully alert and do not disturb Brother Chen's rest. Ma Chao added, urging Lu Chen to retire for the night. At that moment, even Ma Chao felt a pang of inferiority. What manner of family could produce 2 such extraordinary individuals as Lu Xini and Lu Chen? One had already entered the Dragon Soul and was being entrusted with important tasks, while the other, still a freshman, had become a member of the War God camp. Sister Lu, I can no longer manage your brother. My spirit has suffered a severe blow. The more Ma Chao thought about it, the more disheartened he became, sending a message to Lu Xini. At that time, Lu Xini had just finished her training and, upon seeing the message, fell into a brief silence. Thank you for your hard work, but he is my only brother. Endure a little longer. I will return to the academy in a few days to thank you in person. Upon receiving her reply, Ma Chao felt even more overwhelmed. He wished to say something further, but ultimately set down his phone. This is what you call a lack of talent? The following day, Lu Chen awoke early. A group of individuals hastened towards the direction of the Azure Spirit Pool, which lay in the deepest part of the terrain. Within this pool resided the life essence. The objective of their current mission. They steeled themselves, for the vicinity of the Azure Spirit Pool was rife with numerous demonic beasts and lurking perils. Stay vigilant, everyone. Beyond the Azure Spirit Pool lies the polluted zone, where survival is truly bleak, Ma Chao cautioned. Should they venture into the polluted area, escape would be nearly impossible. Even for him. Lu Chen's expression turned grave, and he dared not let his guard down. It was his first time executing such a mission, and he was eager to broaden his horizons. At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the forest, infused with intense rage and formidable pressure. Lu Chen looked up, following the sound's direction, and beheld a colossal black bull, towering at 10 zhong, emerge before them. Its darkened form exuded a fierce aura, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a chilling sensation emanating from his arm, as the azure flame tattoo flickered to life. Could she be nearby? Chapter 87. Madness. This world is mad. Sensing the unusual feeling in his arm, Lu Chen's gaze grew serious. He instinctively scanned his surroundings but found no signs of movement. Not far ahead. The sounds of battle erupted. The Tenjiang Bull Demon launched an assault, unleashing a surge of azure energy. It was evidently a beast of the 8th level of the Meridian Realm. Such strength was formidable. Lu Chen expressed his surprise, realizing he had yet to slay a beast of this caliber. Would he find an opportunity today? Let us proceed with caution. It appears other academies have arrived ahead of us. Ma Chao remarked, his expression now grave. He had not anticipated the life essence would attract such attention. The group pressed on, only to find approximately 30 demonic beasts blocking their path. These creatures were bizarre in appearance, with rotund heads, large ears, and crimson eyes. The golden devourer mice. Ma Chao exclaimed in astonishment. The mice had already detected Lu Chen and his companions and charged forth. Among them was a peak 8th level beast, while the weakest of the golden devourers boasted a 6th level of the transformation realm. It was no exaggeration to assert that such power constituted a formidable beast clan around the Azure Spirit Pool. However, since they had chosen to confront them, only one outcome awaited. Ma Chao sprang into action, unleashing the full might of his peak 8th level prowess. As the president of the student council, Ma Chao's strength was formidable indeed. The other senior students also took the lead, positioning themselves at the forefront. Lu Chen unsheathed his dragon scale blade. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Following this, he executed the demon-slaying blade technique and charged into the fray. The formidable golden devouring rats stood no chance against Lu Chen's blade, swiftly meeting their demise. As the system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. In such a brief moment, he had amassed a staggering 1,005 simplified points, sufficient for an extended period of cultivation. At this juncture, Lu Chen's gaze settled upon a first-level Pulse Realm golden devouring rat, and he lunged forward to engage it. Is this truly necessary? Lu Qifeng remarked, also springing into action. After slaying a 6th-level transformational rat, he observed Lu Chen heading towards the Pulse Realm with incredulity. This was simply absurd. Luo Fanyin was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that here, she was the weakest among them. Initially, she had hoped to accompany the senior students for a broader perspective. Yet Lu Chen's relentless drive left her feeling quite awkward. If she didn't step up her efforts, she would truly become obsolete. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination sparked in Luo Fanyin's eyes, forming an enigmatic rune that radiated with special power. Without hesitation, she surged forward, targeting a Pulse Realm golden devouring rat as well. This was madness. The world had descended into chaos. Lu Qifeng stood frozen, accepting Lu Chen's audacious assault on the Pulse Realm creature, but Luo Fanyin's boldness was simply unfathomable. He genuinely believed the world had gone mad. Unperturbed by Lu Qifeng's astonishment, Lu Chen was solely focused on ascertaining his combat prowess. The Pulse Realm golden devouring rat sensed his approach, its eyes brimming with fury. When had a mere transformational realm practitioner dared to challenge it? However, Lu Chen's blade descended with a sudden ferocity. The perfected demon-subduing blade technique unleashing a terrifying force at that very moment. The blade's brilliance, imbued with a savage aura, instilled a profound sense of impending doom within the creature. It attempted to flee, but it was already too late, forced to channel all its strength in a futile defense. Yet, its power crumbled in an instant beneath Lu Chen's ruthless blade, which effortlessly sliced through its neck. Blood spilled onto the ground as Lu Chen maintained his stance, having successfully vanquished the golden devouring rat. Not bad. All those late-night training sessions were worth it. Lu Chen chuckled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He mused that upon his sister's return, he would be able to present her with a grand surprise. At this moment, he realized that in Lu Xinyi's eyes, he was still merely a first-level talent, blissfully unaware of how formidable he had truly become. To think he could slay a pulse realm beast with a single strike. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock. It seemed Lu Chen was playing him for a fool. Their nightly sparring sessions had allowed Lu Qifeng to perceive Lu Chen's gradual improvement, leading him to believe that his own efforts could eventually surpass him. But now, he understood that Lu Chen had never fought at full strength. So, this is how you wish to play it. At that moment, Luo Fanyin was embroiled in a fierce battle with the Pulse Realm Golden Devouring Rat. Yet, it was evident that her strength was somewhat lacking, and she was beginning to falter. Lu Chen caught a glimpse and was ready to act. Yet he sensed the aura emanating from Luo Fanyin, indicating she was on the verge of a breakthrough. What a remarkable talent, truly enviable. Lu Chen couldn't help but express his admiration, for his own aptitude was abysmally low, merely a level 1 talent, utterly laughable. He couldn't even grasp the martial techniques presented to him. Were it not for his status as a hanging wall, even passing the entrance exams for the Great Xia Academy would have been questionable. Lu Chen was acutely aware of his limitations. As merely a hanging wall, he felt unqualified to mock those with true talent. This remark caused Lu Qingfeng to furrow his brow. Lu Chen, sometimes I genuinely wish I could take you down. He found it unbearable. Lu Chen's words were rather disheartening. Lu Chen merely glanced at Lu Qingfeng and retorted, "Practice more if you're lacking." Upon saying this, he turned his attention back to Luo Fanyin, noting that she was at the critical point of her breakthrough. "Little sister Luo, call me big brother, and I shall bear the burden for you." Upon hearing this, Luo Fanyin quickly retreated, choosing not to overexert herself. What she needed now was a peaceful environment to achieve her breakthrough. "Brother," she called, making Lu Chen's heart flutter. Was this appropriate? He regarded her as a sister, which felt rather improper. Meanwhile, the golden devouring rat charged forward with ferocity. Lu Chen's aura suddenly shifted, and his gaze became piercing. "You dare bully my little brother?" he exclaimed, raising his middle finger in a universally recognized gesture. Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. He expected Lu Chen to unleash a powerful technique. Perhaps the Nether Bloodsea scripture. "But Lu Chen, it's attacking." "I know, but this creature is hardly a threat. A mere finger from me is sufficient to subdue it." Lu Chen replied indifferently, just as the golden devouring rat approached him. In that instant, a dazzling starlight shimmered from his fingertip and shot forth. Lu Chen provided his own sound effects, and the force from his finger penetrated the mouth of the golden devouring rat, emerging from the back of its head. Chapter 88. There's no need to risk your life for me. Hearing Lu Chen's self-generated sound effects, Lu Qingfeng felt utterly bewildered. What nonsense was this? Yet, he soon witnessed the terrifying power erupting from Lu Chen's fingertip, effortlessly piercing through the creature's body. A Meridian Realm golden devouring rat had just perished before him. Lu Qingfeng fell into silence, glancing between Lu Chen and the lifeless rat. Lu Chen blew on his finger and wiped it on Lu Qingfeng's clothing. At that moment, the battle had concluded. The golden devouring rats, under the onslaught of Ma Chao and the others, had been swiftly dispatched. Luo Fanyin remained in her state of breakthrough, and it seemed her transformation into a formidable force was inevitable. "Goodness, I underestimated you. You're capable of slaying a Meridian Realm beast," Ma Chao remarked. Astonished upon witnessing Lu Chen's feat, "Let us wait a moment for Luo Fanyin to complete her breakthrough before we proceed," Ma Chao added, suddenly realizing the caliber of this year's new students was exceptionally high, with Lu Chen and Luo Fanyin both proving to be exceptionally strong individuals. He felt a surge of excitement. He had nearly distanced himself significantly from the others. How could you, being merely at the second level of Qi transformation, possess such strength? At that moment, Lu Qingfeng could no longer contain his curiosity. He truly could not comprehend it. Doubts about his own abilities began to creep in. "Why are you so obsessed with the cultivation realm? Such fixation can distort your true power. Tell me, which student of the Great Xia Academy is incapable of battling above their level?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Qingfeng fell silent, and after careful contemplation, he realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. However, who on earth could effortlessly slay a Meridian Realm fighter while still at the second level of Qi transformation? He, too, was at the second level of Qi transformation, and while he could contend with a Meridian Realm fighter, to slay one in a single strike was utterly impossible. At that moment, Luo Fanyin concluded her training and opened her eyes. Lu Chen was astonished to discover that within Luo Fanyin's gaze, intricate runes manifested. evolving into a phoenix engulfed in raging flames. This extraordinary phenomenon dissipated in an instant, and Luo Fanin's cultivation ascended directly to the level of Qi transformation. Indeed, the new students of your cohort are quite formidable. Another Qi transformation practitioner has emerged. It appears we are truly destined for elimination. Perhaps we have simply aged. Bai Lian remarked with a smile. Ma Chao, however, interjected, not necessarily old. I possess a method to rejuvenate you. What method? Let me beat you into submission. Ma Chao's serious tone left Bai Lian speechless. She found herself unable to counter his words. Even Lu Chen chuckled, surprised that Ma Chao would express himself in such a manner. All right, let us continue onward, Ma Chao declared. They were merely at the periphery of the Bailing pool. To obtain the life essence, they needed to venture to the depths. Subsequently, they proceeded deeper, where the sounds of battle resonated, indicating that many had come to contest for the life essence. However, as they advanced further, the sounds of conflict gradually diminished. Lu Chen noticed that the azure flame tattoo on his arm had become intensely hot at that moment. The sealing power swirled around his arm, attempting to forcibly suppress it. Yet, this burning sensation was uncomfortable for Lu Chen. What is the matter? Luo Fanin inquired, having noticed Lu Chen's distress. This damned curse of Calamity. Who knows if that fool Calamity is nearby, or what? Lu Chen rolled up his sleeve to reveal that the curse of Calamity had turned a crimson hue. Luo Fanin's expression changed drastically as she swiftly produced a dagger. Slicing her fingertip, blood flowed forth, and with her other hand, she grasped Lu Chen's arm, using her fingertip as a pin to inscribe runes upon his skin. Soon, the blood runes adorned Lu Chen's forearm. As the final rune was inscribed, the burning sensation began to dissipate, eventually vanishing entirely. Little Luo, you possess such skills? Lu Chen asked in astonishment, only to lift his gaze and see Luo Fanin's pale complexion. No need to risk your life for me, he exclaimed, hastily channeling his own energy into Luo Fanin's body, while simultaneously retrieving a spiritual herb, which he swiftly refined into pure medicinal essence that entered Luo Fanin's system. The complexion of Luo Fanin appeared considerably more pleasing. Ma Chao and the others gathered around, and upon confirming that Luo Fanin was unharmed, they finally felt a sense of relief. However, a feeling of unease began to settle in. Lu Chen remarked that although they had been inside for some time, it was illogical for the atmosphere to be this eerily silent, even if they had not ventured to the deepest parts. Upon hearing this, Ma Chao and the others grew alert, as suspicions had already begun to form in their minds. Indeed, something was amiss. Before Ma Chao could finish his sentence, a thick fog surged forth, enveloping them instantly. A chilling force assailed them, accompanied by what seemed to be the distant wails of tormented souls. The expressions of Lu Chen and his companions shifted dramatically. This is disastrous. Ma Chao was the first to come to this realization, his face paling in an instant. The others, upon hearing his words, also exhibited visible signs of distress. Such a disastrous illusion was exceedingly rare, typically unseen by ordinary individuals. They had only heard vague whispers about it. Once trapped within, if they could not escape, their life force would gradually drain away until they perished. All the while oblivious to their entrapment. This was the most terrifying aspect. It was only when the fog appeared that Ma Chao fully grasped the gravity of their situation. Yet, he had no inkling of how to break this disastrous illusion. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. At that moment, panic gripped him. He had initially believed this was merely a routine task, not anticipating such a dire predicament. Lu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the runes on his arm before surveying their surroundings. If the curse of the disaster on his arm began to show signs of abnormality, they had already entered the disastrous illusion, specifically after they had slain the golden devouring rat. Lu Chen pinpointed the timing, and a wild thought surged into his mind. In the next moment, he wiped away the blood-etched runes on his arm. No, what are you doing? Lu Qifeng urged, his expression shifting alarmingly. However, Lu Chen ignored him. As the runes were erased, a burning sensation immediately followed. The azure flaming tattoo transformed into a vivid crimson at a visible pace. The sealing power left by Elder Jiang re-emerged. There's only one way to know if it works, Lu Chen declared, and he began to channel his own power into the curse of disaster. Instantly, a fierce aura radiated from him. A flame coalesced in the palm of his hand, causing the surrounding fog to dissipate. With a sudden, forceful blow, Lu Chen struck the ground. The earth trembled slightly, followed by a series of sharp cracking sounds. Chapter 89. The Third Layer of Strength. The Senior's Awe. As Lu Chen's fist made contact with the ground, the surface quivered gently. In that very moment, a crisp cracking sound echoed around them. The fog vanished in an instant, and the surrounding scenery began to shift, leaving them momentarily dazzled. After a brief interval, everything returned to normal. It truly worked. Lu Chen was filled with astonishment, yet the burning sensation in his arm intensified. At the moment when Ma Chao's illusion shattered, he charged forward. A silver spear thrust out suddenly, and a shadow appeared, only to be repelled. This shadow exuded a ferocious aura, adorned with demonic patterns. Clearly, it was the Calamity that had conjured the illusion. Remarkably, this Calamity was also at the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. The other senior students immediately sprang into action, their hearts ablaze with indignation, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of this wretched Calamity. Lu Chen sought to join the fray, but was restrained by Luo Fanyin and El Qingfeng. You need not worry, their intervention suffices. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, yet quickly exclaimed, Bring it to me. I shall deal with it personally. Certainly, Brother Chen, just give the word, and I will arrange everything clearly. Bai Lian responded, her attacks growing even more ferocious. Ma Chao and the others refrained from delivering fatal blows. Yet the Calamity was unable to withstand their combined onslaught, soon sustaining grave injuries and being brought before Lu Chen. Without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed a surge of power from his fingertips, slaying the creature. Luo Fanyin and El Qifeng fell silent, pondering the difference this made. What deep-seated enmity compelled him to engage directly? They were unaware that Lu Chen's slaying of these beasts granted him simplified points, crucial to his accomplishments. This Calamity, at the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, yielded a staggering 380 simplified points. To Lu Chen, this was indeed a significant sum. As his martial skills advanced in rank, the consumption of simplified points escalated. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed an unusual gray stone-like object within the Calamity's body. Did Calamities also possess stones? This was the core of the Calamity, imbued with power, serving as a valuable resource for cultivation and a fine material for forging. Ma Chao elucidated, bemused by Lu Chen's unconventional thought process. Nevertheless, it must be said that Lu Chen had indeed saved them this time. Had it not been for him, they might have been trapped to death within the Calamity's illusion. And this was merely a Calamity of the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance. I, Ma Chao, shall remember this, he declared, with the other senior students quickly echoing his sentiment. Previously, they had merely marveled at Lu Chen's talent and jest. This time, however, their admiration was genuine, truly impressed by Lu Chen's abilities. Although my strength may be lacking, I am ranked 30th on the Academy's talents list. Should you need my assistance, apart from the 29 ahead of me, feel free to call upon me. There is no one I would hesitate to confront, Bai Lian stated earnestly, having wholeheartedly accepted and recognized Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen nodded. Brothers, you need not stand on ceremony. He chuckled, aware that these were all prodigies from the Daxia Academy, and forging such alliances could prove immensely beneficial in the future. At that moment, the burning sensation in his arm miraculously vanished. Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback as he gazed at the core of Calamity in his hand, promptly beginning the process of absorption. In an instant, the 600 units vanished without a trace, and the power of the core was entirely consumed. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Chen's cultivation began to break through, effortlessly advancing to the 3rd level of transformation. Had he truly achieved a breakthrough? Ma Chao stood frozen, his gaze towards Lu Chen shifting dramatically. This was akin to advancing a level each day. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of explosive across the entirety of Blue Star. Luo Fanyin felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, falling into self-doubt. Despite possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, she still could not surpass Lu Chen. What kind of anomaly was he? Lu Qingfeng remained silent, squatting to the side, lost in thought as he smoked. He was truly at a loss. Once a genius himself, he now felt thoroughly defeated by Lu Chen. Well done, Lu Chen remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Ma Chao and the others were at a loss for words, seemingly resigned to Lu Chen's extraordinary prowess. Soon, they reached the deepest part of the area. Before them lay a modest pool of water, its emerald surface exuding a captivating aura. In the center of the pool, a piece of azure stone emerged. Atop the stone was a naturally formed indentation, about the size of a bowl, cradling a vibrant green liquid. It brimmed with life force, emanating a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Merely standing there, one could feel the pulsating vitality. Surrounding the pool, members from other academies appeared, albeit looking somewhat disheveled. Their journey to this point had clearly come at a considerable cost. We still have a while before the life essence takes full shape. It seems we have not arrived too late, Ma Chao remarked, his vigilance intensifying. With so many vying for possession, it was no simple feat. The Great Summer Academy has allowed Ma Chao to come? How are we supposed to contend with that? Someone remarked, visibly shaken upon seeing Ma Chao, clearly aware of his capabilities. It seemed that acquiring the life essence this time would indeed be a considerable challenge. What is there to fear? Ma Chao is not Lu Cini. If it were Lu Cini, I might hesitate, but with Ma Chao, I would genuinely like to test my mettle against him. Upon hearing that Lu Xini had a brother named Lu Chen who had also entered the Great Summer Academy, someone remarked, "Indeed, he is the fellow beside Ma Chao. But I heard his talent is merely at the first level. How did he manage to enter the Great Summer Academy? Who knows? Perhaps there are some hidden circumstances. Besides, given Lu Xini's talent, the Great Summer Academy would certainly be inclined to give him a chance." The conversation unexpectedly shifted to Lu Chen, and there was no attempt to conceal the provocative undertones. Lu Chen raised his head and spotted a few individuals not far away, openly laughing and speaking, their words becoming increasingly outrageous. They claimed that Lu Chen's entry into the Great Summer Academy was a result of Lu Xini's underhanded dealings. Recognizing the emblem of Tianqi Academy, Lu Chen's expression turned serious. Previously, at the conclusion of his freshman assignment, he had a conflict with a mentor from the Weather Academy. Indeed, one can discern the caliber of a student by the quality of their mentor. Those who suffer punishment do so justly. Those few scoundrels, born of a mother yet raised without one, barking like dogs. Their penchant for whispering behind others' backs stems from their own insecurities and inability to confront openly, preferring to cower in the shadows like mere lackeys. Lu Chen spoke, choosing to articulate his disdain with eloquence, thus purging himself of any filth. Chapter 90. The three-blade slaughter that shocked the entire audience. Lu Chen's exquisite mastery of his nation's essence resonated, plunging all into silence. Remarkable, indeed. How deeply touching this display of character was. Ma Chao and his companions fell into silence, having been astonished by Lu Chen's demeanor more than once. The individuals from the Enlightenment Academy were momentarily stunned, then swiftly realized that Lu Chen's ire was directed at them, their expressions darkening. "Who do you think you are cursing at? Have the audacity to repeat that?" They retorted. "Who are you cursing? I am indeed cursing you. The disgrace of your academy producing such trash is appalling, yet unsurprising, considering the character of your mentors. What quality of students could be expected from such guidance?" Lu Chen stated coldly, his anger surging within him. The dragon scale blade had already appeared in his hand, poised for action at any moment. His utter disregard for decorum drew the attention of those around him, their faces painted with astonishment. It seemed a confrontation was imminent. They certainly had no intention of playing peacemaker, eagerly anticipating the depletion of the Great Xia Academy's strength, hoping to reap the benefits later. The Weather Academy's members regarded Lu Chen with icy stares, remembering how he had previously assaulted their mentor and beaten their peers. Many had witnessed these events firsthand, which now led them to endure ridicule because of it. Their pent-up frustration was palpable. Seeing Lu Chen now, they could no longer suppress their feelings. Openly mocking him with the intent to provoke, they sought to teach Lu Chen a lesson. After all, in their eyes, that day's events were merely due to the intervention of the vice president of the Great Xia Academy supporting Lu Chen. Without that, Lu Chen's words would hold no weight. Now, with Lu Chen present, they believed that if they could momentarily restrain Ma Chao and his group, any one of them could easily overpower Lu Chen. However, such a plan carried its own risks, as Ma Chao and his companions were not to be underestimated. It would be wisest to force Lu Chen into a one-on-one duel. Truly, he was a second-generation heir. Only relying on your sister, what are you without her? You wish to provoke me into a duel, do you? This tactic is rather transparent, yet I confess, it intrigues me. Lu Chen stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he addressed the members of the Enlightenment Academy. Which of you worthless fools dares to step forward? Arrogant. You are merely a freshman, having entered the Great Xia Academy through the back door, thanks to Lu Xini. Do you truly believe you possess any real skill? Today, I shall make you aware that arrogance comes with a price. Ding Quan emerged, his gaze fierce, his cultivation having reached the third stage of meridian opening. It should have been a match where the eighth layer of transformation came forth, yet they were also apprehensive about any hidden cards that Lu Chen might possess. If they were to lose, it would indeed be an immense shame. Do they even care about their reputation? The Tianqi Academy has truly cast aside all semblance of dignity. Haven't they? They repeatedly assert that Lu Chen is merely a freshman, yet here he stands as an upperclassman, and a formidable one at that. At the Pulse Connection realm, do they not feel any embarrassment to combat a freshman by deploying upperclassmen? Do they genuinely believe that I am so easily bullied? Ma Chao stepped forward, his peak Pulse Connection cultivation erupting suddenly, unleashing a formidable pressure that swept over the area. The members of Tianqi Academy could not withstand this overwhelming force and retreated several steps. Not only Tianqi Academy, but others present also felt a pang of trepidation upon witnessing Ma Chao's terrifying prowess. Is this the caliber of the president of the Daxiao Academy Student Council? In the past, Lu Xini dominated the Daxiao Academy, her brilliance overshadowing all others. However, this does not imply that the others are merely inept. It is simply that Lu Xini was incredibly powerful and fearsome. When compared to students from other academies, they could easily crush their opponents. Bai Lian and the others unleashed their own potent auras. The audacity of Tianqi Academy's brats to slander Lu Xini was intolerable to them. Were it not for Lu Chen, they would have already charged forth to deal with these insolent fools. Now, they shamelessly send upperclassmen to contend with Lu Chen. So what if he is merely at the third layer of pulse connection? A waste is still a waste, no matter how strong. Lu Chen spoke, dismissing them entirely. Lu Qifeng wanted to say something, but upon recalling Lu Chen's previous effortless defeat of the pulse connection realm one with a single strike, he swallowed his words. Ma Chao and the others furrowed their brows but stepped back a few paces. This scene left the onlookers in astonishment. Clearly, Ma Chao was the president of the student council, yet it seemed as though Lu Chen had become the focal point. Is this right? Lu Chen, you are truly too arrogant. Ding Quan, seeing Ma Chao and the others retreat, decided to continue his bravado. Suddenly, he rushed towards Lu Chen, launching a sneak attack. Truly, they have no shame. Even those from other academies observed this scene, feeling that Tianqi Academy had lost all dignity. Yet, no one dared to speak up. Lu Chen gripped the dragon scale blade. His expression darkened upon realizing this scoundrel's underhanded tactics. With a single slash, the fully mastered demon subduing blade technique unleashed a dazzling blade light that met Ding Quan's attack head-on, successfully blocking it. The spectators from other academies turned to witness the spectacle, their faces etched with astonishment. The third layer of transformation? Good heavens! Who claimed that Lu Chen was incapable? This Lu Chen is simply extraordinary. Which freshman has already reached the third layer of transformation? What of the so-called waste? Arrogant? Lu Chen is still too restrained. If I possessed such talent, I would be even more audacious than him. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. They had previously thought Lu Chen was excessively arrogant. Yet after witnessing his abilities and recognizing his talent, they found it entirely reasonable. Arrogant? He is merely too restrained. I had anticipated this. Ultimately, the worthless shall remain worthless, regardless of their lofty ambitions. Lu Chen scoffed coldly, feeling a twinge of regret. This fellow's prowess was far beneath his initial expectations. Arrogance. Ding Quan was truly incensed. He unleashed a lethal strike, insidious in nature, daring to attempt Lu Chen's demise. If I cannot fell you with 3 strikes, then I concede defeat, Lu Chen declared, as the blade transformed into a searing crimson, radiating intense heat. One slash erupted, unleashing a formidable force that repelled Ding Quan. Another strike followed, obliterating all of Ding Quan's defenses with its ferocity. With yet another cut, the glimmering blade signaled the approach of death. Lu Chen had no intention of sparing him. This final blow was laced with intent to kill. The blade swept through the air. Ding Quan remained rooted in place, utterly devoid of strength. Subsequently, his legs betrayed him, and he knelt before collapsing. Life extinguished. 3 strikes had vanquished a third-tier pulsing veins practitioner. The surroundings plunged into an oppressive silence. You dare to slay a member of the Tianqi Academy? You seek death. The members of the Tianqi Academy reacted, their voices filled with rage. If you dare to harm Brother Chen, I see you are courting death. Ma Chao stepped forward, exuding a fierce aura. Chapter 91. Ruthless Tactics, Instilling Fear in All. If you touch Brother Chen, I assure you, you are inviting your own demise. Ma Chao advanced, his formidable presence erupting, revealing that he had reached the threshold of half-step marquee. His demeanor was savagely fierce, as though anyone who dared to lay a finger on Lu Chen would meet their end at his hands. The members of the Tianqi Academy halted, lifting their gazes to Ma Chao. Their expressions shifted, yet they ultimately refrained from striking. They were no match for Ma Chao, and besides, there were other senior students present, all of whom watched with predatory eyes, seemingly ready to intervene the moment they made a move, prepared to annihilate them. They were simply outmatched. Lu Chen stood unmoved, his eyelids scarcely fluttering. He merely regarded the members of the Tianqi Academy with a calm demeanor. You may kill. What will you do then? Lu Chen retorted, leaving the members of the Tianqi Academy feeling profoundly humiliated. Yet, for the moment, they dared not utter a word. A third-tier senior student had been slain by Lu Chen, a mere third-tier newcomer. Should this news spread, it would bring disgrace upon the Tianqi Academy. If they acted now, regardless of victory or defeat, their dignity had already been tarnished, and they would earn a reputation for being unable to accept failure. The crux of the matter was that they could not overpower him. Lu Chen, do not be so arrogant. Countless individuals in this world surpass you. Do not presume that your abilities grant you the liberty to act as you please. The murder of a member of the Tianqi Academy will not go unpunished. If you wish this matter to end, kneel and apologize now. In response, Lu Chen chuckled outright. With no abilities yet still posturing. How amusing. I'm afraid I shall indeed act as I please. Strike me. Continue until they cease their pretense, until they offer their apologies. Lu Chun was disinclined to engage in further banter. As his words fell, Ma Chao and the others sprang into action. They had long harbored a desire to unleash their fury upon them, each one more arrogant than the last. They dared to flaunt their superiority, despite the fact that our senior, Lu Xini, had effortlessly subdued them with 3 strikes. What audacity they possess! Bai Lian and the others also joined the fray. For in their eyes, the mere act of these wretched beings slandering Lu Xini behind her back warranted their demise. However, constrained by the presence of Lu Chun, they refrained from immediate assault. Yet, these shameless individuals, after being vanquished by Lu Chun, had the gall to retaliate once more. How could this be tolerated? Each of them had received guidance from Lu Xini and had been rescued by Lu Chun just moments ago. It was unfathomable for the students of Tianqi Academy to conceive that they could collectively offend us. Were they truly devoid of reason? We are all civilized beings. Let us not resort to violence. If you persist in this manner, do not compel me to kneel and beg for mercy. In mere moments, they found themselves incapacitated, their faces bruised and battered, resembling nothing of their former selves. Had it not been for the multitude of witnesses, their very survival today would have been in jeopardy. Apologize, Lu Chen stated coolly. One senior was reluctant to offer an apology, only to be met with a hefty blow from Ma Chao. It was then that he begrudgingly conceded. I was wrong, 1,000 times wrong. My faults are countless. I should not have acted in such a despicable manner. Please forgive us. Yet, the sincerity was lacking. When they spread their slander, their lips moved with ease, uttering all manner of nonsense. Now, they expected to sweep it all away with mere words. Lu Chun lifted his gaze, his eyes icy. In this world, such easy resolutions do not exist. What purpose does my training serve if everything can be resolved with a few exchanged words? Am I merely to play? At this moment, the Tianqi Academy students realized that Lu Chun was not to be trifled with. They had indeed struck a hard surface today. This shall serve as our sincere apology. We truly recognize our mistakes, the leader proclaimed, kneeling and presenting all his cultivation resources before Lu Chun. The others hastily followed suit. Apologize to my sister, or I shall ensure that this inept sister of mine pays you a visit at your academy when she has the time. As he spoke, Lu Chun retrieved his phone, intending to video call Lu Xini, but reconsidered. Instead, he found a photograph in his album. The students of Tianqi Academy were left in a stupor, too intimidated to resist, as they approached the photo of Lu Xini, bowing and offering their apologies. Yet the scene felt somewhat discordant. Suddenly, Lu Chun drew his blade, and a flurry of sword light surged forth, accompanied by a spray of crimson blossoms. Each of the Tianqi Academy students was severed of an arm, their cries echoing in the air. Consider this a lesson for you. Let this matter be laid to rest, Lu Chun declared coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. This caused a tremor in the hearts of Ma Chao and his companions, who suddenly realized the ruthlessness of Lu Chen's methods. He was certainly not to be trifled with. In terms of tactics, Lu Chen was far more formidable than Lu Xini in her prime. The expressions of those surrounding him shifted, their gazes towards Lu Chun now tinged with an involuntary fear. Previously, they had regarded him merely as a newcomer, thinking he had gained entry to the Dashao Academy solely due to his connection with Lu Xini. However, upon witnessing him effortlessly slay a third-level Meridian Realm opponent with 3 swift strikes, they understood that Lu Chun was no mere ornament. He possessed genuine prowess. Yet, in their eyes, he still remained just a freshman. Now, they found themselves compelled to regard him with newfound seriousness. It was absurd that a newcomer could command the attention of senior students, even earning the title of Brother Chen. The fact that he had severed the arm of a member from the Tianqi Academy was genuinely intimidating. In their hearts, an awe of Lu Chun had begun to take root. After all, even the seniors could not exhibit such brutality. With both talent and a ruthless disposition, who would dare provoke such a person? Lu Chun paid no heed to the peculiar expressions of those around him. Casting a cold glance at the members of the Tianqi Academy, he spoke with chilling finality. Leave. At this command, the Tianqi Academy members found the courage to rise, stumbling as they made their exit. Why not simply kill them to eliminate future threats? Luo Fanning inquired, pondering the implications of Lu Chun severing their arm. Surely, these individuals would harbor resentment. In a place like this, do you think they could walk away alive after losing an arm? Lu Chen retorted, rendering Luo Fanning speechless. Setting aside the myriad beasts lurking outside, if their injuries went untreated, survival was uncertain at best. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ma Chao and the others could not help but reflect. This fellow was anything but an ordinary freshman. At that moment, waves rippled through the pool of water, drawing everyone's attention back. Chapter 92. The Formation of Life Essence Liquid, the Black Flood Dragon of the Marquis Realm. The fluctuations in the pool stirred the hearts of the onlookers. Lu Chen turned his gaze, discovering that the life essence liquid had fully materialized. Within the depression, a vibrant green liquid flowed, exuding astonishing spiritual energy and brimming with life force. Compared to before, this power was purer and more refined. A stark contrast that was nothing short of celestial. No wonder everyone had been waiting. The difference was indeed monumental. Lu Chen murmured softly, refraining from acting hastily. The life essence liquid was undoubtedly a hot potato. Whoever possessed it would become the target of everyone's aggression. The individuals surrounding him were not foolish. They too were biding their time. After a considerable wait, someone finally could not contain themselves and made their move. If you don't want it, then don't try to take it from me, this person declared, their figure darting forward, reaching for the life essence liquid. At that moment, the water of the pool surged violently, emanating a terrifying force that enveloped the area in a fierce aura, instantly locking onto this individual. Immediately, a violent force erupted, propelling a droplet of water skyward, sending a man soaring through the air. As the crowd stood frozen in shock, a dark shadow suddenly materialized from the depths of the pool, unleashing a thunderous roar. With a gaping maw, it devoured the unfortunate soul in one swift motion. The massive figure, coiling majestically in the sky, was revealed to be a black dragon of approximately 10 zhang in length, radiating an aura of malevolence. Its presence tainted the air with a foul stench. A black dragon at the Duke level. A tremor laced the voice of one onlooker as dread crept into their hearts. No one had forewarned them that a Duke-level black dragon lay hidden within the Bailing pool. What were they to do now? Not a single one among them possessed the strength of a duke. Fear not. We shall unite our strength, with so many of us. Can we not vanquish a mere Duke-level beast? Someone exclaimed, emboldened. Indeed, its power is merely that of a duke. With hundreds of us joining forces, it cannot possibly survive. While there was a semblance of logic in this argument, many among them were merely at the meridian opening stage. A few had even reached the half-duke level. And under the right conditions, they might stand a chance against the black dragon. Yet, it was not that simple. Lu Chen stepped back, a profound unease swelling within him. If he were the black dragon, aware of the multitude present and the potential for a united front, would he dare to show himself? The answer was glaringly apparent. It would be utterly inconceivable. Beasts of such caliber had already attained intelligence and would not act so foolishly. Indeed, we should retreat. It is possible that this black dragon is the sovereign of the entire Bailing pool. Should it unleash a beast tide? At that moment, Luo Fanning seized upon the key term. If her conjecture held any truth, then indeed, the next instant, the black dragon let out a deafening roar, its voice reverberating throughout the entirety of the Bailing pool. Following this, a cacophony of howls from numerous beasts echoed in response. Retreat, Lu Chen shouted, turning on his heel and fleeing without a moment's hesitation. The essence of life was undoubtedly precious, but what value did it hold if one's life was forfeit? Ma Chao and the others were not foolish. They grasped the situation immediately and had no inclination to quibble over matters. They fled even more swiftly than Lu Chen. Those from other academies also recognized the impending danger and quickly turned to escape. However, the unfortunate truth was that there were those who remained oblivious, some standing idly by, unaware of the chaos, perplexed as to why others were fleeing. Some even believed that the departure of their companions signaled an opportunity for themselves. At this moment, disordered footsteps echoed from every direction, mingling with the low growls of the beasts. The sounds of battle ensued, accompanied by cries of anguish. Help! Help! How can there be so many beasts? Someone save me. I am so frightened. These creatures are ferocious. Some female students, who had come merely to gain experience, were paralyzed by fear, emitting shrieks that rivaled those of the beasts themselves. Lu Chen was left speechless, bewildered as to why these individuals, who would panic at the sight of a mere cockroach, had ventured here. What was the purpose of their cultivation? However, Lu Chen remained indifferent to the chaos around him. At that moment, they faced a multitude of monstrous beasts, seemingly oblivious to everything but their relentless assault. We must fight our way through, Ma Chao declared gravely. For they were surrounded by these creatures, leaving them with no other choice. In fact, as he spoke, Lu Chen and his companions had already engaged in battle. Various attacks fell upon the beasts, mercilessly claiming their lives. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, charging forward without regard for their own mortality. Yinming Blood Sea Technique. Lu Chen, without a trace of hesitation, unleashed this martial skill. He let out a primal roar as the rain continued to pour. Damn it! I've never seen a martial technique that comes with its own weather. Lu Qingfeng exclaimed, on the brink of madness, haunted by countless memories of being tormented by Lu Chen. Curse it, if I can't defeat this lunatic, how could I possibly lose to you? he shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged forward. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's palm gathered a series of blood-red runes, which instantly surged forth, forming a blood-colored formation. A terrifying force of devouring and plundering erupted, sending crimson light into the veins of the beasts, causing them to burst. This power converged in an instant within Lu Chen's palm. Die! He bellowed as he swung his blade, unleashing the amassed energy. Proficiency of Yiming Blood Sea Technique. 1. Proficiency of Yiming Blood Sea Technique. 1. Proficiency of Yiming Blood Sea Technique. 1. Yiming Blood Sea Technique has reached minor completion. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. The simplified points Lu Chen had accumulated over the past few days were consumed entirely in that moment, propelling the Yiming Blood Sea Technique to a new level of mastery. With that strike, a torrent of blood light erupted, carrying a pungent scent of blood. The ferocious and terrifying aura drew the attention of all creatures within the Bailing pool, their expressions frozen in shock, unsure of who had unleashed such a devastating blow. As the crimson light dissipated, the ground before Lu Chen was littered with the corpses of the beasts, all severed at the waist, with rivers of blood flowing freely. The simplified points he had expended were instantly restored, even exceeding 6,000. Let's go? Lu Chen urged, having carved a path through the monstrous horde with his powerful strike. Brother Chen, I Bai Lian have never bowed to anyone. You are the first. I truly admire you. When we return, I must pay my respects. Even Ma Chao was left in disbelief, recognizing that had that blow landed on him, he would not have been able to withstand it. At that moment, within the Bailing pool, the Black Flood Dragon seemed to sense something, devouring the life essence liquid before pursuing Lu Chen and his companions. Chapter 93. Slaying the Black Flood Dragon, Life Essence Liquid? Lu Chen and his group hastened towards the exit of the Bailing pool, eager to escape this cursed place. No one had anticipated that deep within the Bailing pool lurked a Black Flood Dragon of the Marquis realm, inciting a beast tide. Under such an overwhelming assault from countless monstrous beasts, even Ma Chao could do little but evade. Had it not been for Lu Chen carving out an escape route with his blade, their attempts to flee would have surely exacted a considerable toll. At that moment, a peaked tiger demon of the Meridian realm intercepted them, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the forest. It lunged forward, intent on devouring Lu Chen and his companions whole. Witnessing this, Ma Chao sprang into action, thrusting his spear with the grace of a dragon. In that instant, he unleashed the full extent of his power, concentrating it at the spear's tip. Suddenly, the spearhead radiated a resplendent brilliance, dazzling to behold. In an instant, the force emitted surpassed the Meridian realm, reaching the Duke realm. The tiger demon attempted to evade, but was a moment too late, succumbing to Ma Chao's decisive strike. Let us go, Ma Chao commanded, his gaze sharp. Yet they had scarcely moved far when they halted once more. The Black Flood Dragon had inexplicably appeared before them. Upon seeing the creature, Lu Chen's heart sank. This accursed beast had tracked them down. With so many others to pursue, it had chosen them. Cursed creature. Ma Chao and the others shared his exasperation, yet fortunately, only a few demon beasts lingered nearby, rendering their predicament not overly perilous. The Black Flood Dragon's eyes glinted with malice as it charged toward Lu Chen, its gaze turning deadly. By heavens, I bear you no grudge. Lu Chen exclaimed in frustration, utterly perplexed as to why this wretched creature had fixated on him. A mere third-tier practitioner. Move aside. Ma Chao bellowed in anger, evidently taken aback that the Black Flood Dragon's target was Lu Chen. He swiftly launched an attack of his own. Lu Chen narrowly evaded, almost being torn apart by the creature. Sensing the imminent threat, the Black Flood Dragon abruptly pivoted, condensing a blue force in its maw, resembling a wave of light, and surged toward Ma Chao. The two forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Trees and boulders around them shattered in an instant. Lu Chen was sent staggering back several steps. Truly, the student council president. His strength was already sufficient to rival that of the Duke realm. Engaging with the Black Flood Dragon, he held his ground admirably. Attack! Ma Chao shouted. It was only then that Bai Lian reacted sharply, charging at the Black Flood Dragon. This creature was a formidable opponent at the third tier of the Duke realm, not to be underestimated. However, Ma Chao and his allies were no ordinary individuals. Fighting above their rank was well within their capabilities. Their earlier hesitation was solely due to the overwhelming number of demon beasts. Now, with just the Black Flood Dragon before them, they felt no fear. The senior students persistently countered the Black Flood Dragon while initiating their own offensive. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, moving with remarkable speed, dispatched the remaining demon beasts in the vicinity, claiming yet another harvest of simplified points. Only then did he turn his attention to the Black Flood Dragon. Luo Fanyin and El Qingfeng had also joined the fray. Together, they quickly gained the upper hand against the Black Flood Dragon, inflicting several injuries upon it. What astonished Lu Chen, however, was that the Black Flood Dragon still sought to engage him. In that moment, Lu Chen's anger flared. This was verging on sheer bullying. Do you really think I can be easily bullied without facing dire consequences? Lu Chen roared, a crimson light suddenly emanating from his body. The blood sea of the underworld was activated in an instant. Blood-red runes coalesced and surged towards the black serpent, ensnaring it within a formidable formation. The runes even penetrated the creature's very being. Strike now and slay this beast, Ma Chao commanded, channeling his entire strength to contain the black serpent. The other senior students, exhibiting remarkable synergy, joined in to bind the creature, leaving the final blow to Lu Chen. The activation of the blood sea of the underworld by Lu Chen was undeniably terrifying, even causing his eyes to blaze with crimson. He swiftly positioned himself before the black serpent, extending his finger to touch its head. Lu Qingfeng, initially perplexed, soon sensed an overwhelming power erupting forth, instantly piercing through the black serpent's skull and sending a torrent of blood-red energy blasting outward, shattering the cliffside. The creature's life force was utterly extinguished. Detected host has slain a third-tier beast of the Marquis realm, earning 1,300 simplified points. In light of the host's exceptional performance in overcoming a foe of a higher tier, an additional reward of 1 level increase in martial skill is bestowed upon the host. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Lu Chen's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to curl into a smile. Slaying a third-tier beast of the Marquis realm would certainly provide ample bragging rights. Though the over 1,000 simplified points were inconsequential to him, what truly exhilarated Lu Chen was the prospect of enhancing his martial skills. He currently possessed a plethora of martial techniques, many of which were of high caliber. An additional upgrade would be a significant boon. However, he was uncertain which technique to enhance at this moment. Yet now was not the time for such deliberations. He needed to return safely to the academy first. Observing the black serpent, Lu Chen decisively severed its head. A beast of the Marquis realm would surely make for a delectable barbecue. Ma Chao and the others paused momentarily, realizing that only Lu Chen could entertain such a notion. However, it was indeed an enticing thought. They had never tasted a black serpent of this caliber before. Beasts of this echelon possessed flesh that could be likened to spiritual medicine, potentially enhancing one's cultivation. Subsequently, Lu Chen extracted the beast core, a treasure for cultivation. Should I retrieve the life essence? He mused, contemplating after vanquishing the black serpent. Never mind. One's life is paramount. Ma Chao hesitated but ultimately decided to return. The current situation was uncertain, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. After all, the entire Bailing Pool was currently besieged by a tide of beasts, with countless creatures seemingly driven mad. It was likely that the ground was soaked in blood, and many lives had been lost. There was no merit in venturing further. While the life essence was indeed precious, it was futile without the means to secure one's life. Let us return, Lu Chen concluded. This outing had not been in vain. He had harvested nearly 8,000 simplified points and advanced the blood sea of the underworld to a minor completion. There has been some gain indeed. The simplified essence acquired is sufficient for him to cultivate for an extended period. At this moment, however, a gentle radiance emanates from within the body of the black serpent, enveloping a vibrant green liquid that pulsates with an extraordinarily vital aura. Life essence. Upon witnessing this liquid, Lu Chen was utterly taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this real? How could this life essence be here, nestled within the belly of the black serpent? Lu Chen was not alone in his astonishment. Ma Chao and the others shared his incredulity. Ha ha ha. It seems the heavens have favored us. How could one's fortune be so remarkable? Lu Chen exclaimed, stepping forward to collect it, his laughter growing louder. After all their wandering, they had nearly given up and decided to return, only to discover that the life essence had been concealed within the black serpent. It appeared that the serpent had swallowed it, fearing it would be seized during its pursuit of them, intending to refine it after the chaos subsided. Little did it know that it would ultimately benefit them. Lu Chen, you truly are a harbinger of fortune. Ma Chao could hardly contain his excitement. With this life essence, he could break through to the Marquis realm. He then solemnly produced a jade green vial to contain the precious liquid, carefully stowing it away for later distribution amongst their group. Let us head back and share it equally. Ha ha ha. Ma Chao and the other senior students were ablaze with enthusiasm. They genuinely owed their gratitude to Lu Chen. It was Lu Chen who had saved them during the Calamity illusion, and it was his strength that carved a path for their escape. Moreover, it was Lu Chen who had lured the black serpent, allowing them to slay it and obtain the life essence. At times, one cannot help but believe in the whims of fortune, as if it were predestined from the very beginning. Initially, they had given up hope. Who could have anticipated that they would acquire it in such a fashion? Let us return first, Chen said with a smile. Realizing that their journey had not been in vain, the group hastened their pace, still within the confines of the Bailing pool, eager to depart from this perilous locale. The tumult and scent of blood could attract the attention of formidable calamities lurking in the contaminated zones. Should a marquee-level calamity appear, their fate would be sealed. This caliber of calamity could obliterate the entire Bailing pool, far surpassing the threat posed by the Black Serpent. Chen, with your current strength, you are fully capable of challenging the Academy's talented rankings, Ma Chao suddenly remarked. Challenge the talented rankings? Chen was well aware of the rankings within the Academy, where the first position was held by Lu Xini, a record that had never been surpassed, with none daring to contest it. The second place belonged to Ma Chao himself. The prestigious ranking of the top 50, once attained, bestows upon its holders an array of supplementary training resources and privileges within the Academy. One can access the training rooms at no cost and request any necessary materials, including martial arts techniques and methodologies, from the institution. This status even grants rights that surpass those of the Student Council. Ma Chao elucidated that this is not merely a ranking. It is a symbol of identity that allows its bearers to enjoy various privileges. Moreover, when applying to specialized institutions such as the Dragon Soul, additional merits can be gained. This is truly the most formidable aspect. Furthermore, it seems your sister will be returning to the Great Xia Academy soon. And if you manage to break into the top ranks, it would certainly astonish her. After all, she was the sole individual who entered the top 40 of the ranking during her freshman year. I wonder how high you could ascend. Ma Chao continued, his curiosity piqued. The prowess that Chen has exhibited is more than sufficient to secure a place on the ranking. In fact, he believes that if Chen were to unleash his full potential and utilize all his hidden cards, he could even penetrate the top 10. Indeed, it is that terrifying. At this time, Lu Xini had only just entered the transformation stage, while Chen has already reached the third level, showcasing an unparalleled combat capability. This is truly astonishing. We shall discuss it later. Chen responded casually, yet his mind was already set on the challenge of the so-called top ranking. In the evening, Chen and his companions finally arrived at the academy. Ma Chao had divided the life essence liquid into several portions, ensuring that each person received a share. Chen noticed that his portion was noticeably larger. You contributed the most. Naturally, you should receive more, Ma Chao stated. Indeed, you deserve it, Bai Lian added. Expressing no other thoughts on the matter, Chen smiled, choosing not to dwell on it further. Let's head back, tidy up, and enjoy a little barbecue in the back mountain, charcoal-grilled black dragon, Chen declared, and then they dispersed. After freshening up and changing into clean attire, Chen made his way to the back mountain. Ma Chao and the others had long since arrived and had even kindled a fire. Be careful not to set the back mountain ablaze. With so many people here, what are you worried about? If it catches fire, we can always throw the principal and liven things up. Ma Chao joked as he prepared the black dragon that Chen had brought. Skin it and remove the tendons. The scales and tendons of this creature can be utilized to forge armor. They are indeed valuable materials. I'll find a mentor to help you craft the set when we return. Ma Chao continued. Soon, an entire black dragon was suspended over the flames, its head discarded aside. After all, grilling the dragon's head is somewhat of an acquired taste, and no one was keen to partake. Yet, it was rumored that a particular part was quite nourishing, and the group eyed it eagerly, seemingly poised to snatch it up at any moment. The delectable aroma soon enveloped the entire back mountain. Some students were drawn here, their expressions filled with astonishment upon witnessing the scene before them. This was a dragon. Goodness, the vitality it exuded was at least that of a marquis. Yet it was skewered over flames, reduced to a mere barbecue. Who could have hunted such a creature? A marquis-level dragon, no less. In an instant, whether newcomers or veterans, everyone was left in awe. To hunt a dragon of this caliber was an exceedingly rare feat, not easily accomplished. However, the most pivotal aspect was the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Surely, a single bite could enhance one's cultivation and invigorate their vitality. Spectators thought to themselves, tears of envy streaming from the corners of their mouths. In a corner, Wan Ruxian stood, her heart aflame with anger as she beheld the unscathed Chen. She had explicitly informed Hu Ming of Chen's whereabouts, so why was Chen completely unharmed now? She was unwilling to accept this. Why was it that Chen could strut about the academy, garnering everyone's attention, even surpassing the former prominence of Lu Xini? It seemed Chen sensed something amiss, lifting his head and casting a sharp gaze in her direction. Chapter 95, Transformation at the 5th Level, Celestial Grade Technique. Chen felt an instinctual awareness as he raised his head, his gaze piercing, directly identifying Wan Ruxian's presence. Nevertheless, he refrained from confronting her immediately. After all, she could not escape within the confines of the academy. There was no need to disrupt his mood at that moment. With these thoughts in mind, Chen resumed his indulgence. The flesh and blood of the black dragon were imbued with potent essence with every bite. He could feel the surge of power coursing through him, his vitality increasing. The onlookers were utterly mesmerized, envious drool escaping their lips uncontrollably. That night, Chen sat in his room, retrieving the life essence liquid and consuming it in one swift motion. System, commence cultivation. Chen commanded in his mind, rapidly consuming his simplified points. His simplified points had reached over 8,000, more than sufficient to support his cultivation for a considerable time. As the life essence liquid coursed through him, Chen immediately sensed a formidable life force circulating within his body. His strength surged rapidly, his entire being bursting forth with vibrant vitality. His cultivation level began to rise exponentially. In an instant, he had ascended to the 4th level of transformation. Chen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and tinged with surprise. He had not anticipated that the life essence liquid would be so potent, enabling such a swift breakthrough. The 4th level of transformation was indeed commendable. Soon, Chen recalled the opportunity for a martial skill upgrade he had obtained after slaying the black dragon, which he had yet to utilize. System, how does this martial skill upgrade work? The host may select any martial skill or technique to elevate its level. Upon hearing this, Chen pondered, a slight frown creasing his brow. Enhance the 9 Suns divine art, he declared decisively. In terms of martial skills, he was not lacking, especially with the celestial grade techniques imparted to him by Elder Jiang. However, the same could not be said for his cultivation techniques. Immediately, Chen felt various powerful forces surging within him, radiating warmth and strength akin to a blazing flame coursing through his body. In an instant, he became enveloped in an intense heat, his aura transforming into something remarkably pure. This extraordinary shift even manifested in the sky above, shattering the tranquility of the night as a celestial orb resembling a sun emerged, illuminating the entire Xia Academy. The scorching energy swiftly permeated the Academy's grounds. In his villa, Qingfeng had just settled down after consuming a life essence elixir, experiencing a breakthrough in his cultivation, his heart brimming with delight. Crucially, he had not heard Chen's usual cries of distress that night. However, the next moment, the overwhelming heat spread throughout the villa, akin to a wave of fire, igniting an uncomfortable sensation within him. Chen, you rascal! Qingfeng exclaimed in frustration, his heart aflame with anger as he hastily leaped out of the window. Unbeknownst to Chen, his advancement in the 9 Yang divine art had stirred such a significant commotion as he reveled in the exhilarating surge of power. Meanwhile, countless individuals within the academy stood in astonishment, witnessing this phenomenon for the first time. The principal and other faculty members were equally shocked, pondering the source of this celestial anomaly. Could it be Chen once more? What sort of prodigy is he? Given the magnitude of this display, it seemed plausible that a heavenly level technique or martial art was being birthed, yet he was merely at the transformation stage, incapable of creating such a technique. Could it be the martial arts imparted to him by Elder Jiang? However, it was never mentioned that cultivating heavenly level martial arts could provoke such phenomena. At that moment, the Academy's higher-ups furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend the situation and resolved to inquire about it with Chen once he concluded his training. Since Chen's arrival at the Academy, it seemed that tranquility had eluded them entirely, for the astonishments he brought forth were numerous. Outside Chen's villa, Ma Chao and the others appeared, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What on earth is happening? How can this provoke a celestial phenomenon? Such intense energy. I took the life essence elixir too, yet why are our experiences so different? I knew that the Black Flood Dragon's treasures were pilfered by Chen. Is he truly capable of enduring this? Perhaps we should send Luo Fanning to assist him? What are you saying? Why should Luo Fanning help him? Aren't they supposed to be a pair? Bai Lian and Ma Chao exchanged solemn glances, discussing the matter. Observing Qingfeng jumping out of the window, they remarked, "You have truly suffered." Qingfeng, puzzled, questioned the meaning behind their words, sensing something was amiss. Nearby, Luo Fanning stood witnessing the scene, her heart filled with awe. Was a heavenly level martial art truly being born? Meanwhile, Chen remained immersed in the euphoric sensation of elevating his cultivation, oblivious to the throngs of spectators drawn by his extraordinary display. Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated the 9 Yang divine art to the heavenly level. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has reached the 5th level of transformation. In an instant, the system's mechanical and cold voice resonated. The intense heat dissipated, and Lu Chen felt an unprecedented surge of strength within him. It was an indescribable sensation, remarkably pleasant. In that moment, his cultivation ascended once more to the 5th level of transformation. Within a single night, he had elevated 2 realms. The celestial grade techniques truly stem from the system. One cannot fathom the joy of such an accomplishment. A smile graced Lu Chen's lips, difficult to suppress. Not to mention celestial grade techniques. Even earthly grade techniques are exceedingly rare and precious. Their emergence invariably stirs storms of bloodshed as countless powerful beings compete for them. And celestial grade techniques? Such high-tier techniques would incite envy even among those at the martial sovereign level. Yet, Lu Chen now possessed one, while others toiled with yellow-grade techniques. Striving earnestly for a volume of mysterious grade techniques, Lu Chen had already acquired a celestial grade technique. Afterward, Lu Chen ceased his cultivation, with 2 realms gained in a single night. He worried about the stability of his foundation. Thus, he must quickly refine his base. One cannot be overly ambitious. Just as he prepared to rest, Lu Chen sensed numerous auras surrounding him, including that of the Dean, who had locked onto him. Lu Chen pushed open the window and was taken aback to find his villa encircled by a throng of people who were seemingly whispering among themselves. Is it really necessary to gather like this just because I was cultivating? Lu Chen muttered instinctively. At that moment, Bai Lian also spotted Lu Chen. Lu Chen, are you all right? If necessary, I can buy you a cup to use for now. A cup? What would I need a cup for? Lu Chen replied, bewildered, completely unaware that rumors had begun to spread. Chapter 96. The Dean is shocked. This kid is not honest. Lu Chen remained in a state of confusion, oblivious to the fact that rumors had circulated, claiming he had indulged in the treasures of the Black Flood Dragon, causing the beast's blood to boil and his cultivation to overflow. Some girls looked at Lu Chen with a new glimmer in their eyes, seemingly torn between whether to challenge him to a spar. Yet, Lu Chen had indeed not indulged. Hearing Bai Lian's words left him even more perplexed. Lu Chen, are you okay? Ma Chao inquired, as the earlier surge of intense energy emanated from Lu Chen himself, raising concerns for his well-being. Had he known the potency of that effect, he too would have partaken. At that moment, the Dean appeared. Lu Chen and Ma Chao were taken aback. How had this commotion attracted the Dean's attention? Without further ado, the Dean waved his hand, unleashing a powerful force that whisked Lu Chen away from the window, swiftly vanishing from the scene. Could it be that the Dean seeks the formula? Bai Lian said gravely. Ma Chao nodded in agreement, deeming it plausible at the Dean's age. He must also seek to replenish his vitality. In the office, Lu Chen sat in a chair wearing nothing but his shorts. Wait, old deng. At least let me put on some clothes. Lu Chen exclaimed, feeling quite helpless. The Dean, however, remained indifferent, his sharp gaze fixed upon Lu Chen. Wang Fugue and others also entered, their expressions grave. What on earth has transpired? Please, do not behave in such a manner. If there is something to discuss, let us speak openly. Otherwise, I shall summon my master to deal with you. Do you dare to test that? Lu Chen felt utterly bewildered. It was the dead of night. Clad only in his undergarments, led by an old man into this place, now surrounded by a group of stern-faced elders. Who could remain unperturbed under such scrutiny? Should 2 more bald heads appear, he might very well leap from the window. Upon hearing his words, the Dean and the others finally averted their gazes. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. What were you doing just now? Cultivating, of course. What else could I have been doing? Lu Chen replied, his expression one of confusion, still unable to comprehend the intentions of these individuals. How did you cultivate? Do you understand what just occurred? Confess honestly what you were doing. Wang Fugue's demeanor grew noticeably colder. In response, Lu Chen furrowed his brows tightly. Cultivation is merely cultivation. What else could it entail? As for what transpired outside, how could I possibly know? It has nothing to do with me. Lu Chen replied coolly, genuinely perplexed by their motives. Nonetheless, he recalled the figures outside his villa, suspecting that something had indeed happened, yet he remained in the dark. Very well, allow me to rephrase my inquiry. While you were cultivating just now, a natural phenomenon occurred. A great sun hung in the sky, radiating scorching power that enveloped the entire academy. According to our conjecture, such an event could only arise from the birth of a celestial tier martial art. Does this bear any relation to you? The Dean altered his approach. This was their first encounter with such an occurrence, and they were utterly inexperienced. Lu Chen fell silent. His 9-yang divine art had originally been of the earth tier, but it had just ascended to the celestial tier. Yet, he never anticipated that the elevation of his technique would invoke such a phenomenon. I am unaware of it. I was simply practicing the martial skill imparted by my master, and I have gained some insights. Lu Chen had no intention of admitting the truth. After all, he was merely at the transformation stage. How could he explain the existence of a celestial tier technique? Who would believe him, even if witnessed firsthand? No one would accept that a mere transformation stage cultivator could manifest a celestial tier martial art. Thus, he could only place the blame on the old man Jiang. Upon hearing this, the dean and the others fell silent once more, their expressions heavy with concern. They were well aware of the terrifying nature of the celestial tier martial art mastered by Elder Jiang, yet they had never encountered it before. However, to think that cultivating a celestial tier martial art could summon a phenomenon, that was beyond their comprehension. Even the notion that Chen had created a celestial tier martial art was difficult for them to accept. Is it true? Of course it is true. I never deceive. Chen asserted with utmost seriousness. The dean scrutinized him for quite some time, ultimately deciding to relent. This young man was far from trustworthy. Extracting any information from him was akin to climbing a mountain. At the slightest hint of displeasure, he would threaten to call upon his ineffectual master for support, an unapproachable prospect indeed. Very well, you may leave. Let tonight's events be as though they never transpired, regardless of the underlying reasons. However, one must acknowledge a fundamental truth. Possessing great talent can often lead to envy. Before you attain sufficient prowess, when exactly did you reach the 5th level of transformation? The dean intended to caution Chen, but was swiftly taken aback to discover that Chen had, indeed, already achieved the 5th level of transformation. If memory serves, Chen had only reached this milestone a mere 2 days prior. Remarkable, progressing a level each day, is it? At this moment, the dean fell into silence, feeling as though he had been dealt a heavy blow. As a martial arts master revered throughout the Great Xia, standing at the apex of the hierarchy, their innate gifts were unquestionable. Yet, in comparison to Chen, they now felt woefully inadequate. I don't even know how I managed to break through. I've reached the 5th level of transformation. When did that happen? How peculiar. I'm unaware of my own progress, Chen mused, feigning ignorance, which only served to frustrate the dean further. There are times I truly wish to strike you. The dean exclaimed, before adding, very well, you may return. Then do provide me with a garment. Wandering the academy in mere trousers would surely brand me a miscreant. Chen protested. I have no spare clothes, but here is a hat. Wear it to conceal your face. Wang Fugui tossed Chen a hat, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Subsequently, Chen donned the hat and procured a sign, upon which he inscribed the words, I am Wang Fugui. He then brandished the sign as he prepared to leave. Good heavens! Wang Fugui was left dumbfounded. Could this truly be the work of a human? In a fit of frustration, he tore the sign to shreds and discarded it in a trash bin, promptly lifting Chen and returning him to the villa. Were Chen to wander the academy with such a sign, Wang Fugui would have no choice but to vacate the institution in embarrassment. Within the villa, Chen changed into a clean outfit and took a seat by the window. Tomorrow, he would challenge the illustrious ranking. Contemplating this, Chen began to formulate a plan. First, he would test his strength against the rankings to gauge his current standing within the academy. It had only been a month. Then, he would proceed to the war god camp. He wondered what expression his sister would wear upon learning that he had entered the war god camp. Chen spoke softly, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. Chapter 97. The ranking of the illustrious 50, defeated. The following noon, Chen awakened after several days of exhaustion, finally enjoying a restful slumber. During his sleep, his foundation solidified remarkably, even as he experienced successive breakthroughs in 2 realms. Soon after, Chen departed the villa and sought out Ma Chao. Upon learning of Chen's desire to challenge the illustrious ranking, Ma Chao's face registered astonishment. Although he had previously discussed this with Chen, witnessing his determination to proceed with the challenge left him somewhat shaken. After all, the current illustrious ranking was comprised of formidable individuals at the Meridian opening stage. Meanwhile, Chen remained merely at the 5th level of transformation. Nevertheless, they were all well aware of Chen's capabilities, which prevented any mockery from arising. I have arranged this for you. But I must emphasize beforehand that this is merely a friendly contest, and lethal force must be avoided. Exercise caution when employing your more destructive techniques. Those who have ascended to the celestial talent rankings possess formidable innate abilities, should any of them fall by your hand here. It would pose a significant loss to the academy, and the factions supporting them would undoubtedly seek retribution. Furthermore, the weakest individual currently on the rankings resides at the 6th level of the Meridian realm, so you must deliberate carefully. Ma Chao briefly conveyed this to Chen, who nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Soon, Ma Chao commenced the arrangements. On the academy's arena, Chen stood with a piercing gaze, surrounded by a throng of spectators, all astonished that a first-year student would dare to challenge the celestial talent rankings. This was a sight unseen. At that moment, a somewhat slender young man approached. Wearing a faint smile, Chen, I must admit, I did not expect you to possess such prowess. You have only recently entered the academy and already aspire to challenge the celestial rankings. I have heard of your extraordinary talent, and today, I am eager to witness it firsthand. This was Zhou Han, a 6th-level Meridian Realm practitioner and the gatekeeper of the rankings, currently positioned at the 50th spot. Though Zhou Han was merely ranked 50th, achieving such a status within the esteemed Xia Academy held substantial merit. No one would underestimate him, least of all Lu Chen, who regarded Zhou Han with a serious expression, sensing the depth of his strength. Come, Lu Chen declared, bracing himself for battle. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. Swift as lightning, Zhou Han chuckled lightly, his figure vanishing in an instant, evading Lu Chen's strike. What astounding speed! The thought surged through Lu Chen's mind, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was undeniably the fastest opponent he had ever encountered. In the next moment, a sense of impending danger washed over him from behind. He swiftly turned, unleashing a punch that resonated like thunder. With a thundering sound, his fist landed, and Zhou Han retreated rapidly, his face a canvas of surprise. He had not anticipated Lu Chen's reaction time to be so rapid or his strength so formidable. Zhou Han's expression grew increasingly grave. He had heard tales of Lu Chen's prowess, rivaling that of seasoned students, yet had never taken it to heart. After all, each year saw a few exceptional newcomers emerging, standing shoulder to shoulder with upperclassmen. However, those upperclassmen often languished at the bottom of their cohort. It was hardly noteworthy. When Zhou Han learned of Lu Chen's intent to challenge him, he found it somewhat laughable, planning to impart a lesson to the newcomer. Yet now, a flicker of apprehension stirred within him. If this continued, he might indeed be bested by Lu Chen. That would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. I truly did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable. I concede that I underestimated you earlier, but now I must fight earnestly. After all, if I were to be bested by a freshman, I would find it difficult to maintain my standing within the academy. As Zhou Han's voice faded, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Lu Chen. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity enveloped him, evidently revealing that both the martial arts he cultivated and his graceful movements were imbued with the essence of thunder. Lu Chen's expression grew exceedingly grave. He did not underestimate these senior students merely because he had reached the 5th level of transformation. However, he too possessed mastery over the lightning attribute. Nine Heaven's thunder control technique. Lu Chen suddenly invoked, and in an instant, his body crackled with electric power. In contrast to Zhou Han's ethereal grace, his lightning energy surged with ferocity and wrath. With a single strike, he unleashed a torrent of electrical force that engulfed the entire arena, locking onto Zhou Han's figure. Well, I truly underestimated you, Zhou Han remarked, his voice low and tinged with tension. His advantage lay in his swift movements. Yet Lu Chen's formidable move had obliterated that edge. In that moment, a massive arc of lightning surged towards Zhou Han. He quickly raised a defense but was forced to retreat under the overwhelming force. Just as he regained his footing, he found Lu Chen had inexplicably appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. How reckless! A thought surged within Zhou Han, prompting an instinctive attempt to defend, but he soon felt an immense force descend upon him, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Zhou Han felt his body become weightless, uncontrollably propelled away. When Zhou Han landed beneath the arena, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. One could hear a pin drop. Lu Chen withdrew his power, having restrained himself at a crucial moment. Otherwise, that strike could have been lethal. Lu Chen wins. After a prolonged pause, the referee's voice broke the silence, snapping the onlookers back to reality. Lu Chen had triumphed. How could a mere freshman challenge someone on the genius rankings? The top 50 of the genius rankings essentially represented the strongest 50 individuals within our esteemed academy. Compared to Lu Chen, I feel utterly insignificant. Voices emerged from the crowd. Since Lu Chen's arrival at the academy, the astonishment he had instigated was profound. They could hardly fathom how he had cultivated to such heights in such a short span, achieving the 5th level of transformation, nearly rivaling some senior students. As for his combat prowess, it was beyond extraordinary, having defeated the individual ranked 50th on the genius rankings. This meant Lu Chen had now claimed that very spot. As they contemplated this, their expressions shifted to one of greater astonishment, accompanied by a newfound reverence for Lu Chen. Remarkable, to so effortlessly vanquish Zhou Han. I indeed underestimated this fellow, Ma Chao remarked, equally awestruck by Lu Chen's formidable strength. Proceed, Lu Chen declared from the arena, unfazed by the myriad of gazes directed at him. I have now secured the 50th position on the genius rankings, yet this achievement will not halt my relentless pursuit. As his words echoed, no one ascended the stage. Zhou Han rose, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He truly did not anticipate that junior Lu Chen, at such a tender age, possessed such remarkable abilities. I concede, Zhou Han reluctantly spoke, tossing a dark token to Lu Chen, signifying his rank as the 50th on the talented individuals list. Zhou Han could accept defeat, although it was somewhat humiliating. Denying it would be even more shameful. Lu Chen accepted the token with a respectful gesture. Zhou Han, feeling awkward, hastily departed, truly unable to remain there any longer. Lu Chen stood on the platform, perplexed by the absence of challengers. Who do you wish to confront, Lu Chen? Ma Chao finally inquired. At this moment, Lu Chen remained silent, causing others to hesitate to step forward. The fear of embarrassment loomed large if they were to lose. However, should Lu Chen issue a challenge, they would be compelled to respond. Lu Chen paused momentarily, uncertain of whom he could challenge. Why not take them on one by one? Lu Chen suggested, prompting a twitch at the corner of Ma Chao's mouth. This fellow is indeed audacious. Then let me give it a try. A challenger stepped onto the stage. It was Ma Qian, ranked 43rd on the talented individuals list, with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of the Meridian realm. Lu Chen nodded, preparing for battle, and launched his attack once more. Ma Qian also struck suddenly, advancing boldly. Having witnessed Lu Chen's earlier display of strength, Ma Qian did not dare to underestimate him and unleashed his full power, erupting with immense force. The spectators below watched with rapt attention. The last time a freshman challenged the talented individuals list was Lu Xini, yet the present Lu Chen was evidently far superior to her. Moments later, Lu Chen unleashed a forceful strike from his fingertips, sending Ma Qian hurtling away. Lu Chen had triumphed again. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Some veteran students began to wipe the sweat from their brows, feeling an inexplicable surge of pressure and tension. What an extraordinary anomaly this is. Again, Lu Chen exclaimed, an inexplicable excitement on his face. In his duel with Ma Qian, he was astonished to find that his foundation was becoming increasingly stable, and his combat experience was enhancing remarkably. He felt an overwhelming urge to face even stronger opponents. Why not challenge the 30th rank directly? Lu Chen declared. Let us make this a grand affair. Upon uttering these words, a deeper silence fell over the crowd. Everyone stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. To challenge the 30th rank directly. Such audacity, yet it appeared Lu Chen truly possessed the capability. No one dared to mock Lu Chen's overconfidence, nor did anyone perceive him as arrogant. Instead, their curiosity was piqued. They yearned to discern whether Lu Chen could indeed conquer the 30th ranked individual. Oh no, this kid is coming for me. Bai Lian's expression turned grave. Indeed, he was the 30th ranked on the talented individuals list. Go ahead, or perhaps you should surrender. After all, you are aware of Lu Chen's strength. Ma Chao chuckled, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his demeanor. Surrender? Nonsense. Watch me deliver a fierce kick to that brat's backside, Bai Lian declared, leaping onto the stage. If he concedes outright, he would truly be the epitome of embarrassment. Upon seeing Bai Lian ascend, Lu Chen's expression shifted to one of mild awkwardness as he recalled that the 30th rank belonged to her. Brother Lu, it appears you have come to challenge me, Bai Lian remarked, causing Lu Chen some discomfort. Just as he was about to clarify, Bai Lian interjected, enough with the pleasantries. Let me witness your abilities. With that, Bai Lian launched herself at Lu Chen, her formidable strength propelling her forward. To his surprise, she had already reached the 9th level of the Meridian realm. Lu Chen swiftly fortified his defenses while simultaneously countering her assault. The clash between them unleashed a tremendous force, rippling outward. Bai Lian's expression shifted noticeably. Indeed, this fellow had grown stronger since their excursion to the Bailing pool. Take it easy. Don't make me look too foolish, Bai Lian whispered urgently, not wishing to be defeated by Lu Chen. Yet, in that fleeting moment of combat, she realized she was no match for him. His strength had escalated significantly since their last encounter. What she failed to grasp was that Lu Chen's cultivation technique had ascended to the heavenly tier. With such a terrifying method, his combat prowess had soared to unprecedented heights. Coupled with his mastery of numerous martial arts, nearly perfected, his fighting capability was formidable. Lu Chen remained silent, focusing solely on his offensive. In a corner, Wan Rushuan observed the display of prowess from Lu Chen on the arena, her resentment intensifying. She could not fathom the reasons behind his rapid ascendance. Once merely a useless individual who relied on Lu Xini to gain entry into the Great Xia Academy. How had he achieved such swift advancement? Her heart was devoid of admiration, filled only with jealousy and hatred. Despite her relentless efforts, she found herself overshadowed by Lu Xini and now, even by Lu Chen. The mockery he endured had transformed him into a figure of ridicule. While she had become a mere joke within the academy, Lu Chen had morphed into her tormentor. You deserve to die. You truly deserve it. I shall kill you. I must kill you. Wan Rushuan seethed internally, her eyes reddening with fury. At that moment on the stage, Lu Chen's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. A series of strikes forced Bai Lian to retreat, her vitality surging uncontrollably. As Lu Chen's fingertips gathered power once more, Bai Lian hurriedly waved her hands. I concede. I concede. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen halted. His heavenly star finger was a high-level earth-tier martial technique. Once unleashed, its might was formidable. And under the relentless barrage, Bai Lian found herself struggling to withstand the onslaught. Damn it, it seems I will need you to protect me in the future. Bai Lian tossed her token to Lu Chen, reminiscing about her earlier words by the Bai Ling pool, where she had promised to support him. Little did she expect to be so swiftly proven wrong. Upon hearing Bai Lian's remarks, those around fell silent. Ma Chao wore a serious expression. He could clearly discern that Bai Lian had not held back, but rather was genuinely unable to match Lu Chen's prowess. The crucial point was that Lu Chen had yet to unleash several formidable martial skills. Damn it. Perhaps I should apply to the academy for a resignation and pass my position to Lu Chen, Ma Chao lamented, resting his head in his hands. Having previously been unable to contend with Lu Xine, he now found himself outclassed by Lu Chen. Chapter 99. The Rewards of the Talented Rankings, the Disruptor Arrives. Ma Chao felt a pang of frustration, sensing that his tenure as student council president was drawing to a close. He had once been suppressed by Lu Xine and now realized that Lu Chen, an extraordinary talent, was even more formidable than Lu Xine had been. On the arena, Lu Chen chuckled lightly as he accepted the token Bai Lian offered. It bore the number 30, signifying that Lu Chen had ascended to the rank of 30th on the talented rankings. Shall we continue? Bai Lian inquired. For it was evident that Lu Chen's abilities surpassed merely being 30th. Lu Chen paused momentarily before replying, That's enough for now. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian nodded in agreement. A tall tree will be felled by the wind. There is no need to stand out too much. For a freshman to attain the 30th position on the talented rankings was already an astounding achievement, one that would astonish any academy, let alone the prestigious Destined Academy, a place teeming with exceptional talents. Holding this token would grant Lu Chen complimentary access to the academy's training facilities, and resources could be exchanged at a 70% discount with credits. Additionally, he would receive 3,000 spiritual stones each season, equivalent to 1,000 per month. Bai Lian succinctly explained the benefits of the token to Lu Chen, who was taken aback. While he knew entering the talented rankings would yield additional resources, he had not anticipated such a bounty. At that moment, other freshmen gathered around, their expressions a mix of shock, envy, and admiration. Brother Chen, you are truly incredible. You've rapidly ascended to the talented rankings, achieving the 30th position. Chief, do you have a moment? I have some questions regarding my cultivation I'd like to discuss with you. In Destined Academy, I bow to no one but you. The excitement and astonishment among the students were palpable. Lu Chen, as the chief, had managed to break into the talented rankings in such a short time, bringing pride to the faces of his fellow freshmen. They too felt a sense of honor by association. Yet, simultaneously, they experienced an unprecedented pressure. All being freshmen, they questioned why Lu Chen stood out so remarkably. While they had yet to reach the transformation stage, Lu Chen was already at the 5th level. They were not even a match for the older students, while Lu Chen had already dominated them, forcefully entering the talented rankings. This stark comparison and the vast gap in their abilities left them with a profound sense of helplessness. Despite being newcomers, the disparity among them is astonishing. No matter how hard they strive, they cannot hope to match Lu Chen's strides. In truth, not only the freshmen, but even many upperclassmen stand astounded at this moment. Engulfed by a sense of helplessness, they have spent considerable time at the Destined Academy, yet what do they have to show for it? Proudly calling themselves geniuses. Revered as the favored ones outside, they find themselves unable to ascend even a single rank on the list of prodigies in this place replete with exceptional talents. And now, a mere freshman, who has only just arrived, has claimed the 30th position on the prodigy list. What an explosive presence this is, rendering them utterly humiliated. I must concede, Lu Chen is even more extraordinary than his sister. He is indeed formidable. This family is a collection of prodigies. They thought that with his sister gone, they could finally stand tall, but now Lu Chen, this remarkable talent, has emerged. One wonders if Lu Chen needs any followers. I, a dignified upperclassman, would hope he might indulge my request. Several upperclassmen converse among themselves, contemplating this notion earnestly. It is no jest, they genuinely entertain such thoughts. It is evident to all that with Lu Chen's current pace of cultivation, it won't be long before he ascends to the pinnacle of the prodigy list. His future achievements will undoubtedly be monumental, and establishing a good rapport with Lu Chen now may prove advantageous later on. Failing to secure a connection with Lu Xine, perhaps they can find favor with Lu Chen instead. However, in a corner, Wan Rushuan experiences the most profound distress. She feels utterly shattered, on the verge of madness. She wishes she could rush over and inflict harm on Lu Chen to vent her pent-up resentment. Yet, given Lu Chen's current prowess, she knows she stands no chance against him. At this moment, a freshman rushes in, breathless, addressing Lu Chen. "Brother Chen, trouble is brewing. Some unruly fellows outside are causing a scene, specifically seeking you out." "Me?" Lu Chen responds in surprise. Can it be that the Daxiao Academy is truly facing a disturbance? Is that even conceivable? Not only Lu Chen but also the other upperclassmen are taken aback. It is their first encounter with individuals daring enough to disrupt the Daxiao Academy. Let us go see. Ma Chao appears. As the student council president, he cannot ignore this matter. Outside the Daxiao Academy, a group of young individuals stands with defiance in their demeanor and provocation in their gaze. Soon, Lu Chen and his companions emerge, equally astonished by the sight before them. "What brings you here?" Ma Chao inquires, his tone laced with authority, causing the intruders to instinctively take a step back. "We are freshmen from Tianqi Academy, seeking to engage in an exchange with your school's newcomers," one of them declares. "We are from Luo University," another adds, making Lu Chen realize that they are not merely from one institution. However, his impression of these two academies is rather unfavorable. His previous encounters with exchange students from Luo University during his freshman task had left a poor taste in his mouth. While they claim to seek an exchange, their true intent lies in causing havoc. Throughout its long history, the Daxiao Academy has never faced such brazen intrusions. This pertains to the reputation of the academy. Ma Chao furrowed his brow slightly. After all, they were newcomers, and it would be unwise for them to intervene, leaving it to Lu Chen and his companions. However, with the presence of the extraordinary Lu Chen, there was no need for concern. "Newcomers? The newcomers from your faction appear to be of considerable age." Lu Chen keenly sensed something amiss. These newcomers seemed to be older than him, unlike those of this current cohort. This remark caused a hint of embarrassment and unease to flicker across their faces. "We merely appear mature. You must be Lu Chen, right? I wonder if you dare to accept our challenge." This provocative statement elicited a chuckle from Lu Chen. "What is there to fear?" Before Lu Chen could respond, Luo Fanning stepped forward, saying, "Little brother Luo, this challenge is directed at the newcomers of Daxiao Academy, not just you. It is time for me to shine as well." After speaking, Luo Fanning advanced confidently. Lu Chen's lips twitched, but he said nothing. Luo Fanning's strength was not to be underestimated, and it would be prudent to let her gauge the situation first. "Who will step up first?" Luo Fanning stated calmly, unleashing her prowess at the second level of transformation. Chapter 100. Little brother Luo, you smell delightful. Luo Fanning's strength at the second level of transformation erupted instantly, her gaze sharpening. Second level of transformation? A look of surprise appeared on Lu Chen's face. Only recently had Luo Fanning made a breakthrough on the way to the Bailan Pool. To reach the second level of transformation today is indeed an astonishing speed of cultivation. Crucially, he could clearly sense that Luo Fanning's foundation was remarkably stable. And judging by her current aura, she could achieve the third level of transformation within just a day or two. Such talent is truly formidable. Without the system, he would be outmatched by Luo Fanning. Could it be that Luo Fanning has also found a shortcut? At that moment, this thought arose in Lu Chen's mind, though he felt it was somewhat implausible. Yet, it must be said, Luo Fanning indeed had found a way. Her inherent talent was already remarkable, and combined with her past life's memories, it had propelled her cultivation to extraordinary heights. Goodness, who would have thought that among this year's newcomers, aside from the extraordinary Lu Chen, there was another formidable character. It is not that this cohort of newcomers is lacking. Rather, Lu Chen's brilliance is simply too dazzling, overshadowing everyone else, and even causing the seasoned students to feel inadequate. Only Luo Fanning could somewhat stand beside Lu Chen. "Who will step up first?" Luo Fanning repeated, prompting the still-stunned opponents to collect themselves, their expressions turning grave. "You are a newcomer?" A male student stepped forward, disbelief etched on his face. Without wasting words, Luo Fanning produced her identity card, which boldly proclaimed, "First year, Luo Fanning." Upon seeing this, the male student's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Daxiao Academy is impressive. This newcomer is truly formidable. However, he soon unleashed his own aura, revealing that he was at the third level of transformation. Ma Chao and his companions furrowed their brows. Could it be that the freshmen from the Tianqi Academy are this formidable? Soon, they realized something was amiss. After all, these were merely freshmen. Was this some sort of jest? Very well, they wished to play this game. Ma Chao scoffed inwardly. Though he did not voice his thoughts directly, a long spear had already appeared in his grasp, and should anything seem off, he would not hesitate to eliminate this wretched individual. Meanwhile, Luo Fanning had already engaged in combat with the male student. "Your freshmen from the Tianqi Academy are truly impressive." She remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm, astonished that these scoundrels would dare to stoop so low. They had truly lost all sense of dignity. While it was true that Tianqi Academy overall did not match the grandeur of the Great Xia Academy, it was not unreasonable for them to boast a few skilled individuals. One of the Tianqi Academy's students spoke with a veneer of calm, despite a hint of insecurity creeping in. They had indeed suffered humiliation, particularly after their comrades were slain at the Bailan pool, and this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Thus, they resorted to such underhanded tactics. However, they had evidently underestimated Luo Fanin's prowess. This fellow, at the third level of the transformation realm, was no match for her. In less than 10 exchanges, Luo Fanin had spotted a flaw and sent him flying with a single strike. You have lost. Next, her icy voice rang out, leaving the Tianqi Academy students feeling utterly shamed. What the hell? We can't even win by cheating. One exclaimed in frustration. Let me have a go. At that moment, a student at the 5th level of the transformation realm stepped forth. They had completely abandoned pretense. Who would have thought that the Tianqi Academy had grown so powerful? A freshman possessing the 5th level of the transformation realm. Perhaps it was high time for us to present the plaque of the Great Xia Academy to the Tianqi Academy. Indeed. Had I known, I would have applied to Tianqi Academy instead of this mediocre Great Xia Academy. Perhaps I would already be a martial king by now. One lamented. How careless I was. I wonder if Tianqi Academy is still accepting students. Am I still in time? Bai Lian and the others quickly grasped the implications and began to mock. The students from Tianqi Academy indeed had thick skins. After all, if these scoundrels could engage in such antics, how could they possibly be fazed by a few words of criticism? Let us get to it, Luo Fanin stated with indifference, her sword gleaming with a cold light as she advanced with terrifying force. As both sides clashed, Lu Chen stood to the side, his expression impassive and his eyes simmering with a cold glint. These scoundrels were truly foregoing all semblance of pretense. Were it a normal sparring match? Losing would simply mean losing. Lu Chen would not have objected. He could accept defeat and would not harbor resentment. However, the blatant disregard for decorum was intolerable. It was evident that they were targeting him specifically. Should they lose, he could only imagine how they would belittle the Great Xia Academy. What a detestable bunch. Did they think they could toy with him as if he were a mere cherry blossom? Then they should not blame him for retaliating. Lu Chen murmured, his gaze fixated on Luo Fanin. To his surprise, she was gaining the upper hand. The man opposite her wore a sinister expression, and suddenly, a concealed weapon was launched toward Luo Fanin's throat. The concealed weapon naturally posed no threat to Luo Fanin, who effortlessly deflected it. However, a cloud of white dust soon enveloped her vision. Seizing the opportunity, the man struck, sending Luo Fanin staggering backward, her blood surging with indignation. Without hesitation, he pursued her, launching a lethal attack, insidious and ruthless. How dare you disrespect me? Before Ma Chao could intervene, Lu Chen concentrated a formidable force at his fingertips, unleashing it with a fierce intensity that sent the attacker flying. Simultaneously, Lu Chen stepped forward to catch Luo Fanin. He intended to inquire about her injuries, but a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, intoxicatingly pleasant, causing his bones to feel weak. Little sister Luo, you smell wonderful, he remarked, instinctively leaning closer to inhale the scent. However, Luo Fanin, blushing, pushed him away. My apologies, I forgot you were a girl, Lu Chen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he quickly released her and scratched his head. Luo Fanin wanted to say something, but swallowed her words. After all, Lu Chen had never truly regarded her as a girl. Then, Lu Chen directed his gaze toward the male assailant. The match is not over. Your interference is rather inappropriate. How dare you pull such underhanded tricks in front of me, and then lecture me on propriety? If you find it unsuitable, so what? Come at me if you're dissatisfied, Lu Chen stated calmly, clenching his fist. His brazen words ignited a flicker of anger in the assailant's eyes, prompting him to charge forward. Since you insist, allow me to oblige. Lu Chen's voice was cold as he retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the man hurtling backward. Chapter 101. Wreaking havoc without paying? Dream on. Lu Chen unleashed a punch imbued with ferocious strength, instantly propelling his adversary away. Is this all you have? You dare to flaunt your bravado? Lu Chen remarked with a hint of derision. Though the man was at the 5th level of the transformation realm, he was starkly outmatched by Lu Chen. Luo Fanin stood nearby, her eyes reflecting a unique significance. The students of the Tianqi Academy were dumbfounded. Lu Chen had already reached the 5th level of the transformation realm. Was he still a freshman? They had never witnessed such strength in a newcomer before. In that moment, realization dawned upon them, illuminating the vast chasm between Tianqi Academy and the Daxia Academy. Lu Chen indeed possessed the strength to slay veteran students. Initially, When they heard of Lu Chen's feat of dispatching an upperclassman at the Bailing pool with 3 strikes, they were reluctant to believe it, deeming it an exaggeration, attributing it to Ma Chao's interference. Yet now, panic set in. Defeat would be utterly humiliating. Who else wishes to challenge me? Step forward. Lu Chen stated indifferently, casting a cold gaze at the Tianqi Academy students. They fell silent, pondering how to respond. I shall take my turn. I have long heard of the unparalleled talent of the new students at the Great Xia Academy, and having witnessed it today, it is indeed as remarkable as rumored. However, I am curious to discern whether this cultivation is genuine or merely a fade. At this moment, a robust figure from Lu University approached, standing over 2 meters tall. He shed his upper garments to reveal a muscular physique akin to a coiling dragon. He was, astonishingly, a body cultivator. And what was more striking was that he had already attained the 6th level of the transformation stage. Are you also a new student? Lu Chen's tone dripped with sarcasm, as he contemplated whether to recruit a few senior students masquerading as newcomers to disrupt the proceedings. Haha, I am certainly not a new student. I have some pride. Zhou Heng laughed, asserting that such shamelessness was typical of the Enlightenment Academy, though he himself could not stoop to such levels. I am a second-year student at Lu University, merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Given your formidable strength, it would hardly be excessive for me to engage. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded, finding Zhou Heng's demeanor far more agreeable compared to the shameless individuals from the Enlightenment Academy. The expressions of those from the Enlightenment Academy darkened, their faces clouded with displeasure. Then let us begin. Lu Chen responded nonchalantly, unperturbed by the presence of a 6th-level transformation cultivator. It was essential to remember that Lu Chen's own indestructible golden body was equally formidable and had reached perfection. With that, Zhou Heng charged forward, unleashing a terrifying aura. His vital energy surged like a flowing river, muscles brimming with power converging upon his fist as he struck towards Lu Chen. As a body cultivator, his physical strength was indeed formidable. In fact, he had previously faced senior students of the pulse stage without defeat, relying solely on his overwhelming physical prowess. Thus, he was quite confident in his own strength. Yet, as this ferocious force bore down upon him, Lu Chen's expression remained unperturbed. At the very moment Zhou Heng's fist was about to make contact, Lu Chen subtly shifted, a layer of golden light enveloping his form. Zhou Heng's fist struck him but elicited no response whatsoever. Is that all? I believe the term facade suits you far better. Lu Chen scoffed, launching a powerful counterattack. Zhou Heng's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively recoiled, raising his hands in an attempt to block Lu Chen's strike. However, he had grossly underestimated the terrifying might of Lu Chen's physical strength. The force of Lu Chen's punch sent Zhou Heng hurtling backward, his vital energy churning violently within him. As he crashed to the ground, bewilderment and disbelief clouded his eyes. His once proud physical strength had been effortlessly shattered before Lu Chen. How could Lu Chen's physical prowess be so astonishing? There were no visible signs indicating he had trained his body in any conventional manner. The sheer terror of Lu Chen's strength was utterly incomprehensible. Bai Lian exclaimed in astonishment, completely unaware that Lu Chen's physical prowess could be so formidable. Could it be that Lu Chen was also a body cultivator? Yet, that seemed implausible. It was common knowledge that this individual was a genius. Ma Chao added that. At this point, nothing about Lu Chen could shock him anymore. Anything that transpired in Lu Chen's presence was utterly ordinary. Is there anyone else? Lu Chen called out, his gaze directed forward, compelling the others to fall silent. Initially, they had intended to employ such despicable tactics to subdue Lu Chen while simultaneously disparaging the Daxia Academy. However, who could have anticipated that Lu Chen was so abnormal, having already attained the 5th level of transformation, and moreover, the power he unleashed had long surpassed that threshold. Even a practitioner at the Meridian Realm would hardly be able to defeat Lu Chen. Yet, should one of them dare to challenge him, they would truly lose all face. For even a victory would render them the subject of perpetual ridicule. I want to take on 10. Lu Chen shouted once more, but still, no one dared to step forward. Enough. The Daxia Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost university in Daxia. We concede. One individual from the Tianqi Academy could no longer contain himself, reasoning that they had nothing to lose. After all, the Tianqi Academy could not compare to the Daxia Academy. Losing did not bring shame. Yet, the true extent of their embarrassment was known only to them. Having said that, they attempted to make their exit. Wait, Lu Chen interjected. If he allowed them to leave, what face would he have left? Is there something else? We acknowledge our inferiority and concede. You think you can come and go as you please? Is the world so accommodating? Lu Chen spoke coldly, his voice laced with indignation. If every academy sent a few to disrupt our gathering and then departed, What would become of the Daxiao Academy's reputation? What do you intend to do? The Tianqi Academy members queried, realizing that Lu Chun was indeed planning to confront them. 10,000 spirit stones. Leave them behind and scram. Consider it a lesson for you. 10,000 spirit stones? Why don't you go rob a bank? The Tianqi Academy members retorted coldly, deeming this demand exorbitant. For purchasing them was hardly worth such a sum. Am I not robbing you? Lu Chun blinked, his tone indicating that he was not negotiating, but rather jesting. Was his intent not apparent enough? You. The members of the Tianqi Academy were so incensed that they found themselves at a loss for words. Pointing at Lu Chun, yet unable to articulate a response. Brothers, someone has disrupted our gathering without compensation. Can we endure this? Not a chance, Bai Lian declared, rallying her companions to encircle them. Chapter 102. Trace it back to Ma Chao. Not a chance, Bai Lian reiterated, collaborating seamlessly as she led her group to surround these individuals. The members of the Tianqi Academy were finally thrown into a state of panic, gazing at Lu Chun in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would resort to such actions. What do you intend to do? What do you think I intend to do? You come to the Daxiao Academy to stir up trouble and expect it to be forgotten? Is the world truly so lenient? Lu Chun approached them, determined that they would not leave without shedding some blood. We have merely come to exchange insights. Do you not fear the ridicule of others with such behavior? Indeed. We have already conceded defeat. What more do you desire? Is this truly the caliber of students produced by a prestigious institution like the Great Xia Academy? Do you not fear the disgrace that may ensue if word of this spreads? The individuals from the Tianqi Academy were genuinely flustered and hastily spoke up, unaware of their own lack of dignity. However, Zhou Hong remained clear-headed, refraining from uttering a word on behalf of the students from Luhe University. Instead, he promptly instructed them to present all their resources, including spiritual stones, with utmost respect to Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, this is all we possess, 2,000 spiritual stones and 9 spiritual herbs. We truly have nothing more to offer. We acknowledge our wrongdoing and have realized our error. Please, consider our understanding, Zhou Heng implored. Very well, given your understanding, you may leave, Lu Chen replied, accepting the offerings and allowing Luo Fanning to collect them. He found it difficult to reproach Zhou Heng, as he had at least not exhibited any shameless behavior. Zhou Heng was the first to step forward, cooperating by presenting all available spiritual resources. As for whether they were concealing anything, did it truly matter? What he sought was merely an attitude of accountability. Thank you, Brother Lu Chun, Zhou Heng quickly expressed, swiftly leading the students of Luhe University away. To part with wealth is to avert disaster. The spiritual stones have been given to you, and we wish to take our leave. The Tianqi Academy members declared, growing increasingly disgruntled. Why should the Luhe University students be allowed to depart after offering their spiritual stones, while they could not? With a swift motion, Lu Chun delivered a resounding slap. The spiritual stones presented by Luhe University have nothing to do with you. If you wish to leave, present your spiritual stones, and you may go as you please, he stated calmly, inciting indignation among the Tianqi Academy members, who simmered with rage. This is a blatant affront. I refuse to accept this. I lack spiritual stones. And the so-called 10,000 stones you mentioned were not adequately gathered by them. Why should they be permitted to leave? A male student protested from behind, deeming the situation unfair. Come forth, Lu Chen said coolly. The boy shrank back, too intimidated to approach, but was pushed forward by Bai Lian and a few others. With 2 crisp slaps across his face, his countenance swelled grotesquely. I set the rules. I may alter them as I please. You, like these wretched fools, speak as if you are new students. His words rendered the crowd speechless, unable to muster a response for quite some time. Clearly, their shameless tricks had been transparent from the outset. The senior students of the Great Xia Academy refrained from intervening, recognizing that these individuals were no match for Lu Chun. This is truly humiliating. We have nothing more. This is all we can offer, they lamented, reluctantly gathering over 300 spiritual stones to present. Luo Fanning accepted them without a word, awaiting Lu Chen's direction. Is this truly all you possess? Do you have nothing more? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and commanded, search. What? The members of the Apocalypse Academy were utterly bewildered. Why is it that those individuals could relinquish their spirit stones and depart, while we cannot? This is utterly unfair. Enough of your prattle, strike him, Lu Chen remarked coolly, his gaze imbued with an icy demeanor. 300 spirit stones, merely a pittance. Even when granted an opportunity, it proved futile. Did they truly believe him to be a fool? After enduring a thorough beating, that individual finally settled down, and all the spirit stones he had hidden were extracted. The others, too, willingly presented their spirit stones. Yet their total barely exceeded 2,000. Clearly, this was far from sufficient. They had combed through everything, even uncovering those concealed within shoe soles. And this was all that remained. Bai Lian remarked. Is that so? Lu Chen furrowed his brow and murmured. Then we shall suspend them from the gnarled tree at the entrance and compel the Apocalypse Academy to exchange spirit stones for their release. They shall return only when the remaining stones are surrendered. That seems inappropriate. What if this leads to further inquiries? Bai Lian responded. Though she secretly regarded Lu Chen as truly nefarious, Ma Chao had already begun his actions, and several members of the Apocalypse Academy were swiftly hung. If inquiries arise, simply state that it was Ma Chao's doing. Ma Chao. Before long, all members of the Apocalypse Academy were suspended, one left battered and bruised. Return to your people and inform them that if they wish to redeem their companions, they must bring spirit stones. Alternatively, they may acknowledge that these individuals are not affiliated with the Apocalypse Academy. Then, there will be no issue, Lu Chen stated coolly, evoking a shared sentiment among Ma Chao and the others that Lu Chen was indeed wicked to the core. Let us divide the spirit stones, with each participant receiving their share. Lu Chen continued. Having contributed the most effort alongside Luo Fanning, they naturally claimed the largest portions. The total spirit stones amounted to just over 5,000, falling short of 6,000. Nonetheless, this was still a considerable sum. Lu Chen and Luo Fanning each took 2,000, while the remaining 1,000 or so was distributed among Ma Chao and the others. Although their share was modest, merely a few hundred stones, they had received this without any effort on their part. What difference was there from receiving it for free? In that moment, their admiration for Lu Chen grew. This fellow truly knew how to navigate social relations. Let a few individuals remain here to ensure they do not escape. Upon concluding, Lu Chen returned to the academy. Currently, he had only reached the 5th tier of the transformation stage. He was still unsatisfied. Moreover, Luo Fanning was increasingly formidable. If he did not exert himself, he would soon be surpassed. The thought of being outdone was utterly shameful. Upon witnessing Lu Chen resume his cultivation, Luo Fanning fell silent and quietly decided to enter seclusion. With the memories of 2 lifetimes yet unable to surpass Lu Chen, it was a profound humiliation. He must strive diligently. At this moment, just outside the Great Xia Academy, a girl clad in combat attire appeared, exuding a spirited demeanor with a hint of a smile at the corner of her eye. I have returned to the Great Xia Academy, Lu Chen softly proclaimed. After being away for such an extended period, she finally had the opportunity to come back. Uncertain of how Lu Chen has been faring at the Great Xia Academy during this period, Lu Chen gazed at the esteemed institution from a distance, a hint of mirth dancing at the corners of her eyes. It had been a considerable time since she had ventured out of the Dragon's Soul, and this marked her first return. Reflecting on the passage of time, she pondered how Lu Chen was faring within the academy. Before departing, she had specially instructed certain individuals in the academy to look after him. Yet in this realm teeming with prodigious talents, she was acutely aware of Lu Chen's formidable gifts, though he never boasted of them. Deep down, she knew he possessed a strong sense of pride, which fueled her concern as she quickened her pace towards the academy. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Chen was greeted by the sight of several individuals suspended from a crooked tree, leaving her utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? She instinctively inquired. One of the older students on guard, recognizing her, immediately rose to explain. It was Brother Chen who instructed us to do this. These are the ruffians from Tuanqi Academy, attempting to disrupt the peace, but Brother Chen dealt with them decisively. Lu Chen remained silent at this revelation and proceeded into the academy. However, she could not quite recall who among the students was referred to as Brother Chen. Once inside, rather than seeking out Lu Chen immediately, she headed to the dean's office, as her visit was still purpose-driven. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was immersed in his cultivation, so diligently engaged that he had begun to snore. Surrounded by a pile of spirit stones, he leaned against them as the ethereal energy from the stones flowed into his body, steadily enhancing his cultivation. On another front, Luo Fanning was exerting herself, fervently absorbing the energy from the spirit stones, striving to break through to the 3rd level of the transformation realm. As time passed, Lu Chen gradually awakened from his slumber, blinking sleepily and even stifling a yawn. The rigors of cultivation had exhausted him. What is that delightful aroma? What is that rascal El Qingfeng up to? Lu Chen murmured, captivated by the alluring fragrance wafting through the air. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The enchanting scent was inciting a disruptive surge within his cultivation. At that critical moment, he was on the brink of advancing to the 6th level of the transformation realm. Damn it, which fool is trying to sabotage me? Lu Chen fumed, hastily attempting to suppress the tumultuous energy within him. A moment's lapse could lead him down the path of madness. Outside, Wan Rushuan, adorned with a mask, placed a pitch-black flower adorned with golden patterns by Lu Chen's window. Lu Chen, do not hold me accountable. Your fate lies in your own hands. With that, she turned and departed, unaware that El Chi Feng had just returned nearby. Phantom Soulflower? El Chi Feng mused, recognizing the flower's origins at first glance. The fragrance of the illusory soul flower possesses a unique effect, capable of ensnaring practitioners in illusions, leading them to the brink of madness, and, in severe cases, causing their cultivation to be entirely forfeited. Consequently, Lu Qingfeng discarded it into a distant trash bin. At that moment, Lu Chen's internal aura gradually returned to normal, reaching the 6th level of transformation. Fortunately, his foundation was solid, preventing any significant issues from arising. After concluding his cultivation, Lu Chen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. This was the first time he had encountered such a perilous situation, and he had nearly fallen victim to it. It must have been that wretched Wan Rushuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen surmised that it was indeed this despicable individual. After all, who else within the Great Xia Academy would target him? Are you all right? Lu Qifeng entered, visibly relieved to see that Lu Chen had not succumbed to madness. I'm fine, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Lu Qifeng nodded before continuing. Just now, I saw Wan Rushuan placing an illusory soul flower outside your window. Thankfully, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Illusory soul flower? Lu Chen inquired with curiosity, for he had never heard of such a thing. Observing his interest, Lu Qingfeng began to elucidate its properties. Soon after, Lu Chen's expression morphed into one of fierce determination. That vile person was exceedingly ruthless. If he did not eliminate her, he would never find peace again. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen stepped outside. At that moment, Lucini emerged from the dean's office, accompanied by several senior members of the academy, all wearing cheerful expressions. Esteemed instructors, my brother has caused you much trouble during this time. Lucini spoke, fully aware that admitting Lu Chen, a prodigy with such remarkable talent, into the Great Xia Academy was indeed a considerable challenge. Oh, do not mention it. He has been nothing short of a handful. Since his arrival, we have known no peace, Wang Fugue lamented, recalling the day Lu Chen had sent him to the infirmary with a surprise attack, followed by a continuous stream of chaos. Lucini's expression turned slightly awkward, yet it was evident that they were not speaking of the same matter. Well then, now that you are back, you ought to check on that rascal and discipline him properly. The dean expressed his weariness, wishing to say no more. After all, he dared not confront Lu Chen directly, leaving it to Lucini to handle the matter. Surely, that young man would not dare resist her or invoke the name of Elder Jiang. With that, the dean and the others departed. Lucini felt a tinge of embarrassment, mistakenly believing it was her brother's lack of talent that had caused the trouble. Sister Lu, you have finally returned. At that moment, Ma Chao and his companions approached, beaming with smiles. They had always held Lucini in high regard. Lucini smiled back. Thank you for taking care of my brother during this time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ma Chao and the others changed noticeably. Not at all. We share a good rapport with brother Lu Chen. It's not so much about taking care of him, Ma Chao replied, oblivious to Lucini's genuine ignorance of the situation. Responding with a smile, Lucini added, my brother possesses a rather strong sense of pride. It was evident. We all knew. Ma Chao remarked that they were not merely aware. They had experienced it firsthand. This time, coming to the Great Xia Academy, I hesitated whether to allow my brother to transfer schools. He has always been an introverted, kind-hearted, and innocent child, and I worried for him here. Lucini felt a twinge of concern. She understood all too well how daunting this place, filled with prodigies, could be for someone lacking in talent. Not to mention Lu Chen. The juxtaposition of the terms introverted, kind-hearted, and innocent with Lu Chen left Ma Chao momentarily dumbfounded. Before they could utter a word, Lu Chen's furious curses echoed through the air. Wan Rushuan, damn your ancestors. Chapter 104, Slaying Wan Rushuan. Lucini was taken aback. Wan Rushuan, damn your ancestors. Lu Chen's wrathful voice rang out, infused with fury. Wielding the dragon scale blade, he pursued Wan Rushuan within the academy. This time, Lu Chen was no longer playing along. He disregarded all notions of school rules or dueling arenas. That scoundrel had sought to take his life. What use were such discussions now? Originally, during the incident at the Bailing Pool, it was Wan Rushuan's scheming that had exposed his whereabouts, a truth Lu Chen was well aware of. However, upon his return, he had not found the opportunity to confront her, and now she dared to instigate trouble once more. This had thoroughly incensed Lu Chen. Lu Chen, have you lost your mind? This is the academy, not your playground. Yes, I am mad. I am a lunatic, and I shall kill without consequence. Lu Chen spat, his voice laced with a deranged laughter. Wan Rushuan felt a chill run down her spine, terror swelling within her. At that moment, she was genuinely frightened. She had not anticipated Lu Chen would discover the truth so swiftly and come charging after her, disregarding all decorum. The most alarming part was that when she attempted to subdue Lu Chen, he effortlessly shattered all her attacks and defenses with 3 swift strikes. His monstrous strength filled her with dread. He truly intended to kill her. Lu Chen, we have no grievances between us. What do you truly want? She shouted, fleeing for her life. She desperately wished to reach the dean's office, convinced that Lu Chen would not dare take her life within those walls. Once this matter was resolved, she would surely transfer. She must escape the Great Xia Academy and distance herself from Lu Chen. Provoking this madman would undoubtedly be the most regrettable decision of her life. No grievances, you say? How dare you utter such shameless words? Lu Chen's fury intensified. He found her audacity infuriating. Demon-slaying blade technique. Lu Chen roared, unleashing a devastating strike. A brilliant blade of light surged forth, imbued with terrifying power. The commotion naturally drew the attention of many within the academy. However, upon recognizing Lu Chen, they chose to turn a blind eye. The only ones truly troubled were the dean and his colleagues, who were at their wits' end. Lu Chen was becoming increasingly unruly. Had he truly begun to kill within the academy? It has been revealed that Wan Rushuan placed a mirage soul flower by Lu Chen's window during his cultivation, nearly leading him to the brink of madness at a critical moment of breakthrough. When Wang Fuguwei appeared, his first instinct was not to intervene. For they understood that although Lu Chen could be troublesome, he would not act without reason. The mirage soul flower? That despicable object, Wan Rushuan truly seeks her own demise. The dean, in a fit of fury, condemned the use of such a device against Lu Chen, as it had crossed the academy's fundamental boundaries. In the Great Xia Academy, conflicts among students are commonplace, and the institution traditionally refrains from meddling. However, there must always be a line drawn. Should disputes arise, they could resolve them in the arena. If someone were to perish, it would be deemed unfortunate, and the academy would remain uninvolved. But resorting to such vile tactics fundamentally alters the nature of the conflict. Enough of this. Let Lu Chen deal with that despicable item first. The dean issued orders, causing chaos to erupt within the academy, yet no one dared to intervene. At that moment, Lu Xini felt an eerie familiarity in the commotion but was reluctant to believe it. Accompanied by Ma Chao and others, she sought to investigate. Wan Rushuan, there is no escape for you. Lu Chen emitted a maniacal laugh, instilling profound fear in Wan Rushuan, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Chen, killing within the academy is a grave transgression, and you will face severe consequences. She pleaded. You are still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Stay calm, please. I acknowledge my mistakes, but if you take my life, Hu Ming will not let you off easily. The Hu family's influence is vast. There is no need for you to offend them because of me. Wan Rushuan had long lost her earlier arrogance, her face stricken with terror as Lu Chen cornered her. Enough with the excessive words. Lu Chen replied coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, his aura turning ever more frigid. Subsequently, a terrifying force erupted forth as he struck down with his blade. Wan Rushuan, desperate to survive, fought back with all her might. Yet, Lu Chen's assault was relentless. A flurry of strikes until her defenses collapsed, and the blade pierced her heart. Watching the life drain from Wan Rushuan, Lu Chen finally sheathed his sword. Soon after, the academy's personnel arrived to take away her lifeless body. Shortly thereafter, an announcement was issued, stating that Wan Rushuan had attempted to ensnare Lu Chen with the Mirage Soul Flower and that her demise was a just consequence. This revelation stirred a considerable uproar within the academy. Yet, some skeptics questioned whether the academy was attempting to conceal Lu Chen's act of murder. In response, the academy promptly released surveillance footage, dispelling all doubts. Then came a second announcement, clarifying that conflicts must be resolved in the arena. Fight freely. Those who perish are merely unfortunate. However, resorting to such nefarious means would result in a deserved death, and the academy would not hesitate to eliminate those of such vile character. Upon reading the second announcement, the students were left in stunned silence, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. In the arena of prowess, one's ability is the true measure of worth. To succumb to defeat is merely a reflection of one's own inadequacies. However, resorting to despicable tactics behind the scenes is a disgrace to the martial arts, and such individuals are unworthy of pursuing its path. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed. After vanquishing Wan Rushuan, he felt a profound sense of relief. His cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of transformation, and his capabilities had grown immensely. When he first encountered Wan Rushuan, he was no match for her. Yet, merely a short time had passed, and it was evident that she could no longer contend with him. In fact, she lacked even the strength to resist. Such is the nature of disparity. At this juncture, Lu Xini and the others had also arrived. Lu Chen, Must you always be so reckless? If you intend to eliminate Wan Rushuan, could you not choose a more discreet location? You executed her right in the academy. Ma Chao expressed his exasperation as he had already seen the announcement. What does it matter? I've long found Wan Rushuan intolerable. Her demise is well-deserved. Bai Lian remarked, unable to suppress her admiration for Lu Chen. Were it him, he would never have dared to slay Wan Rushuan within the academy's confines. So she was killed. It serves her right. That wretched creature dared to undermine my cultivation breakthrough, and thus, her death is a small price to pay. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, his indifference palpable. 6th level of transformation? Lu Xini finally emerged from behind Ma Chao and her companions, stunned by Lu Chen's cultivation level. Chapter 105. Lu Xini's shock. What on earth is happening? 6th level of transformation? Lu Xini stepped forward, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. As she struggled to comprehend what she was witnessing, the surroundings fell silent, and Ma Chao and the others regarded Lu Xini with curiosity. You were unaware of your brother's remarkable prowess? Big sister, when did you return? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Xini, quickly inquiring. Yet, Lu Xini remained lost in the astonishment of Lu Chen's 6th level transformation, unable to regain her composure. After a prolonged silence, Lu Xini finally reacted, hastily asking, when did you reach the 6th level of transformation? What on earth is going on? Her mind was nearly overwhelmed. How had he progressed from a mere 1st level talent to the 5th level so swiftly? Was this even possible? I only just broke through to the 6th level. Lu Chen replied with a smile, unable to contain his amusement at Lu Xini's incredulous expression. Weren't you curious how this was achieved? It's simply a result of diligent cultivation. Lu Chen responded earnestly, leaving Lu Xini momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Ma Chao finally spoke up. Lu Chen's talent surpasses even your own from back in the day. He defeated 2 upperclassmen on his first day at the academy and has become the top freshman. Within the academy, Lu Chen's progress has been nothing short of meteoric. He has already attained the 6th level of cultivation, a level that some second-year students have yet to achieve. Remarkably, this young man not only cultivates at an astonishing pace but also possesses extraordinary combat prowess, leaving the senior students utterly speechless after being bested by him. Among the freshmen, his status rivals that of your own during your time, Bai Lian remarked, asserting that Lu Chen is indeed a prodigy, even surpassing Lu Xini in terms of exceptional talent. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xini's mind momentarily faltered, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. How could it be that Lu Chen's cultivation has advanced so rapidly, dominating his peers and even overpowering seniors? What on earth is happening? She distinctly recalled that Lu Chen's awakened talent was merely at level 1, a level that typically renders one unworthy of pursuing the martial path. Yet, Lu Chen was determined to tread this path and gain admission to the Daxia Academy. She felt a pang of concern for her brother, expending all her connections and resources in hopes of procuring rare elixirs that might enhance his talent. Even if Lu Chen's future cultivation were to be lackluster, at least she would have fulfilled his dream. But now, everything felt surreal. This can't be right. If Lu Chen possesses such formidable talent, why was he only assessed as having level 1 aptitude? What, then, do all her efforts amount to? Lu Chen, please explain this to me. After a prolonged silence, Lu Xini steadied her emotions, furrowing her brow to conceal her astonishment. Honestly, I'm not quite certain myself. I was just cultivating, and somehow I broke through. As for why I was repeatedly assessed as having level 1 talent, I cannot say. Lu Chen chuckled, feigning ignorance. He certainly couldn't reveal that he had traversed from another world and possessed a system, after all. Upon hearing this, Lu Xini fell silent again, suddenly feeling as if the world had gone mad. It dawned on Ma Chao and the others that Lu Xini truly remained oblivious to the truth. They had assumed Lu Chen lacked talent, which prompted them to look after him. Little did they know, Lu Chen was merely playing a role. Ma Chao realized he had wronged Lu Xini. So, you gained admission to the Daxia Academy on your own? At that moment, Lu Xini posed this question, eager for clarity. Essentially, yes. I was the top scholar from Jiangzhou. Many universities vied for me, offering enticing conditions, but in the end, I chose the Daxia Academy. Lu Chen replied, leaving Lu Xini utterly flabbergasted. She recalled the immense effort she had invested to ensure Lu Chen's successful admission to the academy, believing her influence had played a significant role. Yet, it turned out that it was solely Lu Chen's own merit. At that moment, Lu Xini felt a sense of helplessness. Had she known, she wouldn't have exerted herself so much. She smiled, though perplexed, as she pondered how Lu Chen had accomplished such a feat. What was truly happening? However, at this moment, Lu Chen has already reached the 6th level of the transformation stage. According to Ma Chao and others, Lu Chen's talent is truly formidable, even surpassing her own. Lu Xini's concerns have dissipated, and she genuinely feels happy for Lu Chen. initially worried that Lu Chen would face bullying at the Daxia Academy. Suffering a blow to his self-esteem, she did not expect that it would be Ma Chao and his companions who would be the ones feeling the sting. You could have at least informed me, causing me to worry about you all this time. I even prepared various precious medicines, hoping to improve your physique and enhance your talents. Lu Xinyi shook her head, smiling as she produced a purple wooden box. Upon opening it, a blood-red piece of wood resembling a dragon lay within, exuding an aura of terrifying and pure power. Dragon blood vine. Ma Chao and the others exclaimed in astonishment. This is a top-tier medicinal herb used for marrow cleansing and bone refining, exceedingly precious and a rare find. It can be utilized to temper the body and even enhance one's potential. Many have only heard of it but never seen it. Such a rarity, when unveiled, is sure to incite fierce competition. Now, Lu Xinyi has acquired such a treasure. Its value is beyond measure, and it is indeed a priceless gem in the market. At present, it seems this is of no use to you. On the contrary, it is immensely useful. Lu Chen interjected, taking it with great joy. He naturally understood that his current cultivation level had been achieved entirely through the system. In terms of innate talent, few could rival him. Seeing Lu Chen happily accept the gift brought a smile to Lu Xinyi's face, yet it left Ma Chao and the others enviously astounded. Here is Lu Chen, endowed with exceptional talent, and he is also favored by a sister who dotes on him. To present such a rare medicinal herb, they were utterly envious. Sister, do you think I could? Absolutely not. Ma Chao began to speak, his jealousy nearly overwhelming him, but he was met with Lu Xinyi's unyielding refusal. Chen Gu, you are now ranked 30th on the talent list. How about this? You give me a good beating, take my place, and share a portion of the dragon bloodvine with me? Not a chance. Lu Chen flatly declined, tucking the herb away. You were 30th on the talent list? Lu Xinyi thought she must have misheard. When did you become a member of the War God Camp? You were 30th on the talent list? Lu Xinyi believed she had misheard. This couldn't be right. Having been on the talent list herself, she understood what kinds of prodigies comprised it. Being ranked 30th typically meant one was at least at the 8th level of the Meridian opening stage. Although Lu Chen's talent is remarkable, his cultivation level presents a significant gap compared to them. To achieve a place on the talent list at the transformation stage seems nearly impossible. In her prime, she was hailed as the #1 genius, making it onto the talent list at the transformation stage, but only barely at the end, and by that time, she had already reached the 9th level of the transformation stage. Pure luck. Lu Chen chuckled, causing Bai Lian to scowl. If you were lucky, then what does that make me? If I recall correctly, the 30th position on the Tianjia ranking has always been occupied by Bai Lian. Lu Xinyi's thoughts raced, and she suddenly cast a scrutinizing glance at Bai Lian, even questioning whether Bai Lian was intentionally being lenient. It was not that she doubted Lu Chen, rather, the situation was simply astonishing and hard to believe. Wasn't it true that Lu Chen had decisively subdued her? Bai Lian's expression darkened, her embarrassment palpable. Really? With so many witnesses present, do you think I would wish for this? Bai Lian felt a twinge of discomfort, as if the act of killing were not enough. But the heart had to be pierced as well. Lu Xinyi fell silent again, suddenly finding Lu Chen utterly inscrutable. It seemed that Lu Chen was even more formidable than she had imagined. In that moment, Lu Xinyi also succumbed to silence, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of uncertainty. What more could he say? There was nothing left to convey. The assessment was complete. Lu Chen's talent had surpassed hers, transcending her expectations. What a remarkable young man. You have truly astonished me. Lu Xinyi finally spoke after a while, her emotions a tangle. She suddenly felt that Lu Chen had undergone a significant transformation, becoming elusive and unfathomable. At that moment, her feelings were quite intricate. In a few days, I will continue to challenge the Tianjiao ranking, striving to secure first place. Achieving first place might prove somewhat challenging. Ma Chao interjected. After all, he was merely in second place. Indeed, the first position belongs to Lu Xinyi. According to the timeline, Lu Xinyi had yet to graduate. She was merely interning at most. Yet, she was exceptional, having been promoted directly from her internship and entrusted with significant responsibilities. Her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. Meanwhile, Ma Chao, as the second, had only half-stepped into the Marquis realm, the disparity between them almost insurmountable. Thus, it was said that Lu Xinyi had once dominated the entire Daxia Academy. It was thought that with Lu Xinyi's departure, there would be an opportunity for others to shine, yet unexpectedly, Lu Chen emerged. If you wish to claim the first position, your rival will be me. Lu Xinyi laughed, causing the corners of Lu Chen's mouth to twitch. How hasty. It was evidently impossible for him to defeat Lu Xinyi now, as the gap was simply too vast. However, with time, he might yet achieve it. Then I shall deal with the perennial second place. Are you being polite? Ma Chao's smile faded. All right, My time at Daxiao Academy is limited. Seeing you possess such abilities and thriving at Daxiao Academy puts my mind at ease. Focus on your cultivation with your current talent. Entering the Dragon Soul will be no obstacle. Sister, I will strive in the Dragon Soul to pave the way for you, Lucini declared. Confident that with Lu Chen's talent, entering the Dragon Soul was a certainty. Yet upon hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Lucini inquired curiously. As for entering the Dragon Soul, I might consider joining the military instead, Lu Chen replied, realizing he had no other choices left. The military. Lucini paused, aware that the military was far more perilous compared to the Dragon Soul. But a man should don military attire and defend his territory. Lu Chen harbored such sentiments, and she felt a surge of joy. All right, I will reach out to the military department for you. No need. I am already a member of the War God Camp. Lu Chen interrupted Lucini's words, leaving her momentarily stunned. Ma Chao and the others had long been aware of this, their hearts brimming with envy. Now, upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration, they felt an even greater sense of admiration. How could one person be so remarkable? You are already a member of the War God Camp? How is that possible? Lucini stammered, struggling to believe it. But soon after, she watched as Lu Chen produced a token from his bosom, which unmistakably bore the insignia of a member of the War God Camp. The codename, Brute Bandit, left Lucini gaping in disbelief as she stared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his toes digging into the ground. Ma Chao and the others approached, examined the token, and then returned it to Lu Chen. They did not laugh. Indeed, they were trained professionals. It was that I couldn't think of a name. I just randomly picked one, planning to change it later. Who knew it couldn't be altered? Looking at his own code name, Lu Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness. When did you become a member of the War God Camp? I had no idea. Lucini felt her mind begin to malfunction, disbelief clouding her thoughts. The War God Camp was almost on par with the Dragon Soul. Gaining entry was exceedingly difficult. Even she had only recently managed to approach the Dragon Soul and become one of its ranks, while Lu Chen, merely a freshman, had already joined the War God Camp, seemingly as a formal member. In that moment, Lucini couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. She was often hailed as the brightest talent of the Great Xia, and indeed, her abilities were formidable. No peer had ever surpassed her, let alone made her feel envious. Yet now, she found herself experiencing envy toward Lu Chen, a sensation she had never dared to dream of. The brother who had always required her protection had, unbeknownst to her, grown to surpass her. Lucini fell silent, her emotions swirling within her. Gazing deeply at Lu Chen, she suddenly felt her eyes welling with tears. She could not articulate this feeling. What's wrong, sister? Why are you crying out of envy? Oh, hush. I am simply overjoyed. Wiping away her tears, Lucini realized at that moment that Lu Chen had truly matured, no longer needing her constant worry. Our ancestors must be smiling down upon us, Lucini remarked, suddenly reminded of her parents. If they knew Lu Chen had become so formidable, they would surely be delighted. After a while, Lucini managed to regain her composure. Come, follow me to meet the dean. Today, I will ensure he accepts you as his disciple. As a martial arts master, he should not refuse your talent. With that, Lucini took Lu Chen by the hand, eager to seek the dean, but Lu Chen once again declined. Actually, I already have a master. Chapter 107. How heartfelt it is. I already have a master, Lu Chen remarked, lifting his gaze towards Lucini, opting not to accompany her in seeking out the dean. If they were to approach the dean, it would surely provoke his ire, with a master capable of embedding him into the stone wall at will. Seeking the dean's counsel seemed a surefire way to infuriate him. You already have a master? Lucini was momentarily taken aback. Before it dawned on her that with Lu Chen's exceptional talents, he must have caught the eye of a formidable figure within the academy, likely being taken as a disciple. Is it the dean? She inquired, but Lu Chen shook his head. The vice dean? Again, he denied. Perhaps a member of the elder council? She pressed on. Yet Lu Chen continued to shake his head. This left Lucini utterly bewildered. If none of those esteemed figures were his master, then who could it possibly be? Surely, it could not be merely a casual mentor. For Lucini, even a mentor of the martial king caliber would not suffice to qualify as Lu Chen's master. Who then was it? Her brow furrowed, her expression growing serious as she worried that Lu Chen might have hastily chosen an unsuitable mentor. A good master could significantly influence one's path and cultivation. The old man Zhang in the valley behind the mountain, Lu Chen stated nonchalantly, believing that someone of Lucini's stature should be aware of Zhang's existence. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Lucini's countenance transformed dramatically, her shock and disbelief palpable. It was quite unexpected. Isn't old man Zhang known for refusing to take disciples? How could not only Lucini but even Ma Chao and the others were utterly astonished. realizing that Lu Chen's master was none other than Old Man Jiang. The eccentricity of that old codger was notorious. He was known to hurl the dean into the wall whenever displeased, let alone take on a disciple. Perhaps he simply had not encountered someone worthy of his attention. Lu Chen pondered, drawing a parallel to how many young women claim they are not interested in romance until they meet someone who captivates them. Indeed, wealth can be a persuasive force, and exceptional talent undoubtedly brings with it a plethora of privileges. It seemed that when the great masters claimed not to take disciples, it was merely due to the inadequacy of potential candidates. Reflecting on this brought a pang of heartache to Ma Chao and the others. Indeed, comparison breeds suffering. Even Lu Xini felt a twinge of disappointment, for she had once been brought to seek Zhang's tutelage by the dean, only to be turned away with the reasoning that while her talent was commendable, he had no intention of taking on disciples. Before she could voice her concerns, the dean had been unceremoniously thrust into the stone wall. Coupled with her own talents at the time, she had never considered it a personal shortcoming, yet now an unexpected sting of regret washed over her. "How did Old Man Jiang come to accept you as his disciple?" she inquired, and Lu Chun paused momentarily, sensing that there was little reason to conceal anything from his sister. "Upon encountering me, he insisted on taking me as his disciple. However, the dean cautioned me that this old fellow possessed an exceedingly eccentric temperament. I too found him rather eccentric and was naturally reluctant. Yet this old man was equally insistent, clinging to me and demanding that I become his apprentice. Eventually, I departed, but to my astonishment, he pursued me all the way to the academy. He claimed that if all else failed, he would bow to me, beseeching me to accept him as my master. Considering his plight, having lost a hand and evoking a sense of pity, I decided to fulfill this old man's wish and acquiesced. What I did not anticipate was his remarkable prowess. He imparted to me all the hidden martial arts techniques he possessed." As Lu Chen reminisced about the moment when Elder Jing implored him to take him on as a disciple, he realized he had not suffered a loss at all. Yet, Lu Xini and the others had fallen into a profound silence, utterly speechless. "What's the matter, sister?" Lu Chen inquired, unaware that his audacious remarks had driven Lu Xini to the brink of madness. She recalled her own attempt to seek Elder Jiang as a master, only to be met with rejection. She had always believed it was not due to any shortcoming on her part, but now found herself grappling with the unsettling realization that her talent might indeed be insufficient. She had always been celebrated as the foremost prodigy of the great Xia, never once doubting her abilities, yet at this moment, she found herself questioning her own gifts. "I'm perfectly well, quite well indeed," Lu Xini said, seated on a nearby bench, gazing up at the sky. She seemed to have been struck by a blow, her expression clouded with confusion. Suddenly, she pondered whether the so-called title of the greatest prodigy of Great Xia should be relinquished in favor of Lu Chen. Surprisingly, rather than feeling any jealousy, she experienced a sense of joy and excitement. It appeared that she would no longer need to worry about Lu Chen. He had truly matured. Surpassing her seemed a matter of time. Yet, she felt compelled to be concerned about something, such as finding a suitable partner for Lu Chen. As an elder sister, she felt an inexplicable urge to take charge of this matter. "Well then, it seems that in terms of cultivation, I cannot be of much assistance to you, and you needn't worry about anything else. Just focus on your training." Lu Xini finally accepted this reality after a moment of contemplation. "By the way, sister, could you now tell me who it was that injured you during the internation exchange competition back then?" Lu Chen suddenly recalled this matter and quickly inquired. He was soon to head to the war god camp, and after its conclusion, the internation exchange competition would follow closely behind. He needed to secure the championship and obtain the 7-star lantern to resolve his own tribulations. Upon hearing this, Lu Xini fell into a brief silence. This incident had become a thorn in her heart. At the time, she had been hailed as the greatest prodigy of Great Xia, leading numerous newcomers in the competition, embodying the dignity of Great Xia. They were on the verge of victory, seemingly at the finish line, yet in that critical moment, they had fallen into an ambush. She sustained severe injuries and lost the championship, bringing shame to Great Xia. Although no one had ever blamed her, it remained a sharp thorn in her heart. "You're going to compete?" "Of course. I am the top student of my first year. If I don't go, who will?" Lu Chen smiled. Yet a chill flickered in his eyes. He felt compelled to avenge the grievances his sister had endured during the competition. Such animosity could not be overlooked. Hearing this, Lu Xini chuckled softly. Indeed, Lu Chen had now ascended to the position of the top freshman, possessing such extraordinary talent that he was destined to lead the other newcomers into the fray. After taking a deep breath, Lu Xini finally spoke, her voice laced with icy resolve. "Sakura, Eagle, White Elephant, had it not been for their treacherous alliance that left me injured, how could we have possibly lost that championship?" As she spoke, her gaze turned even colder, filled with a palpable intensity. Chapter 108. Talent Enhancement, Here I Come. At this juncture, Lu Xinyi's eyes brimmed with a deeper frost. She yearned to rend those miscreants asunder at this very moment. Rest assured, I shall avenge this wrong. Lu Chen uttered with a chilling tone, surprising Lu Xinyi with the formidable aura he exuded. She had not anticipated such a terrifying energy emanating from him. Subsequently, the group engaged in idle chatter, though the conversation predominantly revolved around Lu Chen. It was from Ma Chao that Lu Xinyi gleaned the truth of Lu Chen's experiences at the academy during this period. No wonder the dean remarked that they had not enjoyed a moment of peace. It was all due to this reason. As evening approached, Lu Xinyi departed from Daxiao Academy. For as a member of the Dragon Soul, she had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Lu Chen, on the other hand, returned to his room. He retrieved the dragon blood vine that Lu Xinyi had gifted him, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he commenced the process of refinement. The simplification of energy consumption meant that Lu Chen merely needed to hold the vine in his hands for the refinement to begin. The vine emanated a faint crimson hue, swirling around him before gradually seeping into his body. Lu Chen could distinctly sense the surge of this sanguine energy coursing through him. As time slipped away, once the power of the dragon blood vine was fully refined, Lu Chen opened his eyes. He cast aside the now withered remnant of what once was the vine. He could keenly feel that his potential had seemingly been elevated. With an exhilarated heart, Lu Chen fetched a testing stone and placed his palm upon it. Level 3. Gazing at the number displayed, Lu Chen was astounded. He had anticipated some benefits from the dragon blood vine, but never did he expect it to possess such terrifying efficacy, directly elevating his talent to level 3. No wonder this item was so precious, rare in the market. It was indeed formidable. Afterward, Lu Chen began to train himself. But after merely 2.5 minutes, he opted to cease. Although his talent had been raised to level 3, it was still fundamentally lacking. He needed to unlock further potential. With this thought, Lu Chen set the testing stone aside and returned to the villa. Without hesitation, he commenced his training, of course relying on simplification techniques. The following morning, as dawn broke, a powerful surge emanated around Lu Chen. Outside, the recently awakened El Chi Feng was momentarily stunned. And after a brief silence, he began to curse under his breath. How has this brat managed to break through again? It's truly infuriating. He seems to be losing his edge. Something is amiss. When he first encountered Lu Chen, their levels of cultivation were not significantly different. Yet now, the gap seems to be widening. He pondered, believing he had not been lax in his efforts. In the room, Lu Chen's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of transformation. Feeling the flow of power within him, Lu Chen smiled broadly. His rate of progress was commendable. By the time of the inter-country exchange competition, he might well have entered the Meridian realm. Subsequently, Lu Chen stepped outside, only to collide with Bai Lian, who was approaching. Lu Chen, I was just coming to find you. What's going on? Lu Chen instinctively inquired. We've got some action. We're heading out to fight, Bai Lian exclaimed, pulling Lu Chen along. Has the Tianqi Academy sent for us? Lu Chen asked, suspecting that the Academy's members were causing trouble. No. Those useless individuals from Tianqi Academy are insignificant. A significant disaster has struck near the Academy, and several students are trapped within. The dean has decided to send us from the student council to handle the situation. Bai Lian responded, her tone serious. Typically, such a task would not fall to Lu Chen, being a mere freshman. Yet this freshman was more formidable than most. This was a substantial mission. It was rumored that military personnel would also be involved, with strong figures secretly overseeing the operation. You, my friend, have been personally appointed by the dean. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled, but said nothing. Having just broken through to the 7th level of transformation, it was indeed time to hone his skills. Staying within the academy felt rather mundane. Soon they arrived in front of the administrative building, where Ma Chao and the others had already organized themselves, ready to depart. To Lu Chen's surprise, Luo Fanny was also present. Wang Fugue cleared his throat upon seeing Lu Chen. I've briefed you all on the task. Eliminate the disaster and rescue the trapped students. Any questions? Seeing no one respond, Wang Fugue continued. Then let us depart. The team set off, quickly leaving the Great Xia Academy. This time, they did not travel by foot. With the Academy's support, everyone boarded a helicopter, speeding towards their destination. As they gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, Lu Chen remained unfazed, while the somewhat overzealous LV Qingfeng chattered incessantly. 3 hours later, they landed atop a mountain. The helicopter having departed. From the summit, they could see a once thriving city at the foot of the mountain, now reduced to ruins due to the disaster. Overrun by beasts and calamities, it had become a place for many to train, but they had not anticipated the emergence of such a crisis. The air in this city was thick with pollution, its presence palpable. What a dense concentration of toxic gas, Wang Fugue remarked, his eyes reflecting a sense of gravity. Ensure you don your protective gear. While rescuing others, you must also safeguard your own well-being, Wang Fugui stated, preparing to stand guard. Let us move out, Ma Chao remarked, donning an apparatus resembling a gas mask. This device effectively shields against toxic gases. Otherwise, prolonged exposure could lead to madness and a significant decline in one's abilities. It was Lu Chen's inaugural experience with such a contraption, and to his surprise, it was somewhat more comfortable than he had anticipated. Approximately 20 individuals in the squad began their descent down the mountain, swiftly entering the ruins. Once within the remnants of the past, Lu Chen could palpably sense the heightened vigilance of everyone present. Beside him, Luo Fanin's brow was furrowed deeply, a sight Lu Chen had never witnessed before. Do not be anxious. Wang Fugui is not around. If danger arises, he will undoubtedly intervene, Lu Chen murmured, assuming Luo Fanin's distress stemmed from fear. However, her expression remained taut with concern. This time is not as simple as you might imagine. It could be perilous. Luo Fanin's gaze bore an intensity that betrayed no hint of deception. There were thoughts she dared not voice. Observing her demeanor, Lu Chen felt a twinge of unease. At that moment, a wave of mist enveloped them, accompanied by the sound of footsteps echoing within. Lu Chen abruptly looked up, only to find that Ma Chao and the others had vanished, as if they had never existed. The mist surged towards him, swiftly encapsulating both himself and Luo Fanin. An inexplicable sensation surged within Lu Chen, inducing a sense of panic. What is happening? He instinctively called out, scanning their surroundings but perceiving no anomalies. Within the fog, only Lu Chen and Luo Fanin remained, gripping her tightly. Lu Chen was anxious that a mere turn could cause her to disappear as well. An illusion, Luo Fanin stated, her voice laced with a chilling clarity, her gaze sharp as ice. A glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes, reminiscent of an ancient, fearsome bird's shadow. Suddenly, flames coalesced in her palm, shooting upwards with terrifying heat. As the fire swept through the mist, it dissipated. Lu Chen was astonished to discover that Luo Fanin had already reached the 3rd level of transformation and was on the verge of attaining the 4th. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation filled Lu Chen with envy. Were it not for his own advantages, he feared he might not even keep pace with her strides. Yet, soon after, his expression grew grave, and the dragon scale blade materialized in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen stepped forward, and amidst the receding mist, ghastly creatures emerged, cloaked in darkness, their faces devoid of expression. Only their blood-red eyes radiated a terrifying intent to kill. In an instant, these creatures lunged at Lu Chen, claws bared, revealing sharp, menacing teeth. With a swift strike, Lu Chen wielded his blade, embodying the essence of the sun's might, and instantly vanquished the foremost beast, which dissipated into nothingness. Yet, the surroundings are densely packed, seemingly endless. From above, one can see Luo Fanin and Lu Chen trapped within, surrounded by an infinite horde of monsters, all rushing towards them with murderous intent. Demon-slaying blade technique. Without hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed this martial skill, unleashing a terrifying force that relentlessly reaped the lives of the encroaching monsters. However, these creatures appeared oblivious to fear, continuously launching their assaults. The monsters seemed inexhaustible. They must find a way out swiftly, Luo Fanin remarked, her mind racing, and soon her gaze sharpened. You must hold them off and buy me 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. I have a way to break this illusion, Luo Fanin declared, her urgency palpable, uncertain if Lu Chen could fend off the monsters alone. As her memories resurfaced, her mind became flooded with knowledge, and she quickly devised a plan to shatter the illusion. 3 minutes is no problem. I could last 30, Lu Chen replied, an overwhelming aura of terrifying lightning energy enveloping him. He executed the 9 Heavens Thunder Control technique. This pure and potent lightning power, combined with his 9 Yang divine art, exerted a suppressive force over the monsters. Luo Fanin said nothing further, hastily seated herself on the ground, beginning her attempt to decipher the illusion. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was utterly consumed by the frenzy of battle. However, he found it perplexing that after slaying these monsters, he did not receive any simplification points. This indicated that these creatures were mere phantoms. Yet their assaults felt strikingly real. Lu Chen could sense that if such an attack were to strike him, he would surely be left bruised and battered. As time trickled away, Lu Chen lost count of how many monsters he had dispatched, gradually feeling the weight of exhaustion. How much longer? If this drags on, I might not make it, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively glancing at his arm, yet the ominous presence remained dormant. Initially intending to attempt breaking the illusion as before, Lu Chen soon realized something was amiss. This illusion was fundamentally different from the ones they had encountered previously. Done. Luo Fanine suddenly opened her eyes, and a terrifying blaze of energy behind her transformed into a flaming phoenix, soaring into the sky. The intense heat washed over Lu Chen, and in the next moment, the flaming phoenix seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. A crisp shattering sound followed, causing Lu Chen's expression to shift slightly. He then witnessed the surrounding scene fragmenting, and the monsters that had been attacking him instantly dissipated. Once the illusion shattered completely, Lu Chen finally exhaled in relief. However, he soon sensed something was off. They had merely just entered the ruins, yet now they found themselves at the very heart of this dilapidated city. Not far ahead, a ghastly pale tree swayed in the wind, and to Lu Chen's horror, he noticed that this tree was adorned with lifeless bodies. Blood dripped down, and he could even hear the sound of blood falling. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of dread inexplicably surged within his heart. At that moment, Lu Chen discovered two lifeless bodies dangling from a tree branch resembling a bone below him, none other than Ma Chao and Bai Lian. Instantly, an indescribable feeling enveloped him, causing his body to tremble slightly. This place was eerily strange, seemingly beyond his expectations. In the next heartbeat, a chilling scene unfolded before him. The corpses of Ma Chao and Bai Lian were grinning at him, their smiles ghastly and terrifying. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a gust of ominous wind swept through. The bone tree swayed more violently, and the countless bodies upon it seemed to come alive, emitting sinister laughter that sent shivers down his spine and raised the hairs on his neck. Am I dead or alive? Lu Chen's voice rang out, sharp and piercing. As he observed the emergence of his own and Luo Fanine's corpses on the bone tree, both of them also laughing with a high-pitched, piercing sound. If he is me, then who am I? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, yet the terror within him abruptly dissipated. It appeared that the bodies above were mere illusions, indicating that Ma Chao and the others were, in fact, alive. With this realization, Lu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. How dare you deceive me? Lu Chen declared vehemently, unleashing a blade strike. Simultaneously, a crimson aura enveloped him. However, his attack fell upon the bone tree without producing the slightest effect, nor a sound. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before him, standing in front of the bone tree. It was entirely cloaked in darkness, adorned with four golden patterns. It was, astonishingly, a level 4 calamity. The purity of its bloodline was terrifying, and its cultivation had already reached the 5th level of meridian opening. A level 4 calamity. Luo Fanine's voice was sharp, her eyes reflecting a mixture of shock. Such a creature should not exist in this place. A level 4 calamity ought to dwell within polluted zones and rarely venture out. You have shattered my illusion, haven't you? The calamity spoke, its voice a grotesque distortion, its expression horrifying. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Luo Fanine. I am genuinely curious. Has humanity grown this powerful? A mere practitioner of the transformation realm can indeed break my illusion. It is quite astonishing. As soon as it finished speaking, the calamity launched itself forward with icy malevolence directed at Luo Fanine. In its eyes, although Lu Chen had reached the 7th level of transformation, he paled in comparison to Luo Fanine, the one capable of piercing its illusion. Her strength must be far more formidable. Having encountered numerous human prodigies, it understood that their power could not simply be measured by realms. To assess them by such standards would lead to dire consequences. In an instant, Luo Fanine drew her sword, its icy light gleaming as she advanced. Yet, this was a level 4 calamity, an entity of terrifying strength. Even in the polluted zone, a level 4 calamity was considered superior. Do you look down on me? Lu Chen was taken aback. He found himself belittled. Despite being at the 7th level of the transformation stage, this calamity has underestimated its opponent. With a sudden burst of action, Lu Chen refrained from employing the demonic blade technique, and instead unleashed the celestial star finger. The energy emanating from his fingertips surged forth with a ferocious intent to kill, targeting the calamity's vital points with precision. The sheer force unleashed in an instant compelled the calamity to retreat hastily, a flicker of alarm evident in its crimson eyes. It had indeed underestimated him. Lu Chen's prowess surpassed even that of Luo Fanine. Within their clan, such strength would undoubtedly earn him the title of genius. The 4th level calamity acknowledged this with a tone laced with admiration, realizing it had misjudged the situation. Yet, in this realm, it remained the undisputed sovereign, certain of its triumph. Enough with the chatter. Where are your companions? Lu Chen charged forward, perplexed by how this creature had managed to separate him from Ma Chao and the others. Was it not merely atop the sacred tree? The 4th level calamity sneered, advancing aggressively towards Lu Chen. In response, Lu Chen appeared thoroughly incensed, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Imbued with an overwhelming electrical force, thunderous arcs, as thick as an arm, cascaded down upon the calamity. Luo Fanine did not remain idle. She coordinated with Lu Chen, launching relentless assaults. Soon, the fourth-level Calamity found itself at a disadvantage. Enraged, its aura intensified, becoming more volatile as it charged forth. The chilling winds swept through the surroundings, and the corpses upon the bone tree emitted eerie sounds, channeling their energies into the fourth-level Calamity, causing its power to surge dramatically. "Are you cheating?" Lu Chen remarked. He had always regarded cheating as a disgraceful act, deserving of widespread condemnation. Naturally, if he were to cheat, he would consider it a different matter altogether. Then, a crimson glow enveloped Lu Chen, as blood-red runes manifested, converging into a grand formation that ensnared the Calamity within. Lu Chen surged forward, invoking the spectral blood sea technique. "How do you possess this martial skill?" The Calamity recognized the technique, its expression shifting to one of alarm. "What is your relation to that old man?" "None of your concern." Lu Chen was astonished. He had not anticipated that the fourth-level Calamity would recognize this martial skill. Was Elder Zhang's technique truly this formidable? It instilled such trepidation in the Calamity. However, Lu Chen had no interest in dwelling on this. He charged forward, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying force. The fourth-level Calamity attempted to withstand the assault, yet its power shattered in an instant, caught off guard as Luo Fanning pierced it from behind with a single strike. The fluctuation of its strength faltered under Lu Chen's onslaught, leading to its swift disintegration. "Well done, little brother Luo, excellent teamwork." Lu Chen was filled with joy. Luo Fanning's sword strike had exceeded his expectations. The backstab was executed flawlessly. Lu Chen's strength remained undiminished as it swiftly pierced through the body of the Calamity. Subsequently, this power surged forth, flooding into the very being of the disaster. Astonishingly, the Calamity's form began to swell, expanding to a colossal height of 3 zhang. Suddenly, it erupted. At last, he had vanquished this vile creature. Lu Chen chuckled, glancing at Luo Fanning. "I never anticipated that we would coordinate so harmoniously. Ha ha ha." Hearing his laughter. Although Luo Fanning said nothing, a smile crept across her face. However, Lu Chen's next remark caused her cheeks to flush. "Luo Xiaodi, you smell delightful," he murmured. Devoid of ulterior motives, merely taken aback by the familiarity of the scent. It seemed reminiscent of something from the past, yet he could not quite place it. Never mind, he thought. I shall set aside these trivial distractions and deal with this infernal bone tree first. But Luo Fanning halted him. "With our current strength, we cannot destroy this bone tree. If I am not mistaken, its master is at least of royal lineage among the Calamities, not merely that fourth-tier disaster we encountered earlier. I wonder if this royal-blooded Calamity is also present. If so, our situation becomes significantly more complicated," she remarked, a palpable gravity in her demeanor. Lu Chen remained silent, yet his expression mirrored her seriousness. With Wang Fugue around, and the military likely to intervene, it should not go awry. Let us focus on our tasks. If we cannot win, we shall retreat, Lu Chen declared, resolving to swiftly seek a martial technique for evasion. "We should find Ma Chao and the others. They must be nearby," Luo Fanning suggested, preparing to depart. However, just as she took a step forward, she felt a sudden constriction within her garments, as someone tugged at the fabric from behind. "Lu Chen," Luo Fanning uttered in a hushed tone, suspecting whether this individual was intentionally taking advantage of her. "Something's amiss," came Lu Chen's grave voice as he released his grip. Following his gaze, Luo Fanning peered into the mist. Within it, a series of figures approached them with a numbing gait. Soon, the first figure emerged from the fog, its body appearing rigid and uncoordinated. To her astonishment, it was Ma Chao. Chapter 111, the fifth-tier bloodline Calamity. Ma Chao. Upon seeing Ma Chao's silhouette emerge, Lu Chen's brow furrowed, his expression one of alarm. "No, they have all been controlled," Luo Fanning stated gravely, instantly recognizing that Ma Chao and the others were no longer themselves. Lu Chen also discerned this. Their gait resembled that of the undead. How could they be normal? Is this real or an illusion conjured by the Calamity? Lu Chen pondered, uncertain if this truly was Ma Chao or a deception orchestrated by the disaster to confuse them. Indeed, it is true, but their wills have been subjugated. If I am not mistaken, there must be a formidable and manipulative Calamity lurking nearby, said Luo Fanning, pausing momentarily before continuing. Such a Calamity would possess at least a bloodline level of 5. Lu Chen's expression bore a hint of astonishment. He had expected to encounter a Calamity of level 4, and yet here he was, confronted with one of level 5. Ma Chao, already at the cusp of the Duke realm, had fallen prey to manipulation. Thus, the strength of this Calamity must also be at least at the same level. Luo Fanning continued her analysis, her brow furrowed. Emerging from the mists were more figures, among them Bai Lian. In addition, There were individuals clad in military attire. It was evident that military personnel had also infiltrated, yet they likely faced dire circumstances. What nonsense is this? No one warned me that this mission would be so perilous. Lu Chen could not help but grumble, yet he brandished his dragon scale blade and charged forward. Complaining was futile. They could only attempt to escape for the moment. Luo Fanning cast a grave glance around, but could not discern the hidden Calamity's location. She too sprang into action. However, facing Ma Chao and the others, Lu Chen found himself unable to strike with lethal force, feeling somewhat restrained. Damn it, should I just eliminate them all? Is there any chance of awakening them? Lu Chen inquired, contemplating the possibility of having to resort to lethal measures if awakening them proved impossible. He could not risk his own life for theirs. If he could locate the Calamity manipulating them and slay it, their awakening would be within reach. Luo shouted, "You seem knowledgeable. Upon our return, I shall hire you as my personal tutor, and we can engage in a thorough discussion tonight." Lu Chen spoke these words. Yet his demeanor was heavy with concern as he pondered how to break free. "Apologies, but I am surrounded by these individuals," Lu Chen lamented, his expression grave. He then employed the solar finger technique. With his fingers aligned, flames ignited upon them, and he struck with a swift, cunning arc. This technique was second nature to Lu Chen. He could hit the target even with his eyes closed. In rapid succession, Lu Chen executed his move, launching those encircling him 3 meters into the air. Upon their descent, they curled upon the ground, seemingly bleeding. Despite his hesitation with the 1,000-year kill technique, Lu Chen could have effortlessly dispatched them using the celestial star's finger. "Let us escape this place," Lu Chen declared, his form flickering as he maneuvered with precision, carving a path to freedom. Even Ma Chao could not evade this strike and now lay on the ground, agony etched across his face. They were under control. But that did not mean they were immune to pain. The two fled swiftly, pursued relentlessly by the controlled individuals. Luo shouted, "Do you have a way to locate that wretched creature?" As Luo Fanning pondered, she realized that many of her memories had yet to resurface, leaving her momentarily at a loss. After they traversed the street, a shadowy figure emerged suddenly before the bone tree, emitting a sinister laugh as it pursued them. In front of an abandoned office building, Luo Fanning lured these adversaries inside, maneuvering within its confines. Meanwhile, Lu Chen lay before the building. Seemingly drenched in blood he had somehow acquired, appearing gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Is this plan truly effective? It doesn't seem promising, Lu Chen mused, harboring doubts about Luo Fanning's strategy. Just as he contemplated this, a thick mist enveloped him, and an indescribable force surged into his body. His eyelids grew heavy, and his consciousness began to blur. "It's happening, but I'm not prepared," he thought, as his eyes finally closed. In a gray, dismal realm, Lu Chen found himself bewildered by his presence there. The surrounding haze induced a profound discomfort, stirring a desperate urge to escape, yet no exit was in sight. "Is this the disaster spirit space that Luo Xiaodi mentioned?" Lu Chen whispered, realizing that his consciousness had entered this strange dimension. Above him, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and he looked up to see the sky splitting open. The fissure widened abruptly, revealing a vivid crimson hue. To his astonishment, a bizarre, scarlet eye peered through the crack, fixated intently upon him. Within this gray expanse, an inexplicable force swirled around him, swiftly encasing him. Simultaneously, from the rift above, dark chains with arcane runes surged forth, lunging directly at Lu Chen. Celestial Star Strike. Lu Chen dared not underestimate the situation any further and launched an immediate counterattack. Behind him, a towering figure materialized, as he fully unleashed this martial technique. Faced with such a terrifying entity, he no longer held any semblance of complacency. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's offensive, the eye seemed to mock him, yet soon, the attacks were shattered by his own. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eye, as if it had never encountered such resistance before. "System, restore my strength," Lu Chen urged within, grateful that he still possessed some simplified abilities. Otherwise, dealing with this entity would prove exceedingly difficult. In that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. Suddenly, the immense eye manifested fully, revealing an incredibly grotesque disaster. "Ah, it's the first time someone has shattered my attack within my mental space. You are formidable and unique," the disaster remarked, its singular eye gleaming with a crimson, otherworldly allure. Yet Lu Chen remained silent, and upon witnessing the emergence of this calamity, he resolutely charged forward. Chapter 112. Unexpected Joy, Acquiring the Skill Nightmare. Lu Chen expressed his disdain for engaging in conversation with this grotesque creature. His sole desire was to eliminate this vile being. As Lu Chen advanced, the Calamity sneered, deeming Lu Chen somewhat overconfident. However, it soon sensed something amiss. Lu Chen's strength radiated with an unparalleled vigor, as if he were inherently the nemesis of their Calamity. possessing a suppressive effect against its power. Such formidable force, what could this young man possibly be? To my knowledge, there exists no such transcendent technique or martial skill within your human race. This Calamity, despite possessing a 5th-level bloodline, or some understanding of the human world, yet had never encountered such a radiant and potent force. The critical aspect was that this very power naturally countered them, a matter of significant consequence that warranted reporting. Ideally, Chen would be eliminated to preclude future troubles. With this thought, the Calamity launched a frenzied assault, no longer attempting to restrain Chen, but rather intent on eradicating him entirely. Within the realm of his mental space, Chen's strength was continually regenerating, and his strikes grew increasingly terrifying. This Calamity had reached the 9th level of the Meridian realm, yet it now found itself at a disadvantage against a mere 7th-level transformation. At this moment, the Calamity felt a sense of collapse. Despite being at the 9th level, it could not vanquish a 7th-level opponent. Moreover, the attacks from this 7th-level adversary grew ever more fearsome and relentless, as if their ferocity intensified with each clash, a phenomenon the Calamity had never witnessed before. "You speak far too much," Chen coldly retorted as he charged again, a surge of blood light enveloping him, his blood energy roiling with terrifying power. The Calamity gasped as it recognized the martial skill Chen employed, its voice turning sharp with alarm. Chen, perplexed, pondered the origins of this technique. Why did these Calamities react with such shock and fear upon witnessing his use of the underworld blood sea technique? Though beset by questions, Chen did not relent. Instead, he amplified his assault, launching himself forward with a sudden ferocity. The overwhelming force obliterated all the Calamity's defenses, striking directly at it. The Calamity let out a howl of agony, its gaze filled with venomous hatred towards Chen, yet its body began to fracture. Soon, it disintegrated into fragments, scattering across the ground. Before Chen could react, the gray world around him began to collapse, vanishing at an alarming speed. He felt a force tugging at him, attempting to draw him back. In reality, before a derelict building, Chen abruptly rose, his gaze piercing as it locked onto the figure behind him. There it was, the same Calamity he had encountered in the mental realm. "At last, I have found you. Now you shall face your reckoning." Chen emitted a peculiar, sinister laugh as he charged forward. The Calamity before him was evidently gravely injured, devoid of any combat capability, only seeking to flee. However, in the next instant, Chen intercepted it. If you kill me," the Calamity attempted to threaten, but was swiftly silenced by Chen's blade. Concurrently, the system's voice resonated. "Detection. Host has slain a level 5 bloodline Calamity, earning 2,000 simplification points." Given this is the host's first defeat of a level 5 Calamity and exhibiting exceptional performance, an additional reward of the skill Nightmare has been granted. Nightmare? Chen was momentarily taken aback. What sort of martial technique was this? No, it did not resemble any martial skill at all. Upon using this skill, the host can draw opponents into a specific dream realm, where the host reigns as the absolute sovereign. Slay opponents within the dream. Hearing the system's explanation, astonishment flickered in Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. This skill bore a resemblance to the capabilities of the Calamity he had just defeated. Yet, Chen suddenly recalled that Luo Fanine was still up top, enduring the onslaught. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated building, Luo Fanine had sustained some injuries, though fortunately not severe. Her internal strength was nearly depleted, cornered into a desperate situation. As the controlled individuals lunged at her once more, poised to tear her apart, their bodies inexplicably froze mid-air, subsequently plummeting to the ground, unconscious. "It worked," Luo Fanine murmured softly, exhaling in relief, aware that Chen had successfully vanquished the Calamity. "Little brother Luo, are you all right?" Chen's voice reached her as his figure appeared. Upon seeing Luo Fanine seated on the ground, he hurried over. "Don't move, I'll tend to your wounds." Chen's brow furrowed as he observed a ghastly wound on her shoulder, blood still seeping profusely. Though Luo Fanine initially wished to refuse, Chen had already torn her clothing to begin treating her injury. "Forget it, he has never regarded me as a girl," she thought to herself, opting to close her eyes. The sharp pain from the wound caused her to frown slightly. "All done," Chen announced, having performed basic disinfection and staunching the bleeding. After bandaging the wound, he fell into silence. "What's wrong?" Luo Fanine opened her eyes, noticing Chen's grave expression, and inquired curiously. "It's nothing." Just a bit reflective, Chen replied awkwardly, rubbing his nose, unable to suppress a whisper. "So fare you." Realizing the implication, Luo Fanine's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly pulled up her clothing. "Wait, this seems somewhat familiar," Chen suddenly realized, furrowing his brow, feeling an uncanny familiarity with both the garment and its scent. "Are you still looking?" Luo Fanine retorted, vexed. Had it been anyone else, she would have slapped them already. "We're brothers. What is there to be afraid of? You are merely a fraction older than I am, so what gives you the right to act so arrogantly?" Lu Chen remarked, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to meet Luo Fanine's. "Is it you? What do you mean by what is me?" During the examination, in the ruins of the test site, was that Calamity you? Lu Chen's realization hit him like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Luo Fanine in disbelief. At that moment, he had sought refuge in a safe spot, sensing the ominous aura of disaster drawing near, and had inadvertently exposed the person's intimate belongings. It was only later that he comprehended his mistake, but by then, the individual had vanished without a trace. No wonder he felt an odd familiarity, hearing Luo Fanine's voice, coupled with his earlier observations, finally made everything click. "Huh, you actually remember? I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Fanine let out a cold chuckle. Chapter 113, "You have inflicted great suffering upon me." With a sharp gaze directed at Lu Chen, Luo Fanine scoffed. In that instant, Lu Chen felt an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide within. He had thought that, considering it was late at night, the other party would not recognize him, and with the passage of time, he had nearly forgotten the incident. But now, it dawned on him that the person in question was indeed Luo Fanine, who had been right beside him all along. The most crucial point was that Luo Fanine had always known that the perpetrator was him. Witnessing Lu Chen's awkward demeanor, Luo Fanine smirked. "So how do you propose I deal with you, lecher?" Lu Chen felt even more mortified, lowering his head and tugging at his clothing. "You can't possibly defeat me." Luo Fanine raised an eyebrow, as if surprised that he still wished to retaliate. "Oh, so you're pretending to be embarrassed, are you? If that's the case, why don't I allow you to pull my hair instead?" As he spoke, Lu Chen realized he owed Luo Fanine a debt of gratitude, feeling he should let her avenge herself. Noticing that Lu Chen had turned his back to her and even arched his rear, Luo Fanine nearly ground her teeth in frustration, suppressing the urge to deliver a swift kick to him. "Enough. I want to stoop to your level. You have neither regarded me as a woman nor as a person." Luo Fanine rose, having regained some of her strength, and was not inclined to dwell on the matter any further. "Huh." Lu Chen chuckled lightly, then glanced at the individuals lying on the ground. Why haven't they awakened yet? Those ensnared by the Calamity's control, their will shattered, would not easily regain consciousness. If the situation were severe, even if they did awaken, they might become mentally unstable, Luo Fanine remarked, while deftly inscribing runes, as a searing force rapidly coursed into the bodies of those sprawled on the ground. "Little Luo, how do you possess such knowledge? I told you to read more. Yet you insisted on feeding pigs." Lu Chen fell silent, unsure of how to respond. His family lacked such literature. As this surge of power entered Ma Chao and the others, they gradually began to stir, slowly opening their eyes. "They're awake," Lu Chen exclaimed, stepping forward to assist them. Ma Chao's eyes were clouded with confusion, seemingly unaware of what had transpired, as he stared blankly at Lu Chen. "Oh no, Ma Chao has turned into a fool," Lu Chen remarked, then turned to Ma Chao and asked, "Do you still remember who I am?" "You are. I am your father," Lu Chen declared with utmost seriousness. "Sometimes, I genuinely wish to end your existence," Ma Chao replied weakly yet earnestly. "Are you out of your mind?" "I'm merely recovering and haven't adjusted yet," Ma Chao thought to himself, suddenly realizing that Lu Chen might not be the benevolent soul he appeared to be. Lu Chen sheepishly smiled, relieved that no permanent damage had been done. If he truly became a fool, that would indeed be a grave predicament. At that moment, Bai Lian awakened, her eyes fluttering open in confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. Ma Chao approached and pulled her up. "I am your father," he insisted. Bai Lian responded with a bewildered expression, gazing at Ma Chao's serious demeanor. After a brief moment of silence, she lifted her head and retorted, "I am your father. Good to know you're not a fool." Ma Chao concealed his embarrassment. Before long, the rest of the individuals began to awaken as well. 2 of them appeared dazed. But after receiving a few hearty slaps, they gradually regained their senses. "Thank you both for saving our lives." The military personnel expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Lu Chen and Luo Fanine. They had not anticipated encountering such peril upon entering the ruined city, narrowly escaping with their lives. It was a trivial matter, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, emphasizing that their primary objective remained the rescue of those trapped within. "What happened? How did you all vanish? Where are the others?" Lu Chen inquired, directing his gaze at Ma Chao, who had entered the ruins alongside him, but had seemingly disappeared in an instant. "I'm not sure. A thick fog enveloped us, and before I could comprehend the situation, the scenery shifted dramatically. Then, a disaster with slit pupils appeared before me, and I lost all awareness until I found myself here. Ma Chao recounted, echoing Bai Lian's experience of being utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. As for the whereabouts of the others, they too remained uncertain. They might be beneath the central bone tree, a military officer interjected, his expression grave. All eyes turned towards him. Upon receiving the mission, our military dispatched 20 small teams, each consisting of 10 members, to commence the search. It is confirmed that there are 9 formidable disasters present, and above them looms an even more powerful and terrifying calamity, its leader. I estimate that this particular disaster possesses royal blood, and those who have vanished are likely ensnared beneath the bone tree. Upon hearing this, Chen fell silent, contemplating the implications of 9 disasters and the presence of a royal bloodline. The situation had become increasingly intricate. The disaster that controlled us is one of the 9. Chen remarked, lifting his head. If one of them is indeed the culprit, does that imply that the one responsible for creating the illusion is also among them? That would mean 2 of the 9 have already been vanquished. Yet, what shall we do about the remaining 7? Chen pondered deeply, then turned to the individuals before him. If you have any plans, please share them openly. We are willing to follow your lead. Indeed, Brother Chen. If you have any solutions, please speak candidly. We are all willing to heed your guidance. It is true that the individuals remaining in this desolation are likely us. And to rescue them, we must appoint a leader to direct our actions. I believe Brother Chen is the most suitable candidate for this role. This matter is of utmost importance. Brother Chen, you must not decline. At this moment, Chen appeared utterly bewildered. What was happening? How had he become the leader? Surely, there had been a misunderstanding regarding his capabilities. Although your cultivation level is merely at the 7th stage of transformation, it is undeniable that you have genuinely saved us this time. We have all succumbed to these calamities, reduced to a state of control, while you have slain them and rescued us, which speaks volumes. Thus, the position of leader can only be yours. At this juncture, the military personnel spoke earnestly, devoid of any disdain for Chen. On the contrary, they were quite sincere in their desire for him to take on this leadership role. Chen, will you accept? Urged Luo Fanny. You have truly put me in a difficult position. Chapter 114, Slaying Calamities in a Dream. Chen felt a mix of reluctance and surprise. How had he so unexpectedly become their leader? Luo Fanny and the others looked at him with expressions of astonishment. This fellow did not seem to be a paragon of virtue. Since Brother Chen has already agreed, all subsequent actions shall be directed by him, remarked the military personnel, harboring a degree of trust in Chen despite his cultivation level. First, we should lure out the remaining calamities one by one and eliminate them before approaching the central bone tree. We have seen that bone tree. Destroying it will not be an easy task. If any additional calamities emerge to interfere, we could encounter significant trouble, Chen stated, analyzing the situation seriously. He had previously attempted to destroy that bone tree, yet his attacks had proven utterly ineffective. What do you think? If anyone has a better plan, please share it so we can discuss together. Chen continued, not perceiving himself as the so-called leader with the authority to act unilaterally. I find this approach feasible. If a single calamity can bring us to this state, encountering the bone tree alongside other calamities would surely overwhelm us, Ma Chao remarked earnestly, agreeing with Chen's rationale. Although eager to rescue others, they could not afford to sacrifice their lives in the process. Let us proceed as Brother Chen suggests. My thoughts align with his. With just us remaining, we must cooperate. If we disperse, we will certainly meet our end. The military personnel concurred, not dismissing Chen's ideas. Very well. Let us set out, Chen declared, leading the way. The 9 calamities were positioned at 9 distinct points within this ruin. 2 had already been vanquished, leaving 7 remaining in other directions. The military personnel spoke as they hastened towards one of the directions, following Chen. Amidst the ruins, a dense fog enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. The group proceeded with utmost caution. Soon, they arrived at an abandoned football field, now overrun with wild grass and permeated by a variety of putrid odors. Quite unpleasant indeed. I encountered the calamity here, someone remarked, though uncertainty lingered about whether the calamity still resided in this place. Chen's expression grew grave as he surveyed his surroundings, acutely sensing the aura of disaster. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the mist. A figure wielding a pitch-black long knife emerged, tall and with an eerily sharp visage. Ah, so many fresh offerings have arrived. How delightful. It turned out to be a 5th-level calamity, its cultivation at the threshold of becoming a lord. Let us take it down, Chen declared resolutely. With a group of over 30, could they not vanquish this calamity? Ma Chao and the others wasted no words. The instant Chen finished speaking, they charged forward with remarkable speed. How foolishly overconfident. The calamity scoffed, dismissing them entirely. In a swift motion, it conjured 10 identical doppelgangers that surged forward with astonishing speed, their knives glinting ominously. The sound of blades slicing through the air resonated. Lu Chen's expression shifted, a chill creeping in as he advanced, only to be forcefully repelled by the Calamity's formidable power. Luo Fanyin also joined the fray, her expression growing increasingly serious. This creature is indeed rather sinister, Lu Chen murmured, shaking his numbed arm. He had not anticipated that the doppelgangers would possess strength identical to that of the original. Celestial star pointers. Lu Chen then unleashed without hesitation, his fingertips bursting forth with resplendent power, which swiftly pierced through the Calamity's forehead. In an instant, the Calamity vanished. Yet, the very next moment, another Calamity coalesced. This is its doppelganger, capable of endless creation. Luo Fanyin's expression bore a hint of concern. How can we possibly slay it? We must either destroy its core or eliminate all of its doppelgangers simultaneously, she stated, the challenge evident. Lu Chen fell momentarily silent, his relentless assaults feeling increasingly arduous. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to retreat sharply. Luo, step forward and absorb the damage. Without questioning, Luo Fanyin charged ahead decisively. Lu Chen inhaled deeply. In an instant, his eyes turned a vivid crimson, emanating a strange allure. A unique power radiated from his being, swiftly enveloping the entire field. Luo Fanyin and the others felt this power wash over them, yet it inflicted no harm. However, the Calamity, engaged in a fierce battle with them, appeared momentarily bewildered. Even pausing in its assault, Lu Chen had invoked the nightmare. This was an extra reward he had obtained from vanquishing a Calamity, something he had yet to employ. At this moment, the Calamity found itself in a state of bewilderment, unaware of how it ended up in a slaughterhouse. Its gaze was tinged with confusion as it witnessed fellow Calamities being mercilessly slaughtered, a sight most horrifying. Was this a dream? The Calamity quickly regained its composure. But in the next instant, the butchers armed with bone cleavers lunged at it, initiating a frenzied assault aimed at tearing it apart. Get away, the Calamity roared, seeking a means of escape, yet it was firmly restrained. Outside, Ma Chao and the others stood in stunned silence, observing the Calamities as they appeared to be driven mad. Suddenly, they turned to face Lu Chen, who sat cross-legged, his eyes glowing crimson. It truly was him. Ma Chao felt a shock. A calamity of such magnitude that he found almost insurmountable had been ensnared by Lu Chen. One could not help but admire such prowess. At this moment, Lu Chen was wholly absorbed, mastering the dreamscape. He aimed to slay the Calamity within this illusion. The Calamity wielding the long blade was on the verge of collapse. Unable to discern who among the dream's inhabitants was the true Lu Chen. Crucially, each individual could inflict fatal wounds upon it. It's over, Lu Chen declared as the cleaver pierced the Calamity's brow. The long-bladed Calamity, filled with deep resentment, yearned to drag Lu Chen down with it into death. But there was no way to do so. Its vitality was swiftly waning. Subsequently, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lu Chen appeared once more, severing its head. Finally at ease. This skill is truly effective, Lu Chen remarked as he dissipated the dream. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, returning to normalcy. In reality, all Calamities came to a halt, and before the astonished gazes of Ma Chao and the others, their heads fell simultaneously. Chapter 115, Materials for Forging Treasures. Breaking through to the 8th layer of transformation. As they beheld the heads of the Calamities plummet, Ma Chao and his companions were left in sheer shock, grappling with disbelief. This particular Calamity had proven daunting for them to withstand. Its strength was undeniably formidable, yet now it had been entirely vanquished by Lu Chen. This young man was truly extraordinary. Someone from the military remarked, already at the pinnacle of the Meridian realm, serving as a captain. At such a tender age, he was hailed as a prodigy. Yet now, he found himself utterly astounded by Lu Chen. Indeed, the Daxiao Academy is a breeding ground for geniuses. With Lu Chen's talent and strength, he is bound to become the next foremost prodigy of Daxia in just a few years. He may even surpass Lu Xini. Ah, could it be that Lu Chen and Lu Xini are? Indeed, Lu Xini is Lu Chen's sister. Ma Chao exclaimed, feeling the unfairness of fate. This family was comprised of prodigies, each more formidable than the last. He dared to assert that Lu Chen had already surpassed the Lu Xini of yesteryear. If they were of the same level, Lu Chen would undoubtedly be stronger than Lu Xini. How terrifying! Someone from the military remarked, equally astounded. They had not anticipated that Lu Chen would be Lu Xini's brother. Now it appears that Lu Chen is even more formidable than the Lu Xini of yesteryears. As Lu Chen opened his eyes, a smile danced at the corners. This nightmare proved to be far more effective than he had anticipated. The Calamity of the Long Blade was a being at the pinnacle of the Meridian realm, possessing a 5th-level bloodline, yet it was effortlessly slain beneath his assault. Detection. Host has slain a 5th-level bloodline Calamity, earning 3,500 simplification points. Upon hearing the voice of the system resonate in his mind, Lu Chen's lips curved into a grin. To have garnered such a sum of simplification points was indeed no trifling matter. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed something peculiar about the arm of the Calamity. With a swift motion, Lu Chen severed the arm. Upon splitting it open, he extracted a bone as white as jade. It was smooth and warm, glimmering with a faint luster. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and glanced at Luo Fanyin, fully aware that she would recognize it. A Calamity bone. This material is utilized for forging treasured artifacts. Typically, it can only be birthed within beings of a 6th-level bloodline. The probability of it emerging from a 5th-level Calamity is exceedingly rare. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. Luo Fanyin expressed her envy. Once you return and incorporate some additional materials, it might be possible to elevate your dragon scale blade to the level of a treasured artifact. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of astonishment and hastily stowed it away. His dragon scale blade had already reached the tier of a spiritual weapon. If it could be upgraded to a treasured artifact, its power would be exponentially enhanced. Merely contemplating this made Lu Chen feel an overwhelming excitement. Let us proceed to vanquish these calamities, he declared as he stepped forward, with Ma Chao and the others trailing closely behind, having fully embraced Lu Chen as their leader. Brother Lu Chen, your prowess is truly remarkable. That calamity was no match for you, leaving us feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked a member of the military, his gaze reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief at Lu Chen's extraordinary strength, especially considering he was merely at the 7th level of the transformation realm. Indeed, they could not fathom the realm of prodigies. It's merely luck, Lu Chen chuckled, not perceiving any need for boasting. Before long, they arrived at the next location, seeking out another calamity's presence. This time, Lu Chen wasted no words and immediately took action, unleashing his nightmare once more. As the nightmare descended, he swiftly severed the calamity in the dream realm. Another calamity at the 9th level of the Meridian realm, with martial skills and bloodline, was vanquished. Lu Chen once again acquired 3,000 simplification points. Onward, he urged, quickening his pace. There were still 5 more calamities remaining to be dispatched swiftly. Meanwhile, Ma Chao and the others fell into a reflective silence, suddenly feeling like mere burdens following Lu Chen, overwhelmed by the stark contrast. The military personnel were equally quiet, grappling with self-doubt in that moment. They pondered the significance of their years spent in the military. Was it truly justified? A calamity of the 9th realm of the Meridian opening, even when unleashed, would require considerable effort to subdue. Yet, in the hands of Lu Chen, it appeared as fragile as a mere vase, effortlessly dispatched. Soon, a 3rd and a 4th calamity followed, with Lu Chen's simplified points soaring to an astonishing 15,000. This figure was indeed terrifying. Now, only 1 calamity remained. Observing the dwarf-like creature before him, Lu Chen smiled and charged forward with vigor. Should we intervene? There was an air of unfamiliarity in the role reversal. They were accustomed to being protectors, yet now found themselves in a position of reliance. I'm not certain, but I believe our involvement is unnecessary, Ma Chao responded, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. Previously, seasoned students guided newcomers to gain experience, but the roles had now reversed. As newcomers once, they had been mentored, and now, as veterans, they were being led by the very students they had once taught. It struck him that they might just be the least capable cohort. This realization was a stinging blow, leaving him uncomfortable, and he resolved to hand over the student council president position to Lu Chen upon returning, as he felt he could no longer bear the title. With this resolve in mind, Ma Chao observed as Lu Chen relentlessly slammed the dwarf calamity against the ground, leaving numerous impressions upon the earth until the creature was utterly devoid of life. Lu Chen then severed its head and tossed it aside. Another 3,000 simplified points. Lu Chen was elated, his points now totaling 18,000. This was indeed a formidable figure. In the next moment, Lu Chen began to delve into the remains of the calamity. Since acquiring that bone, he had grown fond of this exhilarating process. However, this time, there were no bones to be found. Just as he was about to relent, he unearthed a small, gray object, akin to a thumbnail. Do calamities possess stones? Lu Chen pondered in silence, astonished and somewhat incredulous. It was not merely a stone, but a calamity crystal, a rare gem for cultivation. Luo Fanyin remarked, her envy palpable. Astonished by Lu Chen's extraordinary fortune, the mere thought of it stirred her admiration. Lu Chen grinned widely and promptly began to refine it. Luo Xiaodi, provide me with protection. I sense a breakthrough approaching, he declared, and Ma Chao hastily stepped forward to shield him, leaving no room for negligence. Merely half an hour later, Chen truly achieved a breakthrough, reaching the 8th layer of transformation. Chapter 116. Beneath the Bone Tree, the Calamity of Royal Blood. Chen opened his eyes, and an abrupt transformation in his aura marked his successful ascent to the 8th layer of transformation. As they sensed his newfound power, Ma Chao and others wore expressions of complexity. Was the 8th layer of transformation considered strong? In truth, it was not particularly impressive. Within the Great Xia Academy, it barely warranted a glance. Yet, Chen was merely a freshman. A freshman has ascended to the 8th level of transformation, surpassing even the second-year students. Such a pace of cultivation can hardly be described as rapid. It is akin to soaring in a rocket. Once, alongside Lucini, he endured her overwhelming prowess as they entered the Daxiao Academy together. After enduring much to finally become an upperclassman, he now finds himself overshadowed by Chen. However, Ma Chao has grown accustomed to it, dismissing further thoughts. The 8th level of transformation. He has finally broken through, albeit a tad belatedly. Chen remarked nonchalantly, feeling that such a rate of cultivation still left much to be desired. Ma Chao and the others fell silent, at a loss for words, feeling the weight of a profound blow to their spirits. Let us proceed to the central bone tree, Chen announced, calculating that they had already spent over a day within. None could ascertain the current plight of those who had vanished. Let us go, Ma Chao responded, and the group made their way towards the center. Perhaps due to the slaying of the 9 calamities, the surrounding mists had dissipated considerably. They encountered no further dangers along their journey. Soon, they arrived at the center, where the familiar bone tree swayed in the wind, adorned with grotesque and terrifying corpses. This is the place. Where are they? Chen inquired, sensing no presence of life, a feeling reminiscent of their first arrival. A member of the military stepped forward, instantly unleashing a formidable force. With a single punch, he struck the ground. Everyone joined in, causing the earth to tremble violently. Retreat, the military personnel urged, hastily withdrawing. Chen, puzzled, soon witnessed the ground cracking, fissures spreading rapidly, leading to an imminent collapse. As the ground fell away, a hidden space revealed itself beneath. Chen was genuinely astonished to discover such a realm below. Reports indicated that another calamity resided here, likely one bearing royal blood. The military personnel's expressions turned grave as they glanced at Chen. Unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard him as their anchor, seeking his counsel before taking any action. Let us descend to rescue the others. Should we encounter the calamity, we shall confront it together. I believe our combined strength can withstand it. However, if we delay any longer, we may very well meet our end here, Chen stated earnestly, recognizing that they had already squandered enough time. Prolonging their inaction could jeopardize the safety of the others. I share the same sentiment. While I cannot claim we can vanquish such a royal bloodline calamity, we should be able to deter it, and rescuing them is paramount for our withdrawal. A military member concurred. Soon, consensus was reached, and Chen decisively leapt into the abyss. The cavern below was chillingly cold, compelling Chen to channel the 9 yang divine art to withstand the frigid air. Subsequently, the others followed suit, traversing the tunnel. Before long, they arrived at an expansive chamber. They witnessed a scene that left them astounded, sending chills down their spines. Everyone was suspended here, their bodies ensnared by delicate white threads. These threads had penetrated their flesh, gradually consuming the essence of their vitality. Many appeared gaunt, their skin stretched tightly over bones, clearly having been harmed at their very core. Teetering on the brink of death, it seemed as if they would perish in the next moment. This was the cursed bone tree, voraciously devouring their life force. Ma Chao remarked, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Chen had already taken action, severing some of the threads with a swift strike, rescuing one individual. Soon, he spotted Lu Qifeng, who was also ensnared by the threads, his life force ebbing away. Chen freed him, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. We must get them out, Chen commanded, his demeanor grim. He had managed to rescue everyone, yet they remained in a state of unconsciousness, and with so many in need. The task of evacuating them was far from simple. Ma Chao began to carry individuals out one by one. All were in motion except for Chen, who stood resolutely at the forefront, his eyes icy as he regarded the roots of the bone tree. Abruptly, Chen unleashed a force from his fingertips, imbued with the essence of the sun's might, shooting upwards in an instant. Just as it was about to make contact with the roots of the bone tree, a surge of crimson energy emerged to intercept it. Taking a deep breath, Chen struck again, this time with even more ferocity and cunning. As his power erupted, the crimson force intensified, launching an assault against Chen. Get them out. Chen's voice was grave as he blocked the attack, then unhesitatingly invoked the spectral blood sea scripture. A torrent of violent energy surged forth, shattering the crimson force and crashing down upon the roots of the bone tree. Under the force of this overwhelming power, the roots of the bone tree crumbled instantaneously. No wonder my previous attempts had failed to harm this tree. Now, Chen comprehended the truth. The bone tree feasted upon the life force of these individuals to nourish itself. With the people now liberated and devoid of their source of strength, they could not withstand it with their remaining power alone. As the roots disintegrated, the bone tree swiftly lost all its luster, rapidly withering and decaying. After the bone tree had fallen into ruin, Chen advanced once more, driving the dragon scale blade fiercely into its core. Still hiding? Chen called out, a haunting shriek echoing as a blood-colored figure suddenly materialized, gazing at Chen with deep-seated malice. At the appearance of this figure, Ma Chao and the others tensed up. It was indeed the Calamity of royal blood. A member of the military remarked, their expression becoming exceedingly severe. How detestable. I was just one step away, one final step from success. The blood-colored Calamity uttered with a voice filled with venom, surrounded by an aura of overwhelming malevolence. Its eyes were filled with a profound hatred, instilling a wave of fear in Ma Chao and the others. Be cautious, Chen. This Calamity possesses royal blood, Ma Chao urgently warned. The crimson disaster surged forward with terrifying speed, appearing before Chen in an instant. Its fierce visage bore sharp claws, lunging towards Chen's throat. He retreated a few steps, narrowly evading the attack. Such swiftness. The thought raced through Chen's mind as he sensed that this Calamity was already at the marquee level. A genuine marquee-level disaster. Although it was merely at the first stage, its royal lineage rendered it formidable. At that moment, Ma Chao and the others rushed to engage. For the Calamity had struck, they could not allow Chen to bear the brunt alone. You might as well perish, one soldier from the military declared, brandishing a fearsome ghostly blade and charging forward. With their peak channeling abilities, their combined strength was formidable enough to challenge even this marquee-level disaster. Chen exhaled, only to suddenly perceive a peculiar force swirling around them. Under this influence, the surrounding polluted air seemed to seethe and intensify. An unsettling tension gripped Chen's heart, and his gaze deepened. Something is amiss, he murmured, turning his attention back to the blood-colored Calamity, which he sensed was stalling for time. If I am not mistaken, this place will soon transform into a polluted zone, Luo Fanine stated gravely. Once it becomes a polluted area, a powerful Calamity will descend, and escaping will become impossible. Hearing this, Chen's brow furrowed deeply. He wanted to lead a retreat, but the crimson disaster was relentlessly entangling them. Despite their numbers, they struggled to vanquish this Calamity. It was not a matter of their inadequacy. Rather, this disaster's royal bloodline rendered it exceptionally potent. It is stalling for time. Do not confront it head-on. Look for an opportunity to withdraw, Chen urged, then turned to Luo Fanine. You all, see if you can awaken them and lead them away quickly. Once this place succumbs to pollution, escape will be impossible. Every soul that can flee must do so. However, time was not on their side. Chen's tone grew resolute as he unleashed his dream nightmare. A powerful and unique force enveloped the blood-colored Calamity, forcibly drawing it into the realm of dreams. Within the dreamscape, Chen unleashed a devastating attack, fully activating the Nether Bloodsea scripture. The surroundings morphed into a lethal landscape, intent on slaying this Calamity. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, the blood-colored disaster merely chuckled, an aura of terrifying malice surging forth as if it had frozen in place, shielding itself with an ominous presence. The nightmare is indeed a formidable technique. No wonder they all perished at your hands. How enlightening. The ominous figure of Calamity spoke softly, his gaze sharpening. Soon after, Chen witnessed the blood-red Calamity exuding a stream of crimson blood, an odious scent permeating the air. This blood astonishingly transformed into a ghostly blade, cleaving with ferocity. Chen hastily retreated, yet this assault was not directed at him. Simultaneously, a faint sound of shattering resonated around him. Chen's expression shifted. This fiend was indeed shattering the nightmare. In the blink of an eye, before Chen could react, the surrounding scenery fractured, collapsing in response. The nightmare had been breached. Chen's countenance was one of evident astonishment. This nightmare had dispatched countless calamities without a single failure, yet now it had been effortlessly dismantled by this one. Was this the terror of possessing royal blood? Chen's heart was tumultuous, while the blood-red Calamity regarded him with a mocking smile. Brandishing the ghostly blade, it charged once more. Ma Chao sprang into action, placing himself in front of Chen, shielding him from harm. Chen, you must flee. We shall hold the rear. Upon hearing Ma Chao's words, Chen did not budge. Ma Chao and the others were no match for this Calamity. Damn it, the royal blood is too powerful. Lu Chen exclaimed in frustration. Ultimately, his cultivation was insufficient. If only he had attained the pinnacle of the Meridian realm, he would have vanquished this adversary within 10 strikes. Enough chatter. Let us unite and confront this wretch. I only hope Vice Dean Wang arrives swiftly, Lu Chen declared, his mind clouded with doubt. Wang Fugui had accompanied them, having promised to intervene in perilous situations, yet now, amidst the tumultuous, polluted air of the ruins, swirling with this peculiar power. It was hard to believe that Wang Fugui and the others had not noticed, but they remained inactive. Could they be in trouble? Or was a more formidable calamity looming? Lu Chen pondered, increasingly convinced that this situation was far from simple. This wasteland was over 100 kilometers from the nearest contaminated zone. Even if a calamity sought to expand the polluted area, this was not the most strategic location. Yet now, a calamity with royal blood had emerged, prompting Lu Chen to question if something was amiss. The blood-red calamity struck once again, the crimson lights soaring, and the surrounding pollution intensified palpably. In the distance, Lu Chen faintly heard the sound of footsteps, synchronized and orderly. The mist thickened, obscuring his vision. After repelling the blood-red calamity, Lu Chen beheld through the fog a legion of armored calamities emerging. Their malevolent aura filled the air, and upon their arrival, they exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. Lu Chen's expression shifted drastically. This time, they were truly finished. The sheer number of calamities was alarming, and it was evident that they were not the disorganized sort but rather resembled a well-trained army. You shall not escape. My clan's forces have arrived, sealing off the entire wasteland. You have no chance of fleeing. The blood-red calamity sneered, followed by a peal of maniacal laughter. This time, it is truly the end. Why has the vice president not yet intervened? Are we really to perish here? Ma Chao's expression was grave as he spoke. The situation had escalated beyond their capacity to withstand. The current circumstances indicated only one possibility. They too had encountered trouble. The military personnel voiced their concerns, retreating entirely. To be precise, they were now encircled. Luo Fanyin had just led his group a short distance when they were compelled to retreat entirely. Every possible escape route had been sealed off. We cannot exit, Luo Fanyin stated solemnly. Prior to this, he had anticipated that the incident would not be straightforward. Yet he had never expected to face the calamity of the royal army. To obstruct the royal army of disaster was, for them, an utterly impossible endeavor. Lu Chen, is it? You are rather impressive. I can offer you a choice. Pledge your allegiance to my kin, and I shall spare your life, the blood calamity remarked, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Is that true? Lu Chen raised his gaze, a trace of surprise evident in his voice. Faced with the blood calamity, who was entirely unfathomable, Lu Chen should have, by all accounts, expressed his furious defiance and vowed to resist to the death. Indeed, it is true, the blood calamity asserted, his expression earnest as he regarded Lu Chen. Although he could not grasp Lu Chen's true intentions, if Lu Chen were to genuinely surrender, it would be advantageous. For Lu Chen's talents were undeniably formidable. He was a person of great value. Not to mention, controlling him would provide an invaluable advantage. But you must submit a letter of allegiance to me. The blood calamity shifted his tone. He was not a fool. In the next moment, a dagger fell at Lu Chen's feet. Eliminate them all, and you may live. Lu Chen fell silent, initially intending to deceive the blood calamity, only to find that this individual was unexpectedly astute. To kill Ma Chao and the others meant that regardless of his sincerity or pretense, he could never return. Such ruthlessness was astonishing. Are you unwilling? The blood calamity inquired coldly, regarding Lu Chen with a mocking expression, eager to witness Lu Chen's choice in such dire circumstances. Lu Chen remained silent, kicking the dagger away from his feet. This blade is insufficient. My blade is sharper, Lu Chen declared earnestly, brandishing the dragon scale blade. The blood calamity was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Lu Chen was merely posturing, but he was astonished by Lu Chen's audacity. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Subsequently, Lu Chen struck, the dragon scale blade radiating with an unparalleled might, dazzling like flames. Ma Chao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and then proclaimed, "Come. I would rather die at your hands than in the clutches of these beasts." Lu Chen paid them no heed, his gaze piercing as he focused on Luo Fanyin. And then, with a swift motion, he brought down his blade. In that instant, Luo Fanyin comprehended Lu Chen's intent. Her figure flickered as she evaded, simultaneously launching her attack towards the Calamity army behind her. The long sword in Luo Fanyin's hand emitted a resonant clang, echoing like the song of steel. Suddenly striking, I lunged at the calamities behind me. I knew, dear Luo, that you understood me. Lu Chen chuckled, his figure flickering as he made a decisive move, aiming to carve out an escape. Ma Chao and the others momentarily paused, but quickly regained their composure and launched into action. Just moments ago, they had believed Lu Chun was genuinely betraying them, uttering words urging him to slay them, while inwardly cursing him countless times. The Crimson Calamity also realized it had been deceived. In an instant, fury engulfed it. Eliminate them, it commanded, and the Calamity forces surged forward, rapidly surrounding us once more. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed overhead, imbued with immense authority. The mist dissipated instantly. Wang Fugui's furious shout followed suit. Are you seeking death? In a flash, a terrifying force erupted. A wave of light descended, instantly slaying the calamities ahead and creating a path for Lu Chun and his companions. This territory is ours to claim. No one can interfere. Shortly thereafter, another voice, laden with gravitas, resonated. A powerful force descended, seemingly intent on obliterating Lu Chun and the others. This was a formidable entity among the calamities. Feeling this overwhelming power, Lu Chun and his companions found no opportunity to evade. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, just as this force was about to annihilate them, Wang Fugui's strength emerged, countering the assault. Simultaneously, the mist above cleared. A figure clad in a black robe, with skin as pale as that of a corpse, appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. This was a revered being among the calamities. Wang Fugui stood opposed, his expression frigid. Lu Chen finally let out a slight breath of relief, only to soon sense an unsettling shift. If they engaged in battle, the calamity army below would remain unimpeded, and their escape would be futile. Damn it! Lu Chun cursed inwardly, hastening his pace, desperate to flee this place. However, the Crimson Calamity had already reacted and began to pursue him. He fled, and it chased, feeling trapped with no way to escape. How could this be? Lu Chun lamented. Having traversed into this realm, he had yet to savor life, and now faced imminent demise. By heaven, you will not escape. Become nourishment. The Crimson Calamity declared coldly, its aura turning frigid. Waves of sanguine power emanated from beneath its feet, forming an intricate formation that enveloped the surroundings. In that moment, Lu Chun suddenly felt a searing heat in his left arm. Rolling up his sleeve, he beheld the azure flame tattoo transformed into a striking crimson, radiantly vivid. Following this, blood began to drip from it. The burning sensation tightened Lu Chen's brows. Yet, as the blood cascading from his arm fell to the ground, a miraculous scene unfolded. Just as the Crimson Calamity's bloodlight approached Lu Chun, it abruptly halted, as if a unique force had intervened. The Crimson Calamity froze, its gaze filled with disbelief, fixated on the fiery tattoo adorning Lu Chen's arm. Although Lu Chun was in pain, he sensed something was amiss. The blood-colored calamity appeared to harbor a profound fear of his own disaster. At that moment, even Luo Fanyin found herself momentarily dumbfounded. This was a situation she had never encountered before. Subsequently, as Lu Chun took a step forward, the blood-colored calamity instinctively recoiled. With each advance Lu Chun made, they retreated further. Lu Chun remained silent for a moment before charging forward. The calamity seemed to perceive something extraordinarily terrifying, scattering in disarray. Not a single calamity dared to strike at Lu Chun. This scene was utterly unexpected for him. Ma Chao and the others were equally astonished, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Was this even real? Come on, Blackie. Lu Chun sneered, wielding the dragon scale blade as he pursued them. While the blood-colored calamity wore an expression of deep humiliation, retreating continuously, too frightened to retaliate. This spectacle left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Soon, Lu Chun reached the center, surrounded by the calamity army, yet they dared not approach. The blood-colored calamity was filled with humiliation, keeping its distance. Lu Chun finally halted, his gaze falling upon the spot where the skeletal tree had once stood. There, intricate blood-colored patterns emanated an otherworldly glow. In the next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Lu Chun acted swiftly, grasping it firmly. Opening his palm, he discovered it to be a golden orb, radiating a unique power, the material of which remained a mystery to him. The blood-colored calamity grew furious. Hand over the sacred orb, or else. Lu Chun cursed, suddenly realizing that the calamity's grand display seemed to revolve around this very object. Chapter 119, Madness. Slaughter the calamities. Lu Chun suddenly understood that the actions of these calamities might be solely for this so-called sacred orb. Otherwise, why would the blood-colored calamity be so enraged? He quickly turned and hastened to escape. Though Lu Chun was unaware of the orb's true purpose, he could sense the terrifying power it contained, an energy that transcended their comprehension. Seeing Lu Chun turn to flee, the calamity was utterly incensed, yet there was a flicker of apprehension in its eyes, as if it feared the disaster mark etched upon Lu Chen's arm. This aspect perplexed Lu Chen himself. Why would these calamities fear the disaster mark, especially one belonging to a being of royal blood? However, he brushed aside these thoughts. Now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to escape. Above, Wang Fugui was holding the line, but how long could he withstand the onslaught? Furthermore, were there other formidable calamities lurking nearby? These uncertainties loomed large. Seize him. The blood-colored Calamity was genuinely enraged, wishing nothing more than to tear Lu Chen apart. In the next instant, the blood-colored Calamity split its palm, releasing a bizarre crimson mist, and began to inscribe runes with its own blood. The symbols fell upon itself and subsequently rained down upon the Calamity army. Charge! With the emergence of the blood-red runes, the army of Calamity seemed to lose its fear of the disaster scar on Lu Chen's arm and pursued him relentlessly. Damn it, Lu Chen said coldly, his gaze tinged with a chilling intensity, hastening his pace. At that moment, Ma Chao and the others were fleeing for their lives. It can only be said that Lu Chen truly knew how to handle the situation. Soon, the army of Calamity caught up with them. Lu Chen swiftly wielded his dragon-scaled blade, slaying the Calamity that stood in his path, yet the searing sensation from the disaster scar on his arm did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. Damn! Lu Chen felt a surge of anger as he watched blood drip from his arm. He smeared it onto the blade and charged forward once more. What astonished Lu Chen was the sight before him. The blade's aura, unleashed from his dragon-scaled knife, proved insurmountable for the Calamity. It was as if there existed a natural suppression. It truly works. Lu Chen marveled. Just moments ago, these Calamities had been terrified of the disaster scar, and now, the blood smeared on the blade from within the scar yielded unexpected results. However, simultaneously, Lu Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if the side effects were manifesting. Cursing inwardly, Lu Chen swung his blade once more, his thoughts no longer on anything but the urgent need to break free. Without hesitation, he swallowed the holy pearl, letting out a roar as he charged forward, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant golden light. With this surge of power, Lu Chen's expression became even more frigid. He then unleashed a terrifying force, obliterating the Calamity before him. You madman, you lunatic. The blood-red Calamity could not help but curse. Having never encountered someone like Lu Chen before, who dared to devour a holy pearl, it was sheer madness. Yet now, with the power unleashed from the holy pearl, they realized it was beyond their capacity to withstand. Retreat! The blood-red Calamity shouted angrily. Though unwilling, there was no other option. The army of Calamity began to withdraw. But at that moment, Lu Chen was unwilling to relent. He decisively pressed forward to attack. After expending so much effort, if he failed to slay this blood-red Calamity, it would be a tremendous loss. Now you wish to flee? To hell with that. Lu Chen cursed, swiftly advancing, his formidable strength causing the blood-red Calamity to change expression in shock, seemingly unprepared for Lu Chen's initiative at this critical moment. Nightmare. Lu Chen summoned the nightmare, instantly pulling the blood-red Calamity along with a multitude of disasters into the realm of dreams. He then activated the Nether Bloodsea scripture and surged forward once more. Not far away, Ma Chao and the others halted in their tracks, staring in astonishment at the scene. The impact of this moment was overwhelming. Lu Chen was on the verge of ascension. One man standing against so many calamities? How were they supposed to survive this? It was utterly demoralizing. Damn it. No one told me Lu Chen was this formidable. Ma Chao exclaimed in shock, feeling an immense sense of dread. The young lad has proven his mettle. Even with Lu Xinyi's arrival, she could accomplish nothing in comparison. It seems that the title of the foremost prodigy of the Great Xia should rightfully be bestowed upon Lu Chen. This fellow has indeed achieved remarkable feats. If he survives to return, the military's rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. Should he choose to join the military, his starting point will become our terminus. At this moment, even those in the military could not help but express their astonishment, increasingly perceiving Lu Chen as an unparalleled force. Lu Chen, consumed by an unparalleled fervor, was channeling an extraordinary power, his veins bulging with intensity. Just die? He roared. Meanwhile, the Calamity, still trapped in a dreamlike state, witnessed a scene of utter horror. The heavens and earth shifted in hue, and countless meteors descended, imbued with destructive power, seemingly intent on obliterating them. The blood-red Calamity realized that this was an illusion crafted by Lu Chen and knew he must shatter it swiftly. Otherwise, he would indeed perish here. Yet, the illusion, which he had previously dispelled with ease, now resisted his every effort, remaining unbroken. Countless meteors cascaded down, pursuing him relentlessly. Terrifying visions emerged, imbued with murderous intent, aiming to eradicate him, resulting in numerous grievous wounds upon his body. Ultimately, he fell to the hand of a mere human. I refuse to accept this. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen appeared, severing his head in a single stroke. Simultaneously, all calamities within the dream fell beneath the onslaught of meteors. The crimson light in Chen's eyes dissipated, and the dreamscape collapsed instantaneously. In that very moment, all the calamities lay lifeless upon the ground, devoid of vitality. The head of the blood-red calamity rolled away. Chen decisively began to extract its heart, discovering a peculiar stone, irregular and the size of a blood-red dragon eye. Yet the power contained within astonished him. Remarkably, Chen had indeed annihilated all these calamities. Ma Chao was utterly astounded, his voice trembling with incredulity. There were at least 300 to 500 calamities, all slain by Chen alone. What astonishing prowess was this? Not far from Chen, some calamities that had escaped death now felt an overwhelming fear engulf them. They turned to flee, as though terror-stricken by Chen's mere presence. Holding the dragon scale blade, Chen was, in truth, utterly exhausted, his body overwhelmed by profound weakness. Detection. Host has slain a royal bloodline calamity and numerous ordinary calamities. Congratulations, host has obtained. Chapter 120, a misstep, such terrifying power. Congratulations, host has acquired 398 simplification points. Given the host's outstanding performance, an additional opportunity for martial arts enhancement has been awarded. At that moment, the system's cold voice resonated in his mind, catching Chen by surprise. He had indeed earned over 50,000 simplification points. What a substantial gain. These points would sustain his cultivation for quite some time. System, restore my strength, Chen urged, for he was utterly depleted, struggling to maintain his footing. Subsequently, as the simplification points were consumed, his strength began to recover rapidly with each breath. As Ma Chao and the others sensed that something was amiss with Chen, they rushed to his side, supporting him. Let us go. Ma Chao lifted Chen onto his back, completely awed by him in that moment. The group hurried towards the outskirts of the ruins, and thanks to Chen, their passage was unhindered. They finally exited the desolation. Upon reaching a relatively safe location, they paused to catch their breath. Signal the military for the others, one of them exclaimed, promptly sending out a signal, now awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Only at this moment did they allow themselves a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the ruins still emitted intense waves of battle, obscured by fog, rendering the situation within unclear. Everyone is accounted for, right? Ma Chao set Chen down and scanned the area, noticing that some individuals remained unconscious, gravely injured. Those with lighter wounds had already regained consciousness, yet their faces were still pale. Feng plopped down onto the ground, regretting his decision to wade through this turmoil. His vitality had been sapped, leaving him uncertain of how long it would take to recover, though he was relieved that his foundation remained intact. Otherwise, his life would be irrevocably changed. Now I owe him another favor, damn it. Feng couldn't help but mutter, his gaze towards Chen mingled with awe and gratitude. Had it not been for Chen, they would have perished. At that moment, Chen's eyes were tightly shut, his internal strength already restored. However, a force not belonging to him surged wildly within, seemingly yearning to break free. Chen recognized it as the Holy Pearl. Yet, should the pearl escape, it would spell doom for his corporeal form. This is a disaster, Chen thought, hastily accelerating his internal energy to suppress this force. Yet, the strength of the Holy Pearl was formidable, far beyond Chen's capacity to contain. In mere moments, this overwhelming power began to cause Chen's body to swell, transforming him into a rotund figure. Pain etched across his face. What on earth is happening? Ma Chao and the others were horrified at the sight. Feeling the violent energy coursing through Chen, realizing he was unable to subdue it. If this continued, Chen might very well burst. His clothes had already been torn to shreds, falling away in tatters. Luo Fanning suddenly stepped forward, slicing her finger to draw blood, inscribing mysterious runes upon Chen's body. Step back, Luo Fanning commanded gravely. Although Ma Chao and the others were bewildered, they prudently distanced themselves. Meanwhile, the military personnel were attempting to contact their stronger allies for assistance, but at that moment, the military was far too preoccupied. As the runes drawn by Luo Fanning spread across Chen, the raging force within him began to slow. You madman! What strength do you possess to dare consume the sacred pearl? Luo Fanning exclaimed, struggling to control the formidable power of the sacred pearl, which proved to be quite troublesome, especially considering her current cultivation level was merely at the transformation stage. System, please assist me. Lu Chen cursed inwardly, feeling the excruciating pain. Commencing suppression for the host, a mechanical voice echoed. The energy consumption surged wildly, and in merely an instant, 30,000 units had already been depleted. The pace of consumption gradually slowed. Lu Chen could distinctly feel the violent force within him becoming more stable. Simultaneously, his cultivation level began to show signs of advancement, rapidly escalating to the 9th level of transformation, yet it showed no signs of halting. However, soon after, the curse of Calamity on his arm shimmered blood red. The searing energy coursing through him transformed Lu Chen's body into a crimson hue, resembling a perfectly cooked lobster. The system cannot endure this, Lu Chen shouted internally. As the energy consumption surged once more, standing before him, Luo Fanine appeared somewhat dazed. She sensed a sudden surge of overwhelming power within Lu Chen, swiftly suppressing the force of the sacred pearl. It was a peculiar strength that was beyond description, something she had neither witnessed nor heard of before. This fellow truly harbors an abundance of secrets, Luo Fanine murmured, only to quickly notice something amiss. Lu Chen's physique reverted to its original form, with defined musculature and an 8-pack abdomen that resembled chocolate. The critical point was that he was now devoid of clothing, revealing an unexpected additional bone. Luo Fanine fell silent, perplexed about the source of this anomaly. After all, she had never encountered anyone brave enough to consume the sacred pearl. Yet, her gaze remained fixed, seemingly analyzing the distinctions between genders. System, what on earth are you doing? In that moment, Lu Chen shouted in his mind, struggling to maintain control. This is a side effect. I am doing my utmost to suppress it, so stop barking. At this, Lu Chen was taken aback, having never heard of such a phenomenon. Just then, a powerful golden energy erupted around his body, forming a barrier that isolated him from everything else. What immense power! In the distance, Ma Chao and the others could no longer sense the aura within, only feeling the terrifying might of this force, which heightened their concerns. The military's strongmen would require some time to arrive, and they could only wonder if Lu Chen could withstand it. With Luo Fanine here, it should be manageable, right? Last time at the Bailing Pool, it was Luo Fanine's runes that suppressed Lu Chen's Calamity, Bai Lian remarked softly, yet her confidence was wavering. If something truly happened to Lu Chen, she would carry the guilt for a lifetime. Amidst the golden energy, Lu Chen gasped for breath, finding it increasingly difficult to bear the eruption of power. Upon opening his eyes, he met Luo Fanine's gaze, which remained fixed upon him. Luo, little brother. We are brothers, aren't we? Luo Fanine questioned, puzzled by Lu Chen's inquiry. Brothers are like limbs, therefore, everything is fine, right? Luo Fanine wore a puzzled expression, but soon seemed to grasp Lu Chen's intent, momentarily stunned. Please, do not approach. Chapter 121, The Meridian Realm. His body felt as though it had been hollowed out. A radiant golden light shone brilliantly, emanating a terrifying aura that spread outward, forming a cocoon-like entity, enveloping both Lu Chen and Luo Fanine within. Ma Chao and the others bore grave expressions, tinged with anxiety, as they could no longer sense Lu Chen and Luo Fanine's presence, causing a rising tide of panic in their hearts. What on earth is happening? How did it come to this? Has Lu Chen ingested something dreadful? Otherwise, how could his body have transformed in such a manner? Have the military personnel arrived yet? If this drags on, it will be too late. Ma Chao and his companions appeared exceedingly anxious, coupled with a sense of helplessness. Wang Fugue and the disaster marshal sovereign were still engaged in fierce combat, with waves of battle energy intermittently radiating around them. Above in the sky, the fog thickened, obscuring the true nature of the events unfolding within, leaving them in a state of uncertainty regarding the current situation. All they could do was fret. Despite their urging, the emergence of numerous calamities around them meant that their arrival would require time. Those from the military felt a similar sense of urgency. After all, Lu Chen was the savior of them all. If anything were to happen to him now, they would bear the guilt for a lifetime. They were all in the Meridian Realm, some even on the brink of becoming nobility. Yet, it would ultimately fall to Lu Chen, alone, to rescue them. This alone sufficed to illustrate Lu Chen's extraordinary talent and strength. Should anything occur now, it would represent a significant loss for the Great Xia. Contemplating this, their anxiety intensified further. Meanwhile, within the cocoon, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, the tumultuous power within him finally subdued. At his lower abdomen, a golden mark was visible, adorned with what appeared to be rune-like inscriptions, interconnected and tracing a seal. Lu Chen's body had returned to normal, albeit without clothing. The Meridian Realm. It could indeed be said that he had turned misfortune into fortune. Lu Chen murmured, feeling the power circulating within him. He had unmistakably ascended to the level of the Meridian Realm. Beside him, Luo Fanine was also in a meditative state, her face seemingly flushed. Then, Luo Fanine's long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, her gaze, cold yet brimming with formidable energy, fixed intently on Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of guilt under her scrutiny. We are brothers, right? Brothers, my foot. Luo Fanine launched an attack on Lu Chen, evidently having attained considerable benefits, now at the 9th level of the transformation realm. Within her, a unique force flowed, destined to fully integrate into her being as her cultivation advanced. Don't strike. You're not wearing any clothes, Lu Chen exclaimed, feeling quite vulnerable. Get lost. Luo Fanine retorted vehemently. Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had never regarded Luo Fanine as a woman, let alone as a person. And now he felt somewhat wronged. It wasn't entirely his fault. He had managed to suppress the surge of power within him, though it had been reluctant to cease. He felt a twinge of injustice, especially since the subsequent incidents had not been initiated by him. Luo Fanine's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she ultimately decided to cease her actions, hastily retrieving a set of clothing from her storage ring to change into. This incident was not to be disclosed to another soul. Oh, Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of grievance. Observing Lu Chen's demeanor only fueled Luo Fanine's ire, making it seem as though he were the aggrieved party. Outside, Ma Chao and the others watched anxiously as the golden cocoon pulsated violently, fearing that Lu Chen and Luo Fanine might be facing peril or insurmountable trouble within. Suddenly, the golden cocoon began to crack open, and Luo Fanine stepped out with an air of icy composure. Is everything all right? What is happening? Ma Chao and the others inquired hastily, anxiety etched on their faces. Luo Fanine's voice turned frosty as she replied, everything is fine. The power within him has been subdued, and he will emerge shortly. With that, she moved aside, while Ma Chao and the others remained oblivious to the unusual expression on her face, still fixated on the golden cocoon. After a brief period, Lu Chen emerged, now dressed in a fresh set of clothes. Ha ha, I have broken through to the Meridian realm, he proclaimed, exuding a rebellious confidence. Having achieved this milestone in his first year, he challenged anyone to match him. As the golden cocoon dissipated, Lu Chen took a step forward, only to feel a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, descending into an eerie silence. Immediately, Ma Chao and the others rushed to support Lu Chen. What happened to you? Why do you seem so weak? Concern etched on their faces. They feared for Lu Chen's health. Upon closer inspection, however, they discovered that he bore no physical ailment and had indeed reached the Meridian realm. The astonishing speed of his cultivation was remarkable. It could be said that he had turned misfortune into fortune. It's nothing. I merely advanced too quickly, and my body feels drained, Lu Chen hastily clarified, leaving Ma Chao and the others bewildered. System, restore my body. A cold voice from the system echoed in response, prompting Lu Chen to fall silent. He noticed with dismay that his simplification points had dwindled to 0. 50,000 simplification points, gone in an instant. He felt an overwhelming urge to weep. After finally making a significant gain, it had all vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet, Lu Chen held no other thoughts. Had it not been for those 50,000 points, he might have faced dire consequences. Simplification points could be earned again, but life was irreplaceable. Resolutely, Lu Chen settled onto the ground to begin his recovery. Goodness, only a freshman, and in just a few days, I've reached the Meridian realm. Your sister would surely drown her sorrows in drink upon hearing this. My cultivation feels akin to cheating, Ma Chao remarked, filled with envy. At that moment, they were still grappling with their own struggles to break through to the strengthening stage. And compared to Lu Chen, they felt like mere underachievers. At this rate, graduating as a martial king would be well within reach. Bai Lian gazed enviously at Lu Chen, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. I've made my decision. I shall follow Brother Chen from now on. Whatever he asks of me, I shall do, Bai Lian proclaimed with utmost sincerity, convinced that she must cling to Lu Chen's formidable presence. As long as he encounters no unforeseen circumstances, it is not far-fetched to believe he could ascend to the rank of a martial sovereign or even become the next guardian deity of Huaxia. Surely, this is the opportune moment for investment. With such words, I shall return and petition the Academy to relinquish the position of Student Council President to Lu Chen. From now on, I will also align myself with Brother Chen. By the way, has Brother Chen already joined the God of War camp? We need not pursue the Dragon Soul. Let's enroll in the God of War camp. If all else fails, I can serve Brother Chen in whatever capacity he requires. Ma Chao spoke with similar earnestness, and in that moment, they both resolved to secure their association with this remarkable figure. In the past, they were aware of Lu Chen's extraordinary talent, yet they had never witnessed its full extent. This mission, however, allowed them to behold his prowess. Lu Chen's capabilities far surpassed theirs in every regard. Merely at the stage of Qi transformation, he possessed the strength to slay calamities at the level of a ceiling marquis, even those imbued with royal bloodlines. This single fact was enough to leave them in awe. Although Lu Chen employed certain tactics, did it truly matter? What mattered was that a calamity of noble blood had unequivocally perished at his hands. Moreover, Lu Chen had decimated a significant number of calamity forces, an estimated count exceeding 500. These were not ordinary calamities, but rather a well-trained army within the polluted zones. It is no exaggeration to assert that under such circumstances, even a peak ceiling marquis would have to retreat from the limelight, if not face annihilation. Yet, Lu Chen managed to vanquish them all. Such an accomplishment is indeed formidable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. Of course, they understood that this remarkable feat stemmed from a sudden surge of power within Lu Chen. But did that truly matter? At this moment, the military personnel fell into silence, before finally inquiring, "Is brother Lu Chen a member of the God of War camp?" Indeed, this fellow is extraordinary. Having entered the Great Xia Academy for less than a month, he has already become a member of the God of War camp. Ma Chao replied, his tone tinged with envy. They were still grappling with uncertainty about their futures while he had already achieved entry into a realm coveted by countless individuals. In comparison, their own inadequacies seemed glaring. The military personnel reflected upon this, their expressions shifting. "Are you saying brother Lu Chen is a freshman this year?" "Yes. He has been at the Great Xia Academy for less than a month." "You mean to say brother Lu Chen is now part of the God of War camp? And he is still just a freshman?" "Absolutely. He is nothing short of a prodigy." Ma Chao responded, his envy deepening further. The military personnel fell into silence once more. And after a considerable pause, one of them spoke. "He is indeed my esteemed brother. Given the current circumstances, it won't be long before brother Lu Chen graduates from the War God camp. With his extraordinary talent and prowess, his future position will undoubtedly be of great significance." As he spoke, the military man's astonishment grew, and his gaze transformed dramatically. Did brother Lu Chen still lack followers? In that moment, they finally grasped the meaning of disparity. This was the essence of difference. It was their first true understanding of what constituted genius. Lu Chen was a genius. The War God camp was undoubtedly a coveted institution, a place where countless individuals from the military aspired to further their training, including formidable warriors. Yet, why had they not been able to enter? Was it simply a matter of desire? Those who gained admission to the War God camp were far from ordinary. The fact that Lu Chen had successfully entered during his first year was nothing short of explosive. They were acutely aware of the significance of such an achievement. In other words, the War God camp stood on equal footing with the Dragon Soul. Yet, even Lu Cini had only gained entry into the Dragon Soul in her 4th year. At that moment, everyone's expression towards Lu Chen shifted, their minds swirling with unspoken thoughts. El Qingfeng was utterly taken aback. When he had first encountered Lu Chen, their cultivation levels had been comparable. Yet now Lu Chen had ascended to the Meridian realm while he remained at the 4th level of the Transformation realm. To be precise, L's own cultivation talent was certainly commendable, and his training speed was impressively swift. However, he had encountered insurmountable obstacles. Moreover, looking at Luo Fanyin, who had previously been his inferior, she had now astonishingly reached the 9th level of the Transformation realm. El Qingfeng was bewildered, suddenly recalling earlier events. "Sister Luo, what transpired just now?" "Your cultivation, none of your business." Luo Fanyin snapped back, her sudden outburst leaving El Qingfeng with a myriad of questions, sensing something amiss. He resolved to wait until Lu Chen awoke to inquire further. At that moment, Lu Chen finally opened his eyes, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. "What is the current situation?" Upon hearing his words, Ma Chao promptly replied, "Vice Dean Wang is still engaged in battle against the Calamity. The military personnel are under siege and are fighting their way out. We may have to wait until the conflict concludes before we can leave. Right now, we cannot ascertain whether powerful calamities lurk nearby, so we must not act recklessly." Lu Chen nodded in understanding, sensing the powerful fluctuations of battle emanating from the mist above the ruins. The surrounding air was thick with pollutants. Those infernal calamities were making a grand display, presumably in pursuit of the so-called sacred pearl. Yet, what was the origin of this sacred pearl? Lu Chen was unaware, but it had already been consumed by him, leaving him uncertain about what lay ahead. He decided it would be best to consult Elder Jiang upon returning. With that thought, Lu Chen swiftly cast aside the chaotic musings in his mind. Suddenly, he sensed a grave intensity. He rose abruptly. Ma Chao and the others wore expressions of confusion, as they felt no trace of calamity in their surroundings. "Lu Chen, are you overly anxious?" Ma Chao instinctively inquired, his gaze still cautiously scanning the area. Lu Chen, however, remained silent, his eyes fixated on a location not far to the side. Suddenly, a beam of golden light coalesced at his fingertips and shot forth. To the astonishment of Ma Chao and the others, the very fabric of space appeared to warp, and a calamity materialized. Is there truly a calamity present? Or is it merely a precaution against the Marquis realm? Ma Chao quickly remarked, his expression grave. Had it not been for Lu Chen, they might have fallen prey to this calamity without a sound. To think I was discovered. You are indeed the first human to recognize my presence, the calamity manifested. Its form strangely transparent and unlike any other calamity. You carry the aura of the Holy Pearl. I presume it rests within your grasp. The calamity continued, emanating a sinister chuckle. Curse you, Lu Chen retorted, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavenly stars, each imbued with fearsome power, forcing the calamity to retreat hastily. Impressive strength. You are the most gifted human I have encountered. Yet today, you shall perish. The calamity declared, its figure abruptly vanishing, cloaked in invisibility, rendering it undetectable. Lu Chen refrained from striking, allowing the crackling energy of lightning to envelop him. After a moment, he struck with ferocity, the power of thunder erupting as he seized the calamity by the throat. Cloaking yourself is futile, fool. Lu Chen spat, delivering a resounding slap that echoed through the silence. Chapter 123. What are you staring at? Follow me, Brother Chen. The sharp sound of the slap resonated, plunging the surroundings into an eerie stillness. Ma Chao and the others, their expressions tense and filled with concern, braced for battle. Yet, the next moment, they witnessed Lu Chen grasping the calamity's throat and delivering a powerful blow, leaving them feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing their nerves had been overly taut. The calamity was momentarily stunned, seemingly dazed by Lu Chen's strike. Without pausing, Lu Chen concentrated a terrifying force at his fingertips, a dazzling brilliance glimmering as he aimed for the calamity's brow. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped the calamity. Reacting swiftly, the calamity vanished in an instant, dissolving into a wisp of smoke, only to reappear 3 paces away from Lu Chen. Lu Chen was taken aback. That was quite an impressive maneuver. Who are you truly? I have never encountered such a being among the human race, the calamity said, its expression a mix of shock and disbelief, its brow furrowed at the unexpected strength Lu Chen displayed. I am your father, Lu Chen retorted. Known for his rather remarkable temperament, he then unleashed a fierce attack, channeling a crimson energy from his palm, activating the blood sea of the underworld scripture. This calamity was peculiar. It was best to eliminate it swiftly. Upon encountering Lu Chen's unexpected aggression, the embodiment of calamity was overtaken by a surge of fury, feeling ridiculed. How audacious for a mere novice at the Meridian realm to disregard him. In the next moment, this embodiment of disaster vanished without a trace, even its aura dissipating into the ether, rendering it undetectable. Surrounding Lu Chen, the crackling energy of lightning hissed ominously as he halted, casting vigilant glances around. The expressions of Ma Chao and the others grew increasingly grave, laced with apprehension. None dared to ascertain whether this calamity would suddenly materialize behind them. In the subsequent moment, Luo Fanning made her move, conjuring a searing flame within her palm, adorned with shimmering runes. A wave of formidable power emanated from her, and a unique force materialized, reflecting the phantom of an ancient ferocious bird in her eyes. An overwhelming might radiated from her being, as the energy in her palm transformed into a spectral avian figure that surged toward Lu Chen, accompanied by a beastly cry. Lu Chen pivoted sharply, noting the approach of the fierce bird, and his expression shifted slightly, yet he displayed no intent to defend himself. When this force was less than 3 feet from him, it abruptly halted, only to unleash an even more terrifying surge of energy. The embodiment of calamity was struck down, its form retreating, and just as it sought to regain its footing, a chill gripped its chest. An intense pain followed suit. Unable to resist, the embodiment looked down to find a pitch-black longsword had pierced through its back and emerged from its chest without warning. You act out my demise, it gasped, life swiftly ebbing away. Attempting a final counterattack, Lu Chen wasted no time in delivering a downward slash. The razor-sharp dragon scale blade cleaved it in two in an instant. Witnessing the annihilation of this formidable calamity, Ma Chao and his companions remained in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the abruptness of it all. How could such a powerful entity be vanquished so swiftly? Was this truly real? Lu Chen sheathed the dragon scale blade and rummaged through the remains of the calamity, yet found naught. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he kicked the lifeless body away, unleashing a tremendous force that caused it to explode mid-air. Little brother Luo, Our coordination is truly remarkable, Lu Chen exclaimed with a grin, yet soon felt a twinge of embarrassment, chuckling awkwardly. Is that it? Did we really just win by lying down? I'm getting used to it, I really am. Ma Chao and the military personnel could not help but comment. However, Lu Chen paid them no heed, directing his gaze toward the ruins, where the tumult of battle persisted, seemingly reaching a fever pitch. Though still capable, come join me in vanquishing more calamities, Lu Chen declared. All calamities deserve obliteration. Since we have time to spare, we might as well slay some and earn ourselves some simplification points. These points were crucial for subduing the sacred pearl. El Qingfeng followed suit without hesitation, suddenly realizing that he had grown too comfortable and must alter his circumstances, placing himself perpetually on the precipice of life and death to unlock his latent potential. Otherwise, at this rate, he would not only fail to catch up with Lu Chen, but would struggle to even glimpse his footsteps. Luo Fanning said nothing but followed closely behind. What are you staring at? Brother Chen has declared his intent to confront the calamities. Let's hurry. Ma Chao, grasping his long spear, hurriedly trailed after them. Within the mountain forest, a multitude of calamities congregated, emerging from the ruins. Lu Chen found it peculiar how these calamities had managed to appear in the ruins unnoticed. However, it was clear that this location had irrevocably become a contaminated zone. Without hesitation, Lu Chen charged forward, indifferent to the strength of these calamities. Armed with his dragon scale blade, he unleashed the demon-slaying blade technique, ruthlessly attacking. These terrifying calamities appeared as defenseless lambs, incapable of withstanding the ferocious onslaught of Lu Chen. The Great Wolf. Since Luo Fanning had reached the 9th level of Qi transformation, her combat prowess had undergone a transformative leap. At this moment, her strikes were on par with Lu Chen's. Perhaps influenced by Lu Chen and Luo Fanning, Ma Chao and the others were invigorated, their morale soaring as they began to suppress these calamities. Not far off, a military unit was embroiled in a fierce battle, yet the sheer number of calamities was overwhelming. They seemed to be endless. Captain, we can't break through. Someone gasped, panting heavily. Even if we can't break through, we must hold our ground. Our orders are to eradicate the calamities in this area. Anyone who dares to retreat will be treated as a deserter. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A middle-aged man with piercing eyes, bloodshot from exertion, declared. The number of calamities continued to swell. If another wave charges, we may not withstand it. Another voice called out. Uncertainty rife among them. They dared not retreat recklessly. We must endure. The captain, resolute in his acceptance of death, prepared himself for sacrifice. At that moment, however, chaos erupted among the calamities, their formation disrupted. What is happening? The captain was taken aback. Could it be reinforcements? He was puzzled, yet aware that reinforcements were unlikely in such dire times. Soon, he witnessed figures emerging from the calamities, not many, perhaps only 40 or 50, but they were remarkably valiant, carving a path through the throng of adversaries. At the forefront was a figure wielding a dragon-scale blade, cleaving through the calamities as if slicing ripe melons. One strike for each. He forged a bloody pathway. Who was this person as subordinate? The captain stood frozen, taken aback for a moment before regaining his senses, his expression laced with astonishment, gazing at Lu Chen, whose eyes glowed crimson and bore a mad, euphoric expression. The captain could not suppress the involuntary shudder that coursed down his spine. They say calamity is terrifying. Yet he now feels that this individual is far more horrifying than calamity itself. Is he not from the Great Xia Academy? Some from the military have recognized Ma Chao, and that is when the truth dawns. The members of the Great Xia Academy? The captain, aghast, gazes in shock. Are today's university students already this abnormal? No matter. Charge. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, the captain leads the charge forward. This is not the time for contemplation. They must swiftly break through. Thus, they rejoined the fray. At this moment, the calamity seemed somewhat bewildered, caught in a pincer attack. The most crucial aspect was that those behind were even more terrifying. Led by Lu Chen, they struck with such ferocity that it instilled fear in their hearts. It's that madman again. Damn it. Retreat. Within the calamity. A calamity at the Duke level turned around, and upon seeing Lu Chen, his expression resembled one who had just consumed excrement. He had witnessed this lunatic in the ruins, single-handedly slaying royal bloodlines and slaughtering hundreds of calamities. This madman was not someone they could withstand. With a command from one calamity, the others around began to flee in a frenzy, all retreating into the mist, vanishing from sight. Can't play anymore, huh? Lu Chen cursed under his breath, reveling in the thrill of the kill, even sensing that if he continued, the demon-slaying blade technique might ascend to a higher level. As the calamities disappeared, the surroundings became considerably more spacious. Detecting host has slain numerous calamities, simplifying point settlement in progress. Congratulations, host has acquired 67,370 simplified points. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, and Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile, filled with delight. 67,000 simplified points. Not bad at all. This time it's a windfall. It exceeds what he earned previously in the ruins. He wonders how far these simplified points would support his cultivation in the short term. However, Lu Chen need not worry about simplified points. Thank you all for your assistance. The captain, bloodied and bearing significant wounds, hurriedly approached to express his gratitude. Were it not for Lu Chen and their timely intervention, they would likely have faced total annihilation. What astonished them even more was Lu Chen. Who exactly is this person? Though merely at the meridian opening realm, he could slay calamities as effortlessly as cutting through watermelons, leading these peak meridian opening individuals centered around him. The calamities fled in fear upon sighting him. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, leaving them in utter shock, almost questioning if they were dreaming. No need for formality. Immersed in the joy of acquiring a substantial amount of simplified points, Lu Chen did not respond much. His initial intention was merely to slay calamities. Rescuing them was merely incidental. We are students from the Great Xia Academy, here on a mission, having just emerged from the ruins. And it was fortuitous that we encountered Ma Chao, he then chimed in. The two subsequently engaged in casual conversation nearby. The captain responded with a smile. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Chen. He was no fool. It was evident that Lu Chen was the linchpin of their team, which piqued his curiosity even further. At that moment, atop the ruins, a formidable force dispersed the mist. Wang Fugue's figure emerged, his clothing disheveled and his complexion slightly pale. Opposite him stood two calamities of martial honor, both of whom appeared to be in a rather unfortunate state. Wang Fugue, give it up, you cannot defeat us. One of the calamities, seemingly familiar with Wang Fugue, said coldly. Give up? You wish. Wang Fugue retorted vehemently, preparing to strike again when a powerful aura suddenly manifested beside him. A shadow materialized, slicing through the forest and gradually solidifying next to Wang Fugue. It was a martial honor from the military. Resolved? Eliminated. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugue nodded slightly, feeling a breath of relief. The appearance of the military's martial honor visibly unsettled the Calamity's demeanor. Gu Qing, you two have arrived. The Calamity remarked coldly, though it seemed not entirely unexpected. They had mobilized in full force. It would indeed be strange if the military remained inactive. Enough with the nonsense. Either retreat or perish here, Gu Qing declared angrily, dismissing them with a hint of contempt. The two calamities appeared to recognize Gu Qing's prowess, their resolve wavering. However, they soon stepped forward, their gazes turning icy. Then let me witness whether you, Gu Qing, have made any progress these years. One calamity proclaimed, ready to engage. Gu Qing radiated a formidable aura as he prepared to strike, but just then, the calamity halted, as if receiving some command. Reluctantly glaring at Gu Qing, they retreated. Enough. I am weary today and have no desire to fight with you, the calamity declared, as the mist re-emerged, enveloping the entire ruins once more. This place shall henceforth be the domain of my kin. Mind yourselves. With that, the calamity's presence vanished, and the ruins transformed into a polluted zone. Damn it. Gu Qing seethed, wanting to retaliate, but was restrained by Wang Fugue. He sensed the emergence of a powerful presence lurking in the shadows, calamities surpassing the martial honor. Engaging recklessly would be futile. We shall discuss this later. The situation has spiraled beyond our control. At Wang Fugue's words, Gu Qing huffed coldly, feeling humiliated. To have his territory so brazenly seized by calamities was a disgrace. In a fit of anger, Gu Qing hovered in the air and urinated toward the polluted area. May this disgust you. After shaking off, Gu Qing turned to leave. Wang Fugue's lips twitched, rendered speechless. Below, Lu Chen also grimaced, realizing the absurdity of the situation. But soon, he noticed Gu Qing and Wang Fugue approaching him. Chapter 125. Not that I have consented yet. Upon witnessing Gu Qing and Wang Fugue approaching, Lu Chen promptly concealed his expression. Soon, the two stood before him, their gazes laden with seriousness as they scrutinized him from head to toe. Ma Chao and the others, sensing the gravity of the moment, chose to remain silent. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken tension. Feeling unnerved under their penetrating stares, Lu Chen hastily spoke. Could you please refrain from looking at me like that? It makes me anxious. His voice jolted the two old men from their contemplations, causing their expressions to shift to an even greater intensity as they gazed at him. Is there any anomaly with your body? Or do you feel unwell? Wang Fugue inquired urgently, his tone imbued with genuine concern. With their formidable prowess, they could discern that the sacred pearl had indeed been consumed by Lu Chen. They were acutely aware of the dreadful power contained within it, a force that even beings of their caliber would hesitate to ingest, for their bodies could not withstand such an overwhelming surge of energy. Yet here was Lu Chen, who had done the unimaginable. This unprecedented occurrence had never transpired before. No, I feel as though I possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. I believe I could easily make several children weep with a single punch. Wang Fugue and Gu Qing were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his words. However, Wang Fugue soon grasped hold of Lu Chen's hand, and Lu Chen felt a formidable energy coursing into his body. He did not resist. After a considerable interval, Wang Fugue released Lu Chen's hand, his expression now even more solemn. Observing this, Gu Qing began his own examination, but after a while, he too withdrew, his demeanor equally grave. Young man, what is your true origin? Gu Qing could not suppress his curiosity, having sensed that the sacred pearl within Lu Chen was in an exceptionally stable condition, surrounded by an immensely powerful sealing force that suppressed its might. This extraordinary state allowed the energy of the sacred pearl to seep out, facilitating Lu Chen's cultivation while subtly enhancing his physique, without overwhelming him with an unbearable force. The sheer intricacy and terror of such sealing power left even those of their caliber astounded. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed by the inquiries directed at him, first from Zaya and now from Gu Qing. My name is Lu Chen, and I reside on Fondo Street. Confound it. I am inquiring about the source of this sealing technique. Gu Qing retorted, his expression darkening. Finally, Lu Chen comprehended and chuckled before responding. It was my little brother Luo who devised it. You have no idea how perilous the situation was at that moment. My body had swelled like a balloon, on the verge of bursting. But then Luo came along, and with a few swift maneuvers, I was restored. Lu Chen's earnestness prompted Gu Qing and Wang Fugue to exchange glances directed at Luo Fanning. Yes, it was I. I discovered the formation in an ancient tome. Luo Fanning interjected. Gu Qing's brow furrowed deeply as he pressed further. What ancient tome? Where is it now? The Luo family. The Luo family? Do you mean that Luo family? Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Luo Fanning, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. It appeared he had not anticipated that Luo Fanning hailed from the Luo family. However, upon reflection, it was a plausible explanation. After a brief silence, Gu Qing turned his gaze back to Lu Chen. Well, perhaps this is your opportunity, young man. Would you be interested in joining my military department? I could personally mentor you. You seem to have great potential. Gu Qing's voice resonated with authority, fully aware of the gravity of the recent mission. Were it not for Lu Chen, the younger generation within the military might have faced catastrophic losses, if not total annihilation. They had not anticipated that such formidable foes would emerge during this calamity, nor had they expected that this disaster was instigated by the St. Pearl. At the moment, I fear I cannot. I am far too busy. Lu Chen retorted. Busy? What could you possibly be busy with? Your schedule cannot rival mine. Gu Qing shot back, rolling his eyes at Lu Chen, dismissing the notion that a mere student could be as occupied as he was. How about this? You become my disciple, and I will guide your training personally. His tone bore a hint of reluctance, yet internally he was exhilarated. He had indeed encountered a remarkable talent. Wang Fugue observed Gu Qing with a peculiar expression, a smile gracing his lips as he remained silent. Old Wang, why do you look at me like that? Don't think I'm stealing your prodigy. I merely find this young man rather promising and well matched with me. You cannot deny me this favor. Gu Qing assumed that Wang Fugue was reluctant. Very well, as long as Lu Chen is willing, I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Wang Fugue's newfound amiability. Meanwhile, the military personnel looked on in astonishment. This was Gu Qing, a martial sovereign, and to be accepted as a disciple could propel one to great heights. Instantly, envy surged among them. Then I must consult my master to see if he will allow it. I fear he may not agree. You have a master? Gu Qing frowned. All right. Take me to meet this master of yours. If he is ungracious, I shall teach him a lesson. Very well. My master resides in a valley behind the Great Xia Academy. I have always referred to him as Old Bai, but others call him Elder Jiang. Gu Qing's expression turned bewildered, his movements stiffening as a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. You jest. Your master is Elder Jiang? Ha ha ha. Had you mentioned that earlier, it would have sufficed. Elder Jiang is respectable. You should follow him closely. Gu Qing's face darkened, feeling that Lu Chen was truly something else. Honestly, I would love to join the military, but old Lu insists I go to the war god camp. After this mission concludes, I will return to the academy for 2 days, and then I must head back to the war god camp. It's exhausting. Lu Chen shrugged in resignation. Busy? Being busy is a good thing. You are still affiliated with the war god camp? Gu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Fully aware of the camp's reputation, seeing Lu Chen nod, Gu Qing fell into contemplative silence. If you are willing, upon your graduation from the war god camp, come directly to my side, and I shall reserve a position for you. Thus, it is settled. I will ensure this matter is formalized upon my return to the military headquarters. Focus on your studies at the war god camp, and upon your graduation, you shall serve under me. Having concluded his statement, Gu Qing departed with the military personnel, as he needed to promptly report today's events. Not that I have agreed yet, Lu Chen exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation, feeling quite wronged, deprived of even the slightest semblance of choice. His life seemed preordained, laid out without any consideration of his desires. Observing Lu Chen's predicament, silence enveloped the others. It was then that Lu Qifeng approached. You truly are audacious. You'd best sleep with your eyes wide open tonight, or I might genuinely wish you harm. Lu Qifeng was filled with envy, acutely aware of the chasm between himself and Lu Chen. Once, he considered himself a genius until he encountered Lu Chen, realizing what true talent meant. At times, he felt on the verge of despair, overshadowed by Lu Chen's brilliance. This fellow had not even attended the war god camp yet, and his future was already predetermined, invited personally by the martial sovereign no less. Such privilege was beyond his own experience. The more he contemplated, the more disheartened he became. His envy for Lu Chen reaching a pinnacle. In that moment, he understood why his grandfather had insisted he accompany Lu Chen. It was to temper his own haughty nature. Let us return, Wang Fugui announced, and shortly thereafter, a helicopter arrived to transport them away. You've accomplished something significant this time. Speak up. What reward do you desire? Wang Fugui inquired aboard the helicopter. He was already aware of the harrowing events that transpired amidst the ruins and was astonished to learn of the peril hidden within what seemed to be a tranquil landscape. According to Ma Chao, had it not been for Lu Chen, everyone would have perished there. Reward? That is quite an exaggeration. Just grant me a couple of celestial-level martial arts manuals. My demands are modest. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui's expression darkened. You think you can casually request celestial-level martial arts manuals? You truly are bold. Seeing Wang Fugui's grim countenance, Lu Chen chuckled before asking, what exactly is the origin of this sacred pearl? Was the calamity unleashed solely for its sake? Lu Chen was genuinely perplexed about the sacred pearl's background. Wang Fugui, now serious, responded, in truth, we were unaware that the sacred pearl would manifest here. Each appearance of the sacred pearl is invariably accompanied by fierce battles. It was only after my confrontation with the Calamity martial sovereign that I learned the purpose of this calamity was indeed the sacred pearl. Yet, who would have imagined it would ultimately fall into your hands? Wang Fugui remarked, feeling at a loss for words. Historically, the emergence of the sacred pearl entailed conflict. Yet this time, it seemed the Calamity had sought to covertly seize it, only for it to fortuitously benefit Lu Chen in the end. By a twist of fate, Lu Chen found himself in a rather peculiar predicament. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Such is the nature of destiny. The sacred pearl had transformed into my kidney stone. Wang Fugui, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching, yet he uttered not a sound. Soon, they returned to the academy, where Ma Chao and the others felt an immense sense of relief, led by Wang Fugui to undergo a health check, concerned about any potential impact on their foundations. Meanwhile, Lu Chen made his way directly to the back mountain to seek out Elder Jiang. In the serene landscape of the back mountain, Elder Jiang sat by the lake, engaged in fishing. Old Deng is looking for you regarding a matter, Lu Chen called out, just as Elder Jiang raised his rod, only to have it fall short due to Lu Chen's sudden shout. If you can't explain yourself today, I shall take it out on you. Elder Jiang tossed aside his fishing rod, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. With a mischievous grin, Lu Chen approached. Let me show you my kidney stone. What the hell? Do you even know what a kidney stone is? Elder Jiang scolded angrily. But his expression shifted abruptly as he noticed the gleam on Lu Chen's lower abdomen, leaving him momentarily speechless. The sacred pearl? How could you possess the sacred pearl? Elder Jiang's voice took on a higher pitch, his body trembling as he reached out to touch it, subsequently drawing a dagger, intent on cutting Lu Chen open. Old Deng, can you please calm down? Lu Chen exclaimed, bewildered by the old man's utter lack of composure. Despite his age, he remained as volatile as ever. Elder Jiang was unable to quell his emotions, visibly shaken and fixated, his eyes unblinking. Lu Chen hastily recounted the events, fearing that if he did not speak quickly, he might truly find himself dissected by this old man. After listening, Elder Jiang's gaze underwent a profound transformation. After a long pause, he stared at Lu Chen in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. What he heard was utterly bewildering. "You, my boy," Elder Jiang began, then abruptly halted, gripping Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen sensed a peculiar energy entering his body, forming a seal that concealed his aura. "The sacred pearl is of utmost importance. It must not be revealed. Not even to those close to you. With the sacred pearl in your possession, Calamity will surely seek every means to seize it. You must be prepared." Lu Chen nodded. Sensing that Elder Jiang was excessively overwhelmed, his speech somewhat disjointed. "What exactly is the origin of this sacred pearl? Master, what is the significance of this sacred pearl that compels Calamity to covet it?" Previously, on the helicopter, Wang Fuguei had not elaborated, leaving Lu Chen in the dark. Elder Jiang paused, his expression grave. "It is said that there are 10 sacred pearls, each containing an unfathomable power. If gathered together, one would possess the ability to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Since its emergence, Calamity has been relentlessly searching for the sacred pearls, and to date, 6 have fallen into its clutches. 2 sacred pearls remain in the hands of the great Xia. One is lost, and one, as it happens, is now your kidney stone." Elder Jiang's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of intensity. In terms of the quantity of sacred pearls, Calamity holds a significant advantage over humanity. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Although Elder Jiang spoke in a rather casual manner, it instilled a sense of urgency within Lu Chen. The Calamity seeks to obtain all the sacred pearls to annihilate the world. Its intentions remain shrouded in mystery. No one truly understands what the Calamity aims to achieve with the sacred pearls, yet should it succeed in acquiring them all, it would spell disaster for humanity. Perhaps the world would not face destruction, but humanity would undoubtedly be reduced to mere slaves of the Calamity. Elder Jiang's words further deepened Lu Chen's concerns. "Enough of this. These matters are not for you to worry about right now. Focus on your training, and safeguard the sacred pearl in your possession," Elder Jiang admonished, shaking his head. He then inquired, "How has your cultivation of the Nether Blood Sea scripture been progressing?" "It has reached a minor completion. With a little more effort, I should be able to attain a greater mastery," Lu Chen instinctively replied. Elder Jiang was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of profound astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen. Disbelief and shock etched across his features. Observing Elder Jiang's reaction, Lu Chen frowned slightly, thinking, this pace is already quite rapid. In truth, he felt that his cultivation speed was rather slow. Yet such progress would be deemed impossible in any other context. Elder Jiang remained in a state of astonishment, his incredulity palpable. After a prolonged silence, he grasped Lu Chen's hand, urging him, "Come, let us see." Despite his reluctance to believe, he recalled the moment he had first imparted the Nether Blood Sea scripture to Lu Chen, who had swiftly entered the introductory phase, a feat that was indeed remarkable. Lu Chen stepped forward, channeling an immense crimson energy into his palm. As this power surged forth, a terrifying aura emanated from him. In that instant, Lu Chen's presence underwent a dramatic transformation. Even his eyes took on a hint of crimson, radiating a fierce and violent energy. "I am coming, old Deng," Lu Chen announced, his voice laden with gravity as he unleashed his power. Elder Jiang's expression turned serious. With his prowess, he was not at risk of being harmed by Lu Chen. This level of attack was insufficient to threaten him. Yet, Lu Chen, merely at the meridian opening stage, was now exhibiting strength capable of defeating and even slaying those at the marquee level. Meridian opening? Elder Jiang's astonishment deepened. When Lu Chen had departed previously, he was only at the second level of the transformation stage. Now, upon returning, he had traversed that short span of time to achieve the meridian opening stage. Such talent is indeed terrifying. Elder Jiang could not help but praise Lu Chen, feeling a renewed sense of awe. The revelations Lu Chen had brought forth today were overwhelming. First the sacred pearl, then news of vanquishing the royal bloodline Calamity, and now the near completion of the Nether Blood Sea scripture, culminating in his ascendance to the meridian opening stage. Each of these occurrences, when isolated, is profoundly shocking. Yet, when juxtaposed, Lu Chen's advancement into the pulse realm appears to be the most inconspicuous of them all. As Lu Chen launched an attack towards him, a grave expression settled on Elder Jiang's face. At the precise moment their energies were about to collide, an unseen force halted Lu Chen's momentum. No matter how he strained, he could not advance even a fraction further. Lu Chen's gaze widened in astonishment as he looked at Elder Jiang, acutely aware that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. His strength was restrained by an overwhelming force, rendering his body momentarily immobile. Such prowess was something he had never encountered, even with Wang Fuguei. In the next instant, he witnessed his own attack dissipating into nothingness. In mere breaths, that energy had vanished entirely. Give yourself a bit more time, and mastering this technique will be a cinch. Your rate of cultivation is indeed formidable. Elder Jiang praised him generously, his words laden with admiration for Lu Chen. Lu Chen chuckled softly, his curiosity about Elder Zhang's strength intensifying. To think that even a formidable martial master like the Dean could be effortlessly sent flying by Elder Zhang's hand. What an astonishing level of power. In contrast, what was Wang Fuguei? Previously, Lu Chen had merely sensed Elder Zhang's immense strength, but witnessing it firsthand revealed the true extent of its terror. However, considering your current cultivation level, it would be prudent to temporarily ease up on the training of the Nether Blood Sea Sutra. After all, this is a celestial-grade martial technique, and each use imposes stringent demands on both your physical form and inherent strength, resulting in considerable strain. While I am uncertain how you manage such burdens, the weight of mastering it fully would be beyond your current capacity, Elder Zhang remarked, having sensed this during Lu Chen's initial strike. Although the strain induced by the Nether Blood Sea Sutra was still within Lu Chen's limits, should he pursue its mastery to completion, the resulting burdens would multiply exponentially, far exceeding what he could tolerate. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded, having already perceived this aspect. Now, with Elder Zhang's counsel, he resolved to take a step back. There was no need to rush into training. At present, his cultivation and strength were already sufficient. Well then, if there are no further matters, do not disturb my fishing, Elder Zhang declared, indicating that there was nothing else of significance. Lu Chen nodded, genuinely having no other affairs at hand. Remember my words regarding the Holy Pearl. The fewer who know, the better. Even amongst the human race, trust should not be absolute. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen recognized the gravity of the situation and solemnly nodded in agreement. I understand. Once I return to the academy, I shall devise a means to eliminate Wang Fuguei and anyone privy to this matter. Elder Zhang fell silent, gazing at Lu Chen. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. After a considerable pause, Elder Zhang finally spoke. There are times when I genuinely wish to eliminate you. Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that many wished for his demise during this period. Chuckling awkwardly, he then departed from the valley. As for the earlier remark, it was merely a jest, and thus should not be taken seriously. Before long, Lu Chen returned to the academy, heading straight to his villa. After indulging in a warm bath, he resolutely commenced his cultivation. System, is there still an opportunity to elevate my martial skill level? He inquired. Yes, please make your selection promptly. The system responded in its cold, detached voice. Lu Chen contemplated deeply. Among the martial skills he had mastered, he found himself in a quandary over which to enhance. The Heavenly Star Finger had already reached an advanced level within the Earth tier, and to elevate it further would transition it to the Celestial tier, which would impose certain physical demands and hinder fluidity in execution. The proficiency of the Demon Slayer Blade technique was nearing a critical point, and it would not be long before it too could be upgraded. To utilize this opportunity on the Blade technique would be somewhat of a waste. Soon, Lu Chen reached a decision in his heart. Enhanced the Nine Heavens Thunder Control technique. He declared, this particular martial art remained shrouded in mystery. He had yet to discern its true level of mastery, and he was not even practicing it in its entirety. Yet, it seemed the most fitting choice at this moment. Chapter 128, Advancement in Cultivation. I require your assistance in my cultivation. As Lu Chen's voice resonated, an indescribable sensation enveloped him. In his mind, 2 pages of golden light shimmered, radiating a resplendent glow. After a considerable duration, Lu Chen distinctly felt the Nine Heavens Thunder Control technique ascend to an entirely new level. The sensation was quite formidable. At that moment, bolts of lightning surrounded him, crackling and emanating an overwhelmingly potent aura. Once this process concluded, Lu Chen remained in a state of meditation, still immersed in his cultivation, yet his heart was profoundly shaken. He sensed that the 2 golden pages in his mind had begun to grow. It appeared they were being perfected, and a 3rd page's ethereal image had materialized, albeit blank and radiating chaotic energy, obscuring its contents from view. Lu Chen's expression was grave yet tinged with joy. System, can you complete this martial skill? He hastily inquired, his heart racing with excitement. If so, he need not worry about finding the continuation of the Nine Heavens Thunder Control technique. Thus far, he had only acquired the 2nd page, with no clues about what lay beyond. To find such information amidst uncertainty was an arduous task. Yes, but only a portion can be restored each time the skill level is enhanced. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. This posed a significant challenge. He had only received opportunities to enhance his martial skills twice thus far, and acquiring another was exceedingly difficult. If it could be simplified, that would indeed be preferable. How can one swiftly acquire opportunities to enhance martial skills? The system responded, leaving Lu Chen momentarily speechless. A staggering 100,000 simplification points could only be exchanged for a single opportunity. Such a price was undeniably steep. In comparison, the first option appeared to be somewhat more feasible. However, he currently lacked the time to hunt disasters and monsters. Nonetheless, he had gleaned some clues. Chen shook his head in resignation, dismissing these chaotic thoughts, and resolved to focus on elevating his cultivation level first. System, commence cultivation, Chen declared, producing a substantial number of spirit stones and piling them beside him, then reclining atop the stones. He soon drifted into slumber. Yet, with the system's assistance, the spirit stones continued to refine, transforming into pure energy that flowed into Chen's body. Simultaneously, Chen's foundation gradually solidified. A life enhanced by extraordinary means requires little explanation. It was not until deep into the night that Chen felt a shift and awakened. I have finally broken through, he remarked, though he felt that this pace of cultivation was still somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, he had successfully entered the second level of the Meridian realm. System. Can the sacred pearl be refined? The system advises the host against reckless actions. Upon hearing this, Chen's lips twitched, and he refrained from further comment. The power of the sacred pearl was too overwhelming for him to bear at this moment. However, the sacred pearl resided within him, its emanating strength subtly enhancing Chen's physique. Never mind, it is best to concentrate on cultivation. It was time to head to the war god camp. Chen pondered, feeling a sense of anticipation about the war god camp, though he was uncertain what level his strength would be compared to others there. After a brief contemplation, he decided to continue his cultivation. He needed to hasten his progress. The news of the sacred pearl within him could not remain hidden forever. Someone would inevitably take notice, and the disasters would not easily let him off the hook. His only course of action was to promptly elevate his cultivation level. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Chen, Sister Luo is looking for you. The voice of Qingfeng called from outside, causing Chen to pause in surprise. Sister Luo? What could Luo Fanning want with him at this late hour? He felt a twinge of confusion, but proceeded to step outside. What does she need from me? I'm not certain, but she mentioned having some cultivation questions to discuss with you. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Chen immediately sensed something amiss. With Luo Fanning's extraordinary talent, why would she require his guidance? Furthermore, since entering the Daxia Academy, she had never sought him out, and now it was the middle of the night. Chen felt an unease settle within him, but before he could voice his concerns, Luo Fanning had already entered. You have broken through again, she exclaimed upon seeing Chen, unable to contain her astonishment. Within such a brief span, Chen had once more ascended to the second level of the Meridian realm. This speed was indeed astonishingly formidable. Qifeng expressed that he had grown accustomed to it, yet his eyes still reflected a profound envy. Nearly a stroke of luck. Chen chuckled awkwardly. However, Luo Fanning turned to Qingfeng and said, I need Chen's guidance for my cultivation tonight. It may get a bit noisy. I understand. I shall take my leave. Qingfeng, grasping Luo Fanning's intention, hastily replied. He was uncertain about the nature of this guidance. Upon seeing Qingfeng depart, Luo Fanning cast a teasing gaze at Chen, gradually closing the distance between them. Chen felt inexplicably flustered, sensing something amiss. Why had the atmosphere turned so suggestive? Is there something you wish to discuss? I can only offer my best efforts, Chen quickly interjected, feeling uncharacteristically guilty. I am currently stuck at the 9th level of the transformation stage. I wish to know how to swiftly break through to the channeling stage. Luo Fanning spoke, prompting Chen to exhale in relief, for it appeared she had genuinely come for advice. It's quite simple. Just continue your practice, and a breakthrough will occur unexpectedly. Chen replied earnestly, well aware that he was merely a bystander in this endeavor. However, at his words, Luo Fanning's expression grew serious. Indeed, the realm of true genius was beyond his comprehension. For a genuine prodigy, there was no need for deliberation. Cultivation was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Even having lived 2 lifetimes, Luo Fanning had never encountered such a terrifying talent as Chen. Ah, I see, but I desire your assistance in my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen was immediately perplexed, his mind racing with questions. Assist you in your cultivation? Indeed. You previously aided me in reaching the 9th level of the transformation stage swiftly, so I must trouble you tonight. Chen was left dumbfounded, his mind blank as he struggled to find words. Shortly thereafter, he observed Luo Fanning producing a thermos, opening it, and offering it to him. Gazing at the half-filled cup of goji berries within, a cold sweat broke out on Chen's brow. Chapter 129. The Academy's Reward. Brotherhood ultimately transformed. The following day, at noon, Chen exited his residence, his steps slightly unsteady. Meanwhile, Luo Fanning sat in her room, eyes closed in meditation, her aura radiating with a unique resonance. At that moment, Her energy had reached a critical threshold, on the verge of a breakthrough. After several minutes, Luo Fanning abruptly opened her eyes, her presence becoming exceedingly formidable. At this instant, her cultivation officially ascended to the channeling stage. At last, she had reached the channeling stage, Lu Chen. As Luo Fanning savored the strength coursing through her body, her gaze lifted, only to find Lu Chen absent. A slight smile graced her lips before she departed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen lounged in the student council room, reclining on a chair, recuperating. Lu Chen, perhaps you should have the dean check your health. You seem rather fatigued since returning. Ma Chao remarked, a hint of concern in his expression, worried that Lu Chen might have sustained injuries amidst the ruins. They had all undergone examinations upon their return. Save for Lu Chen. Bai Lian furrowed her brow, a hint of concern gracing her features. Perhaps I should consult the school doctor. There's no need for that. I merely stayed up late practicing last night and am a bit fatigued, Lu Chen hastily replied. After a brief silence, he reaffirmed, indeed, it was training. I was truly engaged in practice last night. Noticing Lu Chen's slightly anxious demeanor, Ma Chao seemed to have surmised something. He cleared his throat and discreetly handed Lu Chen a dark wooden box. Effective. Lu Chen gazed at Ma Chao in confusion, yet observed that Ma Chao wore an expression that suggested understanding. Initially intending to return the box to Ma Chao to assert his robustness, Lu Chen ultimately chose to inconspicuously accept it instead. It was no wonder he felt weak. Who could withstand the transition from night to day? Your good brother would be fortunate to endure even 3 seconds of it. Casting aside these chaotic thoughts, Lu Chen turned his attention to Ma Chao and the others. In the next couple of days, I will be heading to the God of War camp. Perfect timing. We have also registered for the assessment at the God of War camp and are preparing to go over these days, Ma Chao replied. During their time in the ruins, they had already decided to enroll in the God of War camp, eager to follow Lu Chen. Initially, their intention had been to join the Dragon Soul, as Lu Cini was there, providing a semblance of support. However, since the events in the ruins, they had entirely altered their perspective. Aligning with Lu Chen promised far greater prospects than following Lu Cini. Lu Chen nodded and then sought out Wang Fuguei. Recalling that Wang Fuguei had mentioned a reward for him. In the office, Wang Fuguei and the dean were present. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, they all lifted their heads and set aside their tasks. You've arrived. Please take a seat. We are currently deliberating on what sort of reward to bestow upon you, Wang Fuguei said with a smile. Lu Chen's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations, successfully and splendidly completing the task and turning the tide. It would be unreasonable not to offer some form of reward. Alternatively, you may speak plainly. Tell us what you desire, as long as it is within the Academy's means. We shall not refuse, Wang Fuguei added lightly, his gaze carrying a touch of amusement. Lu Chen paused for a moment, finding himself at a loss for what he truly needed. He had already mastered numerous martial techniques, thus lacking nothing in that regard. As for skills, his 9-yang divine art was of heavenly rank and would not be easily altered. Presently, he was not in dire need of cultivation resources like spirit stones either. For a moment, Lu Chen found himself in a quandary. Perhaps some spiritual herbs that could expedite my cultivation? Lu Chen finally ventured after some contemplation. The dean and others were somewhat taken aback. Lu Chen had not made an exorbitant demand, which was rather uncharacteristic of him. Nevertheless, the dean soon produced a white box made of an unknown material. This is dragon bloodgrass, quite suitable for your current needs, the dean remarked, opening the box to reveal a strikingly red and peculiar spiritual herb, measuring nearly a foot in length, nestled within. As the box opened, a wave of sanguine aura emanated forth. This was an unexpected treasure I acquired years ago, originally intended for my future disciples, but now I bestow it upon you. Consuming and refining it will enhance your physical body, increasing its strength. While it may not lead to a rapid advancement in your cultivation, it can effectively cleanse your marrow and eliminate potential hazards within your body. The dean remarked that this dragon blood herb is exceedingly precious. It bears similar effects to the dragon blood vine that Lu Cini previously gifted him, yet it possesses its own unique qualities. Both are invaluable, rare treasures. Ah, dean, this is truly too precious. I cannot accept it. Lu Chen quickly interjected, yet he unceremoniously closed the box and seized it from the dean's hands. The dean and others exchanged glances, their lips twitching, but they said nothing. This behavior was quintessentially Lu Chen. By the way, I recently found some items in the ruins that can be used to forge treasure, Lu Chen suddenly recalled, gazing eagerly at the dean. That Vice Dean Wang is quite adept at crafting, the dean replied, noting that it would require some high-quality materials. However, given Lu Chen's contributions, it was a mere trifle. Bring them to me, and come see me tomorrow morning. Furthermore, the War God camp has sent word, urging you to hurry there. Prepare yourself. You shall depart tomorrow. And do not tarnish the reputation of the Daxia Academy. Wang Fuguei interjected. Lu Chen nodded. Tomorrow it would be. As his plan had indeed been to leave within these 2 days. Subsequently, Lu Chen departed and returned to his villa. This lad can inspire Ma Chao and the others to willingly yield to him, even choosing the war god camp for his sake. He possesses quite the talent. The dean remarked, his eyes filled with admiration for Lu Chen, recognizing that he had already attained the 2nd level of the Meridian realm. Such a pace of cultivation and innate talent exceeded all his expectations. Perhaps he would become the greatest dark horse of the Daxia. This young man has far surpassed his sister, Lu Xini, and might indeed reclaim the 7 Stars Lantern in this year's international competitions. Indeed. This lad needs the 7 Stars Lantern to dispel the calamity upon him. He will undoubtedly strive with all his might. Wang Fuguei concurred, fully aware of Lu Chen's capabilities. Especially now that he harbored a sacred pearl within him. Understanding the gravity of this matter, he had only mentioned it privately to the dean, daring not to elaborate further. At that moment, Lu Chen had already returned to his room. Observing the freshly changed pink bedding, he fell into silence. The air was still imbued with a faint fragrance. Alas, the bond of brotherhood has inevitably soured, burdened by unspeakable secrets between us, Lu Chen murmured, seated to the side, resolving to hasten his cultivation lest he be surpassed by Luo Fanyin. Chapter 130, Enhancement of Talent, 2nd on the talents ranking. Soon after, Lu Chen took out the dragon blood herb and began to chew it. To his surprise, the herb exuded a potent metallic scent, yet upon entering his mouth, it revealed a refreshing aroma, an indescribable sensation. As the dragon blood herb entered his body, a surge of pure energy instantly coursed throughout him. Lu Chen quickly set about refining this newfound power. As the surge of energy coursed through his body, Lu Chen distinctly felt a searing pain rippling across every part of him. However, shortly thereafter, he experienced a remarkable enhancement in his physical strength. To his astonishment, his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy became markedly clearer. This transformative process persisted until nightfall, when Lu Chen concluded his cultivation, having thoroughly refined the dragon blood grass. A layer of grime coated his body, exuding a foul odor. My physical resilience now rivals that of a beast at the meridian opening stage, perhaps even surpasses it. Lu Chen murmured, acutely aware that his physical prowess had nearly doubled. This was achieved without the use of the indestructible golden body. It appeared as though his innate talent had ascended a level, Lu Chen stated, hastily moving to cleanse himself, only to discover that his flesh had taken on a somewhat translucent quality, reminiscent of exquisite mutton fat jade. It was no wonder that Luo Xiaodi had deviated from his principles. Upon reflection, it was truly difficult to blame him. One could only attribute it to my irresistible charm. Subsequently, Lu Chen procured the talent testing stone. Level 4. He gazed at the number displayed, astonished that he had indeed ascended in rank. Previously, his talent had been a mere level 1, the most inferior. But after refining the dragon blood vine given to him by Lu Xini, it had risen to level 3, and now it had elevated again. Who could have imagined that I would now possess a level 4 talent? Lu Chen exclaimed, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Were it not for the system, he would merely be an ordinary individual, relying on Lu Xini's connections to gain entry into the Great Xia Academy, likely facing disdain from others. Shaking his head, Lu Chen chose not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. The following day, at dawn with the sun just rising, Lu Chen reclined lazily against a gnarled tree, basking in the sunlight, while the familiar sound of proficiency incrementing echoed in his mind, causing a smile to grace his lips. A scroll of heavenly grade techniques would take an ordinary person an indeterminate amount of time to master, be it a year, 2, or even a decade if they were fortunate enough to even encounter such techniques. Yet, Lu Chen could achieve mastery merely by soaking up the sun. How could one possibly argue against such fortune? Ma Chao and the others had already arrived, and surprisingly, Luo Fanyin was among them. Are you all prepared? Ready. We shall undoubtedly enter the God of War camp. Wang Fuguei appeared, casually inquiring, to which Ma Chao and the others responded promptly. Wang Fuguei nodded, his expression growing serious. However, before we depart, there is something I must attend to, Ma Chao declared, directing his gaze toward Lu Chen. Bai Lian and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Aware of Ma Chao's intentions, Lu Chen, I challenge you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback as he descended from the gnarled tree. Are you all right? Lu Chen inquired, perplexed as to Ma Chao's motives. What, do you not dare? Lu Chen felt increasingly bewildered as he recognized Ma Chao's seriousness, swiftly preparing for battle. Come on, I welcome the challenge. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, as Ma Chao initiated the confrontation, charging towards him. The long spear in his hand trembled, and it dawned upon Lu Chen that this individual had actually entered the realm of nobility. The battle here instantly captivated a multitude of onlookers. Particularly, When they realized that the combatants were none other than Ma Chao and Lu Chen, it sparked a considerable uproar. "You've been flaunting yourself at the Daxia Academy, and I can no longer tolerate it." Ma Chao voiced his thoughts, eager to confront Lu Chen. However, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Lu Chen. Today, he merely sought to leverage this opportunity to cede his long-held position of second place to Lu Chen. As for the first place, Lu Chen was free to challenge his sister. The second level of the Meridian Opening Realm, indeed, he had underestimated this fellow. Having returned just a day ago, Lu Chen had already achieved a breakthrough. Bai Lian remarked gravely, even beginning to doubt whether she could withstand 10 moves against Lu Chen. Luo Fannin's gaze remained fixed on Lu Chen, her expression tinged with a peculiar significance. It was evident that Lu Chen had grown stronger once more. It seemed that the path of cultivation must never cease. The journey must continue. Yet, she pondered whether Lu Chen's body could endure the 9 Heavens Thunder technique. Suddenly, crackling bolts of lightning manifested around Lu Chen, exuding an overwhelming force, his aura formidable. After a recent enhancement, Lu Chen had yet to unleash the 9 Heavens Thunder technique and was eager to test its might. A bolt of lightning surged from his palm, radiating a terrifying energy that instantly froze Ma Chao's expression. He had indeed underestimated Lu Chen's strength. This individual was not merely formidable, but astonishingly powerful. Under Lu Chen's relentless assault, Ma Chao found himself struggling to defend. He employed every means at his disposal, yet Lu Chen effortlessly dismantled his defenses. 1,000-year kill. Lu Chen bellowed, and Ma Chao, in a panic, shielded his rear with one hand and hurriedly retreated. He was acutely aware of how cunning and ruthless Lu Chen's 1,000-year kill was, not to mention its precision. A single hit would spell disaster for his evaluation. Even Bai Lian and the others watching felt a tightening sensation. But then, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, propelling Ma Chao backward, his hair standing on end from the shock. "I concede," Ma Chao exclaimed as he lay on the ground, quickly expressing his concern that Lu Chen might disregard the principles of martial ethics. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally halted. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Ma Chao had actually been defeated. This was the second-ranked figure on the talented individuals list, the president of the student council. In Lu Xinyi's absence, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest among the students. And yet, he was no match for Lu Chen. "From now on, the position of second place is yours." Ma Chao had anticipated this outcome, knowing he was no match for Lu Chen, but he had not expected to fall so swiftly and so decisively. Lu Chen wore a puzzled expression, finally realizing Ma Chao's intentions. "Do you think I lack that few spirit stones?" Lu Chen chuckled. "This is not merely about spirit stones. The position of student council president is now yours." Ma Chao stood up, dusting off his clothes, and smiled at Lu Chen. "You played me." Lu Chen understood that he had been outmaneuvered. Upon reflection, what interest does the student council president truly possess? Well, it is time to set off. Since Ma Chao has been defeated and is about to graduate, it is only reasonable for you to assume the position of student council president, Wang Fuguei remarked. Chapter 131. The God of War Camp, Who is the Bandit? Upon hearing Wang Fuguei's words, Lu Chen's lips twitched, yet he refrained from responding. It dawned on him that this was Ma Chao's scheme. Lu Chen couldn't help but glance over, only to find Ma Chao sporting a mischievous grin. "Very well. But let me make it clear, I have no time to manage any student council. I am truly busy," Lu Chen lamented, expressing his utter disinterest in the role of student council president. In response, Wang Fuguei remained silent. However, the onlookers were utterly stunned at that moment. Lu Chen had ascended to the second place on the talents list. He was becoming the student council president? But Lu Chen was merely a freshman, having been at the academy for just about a month. This was unprecedented in the annals of the Great Xia Academy's history. A freshman becoming the student council president and securing the second position on the talents list. Though he was not first, in their eyes, Lu Xinyi was an invincible entity, a prodigy beyond comparison. This could not be assessed through ordinary standards. Thus, the second position was tantamount to the first. However, upon further contemplation, given that Lu Chen was still a freshman, with some time, surpassing Lu Xinyi did not seem insurmountable. At that point, Lu Chen would be the genuine first place. Even Lu Xinyi, in her third year, only claimed the top position then. Yet Lu Chen seemed poised to achieve it much earlier. By the time Lu Chen reached his senior year, it could be said that he was not merely invincible in his fourth year, but had been so for 4 years. Someone couldn't help but voice their thoughts, seemingly foreseeing Lu Chen dominating the Great Xia Academy for 4 years. He appeared even more formidable than Lu Xinyi of yore. The other freshmen, when looking at Lu Chen, were filled with fervor, envy, and jealousy. Though they were also freshmen, in comparison to Lu Chen, they felt utterly insignificant. They had previously believed themselves to be geniuses upon entering the Great Xia Academy, but encountering Lu Chen, they realized what true genius was. The so-called genius was merely the threshold to meet him. They thought to themselves, increasingly envious. At that moment, Lu Chun and his companions had already boarded a helicopter, departing from the Great Xia Academy, headed towards the God of War camp. It remained uncertain whether these individuals would all gain entrance to the God of War camp. The dean stood by the office window, watching the helicopter vanish into the distance, unable to suppress his thoughts. Given Ma Chao and their capabilities, entering the God of War camp should not pose a challenge. However, I am rather curious about Luo Fanning, an elder remarked, stepping forward, his tone tinged with intrigue. When they first entered the academy, all eyes were drawn to Lu Chun, as his brilliance was simply too dazzling, overshadowing the rest. During this period, they shifted their attention to others, at which point they discovered Luo Fanning. This individual's talent is truly astonishing. It is no exaggeration to say that he can rival Lu Xini. However, he had previously been overshadowed by the brilliant light of Lu Chun. The Luo family did not anticipate that after years of seclusion, they could cultivate such a genius. It seems that the rise of the Luo family is inevitable. The dean remarked casually, fully aware that Luo Fanning had returned from his mission already at the 9th level of the transformation realm. And now he had ascended to the merging pulse realm. He is nearly catching up to Lu Chun. On the helicopter, Lu Chen's gaze was sharp as he turned to the side to look at LV Qifeng. Old LV, what kind of existence is the War God Camp? Lu Chen could not help but inquire. The War God Camp was established by my grandfather, primarily aimed at training geniuses for the military. Within the War God, there are no names or ranks, only code names. LV Qifeng explained. Some trainees already hold significant positions within the military, yet here, they are merely assigned code names, just ordinary trainees. As for the subjects covered in their training, I am truly not well informed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun furrowed his brow. Aren't you a member of the War God Camp? How could you not know? LV Qifeng appeared somewhat embarrassed at Lu Chen's comment. I was merely a privileged individual, spending my time at the War God Camp alongside my grandfather. I could practice, but I was not privy to other matters. This time, I also need to undergo an assessment to officially become a trainee of the War God Camp. LV Qifeng felt quite awkward as all eyes turned to him, intensifying his embarrassment. He hastily added, do you think everyone is a prodigy like you, capable of entering the War God Camp right after starting university? Individuals like you may only appear once in a decade. Of course, there are some geniuses who enter the War God Camp early, but they are far inferior in comparison to you. Speaking of which, I am also a bit behind in entering the War God Camp compared to you. LV Qifeng openly acknowledged this. He was a year older than Lu Chun, and while there were others of similar age in the War God Camp, they all hailed from martial arts families, unlike Lu Chun. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun chose not to say anything further, simply nodding slightly. Ma Chao and the others remained silent, uncertain of the current situation and whether they could indeed enter the War God Camp. As time passed, once the helicopter descended, Lu Chun and the others realized they were in the midst of a grand mountain range. Is this the War God Camp? Lu Chun instinctively remarked, glancing around, yet failing to spot any signs of life. At that moment, two men in military uniforms emerged from the forest, their faces devoid of warmth. Those participating in the assessment should wait here. Someone will come to escort you. After speaking, the man scanned the faces of the group, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lu Chen. Who was the bandit? As the code name was uttered, the expressions of the two individuals underwent a noticeable shift. Who among the good-hearted would employ such a designation? Lu Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he quickly composed himself and approached. It is I. The gazes of Ma Chao and the others also fell upon Lu Chen, provoking an inexplicable urge to laugh. The two scrutinized Lu Chen before stating, you shall accompany us. With that, they turned and swiftly made their way into the forest. You conduct your assessments well. I shall take my leave. Lu Chen said with a smile. I advise you to hasten your pace. Otherwise, you know what will happen. El Qifeng did not articulate his thoughts but cast Lu Chen a look of self-preservation. How could one simply enter the God of War camp without due process? Lu Chen paused briefly, quickly regaining his wits, and plunged into the forest in pursuit. Chapter 132. Is this fellow even human? All right. So this is how we are playing it. Lu Chen could not help but exclaim, immediately realizing that this was yet another assessment, one tailored specifically for him. Damn it, I thought I was exempt from evaluations. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. Yet his feet dared not slacken. Indeed, he quickened his pace to barely catch sight of the two figures ahead. This lad is quite impressive, managing to keep up. One of them remarked, quickening his stride. Let us add a bit of difficulty. After all, the order received was to ensure this fellow does not pass the assessment, to thoroughly dampen his spirit. The other echoed, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Lu Chen, trailing behind, was bewildered as he observed the two suddenly accelerate. Damn it, Is this how it's going to be? He thought, hastening his own speed to the maximum in pursuit. However, it was not long before he saw them dive into a valley. Without hesitation, he followed suit. Upon entering, he discovered a tumultuous river, strewn with slick, moss-covered stones. The two navigated the stones with agility and speed, seemingly unaffected by the slippery surface. Within 3 minutes, they had reached the opposite bank. "You have 1 hour," one of them declared, a smile dancing in his eyes. He felt a mix of astonishment and intrigue. This fellow was indeed swift enough to catch up. Yet, this challenge was far from straightforward. "I am curious to see if he can make it. When I first crossed, it took me over 2 hours." He mused quietly, wondering how long Chen would take. 2 hours, perhaps? Those who enter the God of War camp at this age are not ordinary talents. However, to date, the best record for this challenge is 1 hour and a half, remarked another lean man, already starting the timer. Standing on the opposite bank, Chen gazed at the raging river. After a moment of contemplation, he enveloped his feet in spiritual energy and leaped onto the first stone. Yet, suddenly, his foot slipped, revealing a treacherous slickness that even spiritual energy could not withstand. While clever, it would indeed be overly simplistic if one could merely envelop oneself in spiritual force to pass through. It seems we are bound to witness a comical scene. The two individuals across the way chuckled softly, as if they had already envisioned Chen tumbling into the river. Unbeknownst to them, Chen did not hear their remarks. Upon feeling his footing give way, his expression shifted dramatically, his gaze becoming serious. Just as he was about to plunge into the water, Chen acted decisively, delivering a powerful punch that propelled him upward. Utilizing the force of the rebound, he landed precisely on the second stone. Simultaneously, the dragon scale blade materialized in his hand and plunged into the rock, stabilizing his position. "Is this considered cheating?" the gaunt man exclaimed, his face etched with shock and disbelief. "I am not certain, but it appears there are no explicit rules against such an action," his companion remarked. They soon witnessed Chen drive the dragon scale blade into the rock and swiftly reach the opposite shore. In merely 2 minutes. As Chen stood triumphantly on the bank, the two men were momentarily dumbfounded, unsure whether to acknowledge his achievement. After a prolonged silence, it seemed they received an unspoken command before one finally spoke. "Not bad, but I must inform you that weapons are prohibited in the subsequent challenges. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure," the gaunt man stated. Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acquiescence and sheathed the dragon scale blade, which had been reforged by Wang Fuguwei and had transformed into a treasured weapon. Subsequently, the two individuals hastily departed, traversing the valley. Chen followed closely, a serious expression crossing his face, for the upcoming challenges appeared daunting. Before long, they halted before the second valley. "You are not permitted to employ martial techniques. You have half an hour to pass this trial." After speaking, the two men circumvented the area. Chen wore a puzzled expression, realizing that this trial offered no explanations. Nevertheless, he ventured inside. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down upon his back. Chen's posture bent slightly under the weight. In that moment, he comprehended the essence of this challenge, yet the intensity was still manageable. Had this occurred previously, it might have posed some difficulty, but now, after undergoing the baptism of dragon bloodgrass, his physical prowess was remarkably formidable even without martial techniques. After a brief period of acclimatization to the oppressive force, Chen began to quicken his pace, eventually breaking into a run. Each step left an imprint on the ground. Yet the gravity exerted upon him seemed to have little effect. Outside the valley, I refuse to believe this young man can emerge swiftly once again. Indeed, he may have employed a clever tactic before, but now, I am convinced that he cannot find any loopholes. This trial offers no opportunity for trickery. The two sat outside, speculating how long it would take Chen to emerge. This trial imposes exceedingly rigorous demands on the physical form. Those who focus solely on enhancing their cultivation while neglecting their bodily strength have, during this challenge, found their physical bodies crushed, nearly succumbing to demise within. It is indeed intriguing. This individual has already attained the realm of meridian opening at such a young age. It appears he has devoted all his time to cultivation, thereby allowing his physical form to languish. Yet, in the pursuit of martial arts, how can one prioritize cultivation and disregard the body? The physical form is the very foundation of all. As they pondered, a deep thudding sound reverberated through the valley. The two swiftly turned to see Chen approaching at a rapid pace, even running. Moments later, he emerged from the valley, and the oppressive weight that had enveloped him vanished in an instant. Chen, feeling a profound sense of relief, sat down on the ground. Not even a bead of sweat appearing, nor did he breathe heavily. The two stood dumbfounded, glancing at the time. Nearly 5 minutes had passed. This 5 minutes was not Chen's limit, but rather the duration required to traverse the path within the valley. Is there more? Lu Chen inquired, feeling that this challenge was far too simplistic, devoid of any real difficulty. Of course there is, the lean man responded, his voice trembling with astonishment. Without delay, the two turned and led Lu Chen toward the next trial, contemplating the necessity to increase the challenge. Otherwise, their mission could very well end in failure. Chapter 133, The Bet. The final trial. The lean man spoke softly, his gaze laden with gravity. Their task was to impede Lu Chen, ensuring his failure in the assessment to temper his burgeoning zeal. However, they were astounded that Lu Chen had breezed through the preceding two trials, shattering all previous records and establishing benchmarks that would be arduous for future challengers to surpass. Now, only the final trial remained, and they began to feel a growing sense of unease. Soon, they arrived at a level expanse where intricate patterns of arrays adorned the ground, exuding an indescribable aura. Let us commence. You have 1 hour for this trial, the lean man declared. No sooner had his words fallen than a swirl of purple mist enveloped the surroundings. With the emergence of this mist, Lu Chen noticed that the two individuals had vanished from sight. The ground appeared to sprout with clusters of purple flowers, strikingly alluring. These purple blossoms rapidly proliferated, encircling Lu Chen. Soon, the flowers bloomed, releasing waves of ferocious energy. Lu Chen, astonished, discerned that within these blossoms lay a host of demonic beasts and calamities. How intriguing, Lu Chen remarked, realizing he was ensnared in an illusion and must devise a means to break free forthwith. At that moment, the demonic beasts, all possessing the cultivation of meridian openings, charged at him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen summoned the dragon scale blade into his hands and launched himself into the fray. With a single stroke, he beheaded the monstrous beast before him, blood splattering across his face. The sensation was surprisingly vivid. Feeling the warmth of the blood, Lu Chen instinctively remarked. Yet, without hesitation, he unleashed the demon-subduing blade technique once more. The blade's radiance shimmered as Lu Chen's expression turned grave. He struck one after another. Simultaneously, he pondered how to navigate this treacherous environment. Outside, a gaunt man stood quietly, his brow furrowed. Do you think we've bitten off more than we can chew? These beasts and calamities are all too real. If this fellow perishes within, how shall we account for it? The other remained silent, acutely aware that someone of Lu Chen's age, being admitted to the war god camp, possessed terrifying talent and was highly regarded by the elite. Should anything happen here, the repercussions would be dire. Yet, they were merely following protocol. Lu Chen's prowess displayed in the previous two challenges was utterly astonishing, and although this trial posed some difficulty, it should not lead to his demise. After all, which warrior in the war god camp had not sustained injuries while overcoming these trials? At this, the gaunt man nodded slightly, conceding the point. Indeed, not only during these challenges but also in their regular training at the war god camp, injuries were a commonplace occurrence. This was simply the norm within the camp. Meanwhile, within the war god camp, in a relatively opulent office, Elder L sat comfortably in his chair, a faint smile gracing his features. He was aware that Lu Chen had arrived, accompanied by several exceptional prodigies from the Great Summer Academy. Typically, these outstanding talents preferred to join the Dragon Soul, making the number of applicants for the war god camp relatively few. Yet now, this was entirely unexpected. This lad truly is my lucky star. Elder L could not help but chuckle, then turned his gaze toward the elderly man across from him, who was leisurely holding a teacup. Elder Jiang, how long do you think it will take for your disciple to pass the 3 trials of my war god camp? Elder Jiang took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, at most 2 hours. Ha! Upon hearing this, Elder L burst into laughter. 2 hours, in his eyes, was utterly implausible. The very question of whether Lu Chen could even pass was debatable. You certainly hold your disciple in high regard. I acknowledge his strength and talent. But the 3 trials of the war god camp are not so easily surmountable. Over the years, how many prodigies have returned in defeat during their initial attempts? 2 hours? You truly overestimate Lu Chen. Elder L laughed, knowing full well that, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Lu Chen to complete the trials in such a brief time frame, let alone with the additional intensity he had requested. What difficulty could your trials possibly have? Elder Jiang scoffed, setting down his teacup with a hint of disdain. He was all too familiar with Lu Chen's extraordinary talent. This lad was a true prodigy, possessing formidable strength and a talent that defied conventional understanding. While the trials of the war god camp were challenging, they posed little difficulty for Lu Chen. Let us make a wager. If Lu Chen fails to pass within 2 hours, you will remain in the war god camp. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang furrowed his brow slightly. And what if you lose? Ha ha ha. Lose? How could that possibly happen? Elder Lu chuckled, but then continued. If I am to lose, you may name your price, as long as it does not violate my principles. Hearing this, Elder Jiang fell momentarily silent. pondering Elder Lu's unexpected confidence. Could there be some trickery involved? Do you suspect me of deceit? Do you truly believe I would orchestrate such a scheme? Elder Lu retorted, asserting that he had indeed made prior arrangements. After a prolonged silence, Elder Jiang finally spoke. If you lose, I shall not demand much. Simply give me that millennium-old purple gold ginseng you possess for Lu Chen. Elder Lu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Elder Jiang would target his prized ginseng. Are you afraid? Afraid? Of course not. It merely depends on whether this young man possesses the capability to claim it. With his meticulous preparations in place, Elder Lu was certain that Lu Chen would not succeed, and thus readily acquiesced. At this moment, Lu Chen remained oblivious to the fact that the trials he faced had been specially arranged. Within the maze, he gasped for breath. Unaware of the number of beasts he had already slain, he tirelessly sought a method to break free from the illusion, but all attempts had proven futile, leaving him devoid of any leads to escape. Damn it, who concocted this wretched environment? It is nearly impossible to break through. Frustrated, Lu Chen vented his anger, feeling as though he had exhausted all means. As he surveyed the encroaching beasts, a surge of fury ignited within him. If I cannot break this illusion, then I shall eradicate you all. With a fierce shout, lightning erupted around him, crackling ominously. In that moment, his eyes shimmered with electric brilliance as he charged forward. Chapter 134, Catastrophe breaks the defense. I aid you in breaking the formation. At this juncture, Lu Chen was truly enraged, infused with a murderous intent. The surrounding lightning blazed with a terrifying radiance, crackling ominously. Since he could not dismantle the illusion, he resolved to annihilate the beasts and the calamity they represented. Without hesitation, Lu Chen surged into the fray, commencing a frenzied slaughter. His moves became increasingly ruthless, and he recognized that his mastery of the demon-slaying blade technique had ascended to an entirely new level. Although he had already perfected the technique, each swing of his blade further enhanced his proficiency. Once his skill reached a certain threshold, a qualitative transformation would occur. At that moment, Lu Chen distinctly felt that his mastery had transcended to an unprecedented stage. Amidst the haze, there seemed to be an inexplicable barrier hindering him. It appears even the heavens wish for me to vanquish you all. Lu Chen sneered, realizing he was on the verge of a breakthrough, merely a final push away. Then perish. With a low growl, Lu Chen unleashed a formidable power that radiated around him, manifesting as a dazzling blade-like aura. The surrounding beasts and calamities stood in stunned silence, having never encountered such a terrifying human. Despite being besieged by their overwhelming numbers, he showed no signs of yielding. What a fearsome spectacle this was! In the past, those they encountered upon entering would frantically seek the key to breaking through the predicament. Yet here stood this individual, not in pursuit of the solution, but instead engaging in a relentless slaughter. Unable to find it, why not search a little more? As time passed, 2/3 of the creatures had already fallen to Lu Chen's might. The remaining third was now in a state of panic, their gazes vacant, utterly lost as to how to proceed. Witnessing Lu Chen charge at them again, they were thrown into complete disarray. Wait, one of the calamities could no longer restrain himself. Speaking in human tongue, are you out of your mind? Is this how you intend to pass this trial? We were meant to seek the key to breaking through under our assault, to dismantle this formation. What do you think your indiscriminate slaughter signifies? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen halted, a hint of embarrassment creeping over him. I just couldn't find it, he admitted sheepishly. For those with exceptional talent, perhaps the key would be apparent at a glance. But his own aptitude was decidedly lacking. Friends who frequently traversed realms understood that he was merely a hack. His achievements were due to external aid, entirely unrelated to his innate abilities. The calamities and beasts were dumbfounded. Was that really an excuse? Wasn't it better to search more thoroughly if you couldn't find it? If all else fails, just ask me. The calamity continued, nearly on the verge of breaking down from Lu Chen's admission of being lost. So you think it's acceptable to massacre us just because you can't find it? I still believe it would be simpler to annihilate all of you. With that, Lu Chen prepared to strike again. Stop. Stay right there. Yes, just like that. Don't move. A calamity shouted, genuinely alarmed. I'll fetch the formation stones for you. Just stay put, please. Lu Chen stood there, a mix of awkwardness and embarrassment on his face. This feels inappropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You staying still is the best course of action. The calamity, in a state of urgency, hurried to one side, delivering a severe beating to another calamity before extracting the formation stone from its body. Without pausing, he dashed toward a beast, which quickly complied, handing over its own formation stone. In no time, 10 formation stones were laid before Lu Chen. A moment of silence enveloped him. This felt rather improper. Nevertheless, he picked up the stones. If you crush them, you can break the formation. The calamity exclaimed eagerly, wishing they could crush them themselves and toss them away. Gazing at the stones in his hands, Chen smiled and raised his eyes to meet those of the Calamities. Your assistance is truly appreciated. I feel quite indebted. Pray, how might I express my gratitude to you? No, your breaking of the formation serves as our finest gratitude. The Calamity exclaimed hastily, while Chen smiled, a hint of coldness glimmering in his eyes. However, I still wish to annihilate you all before departing. With that, Chen struck once more. You wretched beast. The Calamity cursed vehemently, having never encountered such shamelessness from Chen. Yet, they were simply no match for him. Soon, Chen had vanquished them all. Observing the field strewn with corpses, Chen finally exhaled in relief. It appears this is not merely an illusion. After catching his breath, Chen produced the formation stone and crushed it with a decisive grip. The moment the stone shattered, the surrounding purple mist began to dissipate. Before long, the area returned to normalcy. Congratulations, host, for successfully elevating the demon-slaying blade technique to mid-tier Earth grade. The system's cold voice resonated in his mind. Chen distinctly felt his comprehension of the demon-slaying blade technique ascend to an entirely new realm, the initial awkwardness fading away. Detected host has slain numerous demon beasts and calamities. Points are being calculated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 50,980 simplification points. Another 50,000 simplification points. Chen's lips curled into a smile, initially believing this to be merely an illusion. Now it seems the demon beasts and calamities were indeed real. Quite the spectacle. Chen remarked nonchalantly, turning to see the two individuals standing by, amidst a plethora of demon beast and calamity corpses on the ground. At this moment, both were utterly stunned, gazing blankly at Chen. In merely half an hour, he had managed to break the formation? What a prodigious talent. Huh, is that not so? They were dumbfounded. For them, this was an utterly impossible feat. Is there more? Chen inquired, pulling the two from their shock. No, that's it. You have successfully passed the assessment, the emaciated man stammered, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. 3 trials, and Chen had completed all in under an hour. Even with the difficulty ramped up beforehand. If the difficulty had been normal, would it not mean Chen could have accomplished it even faster? The thought left him envious beyond measure. The key was that they were left to ponder the repercussions of their failure upon returning. Let us go? We will take you to the war god camp. After a brief pause, the emaciated man finally spoke, utterly overwhelmed. His admiration for Chen reached unprecedented heights. After all, how else could one enter the war god camp at such a young age? Chapter 135, Did you not pass the assessment in under an hour? The emaciated man felt entirely numb, grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. The shock Chen had instilled in them was simply monumental, leaving them in disbelief. Normally, those who could surpass these 3 trials in under 4 hours during their first attempt were already considered remarkable geniuses. However, now, Chen managed to accomplish his task in less than an hour, and this was under special circumstances. If it were others, they would have found it utterly impossible. Hearing this, Chen revealed a faint smile, unaware of how his performance was truly perceived at that moment. Yet, given the exceptional talents and numerous strong individuals within the war god camp, his achievement might merely be considered commonplace. As Chen pondered, he swiftly followed the 2 individuals and soon arrived at a building. This was the war god camp, nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by an unending expanse of primeval forest. Upon entering the camp, he keenly sensed multiple gazes directed towards him. At that moment, Elder Lu and Elder Jiang emerged. Upon seeing Chen, both wore gentle smiles. Master, Elder Lu. Chen greeted, mindful of the decorum expected within the war god camp. Any display of disrespect would reflect poorly on him. You finally arrived, Elder Lu remarked with a subtle smile, before inquiring, how did the assessment go? In his heart, he had already concluded that Chen must have failed, otherwise, he would not have returned so swiftly. Yet, there was a tinge of disappointment as he had not anticipated Chen's reluctance to make further attempts. Before Chen could respond, Elder Lu interjected. Failure is not the end. What is truly daunting is the absence of perseverance and the courage to try repeatedly. However, since you are here now, I shall refrain from further admonitions. Just remember, there are always greater talents beyond your own. While you possess some innate abilities, there are countless individuals in this world who surpass you. Elder Lu began his lecture, having intentionally increased the difficulty of the assessment to challenge Chen and temper his youthful exuberance. While youthful passion can be a virtue, it can also lead to downfall if unchecked. Chen nodded solemnly, fully aware that the war god camp was home to many formidable talents. He was but an ordinary individual, having barely elevated his innate gifts to a level 4 after consuming various precious elixirs. Such talent would hardly suffice to gain admission to the war god camp. Even qualifying for a technical school would be a commendable feat. It is not that Chen looked down upon technical schools, but not everyone could be as exceptional as that individual from the neighboring school. He recognized his own limitations. He was merely a wall ornament. Chen had always been cognizant of his standing. In comparison to genuine prodigies, he regarded himself as a failure. Seeing Chen nod, Elder Lu's satisfaction was evident, while Elder Jiang remained silent. Could it be that Chen truly failed? But that seemed improbable. He was aware of the 3 assessments in the war god camp. They posed some challenges, yet in an instant, Elder Jiang realized that someone had tampered with the process. Just as he was about to angrily chastise Elder Lu for his shamelessness, he noticed the 2 individuals who had escorted Chen respectfully addressing Elder Lu. Leader. We failed to complete the task. Please punish us. Haha, it's quite all right. Elder Lu laughed, but his expression suddenly shifted to one of confusion. What? The task failed? Old LV wore an expression of disbelief, as if he had just heard a terrifying sound, his complexion shifting dramatically. Both Chen and Elder Jiang were left puzzled. Turning their gazes towards Old LV, the bandit had successfully passed the assessment, and astonishingly, the total time taken was less than an hour. The gaunt man hurriedly added that they were genuinely at a loss. As these words echoed around them, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Shock was etched on every face. Old LV stared blankly at Chen, his eyes filled with horror and incredulity. Chen had passed the assessment? If Chen had indeed succeeded, then what did his earlier remarks signify? What was the meaning of his nodding in approval? Was this some kind of joke? Did they think he was a fool? Ha ha, Old LV. I told you my disciple would pass your ridiculous test in no more than 2 hours, yet you refused to believe it. Now, how does it feel to be proven wrong? Elder Jiang, realizing the situation, burst into laughter. Ultimately, he had won their wager. At this moment, Old LV's expression underwent a transformation, his gaze now filled with astonishment as he turned to the 2 men. What on earth happened? Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged bitter smiles. We increased the difficulty, yet we never expected him to be anything but extraordinary. Perhaps he had taken a shortcut in the first round. But in the second round, where I doubled the gravity, he moved as though it were a flat surface, effortlessly emerging unscathed. The third round was fraught with genuine calamities and monsters, yet he managed to annihilate them all within a mere half hour. At this point, the gaunt man felt utterly defeated, taking a long moment to process the situation. Old LV's expression shifted. This meant that even with the increased difficulty, Chen had still managed to complete all assessments in less than an hour. If we hadn't heightened the challenge, would he have finished in half an hour? Old LV fell into silence, remaining mute for a considerable time, his eyes somewhat vacant. Meanwhile, Chen and Elder Jiang had come to understand the implications. Old LV, you did this on purpose. You old scoundrel, did you design this trap for me? They spoke almost in unison, their gazes sharp. This realization jolted Old LV back to attention, and in his excitement, he momentarily forgot that Chen was right beside him. What I meant was, I didn't want Chen to become overconfident in his youth and arrogance. I merely intended to temper his ferocity. Old LV's expression clearly bore a hint of embarrassment. However, more than this awkwardness, he was pained over the loss of the 1,000-year-old purple gold ginseng. He had thought victory was assured, only to find Chen's talents far exceeded his expectations. Old fellow, a wager is a wager. I shan't waste my breath on you. Elder Jiang did not press the matter further, acknowledging that Old LV's concerns were valid. Given Chen's exceptional talent, it was indeed easy for him to stray from the right path. A little tempering of his fervor is always beneficial. Upon hearing this, Old LV looked heartbroken, visibly distressed. Chen, bewildered, had no idea what was transpiring. But soon after, he saw Old LV produce a purple gold box and extend it towards him. Chapter 136, Encountering a Beast. I must repay my sins in this lifetime. Take it. The simple 2 words were laden with the unmistakable weight of grief from Elder LV, whose heart seemed to bleed. Curiously, Chen accepted the box and opened it, revealing a purple golden ginseng lying quietly within. As the box was opened, an astonishing aura of spiritual energy emanated forth. Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for he realized this was a millennium-old purple golden ginseng, its value rivaling that of the dragon blood vine gifted to him by Cini. How could Elder LV so readily bestow such a treasure upon him? Accept it. This shameless old man just wagered with me, claiming you would undoubtedly fail the assessment. Yet he has since increased the difficulty. Elder Jiang remarked coolly, casting a glance at Elder LV. Is there no shame? Elder LV found himself somewhat embarrassed by the comment, feeling an acute sense of awkwardness. However, his thick skin shielded him from humiliation. Enough. You, old relic, have yet to finish your tirade. Lu Chen has said nothing. Yet here you are chattering away. Take Lu Chen downstairs. Arrange a dormitory for him and inform him of the rules of the God of War camp. Elder LV instructed the two accompanying individuals, refraining from reprimanding them. This matter could not truly be blamed on them. If there were to be blame, it lay solely with Lu Chen's exceptional talent. Thus, the two individuals led Lu Chen toward the dormitory area of the God of War camp. Don't hold it against us. This is the chief's arrangement, the lean man said quickly, concerned that Lu Chen might harbor resentment toward them. However, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. I understand. I kindly ask you both to enlighten me about the rules of the God of War camp. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the two men breathed a sigh of relief and promptly responded, in truth, there are not many rules within the God of War camp. It is essentially a place where the fist speaks louder than words. Compared to the academy, this place is rife with primal instincts. Everything one desires can be obtained through sheer force. As the lean man explained, they soon arrived in front of a small wooden cabin. This cabin was modest, barely large enough to accommodate a single occupant, complete with a tiny courtyard. Yet, to Lu Chen's astonishment, he discovered that the area surrounding the cabin was imbued with a potent spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen was even more shocked to realize that there were formations around the cabin, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. Training within could yield extraordinary results. This truly is the God of War camp. Lu Chen could not help but exclaim, genuinely awed by the sight before him. Observing Lu Chen's astonishment, the lean man and his companion exchanged smiles, lacking any intent to mock him. When they first entered the God of War camp and beheld this dormitory, their own shock had been even greater than Lu Chen's current reaction. This is the Huang District dormitory of the God of War camp. Newcomers are always assigned here. Huang District? Lu Chen inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Are there other districts as well? The dormitory of the War God camp is divided into 4 distinct zones: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Each zone possesses varying levels of spirit-gathering formations, resulting in differing concentrations of spiritual energy within the dormitories. The Huang zone, being the lowest tier, is where one must rely on their strength to ascend. As I previously mentioned, everything here can be exchanged with one's fists. If you possess sufficient skill, you may directly challenge anyone whose dormitory you desire, should you defeat them. Their dormitory will belong to you, the gaunt man continued. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen felt a slight shock. He had never encountered such rules before, but he found them rather appealing. All right, I understand, Lu Chen replied, though he was not foolish enough to challenge anyone just yet, as he was still unfamiliar with the personnel distribution within the War God camp. You need not worry. Your current dormitory in the Huang zone is already quite commendable. Compared to others who have just entered the War God camp, you are indeed fortunate, the gaunt man added. Lu Chen glanced around and, upon seeing the dilapidated dormitories with gaping holes and cracked walls, or those resembling mere straw huts, he suddenly realized that his own accommodation was indeed rather impressive. Well then, if there is nothing else, you may rest. We shall take our leave, the gaunt man concluded before departing. Lu Chen smiled faintly, finding the War God camp to be quite intriguing. Just as Lu Chen was about to enter his dormitory, a somewhat displeased voice called out, "Hey, you there. Come help me move some things." Instinctively, Lu Chen turned towards the direction of the voice, his gaze settling on a girl clad in a white dress. Behind her lay a substantial pile of belongings. Do we know each other? Lu Chen inquired, noticing the girl was sweating profusely and showing no inclination to assist. Her commanding attitude was quite irksome. Why should he indulge such nonsense? With that thought, Lu Chen turned to leave, but the girl, taken aback by his indifference, grew angry. She could hardly believe that despite her beauty, Lu Chen would dismiss her, just because we may not know each other. Does that mean you cannot help me with my luggage? How ridiculous, she retorted, her voice laced with irritation. Lu Chen halted in his tracks, regarding her as one might a fool, before responding, "Where to?" In that moment, he contemplated tossing her belongings into a pit. "Servile fool," the girl exclaimed, her tone brimming with triumph. "Just take them to that wooden house of yours. I think it's quite nice." Lu Chen was left utterly perplexed. "What do you mean? That is my dormitory." He was at a loss for words. However, upon hearing Lu Chen's protest, the girl became even more incensed. "What do you mean, your dormitory? Does it bear your name? Even if it is yours, I have taken a liking to it now. Shouldn't you let me have it? Why is a big guy like you being so petty? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come help." The girl, filled with rage, threw down her belongings and attempted to storm into Lu Chen's dormitory. However, she was swiftly intercepted at the threshold by Lu Chen. "Get lost. Go wherever you please." Lu Chen was utterly speechless, regretting not consulting the almanac before leaving his home today, even if he had committed numerous transgressions in his life. Encountering such a wretched creature today felt like a form of retribution. What did you say? You dare to speak foully to me, a girl? With that, Chen could no longer contain himself, delivering a sharp slap that rang through the air. The force sent the girl sprawling onto the ground. A sense of relief washed over Chen. After that strike, he felt a weight lift off his chest. Chapter 137, Breaking Through to the Fifth Stage of the Pulse Realm. What a relief, Chen murmured, feeling his pent-up emotions finally find release. Had he consulted the almanac, he would have avoided such an encounter altogether. The girl lay on the ground, her cheeks swollen, bearing the vivid imprint of his hand. She stared at Chen in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone would dare to strike her. Do you realize what a grave offense this is to someone like me? She exclaimed, her incredulity palpable. You hit me? She lifted her head, astonished, momentarily forgetting to retaliate. It was indeed you, Chen replied coldly, his disdain evident. In this day and age, too many pampered individuals had grown into insufferable adults. Let me reiterate, this is my dormitory. Now, get away from me and stop repulsing me. He turned to re-enter his room, unwilling to endure another moment in her presence. You dare strike me, she screeched, her voice piercing the air as she lunged at Chen in a frenzy. Channeling her energy at the sixth stage of transformation, she materialized a long sword, aiming for Chen's brow with lethal intent. How audacious of you to attempt to take my life over a mere slap, Chen thought, his brow furrowing. In response, he swiftly countered, extending 2 fingers to deftly grip the girl's sword, as if wielding a vice, rendering her blade incapable of advancing an inch. Let go, she shouted angrily, exerting all her strength to break free, but to no avail. With a decisive twist of his fingers, Chen snapped the sword in two. The blade recoiled sharply, slicing across the girl's cheek and causing blood to flow freely. The pain forced her to stagger back, raising a hand to her wound, though it hovered uncertainly in midair. Her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Chen. This serves as a lesson for you. I have no desire to kill today, so be gone, Chen stated coolly, having restrained his power. Otherwise, the blade would have pierced her forehead rather than merely grazing her skin. Yet the girl, now completely unhinged, could not abide the injury to her face. You will pay for this, she cried out once more, launching herself at Chen with vicious intent. Her strikes aimed directly at his life. Chen felt helpless. Encountering such a lunatic made him realize that perhaps his lifetime of sins was finally coming to a reckoning. With this thought, he sighed, turned, and delivered a powerful kick. The force struck the girl squarely in the chest, sending her hurtling backward, causing her to spit out blood as her body skidded across the ground for several meters before colliding with the wall, where she finally came to a halt. How audacious! Did she truly believe I would hesitate to end her life? Irritated, Chen's fingertips glimmered with energy, which shot forth instantaneously, aimed directly at her brow. Panic seized the girl as she sensed that Chen's move could easily bring about her demise. A profound sense of terror enveloped her, and she yearned to scream, to plead for mercy, to leverage her own background as a means to intimidate Chen. Yet, it felt as though her throat was constricted by an unseen force, rendering her utterly voiceless. Just as the energy was about to descend upon her, a tremendous force erupted, shattering Chen's attack. Within the war god camp, killing is prohibited. A deep voice resonated. Chen abruptly lifted his gaze to see a figure clad in black appear instantaneously between them. This level of cultivation had evidently reached the realm of the martial king. It's him. He intends to kill me. You must punish him severely, the girl exclaimed fervently upon witnessing the martial king's arrival, grasping at this lifeline. Silence. The martial king barked, his voice resonating with authority that silenced her instantly. I care not for the grudges between you two. Once you leave the war god camp, you may do as you wish. However, within these grounds, killing is forbidden. I shall state this only once. His tone left no room for negotiation. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that he had indeed encountered a stroke of bad luck today. However, he seized upon the martial king's crucial point. Killing was not permitted, but fighting was not expressly forbidden. The martial king cast a glance at Chen before turning his attention to the girl. I do not care what background you possess. Here, you are merely an ordinary student. Although the girl felt a surge of indignation within, she could only acquiesce with a nod. The martial king then departed, and Chen returned to his dormitory. The girl rose, casting a venomous glare at Chen before stating, "This matter is far from over." With that, she began to gather her belongings, heading back to her own dormitory. Her storage ring was far too small to accommodate her numerous possessions, leaving her in a predicament. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen retrieved a prized herb, the Millennium Purple Gold Ginseng. Gazing at this spiritual medicine, he fell into a momentary silence. Such a precious remedy could be life-saving in times of severe injury. Yet for Chen, who was fortified by his unique circumstances. Such a situation seemed unlikely to arise. Nevertheless, he decided it was best to consume it now. Enhancing his cultivation was of utmost importance. With a quiet determination, Chen proclaimed, then proceeded to ingest the purple gold ginseng in one swift motion. Instantly, a surge of pure, vigorous energy coursed through his body, igniting a fiery warmth that enveloped him, transforming his skin into a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a lobster being boiled. What an exquisite surge of power! Chen could not help but exclaimed that the power contained within the purple gold ginseng far surpassed that of the dragon blood vine. System, aid me in refining it. He hastily commanded in his mind, simplifying the process for a swift disappearance. This violent surge of energy began to be controlled and gradually refined by Chen. A medicinal herb that had not been consumed could hardly be deemed precious. It was merely a plant. Only through consumption and refinement could it be regarded as a true treasure. As time slipped away, 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Chen remained in a state of cultivation. The magnitude of the power within the millennium-old purple gold ginseng was simply overwhelming. At last, Chen succeeded in refining this energy. As he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed through them. 5th layer of the meridian realm. Not too shabby, Chen remarked, clenching his fists and feeling the surging power within him. Achieving the 5th layer from the 2nd layer in just 3 days was indeed impressive, almost a complete realm each day. However, the power of the purple gold ginseng was not entirely refined. It settled within Chen's body, subtly enhancing his physique as he continued to cultivate. He wondered if Luo Xiaodi had entered the God of War camp. It had been a long time since he had assisted her in her training. As her elder brother, he could not solely focus on his own advancement. Chapter 138. I am Lu Qingfeng. Come at me if you dare. Chen spoke earnestly, his gaze profound. He then exited his dormitory in search of Luo Fanning. Chen, you brat, you finally made it out. Just a few steps outside, a familiar voice rang out. Chen turned to see Bai Lian and Ma Chao standing there. It seems you have managed to enter the God of War camp. Where are the others? Chen inquired, noticing the absence of Luo Fanning, which stirred a hint of confusion in his heart. After all, Luo Fanning had also reached the Meridian realm. There was no reason she could not enter the camp. Luo Jia is currently in training, claiming she aims to surpass you. Bai Lian chuckled, instantly perceiving Chen's underlying concern for Luo Fanning. He admired her immensely. Previously, he had only regarded Chen as an extraordinary prodigy, unaware of Luo Fanning's capabilities until they witnessed her terrifying prowess during the recent assessment. It was no exaggeration to say that Luo Fanning was a genius on par with Chen. This realization further struck them with a sense of inadequacy. Chen smiled, but said nothing. Since Luo Fanning had also entered, that was enough to ease his mind. By the way, I heard the selection for the heavenly class is approaching. Are you prepared to participate? Ma Chao then spoke up. Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. Heavenly class selection? Noticing Chen's perplexed expression, Ma Chao continued. Members of the God of War camp are categorized into different ranks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Each class possesses varying resources and distinct instructors. Upon hearing Ma Chao's explanation, Chen finally understood. Since entering the God of War camp, he had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he was entirely unaware of this matter. Next week marks the selection. And this week we shall be assigned the same instructors for our training. A week later, it will be a matter of individual merit, Ma Chao remarked. To which Chen nodded in agreement. If that is the case, he certainly must participate in all of it. I was initially unaware of this. But given the nature of the selection, I must take part. Chen replied with a smile. At this moment, Ma Chao noticed that Chen's cultivation had remarkably reached the 5th level of the Meridian realm. How on earth have you cultivated to such an extent? You have already attained the 5th level of the Meridian realm. Ma Chao was profoundly astonished. He had always known Chen to be extraordinary. Yet witnessing his rapid ascension to this level left him truly astounded. It's merely luck. Chen responded nonchalantly, though a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Chen observed a robust and imposing man striding toward him. An unfriendly glare fixed upon his face. Following closely behind him was the girl whom Chen had previously bested. So, you are the one who harmed my sister? The man stated directly, his tone unfriendly. And what of it? Are you here to cause trouble? Chen retorted, a cold sneer escaping his lips, laced with disdain. Huh. You are indeed quite arrogant. The burly man smirked. Although killing is forbidden in the war god camp, there are no rules against combat. You should think this through carefully. Kneel and apologize to my sister now, and relinquish your dormitory to her, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, my fists will not be merciful. Upon hearing this, Chen let out a cold laugh. If you wish to fight, just say so. What else with all this blabbering? You are not even worthy of my apology. Do you have the audacity to state your name? Do you truly believe I fear you? The girl behind him suddenly exclaimed in anger, her gaze icy. Go ahead and say it. I am Lu Qingfeng. Beside him, Bai Lian and Ma Chao exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether this fool had lost his mind. Just then, Lu Qingfeng, who had approached, overheard this and wore a similarly puzzled expression. Who is he? Well, since you refuse to apologize, it seems you must endure the pain of today. With that, the man suddenly struck, revealing his cultivation at the first level of the Marquis realm. His fist came crashing down with tremendous force. Should this blow connect, it would be sufficient to break bones and leave one bedridden for months. Lu Chen swiftly countered, channeling the utmost strength into his fist, unleashing the thunder fist technique. A powerful force surged forth. As their fists clashed, a deep thud resonated through the air. The burly man clearly did not anticipate Lu Chen's strength to be so formidable. As he felt the overwhelming power coursing through his fist, his expression shifted, and he found himself unable to withstand it, instinctively retreating backwards. He stumbled back a dozen steps before managing to steady himself, his arm beginning to tingle and tremble. In stark contrast, Lu Chen remained firmly planted, his gaze icy. The initial encounter had clearly placed the burly man at a disadvantage. The realm of the Duke. How disappointing indeed, with such meager abilities. Lu Chen remarked indifferently, and then took the initiative to strike, his fist crackling with lightning as he delivered a powerful blow. The burly man attempted to resist, but was sent flying by the force of the punch. Lu Chen did not relent. He pursued relentlessly, delivering a series of punches that left the man coughing up blood, sprawled on the ground. You dare to strike me? My brother is the instructor this time. You will pay dearly for this. The burly man said coldly, foolishly attempting to threaten Lu Chen. Yet, Lu Chen had never been one to succumb to such intimidation. He swiftly retaliated with another punch, sending the man hurtling through the air, blood spewing forth once more. My name is L Qingfeng. If you have the guts, let your brother deal with me. If I utter a single sound, consider me defeated. L Qingfeng exclaimed, confusion etched across his face. Are you even speaking human language? You beast. I shall remember you. The burly man staggered to his feet, his cold demeanor shattered by the unexpected severity of his defeat. The fact that he, a Duke-level cultivator, had been so thoroughly bested was astonishing. Lu Chen's innate talent and strength were indeed formidable. The girls were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld Lu Chen's prowess. Before they could react, he had delivered 2 resounding slaps to the burly man's face. Next time, choose someone worth your time. Don't embarrass yourself with such trash. With that, Lu Chen turned to leave. The girl burst into tears, truly unaware of the profound impact such humiliation could inflict upon a delicate soul. The burly man shot a venomous glare at Lu Chen before escorting the girl away. Boredom enveloped Lu Chen. He had expected the war god camp to be different, yet it felt remarkably similar to the academy. The individuals he encountered were merely newcomers, mostly young and inexperienced, hence the atmosphere was akin to that of the academy. Only upon entering the core of the war god camp would one truly grasp what it meant to be part of such an esteemed institution. L Qifeng approached, casting a resentful glance at Lu Chen. This scoundrel was inciting hatred by wielding his name. Chapter 139, My Cat Can Do Backflips. Upon hearing L Qingfeng's words, Lu Chen nodded, then turned to him with an awkward yet polite smile. Is this how you treat a brother? L Qingfeng lamented, surprised by Lu Chen's cunning. However, he harbored no fear that the burly man would retaliate against him. His grandfather, L Lao, was the founder of the war god camp. If he were bullied here, the news would be the subject of mockery. A brother is meant to be exploited, right? Lu Chen gazed earnestly at L Qingfeng, then added, it's all good. After a few more times, you'll get used to it. L Qingfeng was left bewildered. Is this even human speech? What do you mean by a few more times? At that moment, the figure of L Lao appeared, approaching with remarkable speed until he stood directly before Lu Chen. Grandfather. Lu Chen greeted with a slight bow, with Ma Chao and the others hastily following suit. L Qifeng exclaimed, Grandfather, how many times must I remind you to address me by my title during work? L Lao admonished, his tone tinged with displeasure. Lu Qifeng quickly corrected himself. All right, position. Lu Lao fell into a brief silence, noticing that his eldest grandson seemed to have transformed entirely since associating with Lu Chen for a while. However, he did not dwell on it and shifted his gaze towards Lu Chen. The selection for the Tianzi class is imminent. If you cannot enter the Tianzi class, then gather your belongings and leave. Lu Lao stated directly, having come solely to inform Lu Chen of this matter. What? Lu Chen questioned, bewildered. Do you think my Millennium Purple Gold Ginseng is so easily obtainable? If you cannot enter the Tianzi class, you must return it to me. Lu Lao reiterated, genuinely pained at the thought of parting with the precious ginseng. Then I shall enter. Lu Chen responded resolutely. Upon hearing this, Lu Lao nodded in approval. However, he continued, by entering the Tianzi class, the resources and opportunities you will receive are unparalleled, providing you with nothing but benefits. Moreover, the international exchange competition is about to commence. Old Jiang should have already informed you that the calamity afflicting you can only be resolved with the 7-star lantern. This tournament has undergone some modifications. It is no longer limited to new students, but open to all below the marquee rank. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, instantly grasping Lu Lao's implication. This meant that the competition would become even fiercer and more perilous. Initially, the decision allowed participation for all below the Martial King rank, but it was later adjusted due to concerns about excessive casualties. Lu Lao sighed lightly. In any case, entering the Tianzi class will enable a qualitative leap in your cultivation and enhance your chances in the international competition. I understand, Lu Chen replied, fully aware that entering the Tianzi class had become imperative. Indeed, he had already resolved to join the Tianzi class for having come to the War God camp. He naturally aimed to become the strongest. That is all I needed to convey. Focus on your cultivation. Remember, here, no special treatment is afforded based on whom you are a disciple of. Everything relies on your own efforts. With that, Lu Lao departed. After walking a considerable distance, Lu Lao's lips twitched. 5th level of the Meridian Realm. How on earth is this boy cultivating? With his own cultivation, he could discern that Lu Chen had already reached the 5th level of the Meridian Realm. It had only been 3 days since Lu Chen entered the War God camp, and such a rapid pace of cultivation was astonishingly absurd. Meanwhile, Lu Chen wore a grave expression. The Millennium Purple Gold Ginseng, if memory served him right, was meant for the position he was preparing for. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng also realized something, gazing at Lu Chen with a serious demeanor. Lu Chen maintained a stoic face, desperately attempting to mask his embarrassment. Yes, but your position has been given to me, and I have already refined it. Lu Qingfeng fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, since you have both entered the War God camp, I can rest easy. Cultivate diligently, and should anyone fail to enter the Tianzi class, I shall laugh at them for a lifetime. Lu Chen remarked, and Ma Chao and the others nodded, their expressions tinged with solemnity. The slots in the Tianzi class were limited, comprising merely 2 classes of 10 individuals each, totaling a mere 20 participants. Yet, the number of contenders for this selection was at least in the hundreds, all exceptionally gifted individuals, making the competition's intensity abundantly clear. Subsequently, Ma Chao and the others hurried back to commence their training. Lu Chen hesitated briefly, just as he was about to return to his dormitory, when an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, one he found quite familiar. Lo Xiaodi, have you completed your training? Without even looking up, Lu Chen recognized it was Luo Fanyin who had emerged. Yes, I just broke through. Luo Fanyin stood before Lu Chen, then added, but it appears I still have not surpassed you. At this moment, Luo Fanyin had reached the 3rd level of the Tongmai realm, having achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs. She was astounded to discover that Lu Chen had already attained the 5th level of the Tongmai realm. At that instant, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within her. It seemed an insurmountable task to catch up to Lu Chen. His talent was astonishingly formidable, even with the memories of his past life. She found herself unable to match his pace in cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was equally astonished. Luo Fanyin's talent was indeed remarkable. At such a young age, she had already reached the 3rd level of the Tongmai realm, something even his elder sister had not accomplished. This kid is truly terrifying. Had it not been for my advantages, I fear I would not even be able to glimpse his shadow. Lu Chen mused, profoundly impressed by Luo Fanyin's cultivation prowess. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Fanyin harbored similar thoughts. Well, the sky is getting late. Perhaps you should stay here instead of going back. My cat can perform backflips, Lu Chen said nonchalantly, though a hint of awkwardness colored his tone as he felt somewhat embarrassed to suggest it. Luo Fanyin paused, lifting her gaze to the sky, which was bright and clear, devoid of clouds. Indeed, it was quite late, and the God of War camp was not particularly safe. Then let us stay here for the night. I will escort you back tomorrow, she replied earnestly. It has been a long time since we, as brothers, have connected. It is time for a meaningful exchange. Luo Fanyin nodded and produced a bag of goji berries, handing it to Lu Chen. As brothers, there is no need for many words. I brought you a small gift. With that, the two entered the dormitory. Nearby, El Qingfeng quipped, so, you're not even going to pretend anymore, huh? Chapter 140, Dulling My Edge. He is too weak in the blink of an eye. A week had passed. During this time, Lu Chen and Luo Fanning devoted themselves to rigorous training. Perhaps in an effort to stabilize their realms, Lu Chen forcibly restrained the speed of his advancement. Nevertheless, he had reached the 7th level of the Tongmai realm. Luo Fanning had progressed to the 5th level of the Tongmai realm. Such a pace of cultivation was already remarkably swift. Lo Xiaodi, I believe we ought to pause our training for a while. I cannot endure any longer, Lu Chen declared, his expression weak as he brandished a spirit herb to consume. He swiftly refined it to restore his strength. Luo Fanning shot him a sideways glance and retorted, "You wish to halt after just a few days of training? How can that be acceptable? Cultivation resembles rowing upstream. If one does not progress, they inevitably regress. As a martial artist, how can one afford to be so negligent?" Luo Fanning spoke with utmost seriousness, only to swiftly shift her tone. "Never mind. Tomorrow is the selection for the Tianzi class. Let us rest well tonight." With that, Luo Fanning stood, her legs trembling as she supported herself against the wall and departed. Lu Chen finally exhaled, quickly refining the spiritual herb and sensing his body rejuvenating. He felt a sense of relief. The path of cultivation is truly arduous. I shall refine again next time. Lu Chen sighed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. During his sleep, the simplification process commenced, incessantly honing his foundation. At dawn the following day, Lu Chen opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. He then donned his uniform from the war god camp, the military attire accentuating his tall stature, giving him a gallant appearance. Subsequently, Lu Chen exited his dormitory. Bai Lian and the others were already waiting outside, and upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, they rushed to greet him. "You finally made it. Hurry, or we'll be late." With that, the group hastened towards the selection venue. In a modest square, over 100 individuals stood, exuding formidable auras, all clad in military uniforms that imparted an intense sense of pressure. After a while, a man appearing to be in his 30s strode forth with purpose. His gaze swept across the crowd before lingering on Lu Chen for a moment. "Who is Lu Chen? Step forward." The man's voice rang out, and Lu Chen complied. "So you are Lu Chen? You don't look like much," the instructor remarked, scrutinizing Lu Chen from head to toe. "I do not care where you were or what prodigy you were before. Here, you are merely a new recruit. If you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. Do not presume that a bit of talent grants you privilege in the war god camp to act recklessly." The instructor continued, seemingly admonishing everyone, but in truth, directing his words solely at Lu Chen. Lu Chen understood that this man was likely the brother of the burly figure from before. However, Lu Chen was never one to shy away from confrontation. "All right, step down." The instructor cast a glance at Lu Chen and stated flatly. Lu Chen met the instructor's gaze and promptly replied, "Report, I disagree with your perspective." The instructor was visibly taken aback. It was the first time in many years that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. All present turned their astonished gazes towards Lu Chen. They had endured inhumane treatment at the hands of this instructor over the past week, harboring a certain fear of him. And they scarcely dared to speak loudly, let alone publicly contradict him as Lu Chen had done. "Oh, what differing viewpoint do you possess?" The instructor chuckled in disbelief. Lu Chen, however, continued earnestly. "First and foremost, this is the war god camp, a place for the military to cultivate talent. What purpose does one serve here if they lack brilliance? Secondly, as martial artists, we must embody unwavering conviction, possess a spirit of competition, and embrace our own brilliance, daring to challenge the strong. Only in this manner can we foster our growth. Rather than retreating like a timid turtle, we are here to train and learn, not to cower in fear. Those who enter the God of War camp are undoubtedly individuals of considerable talent, possessing their own unique vigor. If we allow this vigor to be extinguished and transform these prodigies into mere weaklings, then what is the purpose of the God of War camp?" Lu Chen's words cut sharply, garnering agreement from those present. As martial artists, what is the significance of cultivation if one is to live in constant trepidation, constrained by numerous rules? Upon entering the God of War camp, it was clearly stated that all matters would be resolved through the strength of our fists. Yet, in that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the instructor. The instructor, unable to maintain his composure, found himself at a loss for words. Rendered speechless by Lu Chen's rebuttal, this left him feeling quite humiliated. Outrageous. Who dares to defy the instructor? He shouted angrily, though it was he who had prompted Lu Chen to speak. "You think you can come here and enjoy yourself without attending training for even a single day? If I do not teach you a lesson today, I will have no face left to continue as your instructor." His fury was palpable, and his embarrassment evident. "Bring forth this lad and loosen his limbs." The instructor refrained from intervening directly, opting instead to command others. A figure approached, exuding menace. already possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of meridian opening. You dare to challenge the instructor? You are the first to do so, and I will ensure you learn the meaning of regret. With that, the individual launched an attack. The instructor smirked, since you wish to display your brilliance. I shall temper it and make you aware of your place here. He began to speak, but his words were cut short as a figure was sent flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several paces before coming to a stop. Blood was coughed up, and despite struggling, they could not rise. The figure was none other than the assailant, while Lu Chen remained steadfast, unmoving. A mere 9th level of meridian opening? Lu Chen dismissed him entirely. To think you wish to temper my vigor, you are far too weak. Lu Chen remarked coolly, his tone laced with provocation. Having just arrived, he felt targeted by this individual's unwarranted aggression. It would be one thing if he were the only one not attending training, but there were many others. This deliberate targeting was intolerable to Lu Chen. Recalling the earlier words of the burly man, he understood that this was indeed a calculated affront. In light of this, why should he show any semblance of respect? Having trained yet still living in fear? What is the point of such cultivation? It would be better to return to herding cattle. Lu Chen's thoughts were straightforward. If one does not comply, then engage. If one cannot win, then rally support. As if no one possesses a background. Chapter 141. The Instructor's Fury. The assessment begins. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the instructor's expression darkened progressively. A chilling aura emanated from his eyes, as if a murderous intent was brewing within. He could hardly fathom that Lu Chen dared to defeat his subordinate with a single strike. This individual, a 7th level practitioner of the Meridian realm, had effortlessly bested someone at the 9th level. While he understood that those who entered the God of War camp were exceptional talents, he believed his own men to be formidable as well. Yet, they had failed to withstand even a single blow from Lu Chen. The most astonishing aspect was Lu Chen's age. How could he possess such prowess at such a young age? At that moment, the instructor was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback. Meanwhile, the members of the God of War camp stared at Lu Chen in disbelief, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. No one had anticipated that this seemingly youthful and refined individual could strike with such ferocity and cunning. His strength was so formidable that it left them in shock. Previously, they had viewed Lu Chen as somewhat overzealous and ignorant of his limits. Now they realized he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Ma Chao and the others struggled to suppress their laughter, fearing they might burst out laughing uncontrollably. However, Lu Chen paid no heed to their astonishment. His gaze fixed on the instructor. This lunatic had attempted to impose his authority from the outset, and Lu Chen certainly had no intention of granting him any leniency. After a while, the instructor regained his composure, his gaze swiftly landing on Lu Chen. "You have quite the audacity," he exclaimed, seemingly finding a new reason to target Lu Chen. Lu Chen chuckled and interjected before the instructor could speak. "Surely you're not going to claim this was merely a friendly spar, and that I was too ruthless?" Upon hearing this, the words the instructor had been about to utter were abruptly caught in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless, as that was indeed his sentiment. The instructor found himself at a loss for words, but quickly retorted, "Indeed, since you are aware this is a spar, why then did you strike so fiercely? Is the God of War camp a place for you to showcase your brutality?" The instructor was no longer pretending. Just moments ago, he had explicitly stated his intent to temper Lu Chen's arrogance and to teach him a lesson. The onlookers were not oblivious. They could see that the instructor was deliberately targeting Lu Chen. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they chose to remain silent, as it was wiser not to get involved in such matters. "How shameless of you. Are you planning to take matters into your own hands?" Lu Chen countered, a hint of coldness in his eyes. The instructor's cultivation level was merely at the 6th stage of the sovereign realm. If it came to blows, Lu Chen certainly did not fear him. "Of course, I must remind you, should you choose to engage, you may not be my match." Lu Chen's voice rang out coolly, inciting the instructor's fury, as he perceived Lu Chen's words as a direct challenge to his authority. Impudent, the instructor seethed, firmly believing that his 6th level sovereign realm cultivation would indeed prevail over Lu Chen's. In front of so many witnesses, he could not afford to leave Lu Chen unscathed. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing in the God of War camp? This had escalated into a serious matter. With that, he charged at Lu Chen with great speed. Almost instantaneously appearing before him, the fist gleamed, imbued with formidable power. Should it strike, it could render Lu Chen bedridden for a good 6 months. With no intention of holding back, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. He summoned the 9 Heavens thunder control technique, and suddenly, a powerful surge of lightning energy coalesced in his palm. The arcs of lightning danced violently as he unleashed them. Such overwhelming electrical force. This thought consumed the instructor's mind as their attacks collided. A thunderous sound erupted, sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the air. Chen staggered back 2 steps before regaining his balance. This individual, after all, was an instructor. It was inconceivable for him to lack any prowess. In an instant, Luo Fanning appeared behind Chen, steadying his body, her eyes cold and filled with murderous intent as she glared at the instructor. The latter was also pushed back a considerable distance by the sheer force. Before he could stabilize himself, he beheld Luo Fanning charging at him, her palm gathering a searing flame that twisted the very fabric of space under its intense heat. "Stop!" A voice rang out, heralding the arrival of the martial king, who intervened to thwart Luo Fanning's attack. Chen looked up to see a figure clad in black materialize. "What is happening?" "The assessment has commenced. Why the delay in bringing the candidates forward?" The martial king cast a glance at Chen before directing his scrutiny towards the instructor, his tone laced with reproach. As the martial king's voice echoed, the instructor's expression shifted, casting a venomous glance at Chen. It was all Chen's fault for causing this delay, and now he would inevitably face reprimand. "Enough. I care not for the reasons. Once the assessment concludes, you shall explain yourself to the dragon team," the martial king stated coldly, dismissing the instructor and turning to leave. Chen furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Luo Fanning also withdrew. The instructor's face was a mask of resentment, tinged with anger. "Let us proceed to the assessment." He could no longer afford to dwell on his grievances and hastily led the group to the assessment site. Soon, under the instructor's guidance, they arrived at the assessment location. After a brief orientation, the chief examiner promptly announced the commencement of the assessment. The task was straightforward: hunt beasts and accumulate points. The top 20 participants would gain entry into the prestigious class, and aside from the prohibition against taking lives, there were no other rules. Before long, all participants entered the arena, Chen among them, and he caught sight of the instructor's intensely resentful glare. The moment Chen stepped into the assessment area, the instructor's demeanor grew colder, plotting to impede Chen and all those around him, ensuring they would finish at the bottom. The instructor sent out a message. His eyes filled with malice as he surveyed the arena. The martial king, sensing something amiss, approached. "As an instructor of the war god camp, it is beneath you to bicker with the youth. Furthermore, Chen's background is substantial. He is not someone we can afford to offend." Upon hearing these words, the instructor chuckled coldly within, yet still spoke. "You are correct. I shall not be at odds with a youthful individual." In response, the martial king merely glanced at the instructor before refraining from further comment. A wise man cannot persuade the fool destined for demise. He had already issued a warning. Whether or not the other party heeded it was their own affair. "Take care of yourself." With that, the martial king departed. The smile on the instructor's face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming chill. Chapter 142. We have merely touched the threshold of genius. Inside the examination arena, Chen and his companions had already entered. Before them sprawled a landscape reminiscent of an untouched forest, eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects or birds. "You truly are averse to suffering any loss." You should have witnessed the instructor's ghastly expression. Ma Chao could not help but chuckle, finding amusement in the instructor's dismal demeanor. "Ha. Throughout this week, I have been tormented by that rascal. Seeing him humbled today brings me great relief." Bai Lian also laughed, recalling the torment they had endured over the past week. The sight of the instructor's exceedingly grim countenance elicited an involuntary chuckle from him as well. Chen smiled faintly. "I wonder if that rascal will stir up trouble during the assessment?" "Surely not. He cannot interfere with the examination," Ma Chao replied, contemplating that although he was uncertain of the instructor's character, this was the god of war camp. If the assessment could be swayed by external forces, it would render the camp a mere farce. It is hard to say, though that fellow's strength is lacking. He is nevertheless an instructor who has served generations of the god of war camp. He might still hold some authority here, so caution is advisable," Luo Fanning interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows slightly. Luo Xiaoti's words were not without merit. Prudence was indeed wise. Chen concurred, acknowledging the validity of Luo Fanning's statement. Soon, they ventured deeper into the examination grounds. A pack of pure white wolf demons appeared before them, among which the Wolf King possessed a cultivation level of the second realm of the Marquis. At this moment, it glared menacingly at them. "Let us strike," Chen declared, promptly launching an attack with remarkable speed. Luo Fanning followed closely, while Ma Chao and the others hastened to act, fearing that they would be outdone by Chen. Yet, this group of demon beasts posed no challenge for Chen and his companions, as they were swiftly vanquished in mere moments. 398 points. Quite commendable. The entire pack of wolf demons had been dispatched, yielding a total of 398 points, which was indeed impressive. However, divided among the four of them, the individual scores dwindled significantly. By the way, where is El Qingfeng? Why haven't we seen him at the assessment? Lu Chen suddenly recalled the absence of El Qingfeng. That fellow is the prince of the God of War camp. He hardly needs to partake in the assessment. I heard he has been assigned to other duties. Bai Lian remarked. Speaking of which, are there any formidable participants in this assessment that we should be wary of? Lu Chen suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired. This assessment has no rules. While killing is prohibited and stealing points from one another is not allowed, it is permissible to defeat and eliminate opponents. In essence, everyone present is a competitor. It is entirely possible that someone might strike from the shadows. This is a risk that cannot be overlooked. Ma Chao paused briefly, contemplating before he spoke. Indeed, there are a few. Zhang Yi and Lin Feng from the military, as well as Luo Qing and Chen Hao from other academies. And Lu Heng. There are also several individuals of unknown origin, yet they possess remarkable strength. This only accounts for those who participated in the training over the past few days. I cannot rule out the possibility of others who, like you, did not attend training. Upon hearing Ma Chao's words, Lu Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Just a rough estimate reveals over a dozen. It truly poses a challenge to contend for a spot in the top 20. The reputation of the War God Camp is indeed well-deserved. Lu Chen could not help but exclaim. Enough of this. We must swiftly hunt down the beasts. What use is there in discussing this now? Regardless of their strength, we simply need to defeat them. Luo Fanning remarked coolly, asserting that to secure a position in the top 20, one must merely vanquish the remaining competitors. This is not a contest for first place. Even if there are 19 we cannot defeat, we can still succeed in entering. At this, Ma Chao and the others twitched their lips, unsure of how to respond. It seemed there was no point to counter. Indeed, they could not comprehend the world of geniuses. They had thought themselves exceptional, only to realize they were merely at the threshold of genius. Subsequently, they began navigating the examination grounds, relentlessly reaping the lives of the beasts. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the examination area, a dozen individuals clad in military uniforms stood in contemplation. What should we do? Must we truly proceed with this? If discovered, we may face severe consequences, one of them voiced with concern. Yet, he is our first instructor. It would seem unreasonable if he does not assist us in this matter. Regardless, the instructor has indicated that everything is arranged. We merely need to act. After years in the War God Camp, he has cultivated some connections. This task should pose no issue. Another chimed in, as they were recipients of the instructor's orders. After a moment's hesitation, they exchanged glances. Let us proceed, but remember, do not kill, merely incapacitate them, the leader asserted, and then the group silently infiltrated the examination grounds. At this moment, Lu Chun and his companions were engaged in a fierce assault against a 6th-tier beast, the battle reaching a boiling point. Old Ma, strike its rear, what an excellent opportunity. Lu Chen called out, as he and Luo Fanning held the beast at bay. Ma Chao, positioned behind, recognized the exceptional chance. A single strike could secure this beast. However, Ma Chao felt a twinge of reluctance regarding such actions, yet he knew this was not the time for hesitation. Resolutely, he gripped his spear and lunged forward with tremendous speed. The sound of a long spear piercing flesh echoed, followed by the anguished roar of a monstrous beast. Ma Chao was violently thrown back by a tremendous force. The spear landed squarely in the creature's rear, blood gushing forth. The beast, seemingly driven mad, spun around with the spear embedded in it, charging at Ma Chao with crimson eyes, intent on dragging him down with it. This wretched creature had the audacity to ambush him from behind. Ma Chao attempted to defend himself, but the beast collapsed before him, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Uncertain, Lu Chen approached and stabbed it multiple times, only then feeling reassured. This cursed beast was indeed a formidable adversary. Lu Chen exhaled deeply and decided to rest atop the creature's carcass. Ma Chao and his companions also sat down, their bodies reeking of blood and fatigue. Each of them had amassed over 300, nearly 400 points, a considerable sum. After a brief respite, Ma Chao, panting, stowed away the spear. Just then, a sharp attack suddenly shot out from the forest. Chapter 143. Press the attack. Lu Chen's heart turned to murder. An attack surged from the thicket, aimed directly at Lu Chen. The four of them changed expressions, sensing danger, and swiftly evaded. The attack struck a massive boulder, shattering it instantly. Lu Chen's complexion changed. Had it struck him, it would have severely injured him. Ma Chao and the others also rose, their gazes icy as they turned toward the woods. Soon, figures emerged. Huh. You actually managed to evade. It was Luo Qing and Chen Hao, both fellow participants in the examination. What do you want? Ma Chao demanded angrily, his ire palpable. Upon hearing this, Luo Qing and Chun Hao merely chuckled. Of course, we intend to eliminate you. At this proclamation, the fury on Ma Chao and Bai Lian's faces escalated to a peak. These two were from rival academies, displaying such audacity. Eliminate me? You two lack the qualifications. With that, Ma Chao and Bai Lian charged forward to confront them. Just as Lu Chen prepared to intervene, he heard Ma Chao's voice ring out. You two stay back. We can handle these fools. Hesitating slightly, Lu Chen halted his advance. The four engaged in fierce combat, with Ma Chao and Bai Lian gradually gaining the upper hand. Yet, Lu Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that these two were fools? Or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? Before he could ponder further, Chun Hao and Luo Qing began to retreat, realizing they were no match for Ma Chao and Bai Lian. Provoked, Ma Chao and Bai Lian pursued them relentlessly. Do not chase, be wary of traps. Lu Chen called out, sensing something was off. Fear not. I have never regarded these two as threats. Ma Chao replied, thoroughly provoked. Seeing them pursue, Lu Chun's expression turned grave, and he hastily followed. Yet, having barely traversed a mere dozen meters, a shadow unexpectedly emerged, obstructing his path. Lu Chun immediately sensed the ominous turn of events, and, with a sudden surge of resolve, launched an attack. The 7th level of the Meridian Realm is commendable, but alas, you have offended those you ought not to have, the shadow declared, abruptly striking with formidable force. The moves were vicious and relentless, a lethal assault from the outset. Concurrently, 5 additional figures emerged, encircling Lu Chun completely. You do not belong to the assessment participants. Lu Chen instantly realized that they were not contenders in the examination. You've uncovered our ruse. Yet there will be no rewards. As the words fell, the cloaked assailant charged forth with a merciless intent, revealing their cultivation at the marquee level. Without hesitation, Lu Chun unleashed a dazzling power from his fingertips, surging forth in a brilliant display. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force of lightning radiated from him, accompanied by a fierce, murderous intent. It was that wretched instructor who sent you, wasn't he it? Lu Chen surmised coldly. You're not foolish, but what does it matter if you know? Do you possess any evidence? The shadowy figure conceded, confidently asserting Lu Chen's lack of proof. Once they had severely injured Lu Chen and departed, what could he report? Moreover, suffering injuries during the assessment was, after all, quite commonplace. Lu Chun's gaze grew even colder as he discerned their intentions. Be cautious, they come prepared. Luo Fanning quickly warned from the side. Lu Chen was well aware of this. Enough of the chatter, remember this, boy. Maintain a low profile in the war god camp. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. The cloaked figure remarked coldly before decisively launching an attack. With astonishing speed, he was upon Lu Chen in an instant. Unwavering, Lu Chen executed the Demon Slayer Blade technique to defend himself. What a remarkable young man. His strength is indeed formidable. The cloaked figures were taken aback by Lu Chen's prowess, astonished and somewhat alarmed. Had they known he possessed such strength? They would have thought twice about meddling in this affair. If only they weren't masked. Otherwise, they would certainly fear retribution from Lu Chen in the future. Offending such a genius was undoubtedly unwise. However, having engaged, there was no turning back. They could only hope their instructor would manage the situation well enough that it wouldn't implicate them. This is untenable. This kid is incredibly strong, and we cannot inflict any harm upon him, instead being overwhelmed ourselves. One of the black-clad figures gasped, having exerted all his strength yet unable to graze Lu Chen, who continued to dominate the confrontation. The situation was utterly terrifying. The leader's expression darkened as he glanced at Luo Fanning, who was equally formidable, her fire control technique awe-inspiring. The flames in her palm radiated such intense heat that even spiritual energy could be incinerated. They were simply outmatched. Meanwhile, Lu Chen charged forward once more. Retreat. The leader promptly spoke, fully aware that completing this task was beyond their capability. Prolonging the situation would yield no benefit for them. However, how could Lu Chen allow them to escape so easily? With a fierce swing of his blade, he forcefully breached their defenses, leaving a wound on their backs that bled profusely. Damn it! The man in black exclaimed angrily, realizing that his attempt to harm Lu Chen had backfired, resulting in his own injury instead. This was a significant setback. As the man in black fled, Lu Chen was about to pursue him, but halted his steps. What's wrong? Luo Fanning inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice, as this was uncharacteristic of Lu Chen. Never mind, let us find Ma Chao and the others. I've injured these men, and once the assessment concludes, I will settle the score. I refuse to believe they can escape from the war god camp. If anyone dares to shelter them, I will have no choice but to bring my incompetent master into the fray, Lu Chen thought to himself. Realizing there was no need to chase after them, especially since he could not ascertain whether it was a trap, Moreover, Ma Chao and the others had been diverted, and their safety remained uncertain. Luo Fanny nodded, surprised by Lu Chen's meticulous thoughts. Let us go find Ma Chao, and by Lian, Lu Chen declared, heading in the direction they had previously chased. Soon, Lu Chen discovered signs of a fierce battle, causing his expression to harden. After walking a bit further, he stumbled upon Ma Chao's spear, stained with blood. Picking it up, a sense of foreboding washed over him. It seems they have encountered trouble. This is not merely aimed at you, but at all of us. Luo Fannin's voice turned icy as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the spear and hastened his pace. This is directed at me and those around me, he said. His voice chilling and laced with a murderous intent. He was truly contemplating violence. Chapter 144, Lu Chen's Fury. Withdraw. At that moment, Lu Chen's demeanor was icy, exuding an extremely cold aura. His murderous intent had reached an insatiable level. He had initially believed the instructor's ire was solely directed at him, but he never anticipated that Ma Chao and the others would be implicated. This scoundrel intended to spare no one close to him. Yet this matter had nothing to do with them. It was a deliberate act to make Lu Chen aware of the consequences of offending him. Before long, Lu Chen and Luo Fanning spotted Ma Chao and Bai Lian lying on the ground, bloodied and barely conscious. Their breaths had grown faint, but upon seeing Lu Chen approach, they managed to relax slightly. Damn it, we were ambushed, Ma Chao weakly remarked, a sense of helplessness in his tone. We barely chased out when we encountered the men in black and engaged in fierce combat. We never expected that there would be a sixth member sneak attacking, resulting in our injuries. After that, we were unilaterally overwhelmed, leaving us severely wounded, yet they did not deliver the killing blow. If they had, it would have escalated matters significantly. Do not concern yourselves with us. Exercise caution and participate in the assessment first. Once the selection concludes, we shall report this matter. Those who attacked us are certainly not participants in the assessment, Bai Lian hastily asserted, fully aware that the assailants were not among the candidates. Indeed. Do not worry about us. Prioritize the assessment. We cannot afford to have none of us qualify for the Tianzi class. Ma Chao echoed, his tone laced with urgency. Given their current condition, they were far from being able to stand, let alone enter the Tianzi class. Lu Chen exhaled softly and rose to his feet. I truly have no desire for the Tianzi class. What does it matter if I do not enter the Tianzi class, or even the War God camp? I do not require it. Lu Chen's voice resonated, momentarily stunning Ma Chao and Bai Lian. However, for Lu Chen, possessing the system meant that not entering the War God camp would not significantly affect him. Contact the chief examiner and withdraw, Lu Chen stated calmly, though he could not conceal the murderous intent brewing within him. You don't need to. Lo Xiaodi, keep an eye on them until help arrives. I have matters to attend to. Without acknowledging Ma Chao and Bai Lian further, Lu Chen grasped his blade and departed. This time, he had genuinely reached his breaking point. Luo Fanning offered no response, merely casting a glance at Lu Chen, fully aware of his intentions. However, with Ma Chao and Bai Lian severely injured, they could not afford to encounter any beasts in their current state. Thus, it was imperative for someone to remain behind. Lu Chen's figure had vanished, swiftly navigating through the thicket in search of the dark-clad figures. At that moment, beneath a cliff, a group of over a dozen individuals clad in black sat, their expressions grim. Damn it, what kind of monster is this kid? How can he be so powerful? Despite our combined efforts, we were unable to inflict any harm upon him, and he even left us with a wound. We've lost all face. This kid is simply inhuman. One began to complain, unable to fathom Lu Chen's formidable strength. Who would have thought you would fail? We have, however, severely injured those two, reducing them to a state of utter defeat. Another remarked, his gaze profound. They had not anticipated Lu Chen's level of strength. It was clear he was not weak, but rather, Lu Chen was extraordinarily powerful. Enough. Let us not dwell on this. We must leave quickly. The instructor's actions are not above reproach. If this is investigated, we will face dire consequences. Thankfully, Lu Chen is unaware of our identities. Should such a prodigy take notice of us, we would truly be in peril. With that, they rose, preparing to depart. Just then, a formidable aura emerged. Upon recognizing it as Lu Chen's presence, their faces paled in shock. Curse it! How has this guy caught up to us? One exclaimed, his gaze darkening. Retreat, we must flee. Instinctively, he sought to lead the others away, fully aware of Lu Chen's capabilities. In that instant, a blade of light sliced through the air, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. Planning to leave? You will not escape. Lu Chen's icy voice resonated, laden with intense murderous intent as he appeared before them in an instant. Lu Chen. Upon encountering Lu Chen, their expressions shifted. revealing a hint of concern etched upon their brows. To inflict grievous injury upon one of their own, and then simply depart unscathed was a notion far too good to be true. Upon hearing the words exchanged, they swiftly discerned the reason for Lu Chen's pursuit. They urged him to return and participate in the assessment, asserting that this matter would be laid to rest, and henceforth they would not trouble him again. However, should he persist in his obstinacy, they warned, he would likely find himself barred from the upcoming evaluation. One of the cloaked figures spoke, his gaze profound, fully aware that they posed no genuine threat to Lu Chen. Resorting to intimidation through the assessment was their only recourse. Lu Chen remained silent, or rather, he found the exchange beneath his notice. A crimson light emanated from his palm, blood-red runes shimmering with an ominous glow. As a wave of terrifying energy unfurled, the cloaked figures felt a shiver of dread course through them. What manner of technique was this? One of them, gripped by panic and fear, was genuinely startled, his countenance pale. "Run!" Another shouted, having sensed the horror of Lu Chen's move, unwilling to confront it head-on. They could only flee. Yet, it was too late. The bloodlight descended, enveloping them in a formation akin to a trap. The surroundings transformed into a sea of crimson. An endless tide of sanguine power relentlessly eroding their bodies. In an instant, they felt their blood flow falter, a tumultuous surge causing their lifeblood to reverse course. "This is the war god camp. Killing is forbidden." The cloaked figures were utterly unnerved, gripped by fear. Such a statement, however, was nothing but a grand jest to Lu Chen, utterly inconsequential. In fact, he scarcely regarded it. "Killing is forbidden?" he echoed, his voice resonating like a specter from the abyss, sending chills down their spines. Instantly, the bloodlight flared, cleaving through the void. It seemed as though numerous objects struck the ground with a cacophony. Lu Chen did not cast them a glance. His eyes bore only indifference. "To claim killing is forbidden, yet conspire against me in the shadows? If this is your form of coercion, then the war god camp is truly a farce," Lu Chen remarked coolly, ensuring they were utterly vanquished before turning to depart. Shortly after Lu Chen's exit, members of the war god camp arrived. Drawn by the palpable aura of power that had previously permeated the air, staring at the severed corpses strewn about, they were rendered speechless. This was undeniably the first such occurrence since the camp's inception. Chapter 145. Those individuals are terrifying. They sought to kill us upon arrival. Gazing upon the decapitated remains, the members of the war god camp fell into a profound silence, their eyes betraying a flicker of terror. The sight of the corpses, each head severed from its body, with blood still oozing, painted a gruesome tableau. Who could have committed such an atrocity? The ruthlessness displayed was astounding. To slay so many at the level of Marquis, one would surely need to be of the martial king caliber. First, it is essential to ascertain the identities of these individuals, regardless of who perpetrated their demise. The truth shall inevitably surface. They cannot evade justice. However, the fact that they donned dark attire in broad daylight and entered the arena suggests their intentions are far from innocent. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. It is imperative that we report this incident. Whatever the underlying reasons may be, it has surpassed our capacity to manage. As they spoke, a flicker of alarm glimmered in their eyes, and they promptly escalated the matter. Subsequently, they began searching within the arena. At that moment, Lu Chen had already returned to the side of Ma Chao and the others. "Are you all right?" Luo Fanning inquired, her concern somewhat alleviated upon seeing Lu Chen's return. Her gaze couldn't help but scan him, and only after confirming he was unscathed did she allow herself to relax. "I'm fine," Lu Chen replied, bestowing a smile upon Luo Fanning. "You know how formidable I am." Luo Fanning instinctively nodded, only to quickly shake her head, sensing the underlying implication of Lu Chen's words was rather ambiguous. Meanwhile, Ma Chao and Bai Lian appeared visibly weakened. Noticing the bloodstains on Lu Chen's attire, they seemed to have already surmised his recent endeavors. "Lu Chen, you must be cautious. Such recklessness might leave you vulnerable and contravene the regulations of the war god camp," Ma Chao cautioned, a warmth blossoming in his heart. "Brother Chen, I shan't say more. From now on, you are my true brother, and I will support you in all your endeavors," Bai Lian added, her heart moved. Having a brother like Lu Chen was indeed a treasure. Lu Chen said nothing further, merely producing some spiritual medicine for Ma Chao and Bai Lian to consume. "If you have slain them, the war god camp will undoubtedly investigate. When that time comes," Lu Chen chuckled lightly, "investigate? By all means, let them. I am eager to witness how the war god camp will handle this situation. At worst, we can withdraw from the war god camp." Lu Chen spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, and Luo Fanning nodded in agreement. "Indeed, at worst, we could leave the war god camp. We never claimed we must remain here." "Huh, you truly are remarkable," while others vie desperately to enter. You speak of leaving as if it were trivial. However, should you all decide to depart, our presence here would lose its significance. Precisely. At worst, we could establish our own faction, perhaps call it the Fierce Bandit Legion, with Brother Chen and Sister Luo's talents. Becoming the pinnacle of strength in the Great Xia would be an effortless feat. Ma Chao and Bai Lian chimed in, with Bai Lian even having already devised a name for their future establishment. The Fierce Bandit Legion? Can you not exhibit a modicum of culture? But I must admit, I find it amusing. Lu Chun exclaimed with a chuckle. At that moment, the chief examiner entered with a group. What is the meaning of this? Are you opting to withdraw from the assessment? Indeed, Lu Chen replied, expressing his disinterest in the current examination. Initially, his intention had merely been to enter the Tianzi class to access superior resources for cultivation. However, with over 100,000 simplified points still at his disposal, these alone were sufficient for an extended period of cultivation. Yes, we wish to withdraw from the competition, Luo Fanning added calmly. With Lu Chen's decision to withdraw, what purpose did she have in remaining? In her heart, the class designation held little significance. Her true concern lay with Lu Chun. As long as Lu Chun was present, all matters could be settled amicably. The chief examiner appeared bewildered, glancing at the fallen Ma Chao and Bai Lian on the ground, before raising his gaze to the steadfast Luo Fanning, who was fixated on Lu Chun. Their injuries were severe, rendering them incapable of competing. Yet someone had attempted to assassinate them. It was precisely due to her that they had suffered such grievous wounds. Thus, she felt utterly unfit to participate in the competition. Indeed, those individuals were terrifying, arriving with lethal intent and striking mercilessly. As Lu Chen finished speaking, Luo Fanning readily echoed his sentiments. The chief examiner fell into silence, taken aback and struggling to comprehend the situation. Were there truly individuals seeking to kill you? How, then, were you unharmed? At that moment, members of the enforcement team approached, their gazes sweeping the area before settling on Lu Chen. Why the intent to kill? The leading man inquired coldly, demanding an explanation. For self-preservation, Lu Chen replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. The head of the enforcement team was momentarily stunned, his expression one of incredulity. He had anticipated Lu Chen would deny the accusation, or at least concoct some excuse. Yet here he was, openly admitting to it. Did he not comprehend the gravity of murder within the war god camp? What transpired here? The enforcement officer stammered. Lu Chen cast a brief glance at him before turning his attention to the chief examiner. At this juncture, the chief examiner was utterly dumbfounded. Murder? What had transpired? Please, first see to their treatment, he exclaimed, suddenly recalling the urgency of the situation. He quickly directed his team to carry Ma Chao and the others away with haste. Lu Chen then turned his gaze toward the enforcement leader, a hint of defiance and arrogance glimmering in his eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming aura enveloped the scene, prompting the enforcement leader to adopt a cold demeanor. Instinctively placing his hand on the hilt of his blade, he even drew it slightly from its sheath. Take me away, Lu Chen proclaimed, his audacity palpable. How dare you? The enforcement leader, now halfway through drawing his weapon, found himself in a rather awkward position, realizing the situation had become somewhat untenable. Yet Lu Chen continued. And upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight sparked in the enforcement leader's eyes. He knew Lu Chen would not simply concede to guilt. I will walk of my own accord. There is no need for you to escort me. The enforcement leader stood momentarily stunned, unable to conjure any grounds for refusal. Even as Lu Chen and Luo Fanning followed them out, he remained in a state of disbelief. Within the enforcement hall, an elder sat at the forefront, his gaze dark and foreboding, as if it could drip with malice, imbued with an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. It seemed as if this murderous intent could erupt at any moment. Nearby, a dozen headless corpses lay concealed beneath white cloths, the stench of blood still pungent in the air. Lu Chen entered with an air of dignity, unwavering until he reached the center of the chamber, where he paused. Do you understand the charges against you? The enforcement elder suddenly inquired, a formidable presence descending upon the assembly. The previous enforcement leader chuckled inwardly. It seemed he could finally clock out. It was well known that Lu Chen was rather straightforward, likely to confess his guilt without hesitation. Perhaps he could finish early and return home for the May Day festivities. In fact, he had already begun to move toward the exit. Lu Chen let out a derisive laugh and raised his head to look at the elder in charge of law enforcement, then spoke. What crime have I committed? Chapter 146. I have a statement, unsure whether it should be voiced. What crime have I committed? Lu Chen's words, laden with inquiry, instantly thickened the atmosphere within the enforcement hall. The head of enforcement wore a perplexed expression. Hold on, weren't you just acting differently? I still have to rush back to celebrate the holiday. Please, don't complicate matters. Internally, he felt on the brink of collapse. Akin to a student in the final class, books neatly packed, only for the bell to ring and the teacher to announce a few more problems to discuss. The elder in charge of law enforcement, with a frigid gaze, scrutinized Lu Chen, seemingly intending to shatter Lu Chen's psychological defenses with his formidable presence. Yet, he clearly underestimated Lu Chen, who remained composed, not even daring to draw a breath under the weight of his pressure. After a considerable silence, the elder finally spoke. "Did you indeed kill these individuals?" "Indeed," Lu Chen replied, only to hear the elder's next query. "Are you aware that killing is prohibited in the war god camp?" "I am aware." "Then you have knowingly broken the law, compounding your guilt." The elder's eyes gleamed sharply, perceiving Lu Chen's demeanor as a provocation. However, Lu Chen merely smiled, causing the elder's brows to furrow deeply. "What do you mean by that?" "So, the war god camp only concerns itself with outcomes, disregarding processes and reasons. Is that it?" Lu Chen continued. "Thus, my reasons for killing them are inconsequential, as are the motives for their demise, correct?" The elder was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Lu Chen's eloquence. Finding himself at a loss for words, after a prolonged silence, the elder finally realized he had been outmaneuvered by a young man. Yet he struggled to suppress his mounting fury. "Then why did you kill him?" "For self-preservation," Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, maintaining his previous stance, leaving the elder momentarily stunned. Lu Chen then spoke again. "They attacked me in the arena, seeking to take my life, and seriously injured my friend. Should I not have retaliated against them?" The elder was taken aback, as no one had informed him of such circumstances. "In a normal competition, if I were to fail or falter, I would accept it as a reflection of my own abilities. But they were clearly not participants. They infiltrated the arena to assault competitors. Whose fault is that? Mine. The war god camp forbids killing, yet they can simply don black clothing and mask their faces? Answer me. What crime do you accuse me of?" "I merely witnessed assassins infiltrating the war god camp, attempting to eliminate the camp's prodigy. I struck them down. What sin lies in that?" Lu Chen articulated fervently, leaving the elder in a state of disbelief, even his expression shifting. After a lengthy pause, the elder managed to respond. "But this is the war god camp. How could there possibly be infiltrators? Our defense system is stringent. I am new here. I was unaware." Lu Chen countered, prompting the elder to fall silent once more. He realized that he was utterly outmatched by Lu Chen. Killing is something Lu Chen acknowledges, yet he refuses to admit to any guilt. "Let us begin anew. During this time, have you offended anyone? Surely, they must have a reason to attempt your assassination." Lu Chen spoke candidly. "Our instructor, though I do not know that fool's name, targeted me today and even attempted to take action against me. I suspect it is that wretched creature Guori who is behind this." Hearing Lu Chen's coarse language, the elder of law fell silent once more. "What kind of person is this? Why does he seem so unpredictable? Fetch instructor phone." The elder of law instructed a nearby individual, feeling a headache coming on. Despite his position as the elder of law, in the context of the God of War camp, the law hall was nearly ineffectual, primarily handling minor disputes. This situation was entirely unprecedented. Could you not endure this? Wait until the competition concludes and report it for handling. Must you resort to murder? Am I to endure while I have cultivated? What purpose does my cultivation serve? Is it a joke? Am I to seek out different forms of suffering? Am I mad? Or are you? Lu Chen regarded the elder of law with an expression of incredulity. If he were merely a punching bag, he would not have chosen the path of cultivation. The purpose of cultivation is to grow stronger, to live with dignity, not to endure indignities. Now, you ask me to cultivate while swallowing my pride. What value does my cultivation hold? I might as well return home and tend to pigs. The elder of law was at a loss for words, realizing that Lu Chen was utterly unwilling to endure any humiliation. "Alas, I shall say no more. I cannot argue with you. Yet this matter is far-reaching and significant. It will not be resolved easily. More individuals will surely come forth shortly. The ultimate authority does not rest in my hands. The final outcome depends on your own fate." The elder of law truly felt a throbbing headache. Before long, Instructor Feng entered, but before he could speak, others entered behind him. They were the various elders of the God of War camp, including powerful martial artists. Upon seeing the numerous corpses and then glancing at Lu Chen and Luo Fanyin, their gazes fixed upon the elder of law. "Is there a resolution?" The elder of law hesitated briefly before replying. "The individuals were slain by Lu Chen, yet I am uncertain how to judge him. Since he is the one who killed them, he should be executed directly. According to the rules of the God of War camp, it matters not the reason. Murder is a capital offense." A martial artist declared coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Chen. "To have so ruthlessly slain over a dozen individuals. Such a person should not be cultivating, nor should they be present in the God of War camp. Lu Chen was left bewildered but soon regained his composure and spoke up. I have something to say. I wonder if it is appropriate. Speak your mind. The elder of law urged, sensing that Lu Chen was about to unleash a tirade. Lu Chen nodded and turned to address the martial artist. What kind of wretch are you? What sort of beast could give birth to a scoundrel like you? Your lineage must be that of beasts, capable of such vile acts. Lu Chen spoke directly, greeting the entire family of the martial sovereign, even extending his regards to their ancestors spanning 18 generations. Instantly, the enforcement hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with all eyes converging upon Lu Chen. How audacious to publicly insult the martial sovereign. Was he courting death? You insolent brat. The martial sovereign snapped back to reality, fury igniting within him, ready to strike. Everyone witnessed this audacious grandson attempt to kill me. Yet he was clearly in violation of the regulations of the war god camp. Lu Chen shouted, causing the martial sovereign to feel as though he had swallowed something foul. His movements instinctively halting. Chapter 147. I asked you to find evidence, not to resort to torture. Lu Chen's voice resonated, instantly altering the atmosphere within the enforcement hall. All present stared in shock and disbelief at Lu Chen, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Lu Chen, he is the martial sovereign, we cannot contend with him. Luo Fanning gently tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve, not to suggest that he endure the humiliation, but rather to urge him to summon reinforcements. By the time they arrived, she feared they might already be dismembered. Lu Chen nodded, retrieving his phone to send a message to Elder Jiang. Old Jiang, the beasts of the war god camp are bullying me. Hurry to the enforcement hall and lend me your support. Note, make a grand entrance. I want to show off. The two messages were dispatched in rapid succession before Lu Chen turned his attention back to the martial sovereign. He continued, as you all can see, this man dares to openly attack me within the war god camp, attempting to take my life. According to the regulations, murder warrants death. Thus, I implore you all to execute this scoundrel. Whoever refrains from taking action is a fool. However, if you believe the rules of the war god camp to be a mere joke or think you can manipulate them, then disregard my words. The martial sovereign's countenance darkened, feeling as though he had ingested something vile. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his face became a canvas of rage. Since becoming the martial sovereign, he had never endured such humiliation. How dare you? I am the martial sovereign. You presume to insult me. What of the martial sovereign? Does that exempt him from adhering to the rules of the war god camp? Did he establish the war god camp? Lu Chen retorted vehemently, leaving those around him momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for a response. They had never encountered someone of such audacity. Very well, the martial sovereign is enraged, he said. Before continuing, a traitor who disrespects authority should not remain in the war god camp. I propose that he be expelled and that the military be informed. This individual and his descendants shall be barred from entering the war god camp and the military for all eternity. The martial sovereign was genuinely furious, determined to expel Lu Chen. Li Tian, this is unacceptable. Expelling a member of the war god camp is a matter of great consequence. We cannot make such a decision lightly. At that moment, another martial sovereign interjected hastily, realizing they had all committed a critical error by failing to investigate the matter thoroughly before passing judgment on Lu Chen. Just as earlier, had Li Tian truly killed Lu Chen, according to the regulations of the war god camp, should they not also execute Li Tian for his transgression? We must first ascertain the true circumstances. The martial sovereign then addressed Li Tian, calming him before turning his gaze towards Lu Chen. Pray, enlighten us on the true nature of these events. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, yet proceeded to recount the unfolding of events without embellishment, for he held disdain for such trivialities. As for the so-called war god camp, it was, from the outset, an entreaty from the old man L, rather than a desire of his own to join. If all else failed, he could simply withdraw and seek refuge with his elder sister. Nonsense. Before the martial sovereign could speak, the instructor could no longer contain his ire. I am wronged, elder. I know nothing of his claims regarding my cousin. The only reason I mentioned him was due to his absence from training. There was no ulterior motive whatsoever. And this accusation of sending assassins to the examination hall is utterly preposterous. I am not so despicable. I implore you, elder, to vindicate me. At that moment, the instructor was taken aback, never expecting the situation to escalate to such an extent, far beyond his anticipations. The individuals he dispatched had all been vanquished by Lu Chen. The prowess of this fellow was indeed terrifying, yet he was acutely aware that he could not concede, even under duress. The elder's brow furrowed deeply as he turned his attention to Lu Chen. Do you possess any evidence? We cannot rely solely on your testimony. Lu Chen frowned. acknowledging that if pressed for evidence, he truly had none. "One moment," he said, before stepping before the instructor, who wore a puzzled expression, unsure of Lu Chen's intentions. However, in the next moment, Lu Chen delivered a resounding slap, crisp and clear. "Will you speak, or will you not?" Lu Chen demanded vehemently, brandishing a dagger that he swiftly plunged into the instructor's posterior, striking true. "You wretched scoundrel." The instructor could scarcely believe that Lu Chen had the audacity to assault him within the law enforcement hall. Caught off guard and with Lu Chen's formidable strength, he found himself unable to defend against the onslaught. "Cease this at once." The elder, regaining his composure, rushed forward to restrain Lu Chen. "This is not how one conducts an inquiry. You were asked to provide evidence, not to resort to such barbarism. Interrogating this scoundrel will naturally yield evidence." Lu Chen replied with utmost seriousness. "Without evidence, what right do you have to inflict punishment? An inquiry will surely produce it." The elder found himself momentarily speechless. Even contemplating that Lu Chen's reasoning held a semblance of validity. Yet he swiftly shook his head. No, he could not waver. "Stand down. There is no place for your kind here," the elder commanded, attempting to restrain Lu Chen, only for Lu Chen to stab the dagger once more. "Elder, you must intervene. This scoundrel is inhumane. I insist he be expelled." The instructor was now unable to rise, prone on the ground with his rear elevated, tears of frustration streaming down his face. "Enough. There is no need for further discourse. Lu Chen is inherently brutal, utterly disrespectful, and devoid of decorum. Such a person is unworthy to remain in the war god camp. He should be expelled forthwith." Li Tian, standing nearby, spoke up, genuinely intent on confronting Lu Chen. "Who do you think you are to speak here?" Lu Chen retorted vehemently, his disdain for Li Tian reaching new heights. Enraged, Li Tian felt an overwhelming urge to tear Lu Chen apart, but was restrained by the elder present. At that moment, Luo Fanning approached, holding a mobile phone. "I have found the evidence," she declared, handing the device over. This phone belonged to the individual slain by Lu Chen, and its screen displayed a conversation with the instructor. The messages clearly documented the instructor's orders to impede Lu Chen. The instructor's expression shifted dramatically. He had completely overlooked this detail, primarily because he had never anticipated the mission's failure. This development now served as the most compelling piece of evidence. The elder accepted the phone, scrutinizing it for a moment, his countenance darkening. "Do you have any more excuses to offer? As an instructor of the war god camp, how could you engage in such actions?" The elder's fury escalated. This matter, trivial as it might seem, directly targeted Lu Chen, but on a grander scale, it jeopardized the reputation and integrity of the war god camp. What face would the camp have if this news spread? I didn't do it. It's fabricated." The elder, clearly skeptical, commanded, "Hand over your phone." The instructor's expression faltered, and hesitantly he replied, "I didn't bring it." "Enough with your excuses. Your reasons are as numerous as your hair," Lu Chen interjected, forcefully retrieving the phone and presenting it to the elder, who did not intervene. Even Li Tian sensed the gravity of the situation and refrained from speaking further. "Look at your lock screen. It's utterly disgraceful. What's the password?" The elder glared at the indecent wallpaper, his anger mounting. "I 812547, the instructor admitted, realizing any further denial was futile. Soon, the phone was unlocked. "How could you behave in such a loathsome manner? As a member of the war god camp, such vile conduct is unacceptable. I acknowledge my mistakes," the instructor lamented, recognizing that further justification was pointless. "Considering my years of service to the war god camp, might you show leniency?" "Leniency? I'd rather not." The elder snapped back, seemingly deaf to the instructor's plea, fixated instead on the chat history, his anger palpable. One phone, dozens of indiscretions. The instructor paused, suddenly aware of the hidden aspects of his phone. He had completely forgotten about these details. How could he face anyone after this? The elder soon located the incriminating messages, identical to those previously revealed. "What else do you have to say?" the elder questioned, the evidence overwhelmingly conclusive. The instructor fell into a brief silence, instinctively opening his mouth. "I will no longer seek out those who dislike cilantro." "What the hell? Is that what I asked?" "Go to hell." The elder could not help but give the instructor a kick. From the chat records, it was evident that Lu Chen was innocent, targeted by the instructor. As for the matter of Lu Chen taking a life, it seemed unjust to place the blame solely on him. It would be rather inappropriate to do so. "I realize my mistakes, elder. Considering my years of service to the war god camp, please spare me this once. I shall not dare to repeat it." The instructor quickly interjected, for he could not afford to lose his position. The elder hesitated for a moment before responding. "As an instructor, to commit such acts, you shall go back and face the wall. You are confined for 3 months." "Thank you, elder. Thank you, elder." I shall comply immediately, the instructor exclaimed, his heart racing. Initially fearing expulsion or even death, only to find the punishment to be merely 3 months of confinement, perfectly timed with his injuries. He could consider this duration as a time for recuperation. Wait, Chen interjected, furrowing his brow. In the face of undeniable evidence, the final outcome was merely 3 months of confinement? Chen was bewildered, truly at a loss. Was this truly a punishment? Had his strength been lacking, he would be the one lying here now. If he survived, he would be forever estranged from the elite class. Yet, the instigator received such a lenient punishment. Just this? Chen immediately inquired, a surge of indignation rising within him. The elder did not directly respond, instead stating, he is, after all, a member of the war god camp, having contributed greatly, which is why I have chosen to be lenient. Moreover, you too have sustained injuries. You have taken many lives. Yet we shall not pursue this matter further. As for your 2 severely injured friends, we will provide some compensation. Upon hearing this, Chen could no longer engage in futile conversation, letting out a scoff. He never imagined that the war god camp would be such a place. His disappointment was profound. Without hesitation, Chen struck, a blade of light flashing. Before anyone could react, he severed the instructor's head. I will not remain in this damned war god camp. With that, Chen drew his token and hurled it into the air, swiftly slicing it in half. Luo Fanning cast her token aside, following closely behind Chen. Wherever he went, she would follow. You are audacious. The war god camp is not a place you can come and go as you please. Li Tian bellowed, seizing the opportunity to step forward and block Chen's path. What do you intend to do? Chen asked with a smirk. What do you mean, what? You disregard the rules, repeatedly crossing the red lines of the war god camp. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, Li Tian asserted, unwilling to let go of this chance. He continued, originally, this incident could have been settled, and I had no intention of holding you accountable, but you brazenly committed murder in the enforcement hall. This cannot be tolerated. Such a ruthless individual is a menace to the war god camp. It is not as though one can simply evade punishment by exiting the arena upon making a mistake. If that were the case, what dignity would remain for our war god camp? What authority would we possess? Even if you withdraw from the war god camp, you shall still face its retribution. Li Tian spoke coldly, clearly unwilling to let Chen off so easily. The tension was palpable. In response, Chen let out a derisive laugh, querying, and what? Pray tell, is my punishment? A mere 3 months of confinement? Certainly not. Li Tian sneered, his expression malevolent. You shall have your cultivation abolished, your arms severed. And you will kneel before the war god camp for 3 months, repenting your sins. So, you mean to say that this beast seeks to kill me, and I would only receive 3 months of confinement, while for taking his life, I would face such a fate? Chen retorted, incredulity mingling with anger. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Li Tian, completely devoid of patience, was incensed by Chen's provocation, now only wishing to eliminate him in a fit of rage. Chen grinned malevolently. And what if I refuse? Then you shall die. I shall see who dares to take his life. As soon as Li Tian's words fell, the voice of Luo Fanning rang out, her eyes aflame with a formidable intensity that radiated a terrifying authority. This aura momentarily silenced the assembled elders of the law enforcement hall, leaving them in shock. What a terrifying talent. At that moment, this singular thought occupied their minds. Your talent is indeed impressive, yet you are merely at the meridian opening stage, daring to threaten me? How utterly ludicrous. I shall not only slay him, but will do so before your very eyes, and then I shall eliminate you as well. Li Tian's sinister grin revealed his unwavering resolve to kill Chen. Oh, is that so? Just as my disciple and I have arrived at this wretched war god camp. Someone dares to bully him and even seeks to take his life? At that moment, Elder Zhang's voice finally resonated, drawing gasps from the crowd, who were astonished to see him seated at the head of the law enforcement hall. Chapter 149. Do you believe this is merely a misunderstanding? Elder Zhang, with a grim expression and eyes aflame with anger, had taken his place at the helm of the law enforcement hall. The individuals within the hall were captivated by his voice, their gazes shifting to him, their expressions shifting dramatically. The significance of Elder Zhang's identity was well known to all. The fact that he personally intervened in this matter sent shivers down their spines. Disciple. Chen is Elder Zhang's disciple? This thought raced through their minds, causing even Li Tian's countenance to shift to one of alarm. Such a notion was unfathomable. Chen is indeed the disciple of Elder Zhang. Who could possibly believe that? Had they known beforehand, even with tenfold courage, they would never have dared to provoke him, let alone utter the words to expel Chen. Curse it. With such a background, why did you not declare it? I detest those who feign weakness only to reveal their true strength. Li Tian cursed inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. The events had unfolded, and he could only hastily seek an explanation, hoping that Elder Jiang would refrain from pursuing his accountability. Master, this scoundrel has bullied me and seeks to expel me from the war god camp. Please, punish him. Lu Chun resembled a wronged child seeking parental intervention. Yet, to Li Tian and the others, his words sounded like a death knell. The imposing aura surrounding Luo Fanning gradually dissipated, yet she remained steadfastly beside Lu Chun, unwilling to depart. With Elder Jiang's arrival, the situation was deemed secure. Without Elder Jiang, this would have merely been a misunderstanding. Cold sweat beaded on Li Tian's forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Elder Jiang merely cast a glance at Li Tian, and an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, rendering him breathless. Before he could comprehend the gravity of the moment, he was met with 2 resounding slaps across his face, the sound crisp and sharp. A misunderstanding? Pray tell, what sort of misunderstanding is this? Elder Jiang stood resolutely before Li Tian, the pressure intensifying, compelling Li Tian to kneel, trembling upon the ground. Elder Jiang, I acknowledge my oversight and the misunderstanding regarding Lu Chun. My anger arose from witnessing the slaughter of so many in the God of War camp, which filled my heart with sorrow and pain. In my fury, I lost my reason and acted impulsively. I beseech you, Elder Jiang, do not hold it against me. Li Tian was utterly cowed. Despite being a martial sovereign, he felt an overwhelming terror in the presence of Elder Jiang. He sensed that should Elder Jiang wish to end his life, a single strike would suffice, leaving him no chance to resist. I am willing to apologize to Lu Chen. My actions were indeed misguided. I implore you, Lu Chen, forgive my rash words. I sincerely regret my impulsive behavior and do not wish for you to harbor any resentment against me. I am prepared to offer you compensation. And even if you choose to berate or strike me, I shall accept it. Li Tian's voice trembled as he gazed at Lu Chen, genuine fear etched upon his features. And a profound sense of discomfort filled his heart. He never anticipated that Lu Chen would be a disciple of Elder Jiang. The entire God of War camp fell into a profound silence, all eyes turning towards them, brows furrowed in disbelief. A martial sovereign, reduced to such a state of humility, was simply unfathomable. Yet, upon reflection, they began to comprehend who could maintain their composure in the face of Elder Jiang. Damn it, if apologies held any weight, what need would there be for rules? If I were merely an ordinary member, would I not be subjected to this humiliation and coercion? Do you recognize your wrongdoing? Do you now tremble in fear, aware that you have offended someone beyond your means to confront? Lu Chen spat contemptuously, offering no semblance of respect. Oblivious to the true reason behind Li Tian's apology. Did he truly recognize his fault? No. He merely feared the consequences of offending a person he could not afford to antagonize. Were he an individual without connections, would he not suffer the same slander today? Those around remained silent, yet they found merit in Lu Chen's words, acknowledging the truth within them. Upon finishing, Lu Chen stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Li Tian. Following suit, Luo Fanning wasted no time in delivering 2 stinging blows to Li Tian's face as well. A flicker of resentment glimmered in Li Tian's eyes. As a martial sovereign, he had never endured such indignities. This Lu Chen was merely relying on his status as a disciple of Elder Jiang, daring to humiliate him in such a manner. And what of Luo Fanning? Who did she think she was to lay hands on him? You need not regard me with such disdain. Should you wish to seek trouble, you may visit the Luo family in Nanling. Luo Fanning merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Tian, revealing her formidable background, which caused his expression to shift once more. The Luo family in Nanling? An elusive clan, renowned as one of the 4 hidden families of the Great Xia, wielding immense power. Even the War God Camp and Dragon Soul had to show them a modicum of respect. Even Elder Jiang cast an astonished glance at Luo Fanning. His heart struck with shock. He then glanced at Lu Chen, a sly smile creeping onto his face, leaving Lu Chen feeling quite awkward. He repeatedly reminded himself that he and Luo Fanning were akin to brothers. Brothers are like limbs. One merely serves as the captain of the ship, nothing more. Li Tian was left aghast, finally realizing the magnitude of the entity he had offended. He might as well have straightened out his life. Seeking trouble with the Luo family in Nanling could very well lead to his demise before he even reached their doorstep. Elder Jiang gave Li Tian another reprimand before turning to Lu Chen. What do you intend to do? Do? I shall do nothing. This place was merely a request from Elder Lu. It was never my desire to be here, and I am not obliged to stay. This entire affair has left me disillusioned with the War God Camp, a far cry from my expectations. It is not the place I desire. I would rather return to the academy. Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly, his disappointment with the War God Camp palpable. Otherwise, he would not have severed his token so decisively. Indeed, If that is the case, let us depart. Were it not for your influence, Elder Lu would not warrant my presence here. Bah. Elder Jiang concurred, recalling that he had indeed agreed to join the war god camp for Lu Chen's sake. He had never anticipated that Lu Chen would encounter such humiliation there. What is there left to discuss? Farewell. With that, the elderly man and the youth exited the law enforcement hall, intent on leaving. Wait. Is there not something that can be negotiated? Why such haste? Just as they reached the threshold, Elder Lu hurriedly approached, his expression fraught with concern, urgently blocking Lu Chen and Elder Jiang. Chapter 150. Elder Lu appears. Utterly flustered, Elder Lu stood at the entrance, anxiety etched on his face. Upon learning of the incident, he had rushed over, only to find he had arrived too late. He had not anticipated that Lu Chen would face such a situation upon joining the war god camp. It was unfortunate that this misfortune had befallen Lu Chen rather than anyone else. Those nearby, having overheard Lu Chen's earlier words, were still reeling from the shock, struggling to comprehend that Lu Chen had come to the war god camp at Elder Lu's behest. Initially skeptical, the appearance of Elder Lu seemed to validate this notion, rendering them momentarily speechless. Such an event had never transpired in the history of the war god camp. Never has there been a genius who required the persistent entreaties of Elder L to grace us with their presence. Yet, contemplating Lu Chen's remarkable abilities, they seemed to find solace. The fact that he, in the Meridian realm, could vanquish so many formidable opponents of the Marquis realm speaks volumes. Moreover, these were not ordinary individuals, but rather the elite of the God of War camp. Upon reflection, Lu Chen's extraordinary talent indeed warranted a personal invitation from Elder L, perhaps even a fervent request to join. Additionally, Lu Chen holds the esteemed title of disciple to Elder Jiang. With these thoughts in mind, their gaze is transformed, as if witnessing the rise of a supreme being. Furthermore, considering Lu Chen's character, provoking him would be tantamount to courting disaster. Lu Chen merely cast a glance at Elder L without uttering a word. Elder Jiang, however, could not suppress a derisive laugh and interjected, "Old L. It was you who personally brought your grandson to seek me out, imploring me to join the God of War camp. You insisted that my disciple come to this wretched camp, and it was only under your insistence that he acquiesced. Now, after merely a few days, we find ourselves entangled in such circumstances. Tell me, was this intentional or merely a coincidence?" Elder Jiang was genuinely incensed, harboring a seething anger. While he understood that this was not directly Elder L's fault, one must ponder whether Elder L bore no responsibility whatsoever. The emergence of such issues within his camp could not possibly be unrelated to him. Often, when a problem surfaces, it is merely the tip of an iceberg, with deeper issues lurking beneath. Elder L, visibly uncomfortable, hastened to explain, "Old Jiang, we have known each other for many years. You know my character. I would never target Lu Chen. I earnestly sought him out, acknowledging his extraordinary talent. However, I had no reason to act against him. On our way here, the individuals below briefed me on the situation. Rest assured, I will provide Lu Chen with a satisfactory resolution." Elder L, having received a tongue lashing from Elder Jiang, dared not retort, recognizing that he had indeed wronged Lu Chen. Before Elder Jiang could respond, Elder L turned to Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, worry not. I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory account. A thorough investigation will be conducted. Those involved shall face the consequences, whether it be death or incapacitation. The process will be entirely transparent, and you are welcome to observe at any time." Elder L understood that Elder Jiang aimed to vindicate Lu Chen, but ultimately, the decision lay in Lu Chen's hands. "No need for that. I find myself unable to elevate to this God of War camp. As I have stated, it was you who sought me out, not I who desired to come. The sheer number of fools here is overwhelming. I feel utterly out of place. From the ordinary instructors to the martial sovereign experts, they are all cut from the same cloth. I truly cannot discern the purpose of my presence here. Consider it a waste of my time." With those words, Lu Chen prepared to leave, disregarding Elder L's sentiments. Elder L, now agitated, realized the rarity of encountering a talent like Lu Chen and having invested considerable resources to invite him. The prospect of losing him after just a week was a significant blow. "I must admit that this matter is indeed closely related to my management, and I bear my share of responsibility. I sincerely apologize for my shortcomings. However, I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution, as I will personally investigate this issue thoroughly." Old Lu grasped Lu Chen's arm and presented a small box crafted from white jade, fitting snugly in Lu Chen's palm. Subsequently, Old Lu turned his gaze towards the members of the enforcement hall and declared, "You just struck me and allowed that vile creature to escape unscathed." A dignified martial sovereign, without inquiring about the circumstances, hastily rendered a judgment that unjustly condemned the warriors of the God of War camp. allowing the true culprit to roam free and tarnishing our honor. At the moment old Lu's voice resonated, Li Tian was utterly paralyzed by fear, wishing to explain but finding it too late. Soon, he was subjected to a brutal beating, collapsing under the onslaught, while the members of the enforcement hall showed no signs of restraint. After all, it was old Lu who had issued the order. Who would dare to hold back? Moreover, this scoundrel had merely sentenced that despicable creature to 3 months of confinement, while my life is deemed less valuable than that. Lu Chen pointed towards an elder standing aside, who wore a bewildered expression, soon becoming flustered, muttering to himself about his misfortune. Meeting you is indeed the greatest sorrow of my life. Old Lu, please do not mistake my words for a defense. Strike me. Old Lu, unwilling to engage in further conversation, commanded with an overwhelming presence that rendered the elder immobile. Those nearby took immediate action, launching into a fierce assault. Is this acceptable? Old Lu inquired of Lu Chen, a smile gracing his lips. In his eyes, Lu Chen was undoubtedly worthy, deserving of his sacrifice of 2 martial sovereigns. Most critically, this incident served to highlight the current state of the God of War camp, exposing the potential underlying corruption that may exist. He sought to use this situation to cleanse the camp, eradicating all the parasites within. Old Lu, my heart truly cries out. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, Old Lu pressed a slip of paper against his chest. 100,000 spirit stones. Present this note at the God of War camp to claim your reward, effective immediately. Lu Chen discreetly tucked it away, yet his brow remained furrowed in concern. Old Lu was already prepared for the possibility of being outmaneuvered by Lu Chen, as he was fully aware that Lu Chen was not to be trifled with. But I have already withdrawn from the competition. Your place in the Tianzi class, as well as that of your friends, is secure, Old Lu asserted, adding that with Lu Chen and Luo Fanin's abilities, entering the Tianzi class would pose no difficulty. Ma Chao and Bai Lian were also quite formidable. Ma Chao had the strength to gain admission, while Bai Lian might fall slightly short, yet she still possessed the qualifications to linger nearby, her prowess undeniable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen struggled to suppress a smile. No, I have already been expelled. I even discarded my token. Fear not, I shall craft you a pure gold one. Old Lu replied earnestly, viewing these concerns as trivial matters, hardly worthy of consideration. It is imperative that Lu Chen must not be allowed to leave. Upon hearing these words, the individuals within the law enforcement hall were struck with astonishment, finally comprehending the elevated status Lu Chen held in Elder LV's esteem. It turned out that Lu Chen had indeed spoken the truth. Elder LV had earnestly sought his presence in the war god camp. A collective gasp escaped their lips, as they felt the weight of this unsettling revelation. They had exhausted every means, even risking their lives, to secure a chance to enter the war god camp, which operated under a ruthless elimination system. To avoid being ousted, they had engaged in relentless training, pushing themselves to the brink of exhaustion. Yet now, confronted by Lu Chen, they realized that true genius could indeed take shortcuts. The authentic prodigies were fundamentally different from them. While they had been regarded as geniuses in the eyes of others, admired and envied by countless individuals, they now understood, in the presence of Lu Chen, that there were indeed individuals far superior. They had merely breached the threshold of encountering true talent. In that instant, a profound sense of despondency surged within them. After all this time, it became apparent that they were the real jesters in this narrative. Li Tian and the elder were still being ruthlessly pummeled, barely clinging to consciousness, too intimidated to retaliate. It was nearly enough. Another blow might truly prove fatal. Lu Chen interjected, prompting Elder LV to quickly call out, "Stop!" The assailants ceased their assault. But Li Tian and his companion were unable to rise. Even as martial sovereigns, they could not withstand such a beating. The most disheartening aspect was that they dared not harbor even a flicker of vengeful sentiment. Thank you. The elder, with a hint of weakness, gazed at Lu Chen. He was acutely aware that had Lu Chen not intervened, they might have genuinely faced death. They had witnessed Elder LV's mercilessness before. Lu Chen chose not to respond. For him, it was unnecessary to offend 2 martial sovereigns over such matters. Moreover, if Elder LV were to kill them because of him, how would the others in the war god camp perceive it? Their survival was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that their demise could not be attributed to him. Lu Chen understood these dynamics clearly and thus spoke up. Li Tian remained silent, lying on the ground, barely alive. He cast a glance at Lu Chen, a sigh of resignation escaping him. He dared not entertain even a hint of resentment. As for revenge, that was utterly out of the question. You should be grateful to Lu Chen, Elder LV remarked coolly, directing his gaze towards the two. Despite the turmoil within them, under Elder LV's oppressive aura, they could only look at Lu Chen and say, "Thank you for not holding our actions against us." With that, they retrieved some superior cultivation resources from their storage rings. I was in the wrong before. Consider this my compensation. Please do not take this matter to heart. Do I strike you as a petty individual? Chen declared, snatching the items from their hands. Li Tian, reluctant to relinquish his grasp, nearly incurred Chen's ire but ultimately had no choice but to let go. Chen withdrew momentarily, then turned to Elder LV, saying, rest assured, Elder LV, I have arranged for my 2 friends to receive treatment. They will be provided with the finest medicinal remedies, ensuring their complete recovery without any lingering injuries. Furthermore, I shall appoint you as the head of the law enforcement hall, overseeing the squads to eliminate any potential threats to the war god camp. Elder LV nodded, promptly handing a token to Chen. Chen, taken aback and momentarily perplexed, found the token thrust into his hand before he could comprehend. Once your friends are well, they shall join the law enforcement hall. As a newcomer, it is indeed essential for you to have some acquaintances to aid you. Elder LV continued, not permitting Chen the opportunity to decline. Additionally, I will establish an investigative team to thoroughly examine such matters within the war god camp, and you shall be one of its members. At this point, Chen found himself at a loss for words. To refuse again would seem rather ungrateful. Elder LV, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed earnestly, grasping Elder LV's hand. Hearing this, Elder LV finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chen remained in the war god camp, everything could be negotiated. By the way, when will you provide me with that 20-pound pure gold identity token? Elder LV inquired, bewildered. Who mentioned it weighed 20 pounds? No. I meant to say I had it made to weigh 20 pounds. Can you manage it? I shall deliver it to you tonight. Elder LV paused, feeling at a loss for words. He had come to realize that Chen was not entirely virtuous, yet that was no longer of consequence. The war god camp indeed required some reformation, otherwise it would inevitably deteriorate. Although Chen was not the most admirable character, he was reliable in his actions, setting him apart from others, thus making his inclusion in the law enforcement hall seem most appropriate. With this thought, Elder LV felt a sense of relief. If it must be 20 pounds, then so be it. Chen nodded, and then turned to Elder Jiang, furrowing his brow once more as he addressed Elder LV. But my master, are you ever finished? What more does your master, that old miser, desire? Elder LV was exasperated. It was one thing for you to request something for yourself, but your master, who is wealthier than I, is also asking? That is simply inappropriate. Chen appeared somewhat embarrassed. However, upon reflection, he found merit in the observation. Elder Jiang cleared his throat and remarked, such talk is inevitable. A banquet is always accompanied by a toast. He had initially come to support Chen, not intending to whisk him away, but rather to coax Elder LV into a negotiation. However, he did not expect Elder LV to be so accommodating, offering so many conditions without them even having to speak. It left him feeling somewhat shy to voice further requests. Indeed, the old ways are the best. The members of the law enforcement hall looked on in astonishment, particularly the captain who had accompanied Chen, whose expression was one of sheer disbelief. How had Chen, with such a brief exchange, become his direct superior? What on earth had transpired? Shock. To my astonishment, the criminal I apprehended turned out to be my superior. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Chen smiled, feeling as though there was nothing left for him to do here. Go ahead. Take a 2-day break and enjoy the holiday. Rest well. Old Lu chuckled. Once Chen departed, however, his expression grew serious as he turned to Old Jiang. What are you looking at me for? Old Jiang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Old Jiang, for heaven's sake, I considered you a brother. While you treated my father like a pawn, I held you in high regard, only for you to betray me. Old Lu exclaimed in exasperation, tugging at Old Jiang's hair, who was equally reluctant to back down, retaliating with a playful move, indicating that he truly had no knowledge of the situation. Chapter 152. Let me beat you to death. Shall I? Watching the two prominent figures grapple with one another, the members of the enforcement hall dared not speak, quietly withdrawing and closing the door behind them. Outside, Chen, accompanied by Luo Fanyin, made his way toward the medical office, a smile gracing his face. This was quite a lucrative turn of events. He soon opened the box that old Lu had given him, revealing 2 dark red pills nestled within. As the box opened, a potent fragrance wafted forth. What kind of pills are these? They look rather delectable, Chen remarked earnestly, genuinely unaware of what these pills were, having never encountered them before. Luo Fanyin's eyes widened with surprise. Revival pill. It appears that old Lu has truly invested a great deal. What is its purpose? Chen inquired with curiosity, puzzled as it was his first time hearing such a name. It enhances spiritual power, Luo Fanyin replied calmly. Under normal circumstances, The only opportunity to augment one's spiritual strength arises during breakthroughs in cultivation. Moreover, methods for cultivating the spirit are exceedingly rare and precious, valued highly wherever one goes. Even a mere fragment can be worth a fortune. There are some pills that can enhance spiritual strength, yet they are exceedingly uncommon. The revival pill is among the finest in this category. Just one is enough to make even a martial sovereign green with envy. The potency of spiritual power manifests in the precise control over one's own strength. For them at present, it may seem insignificant, but as their cultivation progresses, they will discover that greater spiritual strength translates to more formidable control over their own power. During battles with formidable opponents, even the minutest fluctuation in strength can inflict substantial damage. It seems that old Lu genuinely wishes for you to remain here. Otherwise, he would not have presented such a precious item. Luo Fanine added, her eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. Chen nodded, then handed one of the revival pills to Luo Fanine. Here, take it. One for each of us, perfectly balanced. Luo Fanine was genuinely taken aback by Chen's generosity, astonished that he would bestow such a precious gift upon her. This is incredibly valuable. No matter how precious it is, it pales in comparison to your worth. Chen remarked that Luo Fanine appeared somewhat bashful. Despite possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, she had been solely devoted to her martial pursuits in her previous existence, never having developed feelings for anyone, not even experiencing a mere touch from the opposite sex until the moment of her demise. An indescribable emotion began to unfurl within her heart. She acknowledged that initially, her interest was merely a desire to harness Chen's strength for her own cultivation, mingled with an array of other sentiments. Yet now, that emotion seemed to have magnified infinitely. She found herself experiencing a sensation she had never encountered before. A seemingly ordinary statement caused her to blush. What are you blushing for, buddy? We are merely half-brothers. Chen quickly interjected upon noticing Luo Fanine's expression. Upon hearing his words, Luo Fanine felt a surge of annoyance and snatched the soul recovery pill from Chen's hand. She truly needed this item. Enhancing her spiritual power would enable her to recover more memories. Recently, she had been haunted by thoughts of a relic from her past life, one that held immense opportunities. Yet she could not recall its precise location. Additionally, there was the site of her previous demise, which contained everything from her last life. If she could find it, her cultivation would soar. Yet, the location eluded her. I don't wish to converse with you any longer, Luo Fanine declared, tucking away the soul recovery pill and preparing to leave. Ouch! This pain is unbearable. Chen's face contorted. He had not anticipated Luo Fanine would utter such words. You can say what you want, but why step on my foot? Do you know how excruciating this is for someone with an ingrown toenail? I thought you would be different from other women, but it turns out I was mistaken. As he spoke, Chen swiftly made his way to the infirmary, where he found Ma Chao and Bai Lian, both wrapped up like mummies. Upon seeing Chen, they immediately inquired, Chen, how are things now? They haven't given you a hard time, have they? If it gets too tough, just shift the blame onto us. A mere expulsion is nothing to us. But you enough. You're rambling. Chen interrupted Ma Chao, realizing he had never noticed how much this guy babbled. Once Chen spoke, they fell silent. I have withdrawn from the war god camp. After a brief silence, Chen finally spoke, his voice low but heavy, causing both Ma Chao and Bai Lian's hearts to sink. The atmosphere turned somber once more. After a lengthy pause, Ma Chao finally said, if you're leaving, then leave. This wretched place isn't one I wish to remain in either. Let us depart together and form a fierce band upon our return. I refuse to believe that with our skills, we cannot make a living without enduring this nonsense. Exactly. Although there are only 4 of us, we can collaborate with the Great Xia Academy to establish a few military units without issue. Right. I'll send out messages to rally support. With our connections, recruiting a few hundred people will be a breeze. In a few years, we'll establish a name for ourselves, and forming a military unit will be effortless. Indeed, Brother Chen shall be the commander, and we shall certainly become the leaders of our own legion. Ma Chao and Bai Lian spoke with utmost seriousness, even beginning to devise plans. With their connections and prestige within the Great Xia Academy, recruiting several hundred individuals would indeed pose no challenge. If they were willing, alongside Chen, it would not be difficult for them to carve out a name for themselves in the future. Chen felt a flicker of temptation, wondering why the position in the enforcement hall suddenly seemed less appealing. He quickly shook his head, casting aside these disjointed thoughts. It wasn't so dire. They had not yet reached that point. Chen hastily curtailed his musings, fearing that if he continued, he might reconsider his departure. Though he had indeed considered stepping back, being targeted by a few miscreants, his master had supported him. Elder Lu had pleaded with tears, offering spiritual stones and various resources to coax him back. Furthermore, Elder Lu had assured him that they would all gain entry into the heavenly class. He insisted that Lu Chen take on the role of the enforcement hall's chief, but, as you all know, I hold little interest in such matters. I am indifferent. However, once I ascend to the position of chief of the enforcement team, our previous camaraderie will inevitably change, necessitating some distance to avoid any potential conflicts, lest I be caught in a compromising situation, Lu Chen stated somewhat helplessly, casting a pall over the atmosphere in the infirmary. Ma Chao and Bai Lian gazed at him, utterly perplexed. Well, it seems you are merely here to boast. Aren't you? Lu Chen, I have a request for you. You must assist me. Ma Chao's expression turned grave as he focused intently on Lu Chen. Speak. But do not lead me to misuse my authority. I might just end you if you do, Ma Chao said with utmost seriousness. Chapter 153, The Enhancement of Soul Power. What is happening? Ma Chao remarked gravely, having entertained such thoughts before. He and Bai Lian had worried for so long, fearing that Lu Chen's involvement in killings would adversely affect him, yet they were astonished to find that he remained unscathed and had ascended to chief of the enforcement hall. What on earth transpired? Is this for real? Both Ma Chao and Bai Lian began to harbor doubts. A smile crept across Lu Chen's lips, barely containable. You speak as if you could ever defeat me. Lu Chen chuckled, then produced the enforcement hall's token. It is rather cumbersome to hold. Ma Chao and Bai Lian expressed their reluctance to engage with Lu Chen's arrogance. This creature is no human. Observing their expressions, Lu Chen finally moderated his demeanor and continued. Elder Lu has promised to provide you with top-tier healing elixirs. Once your injuries have mended, come to the enforcement hall and join me. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ma Chao and Bai Lian exchanged smiles, their hearts shaken. They had not anticipated that Lu Chen possessed such authority. They were well aware of the stringent conditions required to enter the enforcement hall. It was no exaggeration to say it was akin to approaching the heavenly class, had they been left to strive on their own. They could not fathom how long it would take to gain entry, yet now, it hinged solely on Lu Chen's word. This was utterly astonishing. It was almost beyond their imagination. Are you truly serious? Bai Lian exclaimed in astonishment. Previously he had assumed that Lu Chen was merely jesting. After all, the act of killing within the war god camp was exceedingly grave. They merely hoped that Lu Chen would not face excessively severe punishment. However, now it was undeniably true. Would I deceive you regarding this matter? Lu Chen's lips twitched, realizing that he had spoken for so long, and these two fellows had actually believed him. Was it not that you did not trust me? Lu Chen inquired, his expression one of surprise. Of course we believe you, Ma Chao and the others hastily replied. With Lu Chen even producing his token, they had no choice but to trust him. Lu Chen fell silent. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached from outside, and 3 individuals entered, each holding various precious medicinal herbs. Lu team, here you are. Old Master L instructed me to deliver your identity token. One slender young man, upon seeing Lu Chen, exhibited a flicker of astonishment and then produced a golden token the size of Lu Chen's face, boldly engraved with the words ruffian. Lu Chen accepted it, feeling its weight in his hand. Had it not been for his formidable physical strength, it would have been somewhat challenging to hold with one hand. Goodness, they really crafted a 20-pound pure gold token for me. Lu Chen marveled, flipping it over to reveal a line of small characters, bestowed by Old Master L. The 4 characters appeared as if they were a royal decree. This old fellow certainly knows how to make an impression. Lu Chen chuckled. With just those 4 words, many matters within the war god camp would be considerably easier for him. Why are you so exceptional? Aren't we all from the war god camp? Ma Chao felt a pang of inferiority. Is this really happening? Is this actually true? Gazing at his own dark identity token, it felt akin to worthless scrap metal, as if it had been scavenged from the streets. In contrast to Lu Chen's token, they lacked even the courage to present their own. The others fell silent, staring vacantly at Lu Chen's pure gold token, silently stowing away their own. We must attend to these 2 with medicine, Lu team. I still have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lu Chen understood their intentions and spoke up, preparing to depart. Take care of your injuries. I shall be on my way. As Lu Chen rose and approached the door, he paused and turned to Ma Chao. Are we going to hunt beasts tomorrow? Together? You need not worry about us. Ma Chao hurriedly replied, fearing that Lu Chen might use them as bait. Lu Chen sighed and then exited the premises. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Chen retrieved a soul-revitalizing pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, he felt an immensely powerful force coursing through his body. This force was astonishingly peculiar, as Lu Chen found himself overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sensation. His own strength, upon contact, seemed to penetrate through this newfound power. What a marvelous force! Lu Chen could not help but exclaim. Following this, he began to harness his soul energy, striving to refine it. System, assist me in the refinement. Chen silently mused to himself, feeling quite affluent with over 100,000 simplification points at his disposal. As he consumed these points, he distinctly sensed the rapid amplification of his spiritual power, and his awareness of the surroundings became increasingly acute. With time steadily passing, Chen waited until he had completely refined the soul restoration pill, before finally opening his eyes. A formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from his brow, instantly enveloping the entire dormitory, and then extending outward to encompass the entire dormitory area before it ceased. Such potent spiritual power could perhaps rival that of a martial king. Chen could not help but exclaim, pondering the immense strength that would accompany a spiritual attack in conjunction with this power. However, the rarity of such an attack technique surpassed even that of heavenly-grade martial arts, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire. Afterward, Chen withdrew his spiritual energy. With it, he could penetrate the entirety of the dormitory and clearly perceive the activities within. Some individuals engaged in labor left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Just as he retracted half of his energy, Chen paused and made his way towards Luo Fanin's dormitory, curious about what she was currently doing. Soon, his spiritual essence infiltrated Luo Fanin's room. He detected that she was still in a state of cultivation, seemingly having consumed a soul restoration pill. Her surroundings radiating a powerful spiritual energy. Is this what true genius looks like? The extraordinary phenomenon accompanying the consumption of the soul restoration pill is truly terrifying. Chen quietly remarked to himself, distinctly feeling the formidable spiritual force surrounding Luo Fanin, which appeared to be manifesting an extraordinary vision, as if a landscape of mountains and lakes was taking shape. However, Luo Fanin's expression seemed to indicate great distress, as the vision showed signs of collapse, suggesting that her spirit could not sustain it. This could be disastrous. If it collapses, Luo Fanin might become an imbecile. Chen immediately sensed something was amiss and swiftly channeled his spiritual energy into Luo Fanin's body. Upon feeling this presence, Luo Fanin's eyes flew open, filled with an overwhelming killing intent. It is I. The moment she heard Chen's voice, the murderous intent in her gaze diminished somewhat, but her expression quickly shifted. Chen's spiritual energy had already penetrated her being. From Chen's spiritual perspective, it was as though he had entered a starry expanse. Everything around him was rapidly collapsing. Flames blazing fiercely. A figure clad in a white dress stood amidst the void, exuding a terrifying aura. Even the slightest gesture caused the very fabric of space to fracture. Within her cold gaze, there was only indifference. Who dares to spy on this emperor? This chilling voice resonated, imbued with the authority of a higher being, rendering the figure akin to a female sovereign. Chen was left utterly perplexed. What does this even mean? Is Luo Fanin really this dramatic? What on earth is happening? He questioned, bewildered, before directly manipulating his spiritual energy to give the figure a playful tap. Luo Fanin, this is hardly the time for theatrics, Chen hastily exclaimed. Yet the figure in the white dress stood frozen in place, seemingly engulfed by a profound humiliation, flames of fury flickering in her eyes. The surroundings grew increasingly ominous, as if the starry sky were enveloped in a sea of fire, exuding an utterly terrifying aura. It felt as though the entire cosmos would succumb to flames at any moment. At that juncture, Luo Fanin's spiritual energy finally manifested, tinged with urgency. Chen, come here quickly, she implored, her voice laced with concern. Chen wore a puzzled expression, his brows furrowed in uncertainty. Why are there two younger brothers of Luo? In that instant, despite his confusion, he realized that the figure beside him was certainly not Luo Fanin. Turning his head, he indeed found that the shadow was fixated on him, an unmistakable murderous intent emanating from her gaze, as if it could materialize. Look at the commotion this has caused. It's merely a misunderstanding, Chen declared, suddenly stomping down hard on the figure's foot. The intense pain caused her to wince, and as she attempted to retaliate, she discovered that Chen's spiritual energy had already retreated behind Luo Fanin. Allow me to control your spiritual energy, Luo Fanin urged, to which Chen did not object. Consequently, their spiritual energies began to intertwine. Chen was immediately enveloped by an indescribable sensation, prompting him to involuntarily emit some rather unsavory sounds within the dormitory. On Luo Fanin's side, Chen was oblivious to what transpired, yet he sensed a fierce battle erupting, one that felt extraordinarily intense. However, he could not grasp the specifics of it. After what felt like an eternity, the tumult subsided, and Chen's spiritual energy separated once more. He perceived Luo Fanin appearing somewhat weakened. Younger brother Luo, I'm fine now. You should return. Upon hearing this, Chen wished to say more, but ultimately retracted his spiritual energy. Once it returned to his body, he let out a sigh of relief. He promptly exited the dormitory, eager to ascertain what had transpired with Luo Fanning. "What are you all doing?" As Lu Chen stepped outside, he noticed several men crouching nearby, seemingly eavesdropping. Upon being discovered, they wore expressions of embarrassment and discomfort. "Hey, do you have something good to share with us? I can offer you spirit stones or medicinal herbs." Lu Chen was taken aback, utterly perplexed by their words. However, he quickly grasped the situation, leaving them a prescription before turning to depart. "Adoptive father, I do not know your name, but I wish to repay you. I am Ma Chao," Lu Chen called out as he walked away, swiftly vanishing from sight. Ma Chao. What a splendid name. One can tell it carries great significance. But can this prescription truly be so potent? The men mused, their eyes brimming with gratitude as they prepared to experiment with it. If it could indeed remedy their unspoken ailments, they would be sure to express their heartfelt appreciation. Lu Chen had already walked a distance away but could not help murmuring to himself, "So many people are constipated. Could it be that the food in the war god camp is too nourishing, causing them to be overheated?" However, with this laxative, even granite could be expelled. He chose to disregard the matter and arrived at Luo Fanning's door. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. Luo Fanning leaned against the door, exuding a fragile beauty despite her evident weakness. Yet, Lu Chen, well aware of her strength, recognized her as the formidable Lin Daiyu, capable of uprooting willow trees. "Little brother Luo, what just happened?" Lu Chen inquired with curiosity, genuinely puzzled about the situation. How could one person possess two distinct spiritual powers? Is this what it means to be a genius? Or perhaps this is what they call split personality. "Come in." Luo Fanning did not provide a direct answer, as she herself was uncertain about what had transpired. After taking the soul recovery pill, she had regained some memories and sought desperately to recall the locations of her past life's relics. However, she never anticipated that this twist of fate would awaken her previous life spirit. The crucial issue was that her former spirit intended to seize control of her current body and obliterate her. Naturally, this was something Luo Fanning could not accept. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Lu Chen appeared, and with his divine power, she was able to seal away her past spirit. Inside the room, Lu Chen sat on a stool, savoring the fragrant air while glancing at Luo Fanning. Aware that she could no longer conceal the truth, she hesitated, unsure of what to say. "Lu Chen, can you keep this a secret? I truly do not wish for more people to know about this matter. Rest assured, I shall keep it confidential. The fact that you have a split personality and that the entity you split from is rather eccentric, I will certainly not disclose." Lu Chen replied with utmost seriousness. Luo Fanning paused, realizing that he thought she was indeed suffering from a split personality. "So, you believed I was mentally fractured? What was I even worried about then?" However, this explanation does seem plausible. "I thank you," she said gratefully. "No need for that. We are brothers," Lu Chen declared with righteous conviction. He then leaned closer and whispered, "Palace Imperial Jade Liquid Wine." Seeing the bewildered expression on Luo Fanning's face, Lu Chen concluded that she was not a transmigrator, but perhaps a reincarnator. Goodness. Initially, he thought he was unique in his predicament, only to discover that Luo Fanning shared a similar fate. He pondered just how many such beings existed in this world. In that moment, Lu Chen felt a sense of insecurity. "What do you mean?" Luo Fanning, genuinely perplexed, asked Lu Chen. He merely shook his head, indicating his desire for a drink. Luo Fanning frowned slightly, recognizing that he did not intend to convey that meaning. After a brief hesitation, she regarded Lu Chen with a serious expression. "Lu Chen, I know of a relic that holds certain opportunities. Would you be interested in accompanying me there?" Luo Fanning inquired, fully aware of Lu Chen's formidable strength, yet recognizing her own cultivation still lacked a certain depth. With Lu Chen's assistance, the endeavor would undoubtedly be less arduous. "What relic?" Lu Chen's interest piqued, curiosity glinting in his gaze as he turned towards Luo Fanning, surprised by her unexpected assertion. Luo Fanning fell momentarily silent before responding. "I stumbled upon a location in ancient texts. According to the records, it is replete with countless opportunities, albeit fraught with peril and a significant degree of danger. However, should we seize the opportunities within, our cultivation would surely advance at an accelerated pace. This relic is situated within the depths of the Beast Abyss on the frontline battlefield." Luo Fanning regarded Lu Chen with a serious expression. The frontline battlefield was an exceedingly perilous realm, a convergence point for humanity, the demon race, and calamities, where fierce battles erupted at any moment. Hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, taken aback that such a place would lie within the Beast Abyss. The frontline was indeed a treacherous locale, and even now, Lu Chen could not claim with certainty that he possessed the assurance to venture there. Moreover, the depths of the Beast Abyss were likely fraught with untold dangers. Lu Chen paused, reflecting on his time at the war god camp. which had already exceeded a week. In a little over half a month, he was to participate in the grand tournament among nations. The timeline was indeed pressing. With the imminent tournament, it might be too late to embark on such a journey. It could be wiser to wait until after the tournament's conclusion. By then, with luck, his cultivation would have ascended to the Marquis realm, providing him with greater assurance. Perhaps we should wait until the tournament among nations has ended, Chen stated. His brow still furrowed. Luo Fanning pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Indeed, venturing to that place now is rather dangerous. After exchanging these thoughts, both Chen and Luo Fanning lapsed into silence, as if the conversation had reached an impasse. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Did you really? Luo Fanning began, but hesitated, realizing the incongruity of her words. She understood Chen too well. Aware of what Luo Fanning was implying, Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking. You will share what you wish to share. I shall not press you on what you prefer to keep private. After all, who doesn't have their own little secrets? Upon hearing Chen's words, Luo Fanning nodded, a warmth blossoming within her. For Chen, this was a rather simple matter. Just as he could not divulge the existence of his system, everyone harbored their own secrets. Just as your friend might not reveal his craftsmanship. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, and the two exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly igniting sparks. As soon as Chen opened his mouth, Luo Fanning discerned his thoughts and promptly closed the window. It's getting late. It's too perilous for you to return alone. Why not stay here for the night? Rest assured, we are brothers. Would I ever do anything untoward to you? Upon hearing this, Chen cast a surprised glance at Luo Fanning, suddenly realizing that Luo's manner of speaking was increasingly reminiscent of his own lines. Consequently, Chen approached the window, gazing at the sun hanging high in the sky, then turned around with a solemn demeanor, stating, Indeed, the night has fallen. I shall make do for one night. A day later, Chen, supporting his waist, prepared to depart, but to his astonishment, he discovered that his cultivation had advanced significantly, propelling him directly into the 8th layer of the Meridian realm. This is remarkable. Could this be the legendary dual cultivation method? Chen pondered, shaking his head as he returned to his dormitory. Upon arriving, he encountered a girl and a burly man standing there, their eyes darting around nervously. One might mistake them for thieves. Recognizing them instantly, Chen identified them as the little fairy who had previously attempted to claim his dormitory and the man who had come looking for trouble. What are you doing? Chen approached them with his hands clasped behind his back, his deep voice startling the duo. Seeing Chen approach, the burly man quickly donned a smile, bending slightly as he advanced. Captain Lu, you're back. You must be tired. Please sit and rest. Allow me to massage your legs. The once arrogant man had transformed into a sycophant, nearly bowing down in submission. The girl hurriedly stepped forward, her eyes betraying reluctance yet appearing helpless, managing a forced smile. Speak, what do you intend to do? Or do you have a big cousin in the war god camp who wishes to challenge me? Chen inquired nonchalantly. The burly man was taken aback by this remark and hastily bowed in apology. Captain Lu, we were ignorant before. Please don't take it to heart. We realize our mistakes. We specifically came to apologize today. It was my immaturity that led me to offend you, the burly man continued, nearly on the verge of kneeling, his tone tinged with a hint of weeping. Chen found himself speechless. How did such a spineless individual gain entry into the war god camp? Enough. I am not a petty person. I have no desire to dwell on past grievances, Chen replied coolly. From the outset, he had never taken these two seriously, and their apology did not perturb him. He would rather devote his time to cultivation than engage in petty squabbles. Thank you, Captain Lu, the burly man exclaimed, elated. He had anticipated being ridiculed or even assaulted by Chen, yet he was taken aback by Chen's generosity. Make sure to thank Captain Lu, he urged the girl, his eyes gleaming with joy. The girl, albeit reluctantly, stepped forward, saying, Thank you, Captain Lu. The words spoken were lacking in enthusiasm, seemingly reluctant. The man perceived this and furrowed his brow, noticing a shift in Chen's demeanor, which had taken on a darker hue. Just as he was about to speak, Chen's voice rang out. If you're unwilling, then get lost. No one is forcing you to be here, and if you choose to come, do not present me with such a countenance. At the moment Chen's cold voice echoed, the man felt a sense of panic. While the girl sensed Chen's formidable aura, her expression transforming instantaneously. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such humiliation. And tears welled up in her eyes. If you wish to cry, then do so far away from me. Chen's eyes flickered with anger. Had she truly mistaken herself for some kind of princess, coming here to disgust him? Please, Captain Lu, do not be angry. She is still young and does not understand. I will certainly discipline her. The man felt utterly exhausted. Their earlier conversation had been pleasant, yet here they were. Everything had changed. If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. Captain Liu, I apologize. It is my ignorance. The girl seemed to realize her error and promptly altered her attitude. At that moment, El Qingfeng approached, looking disheveled, filthy, and quite odorous. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Lu Chen did not respond but turned to El Qingfeng and then back to the girl, stating, Go help my buddy by massaging his sweaty feet. Chapter 156, Military Task? What a coincidence. Go help my buddy by massaging his sweaty feet. Lu Chen spoke nonchalantly, initially intending for the girl to do it, but reconsidering, he decided against it. With El Qingfeng arriving, it seemed fitting for him instead. Both El Qingfeng and the girl were taken aback, confusion etched on their faces. It did not take long for El Qingfeng to recover, a hint of embarrassment surfacing. Is that appropriate? Despite his words, El Qingfeng had already seated himself and removed his shoes. Instantly, a foul odor permeated the air, prompting Lu Chen to recoil. I apologize. I just returned from training and have yet to shower. El Qingfeng grinned widely, his feet moving, and he raised one toward the girl. Go ahead, just wash up afterward. The man felt suffocated yet powerless. After all, it was not her fault. A simple apology would have sufficed, and Lu Chen was unwilling to pursue the matter further. This incident could have been put to rest. But now, the act of apologizing had morphed into a display of disdain. Who was truly being disgusted now? The girl's distress was palpable, and tears began to flow. They had come to understand Lu Chen's background and status. Knowing he was now the captain of the law enforcement hall, and that his cousin had met his demise at Lu Chen's hands, while Lu Chen himself remained unscathed. It was no exaggeration to say that should Lu Chen desire to target them, they would find it impossible to remain within the God of War camp for 3 days. Now, in a state of panic, they sought to apologize to Lu Chen. Yet, at this moment, the girl could no longer hold back her tears. And El Qingfeng chose silence, recognizing this was all part of Lu Chen's intention, deciding to play along. Deception is indeed the forte of Lu Chen, transforming others into skilled technicians. The girl, ultimately powerless, crouched down, nearly retching, and she could even see the dark mud between Lu Qingfeng's toes. I truly apologize. Returning from outdoor training like this was beyond my control. It was not that Lu Qingfeng lacked hygiene, but rather that he had risked his very life during the week of wilderness training, leaving him no time to concern himself with such trivialities. An hour later, Lu Qingfeng felt utterly at ease while the girl's tears flowed incessantly. All right, you may leave, Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly, prompting the boy to swiftly pull the girl up and express his apologies and gratitude to Lu Chen before hastily departing. The girl sobbed, feeling as though her hands were so tainted they could be discarded. No, please, just once more, Lu Qingfeng lamented, unable to deny that the girl's massage technique was quite exceptional. All right, speak your mind. What brings you to me? Lu Chen inquired. Aware that Lu Qingfeng had come for a significant purpose, Lu Qingfeng donned his attire and leaned closer. There's a substantial endeavor. Would you care to join? What substantial endeavor? The military has issued a mission for us, the members of the War God Camp, to head to the battlefield and assist in eradicating a stronghold of demonic beasts. My grandfather believes it would be beneficial for us to hone our skills, laying a solid foundation for future training. Lu Qingfeng stated, his gaze growing serious. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, then spoke. Where? How long will it take? At the front lines, in the abyss of 10,000 beasts. The duration should be around half a month, as it is a mission for the War God Camp. Fear not, we will make it in time for the international tournament. Lu Qingfeng reassured, understanding Lu Chen's concerns. He added that, according to Elder Lu, should any unforeseen circumstances arise causing delays, they would be permitted to withdraw early. The abyss of 10,000 beasts. Lu Chen's brow furrowed deeply. He had just learned from Luo Fanning that the ruins were located there, and he was still contemplating how to proceed. Now, a mission had come calling for the very same place. What an uncanny coincidence. However, after some thought, Lu Chen deemed it feasible, regardless of whether they were pressed for time or not. It would be prudent to scout the area in advance. I will speak to Luo Xiaodi, then check with Ma Chao and the others to see if they can join. I've already spoken to Ma Chao and Bai Lian. If we depart in 2 days, their injuries should be sufficiently healed, and they are willing to come. Lu Qingfeng replied, indicating that only Luo Fanning's response was awaited. Soon enough, Lu Chen received a response from Luo Fanning, a simple affirmation. Good. Very well, we shall depart in 2 days, Lu Chen declared, soon realizing that Lu Qingfeng's cultivation had astonishingly reached the 8th level of transformation. Impressive. You have indeed reached the 8th level of transformation. At Lu Chen's words, Lu Qingfeng lifted his head, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, sending a shiver down Lu Chen's spine. 8th level of transformation? Do you have any idea what I endured over this past week? Do you know that I nearly perished at the hands of Calamity? Did you leap off the cliff as I did? I nearly lost my life. Have you ever faced such peril? Qingfeng grasped Lu Chen tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Do you comprehend the reason behind all this, my friend? Seeing Qingfeng's sudden outburst of emotion, Lu Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness. I have no idea. You still do not know? When we first met, our cultivation levels were quite similar, yet now, you have surpassed me by an entire realm. Qingfeng's frustration was palpable, recalling how his grandfather was perpetually ridiculed by Elder Jiang, and in his anger, vented all his frustrations upon Qingfeng. At this point, Qingfeng's mental state was on the brink of collapse. Once revered as the beloved grandson of Elder El, he now felt like a complete failure, constantly subjected to ridicule. All due to Lu Chen's seemingly extraordinary cultivation progress. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Chen cleared his throat. I can fully empathize with you. During your absence, my master and I took it upon ourselves to deal quite sternly with your grandfather, which I hope serves as a form of retribution for you. Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving him at a loss for words, unsure whether to express gratitude or something else entirely. Observing Lu Chen's earnest demeanor, he found himself at a loss for an appropriate response. Qingfeng finally regained his composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Chen. But by then, Lu Chen had already departed, retreating into the dormitory. See you in 2 days. With that, Qingfeng chose not to utter another word and turned to leave. Within the dormitory, Lu Chen began to ponder deeply. His cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. As he prepared to embark on the mission at the Beast Valley, he wondered if teaming up with Luo Fanyin would allow them to access the ruins. Time seemed to be slipping away. Never mind, I shall not dwell on these thoughts. I must focus on refining my skills, Lu Chen resolved, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic musings, and retrieved a substantial amount of spirit stones to commence his cultivation. Chapter 157. Let my brother Qingfeng go first. 2 days later, Lu Chen and his companions stood in the plaza of the war god camp. Their expressions calm and composed. This mission has been sanctioned by the military, and our war god camp is merely assisting. However, this marks your inaugural mission. So do not tarnish the reputation of the war god camp. Elder El addressed them from the front, having come personally to see them off. Initially, he had considered sending more seasoned members, but upon reflection, he entrusted this task to Lu Chen and his group. He was well aware of their capabilities, and exposure to such experiences would undoubtedly benefit their growth. Ironically, it turned out that his grandson possessed the lowest cultivation level among them. Yes, Qingfeng responded promptly, his heart racing with excitement. This was his first mission, and if they succeeded, it would elevate their standing within the war god camp and the military, paving the way for future endeavors. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained largely impassive, his thoughts still occupied with the ruins. Soon, the helicopter was airborne. Though Lu Chen and his companions were seated, his mind was elsewhere. If it proves too challenging, we can always scout the area first, Luo Fanyin softly suggested. Having sensed Lu Chen's preoccupation, upon hearing her voice, Lu Chen's thoughts returned to the present. Why ponder so much? Lu Chen remarked softly, realizing that there was truly little to contemplate at present. As time passed, when dusk began to envelop the surroundings, Lu Chen noticed that the helicopter had come to a halt. At this moment, they found themselves within the confines of the military base. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, they were greeted by awaiting figures. Qingfeng, you have finally arrived. A middle-aged man approached, smiling warmly. It was evident that he was acquainted with Lu Qingfeng. Uncle Wang. Lu Qingfeng promptly acknowledged him. These must be the valiant warriors of the war god camp. Truly impressive youth. The man chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chen and the others, finally lingering on Lu Chen for a moment. Although Lu Chen was not the strongest among them, he could distinctly sense that this team seemed to revolve around him as its core. Let us proceed. Your father is awaiting you. Uncle Wang chuckled, leading Lu Qingfeng and the others towards a nearby tent. Within the tent, a middle-aged man sat on a chair, his penetrating gaze fixed on the documents in his hands, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Commander, the warriors of the war god camp have arrived, Uncle Wang announced as he stepped forward. The man responded quietly, then set aside the documents to look up. Please take a seat. You are all aware of the details of this mission, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. However, I must remind you that your primary duty is to assist the military and fulfill your responsibilities. Consider this an opportunity to broaden your horizons and gain some experience. In the future, you will all find yourselves on the front lines of the military. Think of this as a chance to acclimate. The man spoke in a calm tone, his gaze sweeping across Lu Chen and the others, revealing a hint of surprise, as if he had not anticipated such young individuals being dispatched by the war god camp. Yet, at their age, their level of cultivation was indeed commendable. Understood, Ma Chao promptly replied. Lu Qifeng chuckled and glanced at Lu Qifeng before speaking. With your 9th level of transformation, you have the audacity to come here and embarrass yourself. At this remark, Lu Qingfeng's lips twitched. You certainly did not say that when we were on the phone. I did not wish to come. Your father insisted. Lu Qifeng retorted. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng looked at him in confusion, momentarily at a loss for words. You rascal! Lu Qingfeng exclaimed. All right, father, please arrange for us a place to stay. We need to rest. Lu Qingfeng quickly suggested, concerned about being reprimanded in front of Lu Chun and the others. Lu Chun and his companions exchanged glances, realizing that Lu Qingfeng was indeed a favored child of privilege. At that moment, 2 young men entered the tent, appearing to be in their 20s. Commander, what brings you to summon me at this late hour? Lu Qifeng inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, though it seemed he already knew the purpose of their visit and feigned ignorance. The crew-cut man chuckled, then opened his mouth to speak. It's nothing serious. My subordinates learned that the war god camp has arrived and are quite curious. They wish to spar, but this is not my suggestion. I have advised them for quite some time, yet I could not dissuade them, which is why I am here. Lu Qingfeng shot the crew-cut man a glance, aware that this fellow was not to be trifled with. Upon first hearing that the war god camp was sending someone, he had already begun to boast about challenging them. Now that the moment had finally arrived, he certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. After a long journey, they must be exhausted. Do you think they wish to engage in frivolities like you? Allow them to rest first. Lu Qingfeng said deliberately. Yet he secretly yearned to gauge the capabilities of Lu Chen and his companions. After all, they were to enter the abyss of beasts the following day and ought to familiarize themselves with one another's strengths. Ma Chao and Bai Lian understood Lu Qingfeng's intentions. Since the crew-cut man had spoken, it would be truly embarrassing for them to feign ignorance. The military was a place where strength spoke volumes. Gaining respect was simple. One merely had to subdue the opposition. A friendly contest would be harmless. After all, the military and the war god camp were essentially one family, and this could be viewed as mutual training. Lu Chen smiled as he spoke. Let my elder brother, Lu Qingfeng, compete with you. The moment Lu Chen's voice echoed, Lu Qifeng felt a sense of pride. He had finally hooked them. However, Lu Chen's next words left him utterly bewildered. Silence enveloped the tent. Lu Qingfeng wore a puzzled expression, sensing he might have been sold out. Yes, my elder brother, Lu Qingfeng, should go first. I wholeheartedly agree. I am aware of my brother's prowess. He fought against me as if I were a mere fool, leaving me utterly defenseless. Ma Chao and Bai Lian quickly chimed in, grasping Lu Chen's intent. Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that when he first met Ma Chao and Bai Lian, they were not like this at all. How was it that mingling with Lu Chen had turned them into such sycophants? He then turned to Luo Fanyin, about to speak, when he heard her voice rise. Brother, we believe in you. Lu Qingfeng was left in a state of confusion. Why was Luo Fanyin also succumbing to Lu Chen's influence? Was this correct? Even Lu Qingfeng fell silent. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. The crew-cut man, of course, was aware of Lu Qingfeng's identity and was momentarily stunned. If Lu Qifeng were to take action, would they win or lose? This seemed rather complicated. Lu Qifeng, after a moment of silence, raised his head and declared, Come on. I wish to fight 10. Chapter 158. Let him have his way, take him out and beat him. Come on, I wish to fight 10. Lu Qifeng stated directly after a brief pause, his expression serious, indicating he was not jesting. The tent grew even quieter. The crew-cut man stared blankly at Lu Qifeng, and after a long moment, finally spoke. Qingfeng, don't be ridiculous. I am not joking. I am one of the war god camp members. If you wish to spar, then let us do so. Lu Qingfeng replied with righteous fervor, leaving the crew-cut man in a difficult position. If they fought and he lost, it would be shameful. If he won, what if he were to be dealt with later? Lu Qingfeng was still watching. Let him have his way. Take him out and beat him. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng also spoke up, aware of the concerns plaguing the buzzcut man. However, to be honest, this was trivial for him. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. He was certainly not one to be overly affected by such matters. Moreover, Lu Qingfeng was merely at the 9th level of transformation, considered the weakest among them. If he were to win, that would indeed be peculiar. Outside, Lu Qingfeng stood in the center, his expression dark, surrounded by military personnel whose eyes were filled with mockery, as if they were all aware of his identity. The way they looked at him made Lu Qifeng anxious. He thought of how his father usually dealt with others, and now it seemed he would have to pay for his father's debts. However, at this point, retreating did not seem like an option. Soon, a man in military attire, at the peak of transformation, approached him. Please, Enlighten me. The military man said, his gaze sharp. Then I shall enlighten you. Lu Qifeng replied earnestly, leaving the military man perplexed. Was he truly serious, or just being modest? Lu Qifeng, at this moment, found himself somewhat bewildered. This was not the son he remembered. How had he changed so drastically in just a few months? Without delay, the military man launched an attack, his fist crashing forward with a fierce wind. Lu Qifeng quickly dodged while countering with a punch of his own. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and his companions observed quietly, refraining from speaking. After a considerable time, Ma Chao finally remarked, Lu Qifeng might not be a match for this guy. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. It wasn't that Lu Qifeng lacked strength, but rather that the opponent's combat skills were formidable. It was evident he had endured countless bloody battles. Even the iron-blooded aura emanating from him was beyond their comparison. Soon, Lu Qifeng found himself suppressed, falling into a disadvantageous position. Ultimately, he could not withstand the onslaught and was knocked back by a single punch. I concede, Lu Qifeng admitted without a hint of reluctance. He recognized the truth. He was indeed inferior. Lu Qifeng shook his head helplessly, feigning displeasure as he cast a glance at Lu Qifeng, though inwardly, he was quite thrilled. It was evident that Lu Qifeng's strength had significantly improved. Step down and go train diligently, Lu Qifeng said coldly. Lu Qifeng said nothing, merely standing silently to the side. Who else? The military man standing above questioned, directing his gaze towards Lu Chun and the others. Lu Chun remained silent, looking aside. The others feigned busyness, creating an atmosphere of awkward silence. Lu Qifeng was perplexed, sensing something was amiss with them. Brother Chun, go up and confront him. Lu Qifeng awkwardly urged as he hurried to Lu Chen's side, whispering. The first rule of the Bandit Corps, never engage in a fight without compensation, Lu Chen stated earnestly, leaving Lu Qifeng silent. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence once more. Then, the military man pondered for a moment before speaking. I possess a spirit herb that can enhance one's vitality. Let this be the wager for our contest. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen coughed lightly and stepped forward. The discourse at hand is merely an ordinary exchange of skills. Why complicate matters further? The surrounding individuals fell into a profound silence, their gazes directed at Lu Chun, each reflecting a subtle transformation. Is this correct? Certainly not. When did the warriors of the war god camp descend to such a state? Lu Qifeng, too, was intrigued and promptly turned to Lu Qifeng. Has the war god camp encountered some formidable challenge? Are resources in critically short supply? No, not at all. Lu Qifeng, still perplexed by his father's inquiry, responded instinctively. Yet, Lu Qifeng pressed on with another question. Have they found themselves in dire straits, devoid of resources for cultivation? Upon hearing this, Lu Qifeng's lips twitched. Does he truly lack resources? No, he merely lacks discernment. During his time at the Daxia Academy, he amassed a substantial quantity of spiritual stones, and within a week of arriving at the war god camp, he extorted 100,000 spiritual stones from his father. The abundance of resources at his disposal was overwhelming. How could he possibly be in want? Unable to restrain himself, Lu Qifeng exclaimed, leaving Lu Qifeng utterly bemused. Once again, he cast his gaze at Lu Chun, suddenly perceiving him as anything but amiable. Previously, Lu Chun had timidly spoken. I am naturally a coward, fearful of conflict and violence. I do not engage in fighting. Fear not. This is merely a friendly spar, nothing more. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a man who exclaimed, what an underhanded attack. The man, momentarily deceived by Lu Chen's fade, soon found himself propelled through the air. By the time his words fell, he had already crashed heavily onto the ground. When he lifted his head to regard Lu Chen, he discovered that Lu Chen had already stowed away a precious herb. The atmosphere was thick with silence. All eyes riveted on Lu Chen. 8th level of the Meridian Realm. Some astute individuals discerned Lu Chen's cultivation level, their expressions filled with astonishment. To their surprise, despite Lu Chen appearing to be of a similar age to Lu Qifeng, his prowess was unexpectedly formidable. Achieving the 8th level of the Meridian Realm at such a tender age was indeed extraordinary. 8th level of the Meridian Realm. Lu Qifeng was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated this. How old could this individual be? He appeared to be of similar age, yet his cultivation was astonishingly superior. A year younger. He is Lu Xinyi's younger brother, Lu Chun. He has only just entered his freshman year. He is indeed a disciple of Elder Jiang. As Lu Qifeng articulated this, a hint of anxiety crept into his voice, primarily due to the awkwardness of the situation. He recalled their initial encounter, when their cultivation levels were nearly equal, yet now. Furthermore, Lu Chen was a year his junior, yet his cultivation surpassed Lu Qifeng's by an entire realm. Lu Qifeng remained silent, yet his expression conveyed profound shock. A freshman at the 8th level of the Meridian Realm. A disciple of Elder Jiang. Merely these two facets of his identity were explosively significant throughout the entirety of Daxia. The fact that he's Lu Xinyi's brother seemed the least noteworthy of all. At that moment, another individual, also at the 8th level of the Meridian realm, approached. Allow me to test my skills. I have long heard that the warriors of the War God Camp are paragons of excellence, and I wish to witness it for myself. The man declared, already assuming a combat stance. He dared not utter superfluous words nor underestimate Lu Chen, fearing that a moment's inattention would result in him being sent flying by Lu Chen once more. Lu Chen's expression was grave, but it soon shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Look, a flying saucer." In that moment, he wished to impart a lesson to the military personnel, showcasing the essence of strategy in combat. To Lu Chen's dismay, however, the man showed no interest in the spectacle. "I am no fool." The man scoffed, swiftly launching an attack with a powerful punch. The vigor of his cultivation, at the 8th level of the Meridian opening realm, erupted instantaneously. A fierce aura was released from his body, imbued with a hint of bloodlust. Indeed, one could discern the military man's prowess, a testament to his extensive battlefield experience. This thought weighed heavily on Lu Chen, who could not afford to be careless. As he sensed the force behind the punch, he retreated sharply, his body crackling with arcs of lightning. Bolts of electricity, thick as a man's arm, surged forth. What formidable lightning power! The military man exclaimed, astonished, having never encountered someone who could cultivate lightning to such an extent. The most astonishing factor was Lu Chen's youth. Their cultivation levels might have been comparable, but the age gap was staggering. Their fists collided with a resounding thud. Lu Chen felt a surge of power coursing through his arm, causing him to stumble back 2 steps before he could neutralize the force. In contrast, the military man retreated over 10 steps to dissipate the energy, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. "What a remarkable young man. I never anticipated you possessed such strength. It appears you two have honed your physical prowess." The military man remarked, acknowledging Lu Chen's formidable physical capabilities that even surpassed his own. "However, I shall now become serious," the man declared, his aura shifting once more, growing heavier. Wu Yu is about to unleash his true skills. It was unexpected that this youth could compel Wu Yu to take him seriously. Indeed, despite his youthful appearance, he was not to be underestimated. They were all aware that individuals from the War God Camp were nothing short of prodigies. Nonetheless, now that Wu Yu had resorted to his ultimate technique, it seemed unlikely that the young man would withstand it. Achieving a stalemate would be commendable. The military personnel nearby could not contain their comments. Convinced that Lu Chen would be unable to endure Wu Yu's next move, after all, it was Wu Yu's trump card. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Wu Yu had already reached a deadlock, having been bested by Lu Chen with just the first strike. In stark contrast, Ma Chao and the others maintained their composure, betraying no signs of emotion. They were well aware of Lu Chen's strength. Even in his early days of cultivation, he had bested beasts of the Meridian opening realm and had even clashed with calamities of the Marquis realm. Now, within the same realm, defeat was simply unimaginable. "Shall we indulge in some late-night snacks tonight? Let us eat. I'm still a bit hungry," Ma Chao and Bai Lian remarked, their thoughts evidently wandering elsewhere. "Count me in," Lu Qingfeng chimed in, as if their focus was entirely detached from the present situation. In stark contrast to the anxious demeanor of the military personnel, they appeared remarkably relaxed. Ahead, Wu Yuezi concentrated, gathering a radiant white light in his palm, which emanated a gentle glow. As this luminescence materialized, the surrounding spiritual energy began to exhibit signs of fluctuation. "Earth-level martial skill," Lu Chen whispered. "Haha, let us see how you fare against this move." With that declaration, the white light from Wu Yu's palms surged forth, racing with formidable power. Lu Chen's gaze deepened, transforming into a blood-red hue in an instant. Wu Yu's expression shifted to one of gravity, quickly morphing into terror. He witnessed Lu Chen vanish in a heartbeat, only to reappear at his left side, emitting a chilling laugh as he launched an attack. "What is happening?" Wu Yu displayed evident panic, desperately attempting to redirect his strike to the left. Yet, Lu Chen seemed unfazed, colliding directly with the attack. In an instant, both the assault and Lu Chen dissipated. Seeing this, Wu Yu was thoroughly alarmed, frantically searching for Lu Chen's whereabouts, yet finding no trace. Even the people around them had vanished, the space seemingly transformed into a blood-red abyss, with phantoms of demonic deities coalescing. At that moment, Lu Chen stood directly opposite him, his eyes a vivid crimson. He had unleashed the nightmare. This was a skill he had acquired from the Calamity. Rarely employed, it left those nearby utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Just as Wu Yu's strike was about to land, it inexplicably altered course, nearly sending them flying. "What is going on?" "Wu Yu, Are you not the one acting here? For heaven's sake, do something. Some were still oblivious to the situation, itching to confront Wu Yu. Lu Chen stood before him, and yet he searched for something unseen. They were in a daze, unable to grasp Wu Yu's predicament. However, some began to discern the abnormality. The terror evident on Wu Yu's face was unmistakable, a manifestation of sheer fright. Yet, Lu Chen remained still, doing nothing at all. An illusion. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng softly uttered the words, his expression one of profound shock. It was unimaginable that Lu Chen, at such a tender age, had mastered such an ability. Wu Yu had been defeated. Contemplating this, Lu Chengfeng felt a sense of helplessness, recognizing that this contest had lost all significance. Merely Lu Chen alone had overwhelmed the youth of their military. They simply could not compare, not in the slightest. Having emerged from the war god camp himself, Lu Chengfeng mused that Lu Chen's prowess would likely render him formidable even within those ranks, undoubtedly ranking among the elite. The war god camp had indeed recruited a terrifying individual this time. With proper cultivation, he would surely evolve into an awe-inspiring presence. Perhaps even the next guardian deity of the Great Xia. However, at the same age, my father was perhaps not as formidable. El Chifeng suddenly recalled that his father, El Lao, was one of the 9 great guardians, yet at Lu Chen's age, he likely did not possess such extraordinary capabilities. Could it be that Lu Chen's future achievements might surpass those of El Lao and the others? This thought left El Chifeng utterly astounded, grappling with disbelief. At that moment, Lu Chen stood before Wu Yu. In a genuine battlefield, Wu Yu would have perished countless times already. Subsequently, Lu Chen produced a marker and inscribed a line on Wu Yu's face. I lost. El Chifeng is my elder brother. If you are unconvinced, take it up with him. It was nothing short of perfection. Lu Chen tucked away the marker, allowing the nightmare to dissipate. Wu Yu staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Once he regained his composure, he realized his clothes were completely drenched with sweat, his body still exuding cold perspiration. And there stood Lu Chen before him. You have lost, Chapter 160 proclaimed. I merely stated you meant it. You have lost. Lu Chen uttered calmly, his voice resonating in Wu Yu's ears, evoking a profound sense of helplessness within him. I lost. Wu Yu conceded helplessly. At that moment, the reality dawned upon him. In the situation they had just encountered, had Lu Chen wished to end his life, he would have perished hundreds of times over. Hearing these words, Lu Chen nodded and then walked past him. Wu Yu shook his head in resignation, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. He had once considered himself a prodigy, believing he was on par with the elite of the war god camp, but now, facing Lu Chen, it felt as though he had been ruthlessly ground into the earth. His so-called dignity and pride lay in ruins. What constitutes a genius? His self-proclaimed talent had turned into a mere jest. His physical prowess had been utterly vanquished before Lu Chen. The martial skills he took pride in had not even grazed Lu Chen. This sensation of being dominated instilled in him a sense of despair, a feeling of impending collapse. Who else? I shall take on 10, Lu Chen declared as he advanced, a simple statement leaving the military personnel in a state of bewilderment. Before the competition, I was timid, fearful of conflict. After the competition, I wished to face 10. This stark contrast led them to doubt their perceptions. The military remained silent, no one daring to step forward, primarily because those at the 8th level of the Meridian realm likely stood no chance against Lu Chen. Those above that level appeared to struggle with their pride. They were momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Let him have it. Send up 10. At that moment, El Chifeng spoke up. His nonchalant remark left Lu Chen with a look of confusion. Did I not just casually suggest you meant it? The military personnel gawked at El Chifeng, believing they might have misheard him. I said, send up 10. El Chifeng reiterated when no one stepped forward. But that seems a bit unfair, someone protested. If 10 go up and win, it would hardly be honorable. Unfair? Who could possibly contend with Lu Chen when it comes to solitary combat? Tomorrow, we are still in need of a captain for the mission. They have merely come to assist. Should the captaincy fall into someone else's hands, it is evident who would be embarrassed, though I need not voice it. LV Chifeng remarked nonchalantly, plunging the others into silence. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the underlying competition for the captaincy. Lu Good. They simply do not wish to hear others. At this moment, Luo Fanyin suddenly turned her gaze towards Lu Chen, her voice taking on a somewhat coquettish tone. What was originally an ordinary statement, when uttered by Luo Fanyin, nearly caused Lu Chen to swoon. Ma Chao and the others exchanged incredulous glances at Luo Fanyin, who was typically as frigid as an iceberg, yet displayed such a demeanor before Lu Chen. All they could feel was envy, left speechless. It seemed as though every good fortune had been claimed by Lu Chen. Meanwhile, regaining his composure, Lu Chen directed his attention to Luo Fanyin. If you continue to create such nonsense, I shall have my vengeance. How dare you deceive me? Luo Fanning replied coolly, causing Lu Chen to stagger. He sensed an underlying meaning in her words, which seemed far from innocent. Do not speak carelessly. Be wary of the impending suppression, Lu Chen hastily declared, then turned to the military personnel, stating directly, I wish to face 10 opponents. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura permeated the air, unyielding and formidable. The military personnel felt provoked. After a moment's hesitation, they approached. 10 figures emerged, 8 at the 8th level of the Meridian opening realm and 2 at the 9th. Initially, a member at the Marquee realm contemplated joining but thought better of it. Please, enlighten us, the 10 proclaimed, albeit somewhat sheepishly. I am timid and fearful of violence. Please go easy on me, Lu Chen asserted with utmost seriousness, causing the corners of their mouths to twitch. Instantly, they concluded that Lu Chen was no benevolent figure. Soon after, they took the initiative, charging towards Lu Chen. Be cautious, he must have mastered an illusionary technique. Do not fall victim, one of them advised, his expression grave. Recalling Wu Yu's earlier display, his physical prowess is formidable, we must avoid direct contact. Another warned. They had discerned this aspect from Lu Chen's earlier maneuver, necessitating their caution. Lu Chen's gaze turned serious as well. Arcs of lightning danced around him, with bolts as thick as his arms shooting forth, rendering his movements extraordinarily agile as he adeptly evaded their assaults. Simultaneously, he unleashed the celestial star finger, sending forth streams of power that were so overwhelming that they dared not resist. Such formidable martial prowess. Is he not cheating? How can a hexagonal warrior be so proficient in all aspects? In less than a minute of combat, the military personnel were left utterly astounded. Initially believing Lu Chen to have merely mastered an illusionary technique and possessed strong physical strength, they were unprepared for the sheer might of his martial skills. At such a young age, an 8th-level Meridian opening realm practitioner, they had anticipated a weak foundation, yet Lu Chen's was impressively solid. In an instant, Lu Chen decisively unleashed his nightmare. A formidable force of spiritual energy surged forth from between his brows. Faced with 10 adversaries, he did not dare to be careless and activated his abilities to the fullest. His spiritual power had significantly augmented after he replicated the soul rejuvenation pill, rendering it terrifyingly potent. At this moment, when he fully released it, the atmosphere became exceedingly alarming. Be cautious, he has cast an illusion, someone shouted, their heart racing with trepidation. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they beheld the surroundings shifting in an instant. The very fabric of space seemed to tear apart and ignite. Oh no, one exclaimed, realizing they had been ensnared within a realm of illusion. At this juncture, even El Chengfeng was taken aback. Lu Chen's spiritual prowess surpassed all expectations. All 10 of them had been drawn into the illusion, utterly oblivious to Lu Chen's whereabouts, and equally unaware of their comrades' positions. However, being seasoned military personnel, they maintained their composure and refrained from indiscriminate attacks, acutely aware that such actions would likely harm their own ranks. Lu Chen's eyes glowed a menacing crimson. A smile crept onto his lips as he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent 2 opponents sprawling. His figure moved like a specter amidst them. In the span of merely 3 breaths, 10 figures lay prostrate on the ground. Had this been a life and death battle, they would have already become 10 lifeless corpses. Heh. You have been defeated, Lu Chen proclaimed, simultaneously dispelling the nightmare. As his voice echoed in their ears, the military personnel could only manage a bitter smile. They had contemplated such an outcome, yet its actualization left them feeling a sense of dismay. 10 individuals had joined forces, yet still succumbed to Lu Chen in under 3 minutes. They had not even exerted their full strength. They had scarcely been afforded the opportunity to strike. The disparity was truly disheartening. May I challenge you to a duel? With your talents, my cultivation at the Duke of Ceiling level should not be deemed oppressive. However, could you refrain from employing illusions? I harbor no ulterior motives, merely a desire to understand your capabilities without the aid of illusions. At that moment, a man who had been observing from the sidelines could no longer contain himself. His cultivation was at the Duke of Ceiling level. He had no intention of usurping any leadership position. He simply wished to gauge Lu Chen's true power, whether it relied solely on illusions. Very well, Lu Chen replied without hesitation. And the man, displaying commendable understanding, produced a vibrant green spiritual herb and set it aside. Regardless of the outcome, this shall be yours. Then let us begin, Lu Chen declared with a piercing gaze. Since a confrontation was imminent, he intended to thoroughly demonstrate his prowess. The man nodded and, with a sudden burst of force, unleashed a punch. The might of the Duke of Ceiling level erupted forth. Yet, Lu Chen effortlessly evaded the attack. Enough with the probing. Come at me directly. Lu Chen seemed to have no desire to waste time and spoke directly. The man nodded, finally ceasing his probing, A long knife appeared in his hand, glinting ominously. "I am adept in the art of the blade. If you possess a weapon, feel free to reveal it." As he spoke, the long knife in his grip began to radiate a resplendent brilliance, emitting a dazzling glow. Suddenly, a fearsome blade aura surged forth, hurtling towards Lu Chen in an instant. "Coincidentally, my weapon is also a knife. Let us compare." Lu Chen replied with a smile, recognizing that the long knife wielded by his opponent was indeed a spiritual weapon. In the next moment, his dragon scale blade manifested in his hand, having been enhanced by Wang Fuguei. Now it was a treasured artifact. Devil subduing blade technique. Lu Chen did not conceal his intent, abruptly invoking the technique and charging forward. The blade's aura shimmered, strikingly brilliant. Upon witnessing Lu Chen also wielding a knife, the man appeared somewhat astonished. He then burst into hearty laughter. "Let us settle this with one decisive strike." "Agreed," Lu Chen responded, a surge of boldness rising within him. Immediately, the two attacks collided, and a powerful wave of energy spread outward. The light nearly engulfed both figures in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, the onlookers stood transfixed, scarcely daring to blink, fearful that a mere flutter of their eyelashes might cause them to miss the outcome. In that moment, the entire military encampment fell into a profound silence, so quiet that even the sound of breathing became audible. Before long, the resplendent light began to dissipate, forcing the observers to retreat hastily. Some tents were even instantaneously obliterated. Changfeng had no choice but to intervene, shielding against the dispersing energy. Once the tumult subsided, two silhouettes emerged in the gaze of the crowd, standing in stark opposition, leaving the question of victory or defeat uncertain. In the next moment, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura diminishing instantaneously. "I concede." Chapter 161. It is permissible to kill during the mission, is it not? The man, having expelled blood, immediately felt his strength wane, and his gaze underwent a profound transformation. He truly did not anticipate that Lu Chen's mastery of blade techniques was so formidable. This was not merely about weaponry. In terms of skill, Lu Chen utterly overwhelmed him. Otherwise, he would not have willingly uttered the words "I concede." Upon hearing the man's admission, the military fell into silence, a hush enveloping the crowd. Even Changfeng became uncharacteristically quiet. He had considered such an outcome, yet witnessing it firsthand was difficult to fathom. He certainly did not expect Lu Chen's prowess in blade techniques to be so powerful. "Respectfully acknowledged," Lu Chen said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his heart filled with reverence. He did not look down upon his opponent simply because he had emerged victorious. On the contrary, Lu Chen held deep respect for the members of the military, particularly those valiant soldiers defending the front lines. Were it not for their sacrifices to safeguard the front, creating a semblance of peace for those behind, he would have never had the opportunity to stand here. Moreover, Lu Chen was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Given his innate talent, even if he were presented with a scroll of martial techniques, he would remain perplexed. His journey thus far has been reliant solely on fortuitous advantages. What right does a mere cheat possess to deride these admirable individuals? The man clasped his fists in respect towards Lu Chen before continuing on his way. At that moment, the military assembly was enveloped in silence, with no one daring to step forward and issue a challenge. They had all been thoroughly impressed by Lu Chen's prowess. Any further attempts to confront him would only result in humiliation. Initially, 10 individuals had sought to take on Lu Chen, followed by those of the Fengho realm. Yet none had managed to gain the slightest advantage against him. They had assumed Lu Chen's strength stemmed from his illusions, relying solely on trickery. But now, Lu Chen had not employed any illusions and still effortlessly defeated a practitioner of the Fengho realm. Furthermore, they sensed that he had not exerted his full strength. It was unfathomable to consider the magnitude of his power should he unleash his true capabilities. "Is there anyone else?" Lu Chen inquired, his expression radiating defiance. Yet, the military personnel remained mute. "Very well, I believe this contest should conclude here. It appears the position of captain is yours by right." Changfeng finally spoke, acknowledging that further competition would serve no purpose. This was merely Lu Chen. Ma Chao and the others had yet to make their move. Of course, not everyone could match Lu Chen's extraordinary skill, but those who had entered the war god camp and stood before them were hardly lacking in ability. "Then I shall graciously accept," Lu Chen replied with a smile, having never intended to assume the role of captain, yet now finding it impossible to decline. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Changfeng nodded and then turned to the young men of the military assembly. "All right, the contest has concluded. Do any of you have anything to say?" The crowd fell silent, having been thoroughly bested. What more was there to discuss? Prior to Lu Chen's arrival, they had clamored to challenge him, failing to recognize their own limitations, and now, after being so thoroughly defeated, They resembled quails, too intimidated to utter a word. No words. Is it? Then return and pin 100,000-word reflection, El Chafone declared, leaving the military personnel in shock. 100,000 words? Was that not a death sentence? Lu Chen, equally astonished, could not help but interject. In truth, they have merely lost to me. They have not violated any heavenly decree. 100,000 words of reflection? That would require an extraordinary effort. Indeed, Commander, we have come to understand our shortcomings. We acknowledge our errors. You know me well. I can scarcely compose an 800-word essay, let alone 100,000. You might as well end my life. We understand that the war god camp is formidable. We truly do not dare to challenge you again. The crowd hastily replied, genuinely humbled, albeit somewhat reluctant to admit it. Hearing this, El Changfeng nodded slightly but added, for now, I shall let you off the hook. Once this task is concluded, all of you shall return to train rigorously. As long as you do not perish, you shall train to your utmost limits. Upon hearing this, no one dared to voice a counter-argument. Subsequently, El Changfeng turned to Lu Chun and said, come in, I must discuss tomorrow's matters with you in detail. Inside a tent, Lu Chun and his companions sat on the bench, observing Lu Changfeng. This mission to eradicate the beast abyss is primarily to prepare for our subsequent defense against the Yin Mountain. The Yin Mountain is the territory of the demon race, home to the demon sovereign, and this eradication is a crucial component of our strategy. We cannot afford to have powerful individuals intervene. If they do, it would signify the onset of a great war, and at this stage, we simply lack the manpower to engage in conflict with the Yin Mountain. Likewise, the demon sovereign of the Yin Mountain is also reluctant to instigate a war with us. Listening to these words, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially perceived this as an ordinary task, unaware of the deeper implications behind it. Rest assured, Commander Lu, we will do our utmost, Lu Chen stated earnestly. Lu Chifeng, however, chuckled lightly and continued, you need not worry about the primary eradication task. Our military has already arranged everything. Your main responsibility is to assist in dealing with some of the peripheral demon beasts. Furthermore, be wary of the individuals from Sakura and Eagle Sauce. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Are there people from Sakura and Eagle Sauce here? This was truly unexpected for Lu Chun, as they were on the front lines, within the military. Indeed, not only here, every defense line has them. Similarly, there are individuals from our daxia in the defenses of Sakura and Eagle Sauce. This was established as an alliance among the nations to withstand calamities and the demon race, with exchanges for learning occurring annually. At this revelation, Lu Chen's brow remained tightly knitted. He felt no goodwill towards this arrangement. I fear they may create obstacles during this mission, Lu Changfeng added. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked up at Lu Changfeng, saying, then let us just eliminate them, or prevent them from participating altogether. Why complicate matters and take such risks? If it were that simple, if I were to deny them participation, they would instantly relay the news back. What about our people in their country? If we were to kill them, the situation would escalate further. Ultimately, I have no evidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen seemed to grasp the situation, nodding slightly. So, you actually want us to help you find evidence? Lu Chen looked at Lu Changfeng, understanding his intent. Clever. Lu Changfeng nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the primary objective. Understood. Lu Chen replied, then inquired, by the way. It is permissible to kill during this mission, correct? Chapter 162. Is silence a pretext for being struck? It is permissible to kill during this mission, right? Lu Chen looked earnestly at Lu Changfeng, prompting a moment of surprise from him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Our mission is to slay demon beasts. What I mean is, if I discover individuals from Sakura and Eagle Sauce causing trouble, can I resort to lethal measures if absolutely necessary? Lu Chen quickly added. Lu Changfeng pondered for a moment, seemingly understanding Lu Chen's implication, yet found himself uncertain of how to respond. That would be acceptable, but evidence is required, you understand? After a prolonged silence, Lu Changfeng finally spoke, feeling a sudden pang of anxiety in his heart. Immediately, Lu Chen chimed in, as for the evidence, I certainly have it. For some reason, Lu Changfeng felt an overwhelming sense of unease upon hearing this. He became tense, sensing that Lu Chen might harbor ill intentions. Well then, we understand our task. Let's return and rest, Lu Chen said with a smile, rising to leave with Ma Chao and the others, escorted by military personnel to their accommodations. Kid, are you familiar with Lu Chen? Once Lu Chen and the others had departed, Lu Changfeng inquired, filled with curiosity about him. It's all right. Back when I accompanied your father to the Great Xia Academy, I called him Grandpa. Lu Changfeng kicked Lu Changfeng playfully, somewhat exasperated. Oh, Lu Changfeng replied, then continued. I followed your grandfather to the Great Xia Academy. Lu Qingfeng fell silent, sensing something amiss with Lu Qingfeng but unable to pinpoint it. After hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, Lu Qingfeng indeed became contemplative. No wonder, this young man's power is far more formidable than I had imagined. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that while he seems reliable, there's something off about him. Lu Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words, his gaze deep and solemn. He glanced at Lu Qingfeng, recalling his past demeanor, and it seemed he had already discerned what kind of person Lu Chun was. However, after some reflection, he decided it was unnecessary to dwell on it. The next day, Lu Chun and his companions rose early, quietly awaiting further instructions. Soon, Lu Qingfeng arrived, guiding them outside the military headquarters where a gathering had already formed, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Lu Chen and the others, Lu Qingfeng displayed a smile. The main offensive team has already set out. It's just you remaining. You all belong to the support team and should be clear about your assignments. Lu Qingfeng stated gravely, to which everyone nodded. Lu Chen surveyed the surroundings and noted that there were around 30 individuals in total. Apart from his group, the rest were military personnel. However, he quickly discerned that 8 of them were not from Great Xia, but rather from the flourishing Sakura Nation and the Eagle Empire. Lu Chen leaned closer to Lu Qingfeng, asking, are they from Sakura and Eagle Empire? Noticing their impressive cultivation levels, with one at the pinnacle of the Meridian Realm and the others at the Marquis Realm. He was intrigued. Among the military personnel, the weakest were also at the pinnacle of the Meridian Realm, while the strongest reached the 4th level of the Marquis Realm. Indeed, there are 10 such teams like yours. Upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, Lu Chen nodded and then addressed the group. Let us set forth. Wait. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, a young man from Sakura interjected. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lu Chen's expression darkened almost instantaneously, his demeanor becoming as cold as ice. However, recognizing that they were at the military headquarters and that the mission had yet to commence, with so many eyes upon them, he managed to suppress his simmering anger and responded with restrained fury. The cherry blossom fellow seemed oblivious to Lu Chen's sullen expression and boldly approached, declaring, I refuse to accept this. Why should he, a mere 8th tier in the Meridian Realm, be our captain, if no one from your Great Xia is competent? You may as well relinquish the captaincy to us. His words dripped with provocation, instantly igniting the ire of the military personnel. Lu Qingfeng's expression also shifted, though he remained silent, eager to observe Lu Chen's response. Lu Chen understood that all eyes were upon him. Should he falter, he would be subjected to ridicule as captain. After a brief pause, he stepped forward. The cherry blossom pig maintained a defiant, even disdainful demeanor, taunting, I think you should go back to your mother, little brat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen struck him across the face. The impertinent fellow was caught off guard as Lu Chen's powerful blow landed with a crisp sound. Subsequently, Lu Chen delivered another punch, shattering the pig's teeth. Enough with the nonsense. Lu Chen's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed his nightmarish technique, realizing its remarkable efficacy. The surrounding cherry blossom pigs erupted in fury, drawing their knives to retaliate. Yet, they were suddenly engulfed in a blizzard. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in a frigid landscape, snow swirling around them, the biting cold sending shivers down their spines. What is happening? When did it start snowing? This isn't the military base, they exclaimed in terror, still bewildered by the situation. As they searched for an escape, they spotted Lu Chen approaching, wielding a whip. Attempting to attack him, they soon discovered their bodies were no longer under their control, their strength had seemingly evaporated. Lu Chen menacingly approached, whip in hand, cackling sinisterly, and then struck, leaving them battered and bruised. I shall end you for your incessant chatter. Lu Chen's chilling voice pierced their souls, evoking memories of unpleasant pasts. In that snowy realm, at sub-zero temperatures, their ancestors were forced to dig potatoes, treated as less than human. In an instant, their defenses crumbled, and they broke down in tears. Onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why these cherry blossom pigs had so completely lost their composure. Enough, Lu Chen. This is the military base. There are too many people around, Lu Qingfeng quickly advised in a hushed tone, implying that they should find a more secluded location. Lu Chen then dispelled the nightmarish illusion, and the cherry blossom pigs, weeping profusely, no longer dared to voice their opinions, their mental fortitude shattered. Is there anyone else with objections? Lu Chen coldly inquired. The eagle-eyed individuals merely glanced at him, speechless, increasingly aware of his formidable presence. I'm asking you a question. Do you have any objections? Lu Chen directed his ire towards them, rebuking them sharply, while delivering a powerful slap that left the onlooking American in a daze. It was not that silence would spare one from punishment. Chapter 163. So what? Mind your own business. The American, caught off guard and clutching his face, felt a blaze of pain that ignited a spark of anger within him. However, considering Lu Chen's formidable strength and the fact that they were in a military zone, he restrained himself from retaliating. Meanwhile, the military personnel observed with satisfaction, internally applauding Lu Chen. These ruffians had long been arrogant and overbearing, and for various reasons. Their contempt was palpable. Yet, due to their status, they refrained from taking action, enduring a series of minor conflicts. Had Lu Chen opted for a conciliatory approach, they might have looked down upon him, rendering any future collaboration with him a futile endeavor. However, they were taken aback by Lu Chen's decisive and unhesitating strike, devoid of any superfluous dialogue, leaving the American in such a state. In that moment, a newfound respect for Lu Chen blossomed within them. "Are you deaf?" "I'm speaking to you," Lu Chen said coldly, causing a shift in the American's demeanor, a mixture of resentment and fury evident in his gaze. After a brief pause, he finally replied, "No objections." Hearing this, Lu Chen chose not to continue his assault, silently cursing the man for being spineless. "If there are no objections, then let us proceed," Lu Chen declared, and this time, no one hindered their path. Lu Chengfeng approached and lightly patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, advising, "Be cautious." "I know," Lu Chen replied before turning to depart. The Beast Abyss. The distance from the military base was not considerable. They arrived in just over half an hour. Signs of battle surrounded them, undoubtedly left by the military, and even Lu Chen could hear the sounds of conflict emanating from within the Beast Abyss. "Captain, this is the Beast Abyss. The battle must have already begun. Let us enter." Lu Chen, having already grasped the primary objective of this operation after his conversation with Lu Chengfeng the previous night, agreed without hesitation. Thus, the group followed Lu Chen into the depths of the Beast Abyss. Yet, Lu Chen was also eager to uncover the whereabouts of the ruins mentioned by Luo Fanning. Of course, before that, he needed to deal with the American and the Sakura pig. Before long, they encountered more than a dozen demonic beasts, bloodied and appearing to have recently escaped from deeper within. Upon spotting Lu Chen and his group, the beast's eyes glinted with coldness. "You lot, go take care of these beasts. Remember to leave some alive." Lu Chen regarded the beasts with indifference, turning coldly to the Sakura pig and the American. Us. The Sakura pig was bewildered, only to be met with Lu Chen's sharp slap shortly thereafter. At this moment, they had finally resigned themselves, no longer daring to utter a word, yet puzzled as to why Lu Chen insisted on allowing them to remain alive. Reluctantly, they began to engage the monstrous beasts. The military personnel contemplated intervening, but Lu Chen halted them. After a brief pause, they seemed to grasp Lu Chen's intent and retreated to the rear. "Help us! Why are you all standing idly by?" the cherry blossom pig exclaimed, panic rising within as they realized their predicament. The beasts had already launched their assault, making any retreat exceedingly difficult. They had expected Lu Chen and his companions to provide assistance, only to be taken aback by the fact that they had no intention of intervening at all. In that moment, they were engulfed in fear. Lu Chen, however, responded nonchalantly, "You all hold your ground. We must remain vigilant against the potential ambush from additional beasts, which is of utmost importance." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ma Chao and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. This truly was an elaborate prank on the cherry blossom people, not just a simple jest. The military personnel observed from the sidelines, feeling that Lu Chen's actions were somewhat underhanded, yet they couldn't deny the enjoyment it brought. They had many considerations as members of the military, but Lu Chen and his group were unencumbered by such concerns. The cherry blossom pig and eagle sauce pig were acutely aware that Lu Chen was intentionally toying with them. However, the monstrous beasts were relentless, making any attempt to retreat nearly impossible. It seemed that Lu Chen had sensed their intentions, retreating several steps to increase the distance. Before long, the beasts began to falter, sustaining heavy injuries and ultimately being slain. The ground was littered with the corpses of the beasts, and the cherry blossom pig collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Since arriving in the Great Xia, they had not engaged in any form of combat. All matters had been handled by the locals, leaving them to bask in idleness. As for any semblance of combat skills or experience, they had long since been forgotten. Now, to merely manage to slay these beasts while sustaining injuries was already quite commendable. They then turned their gaze towards Lu Chen, their eyes reflecting a hint of anger. To their surprise, Lu Chen approached them, his own expression laced with indignation. Before they could react, Lu Chen's hand struck their faces with a resounding slap, leaving them utterly bewildered. El Chi Feng and the others shook their heads. Brother Chen truly does not regard them as human. Human? What humans? All I see are brutes. Ma Chao added, finding no fault in Lu Chen's actions. After all, it was a common aspiration to bring down the cherry blossom people. I certainly did not witness the captain striking anyone. Indeed, the captain is merely dealing with beasts. The captain is truly excessive. Why not let me join in? My hands are itching to strike. The military personnel chimed in, thoroughly entertained. Despite their reservations, they genuinely enjoyed the spectacle, growing increasingly in awe of Lu Chen. By what right do you strike us? We have slain the beasts. We are the heroes. A cherry blossom pig could no longer contain its fury and rose to its feet, shouting vehemently. However, in the next instant, it was sent flying by a kick from Lu Chen. By what right? Did I not say to spare the living? Did you not hear me? Obey the orders. Are you unaware of this? Lu Chen thundered, his frustration palpable. To him, the simplification of the situation was far more crucial than these trivial matters. I had intended to leave some alive for questioning, yet you chose to eliminate them outright. I now have reason to suspect that you are colluding with the demon race. Lu Chen declared directly, causing those from the military to fall into a stunned silence. Was this accusation too far-fetched? You're talking nonsense. How can you interrogate a beast that does not speak? One of the Americans discerned that Lu Chen was merely looking for trouble. So what? Do you think I care? Lu Chen retorted, leaving the Americans utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 164. Personal actions unrelated to the Great Xia. What's the matter? Lu Chen's words rendered the Americans speechless, at a loss for how to respond. They could have simply slandered him, yet he insisted on finding a justification, while their demeanor remained amiable. You are slandering us. I will report this to the military, to our cherry blossom military. You people from Great Xia are truly overstepping. One cherry blossom pig was incensed. Recognizing that Lu Chen was acting with deliberate malice, there was nothing more to say. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed. Even picking his nose and flicking something at the cherry blossom pig. Feel free to report whatever you wish. I am only accountable for my own affairs. Before that, I need to ascertain whether you are indeed in league with the demon race. You are outrageous. The cherry blossom pig was genuinely angered, astonished that Lu Chen showed him no respect whatsoever. What evidence do you have to apprehend me? It barked, its tone dripping with disdain. However, it sought a covert opportunity to escape, realizing that Lu Chen was not there to execute a mission, but to ensnare them. Evidence. Once I interrogate, evidence will present itself. Lu Chen asserted with utmost seriousness, leaving them at a loss for words. Just as they contemplated a retort, Lu Chen's voice rang out. Seize him. In an instant, Ma Chao and the others surged forward, taking action without a moment's hesitation. The military personnel swiftly followed suit. One individual hesitated briefly, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him, slapping himself hard in the face for hesitating during such a momentous occasion. What are you doing? I will report you. I will. The cherry blossom pig howled in anger, attempting to resist. Yet, those familiar with confronting the cherry blossom pigs knew that in such moments, their bloodline awakened, doubling their combat power, second only to their ancestors. The cherry blossom pig had just emerged from a fierce battle and could not withstand such a brutal assault. It was soon beaten down, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, stripped of its earlier arrogance. I will report you. A cherry blossom pig, rather than cooperating, stubbornly sought to resist. Lu Chen was infuriated as a surge of power surged through his fingertips, piercing directly through the forehead of the Sakura pig. This creature, even in its final moments, could scarcely fathom that Lu Chen would indeed resort to violence against them. Witnessing a comrade's demise, the remaining Sakura pigs fell into a hushed silence. Their composure shattered in an instant. Lu Chen was not jesting. He was utterly serious. Had they inadvertently revealed their intentions? That seemed implausible. Separate them, plug their ears. I shall interrogate each one individually. Should any of you provide inconsistent accounts, you shall face dire consequences. Lu Chen's ominous voice resonated, instilling panic and a tinge of fear among the Sakura pigs. The military personnel promptly complied with his orders. Soon, only one individual remained, and Lu Chen turned his gaze towards him, an icy aura enveloping the unfortunate soul. I am aware that you are conspiring. If you cooperate and divulge the truth, I assure you, I will not make your life difficult. In truth, we have already gathered substantial evidence. Your silence holds little significance. I am merely offering you a chance. Understand that our great Xia culture values propriety, and I wish to avoid complicating matters for you. Lu Chen's tone suddenly softened. The individual, who had prepared himself to endure Lu Chen's torturous methods, found himself at a loss, staring blankly at him, ready to accept his fate. After a prolonged silence, the individual finally spoke. I do not comprehend what you are implying. This is slander. Lu Chen did not display anger. Instead, he continued in a gentle manner. Denying it serves no purpose. Your stubborn resistance is utterly futile. Do you not realize? I shall grant you another opportunity. My patience is finite. Yet, the individual remained obstinately silent. Lu Chen smiled, advancing with a brutal onslaught, beating him mercilessly. Grasping the hair of the Sakura pig, he dragged it before the others, delivering a fatal beating. Once the creature lay lifeless, Chen ceased his pretense, seizing another individual and pulling him aside. Blood smeared across his face, panting like a wild beast. Before the individual could utter a word, 3 daggers were plunged into his thigh, each piercing through completely. For the final thrust, Chen did not withdraw the blade, but instead held the hilt, gently rotating it. He could feel the edge scraping against the bone. Speak now. My patience is truly limited. That individual has already admitted you came with ulterior motives. Why subject yourselves to such suffering? I do not know. The individual stubbornly gritted his teeth in defiance. Chen increased the pressure of his twisting grip, signaling for Luo Fanning to approach. She quickly understood Chen's intention and placed herself before him. What are you doing? Why resort to such brutal measures? If he wishes to speak, he will. If not, your violence will yield no results. With that, Luo Fanning deliberately pushed Chen aside, discarding the dragon scale blade. Turning around, he spoke softly, in truth. We are already aware. Otherwise, do you think he would dare to act against you? We merely wish to confirm a few details. Whether you choose to speak or not holds little consequence. However, should you choose to confide in us, we might find justification to spare you. To put it plainly, we are not fiends with a penchant for bloodshed. Upon hearing Luo Fanning's gentle words, juxtaposed with the earlier ferocity of Chen, the Sakura pig could no longer maintain composure, tears streaming down his cheeks. He felt utterly aggrieved. Gradually, he began to divulge what he knew. Ma Chao and the others exchanged glances, realizing it was indeed the same duo, one with a fiery demeanor, the other with a calm facade, rendering the Sakura pig utterly confounded. It was evident that one cannot expect 2 distinct personalities to emerge from a single bed. Subsequently, Chen and Luo Fanning collaborated to extract information from the others, covertly recording videos as evidence to send to El Qingfeng. By the time the interrogations were concluded, Chen had gathered all necessary information. His countenance darkened, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. He then coldly declared, "Eliminate them all." The Sakura pig instantly panicked, weakly exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? You promised you would spare us." He lamented, "You deceived us. You are untrustworthy, a liar." These individuals were clearly in a state of distress, hastily pleading. Yet, Chen merely cast a glance their way, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Indeed, while the great Xia is a nation of propriety, I am no virtuous figure. I adhere not to the principles of martial ethics. Personal actions bear no relation to the great Xia. Chen's words reverberated, leaving the Sakura pig in a state of bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. Had they truly become the jesters in this scenario? After pondering for an extended period, they remained confounded, yet Ma Chao and the others had already taken action. With swift precision, they executed their orders without a hint of hesitation, resulting in 7 lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground, blood still seeping forth, the acrid scent of iron overwhelming the senses. What on earth is happening, Captain? At this moment, a member of the military could no longer contain his curiosity. These beasts conspired with demonic creatures, plotting the demise of our military personnel executing the mission. Chen's voice resonated, chilling with palpable intent. Upon hearing this revelation, the military personnel were left in stunned disbelief, gazing at Chen with incredulity. I have already informed Commander L of this matter. How we proceed now rests in his hands. It seems we may struggle to provide assistance. Their primary objective is to target our main forces. However, the demon race has dispatched numerous teams, personally led by the son of the Demon King, preparing to ambush us. Chen continued, having relayed all pertinent information to El Qingfeng, leaving the course of action to his discretion. The son of the Demon King? The military personnel exclaimed, their voices tinged with a newfound gravity. This time, the military had meticulously prepared for the cleansing operation. Yet they had failed to consider the potential for information to leak into the hands of the demon race. A troubling realization struck Chen suddenly. He had forgotten something important. He quickly reached for his phone to message Qingfeng, only to discover that there was no signal. His device appeared to be jammed. The others, upon witnessing this, hastily retrieved their phones and various communication devices, yet at that moment, an unknown force seemed to interfere within the depths of the beast abyss, rendering all equipment ineffective. What could be happening? Do we have any undercover agents among our small team, like the Sakura pig or the Eagle Sauce pig? Chen inquired. The military personnel nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this was the case. Most of them were infiltrators, capable of leaking the team's whereabouts to the demon race at any moment, and even betraying them to aid the enemy during critical junctures. Chen expressed his concerns, but now, With their means of communication rendered useless, he felt increasingly anxious. "I'll return to inform Commander Liu," one individual stated, his expression grave as he grasped the seriousness of the situation. "Go ahead. And also let Commander Liu know that the signal is down in the Beast Abyss. Ensure the message gets through." Chen commanded. "Understood." The person replied promptly before turning to flee. Meanwhile, within the military headquarters, Liu Chengfeng and his colleagues sat in a conference room. Their expressions somber as they reviewed the video and messages transmitted by Chen. They could hardly fathom the extent of the demon's ambitions. "We need to reinforce our numbers." Someone was organizing the response, their demeanor reflecting intense seriousness. Liu Chengfeng and his companions wore expressions of deep concern. "I truly did not expect that Chen would possess such capabilities, uncovering this so swiftly," one remarked. "Indeed. Who would have thought that the very first thing this fellow would do upon entering the Beast Abyss would be to interrogate?" Another chimed in. "Though his methods may be brutal, they have proven effective." The higher-ups unanimously praised Chen. Although the process may not have seemed ideal, they had indeed acquired the information they sought. Given the gravity of the situation, the sooner they became aware, the better equipped they would be to formulate an appropriate countermeasure. Meanwhile, within the Beast Abyss, after confirming that all the Sakura pigs had been eliminated, Chen meticulously scavenged all cultivation resources from their remains before hastily departing. "Captain, what should we do now?" one of the military personnel inquired. Chen responded, "We will proceed with the original plan while searching for the remaining teams. We must eliminate every last Sakura pig, leaving none alive." Upon hearing this, the military personnel steeled themselves for a fight. Retreat was not an option. Swiftly, they navigated through the Beast Abyss. At that moment, a fierce and menacing aura approached, accompanied by the deafening roars of various beasts. Chen halted, lifting his gaze to behold a colossal golden lion, towering at 3 meters, emerging slowly. Its massive frame resembled a small mountain, and its scarlet eyes glinted with mockery as they fell upon Chen and his team. 5th level of the Marquis realm. Ma Chao discerned the beast's cultivation level at a glance, his expression shifting to one of profound gravity. If it were an ordinary 5th level Marquis realm beast, he would not have regarded it with such concern. However, this formidable lion exuded an aura of immense vitality, bordering on the terrifying. Clearly, it was not to be trifled with. The offspring of the Demon King. Upon discerning the true nature of this great lion, a shared thought arose in the minds of Chen and his companions. Perhaps only the progeny of the Demon King could possess such overwhelming vitality. After searching for so long, I have finally encountered a member of the human race. It would be exceedingly dull if I did not find one soon. The lion remarked coldly, as more than 30 demon beasts emerged from the surroundings, half of which were at the level of Marquis. "Do you believe us when we say we are merely passing through?" Chen paused momentarily before speaking. The lion had expected Chen to unleash a torrent of curses, yet was taken aback by his composed response. For a moment, the lion fell silent. "Believe you? Of course, I do. But that does not preclude me from wanting to slay you." The lion retorted mockingly, as the demon beasts lunged forward without hesitation. Chen decisively retaliated, and the soldiers behind him hurriedly joined the fray. Unexpectedly, these demon beasts attacked with unreserved ferocity. Chen, feeling a surge of anger, unleashed a slash that sent a blade of light extending 3 zhong, instantly slaying 2 of the demon beasts. "Vile creatures, I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it." Chen shouted in fury, the dragon scale blade shimmering in his grasp. As he struck, the force emanating from his blow instilled terror in the demon beasts. What incredible power! I never anticipated such a genius could emerge from the human race. I find you intriguing. Would you consider becoming my battle servant? I could grant you an opportunity to survive. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to sever your head and take it back as a goblet," the lion declared coldly, though it could not conceal the astonishment in its gaze at Chen's formidable prowess. "I would rather die? You base creature. Do you truly think that uttering a few words elevates your worth?" Chen retorted, radiating an overwhelming presence. Another strike fell, brutally dispatching 2 Marquis-level demon beasts, before he charged towards the lion. Chapter 166. The solitude of invincibility. Upon witnessing Chen daring to advance towards it, the lion's eyes flared with anger. It was the son of the Lion King, possessing a noble bloodline. To be provoked by a mere human, especially one at the 8th layer of the Meridian realm, was nearly an unforgivable affront. Seeking death, the lion bellowed, its voice resonating with deafening intensity, imbued with an aura of ferocious power. Ma Chao and the others were still entangled with the demon beasts, whose numbers were nearly double their own. Their situation was precarious. Chen himself had not anticipated such a fortune, stumbling upon a contingent of demon creatures. "Be careful," Ma Chao shouted, but Lu Chen did not respond. The lion's strength was formidable, and even he did not dare underestimate it. As the lion launched its attack, Lu Chen resolutely activated the Nine Heavens Thunder Command. The atmosphere crackled with terrifying lightning, and with a mighty strike, an ear-splitting roar resonated through the air. Lu Chen stumbled back several steps, while the lion, too, staggered precariously, nearly toppling to the ground. With a swift motion, Lu Chen steadied himself and unleashed the celestial star finger once more. The power at his fingertips surging forth with remarkable intensity. He had mastered this technique to perfection, each strike imbued with formidable strength. The lion, sensing the imminent threat of this attack, dared not confront it head-on and swiftly evaded. However, the demonic beasts nearby were not so fortunate, being instantly pierced through and meeting their demise on the spot. Observing the lioness' agile retreat, Lu Chen redirected his assault towards the other beasts. Given his prowess, they were no match for him, incapable of withstanding even a single blow, falling effortlessly beneath his blade. Fury ignited within the lion, an unnamed rage boiling over, nearly causing its lungs to burst with indignation. It was unfathomable to him that Lu Chen would dare to act so brazenly. You seek your own demise, the lion roared, compelled to engage actively. Otherwise, all the beasts it had brought would perish at Lu Chen's hands. Keep hiding if you wish, Lu Chen retorted with a cold smile, drawing his blade again, deliberately provoking the lion to act. He had discerned that although the beast was massive, its agility was remarkable. Should it refrain from attacking, it would only squander more time and energy. With 3 consecutive strikes, the terrifying blade light dazzled, forcing the lion to retreat repeatedly, unable to withstand the onslaught. Who are you? I have never heard of such a genius among the human race, the lion exclaimed, incredulity lacing its voice. I am your long-lost wild uncle, Lu Chen replied, bringing his blade down once more, this strike slicing through all the lioness defenses. The blade's arc left a gaping wound upon the lion, blood gushing forth and saturating the ground beneath them. The excruciating pain compelled the lion to retreat, its eyes ablaze with rage. After all these years, you are the first to inflict harm upon me, it taunted. And you are the first I have encountered in all these years, Lu Chen countered, reveling in the lion's embarrassment. Yet, this was of little consequence. The lion was genuinely incensed now. In an instant, a palpable aura of bloodlust enveloped it, the scent of iron wafting through the air. You have truly angered me, the lion declared coldly, its fur bristling like steel needles. Without hesitation, it charged forward, a sinister manifestation of a bloodthirsty lion materializing behind it, coalescing from its gathered power. With claws sharp enough to rend the heavens, it advanced. Hell's blood sea technique. Lu Chen retreated several paces, promptly employing this martial skill. In an instant, a multitude of crimson runes coalesced in his palm, surging forth to meet the lion's ferocious assault. The blood-red symbols swiftly penetrated the very essence of the astral line. Before the lion could fully comprehend the unfolding events, its lifeblood dissipated, coalescing in Lu Chen's grasp, and swiftly transforming into a grotesque long blade. The lion expelled a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from a backlash that inflicted grave injuries. Die beast, Lu Chen declared, as the sanguine blade descended. The lion attempted to resist, but found itself devoid of any strength, resigning itself to the inevitable strike. The sound of flesh being severed echoed, and blood gushed forth as the massive lion's head rolled on the ground for some time before coming to a halt, its crimson eyes reflecting a lingering terror from its former life. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Every onlooker turned their gaze towards Lu Chen, disbelief etched in their expressions. The son of the Demon King had been slain so effortlessly? The beast horde was equally bewildered. How could the son of the Demon King fall so swiftly at the onset of this confrontation? Wasn't it said that the external forces were merely weaklings, mere fodder? Which inept warrior could so easily vanquish the offspring of a Demon King? The atmosphere grew palpably tense as fear began to rise among the beasts. They realized the implications of the Demon King's son's demise. Returning home would likely result in their own execution at the hands of the Lion King. Panic ensued among the beasts as one of them cried out, "He has slain the son of the Demon King. We shall be punished by the Lion King if we return." In an instant, they launched themselves towards Lu Chen in a frenzied assault. The scene erupted into chaos. Lu Chen, get out of the way, Ma Chao shouted urgently, swiftly engaging with a long spear to eliminate one of the beasts, then pressing forward to join the fray. The others followed suit, recognizing that even those at the peak of the Marquis realm must tread carefully in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Yet, Lu Chen appeared unfazed. He met the charging beasts with his crimson blade. In a flash of bloodlight, Ma Chao and the others halted in their tracks, staring in stunned silence. The beasts that had charged forward seemed to be frozen in time, utterly motionless. Lu Chen stood there, hands clasped behind his back, embodying an aura of invincibility. As he walked past the immobilized beasts, they all collapsed, their bodies severed, blood erupting like a fountain. Witnessing this spectacle sent chills down Ma Chao and the others' spines. For the first time, they felt a profound sense of fear emanating from Lu Chen. Not only those present, but even the seasoned military personnel who have traversed the battlefield were struck with astonishment at the sight before them. They had never encountered such a scene, and inexplicable fear began to well up within them. Is this truly the extent of Lu Chen's power? Strong, remarkably strong. At this moment, the singular thought that occupied the minds of the military was the absurdity of their challenge to Lu Chen the previous night. In a life-and-death battle, they would likely struggle to withstand even a single strike from him. Do not regard me with such awe. It is merely a display of fundamental skills, Lu Chen proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, presenting an imposing silhouette that exuded the solitude of invincibility. El Qingfeng's lips twitched. This fellow was truly adept at putting on a show. Yet, one could not deny that Lu Chen had indeed surpassed expectations. Even a peak figure of the Marquis realm would find it challenging to rival his prowess. To put it more precisely, even a martial king would face difficulties. Lu Chen's true combat strength remained an enigma. Captain, I am utterly convinced, one member of the military declared, bowing respectfully to Lu Chen, deeply shaken. They could hardly fathom that Lu Chen could unleash such formidable power, effortlessly slaying numerous demonic beasts, including the offspring of a demon king. Captain, please accept my submission. Allow me to kneel before you. I am utterly in awe. Another military personnel exclaimed, equally astounded. In comparison to the defeat they faced at Lu Chen's hands the previous night, his display of strength today was far more staggering. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Detection of the host's slaughter of numerous demonic beasts. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 simplification points. In recognition of the host's first defeat of the Demon King's offspring, the host is rewarded with an opportunity to elevate their martial arts proficiency and an enhancement in cultivation. As this cool voice resonated, a smile graced Lu Chen's lips. 60,000 simplification points, an astounding reward for merely vanquishing these beasts. It is indeed essential to slay higher-tiered demonic creatures and calamities. What thrilled Lu Chen even more were the subsequent rewards, the chance to enhance his martial skills and his cultivation. Enhance my cultivation, Lu Chen resolved, making his choice. In an instant, he felt a unique force coursing through his body, rapidly elevating his cultivation level. In the span of a single breath, he ascended to the 9th level of the Meridian realm. Feeling the breakthrough, a glimmer of joy lit up Lu Chen's eyes. He then continued, enhance the celestial star finger. Ultimately, Lu Chen opted to utilize this opportunity for martial skill enhancement. The celestial star finger was already an advanced Earth-grade martial skill. Its evolution would elevate it to the heavenly tier, though there is only a single rank difference between the low heavenly and advanced Earth-grade skills. The chasm in capability is vast. As Lu Chen's words fell, the mechanical whir of a turning wheel resonated in his mind. He distinctly sensed his body beginning to transform, a fervent energy starting to swirl within him. Ma Chao and the others were utterly astonished, acutely aware that Lu Chen's cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the Meridian realm. Yet, what was the source of the formidable aura emanating from him? This did not resemble a mere breakthrough. As this surge of power manifested, the surroundings were instantly engulfed in a tempest, reminiscent of the prelude to a violent storm. Above, the sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, painting a scene akin to an apocalypse. The intensity of Lu Chen's aura only grew stronger, showing no signs of abating. Gradually, a colossal phantom, towering 100 feet high, took form in the heavens, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. At the moment of its condensation, the spiritual energy of the world seemed to boil over, drawing countless powerful beings to witness this spectacle. Even within the depths of Een Mountain, certain demon kings and demon lords momentarily paused to gaze upward, having never before encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. A sense of dread enveloped them. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards that ethereal figure. The apparition raised its hand, sketching intricate runes that coalesced at its fingertips, then descended a finger as if it were propping up the heavens. What a terrifying pressure! What was happening? The military personnel remained in a state of bewilderment, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief. They understood that this celestial anomaly was undoubtedly linked to Lu Chen. Celestial-grade martial technique has been born. Luo Fanning spoke, and her simple declaration plunged those nearby into a profound silence. A celestial-grade martial technique? To them, it seemed to exist merely in legend, something they had never witnessed. And now, they were being told that a 9th-level Meridian Realm cultivator had created a celestial-grade martial technique. Might as well say Lu Chen simply basked in the sun and mastered the 9-yang divine skill. How absurd. Yet now, with the manifestation of this celestial phenomenon, disbelief was no longer an option. This martial technique that Lu Chen had originally cultivated was indeed of a high earth grade. Perhaps his unique insights have allowed it to transcend to the celestial grade, Luo Fanning elucidated. Yet, even such an explanation left them profoundly shaken. High earth grade martial techniques. They had never encountered such a thing. Even if provided with a high mysterious grade martial technique, they would require years of comprehension, let alone achieving new and distinct insights that could elevate it. It was a dream they would not dare to entertain. Is our team captain always this extraordinary? Someone finally could not help but inquire of Ma Chao and the others. Ma Chao sighed helplessly, his expression one of melancholy. You all envy us for being part of the God of War camp, but do you understand the profound psychological impact of facing such a prodigy daily? I was once a paragon of the Daxiao Academy, a figure of prominence, until this fellow arrived. Have you ever seen a freshman in their first year beating up a senior in their 4th year? Huh. After finally making it into the God of War camp, I discovered that this guy was already a designated member. During a routine assessment, he ended up fighting the instructor. I swear I'm on the brink of depression. Ma Chao exclaimed, unable to restrain his feelings any longer. He was truly on the brink of despair, utterly shattered by Lu Chen's relentless blows, stripped of all confidence. Alas, my brother, I never imagined your plight would be so dire. I no longer envy the War God camp. Being in the presence of such a prodigy would plunge me into a deep depression, leaving me contemplating the unthinkable. The military personnel regarded Ma Chao with sympathetic expressions, unable to fathom the profound psychological toll Lu Chen had inflicted upon him. Chapter 168. The most worrisome event has come to pass. At this moment, they even deemed their decision to forego joining the War God camp a fortuitous one. Otherwise, enduring the company of such a genius would have surely driven them into despair. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, they found themselves feeling a strange sense of relief. Their previous frustrations at being eliminated dissipated. Simultaneously, the celestial anomalies above gradually receded. Lu Chen opened his eyes, his gaze profound, acutely aware of his newfound strength. Let us proceed, he stated calmly, exhibiting an air of nonchalance. Ma Chao and the others silently trailed behind Lu Chen, each enveloped in a heavy silence, thoroughly demoralized by Lu Chen's overwhelming prowess. Even Luo Fanning fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with an indescribable sensation of being deeply affected. In her previous life, she had been extraordinarily gifted, ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts and earning the title of Empress. Yet now, relying solely on her past memories, she found herself unable to surpass Lu Chen, being metaphorically crushed beneath his might. This sense of powerlessness threatened to unravel her composure. I must strive harder. Otherwise, if Lu Chen seeks a concubine, how can I, who cannot even contend with a concubine, maintain my status as the primary consort? Luo Fanning mused, eager to seek out the relics. However, the battle was far from over, making such a quest impossible at present. Meanwhile, within the military, Lu Qingfeng and his companions continued to observe the location of the Beast Abyss, clearly noting the recent celestial phenomena. Each wore expressions of astonishment as they gazed towards the direction of the Beast Abyss. What transpired just now? Such a terrifying celestial anomaly. Could it be that a powerful being has emerged? One speculated, his demeanor grave and contemplative. Martial arts? What kind of martial art could evoke such an anomaly? Could it be of the heavenly rank? Another pondered, but fell silent after voicing his thoughts. It seemed only the emergence of a heavenly rank martial art could manifest such a grand celestial phenomenon. I am curious as to who it might be. Our military certainly lacks such a genius. Could it be one of those from the War God camp? Another inquired. Lu Qifeng remained silent. Yet an answer had already begun to form in his mind. If that were the case, only one individual could possess such extraordinary abilities. At that moment, within the depths of the Beast Abyss, Lu Chen and his companions traversed the forest, having slain numerous fierce beasts while also seeking traces of other teams. Before Lu Chen stood a black ape of the Marquis realm, which, upon spotting him, charged forward with ferocity, its malevolent aura radiating as if it sought to tear Lu Chen to shreds. However, Lu Chen merely scoffed, a look of disdain upon his face, and slowly raised his hand. As he uttered a sound, a brilliant force surged forth from his fingertips. The black ape sensed the imminent danger, but before it could react, this powerful energy pierced through its brow. Not bad. Lu Chen withdrew his hand and remarked indifferently, acknowledging the formidable might of the celestial star pointer, which had indeed grown exponentially stronger than before. At that moment, Ma Chao's voice echoed, drawing attention to the signs of battle and the presence of corpses. As Ma Chao's words resonated, Lu Chun hurried over, where the others had already gathered. The sight of the bodies instantly ignited rage within the military personnel. They recognized these individuals as comrades from the military, some of whom had fought alongside them on the battlefield. Now, they lay lifeless on the ground, some bodies even mangled, with wounds that clearly indicated they had been torn apart while still alive. Lu Chun fell into a brief silence, realizing that throughout their journey, they had not encountered anyone else, only to find themselves amidst the dead. "We should hide their bodies first," suggested one of the military personnel, his eyes reddened with sorrow. "I want to give them a proper burial. If other beasts come across them, they might suffer further indignities." Lu Chun paused before responding. "I completely understand your feelings. However, our current mission is to avenge them and rescue those who are still alive." After stating this, he chose not to elaborate further, his meaning clear. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather, given the evidence of the battle and the corpses, it was evident that some must have escaped. The priority must be to save the living. The military personnel fell silent for a moment, swiftly gathering the bodies and placing them in a secure location before approaching Lu Chun. "My apologies, Captain. I need not say more. Once this mission concludes, I will return with you to bring them home," Lu Chun replied, then turned sharply in one direction and accelerated. Ma Chao and the others followed closely behind, their expressions grave. The sight of the fallen ignited within them an overwhelming thirst for vengeance. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds: to slay these beasts. Soon, the roars of the beasts and the sounds of combat reached their ears. Lu Chun quickened his pace and soon spotted a massive beast assaulting a severely injured man, who was on the verge of collapse. In that critical moment, Lu Chun intervened, channeling a terrifying force through his fingertips and launching it forth. This energy swiftly traversed the distance, penetrating a tree as thick as a barrel, and just as the beast was about to deliver a fatal blow, it pierced through the creature's brow, extinguishing its life. The military personnel had prepared themselves for death, yet they were taken aback to see a gaping wound suddenly appear in the beast's forehead. The monstrous beast collapsed instantly, shock evident in its eyes. This was a fourth-tier beast of the Marquis realm, renowned for its tough hide and formidable defense, yet it had been slain. What an unfathomable power this must be! While he was still in a daze, Lu Chun had already appeared before him, accompanied by his companions. The sight of Lu Chun and his team eased the tension in his heart momentarily. However, his expression soon shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "You must hurry and rescue the captain and the others. We have been betrayed by those despicable Sakura scoundrels. They have colluded with the demon clan and divulged our route, leading to our ambush by the beasts. We have suffered severe losses, and the captain is still fighting for his life against the monsters." He spoke in a rush, barely pausing to express his gratitude. "Where? Take me there," Lu Chun demanded, his heart ablaze with furious indignation. The worst fears had indeed come to fruition. Chapter 169. I am abnormal, deriving pleasure from the torture of beasts. Lu Chun spoke coldly, his voice laced with intense rage. At that moment, he was genuinely furious. The fire within him felt almost insurmountable. The others shared his ire, their faces etched with fury. These wretched Sakura swine had committed such an atrocious act. Over the years, their unruly behavior in the Great Siam military had gone unchecked, as their status made it difficult for the military to discipline them. Yet now they had perpetrated an act that incited universal outrage, colluding with the demon clan. Such an offense is unforgivable anywhere. One of the injured had severe wounds, prompting Ma Chao to carry him on his back. They could afford no more delays. "Just ahead, hurry faster," the injured man urged, desperation in his voice. Soon, the sounds of battle reached their ears, and Lu Chun, consumed by wrath, quickened his pace. It was not until he spotted a demonic beast that he struck with decisive force, leaving behind an indelible mark of his immense power. The beast, sensing the imminent threat, attempted to evade, but it was too late. Lu Chun's attack had already penetrated its body. This sudden turn of events left those around them momentarily stunned, including the other demonic beasts, who also changed their expressions. Not far away, the Sakura swine continued to revel in the chaos, even launching attacks against the military personnel. Yet they too were captivated by the unfolding scene. "Die!" Lu Chun's voice thundered with unrestrained fury as he launched himself forward. The dragon scale blade in his hand shimmered ominously, and a formidable blade of light surged forth. Before one of the beasts could react, it was sent flying, its body cleaved in two. "Our reinforcements have arrived." A military soldier laughed heartily upon seeing Lu Chun and his team, though blood continuously spilled from his mouth, indicating he was on the brink of collapse. Kill. Ma Chao's anger surged as he witnessed the scene. Throughout, Lu Chen remained silent. His mind singularly focused on one thought: to eradicate every last beast in this place and slay all the Sakura swine. Lu Chen charged forward, confronting a magnificent tiger of the 5th rank in the Marquis realm. Its vitality surged, exuding an aura of ferocity, and Lu Chen recognized it as the offspring of the Demon King. Enraged by Lu Chen's audacity to approach, the Demon King's son scoffed at the audacity of this mere 9th level of the Meridian realm, deeming him far beneath his notice. Such an approach, in his eyes, was tantamount to courting death. Stop him. Yet, the Demon King's son refrained from engaging directly, his disdain evident as he considered Lu Chen unworthy of his efforts. Nearby, 2 demon beasts, also of the Marquis realm, surged forward. The Sakura pig, witnessing this unfolding scene, felt a twinge of panic. They were acutely aware that should this matter come to light, dire consequences awaited them. Thus, these intruders must perish. Without hesitation, the Sakura pig launched its attack. Lu Chen, however, exhibited no trace of fear. Indeed, he displayed not a flicker of emotion. With a single stroke, he cleaved one Marquis realm beast in 2. Another swift motion ensued, a finger imprint piercing through the brow of a second beast. The Sakura pig was struck by terror. It had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Before they could even engage, Lu Chen had already dispatched 2 Marquis realm beasts. Instantly, they turned to flee. They could not withstand a foe of this caliber. However, Lu Chen's animosity towards them was irreconcilable. He acted swiftly, rendering their cultivation null and void. This terrifying force erupted forth. Lu Chen appeared as a harbinger of death, an unstoppable force against any who dared to obstruct him. He sensed the intense heat radiating from the sacred pearl in his abdomen, powerful energies coursing through his body, replenishing his strength inexhaustibly. Spare you not out of fear of killing you, but because I desire your demise to be anything but effortless. His voice resonated with an eerie chill, reminiscent of a voice echoing from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down the spines of the Sakura pigs. Ignoring them, he advanced relentlessly towards the Demon King's son. You possess some skill. Yet, upon encountering me, your fate shall merely be to become my excrement. The Demon King's son remarked coolly, the earlier disdain in his eyes dissipating. Though he was a tiger, he was certainly no coward. The extent of Lu Chen's displayed strength had been witnessed firsthand. To underestimate him further would be akin to folly. You are truly repulsive, Lu Chen retorted fiercely, launching a powerful strike. A blade of light descended, and Lu Chen's aura seemed to reach its zenith. The blazing sun shone brightly, and he felt the tumult of blood and energy within him, akin to the flow of a mighty river. This vitality was not in the least inferior to that of the Demon King's son. With a fist propelled forward, an explosive surge of scorching power erupted instantaneously. The force of his strike descended with overwhelming might. The Demon King's son countered with a palm, but a resounding thud reverberated as their forces clashed. Lu Chen staggered back a step, regaining his balance, yet the ground beneath him succumbed to a deep imprint of his foot. Meanwhile, the Demon King's son was thrown into disarray, his claw twisted from the impact of Lu Chen's fist. It was astonishing that Lu Chen could disrupt the powerful vitality of the Demon King's son. The physical body was indeed remarkably resilient. Yet now it seemed unable to withstand Lu Chen, the progeny of the Demon King. If I were your father, I would have preferred to toss you from a tree. As Lu Chen mocked, he surged forward, wielding thunder to strike. The Demon King's son, having lost an arm, was clearly in a state of panic. He had never encountered such a ferocious human being. It was unfathomable to him what kind of existence this was and why it possessed such formidable strength. Lu Chen relentlessly pursued him, delivering a blade that struck the Demon King's son squarely on the backside. Blood gushed forth. Without allowing the Demon King's son a moment to react, Lu Chen swiftly severed him in 2. Blood sprayed out, instantly staining the ground crimson. Yet Lu Chen did not pause, turning instead to slaughter the remaining beasts. In truth, the other beasts had already been rendered mindless by the enraged military personnel, desperate to flee but thwarted at every turn. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon several cherry blossom pigs nearby. Sensing his murderous intent, the pigs turned to flee. However, Lu Chen pursued them without hesitation. Die beasts. He swung his blade down, but instead of killing them, he severed their legs. Heart-wrenching screams resounded. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. To kill you outright would be too merciful. He dragged them back like dead dogs, tossing them onto the ground. We are noble cherry blossom folk. You wretched beings, pardon me. But in the great Xia, only beasts speak of bloodlines. Lu Chen interrupted their ramblings, wishing to hear none of it, only their agonized cries. The dragon scale blade pierced through their thighs, twisting relentlessly. Pardon me for my perversion. I take pleasure in tormenting beasts. Chapter 170. I am the fearsome bandit of the war god camp. Lu Chen's cold voice rang out, a sinister grin upon his face. Blood staining the sides of his cheeks, rendering him a grotesque figure. Ma Chao and the others were expressionless faces, merely mimicking Lu Chen. Various cries of agony filled the air, yet to Lu Chen and his companions' ears, they sounded like the most exquisite symphony until the cherry blossom pigs screamed themselves to death. Only then did Lu Chen sever their heads, digging a pit to dispose of them, and topped it with a mound of excrement. Ma Chao and the others followed suit. Although it was repulsive, it brought a sense of catharsis. Lu Chen then covered Luo Fanin's eyes and moved aside. The injured had been bandaged and lay there. Expressions of relief on their faces. Damn it, someone help me up, I want to relieve myself too, someone exclaimed. For even this could not ease the bitterness in their hearts. At that moment, an injured man slumped beside Lu Chen and said, "Thank you for saving my life. I am Zhu Liang, Lu Chen, from the war god camp." Lu Chen replied, then turned to this man and inquired, "Did you receive the notification from Elvicha phone? I have relayed the information regarding the collusion between the cherry blossom pigs and the eagle pigs with the demon clan Tam." Upon hearing this, Zhu Liang shook his head. Had they received such news, they would not have suffered such heavy losses. We have not received any communication since entering the abyss of beasts. Everything has been cut off. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow tightly. If that is the case, the other teams must also be in grave danger. We have a total of 10 squads, yet the demon race has dispatched over a dozen teams, each led by the progeny of demon kings, clearly intending to leave no survivors. Lu Chen's expression grew increasingly somber. These are merely the forces on the periphery. The core assault teams have yet to be accounted for. Should any mishap befall them, the entire military district would suffer a devastating blow, with a significant depletion of mid-tier forces. If the demon race were to ally with the Calamity at this juncture, the risk of the military district falling would be substantial. In an instant, Lu Chen grasped the gravity of the situation. Enough of this. Now, stifle your grievances and put aside everything at hand. We must continue the search for the remaining teams. Leave the injured behind, Lu Chen declared decisively, taking command of the squad, though in truth, there were not many left. They held a deep respect for Lu Chen, having witnessed firsthand his valiant act of slaying the Demon King's progeny to save them. Some of the injured were struggling to rise and join the fray. Lu Chen paused for a moment and then spoke. Those who were uninjured, step forward. A few individuals complied. Lu Chen turned to one of them and said, "My friend, I understand your eagerness to join the fight, but your leg is shattered. Can you not endure for a moment? I can still fight. Even without this leg, I can slay enemies." The individual retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede defeat. "I must lead them into battle with utmost haste to locate the remaining teams. And the injured will only hinder our progress, potentially dragging us down. Do not take offense at my bluntness. In this scenario, a moment's delay could spell disaster for someone. I do not have the time for idle chatter. You must organize yourselves and contact the military for reinforcements." With that, Lu Chen and his squad swiftly navigated through the forest, soon disappearing from sight. The injured fell into a contemplative silence, not faulting Lu Chen for his directness. For his words rang true. They were indeed wounded and would only serve as a burden. Time was a luxury they could not afford. Put aside everything and exit the abyss of beasts. Attempt to establish contact with the military. Zhu Liang spoke, comprehending Lu Chen's intent. Lu Chen would venture forth to rescue the others while they sought military assistance. Subsequently, they made their way toward the outskirts of the abyss of beasts. Throughout their journey, Lu Chen's group remained silent, their eyes sharp and vigilant as they searched diligently. Before long, they encountered a military unit. Fortunately, this squad had suffered no serious injuries, though a few had sustained minor wounds during their encounters with the demon beasts, which posed no significant issue. Upon seeing Lu Chen and his bloodied, fierce appearance, they initially assumed he was seeking aid. What has transpired? Yang Fei spoke, stepping forward. He was the captain of this squad. Lu Chen did not respond. Yet his sharp gaze swiftly swept over the individuals before him, ultimately resting upon the few Sakura pigs and eagle sauce pigs. These individuals felt a sudden chill in their hearts under Lu Chen's piercing stare, instinctively sensing impending doom. To cut a long story short, capture those Sakura pigs and eagle sauce pigs, Lu Chen commanded, preparing to take action. However, Yang Fei furrowed his brow, blocking Lu Chen's advance. What does this mean? Engaging them is no trivial matter. I will explain once we have them. Lu Chen insisted, yet Yang Fei remained resolute in his obstruction. He desired to capture them, even to eliminate them. but he understood that doing so could lead to serious repercussions, especially since he had not received any orders. I said to apprehend them all. As a member of the war god camp, I will take responsibility for any fallout. Your task now is to execute the orders. Chen exclaimed angrily, producing his 20-kilogram, 24-karat gold insignia of the war god camp. Upon seeing this token, Yang Fei was momentarily stunned. When did the insignia of the war god camp become like this? Ma Chao and Bai Lian exchanged glances at a loss for words. How could there be such a vast difference in insignias? Yet, Yang Fei ceased his hesitations and turned to command. Capture them. The Sakura pigs and Eagle Sauce pigs sensed the peril and attempted to flee, but it was too late. The military personnel, already harboring resentment against them, swiftly took action and soon had them all subdued before Lu Chen. Captain Lu, what is going on? Yang Fei finally inquired. Sensing something was amiss. The bloodstains on Lu Chen and his team were glaringly evident. Something had clearly gone awry. You traitors. You have exposed the whereabouts of the military squad to the demon race. You deserve to die, Lu Chen stated coldly, leaving Yang Fei and the others momentarily speechless. You are slandering us. When have we ever colluded with the demon race? Let us go. We need to report this to the military. The Sakura pigs panicked, realizing their secret had been revealed. Yet Lu Chen's icy gaze swept over them once more. Eliminate them all, he commanded, unwilling to entertain even a moment of hesitation. Ma Chao and the others acted swiftly. Blood splattered as severed heads rolled across the ground. Yang Fei's team barely had time to react before the Sakura pigs lay dead before them. Chapter 171. Who told me that demon beasts are formidable? Yang Fei and his companions were still processing the scene when they beheld the Sakura pigs sprawled in pools of blood, their heads separated from their bodies. Shock and horror filled their eyes. Although they harbored disdain and dislike for the Sakura pigs, they had never dared to harm them before. Yet now, witnessing the slaughter firsthand, they felt an indescribable thrill, tinged with trepidation. Would this bring trouble for Captain Lu? Indeed, having slain numerous cherry blossom pigs, it is evident that the cherry blossoms will not let this matter rest lightly. Lu Chen stated directly, leaving Yang Fei momentarily taken aback. What are you flustered about? Any repercussions will be borne by the military, he continued. Besides, there is irrefutable evidence of these cherry blossom pigs colluding with the demon clan. Even the cherry blossoms would lack justification for seeking retribution. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yang Fei and the others exhaled in relief. However, they soon heard Lu Chen's voice rise again. Of course, given the nature of these wretched creatures, they will likely concoct some absurd reasons to stir up trouble. But that is not our concern. Yang Fei fell into a brief silence, recognizing the validity in Lu Chen's reasoning. At that moment, two members of the military returned. Having marked various signs along the way, we found them. These scoundrels left a trail of markers. Lu Chen approached and indeed spotted a cherry blossom emblem. Team Yang. There are over a dozen demon clan squads in this vicinity, led by the offspring of demon kings. Our remaining teams are unaware of this situation, so now I understand. We must split up to locate them and inform everyone, Yang Fei asserted, feeling the urgency to relay this information to all. Yet Lu Chen shook his head. There is no time. We must consolidate our forces and search together. If we encounter a demon clan squad, we shall strike them down directly. Should we separate? The risk of encountering a demon clan squad becomes perilous. Lu Chen did not continue, but his meaning was unmistakable. Yang Fei, though silent, had never faced a demon clan squad and was unaware of their formidable strength. Captain Yang, do not hesitate. Time is of the essence, urged a person trailing behind Lu Chen. I am from Team Zhang. Our squad was attacked by the offspring of a demon king. If Lu Chen had not intervened in time, we would have perished. The strength of the demon king's offspring is formidable, far beyond our capacity to withstand. As they turned to look, they noticed this individual was drenched in blood, which began to sway Yang Fei's belief. Of course, the captaincy can be entrusted to you. Captain Yang, I am not a member of the military, and it feels somewhat inappropriate, Lu Chen added, acknowledging his own lack of experience compared to those who had long served in the military. He was acutely aware that he was not the most qualified leader, and there was no shame in admitting it. Lu Chen, you jest. If that is the case, we shall follow your lead. Yang Fei, after a moment of contemplation, made his decision. Hearing this, Lu Chen did not waste words and simply nodded. Let us depart and search for the traces of the demon beasts. We shall take the initiative, Lu Chen declared. Yang Fei and the others furrowed their brows, but refrained from voicing their concerns. With Yang Fei's group joining, the team visibly strengthened. Before long, they encountered a squad of the demon clan, seemingly still searching for traces of the human forces. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen charged forth to engage them. Are we attacking already? Yang Fei exclaimed, utterly bewildered, as he had been contemplating strategies for deployment and ambush. How can one minimize casualties to the greatest extent? Without a trace of hesitation, Lu Chen charged forth. With a single stroke, a demonic beast was immediately slain. Yet, Lu Chen did not relent. Rather, he accelerated, harnessing this momentum to swiftly dispatch 2 more demonic beasts, positioning himself before the son of the Demon King. The Demon King's offspring, taken aback, could hardly fathom that a human contingent would dare to initiate an assault against them. He sought to retaliate, only to perceive a shift in his surroundings. Before he could react, his head was severed from his body. With a single strike, the son of the Demon King lay dead. Lu Chen appeared to have honed his lethal prowess, moving with terrifying speed. In mere moments, 3 demonic beasts of the sealed Lord level, along with the Demon King's offspring, fell victim to his blade. Meanwhile, Luo Fanine had also succumbed to a frenzy. Rapidly dispatching several demonic beasts, her speed only a fraction less than Lu Chen's. The entire demonic beast squad was swiftly annihilated. Yang Fei and his companions had barely arrived, not even afforded the opportunity to engage. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Who was it that claimed the demonic beast squad was formidable? Yang Fei found himself questioning. They had promised overwhelming strength, yet this squad was obliterated in under a minute by Lu Chen and his comrades. Exhilarating. Ha. Ma Chao laughed heartily, declaring it the most thrilling experience he had encountered in years. There was undeniable comfort in following Brother Chen. Bai Lian concurred, while El Qingfeng gasped for breath. Feeling his own inadequacy as he had yet to secure a single victory, he could only watch helplessly. Captain Yang, please do not misconstrue the weakness of the Demon King's offspring. It is merely that Team Lu is exceptionally powerful. They are the elite from the God of War camp. Do not doubt it. At that moment, a figure stepped forward, addressing Yang Fei directly. Was the son of the Demon King truly weak? No. It was simply that Lu Chen and his allies were so formidable that the Demon King's offspring appeared exceedingly feeble in their presence. However, should they encounter him, they would truly understand the terror of the Demon King's progeny. Yang Fei fell silent, contemplating deeply, then resignedly shook his head. Though he had not directly clashed with the son of the Demon King, he had heard tales of its dreadfulness. He was acutely aware. He had merely been profoundly shaken moments ago. For a fleeting instant, he even believed he could match Lu Chen, but in truth, he fell woefully short in comparison. One could only conclude that Lu Chen was indeed extraordinarily powerful. After a brief regrouping, Lu Chen spoke directly. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, El Qingfeng had assembled the troops, entering the abyss of 10,000 beasts. However, the primary focus remained on supporting the main offensive unit. Commander L, allocate some personnel to assist the outer squads. They are currently facing the forces led by the son of the Demon King. It is likely that Lu Chen and his comrades cannot withstand this for long. Someone remarked. Hu Tu, you shall personally lead the team into the abyss of beasts to trace the whereabouts of Lu Chen and his companions, ensuring their safe return, Lu Qingfeng urged. Chapter 172, A Two-Pronged Assault, Grant me the duration of a song. Lu Qingfeng remarked that Lu Chen is indeed the greatest benefactor. Had it not been for the intelligence relayed by Lu Chen, they would never have anticipated that the Sakura faction would conspire such a scheme. Should they succeed, it would likely result in catastrophic damage to the entire military district, thus jeopardizing the situation of the Great Xia. Clad in military garb, Hu Tu acknowledged and swiftly departed with his men. Once this matter concludes, I shall petition the higher-ups to expel these brutes from the Great Xia. Someone coldly interjected, their expression grave. Let us first ensure the return of our people from outside before disclosing this matter. I fear these brutes may exploit this situation to target those abroad. Lu Qingfeng concurred, a fire of indignation brewing within him. This time, the Sakura faction has genuinely crossed his threshold. The other high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, deeming it reasonable. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the Yin Mountain, apprehensive that the Demon Lord might take action. If the Demon Lord intervenes, it would irrevocably sever all ties. Deep within the abyss of beasts, a colossal lion emerged, its eyes of vivid crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. My son has perished, the Lion King spoke, his scarlet gaze imbued with an even colder intent. At this moment, his heart was already simmering with murderous rage. What could have transpired? Why has my son fallen? According to their plan, this should not have occurred. Could there have been an unforeseen mishap? The Lion King pondered, a wave of lethal intent emanating from him. At that instant, further news arrived. The sons of the Demon Kings had fallen one after another. It appears that Calamity has indeed struck. This king must personally investigate. I shall hunt down the vile wretch who has slain my son and rend them limb from limb. The Lion King murmured before departing. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and his companions seemed tireless, navigating their path with determination. Captain Liu, there is a scent of blood ahead, Yang Fei exclaimed, his acute senses detecting something amiss. They promptly altered their course towards the direction indicated by Yang Fei. However, upon their arrival, they found only a ground strewn with corpses. Gazing upon the dismembered bodies, an oppressive silence enveloped them, rendering them voiceless for a moment. At that juncture, a light chuckle pierced the air. Indeed, there are those who fear not death. Upon hearing the voice, Chen turned sharply, spotting a black ape emerging, its fur resembling steel needles. The son of a demon king, Yang Fei stated coldly. From the aura of blood and vitality, he recognized it as the offspring of a demon king, having just slain these individuals to encounter another. It seems luck is on my side today. The black ape laughed, as behind it emerged several demon beasts, some still stained with blood. Amidst the chaos, remnants of flesh clung to his teeth as Chen furrowed his brow. Before he could utter a word, the ground quivered ever so slightly. From another direction emerged a colossal bull demon, its horns resembling two curved blades, and its eyes gleaming like brass bells. Ha ha ha, black ape. It seems both our fortunes are quite favorable. The bull demon bellowed audaciously, accompanied by a cadre of other demonic beasts, encircling Chen and his companions in a dual assault. It's over, we're in deep trouble, Chen muttered, realizing they were besieged. Two offspring of demon kings. Is this place cursed? Yang Fei swallowed hard, his anxiety palpable. We must endure, no matter the odds. With those words, Chen surged forward with remarkable speed, launching a precise attack. Overestimating your capabilities. The black ape scoffed, seizing a tree as thick as a barrel and swinging it toward Chen, evading deftly. Chen closed the distance, skillfully dodging the assault. Meanwhile, the bull demon initiated its own attack, but Luo Fanning boldly intercepted it. With a sword strike imbued with potent energy, she forced the bull demon to retreat, evading her onslaught. Not one to hesitate, she pressed her advantage. Recalling the previous encounter with a single offspring of a demon king, where Chen had led the charge. With two of them this time, she was eager to engage. She had yet to vanquish an offspring of a demon king herself. Hold them off, grant me the time for a song. Chen commanded as he grappled with the black ape. It was undeniable that the black ape's strength far surpassed that of the demon kings Chen had previously defeated, proving to be a formidable opponent, having reached the 6th level of the Marquis realm. You are significantly stronger than these worthless beings. I relish this challenge. The black ape laughed heartily, shattering the tree in his grasp. With a thunderous punch, an explosive sound resonated, revealing the sheer might behind his strike. Chen retreated swiftly, invoking the Blood Sea Sutra of the underworld. When faced with insurmountable odds, he resorted to this technique. Though his celestial star finger had attained heavenly mastery, he understood it could not rival the potency of the Blood Sea Sutra. Crimson runes flickered, enveloping the area in an instant. The black ape attempted to resist, but it was too late. His form was swiftly consumed by the blood-red symbols. Realizing the peril, the black ape endeavored to suppress the turbulent blood energy within him. Yet, the more powerful the being, the harder it was to contain once ensnared by the Blood Sea Sutra. Perish, Chen declared coldly, condensing his blood energy into a long blade, and struck down. The black ape's futile attempt to defend himself ended in disaster as his head was severed from his body. With the blood-soaked blade now even more crimson, Chen turned his attention to the remaining demonic beasts, dispatching them with lethal efficiency, one strike for each foe. These creatures were no match for Chen, who effortlessly overwhelmed them. With his presence bolstering their efforts, Ma Chao and the others found themselves significantly relieved. By the heavens, I'm truly impressed. Yang Fei gasped for breath. Not only was he unable to withstand the onslaught of even a mere beast, but the very thought that Chen had effortlessly slain the son of the demon king left him utterly astounded. Without first-hand experience, one could never truly comprehend the terror that Chen embodied. At this moment, Luo Fanning had also dispatched the bull demon and joined the fray. Under the combined might of Chen and Luo Fanning, the demonic beasts were swiftly eradicated. Exhausted, Chen collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Goodness, this is utterly exhausting, he lamented, feeling as if he could hardly endure another wave of attacks. He feared he might not survive it. Let us take a moment to rest and leave swiftly. The stench of blood here is overwhelming. Ma Chao also breathed heavily as he spoke. Just then, a tremendous aura of ferocity suddenly enveloped the area. Chapter 173. I haven't cleared my browser history. Chen lay on the ground, utterly unwilling to move. He was simply too fatigued. The relentless intensity of battle had begun to take its toll. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was not a safe haven. The recent carnage would undoubtedly attract more demonic beasts. Nevertheless, Lu Chen acknowledged that he, too, was human and in need of a respite. System, restore my energy. He commanded inwardly. Remarkably, he had accrued nearly 200,000 simplified points, bringing his total to an impressive 300,000. However, with the elevation of his cultivation, the points required were increasingly substantial. For the time being, he was not overly concerned about accumulating simplified points. Rising to his feet and sensing the rejuvenation of his power, he prepared to depart. At that moment, Yang Fei approached, still panting. Captain Liu, I am utterly convinced. Witnessing your effortless dispatch of the son of the Demon King led me to believe it was a trivial task. Perhaps the so-called Demon King's heir was not as formidable as the tales had suggested. Yet now, facing these beasts, I grasped the true horror of their ranks. What I contend with are merely ordinary demonic creatures, not even the son of the Demon King. Enough of this nonsense, Lu Chen retorted, but immediately felt that his words might have been miscalculated. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of ferocity permeated the air. Lu Chen shot his gaze upward towards the source of this menacing presence, only to behold a colossal lion emerging, its coat gleaming and vitality radiating. The Demon King, Yang Fei exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the creature. Such a formidable aura could only belong to a Demon King. How could a Demon King appear here? He uttered in terror, a chill running down his spine. Even with their combined strength, they stood no chance against the Demon King. Retreat, Lu Chen commanded decisively. The emergence of the Demon King had far exceeded their expectations, and it was beyond his capacity to confront. Ma Chao and the others nodded in agreement, fully aware that this was no longer a battle they could withstand. The wisest course of action was to make a hasty escape. At this moment, the ground trembled violently. Lu Chen turned his gaze toward the source of the quake and discerned a multitude of monstrous beasts charging forth. How reckless! Had I known, I would have chosen to perish within the war god camp instead of venturing out. Lu Chen muttered, yet he decisively turned and fled without a hint of hesitation. Run! Yang Fei shouted urgently, equally startled by the approaching horde of beasts. However, by the time he turned around, Lu Chen and the others had already sprinted far ahead. LV Qing Feng, in a frenzy, was stuffing spirit herbs into his mouth as he ran. Damn it! Yang Fei hastened his pace. Mere seconds after his departure, a throng of monstrous beasts trampled the area into oblivion. Behind them, 9 formidable beasts with potent vitality emerged, all of them progeny of the Demon Kings. How amusing! The black ape and old bull were actually slain by humans. One of the gigantic serpents hissed, exuding an aura of chilling malice. Just a couple of worthless fools, tarnishing the pride of our Demon King's offspring. Enough of this idle chatter. It seems a few remarkable talents have emerged among the human race. Do not underestimate them. At that moment, a crimson beast resembling an eagle appeared, its eyes reflecting nothing but seriousness, devoid of arrogance. You are merely inflating the human's arrogance, diminishing our own prestige. Another beast scoffed, its gaze dripping with disdain. Are you not aware of the black ape's strength? Last month, who was it that was beaten to a pulp by the black ape? The eagle-like creature retorted coldly, stepping forward, unwilling to engage further with these beings. Underestimating the talents of the humans will lead to dire consequences. The Demon King's offspring fell silent, and after a considerable pause, one of them spoke. He is not mistaken. We must all exercise caution, for we are well aware of the black ape's might. They then proceeded to follow suit. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and his companions were hastening their pace, yet the relentless army of beasts clung to them like stubborn gum, refusing to be shaken off. It's no use. These beasts are clamping down too tightly. We can't shake them. Yang Fei's expression grew grave. The number of these beasts approached 400, a significant force, albeit not overwhelming. However, each beast was at least at the 9th level of the Meridian realm, with the rest being at the Prince of Ceiling level. This combination of quantity and strength would compel even a martial king to retreat momentarily. It was simply impossible to withstand. This was the entirety of the beast horde converging, and behind them lay the 9 powerful presences, undoubtedly the progeny of the Demon Kings. Luo Fanning remarked, already sensing the formidable aura trailing them. Lu Chen nodded, having sensed it as well. 9 Demon King offspring. He had no confidence against them. One of the Ceiling Realm beasts lunged at him, its sharp claws descending with a terrifying force that could tear him apart. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Chen unleashed his indestructible golden body, his flesh hard as iron, while simultaneously concentrating a powerful force at his fingertips, which he shot forth, piercing through the beast's brow. At that moment, the remaining beasts had already pounced upon him. Finished. Completed, Lu Chen murmured softly as he drew the dragon scale blade. With a single, forceful stroke, he decisively slayed 2 demon beasts, blood gushing forth in an instant. There is no escape now. Let us fight to the death. As he spoke, a tempest of lightning surged around him, infusing his strikes with devastating power. In that moment, Lu Chen summoned the might of the sacred pearl within him. A formidable and terrifying energy coursed through his body, inducing a dramatic transformation. He began to swell, a golden aura enveloping him entirely. Damn it, I didn't clear my browser history. Ma Chao exclaimed angrily, his vision clouded by rage. It seemed that this time, he was truly in peril. Both Bai Lian and Yang Fei felt a wave of despair wash over them, a profound sense of helplessness taking hold. Lu Chen remained silent, relentlessly dispatching the demon beasts as if the power within him was inexhaustible. At that moment, 9 sons of demon kings emerged in the background, observing quietly. That swordsman is exceptionally strong, the eagle beast remarked, its piercing gaze fixated on Lu Chen, singling him out as the only one worthy of attention. Surely, he is the one who has slain the Black Ape. Indeed, this fellow possesses great strength, another son of the demon king concurred, then added, let us take action together. No need for bravado. Let us eliminate this one first. Yes, let us slay him first. The eagle beast echoed, aware that it could not afford to underestimate Lu Chen in a one-on-one confrontation. Consequently, the 9 sons of the demon kings charged toward Lu Chen in unison. Have the courage to fight me one-on-one. Lu Chen retorted, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, recognizing the sheer audacity of his adversaries. Though we are demon beasts, we possess intellect, the eagle beast replied coldly. Chapter 174. One person pursuing hundreds of demon beasts? The eagle beast continued. Why engage in a singular duel? What purpose does that serve? It is utterly meaningless. What they desire is a definitive outcome, and that outcome is Lu Chen's demise. The demon race cannot tolerate the existence of such a formidable human. Allowing him to grow would surely pose a colossal threat in the future. Lu Chen ceased to speak, for no one informed him of the demon beast's evolution. Yet, he dared not underestimate them, evading their attacks with agility. Luo Fannin's eyes shimmered with fiery runes, as if ferocious birds of prey were gathering in the depths of her gaze. Her expression turned icy, exuding an air of indifference towards life itself. A distinctly different power emanated from her. Ma Chao and the others sensed the shift, their expressions filled with astonishment, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Monsters appear every year, but this year, there seemed to be particularly many. They were not unaware of Luo Fannin's terrifying talent, yet they had never witnessed her unleash her full potential. Now it became evident that there was little disparity between her and Lu Chen, which was the most terrifying realization of all. Suddenly, Luo Fannin's longsword vibrated, and a beam of sword light descended, swirling with flames, instantly slaying one of the sons of the demon king. If you dare to touch him, you shall all perish, Luo Fannin declared with authority, striking down again while her adversaries remained in shock. A colossal serpent's head soared into the air, its eyes reflecting a flicker of terror. In this fleeting moment, Lu Chen seized the opportunity to catch his breath. By the heavens, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Lu Chen seethed with fury, feeling suppressed by these beasts. He then summoned the celestial star's finger. Instantly, a formidable force coalesced, erupting with a terrifying power. Empowered by the sacred pearl, a gigantic silhouette materialized behind Lu Chen, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to disdain the world. As he pointed, an indescribable majesty accompanied his gesture. Alarm surged within the heart of the eagle beast, a foreboding sense compelling it to evade. Yet, it felt as though Lu Chen's might had already ensnared it, and the finger strike descended at once, imbued with immense strength. In an instant, the eagle beast's defenses shattered, its body pierced through. It emitted a cry of defiance, but to no avail. Life swiftly ebbed away until it was entirely extinguished. Damn it, he is cheating, exclaimed one of the demon king's offspring, panic rising within. Just like that, 3 demon kings had perished. The most alarming part was that the eagle beast, their strongest ally, had fallen. Beasts, carry on, Lu Chen scoffed, regaining his breath and launching a counterattack. With the power of the sacred pearl, his strength surged, surpassing the limits of the Meridian realm. Something feels amiss, run, cried another offspring of the demon king, but before they could react, a surge of crimson light enveloped them. Without warning, their internal vitality began to reverse, sending them into a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the life force of the 6 demon kings had waned. A mass of scarlet energy coalesced ahead, then, under Lu Chen's command, transformed into 6 diamond-shaped spikes, which pierced through the 6 demon kings. Yet, Lu Chen did not relent. He turned and charged forth, unleashing his utmost power. With the support of the Nether Bloodsea scripture, these demon beasts could not withstand Lu Chen's relentless advance. It was as if he had entered a realm devoid of obstacles, embarking on a frenzied massacre. You enjoyed the chase earlier, now it's my turn, Lu Chen proclaimed, erupting into maniacal laughter. However, Luo Fanyin sensed the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from Lu Chen, as if it had begun to corrupt his very essence. Chen Gu, be careful not to include me in your slaughter. Bai Lian cried out, nearly caught in his wrath, retreating hastily. Yet, it seemed Lu Chen was deaf to her words. Continuing his relentless harvest, these demon beasts were now in disarray, having never encountered such a foe, reduced to a state of shock. With the fall of the Demon King's offspring, their morale plummeted, and they fled in terror. But Lu Chen pursued relentlessly, striking them down one by one. What is happening? Yang Fei's voice trembled in disbelief, engulfed in panic. Just moments ago, they had been the ones being hunted, reduced to a mere plaything, even preparing for death. Yet now, Lu Chen had seemingly turned the tides, single-handedly annihilating all the Demon King's offspring while relentlessly pursuing the demon beasts. How could one man chase down 100 demon beasts? This is undeniably incorrect. Do not be so astonished. Be careful not to injure your chin on your foot. This is my brother, Chen, Ma Chao exclaimed, panting. At this moment, he would even be willing to call Lu Chen father. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his phone and deleted his browsing history. After a slight hesitation, he activated incognito mode. One must preserve their innocence in this world. Meanwhile, Hu Tu was also leading a search for Lu Chen and his companions, and eventually confirmed their whereabouts. Captain Hu, we have discovered numerous traces of monstrous beasts. It appears that Lu Chen and his group may be under siege by these creatures. A body, identified as that of the Beast King's offspring, bore wounds that revealed no clues as to the assailant. An aide swiftly reported the gathered intelligence to Hu Tuesday. His countenance grew grave, his gaze turning colder. We must see the living. We must see the dead, Hu Tu declared, his expression profound and serious. Captain Hu, there are monstrous beasts hastily approaching from the front. Another reported. Kill, Hu Tu commanded, an air of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. No, wait. There is someone behind these beasts. It seems they are being pursued. When this revelation struck, Hu Tu was momentarily stunned. He then swiftly ascended a towering tree to observe ahead. What met his eyes was a sight to behold. Hundreds of monstrous beasts were recklessly fleeing, seemingly in a desperate bid for survival. Hu Tu was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Behind them was an individual, drenched in a sanguine glow. This sight left Hu Tu utterly dumbfounded. One person was single-handedly pursuing and slashing at over 100 monstrous beasts. Is that even conceivable? Could it be Lu Chen? At that moment, Hu Tu finally discerned the identity of the figure. He recognized Lu Chen as a key contributor to their cause, a member of the war god camp, and exceptionally gifted. Yet, he never anticipated he would be this formidable. Scatter, Hu Tu urged hastily. These monstrous beasts had gone mad, fleeing recklessly. There was no need to confront them head-on. The others quickly dispersed, leaping onto the towering trees to evade the chaos, just as a horde of beasts charged past. Lu Chen's silhouette materialized before them. Indeed, there was someone daringly pursuing hundreds of monstrous beasts. Moreover, they were all at the level of Marquis. Everyone was left in awe, struggling to believe their eyes. However, Hu Tu sensed something was amiss with Lu Chen. The murderous intent emanating from him had become almost tangible. Something is wrong. Stop him, Hu Tu urgently called out. Chapter 175, Reward, the Emperor's Banner. Hu Tu instantly recognized that something was off with Lu Chen and quickly shouted. The unmistakable extreme murderous intent radiating from Lu Chen's scarlet, ferocious gaze revealed no semblance of rational thought. Even a fool could see that Lu Chen was not himself. The remaining members of the military sprang into action, their formidable powers intertwining to form a vast net of energy that descended upon Lu Chen. Sensing the impending threat, Lu Chen abruptly looked up and swung his dragon scale blade. A brilliant arc of light, infused with destructive lightning, surged forth. With a resounding crack, the energy net was cleaved open, creating a gaping hole. Lu Chen surged through it, halting only to turn and strike once more. Damn it, I just hit a comrade. A voice from the military shouted, urging everyone to evade swiftly. At that moment, Luo Fanyin and the others had also caught up, their hearts heavy with concern upon witnessing Lu Chen's state. Luo Fanyin made her move, unleashing a stream of pure energy towards him, but before it could make contact, it was shattered by the overwhelming force of vitality emanating from Lu Chen. Frowning, Luo Fanyin sensed something was amiss. Lu Chen's condition was far beyond her expectations. Meanwhile, Hu Tu and his companions charged towards Lu Chen, oblivious to the underlying issue but acutely aware that if anything were to happen to him, the consequences would be dire. Just as they prepared to subdue Lu Chen, he suddenly paused, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. Hu Tu, noticing this, immediately called out, "Wait." Following this, Lu Chen's gaze was filled with intense turmoil. Accompanied by this fierce struggle, the vitality surrounding him began to dissipate until it vanished entirely. His eyes, too, regained clarity. Yet a profound fatigue washed over him, making it difficult for Lu Chen to keep his eyes open. Quick to respond, Luo Fanyin stepped forward and supported him. Her heart shaken. She had witnessed Lu Chen's earlier ferocity, akin to a mind tainted and controlled, completely devoid of reason. She had even formulated a strategy to counter him, yet never anticipated that at such a crucial moment, Lu Chen could forcibly awaken his senses. Even in her previous life, she had been incapable of such a feat indeed. Lu Chen's innate talent far surpassed her own. Before a true genius, no challenge is insurmountable. "I'm so exhausted," Lu Chen murmured, his voice laced with weariness, as if he were on the verge of drifting into slumber. "Fortunately, I'm just an observer. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous." A sigh of relief echoed in his heart, tinged with lingering trepidation. Detected host has slain over 100 demon beasts, including the offspring of a demon king. Simplified points are being calculated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 189,900 simplified points. Host has performed exceptionally, earning an additional reward, the supreme artifact, the human emperor flag. The system's voice resonated in Lu Chen's mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. 18,000 simplified points. His total had now soared to nearly 500,000. What is this human emperor flag? Lu Chen pondered internally, but another wave of fatigue swept through his body. "System, assist me in restoring my stamina," he urgently implored, fearing he might faint at any moment in this precarious environment. The simplified points began to deplete rapidly. With every breath he took, his energy was restored, alleviating the fatigue. After all, who wouldn't be exhausted after pursuing and battling hundreds of demon beasts? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Hu Tu interjected, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Let's hurry and leave this place. It's not safe here." At this, Lu Chen nodded, turning to Sima Chao and the others nearby, feeling a slight sense of relief. "What about the other teams from the military? Someone has ventured to seek you. My task is to escort you safely out of the abyss of beasts." Hu Tu responded. Recalling the moment, he entered the abyss when the military dispatched numerous personnel to search for the other teams. "Let us depart," Lu Chen asserted decisively. With the military involved, he felt no further obligation to persist in this endeavor. Besides, the current predicament had escalated beyond his capacity to manage. "Otherwise, I shall carry you." Observing Lu Chen's frailty, Hu Tu approached and hoisted him onto his back, setting off without hesitation. Lu Chen initially intended to assert his capability, yet after a moment's reflection, he chose silence instead. Luo Fanyin and the others prepared to follow suit. "Soon, we shall be free from the abyss of beasts," Hu Tu remarked, though his gaze remained vigilant, devoid of any relaxation. In times like these, heightened awareness was paramount. Danger loomed. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, prompting him to shove Hu Tu aside and swiftly pull Luo Fanyin back. As they retreated, an energy sphere descended, instantly creating a vast crater in the ground. The energy waves erupted, sending those nearby hurtling away. Simultaneously, a malevolent aura descended upon them. Lu Chen looked up to see a massive lion, approximately 10 feet tall. Looming not far ahead, its eyes glowing a sinister crimson, radiating an extreme chill. "The Beast King," Lu Chen uttered solemnly. Recognizing this as the same Beast King that had appeared earlier, now merely diminished in size. What he did not anticipate was the Beast King's untimely arrival at this moment. The Beast King's gaze swept across the surroundings, finally settling on Lu Chen. "You are the one who has slain so many of my kind and killed my son." "You are mistaken. I have only just arrived," Lu Chen replied earnestly, yet the Beast King would not entertain such fabrications. With a derisive snicker, it opened its gaping maw, condensing a blood-red energy sphere within. It hurtled toward Lu Chen with lethal intent. Damn it! Lu Chen could not help but curse. "At least spare a few words before attacking. How barbaric!" "Lu Chen, be cautious." Hu Tu rushed forward, wielding a steel whip that struck with fury, shattering the Beast King's assault. However, he was forced back several paces, his arms trembling. Although he stood at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, mere steps away from the Martial King, a significant disparity remained. Moreover, the Lion King was no novice among the martial kings. An ant daring to challenge the majesty of a king. The Lion King scoffed, charging once more. "Lu Chen, you must flee," Hu Tu urged urgently, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared he could not withstand the onslaught for long. Yet, as Lu Chen took a single step, he witnessed Hu Tu's body being flung toward him, crashing to the ground before him. "It seems we shan't escape after all." Lu Chen's lips twitched. Just moments ago, he had spoken of several minutes, yet barely 2 seconds had passed. The Lion King charged again, its eyes devoid of emotion, save for a singular, intense desire to kill Lu Chen. He ventured forth from within, driven solely by the desire for vengeance on behalf of his son. Initially, he intended to enlist the aid of the other sons of the demon kings and a multitude of demon beasts to eliminate Lu Chen, thus sparing himself from personal involvement and the ensuing complications. Yet, who could have anticipated that the 9 sons of the demon kings, accompanied by hundreds of elite demon clan warriors, would all fall to Lu Chen's blade? With the demise of these 9 sons, the demon elite suffered catastrophic losses. Hundreds of demon beasts were relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by Lu Chen alone. Upon receiving this news, the Lion King felt as though the world around him had dimmed. The total annihilation of the Demon King's offspring would undoubtedly send shockwaves through Yin Mountain if word were to spread. He understood that if he failed to eliminate Lu Chen, he would likely become a target for the other Demon Kings upon his return. With this thought in mind, he hastened to pursue. As the Lion King lunged at him, Lu Chen swiftly retreated, simultaneously unleashing a strike with his blade, its dazzling edge slicing through the air at a particularly cunning and ruthless angle. However, such an attack was evidently insufficient to inflict harm upon the Lion King, who effortlessly parried it. Prepare to meet your end. Having slain so many sons of Yin Mountain's demon kings, you have made countless enemies. Your path leads only to death, declared the Lion King, who recognized that Lu Chen's age and cultivation level were already formidable enough to vanquish their progeny and pursue hundreds of demon beasts. This clearly indicated Lu Chen's prodigious talent. Should such a monster be allowed to live, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. This reality was even more severe than the loss of all the Demon King's sons. Thus, no matter the cost, he resolved to sever ties with the military and ensure Lu Chen's demise today. Damn you, Lu Chen retorted, feeling a sense of helplessness. Being pursued by a Demon King was indeed an acknowledgement of his worth. Just hold on. The military should send reinforcements, said Luo Fanyin, confident that the military would sense the Demon King's actions in this vicinity. Ma Chao and the others were filled with anxiety, knowing they could never match the Demon King in strength. Yet, in the next moment, Ma Chao hefted his spear and aimed a fierce thrust at the Lion King's rear. He was uncertain of its efficacy, but even a moment's delay would suffice. After all, the browser history had already been erased. Even in death, he could preserve his innocence. At that moment, the others joined the fray, with Yang Fei's eyes ablaze. Whoever touches my brother Chen will face my wrath. What of the Demon Kings? In Yang Fei's heart, he had already acknowledged Lu Chen, to the extent that he regarded him as a brother. This was a profound recognition, evolving into respect and reverence. Hu too, was seized by fervor, his eyes aflame as he charged into battle without hesitation. Their mission was simply to escort Lu Chen to safety. He could perish, yet he must not fail in this task. Observing this, Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that so many would act decisively in the face of a Demon King. Even if they fled, he could understand their choice. Then let us fight, he proclaimed, erupting into a wild laugh, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Suddenly, an immensely terrifying power erupted from within him. The sacred pearl had been activated. The overwhelming force even caused his meridians to ache. Yet, Lu Chen had no alternative. He dared not employ the Nether Blood Sea technique any longer. He had previously overlooked the sinister nature of this martial skill. Celestial Starfinger, 9 Heavens, Thunder Technique. Lu Chen decisively invoked these 2 martial arts. The formidable energy fluctuations coalesced behind him into a towering Tinjiang figure, radiating authority. As a finger descended, it resembled a pillar reaching the heavens, accompanied by immense pressure and energy, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. A surge of destructive power erupted. One was a heavenly ranked martial skill, the other nearly comparable. The combined force unleashed was undoubtedly terrifying, with the sacred pearl's strength augmenting this. When the martial skill coalesced successfully, even the Lion King lifted his gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could such a martial skill truly be unleashed by someone at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm? He had faced many a martial king before, yet even they struggled to unleash such a horrifying attack. Upon witnessing this impending strike, the Lion King, in shock, swiftly sought to evade. With a thunderous roar, Lu Chen's assault descended. The power of lightning surged, and dust enveloped the surroundings. Arcs of lightning shot forth, bearing the weight of terrifying strength. Hu Tu and the others hastily retreated, fearing the fallout. Looking up, they beheld Lu Chen's neck veins bulging, golden patterns emerging upon his face, and his pupils transforming into gold. This power had transcended the realm of nobility. The strength of the sacred pearl. Luo Fanyin, astonished, realized that Lu Chen had begun to grasp the power of the sacred pearl. In the next moment, Lu Chen charged forward. The dragon scale blade blazed with a fiery crimson hue, as if seared red. With a single slash, a streak of fire swept through, unleashing an extraordinarily terrifying aura that even caused the fabric of space to show faint cracks. The blade's light plunged into the haze, and a heart-wrenching roar echoed forth. Instantly, the Lion King reappeared, retreating at great speed. Blood sprayed forth. Once the Lion King steadied himself, they discovered that a hind leg had been severed. Had that strike gone just a fraction deeper, it might have cleaved the Lion King in two. This was a demonic king, a being on par with human martial kings. Now, having lost a hind leg to someone at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, what a horrifying reality that was. Who would believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Who would dare to believe? The Lion King glared at Lu Chen with deep resentment, yet refrained from attacking. The power of the sacred pearl. How could you possess such a force? The Lion King roared, unleashing his fury. He could scarcely fathom that Lu Chen had managed to master the power of the sacred pearl. It was utterly inconceivable. I need not explain how I, Lu Chen, came to command the strength of the sacred pearl. Lu Chen replied coldly, stepping forward once more, invoking the celestial star finger again. As his finger descended, the Lion King faltered in his composure. This game was over. He had encountered a formidable opponent. The Lion King, filled with ire, turned and fled. Had he known that Lu Chen possessed the power of the sacred pearl, he would have remained in his lair, rather than venturing out. What was the matter with the mere loss of a son? He initially believed that Lu Chen's appearance represented a significant threat, but little did he anticipate encountering a formidable opponent. Even more unexpected was the presence of a transcendent force nearby. To flee? Did he still think he could escape? Lu Chen charged after him without hesitation. Luo Fanning intended to intervene, but it was too late. She too pursued him. Why are you two doing this? Hu Tu exclaimed in exasperation, stomping his foot. Just as they had ventured out, they were turning back again. Chapter 177, The Fall of the Lion King, Beneath the Abyss. Hu Tu was on the verge of despair. He had painstakingly located Lu Chen and his companions, successfully brought them here, and repelled the Demon King. Yet now, Lu Chen was chasing after him once more. Stop. Return at once. I will go after them, he commanded, seeing Ma Chao and the others preparing to charge forward. Those are my beloved friends and brothers. Find them. Not a single one of them is reliable. Before Ma Chao could finish his sentence, Hu Tu interrupted, and the military personnel quickly restrained Ma Chao and his companions, forcibly leading them away. However, Ma Chao and the others understood that their strength paled in comparison to Lu Chen and Luo Fanning, and their involvement would only hinder the pursuit. Yet, with Lu Chen and Luo Fanning pressing on, their hearts were filled with concern. Let me go? The Demon King's leg is still unclaimed, Ma Chao shouted. For that was a prize few could hope to obtain. We must bring it back for a feast. At that moment, Lu Chen wielded the dragon scale blade. Moving with astonishing speed, Luo Fanning, with wings resembling those of a fiery avian, swiftly caught up to him. Lu Chen, consider halting. It is unnecessary, he insisted. What is the significance of this? The Lion King is on the brink of demise, and I feel an inexhaustible power within me. Lu Chen accelerated further. Very well. Let us eliminate this Lion King, Luo Fanning declared resolutely. Madness. They are all utterly mad, the Lion King cursed, never anticipating that he would be pursued by a youth of the Meridian realm. Before long, Lu Chen had followed the Demon King deep into the depths of the abyss of beasts. The Lion King was truly panicked, casting aside all pretense. Old ape, save me, he cried, but at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Behind him, a brilliant blade light emerged, exuding a terrifying aura. He attempted to defend himself, but Luo Fanning's attack descended upon him. Instantly, the Lion King was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood. He wished to resist, but the next moment, Lu Chen's figure appeared, and the dragon scale blade descended in an instant. Do not do this, the Lion King shrieked, his voice breaking. Yet he could not fend off Lu Chen's assault. The dragon scale blade fell, and his head was severed from his body. Lion King specimen. Lu Chen had even contemplated preserving that head as a trophy. He quickly collected the head along with the body. Let us depart. We have ventured deep into the abyss of beasts. Luo Fanning spoke gravely, and Lu Chen immediately turned to flee. However, after just a few steps, both halted, exchanging a significant glance and revealing a knowing smile. Let us go. Without further ado, Luo Fanning declared, taking Lu Chen's hand and swiftly navigating through the depths of the beast abyss. At that moment, a roar echoed from within the abyss as a colossal black ape emerged, wielding an iron rod of unknown origin, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Another Demon King, Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. Yet, He felt the power of the sacred pearl within him beginning to wane. He understood that his body had reached its limit. If he were to force the power of the sacred pearl any further, he feared his body would not withstand it. Run! Their hands tightened, and their speed increased. The black ape instantly locked onto Lu Chen and his companion, but refrained from pursuing them, merely gazing at the bloodstains on the ground, evidence of the Lion King's demise. Without a moment's hesitation, the black ape turned and departed. "Foolish creature, dying and dragging me down with you," it muttered. Though unaware of how Lu Chen and the others had managed to survive, it hardly mattered now. What was crucial was that the Lion King had indeed been slain. For safety's sake, retreat was the wisest option. Relieved that the black ape did not follow, Lu Chen and Luo Fanning soon arrived at the edge of an abyss. Peering downward, the inky darkness sent a shiver through Lu Chen, as if it could devour everything in its path. "Is this really the place?" Lu Chen inquired, contemplating the unfathomable depth. Jumping down could lead to disaster. "Indeed, this is the spot." Luo Fanning's eyes sparkled with excitement. If she could obtain the treasures within, her cultivation would surely skyrocket. But how do we descend? As Lu Chen hesitated, a force propelled him downward. "Of course, we just go down." Luo Fanning's voice echoed behind him, and Lu Chen soon felt himself enveloped in a tight embrace, significantly slowing his descent. To his astonishment, he noticed that Luo Fanning possessed fiery wings that illuminated their surroundings. "Little brother Luo, do you believe I could let you experience this sensation next time?" "No need. I have already had my fill." Luo Fanning laughed, observing how Lu Chen clung to her, his legs entwined around her. "Don't hold on so tightly. Your belt is digging into me." "What? I have no belt," Lu Chen retorted, only to see Luo Fanning's face flush with color. A silence fell between them, broken only by the sound of the wind. "Why not give it a try?" "Don't be silly. We're still in midair." "Exactly, that's the thrill." As Lu Chen's words reached her, Luo Fanning's lips curled into a smirk as she pinched him sharply. Yet, before long, they landed on solid ground. Feeling the firm earth beneath his feet, Lu Chen felt a twinge of regret. He had not quite achieved what he had hoped for. Just then, a bone-chilling wind swept through, yanking his thoughts back to the present. The air was frigid. Where on earth was this place? Lu Chen could not help but exclaim, his gaze sweeping around, yet the darkness obscured everything from view. At that moment, Luo Fanning stepped forward, conjuring a flame in the palm of her hand, which rose and illuminated their surroundings. It was then that Lu Chen beheld the ground littered with bleached bones, weathered to the point where even the slightest disturbance could cause them to crumble to dust. "Little brother Luo, please don't lead me astray," Lu Chen called out, trailing behind Luo Fanning, increasingly aware of the oppressive aura surrounding them, sending chills down his spine. "Fear not. What kind of relationship do we share? We're solid friends." Luo Fanning laughed, seemingly accustomed to and enjoying this camaraderie with Lu Chen. Before long, they arrived at a cave entrance, exuding an eerie, foreboding atmosphere, with the temperature plummeting rapidly. At this juncture, Luo Fanning halted. "This is the place." Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen followed her gaze but discerned nothing of note. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony erupted from within the cave, deafening and akin to a demonic melody, capable of unsettling one's mind. "What is happening?" Lu Chen exclaimed, covering his ears, the sound inducing a sensation of his very being fracturing. The infernal noise intensified. Luo Fanning attempted to venture inside but could not withstand it, retreating with Lu Chen until they were 100 meters away, where the dissonance gradually faded. "What immense power," Luo Fanning remarked gravely. "At this level, it remains beyond our capacity to enter. It seems we must wait," Lu Chen concurred, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Indeed. I believe the seal here is phased. It will weaken after a certain period, and only then shall we have the opportunity to enter. For now, it is far too arduous for us." Luo Fanning added, "If we force our way in, we might incur some irreversible harm, which is entirely unnecessary. However, we have marked the spot. Our next visit will be far easier." With the imminent international competition approaching, Lu Chen suggested, "Let us wait until after the tournament. By then, I shall have reached the realm of sealing, and the seal's strength may have diminished, providing us with a better chance." Luo Fanning nodded in agreement, resigned to the current situation. "Then let us depart," she said, and the two prepared to leave. At that moment, an overwhelming force surged from the cave entrance. Wild and ferocious, Lu Chen instinctively turned to see a towering black figure emerging. Its nature was indiscernible, adorned with horns, seemingly composed of darkness and emanating an aura of terrifying malevolence. Its gaze swiftly locked onto Lu Chen and Luo Fanning, and it charged towards them with lethal intent. "Invaders of the forbidden grounds shall perish." "What on earth is this?" Lu Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment as he hurriedly sought refuge alongside Luo Fanyin. This is the gatekeeper monster. I never expected it would attract his attention. Detain it. I possess a method to suppress it, Luo Fanyin declared, her gaze turning exceedingly grave. Lu Chen nodded, ceasing any further dialogue, and brandished his blade, launching an attack. He placed his trust in Luo Fanyin. A radiant arc of light from the blade surged forth, piercing through the monstrous form. However, it appeared to inflict no harm whatsoever. Is it cheating? How shameful! Lu Chen cursed, continuously maneuvering around the creature, but regardless of the potency of his assaults, be they fierce or feeble, they failed to leave a mark. At that moment, a blaze surged forth, intercepting Lu Chen. In his astonished gaze, it lunged towards the monster. The flames radiated intense heat. Yet Lu Chen distinctly observed intricate runes woven within the fire. These runes, imbued with flames, ensnared the creature within their grasp. The monster emitted a mournful wail, seemingly sensing the impending doom. Frantically, it attempted to flee, but Luo Fanyin would not grant it such an opportunity. The flames constricted, enveloping the creature in swirling black smoke, exuding a terrifying aura. This smoke bore a corrosive power, swiftly eroding the ground beneath, creating numerous voids. Simultaneously, the creature's form began to diminish until it vanished entirely. Following its disappearance, a black object resembling a token, albeit the size of an infant's palm, materialized on the ground. Luo Fanyin picked it up with one hand, a smile gracing her lips. It seems we have not returned empty-handed. She then presented the black token to Lu Chen. Puzzled, he inquired about its nature. This token unlocks the entrance to the ruins. Without it, entry is impossible. What fortune to have acquired one. Luo Fanyin laughed sweetly. Then why don't you keep it? Lu Chen attempted to return it, but she pressed it back into his hands. Must we separate what is mine and what is yours? Besides, I have my own means of gaining entry. Furthermore, this token allows us both to enter together. Upon hearing Luo Fanyin's words, Lu Chen paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. He then remarked, if that is the case, I suppose I shall have to consume more goji berries. Luo Fanyin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly nodded. Let us return, Lu Chen suggested, but Luo Fanyin grasped his arm. What is it? I have the goji berries, Luo Fanyin replied, leaving Lu Chen momentarily speechless. Observing the goji berries in her hand, he fell silent. I must say, Luo Xiaodi, you truly stand out here. This is precisely what I desired. At Lu Chen's words, he fell into silence once more. A day later, Lu Chen and Luo Fanyin returned to the Abyss of Beasts. However, the abyss was eerily silent. An unsettling stillness pervading the air, thick with the stench of blood. It seemed the battle had reached its conclusion. Lu Chen remarked, his gaze profound, before he determined his direction and hastened towards the military headquarters. Not long after, he spotted a familiar figure, Hu Tuesday. However, at that moment, Hu Tu's eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared exceedingly disheveled. Captain Hu, Lu Chen called out upon recognizing him. Hearing the voice, Hu Tu abruptly lifted his head, his penetrating gaze following the sound. The instant he saw Lu Chen and Luo Fanyin emerge, his body trembled, and he could hardly contain his emotions, nearly bursting into tears. Rushing towards Lu Chen, he grasped Lu Chen with one hand while striking him playfully with the other, much like an old sister. What on earth is going on with you? What are you trying to do? Could you spare us some worry? Do you have any idea that I've been searching for you all day? If you can't be found, just return. Lu Chen instinctively replied, but quickly felt the impropriety of his words and added, well, we encountered a bit of trouble and fell into a deep abyss, from which we just managed to climb out. Lu Chen explained, but at that moment, Hu Tu was already too preoccupied with urgency. He seized Lu Chen and urged, we must hurry. If we don't return soon, Commander L might be killed. With that, Hu Tu dragged Lu Chen towards the military headquarters at a frantic pace. What is going on? What is the situation? He inquired. Your master, Elder Jiang, and Elder L are aware of your disappearance and have come from the war god camp. I heard that Commander L has already been suspended. This revelation left Lu Chen momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that such a minor incident would provoke such a significant uproar. To him, it was a trivial matter. Yet for Elder Jiang and the others, it was a grave and serious issue. Meanwhile, within the military headquarters, Elder Jiang and Elder L sat somberly in their chairs. Beside them, El Chengfeng hung suspended, devoid of any semblance of the pressure befitting a martial sovereign, while nearby lay a barbed strip. Dad, I'm your own son, El Chengfeng exclaimed, looking at Elder L, unable to restrain himself. Please refer to your title, Commander L, during work. Chapter 179, The Guardian. Is this appropriate? Thanks to Qi Xian of the Shuangguan continent. At this remark, El Chengfeng's lips twitched. Very well, Commander L, he replied, then continued, but I'm your own son. Elder L approached and harshly tugged L Chengfeng's ear. Son, if you can't retrieve Lu Chen, I may have to sever ties for the greater good. Do you not comprehend Lu Chen's terrifying talent? Are you unaware of the immense influence he has on the great Xia? How could you be so oblivious? I only sent him on a mission to gain some experience, yet here you are, with the Demon King appearing, and you fail to request reinforcements. Elder L's ire grew with every word, his frustration mounting to the point where he yearned to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to L Chingfeng. Enough. Let us wait and see. I know this kid, Lu Chen. He has a strong constitution and is unlikely to face life-threatening danger. Furthermore, he possesses the holy pearl within him, so he should be fine, Elder Jiang remarked. Yet beneath his sharply discerning gaze lay a tempest of turmoil, revealing the unrest that stirred within his heart. Alas, at this very moment, should we directly enter the abyss of beasts, it is likely that the demon sovereigns of the Yin Mountains will unleash their full might, and the martial sovereign from the contaminated zone may also intervene, old LV remarked, his tone tinged with a sense of helplessness. Their identities were unique, and thus they could not afford to reveal themselves too readily. At most, by sunset. If Lu Chun has not returned, I shall disregard all else, Elder Jiang added, the sharpness in his gaze seemingly lowering the temperature within the tent. Old LV nodded, acknowledging the significance of Lu Chun in Elder Jiang's eyes. He then turned his attention to LV Chengfeng. At this moment, LV Chengfeng felt quite aggrieved. Upon sensing the aura of the Lion King, he had dispatched personnel for support. However, at that time, all formidable warriors were committed to aiding the main offensive force, making it impossible to divert anyone. Nonetheless, he managed to send a fair number of Duke-level warriors to assist. After merely 20 minutes, some martial kings arrived. Yet, by the time they reached the scene, they could only see Ma Chao and his companions carrying a leg of the Demon King. It was only then they learned that Lu Chen had actually severed a leg of the Lion King and had gone off in pursuit of the Demon King. I must say, having served in the military for decades, from a mere foot soldier to the current commander, he has encountered all manner of ruthless characters. Yet never anything like this. To sever a Demon King's leg as a mere channeling realm warrior is one thing, but to dare pursue the Demon King for further combat? Is this reasonable? At that moment, Hu Tu finally returned with Lu Chun. As Lu Chun made his appearance at the military headquarters, an exhilarating cheer erupted throughout the camp. The tent was lifted, and someone rushed in, exclaiming, Commander, Lu Chun has returned. Upon hearing this, he noticed LV Chingfeng being suspended in a rather disheveled state, devoid of the composure befitting a commander. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look further. Elder LV and Elder Jiang nearly vanished from the tent the instant the words left his mouth. Stop looking. Come over and lower me, LV Chifeng exclaimed. Feeling quite at a loss, the fellow hurried over to release LV Chifeng. As soon as LV Chifeng turned around, he hastily said, Commander, I saw nothing. LV Chifeng nodded, choosing not to respond further, and promptly exited. Outside, Lu Chun bore the head of the Lion King, a triumphant expression gracing his features, his steps noticeably lighter. At this moment, Elder Jiang and Elder LV appeared before him almost simultaneously. Ignoring the Lion King's head, they scrutinized Lu Chun for a considerable time, ensuring he had not sustained any injuries. They even pulled down his trousers for a quick inspection. Once they confirmed he was indeed unscathed, they let out a sigh of relief. You little rascal, Elder LV chuckled, releasing Lu Chun's trousers. Lu Chun felt embarrassed, his face slightly flushed, as he seemed to grasp Elder LV's implication. Ma Chao and the others approached, and upon seeing Lu Chun was unharmed, they too felt a wave of relief. You actually severed the Lion King. Ma Chao could not help but exclaim, his gaze filled with astonishment. Who would have thought that Lu Chun, a mere channeling realm warrior, could truly slay a Lion King? This was indeed a Demon King. At this moment, LV Chifeng and the others also arrived, their expressions profoundly shocked. To be precise, the entire military district is profoundly astonishing. Who could have anticipated that Lu Chen actually returned after slaying a Demon King? It is worth noting that even on occasions when someone manages to vanquish a Demon King, it is a momentous event, let alone in the case of Lu Chen. What cultivation level does Lu Chen possess? The Pulse Connection realm. It is truly unexpected that you, young man, could slay a Demon King. Ha! A reward is essential. A generous reward indeed. I shall fill you with my grand prize. Speak your desires freely, as long as I am able to fulfill them. I will not utter a single refusal, Lu Chifeng exclaimed, his heart swelling with indescribable excitement. He had even begun to devise plans. Once Lu Chun graduates from the War God camp, he must find a way to bring him here, even if it requires leveraging connections. Such a prodigy is simply too precious to let slip away. I haven't quite decided yet. Lu Chen pondered, momentarily at a loss for what he should ask for. Spirit stones? Martial techniques? Cultivation methods? He seemed to lack for nothing. Weapons? That seemed unnecessary. Not to mention that his previous dragon scale blade is already a treasured artifact. And then there are the rewards from the system, the super artifact, the Monarch Banner. Lu Chen had never even heard of such a thing as the Monarch Banner. What is the super artifact? It was all entirely new to him. Haha. Then let us start with 100,000 spirit stones, and I shall provide you with a ground tier movement technique. How does that sound? Furthermore, I can exceptionally grant you the position of Guardian Commander, allowing you to enjoy the privileges of that title. However, considering that you are still a student in the War God camp and have yet to graduate, I will reserve this position for you until you complete your studies. Lu Chifeng declared, even producing a token of the Guardian Commander to hand to Lu Chen. Lu Chen received it. Wearing a puzzled expression, how had he become a Guardian Commander in such a muddled fashion? If memory serves, one must possess at least the cultivation level of a martial king to attain the title of Guardian Commander. Yet, he was currently only in the Pulse Connection realm. Nonetheless, the ground tier movement technique genuinely piqued Lu Chen's interest. This seems inappropriate. I shall accept the martial techniques and spirit stones, but this Guardian Commander title. It is no simple feat to slay a demon king, a task that even most Guardian Commanders cannot achieve, and yet you possess such capability, making you entirely qualified. Lu Chifeng replied with a smile, harboring his own ulterior motives. He had preemptively arranged a position for Lu Chen. Once he graduates, it would be secure. It could be considered a small scheme. Besides, Lu Chen truly possesses the qualifications. It is not unreasonable. The onlookers were equally astounded, their expressions filled with disbelief and astonishment. They had truly not expected Lu Chen to ascend directly to the position of Guardian Commander. This was a remarkable turn of events for them. However, upon reflection, it was clear that Lu Chen was fully deserving of this honor. I have seen Guardian Lu. The surrounding individuals hastily bowed in respect. Lu Chen straightened his posture slightly and cleared his throat. You all have truly put me in a difficult position. Chapter 180. Hand Lu Chen over to me. I would even call you father. You all have genuinely made my life difficult, Lu Chen said, exuding a sense of helplessness as he silently tucked away the token of Guardian Commander. El Qingfeng's lips curled into a smile. This situation was secure. He planned to bring Lu Chen here for proper training, as he might very well cultivate him into the successor of this military district. As for his son, he deemed him a lost cause. Contemplating this, El Qifeng felt the necessity to exert effort and build a good rapport with Lu Chen. Otherwise, such a coveted talent would inevitably attract fierce competition upon graduating from the God of War camp. He lamented silently, wishing he had a daughter. With a hint of resignation, he glanced at El Qifeng. Noticing the unsettling gaze of his father, El Qifeng felt a pang of anxiety. Why was he looking at me like that? He cautiously stepped back, sensing that such scrutiny could only portend trouble. Son, be honest with me, are you straight or not? El Qifeng was taken aback by the question. His expression a mixture of confusion and surprise, as it seemed his father harbored an unexpected hope regarding his orientation. After a moment's hesitation, he approached his father. Grandfather, I think my father has lost his mind. El Qifeng's face darkened, rendering him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Ma Chao and the others were filled with excitement as they approached Lu Chen. You, my friend, have now become the guardian of the military department. You've already assumed a leadership role before even graduating. It seems we shall have to follow your lead. Their requests were modest, merely to be appointed as a captain would suffice. Bai Lian also chimed in, genuinely delighted for Lu Chen. Their envy was palpable, yet ultimately, this was a testament to Lu Chen's remarkable abilities. Had they been in his shoes, they would have lacked such talent. What are you doing? No shoulder-to-shoulder camaraderie. It reflects poorly. Lu Chen, with hands clasped behind his back, adopted an authoritative demeanor. I, Lu Chen, lead a life of integrity. I would never grant you any unfair advantages. Ma Chao and Bai Lian exchanged puzzled glances, discreetly slipping a spirit stone into Lu Chen's hand. Let this be a one-time indulgence. Lu Chen unobtrusively accepted it, leaving El Qifeng in contemplative silence. For a moment, he pondered whether appointing Lu Chen as the guardian was the right decision. However, he dismissed such concerns. Securing Lu Chen's allegiance was paramount, and everything else was trivial. That evening, during the celebration banquet, Lu Chen undoubtedly became the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. Some commanders even offered tea in lieu of wine as a gesture of respect towards him, causing Lu Chen to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Even some martial kings approached him, eager to forge a connection in advance. No one was foolish. Given Lu Chen's prowess, upon graduating from the God of War camp, he would likely ascend to the rank of Martial King. Coupled with his innate talent, his future in the military would undoubtedly be illustrious, and becoming their leader was merely a matter of time. Moreover, Lu Chen's current status as a guardian placed him in a position of authority among them. His identity as a disciple of Elder Jiang further elevated his standing, and El Chengfeng recognized that this was the perfect opportunity to solidify their relationship with Lu Chen. Lu Chen was acutely aware of their intentions, yet he chose to remain silent. He quietly began to roast the body of the Lion King. Who could have imagined that such a majestic creature would ultimately become Lu Chen's sustenance? With each bite, Lu Chen could feel an immensely powerful essence of vitality coursing into his body. Ma Chao and Bai Lian were equally transfixed, blood streaming from their noses. Yet they could not resist feasting on the delicacy before them until they achieved their breakthroughs. Lu Qifeng, meanwhile, clutched a piece of meat larger than his own head, reveling in the experience. Was this mere roasting? No. This was a treasure, a rare elixir that could enhance one's physical prowess and invigorate the vital essence. Lu Chen felt his cultivation rapidly ascend, reaching the pinnacle of the meridian opening stage. He had to forcibly suppress his burgeoning power. A breakthrough to the Marquis stage at this moment would spell trouble. Upon reaching the Marquis stage, he would be barred from participating in the grand tournaments of various nations. The following day, Lu Chen and the others accompanied Elder LV and Elder Jiang back to the War God camp. Upon their return, Lu Chen wasted no time and retreated directly to his dormitory. He promptly retrieved the movement technique bestowed upon him by LV Qingfeng, unfurling its contents. Snow treading without a trace, he murmured instinctively. He had longed to acquire a movement technique, but time had not permitted it. He had not anticipated that Elder LV would grant him one so directly. It was indeed quite fortunate. The low-grade Earth-tier movement technique held considerable value. Lu Chen spoke softly. A glimmer of joy reflected in his eyes. He then resolved to squander no more time. System, commence cultivation. At this juncture, Lu Chen found himself sufficiently endowed with simplification points. At least for a considerable duration, he need not fret over their scarcity. Detecting low-grade Earth-tier movement technique. Simplifying for the host, snow treading without a trace. Light as a swallow, stepping from left foot to right. The system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind, and a smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. He continued until the system completed the simplification of the technique. Walking. This was quite satisfactory. He had expected to remain confined to the left foot right foot sequence. With this thought, Lu Chen stood up and began to stroll around his dormitory. However, he soon felt the space was too cramped, rendering it inconvenient. Deciding otherwise, he ventured outside to wander freely in the War God camp. Snow treading without a trace proficiency level 1. Snow treading without a trace proficiency level 1. Snow treading without a trace proficiency level 1. A chorus of notifications echoed in his mind, and Lu Chen could scarcely contain his delight. His speed increased, and he inadvertently executed the snow treading without a trace technique, propelling himself forward in an instant and leaving only an afterimage, astonishing those nearby who felt as though a shadow had flashed by and then vanished. On a mountain peak, Elder Jiang and Elder LV stood, positioned to observe the entirety of the War God camp. As they witnessed Lu Chen's figure darting through the camp, their expressions shifted subtly. What a remarkable lad. Just yesterday, he had only just begun to master his martial arts techniques, and today he has already attained such a remarkable level. Elder Jiang could not help but express his astonishment, his eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity. However, recalling Lu Chen's terrifying speed in cultivating the Nether Bloodsea scripture, he found it quite reasonable. Elder Lu's expression also shifted slightly. Old Jiang, may I propose a matter? Allow me to have Lu Chen. I would even be willing to call you father if that were the case.